opening my eyes only to find myself abandoned on a frozen wasteland to die, starting with just a cracked egg and a nearly extinguished campfire. In moments of despair, I awakened a unique SSS-tier talent, Pet Beast Integration Factory. While others risk their lives capturing pet beasts, I can easily achieve unlimited pet breeding, 100x accelerated hatching, and one-click decomposition in the safety of my shelter. Starting with just 2 useless, floppy pets, I built a massive production line in the blink of an eye. With so much wool and meat I can trade for all the resources. While other players shiver in the biting cold, I'm bundled up in cotton-padded clothes roasting meat, even attracting powerful wild beasts to voluntarily submit. But this is just the beginning. My factory can still be upgraded endlessly. In the future, I might even bred legendary creatures from secret realms. Chapter 1, an all-in-one pet breeding, reproduction, and decomposition factory. Welcome to the Pet Beast World. The world is divided into 6 major regions, where various species of wild pet beasts dwell, and some hidden realms conceal powerful divine beasts. Gather materials to expand your territory, allowing you to accommodate more pet beasts. Feeding wild pet beasts suitable food will increase their affection toward you, otherwise, they may develop resentment, avoid you, or even attack you. Warning: your territory has been discovered by a group of highly aggressive wild beasts. They are expected to arrive in 36:00:00. When Zhang Wuliang woke up, he was completely bewildered. Looking around, all he could see was an endless icy forest blanketed in thick snow. The cold wind howled, whirling snowflakes through the air. Zhang Wuliang shivered from the cold. Holy crap, where've I ended up? Is this even still China? Clad in animal hides, he had only a makeshift campfire offering a feeble warmth. Yet as the icy wind howled, the flames flickered precariously, threatening to be extinguished at any moment. Recalling the words he saw during his brief unconsciousness, Zhang Wuliang reluctantly accepted his current situation. But then he immediately realized a serious problem. With the outfit he was currently wearing, once the flame went out, he wouldn't last long before freezing into an icicle. The mere thought of this possibility made Zhang Wuliang instantly uneasy. He quickly checked his body. Apart from a crystal embedded in the flesh of his right arm, there was nothing else. Zhang Wuliang focused his gaze on them, and with a thought, a blue panel suddenly popped up. Territory, pets, backpack, chat, trade. Zhang Wuliang clicked on the first feature titled Territory with a try-it-out attitude. The initial territory control center has been placed in your backpack. Select a suitable location to deploy it and build your first territory. Initial territory control center? Zhang Wuliang opened his backpack and indeed found the item inside. But he wasn't in a hurry to deploy it yet. First, he wanted to gather more useful information. Immediately after, he opened the chat feature. In an instant, a flood of messages poured in. Help! There's an emerald green python as big as an elephant right in front of me, and it seems to have its sights set on me. Can someone come to my rescue? I'm literally melting. What kind of godforsaken place is this? Did you teleport me straight into the Sahara Desert? Holy crap, can you believe it? I just saw some long-legged sharks that could climb onto the shore. Why am I on a floating island? I'm terrified of heights, damn it. The messages were flooding in too fast for Zhang Wuliang to keep up. Only then did he realize he'd been scrolling through the World channel. In addition, there's a Section channel. The message refresh rate here is noticeably much lower. It's so cold. Brothers, hurry up and build the territory. The territory comes with a wooden house and a pet egg. This message made Zhang Wuliang shudder instantly. Build a territory, with cabins and pet eggs. Zhang Wuliang rubbed his face, gathered his spirits, and began observing his surroundings to find a suitable construction site. Except for the snow-covered woods around, there was nothing but more woods. If we go further, we might freeze to death halfway. Forget it, let's build it here. Reluctantly, Zhang Wuliang took out the initial territory control hub on the spot. With just a thought in his mind, a control hub resembling a service counter machine appeared before his eyes. Auto-building in progress, time remaining, 1 minute. Having pet beasts working here can speed up the construction. After waiting quietly for 1 minute, the territory's central control was completed. Meanwhile, beside the territory's central control, a wooden cabin about 4 to 5 meters long appeared out of nowhere. Though not large, it feels much warmer inside than outside, plus there's a stove inside as well. Zhang Wuliang let out a long sigh of relief. He had made it through. At this moment, he opens the Territory panel again. Zhang Wuliang's territory. Territory level, 1. Territory range, 200 by 200 meters. Accommodates pets, 0/10. Territory structures, simple campfire, simple feed box, simple log cabin. Upgrade requirements, 1000 wood, 300 stone, 20 iron ore. Primary territory construction reward distributed. Obtained a plain pet beast egg. Automatically drawing random unique talent, pet beast assembly line. Congratulations on obtaining integrated pet beast breeding factory, growth type, blueprint has been added to inventory. With the prompts appearing, 2 new items were added to Zhang Wuliang's backpack. A simple pet egg, and a pet breeding integrated factory, growth type, blueprint. Zhang Wuliang's gaze fell upon the simple pet egg. Plain pet egg and ordinary pet egg that requires 5 minutes for natural hatching. Special talent bonus, placement in an incubator accelerates incubation. Being ordinary didn't matter. Zhang Wuliang didn't mind at all and held it tightly in his arms. This is the foundation for his future success, its significance cannot be overstated. As for the other design blueprint, integrated pet breeding factory, growth-oriented. Introduction, this is a modern pet breeding base that integrates mating, incubation, and decomposition functions. With the design drawings, just like the central control system, the building can be directly deployed within the territory. Zhang Wuliang's eyes lit up. Mating, incubation, and decomposition? Why does this sound so similar to a certain game I played before transmigrating here? But Zhang Wuliang wasn't sure if his talent was good or bad, so he opened the chat and world channel again. Why did I get a unique talent prompt after building the central control system? Is it really only me who has it? I have one too. My talent is water affinity, but damn, I'm surrounded by deserts, where am I supposed to find water-type pets? Mine's called temperament guarantee, which ensures at least one good temperament. Ha ha. After looking around, Zhang Wuliang understood. The so-called unique talent means everyone's talent is different. His talent is also one of a kind in the world. But upon closer thought, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but feel a pang of distress. How many talents exist in the world? But this has little to do with him. Currently, his talent is quite good compared to most people. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Zhang Wuliang took out the design plans from his backpack, scanned the area quickly, and chose a relatively open spot within the territory to place the factory. The completed integrated factory isn't large, covering about 600 square meters. Its overall shape is a rectangular prism, standing 6 to 7 meters tall, with a sleek silver-white exterior that gives it a distinctly technological feel. The factory is divided into 3 sections. The leftmost section is the pet breeding area. In the middle is the pet incubation area. On the far right is the pet decomposition area. Each area has a small door to allow pets to enter and exit. Except for the decomposition area, the other 2 areas have small transparent windows for observing inside conditions. At the very center of the factory, there is a circular control panel. Currently, virtual displays are appearing on the control panel, showing the available operational commands. Pet Beast Breeding Integrated Factory LV.1. Functions, breeding, incubation, decomposition. Breeding, place any 2 pets of different genders and any breed into the breeding pod. Successful pairing will produce a pet egg. Note, the pet's attributes randomly inherit a portion from its parents. Incubation, providing the most suitable incubation environment for pet eggs significantly improves hatching efficiency. Note, factory-level upgrades can accelerate incubation speed. Disassembly, materials can be obtained by dismantling pets or pet corpses. Note, there is a small chance to acquire the pet's special skill fruit. Level 1 factory construction reward has been issued. Obtained a plain pet beast egg. After reading the introduction, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but exclaim how amazing it was. This feature is incredibly powerful. Any breed and gender of pet beasts can be bred together. Doesn't that mean as long as he owns 2 pet beasts of opposite genders, he can breed them infinitely and hatch eggs without limit? He was still thinking that he only had 1 pet beast egg, meaning he could only hatch 1 pet beast, so how could he breed them? Just when he needed a pillow, someone handed it to him. Moreover, hatching in the factory comes with an efficiency bonus for talents. With the added decomposition function, isn't this factory essentially a large-scale pet beast manufacturing machine? Won't he let us test the performance? Incubation zone, currently incubating a plain creature egg, time remaining, 50 seconds. Incubation zone, currently incubating a plain creature egg, time remaining, 1 minute. Both plain creature eggs can be placed inside for simultaneous incubation. It hatches in less than a minute, achieving 4 times the efficiency compared to conventional methods. Zhang Wuliang started getting excited. This plain-looking pet egg appears no different from an ordinary chicken egg. Who knows what might hatch from it? Chapter 2, the first soft and fluffy production line, achieving material freedom. Ding! Incubation completed. As a pleasant sound rang out in the incubation area, Zhang Wuliang hurriedly glanced through the transparent window of the incubation zone. There, one of the pet beast eggs gently wobbled, its surface cracking with a fissure that quickly multiplied, soon covering the entire eggshell. Then, fragments fell one by one, and a furry little creature emerged from within. It looked like a sheep, yet also like a massive cotton candy. Its entire body was soft, snow-white, and undoubtedly pleasant to the touch. On top of its head were a pair of short little horns, and its round, shining eyes sparkled with liveliness. Zhang Wuliang's gaze settled upon it, and immediately, information about this pet beast appeared before his eyes. Pet, fluffy, little brother. Name, unnamed. Level, 1. Potential, grass-type common. Abilities, HP, 75, attack, 2, defense, 3, speed, 10. Disposition, empty. Skill, ball up, rolls into a tight ball to escape quickly. Special ability, wool production, produces a certain amount of wool every 12 hours. Production speeds up when placed in a pasture, but the ability deactivates outside the territory. Description: Fluffy is a docile pet creature that thrives in groups and feeds on grass. Its wool is a premium material for making clothes and bedding. Not sheep. Zhang Wuliang seemed somewhat disappointed. Judging from the description, it has extremely low attributes with combat power practically zero. The only use left was to shear its wool for making clothes and bedding. But since it's just the beginning, we shouldn't expect too much. Let's develop it gradually. Zhang Wuliang comforted himself in this way. At that moment, the other pet egg also began to stir. With a cracking sound, another little creature jumped out, nearly identical to the previous one, though slightly larger in size, and shimmering all over with a sparkling glow. Pet: Fluffy, little sister. Name: unnamed. Level: 1. Potential: grass-type common. Abilities: HP 150, attack 5, defense 13, speed 20. Temperament: rare, all attributes increased. Skills: round and bouncy, fierce charge, lowers head to gather strength, violently charges at the target dealing damage with a chance to stun for 1 second. After reading the information about the second fluffy creature, Zhang Wuliang's mood immediately improved. This rare temperament is clearly not easy to obtain. Moreover, the two softies happen to be one male and one female, perfect for pairing. After successful pairing, there's a chance the temperament will be inherited. This means he could have more pet beasts with rare temperaments in the future. Zhang Wuliang also gave each of the two soft and fluffy creatures a name to make them easier to distinguish. The common one was named Xiaobai, while the rare one was called Rare Pet. As soon as the names were given, 2 notification sounds rang in Zhang Wuliang's mind. Ding! Pet Xiaobai is very satisfied with the name you gave it. Happiness plus 10. Current happiness level, 60. Ding! The rare pet dislikes its name for sounding unpleasant. Mood value minus 10. Current mood value 40. Ha! Zhang Wuliang just noticed there's actually a mood value attribute. The higher the mood value, the more efficient the pet's work performance. Conversely, the lower the mood value, the lower the pet's work efficiency becomes, and it may even fall ill. Zhang Wuliang looked at the rare pet, stroking his chin and thought, how about I rename you? The rare pet seemed to understand and nodded repeatedly, blinking its eyes with a hint of anticipation. Zhang Wuliang. This pet beast appears to be quite clever. He tentatively suggested, how about calling you Dubai? The rare pet shook its head excitedly, repeatedly expressing satisfaction. Ding! The pet beast Dubai is very satisfied with its new name, mood value plus 20, current mood value 60. Zhang Wuliang chuckled helplessly, finding this pet beast quite amusing. Everything is now ready, and it's time to proceed with his grand pet breeding plan. Zhang Wuliang placed both pets into the breeding area. Breeding zone: Little White and Big White are currently mating. Time remaining, 00:20:00. 20 minutes isn't too long. While waiting, Zhang Wuliang opened the chat again. Zhao *** just obtained a veteran level pet beast. Sun just obtained an elite level beast pet. Li *** just obtained a master level pet beast. Beast pet qualification levels from low to high are common, veteran, elite, master, grandmaster, legendary, mythical. Even Zhang Wuliang couldn't help feeling envious of someone obtaining a master level pet beast right at the beginning of the game. While browsing through the chat channel, Zhang Wuliang suddenly felt a piercing chill that made him shiver uncontrollably. Looking down, he realized the firewood had burned out and the campfire had gone dark. As the bonfire extinguished, the temperature inside the cabin visibly plummeted, freezing instantly to sub-zero levels. Even exhaled breath turned into white mist. Zhang Wuliang's teeth chattered uncontrollably, this damn place is freezing. We have to keep adding firewood, or we'll freeze to death. But the usable firewood nearby was already scarce. With his current attire, venturing further to collect more would mean turning into an icicle halfway. Zhang Wuliang opened the chat, curious to see how others were handling the situation. At a glance, he noticed the forum channels were buzzing with activity. Damn! What kind of place is this? It's only been a short while without adding firewood. I'm freezing to death here. Has anyone figured out how to deal with the cold? Need some advice. Help! If I stay here any longer, I really feel like I'll freeze to death. Damn! So everyone is in the same situation. The bonfire has a limited burning time. Once the firewood runs out, we have to go outside to find more, or we'll freeze to death. But in this extreme cold, going out to gather firewood is practically a death sentence. Zhang Wuliang shivered again. He needed to come up with a solution fast. Selling cotton code blueprint. Can trade for 6 wool or 30 firewood. Only one available. First come first served. Zhang Wuliang's spirits lifted instantly. What a coincidence. He immediately contacted the seller. I have wool, but I can't access it right now. Can we trade later? The other party quickly replied, wool? Do you really have wool? That's perfect. But bro, I'm almost freezing to death too. I can't wait much longer. I'll give you 10 minutes at most. Take it or leave it. Zhang Wuliang glanced at the breeding time. There were exactly 10 minutes left. So he replied, deal, 10 minutes at most. And so Zhang Wuliang waited for the 2 fluffy creatures to finish breeding. The 2 fluffy creatures in the breeding area were stacked on top of each other like a tower, swaying unsteadily, an utterly comical sight. If the situation had allowed it, Zhang Wuliang would have taken out his phone to record a video of the scene. As time crawled by, the temperature inside the wooden hut had long dropped below freezing, making even breathing difficult. Zhang Wuliang kept blowing into his hands, trying to eke out the slightest bit of warmth from his breath. Finally, a notification sound came from the breeding area. Ding! Little White and Big White have finished mating, successfully producing a pet beast egg. As the notification sound faded, the two soft creatures that were stacked together also became listless, weakly lying on the ground panting heavily. Little White, health 70, mood 80. Big White, HP 150, mood 80. This gave Zhang Wuliang a real headache. It's not about you two, breeding is breeding, I understand the joy, but what the hell is up with losing blood? So, do you still want it or not, bro? If you don't, I'll sell it to someone else, maybe trade it for some firewood at least. I'm freezing to death here, just need some firewood to warm up. The person who just sold the cotton jacket designs came back to ask Zhang Wuliang again, looking quite urgent. Here I am, could you tell me how to use the transaction? Actually, Zhang Wuliang had already figured out how the transaction works, he just wanted to delay the incubation time a bit more. The seller was helpless but still patiently explained to Zhang Wuliang. After a while, the results finally came in. What hatched was still a softie, with a temperament of fickle. Its mood value is more easily affected by fluctuations, and it isn't a pity to decompose. Fortunately, decomposition is almost as quick as blinking, it doesn't take long at all. It's just that the process of decomposition is slightly cruel. Obtained 5 softie meat. Obtained 12 wool. After acquiring the wool, Zhang Wuliang immediately traded with the other party. 6 pieces of wool disappeared from the backpack, and in return, he obtained a cotton coat blueprint. After obtaining the blueprint, Zhang Wuliang used it to craft a cotton coat with the remaining 6 pieces of wool. Cotton padded jacket, a basic warmth-retaining gear that can fend off chilly invasions. The cotton padded jacket looked quite bulky, but what Zhang Wuliang cared about wasn't whether its appearance was bloated or not, it was whether it could keep him warm. Finally, warmth. Zhang Wuliang let out a contented sigh. The sensation of transitioning from extreme cold to warmth is simply too comfortable. Moreover, after Zhang Wuliang surveyed the trades, he realized something. In the icy plain sector where he was located, wool, meat, and firewood were the real staples, all capable of restoring warmth, and plenty of people were willing to exchange resources for these items. But wool and meat were precisely what Zhang Wuliang wasn't lacking. Once his fluffy production line took shape, he wouldn't even need to go out and gather materials himself. With this assembly line in place, he could easily trade for a vast amount of other resources. Chapter 3, New Pet Beast. The sneaky cat begs for a permanent meal ticket. Zhang Wuliang did the math. Each breeding session took 20 minutes. There were 3 breeding rooms available in total. If he could breed another pair of opposite-sex fluffy ones, he could activate the second breeding room. Activating the third room would take at least 1 hour. Once all 3 breeding rooms were operational simultaneously, his production and decomposition plan would officially commence. Every 20 minutes thereafter, he'll obtain 15 softie meat and 36 wool. The waiting period. Zhang Wuliang scrolled through the trading panel. On the first day, food and firewood were the universal hard currency. Almost anything could be traded for these 2 items. Zhang Wuliang certainly wasn't short on food, so he traded his 5 pieces of tender meat for 100 pieces of firewood, enough to keep the small hut warm for a day and restore its temperature. He scanned the remaining items on the shelves. After a thorough look, he found nothing particularly interesting, just basic materials. Design blueprints, on the other hand, were plentiful. Things like wooden furniture blueprint set, stone furniture blueprint set, pet toy horseshoe blueprint, simple rope trap blueprint, wooden sword blueprint, wooden bow blueprint. Such a wide variety of blueprints left Zhang Wuliang rather puzzled. Design blueprints weren't exactly scarce, they were practically everywhere. How come he had no clue how to find them? To figure out what was going on, Zhang Wuliang sent another message to the person who had sold him the cotton coat blueprint earlier. Hey buddy, quick question, where'd you get those blueprints? I can't seem to find any myself. The reply came back quickly. Simple. First, you need a mining or gathering pet. Then just put it to work. You mean you can get blueprints while mining or gathering? There's a small chance, yeah. Zhang Wuliang understood roughly. But with his pet's abilities, it couldn't handle either mining or gathering. Fluffy could only produce wool. Alright, thanks. Just as Zhang Wuliang was about to close the interface, the other party sent another message. Oh, bro, I've got something here you might want to check out. You can trade wool for it. Simultaneously, the item details were attached. Rough feed production machine blueprint. Description: produces coarse feed. Materials required are relatively simple. Most pets find it quite tasty, but for more powerful beasts, this feed tastes as bad as excrement. After reading it, Zhang Wuliang instantly perked up. He needed to eat, and so did his pets. Moreover, to capture a pet beast, he'd have to feed it. You don't want this? Zhang Wuliang asked, puzzled. What use would it be to me? I only need to take my pet out exploring. I've long forgotten where my territory is, the other replied indifferently. Though he didn't care, to Zhang Wuliang this was a tremendous find. What he needed were tools to help him capture more new species of pet beasts. Then, by breeding them, he could continuously obtain even more new species of pet beasts. Alright, how much? 30 wool. The other party's terms remained unchanged, still wool. Zhang Wuliang couldn't fathom why this person always demanded wool. But it didn't concern him, trade was simply about meeting each other's needs. No problem, but you'll need to give me some time. I'll have it ready within 3 hours. Deal. I'm not in a rush this time. Contact me when you're ready. 30 wool. Zhang Wuliang just needed to wait for new, fluffy woolies to hatch. Decomposing 3 would suffice. For now, Zhang Wuliang wrapped himself tightly in his cotton coat and went for a stroll nearby. Thick snow blanketed the landscape, and the biting wind brought a bone-chilling cold. Not sure what he might discover, Zhang Wuliang wandered aimlessly, familiarizing himself with the surroundings and keeping an eye out for other creatures nearby. But after circling around for a long time, he didn't see a single soul. Firewood and stones were extremely scarce in the vicinity. If he could craft tools or had a pet beast that could fell trees, perhaps he could gather more firewood. After all, trees were everywhere here. The problem was that aside from trees, there were no other resources whatsoever. It was nothing short of a death trap. Fortunately, he had the pet beast factory. Otherwise, he might not have even survived the first day. Just as Zhang Wuliang was about to turn back, he unexpectedly spotted a trail of footprints in the snow. These are wild pet beast footprints? Zhang Wuliang crouched down to examine the prints in the snow. Their shape resembled catpaw prints, but they were much larger, probably bigger than an adult's clenched fist. Moreover, the footprints looked fresh, likely left only recently. The thought of a wild pet beast nearby filled Zhang Wuliang with excitement. Catching a new wild pet beast meant he could achieve new breeding results. Yet as he regained his composure, Zhang Wuliang simultaneously realized. Wild pets could also mean danger. His only current pet was Fluffy. Not only did this little creature look adorable, but it also had virtually no combat capability whatsoever. As the lowest rung on the food chain, its sole purpose in a real fight would be to serve as a meal for the opponent. Especially now that he had no other pets with him, Zhang Wuliang dared not linger. He immediately sprinted back home. Upon his return, 2 pet beast eggs had already hatched in the factory. The hatchlings turned out to be a male and female fluffy pair, saving Zhang Wuliang a great deal of time. Next step, activate the second breeding chamber and wait for the results. With nothing else to do, Zhang Wuliang stopped wandering aimlessly and instead scrolled through the chat channel. The channel was filled with complaints. Damn it, my luck sucks. Born in the Icefields, walked for ages and haven't seen a soul. And it's freezing cold. Guys, how do I get firewood? All I see around me are trees, but I don't have any tools, and my pet beast can't chop wood either. I'm freezing to death, help. Please, someone experienced, take me under your wing. I'll do anything, just give me something to eat. I'm looking for a pro to guide me too, I'll do anything you ask. Can someone tell me how to get food? I can't exactly eat snow, can I? Zhang Wuliang sat by the campfire, roasting fragrant, tender meat while scrolling through the chat channel to pass the time. 20 minutes had passed, and both pet eggs he'd obtained were male. He decided to break one open for meat, he was hungry anyway. Even though it was just simply roasted, the meat was surprisingly tender and juicy, almost as if it had been dipped in egg wash. Judging by this alone, his little life wasn't so bad. No worries about food or clothing. He could develop slowly without needing to take risks, and any pet beast could be bred to obtain offspring. Thinking of this, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Just then, a rustling sound came from the nearby woods. At first, Zhang Wuliang paid it no mind. After all, there were only trees nearby, and he assumed it was just the wind rustling the leaves. But upon closer listening, the rustling not only persisted but grew steadily closer. Distinctly, he could even make out low growls. The sound wasn't as booming as a tiger's roar, nor as long and drawn out as a wolf's howl. Instead, it resembled a lion's roar, deep, yet carrying a palpable threat. Zhang Wuliang's entire body tensed, every hair on his body standing on end. He realized this was most likely the wild beast he had discovered earlier in the snow. Zhang Wuliang dared not take any chances. He didn't even bother with the tender meat still roasting over the fire. He hurried back inside, shut the door, and peered through the window to observe the situation outside. The factory building was sturdy, so he didn't need to worry about the tender meat still cooking. He was determined to see what exactly was lurking outside. Through the window. Only then did Zhang Wuliang clearly see the form of the wild beast. It resembled a cat somewhat, yet its frame was larger than a dog's. It had thick, stubby limbs, a slender tail, and 2 small ears perched atop its head. Its entire body was covered in thick, snow-white fur, clearly well adapted to the frigid climate of the Icefields. And this guy isn't shy at all. He sauntered over to the fire, bent down, and started gnawing away at the embers. Only then did Zhang Wuliang realize the soft, tender meat he'd been roasting was still in the fire. That damn dog, wait, cat stole my meat. Zhang Wuliang nearly lost his temper, ready to charge out and battle this wild beast for 300 rounds. But anger aside, when he saw the wild beast's razor-sharp steel claws, he backed down. He had no doubt those claws could easily rip open his stomach. Just as Zhang Wuliang stood there, helpless and fuming, watching the creature freeload on his roasted meat, he suddenly received a notification. The Icefield cat consumed your soft and fluffy roast meat. Its affection for you increased by 20. The Icefield cat consumed your prepared soft and fluffy roast meat, increasing its affection for you by plus 20. The Icefield cat ate your tender grilled meat and realized that following you would guarantee meat every meal. It has decided to follow you from now on. Do you accept? Yes, no. Chapter 4, Leading the World in Pet Beast Ownership. Affection increased. Zhang Wuliang's eyes widened in shock. This, it's way too sudden. Of course he agreed. Yes. The moment he pressed agree, Zhang Wuliang still felt uneasy as he opened the door and stepped outside. The ice cat, having finished its roasted meat, was lazily licking its paws by the fire. Hearing the movement, it turned its head and locked eyes with Zhang Wuliang. The next second, the ice cat trotted over to Zhang Wuliang's feet and nuzzled him affectionately with its feline head. Meow. Zhang Wuliang reached out and stroked its head. Honestly, it felt pretty good. Fluffy and silky smooth. And aside from being a bit larger in size, it wasn't much different from a regular pet cat. As he stroked it, the Arctic cat's attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Pet beast, Icefield cat little sister. Name, unnamed. Level, 1. Attributes, ice element common. Abilities, HP, 210, attack, 17, defense, 5, speed, 13. Temperament, irritable. Skill, Claw Frenzy delivers rapid, consecutive strikes with sharp claws, dealing significant damage. Special ability, Treasure Hunt. The Icefield cat can search for treasures near its territory. No need to worry about danger, it will protect itself. Description, a feline companion beast dwelling in frigid lands, boasting thick, dense fur that provides exceptional cold resistance. Capable of swift movement across ice fields, it ranks among the most popular companions in icy regions. Utterly loyal to its master, yet fiercely vengeful, it never forgives those who cross it. Zhang Wuliang felt a pang of envy. This Icefield cat is considered an early-game combat pet. Especially with its special skill for treasure hunting. Those blueprints must have been found this way. But Zhang Wuliang had no need for it to hunt treasures, at least not yet. He still had a soft, fluffy one sitting idle, and conveniently, it was a sister. Zhang Wuliang simply tossed both into the third breeding chamber, waiting to see what new species might emerge. This time, with two different species, the offspring surely couldn't be either a fluffy or a tundra cat. Zhang Wuliang casually gave the Icefield cat a name. Ding! Pet Beast Kitten number 1 shows little interest in the new name. Mood +5, current mood 45. Breeding zone, lamb number 3 and kitten number 1 are breeding. Breeding time remaining, 2 hours. That long? Softy only takes 20 minutes to breed. But Zhang Wuliang speculated that since it took longer, the resulting offspring would surely be even better. Holding on to that hope, Zhang Wuliang headed to harvest the pet eggs from the other 2 breeding rooms. Now that the third breeding chamber was operational, he no longer needed to deliberately preserve Softy. The only Softy he kept was the one that inherited the rare temperament trait, which he was currently using to breed with the Icefield cat. The surplus ones were all decomposed. Another 20 minutes passed. A shared notification appeared before the eyes of everyone worldwide. Breaking news, Zhang Wuliang, a beastmaster from the Icefield sector, has just acquired his 10th pet beast. In the world of pet beasts, possessing more powerful companions ensures greater safety, an area where Zhang Wuliang excels. Unbeknownst to him, wild pets worldwide now hold greater favor toward Zhang Wuliang. The chat channels erupted the moment this news broke. Holy crap, is this guy that good? 10 pets? I still only have 1. Don't even mention me, I only have 1 too. I have no clue how to capture wild pets. How do you even catch these beasts? Any pros out there willing to explain? I heard you feed them? That's what the guide said, but whenever I approach wild pets, they either attack me or run scared. How am I supposed to feed them? Is there some kind of capture bonus in the Icefield region? Like hell. This damn place is freezing cold, and you can't even spot any wild pets. Wanna swap spots? The chat channel was buzzing with noise. At least 95% of players hadn't figured out how to capture pets in less than half a day. So for someone to catch 10 beasts in such a short time felt like an absolute fairy tale to them. Zhang Wuliang paid no mind to the commotion. After the global announcement ended, Zhang Wuliang received a flood of notifications. Ding! Pet Beast Xiaobai is more satisfied with you. Mood +20. Current mood, 110. Ding! Pet Beast Little White is more satisfied with you. Mood +20. Current mood, 110. Ding! Pet Beast Kitten 1 is more satisfied with you. Mood +20. Current mood, 65. Zhang Wuliang was secretly amazed. So this is the reward effect from the world announcement just now? It seemed his future wild pet captures would be much more efficient. After deconstructing the 2 fluffy hatchlings, Zhang Wuliang took the 30 wool he obtained and sought out the trader from earlier. He exchanged it for the rough feed production machine blueprint. After obtaining it, Zhang Wuliang scouted a suitable location within his territory and began constructing the rough feed production machine. Required materials for rough feed production machine: 100 wood, 20 stone. Zhang Wuliang didn't have any wood or stone himself, nor did he currently have the means to gather them. However, he could exchange goods for these materials. 5 pieces of soft meat could be traded for 100 wood or 50 stone. Zhang Wuliang listed 10 pieces of tender meat for trade. The items sold out instantly. It wasn't that the tender meat was in high demand. Rather, many people recognized the supplies as belonging to Zhang Wuliang and rushed over to strike up conversations with him. Bro, how did you manage to capture so many pets? Can you share some tips? Big shot, where exactly are you on the Icefield plate? Can I tag along with you? Zhang Wuliang closed the chat panel. He certainly wouldn't share his secrets with others. And he certainly wouldn't reveal his location. Their questions weren't necessarily born of admiration, many were driven by greed. Zhang Wuliang understood the law of the dark forest. If he learned the locations of others' territories, he wouldn't necessarily show mercy. After trading for supplies, Zhang Wuliang constructed a crude feed production machine within his territory. The machine resembled 2 stone millstones, one large and one small, stacked together. It featured an inlet for materials and an outlet for finished products, with a wooden frame supporting a stone body. Craft 20 course hay. Required materials: any vegetable 5. Craft 20 course meat feed. Required materials: any meat feed 5. Craft 30 course universal feed. Required materials: any vegetable feed 5, any meat feed 5. Since he was going to make it, Zhang Wuliang naturally chose to make the all-purpose feed. He went to the trading post to exchange wool for berries. They were cheap, costing just 1 wool for 10 berries. Zhang Wuliang swung his arm decisively and produced 60 units of rough all-purpose feed, automatically producing 60 course universal feed remaining 20 minutes. Having pets work here can speed up production. Zhang Wuliang then constructed a simple feed bin within his territory. After that, he only needed to place the rough universal feed inside, and the pets would come eat when hungry. Occasionally, wild pets might also come to eat, like the Icefield cat. This would build affinity points, eventually turning them into Zhang Wuliang's own pets, which was his primary goal in all this. Next, he patiently awaited the breeding results of Fluffy and Arctic Cat. Chapter 5: 1 man, 1 cat, and Softy battling wild pets. About 2 hours later. Ding! Breeding between lamb number 3 and kitten number 1 completed. 1 pet beast egg successfully produced. An unusual Icefield egg now sat in the breeding chamber's recess. This egg possessed a truly unique appearance. Its overall color was silvery white, with a thin layer of ice crystals covering the shell surface. It gave the distinct impression that whatever pet beast lay within was no ordinary creature. Zhang Wuliang felt a flicker of anticipation. He promptly placed the unusual Icefield egg into the incubation chamber to hatch. Incubation zone: unusual Icefield egg currently incubating. Estimated time remaining: 4 hours and 50 minutes. Holy crap! Zhang Wuliang was stunned. Hatching time nearly 5 hours? That's way too long. But this should be a good thing. After all, it's possible that the longer the incubation period, the stronger the pet beast becomes. Zhang Wuliang didn't dwell on it. He'd wait it out. After all, he had plenty of time on his hands now that he wasn't worrying about food or clothing. While waiting, Zhang Wuliang busied himself with other breeding chambers, continuing to hatch fluffy sheep to boost his wool and mutton reserves. Along the way, he also wanted to test the Icefield cat's treasure hunting abilities. Zhang Wuliang placed some freshly produced coarse universal feed into a simple feed box. That way, if the Icefield cat got hungry, it would go eat on its own. Once everything was ready, Zhang Wuliang released the Icefield cat near his territory, instructing it to search for treasures. The released ice cat dashed across the snowy terrain as if reveling in its freedom. Having just mated, it seemed in high spirits. Its speed was remarkable as it scoured the snowy terrain, occasionally pawing at the snow to dig deeper. Watching its lively and adorable antics, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but smile. In this vast, desolate landscape, it was a welcome source of amusement. But cute as it was, Zhang Wuliang still hoped the little fellow would bring him something worthwhile. That was the most practical thing. While the ice cat searched near the territory, Zhang Wuliang kept busy tending to matters within it. In his spare moments, he checked the trading market. What he had in abundance now was wool and mutton, more than enough to trade for most supplies. Wood, stone, fiber. Zhang Wuliang acquired a bit of each, stashing them in his backpack. He would need these essentials to construct other domain buildings in the future. Just then, Zhang Wuliang suddenly heard the deep growl of an Icefield cat echoing from outside. This sound was unlike any ordinary one. Having kept cats before, Zhang Wuliang recognized it as the distinctive hiss cats emit only when facing a threat or warning an opponent. His heart tightened, and he hurried outside to investigate. Stepping outside, Zhang Wuliang saw the ice cat now surrounded by 3 wolves. The 3 wolf-like wild beasts bared their sharp fangs, circling the ice cat as they paced back and forth. Their dark green eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for the perfect moment to strike. Occasionally, they would glance at the feed box beside Zhang Wuliang. The frightened ice cat arched its back, its fur standing on end, hissing incessantly. Though hesitant, the three wolf-like wild pets steadily encroached upon the territory. Zhang Wuliang instantly realized it must be the crude universal feed in the box that drew them here. Following the hunting principle that only the weak hunt in packs, these three wolf-like wild pets likely possessed limited individual combat prowess. But the real danger lay in their numbers. They could overwhelm and kill a lone Icefield cat. Just as Zhang Wuliang pondered this, one of the wolf-like wild pets suddenly launched an attack, baring its fangs as its front paws lunged toward the ice cat. The ice cat leapt up, dodging the attack with remarkable agility. Before it could react, another wolf-like beast pounced. Fortunately, the ice cat was agile enough to evade this strike as well. The situation remained dire. The ice cat dodged left and right, but these three wolf-like wild pets were cunning and seemed to coordinate their attacks. They constantly shifted positions, trapping the ice cat tightly in the center, leaving it no chance to catch its breath. Damn it! Bullying me with numbers, picking on my pet beast, huh? Zhang Wuliang was furious. He had no weapon and certainly lacked the strength to take on such wild beasts one-on-one. But in this situation, he couldn't just sit back and wait for death. His mind raced, and Zhang Wuliang came up with a plan. He sprinted to the breeding room and yanked out a fluffy creature. Then, wielding the fluffy creature, he hurled it at one of the wolf-like wild pets. Startled by the sudden dark shadow, the wolf-like creature swiftly dodged backward. Only when it recognized the shadow hurled at it did the wolf-like beast pause in confusion. Wolf-type wild pet beast, woof? Bro, why do you smell better and better? Fluffy, heartbroken.jpg. What do they mean by a lamb falling into the wolf's mouth? But Fluffy wasn't stupid. Its survival instinct kicked in, instantly activating its escape skill, rolling ball. Curling into a round, fluffy ball, it rolled away gurgling. The wolf-type wild pet that had nearly been crushed moments ago wasn't about to let such easy prey slip away. Starving, the wolf-like wild pet creature abandoned the coordinated hunt with the other two, breaking away from the pack to give chase alone. Taking advantage of the moment when the other two wild pets hesitated, unsure whether to pursue as well, the Icefield cat lunged forward in a swift strike, tearing open the throat of one of the wolf-type wild pets with a single claw. The wolf-type beast didn't even have time to let out a cry before collapsing heavily into a pool of blood on the snow. Turning to witness its comrade's brutal death, the last wolf-type beast was overcome with shock and fury. Seizing the moment before the ice cat could defend itself, it bared its fangs and lunged for the ice cat's most vulnerable spot, its belly. "I'll kill you!" Zhang Wuliang roared. He burst out of the breeding chamber again, clutching the half-mated Xiaobai to his chest as he charged forward with a fearless, suicidal momentum. Xiaobai possessed the rare attribute, making it naturally larger in stature. Now serving as Zhang Wuliang's shield, it perfectly covered his entire body. The wolf-type wild beast, seeing Zhang Wuliang charging toward it, could only turn its head to guard against him. It opened its massive jaws and bit down hard on Xiaobai, who was serving as a shield. Xiaobai, bah. Xiaobai, heartbroken beyond words.jpg. Fortunately, its entire body was wrapped in thick wool, so this bite only scraped off a bit of skin. But there was no time for sympathy. Seizing the moment, the Icefield cat pounced, its claws tearing open the wolf-type wild beast's belly. It thrashed a few times in a pool of blood before finally drawing its last breath, its body emitting a gradually fading warmth. Of the three wolf-type wild pets, one had fled, and two lay dead. Well done, Kitten 1. Zhang Wuliang cradled the Icefield cat in his arms, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He hadn't doubted the ice cat's combat ability earlier, he'd simply been uneasy. If anything happened to the Icefield cat, he would lose a potential breeding partner. There was no room for error, which was why Zhang Wuliang had intervened personally. Zhang Wuliang glanced at the two dead wild pets lying on the ground. This incident had taught him a lesson. In this world, one truly couldn't afford to be careless. Though the surroundings seemed devoid of danger, with wild pets being a rare sight, one could never predict when a single beast or even multiple threats might suddenly appear. Lowering his guard would cost him and every beast in his domain their lives. Moreover, possessing just one Icefield cat was insufficient. He needed more combat pets. Pushing aside his thoughts, Zhang Wuliang began clearing the corpses from the ground. Acquired 4 snow wolf fangs. Obtained 10 snow wolf meat. Zhang Wuliang recalled the information he'd obtained earlier from the trading market. The fangs of these wild pets could be used to craft simple spears, certain clothing items, and other equipment. Ground into powder, they also served as building materials for many territory structures. Of course, blueprints were still required. After all that fuss, Zhang Wuliang was hungry, and so was the Icefield cat. He took out the snow wolf meat and roasted it over the fire. He'd grown a bit tired of mutton, so this was a welcome change of pace. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Before long, the fragrant wolf meat was ready. While Zhang Wuliang devoured the meat in big bites, the ice cat had already been gobbling down the coarse all-purpose feed from the feed bin. Though this feed was the lowest grade, it was filling. Xiaobai, who had sustained minor injuries from Zhang Wuliang's shield during the battle, crawled around on the ground for quite some time at first. Zhang Wuliang checked its pet beast info and saw it was recovering nothing serious, so he left it be. Now it too scrambled to its feet and began devouring feed in large mouthfuls. Zhang Wuliang walked over with the meat skewer and examined its wounds closely. To his surprise, the wounds had completely healed. As long as a pet beast wasn't dead, it could gradually recover its injuries within the territory. This put Zhang Wuliang's mind at ease. He just wondered how that limp creature, chased far away, was faring now. Hope it's okay, heavens above. At that moment. Ding! An unusual Icefield egg has hatched. Chapter 6, Elite Pet Beast named Stone lively, hungry, and can mine. The ice egg's shell began to crack open bit by bit. As the shell fully split open, a creature that looked like a cat but wasn't quite one with pointed ears, a fierce yet sly expression bounced out of the shell. It bore a resemblance to a fennec fox, yet was considerably larger, with a tail bristling with backward-facing spines. From the moment it was born, it radiated a fierce aura. Pet Beast, Ice Hunter Beast younger brother. Name, unnamed. Level, 1. Attributes, Elite Ice type. Abilities, HP, 350, Attack, 29, Defense, 10, Speed, 19. Personality, affectionate, optimistic, poison resistance. Skills, Ice Spike condenses surrounding frigid energy to thrust at the target. Frozen Wastes creates an icy domain around itself, dealing damage while slowing enemies. Special abilities, basic construction within territory. Ice hunters autonomously seek and participate in building projects. Intermediate mining ice hunters can excavate beneath the surface to locate and harvest mineral deposits. Description, born in the frigid glacial lands, ice hunters instinctively construct relatively warm ice caves for shelter. Their keen sense of smell allows them to detect prey within 500 meters, though they are often deceived by camouflaged wild pets, resulting in fruitless pursuits. After reviewing the stats panel, Zhang Wuliang couldn't hide the delight on his face. An elite tier pet beast. Its overall stats significantly surpass those of the Icefield cat, and its skills appear formidable. Moreover, beyond combat skills, it possesses construction and mining abilities. He was in desperate need of minerals right now. Copper or iron, or he was short on everything. Well, I'll call you Stone. Zhang Wuliang really wasn't good at naming things. A name just needs to be easy to remember. Ding! Petstone dislikes its name, mood value 10, current mood value 40. Stone's entire face, which resembled a meerkat's, was etched with utter disdain. You little brat. Now you're getting picky? Zhang Wuliang rolled his eyes in response. Originally, Zhang Wuliang had planned to send Stone off for breeding again. But he glanced at the breeding schedule. Breeding zone, kitten number 1 and Ice Hunter are currently breeding. Breeding will resume at 18 hours. It actually takes that long. And based on his experience, the incubation period after breeding would be even longer. Zhang Wuliang decided to forcibly separate Stone, who had just bonded with kitten number 1, and instead let kitten number 1 and Little White continue breeding. He'd think about breeding a new pet beast after the second Ice Hunter was born. The Stone, puffed up with indignation, ran around the territory wildly with its arms raised. Finally, it stumbled to the feed bin and, like a starving ghost reincarnated, buried its entire head in the bin, chugging down dry food with a loud slurping sound. As it devoured voraciously, its body visibly swelled. Simultaneously, its stats panel changed. Pet Beast, Ice Hunter younger brother. Name, Stone. Level, 3. Attributes, Elite Ice type. Abilities, HP, 390, Attack, 34, Defense, 15, Speed, 23. This didn't surprise Zhang Wuliang in the least. Whether it's eating, working, or battling, all activities can increase a pet beast's experience. The Ice Plains cat was already at level 7. It just didn't show growth as dramatically as the Ice Hunter beast. Once Stone had eaten its fill, Zhang Wuliang instructed it to gather or near the territory. He was eager to see just how capable Stone was at mining. After arranging for the pets, night had fallen. Zhang Wuliang returned to the wooden hut to rest. Outside, the pets worked diligently, each assigned a specific task. Should any wild pets invade, they would proactively launch an attack. With Stone and Kitten 1's abilities, even if 3 wild pets attacked, there wouldn't be any problems. Zhang Wuliang had no intention of working through the night. Getting proper rest was far more important. Falling ill or catching a cold here would be a major problem. Zhang Wuliang lay down on the soft bed made of wool and soon drifted off to sleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Zhang Wuliang awoke in the warm wooden hut. What a comfortable sleep. The cabin's temperature was significantly higher than outside. Even when it was below freezing outside, the cabin could maintain a temperature of over 10 degrees Celsius, comparable to an air-conditioned room. No worries about food or clothing, nor fear of ambushes from the beasts outside. This life is so much better than that of most beast tamers. Zhang Wuliang yawned, lingered in bed a while longer, then finally got up with a slow, deliberate pace. It was time to check the work his pets had done overnight. He pulled on his cotton-padded jacket and pushed open the wooden cabin door. The morning air carried a bone-chilling cold. But Zhang Wuliang didn't feel particularly cold. Stepping outside, he made a circuit around his territory. Immediately, Zhang Wuliang noticed something, narrowing his eyes slightly. Most of the buildings within the territory bore signs of attack. Several distinct claw marks gouged into the walls of the wooden huts. The feed boxes were empty. The uncivilized wild beasts had even gnawed a large hole in the feeding trough of the feed box. Fortunately, the structures weren't destroyed, and repairs would be simple, just replenish the wood. He had plenty of wood. Looks like I can't let my guard down even when sleeping at night. Wild pets will still attack. Zhang Wuliang muttered under his breath before heading to the pet beast factory. The breeding room was already packed with 30 pet beast eggs. One was an unusual Icefield egg, while the rest were plain pet beast eggs. 30 pet beast egg slots represented the breeding room's maximum capacity. Zhang Wuliang placed the iceplane egg into incubation first, lining up the others in queue. After all, the outcome would undoubtedly be nothing but fluffy creatures. Only then did Zhang Wuliang suddenly realize where the hell was that rock-headed guy? Could he have stormed off in a huff because he wasn't called for breeding? He recalled giving it a name it disliked. That might actually be the case. Zhang Wuliang hurriedly began searching his territory. Soon, not far outside his territory, he spotted a burrow. The hole was piled high with ore. Beside it lay a tiny creature, exhausted and sprawled on its back. It was OU. Good heavens. This little guy had been gone for just one night, yet he'd managed to dig an entire burrow. The ore he'd dug up from underground was piled nearly as high as a small hill. Obtained 97 stone. Obtained 18 copper ore. Obtained 4 iron ore. Zhang Wuliang stowed everything into his backpack, instantly breaking into a wide grin. Copper and iron ores are both relatively hard to come by resources in the early stages. Even yesterday, no one was selling these ores on the trading market. Unexpectedly, the stone had yielded quite a haul overnight. Zhang Wuliang reached out to pat the exhausted stone, who had collapsed on the ground. Well done, well done. You've worked hard, little guy. Your master must treat you to a feast of grilled meat to reward you properly. At these words, Stone perked up instantly. His raised hands clenched into fists as he let out excited howls. Seems he's quite the foodie after all. Zhang Wuliang returned to his territory, built a fire, and set up an impromptu outdoor barbecue. The lamb skewers sizzled and crackled as they grilled, their aroma filling the air. Too bad there were no seasonings, but he couldn't be too picky now. Despite his small stature, Stone had a surprisingly huge appetite. He polished off 3 tender pieces of meat all by himself. After eating his fill, Stone's body had grown another size. He patted his round belly, took a short break, then scampered off to mine again. Zhang Wuliang, meanwhile, tidied up last night's eggs. He decomposed all the excess fluffy meat that had just hatched. This yielded an additional 146 pieces of soft meat and 348 pieces of wool. At this moment, Zhang Wuliang felt he must be the richest person around. His main task for the day was to reorganize his territory. See if there were any new structures he could build. Bringing some fresh ideas to the table. Chapter 7, Territory reaches level 2, unlocking a massive array of new buildings. Zhang Wuliang first opened the market. The market was bustling with vendors as usual today. Bulk buying wood and stone. Best prices guaranteed. Pet Beast Ranch blueprints for sale, only 400 wood. Selling iron ore with tears in my eyes, it's a scarce resource now. Interested parties, hurry and make an offer. After a day of acclamation, many had grasped the survival rules of this world and recognized the importance of territories. The most critical shortage in the early stages remains basic materials. After all, wood and stone are essential for most structures. These two materials were today's hard currency. Beyond these two essentials, iron ore is also crucial. Upgrading the initial territory to level 2 requires not only wood and stone, but also 10 iron ore. Zhang Wuliang had come to collect iron ore at this very moment. However, he was also quite interested in that Pet Beast Ranch the man had just shouted about. At 400 wood, it wasn't expensive, so he bought it outright. Then he approached the iron ore seller. "What's the price for iron ore?" Before long, the seller replied. "Boss. It's you." The seller recognized Zhang Wuliang and sent a string of exclamation marks. Zhang Wuliang had gained some fame by now. After all, he was the only one to receive the global reward yesterday and had the most tamed beasts. Many were green with envy. Zhang Wuliang didn't deny it. "It's me. So, what's the deal? Any discounts?" The other party chuckled. "Big shot, you need iron ore? Just tell me the secret to capturing pet beasts, and I'll give it to you for free." Zhang Wuliang frowned. He wasn't short on iron ore. But iron ore was crucial in the early stages, so naturally, the more he had, the better. After all, he had plenty of resources to spare. "Let's just talk price. I'm not short on supplies." Zhang Wuliang had spoken without much thought. But the moment the other party heard it, displeasure flashed across their face. "Oomph, you're quite the big shot, aren't you? Not short on supplies? If you're so arrogant, why bother collecting iron ore at all? I don't have to sell to you." "Ha?" Zhang Wuliang was utterly baffled. Wait, what was wrong with what he said? How did that provoke this guy? Zhang Wuliang was about to calmly explain, after all, smooth sailing in business is key to cultivating long-term clients. But the other party immediately blocked him. Fine. If he wouldn't sell, someone else surely would. Zhang Wuliang went around asking others. Before long, he saw that same person spreading rumors in the chat channel. Everyone, don't trade with that kid Zhang Wuliang. He's a total jerk. Iron ore is so expensive right now, yet he's taking advantage of his power to demand 50 wood for a single iron ore block. Why don't you just ask for the moon? His outburst instantly sparked public outrage. Many who were already seething took to the channel to curse Zhang Wuliang. Damn it, 50 pieces of wood for one iron ore? That's robbery. Greedy merchant, get out of the trading market. Exactly. This guy's just taking advantage of the situation. What's so great about you? Don't let me catch you, or I'll tear your whole house down. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but laugh at these people. People actually believe such ridiculous claims? Spreading rumors really costs nothing. Earlier, Zhang Wuliang had figured out the market rate. One piece of iron ore could fetch 100 pieces of wood today, though some were bidding as high as 120 or 130. The high price was due to the scarcity of iron ore. Those who possessed iron ore naturally sought to trade for more resources. Without further ado, Zhang Wuliang posted in the channel. High price for iron ore. 150 wood for one iron ore. The moment Zhang Wuliang made this announcement, the channel fell noticeably quieter. 150 wood? Are you kidding me? That generous? Could this be fake? Some were skeptical, but others approached Zhang Wuliang directly. Zhang Wuliang didn't beat around the bush. He stuck to his word, 150 wood for 5 iron ore. After all, he had plenty of wood. 5 pieces of soft meat or 15 pieces of wool could get you 100 wood. While others might spend half a day gathering 100 wood, for Zhang Wuliang it was just a matter of breaking down one fluffy meat. Holy crap, the big shot really wasn't lying. 150 wood for one iron ore. The seller who'd just traded with Zhang Wuliang stepped forward to clear things up. The person who spread rumors about Zhang Wuliang turned green with envy upon seeing this. He really is giving 150 wood? He'd just been spreading lies about Zhang Wuliang trading 50 wood for one iron ore, and now the guy was offering 150 straight up. This totally slapped him in the face. Many in the chat channel realized what was happening too. Holy crap, so someone was spreading lies? 150 wood for iron ore? That's some serious business, boss. Oomph, that rumor monger is shameless. I'll remember you daring to slander even the big shots. That person vanished immediately. This minor incident didn't affect Zhang Wuliang's iron ore collection in the slightest. It only made everyone realize even more clearly that Zhang Wuliang was a true big shot. Everyone holding iron ore came to sell it to Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang bought 43 pieces in one go. By this point, his pockets were feeling a bit light, so he decided to call it a day for now. Closing the trade panel, Zhang Wuliang switched to the territory panel. Upgrading his territory to level 2 required 1,000 wood, 300 stone, and 20 iron ore. Zhang Wuliang had all these resources, even possessing 47 pieces of the scarce iron ore. Zhang Wuliang clicked Upgrade. Ding! Your territory is upgrading. Upgrade duration 5 minutes. 5 minutes neither long nor short. Zhang Wuliang kept busy, continuing to break down the newly hatched, soft and fluffy creatures. Time passed quickly. Ding! Your territory has been upgraded to level 2. Breaking news, Beastmaster Zhang Wuliang of the Icefield sector has just upgraded his territory to level 2. A territory is the foundation for all Beastmasters. Those who lose theirs cannot survive long in the pet beast world. Higher level territories grant additional abilities. Follow Zhang Wuliang's example and upgrade yours. With this upgrade, Zhang Wuliang will unlock additional unique structures, unclaimed divine statues. The chat channel exploded instantly. No way, he hit level 2 already? I'm still gathering materials. How did he get all that iron ore? It's selling for a fortune on the market. The big shot just bought a ton of iron ore. I was wondering where he got all those resources. Man, that's so unfair, I'm green with envy. The territory panel has been updated. Details can be viewed on the panel. Zhang Wuliang's territory. Territory level 2. Territory size 300 by 300 meters. Pet capacity 020. Territory structures: basic campfire, basic feed bin, cozy log cabin, low-level labor mine, low-level labor lumberyard, pet beast resting hut, ownerless idle. Upgrade requirements: 8,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 500 bricks, 20 steel. System alert: no sooner had it ended than Zhang Wuliang sensed a tremor within his territory, like an earthquake. With a thunderous roar, the domain underwent earth-shattering changes. The original 200 by 200 territory area expanded wildly in all directions, growing by a full circle in the blink of an eye. The humble wooden hut also underwent a transformation. From a basic cabin to a cozy cabin. Its floor space more than doubled, and its exterior grew more picturesque, resembling a wilderness cottage from foreign videos. A small courtyard now graced the entrance, enclosed by a fence and adorned with flowers and plants. Beside the main cabin stood a small annex with a wooden sign bearing the inscription, Pet Beast Resting Hut. Beside the Pet Beast Resting Hut stood a stone statue. This might be the newly added structure, the ownerless god statue. Additionally, 2 new structures appeared in the territory, a low-level labor mine and a low-level labor lumber yard. Henceforth, pets could work and gather resources here, avoiding dangers in the wild. Unfortunately, only stone and wood could be gathered here. Still, Zhang Wulian was quite satisfied. His territory was only level 2, yet it already possessed so many structures. He wondered what structures would unlock at level 3, level 4, or even higher tiers. Would a forge become available then? If he could forge his own weapons and armor, he could finally arm himself and gain some combat strength. Lost in these future dreams, Zhang Wulian suddenly remembered something and hurriedly opened his backpack. He had just acquired a ranch blueprint. His territory had just been expanded, providing ample space. Blueprints made construction much easier. Before long, the ranch took shape within his domain. The pasture wasn't overly large, divided into 4 separate small pens. Each enclosure contained an automatic water trough and a feeding trough. A wooden fence encircled the pasture, with an elegant wooden gate at the entrance. The overall appearance was quite pleasing. The primary function of this pasture was to accelerate wool production. Zhang Wulian placed 4 fluffy sheep in the pasture, yielding 50 wool every 4 hours. That's 300 wool per day. Zhang Wulian decided to build another pasture to double the output. He anticipated that wool would likely become increasingly worthless in the future. Therefore, he planned to exchange as many resources as possible for wool during the early stages to accelerate his development. After completing these preparations, Zhang Wulian turned his attention to fortifying himself and his territory. His territory was frequently harassed by wild beasts. He needed defensive structures or traps. And then there was that system reward, the ownerless divine statue. Chapter 8, Discovering the Underground Secret Realm Entrance. The treasure chest is within reach. Zhang Wulian went to investigate what purpose the ownerless statue served. He approached the unclaimed statue and examined the stone sculpture closely. The ownerless statue resembled a small figure clad in a long robe, its face devoid of features. Engraved upon its chest was a line of small characters, "The great ownerless god grants you the power to transform your beast companion." Zhang Wulian frowned, unable to decipher the meaning of the inscription. He tentatively touched the statue with his hand, and instantly, a panel popped up in his mind. Do you wish to sacrifice your pet beast to the ownerless god? Sacrifice is irreversible. Your pet beast will be erased from existence. Proceed with caution. A portion of the sacrificed pet's attributes will be transferred to another of your pets. Zhang Wulian suddenly understood. So the purpose of the godless statue was to sacrifice a pet beast and enhance another pet beast's combat power. For him, this was incredibly useful. Others might hesitate. Capturing pets wasn't easy, and most currently only had 1 or 2. But Zhang Wulian alone had already disassembled 30 or 40 softies just that day. Without hesitation, Zhang Wulian activated the ownerless divine statue and sacrificed one of his softies as a trial. The beneficiary was stone. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ownerless divine statue, swallowing the softie whole. The sacrificed softy's form was sucked into the statue's interior through the crack. Immediately after, green patterns suddenly illuminated the stone walls within the statue. These patterns emitted a faint, eerie glow, resembling veins. These green patterns spread toward the stone, eventually merging into its body through the ground beneath its feet. The stone seemed utterly content, its eyes closed, even emitting soft snores. Before long, the patterns vanished, and Zhang Wulian received a notification. All attributes of your pet beast stone have received a slight increase. Pet beast, Ice Hunter Beast Little Brother. Name, Stone. Level, 5. Talent, Elite Ice Attribute. Abilities, HP, 500, Attack, 40, Defense, 21, Speed, 27. The Ice Hunter Beast, which was only level 4 moments ago, gained a small amount of experience and leveled up to level 5. Its attributes have also shown solid growth. It seems this ownerless statue truly is a valuable item. Fortunately, there are no other beast masters within a mile or 2. Otherwise, if anyone else discovered Zhang Wulian possessed such a valuable item, they'd likely fight tooth and nail to claim it. Zhang Wulian didn't continue leveling up. Instead, he sent his pets back to work to maximize efficiency. He had much more to attend to. Before long, the stone beast that had just gone mining suddenly returned. It approached Zhang Wulian urgently, pawing at him repeatedly with its front legs, gesturing for him to follow. What's wrong, Stone? Zhang Wulian could sense Stone's urgency, but he couldn't fathom what it wanted. Stone couldn't speak either. Ding! Your pet beast Stone has discovered the entrance to a hidden underground secret realm. Zhang Wulian's eyes narrowed. An underground secret realm entrance? If he remembered correctly, the announcement he received upon first entering this world mentioned secret realms. Certain realms harbor powerful divine beasts. At this thought, Zhang Wulian's heart began to pound wildly. What if, just what if? His luck was truly off the charts, allowing him to capture a divine beast right at the start. Wouldn't he be able to walk all over this world then? Stone was still tugging anxiously at Zhang Wuliang's pant leg. Zhang Wuliang couldn't wait any longer either. He immediately brought along the breeding Icefield cat and OU to the entrance of the secret realm. The entrance to the subterranean secret realm lay just outside the territory. Zhang Wuliang followed Stone to the freshly dug hole. The opening wasn't large, but it was more than spacious enough for a person to enter. Sharp claw marks from Stone's digging still lined the edges. Zhang Wuliang crouched down and felt his way cautiously inside. After 20 or 30 meters, the darkness suddenly gave way to light, revealing the outline of an underground chamber. The space was roughly oval-shaped, with fluorescent ore embedded in the surrounding stone walls, emitting a faint glow. Looking up, the dome ceiling soared 7 or 8 meters high. The entrance to the secret realm was elliptical in shape. Crafted from bronze, it bore the engraved image of a ferocious beast. The creature's 3 eyes seemed to stare intently at every soul entering the secret realm. At that moment, the gate stood half open, not fully sealed. As Zhang Wuliang approached, the bronze doors suddenly emitted a deep rumbling sound, as if some ancient warning mechanism had been triggered. This instantly put him on high alert. Beside him, Kitten 1 and Stone seemed to sense a hint of danger as well, both going on high alert. Kitty 1 patted lightly on all fours, its pupils fixed intently ahead as it emitted a low growl. Stone, however, displayed the fearless boldness of a newborn calf, its tiny eyes wide and round as it strode toward the bronze gate on its stubby legs. Just as the little donkey was about to charge in, Zhang Wuliang quickly grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and yanked it back. Let's check what's inside from outside first. Zhang Wuliang cautiously peered through the open doorway. Inside lay a deep, cavernous chamber. The cave was silent, deathly still, not a sound to be heard. Even at the farthest point of his vision, he saw no sign of living creatures. Just as Zhang Wuliang concluded this must be an abandoned secret realm, a bitterly cold wind suddenly swept out from within the secret realm. The chill felt like a bone-piercing cold wind, mingled with a heavy, pungent scent of blood. This environment reminded Zhang Wuliang of some horror games he had played. The feeling of immense danger lurking within the silence was uncannily similar. Looks like there might be wild beasts in there. Just wonder how strong they are. Zhang Wuliang didn't rush in to meet his doom. Instead, he stayed crouched at the entrance, peering inside. After a long while, he finally made a new discovery. In the corner behind the main door, he spotted several closed treasure chests. These chests weren't particularly large, standing about half a meter tall. Their surfaces were covered in intricate bronze cast patterns, clearly indicating they were no ordinary items. Most crucially, the chests were unlocked. Seeing they were unlocked, Zhang Wuliang's heart immediately stirred. Who knows what treasures might be hidden inside? For the sake of treasure, taking a little risk was worth it. Kitty 1, go check inside. Kitty 1 possessed the highest agility among all the pets, ensuring it could escape danger first. Stone stayed behind to provide cover. Though lower in level, Stone's overall stats surpassed Kitten 1's. He assigned Stone to bring up the rear, capable of holding off fierce wild pets for a while. He himself stood cautiously by the door, waiting for news. He wouldn't attempt to force his way through the gate. He possessed little combat capability himself. After receiving Zhang Wuliang's orders, Kitten 1 crept closer to the treasure chest, moving with extreme caution. As it neared touching the treasure chest, Zhang Wuliang's heart leapt into his throat. Only when Kitten 1 touched the treasure chest and nothing unexpected happened did Zhang Wuliang breathe a sigh of relief. Quick, quick! Open it and see what's inside. A smile spread across Zhang Wuliang's lips. Kitty 1 obediently nudged the treasure chest lid open with its head. Creak, creak. The heavy lid slowly gave way under Kitten 1's persistent nudging. Zhang Wuliang could see from a distance that the chest contained no gold, silver, or jewels. Instead, it contained what appeared to be a stack of blueprints and some materials he couldn't immediately identify. One thing was certain, these materials definitely weren't currently producible within the domain. Perfect. Zhang Wuliang was about to step into the secret realm in excitement. But at that very moment, a sudden change occurred. A vast expanse of dark crimson patterns suddenly surged forth from the cave walls. These patterns spread rapidly, bathing the entire cavern in an eerie, blood-red hue. Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Zhang Wuliang hurriedly backed away, but just as he was about to call back Kitten 1, the crimson patterns suddenly burst open. Out emerged one after another of massive, ferocious-looking wild pet beasts. These wild beasts resembled lizards, their skin crimson as blood, covered in dense, dark red scales. Their mouths were filled with sharp fangs, dripping with dark red mucus. Their fierce, emerald-green eyes fixed intently on Kitten 1. They emitted low, guttural growls as their limbs scurried swiftly across the ground. As Kitten 1 was about to be surrounded, Zhang Wuliang shouted urgently. Come back! At the command, Kitten 1 jolted awake and bolted toward the cave entrance. Fortunately, Kitten 1 was fast enough. Like a bolt of lightning, it darted through the cave, narrowly evading the encircling pack. Though ferocious, the wild beasts couldn't match Kitten 1's speed. Only when Kitten 1 returned to Zhang Wuliang's side did he finally relax. However, the wild beasts did not relent. They blocked the bronze gate, emitting low, guttural growls, yet dared not cross the threshold. Zhang Wuliang furrowed his brow. Could these wild pets not leave the secret realm? Chapter 9, Culinary Temptation. Fire Lizard. Treasure chest reward for early development. Following behind Kitten 1, Stone stared at the ferocious wild pets across the way without a trace of fear. He even growled back at them through the gate, adopting a "my dad's Zhang Wuliang try touching me" attitude. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He patted Oyu's little head, signaling him to tone it down. Only then did Stone grudgingly shut up. Seeing the stone pet dare to provoke them, the wild beasts grew even more frenzied, violently ramming the bronze gate. Zhang Wuliang wasn't intimidated by their fury. Instead, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. The treasure chest was right before his eyes. But it was guarded by a pack of wild pets, making it impossible to reach. The frustration was unbearable. Moreover, this secret realm was dark and narrow, and the wild pets were numerous. Sending Kitten 1 and Stone in to take the risk was hardly worth it. If they were lost inside, the cost would far outweigh the benefit. So what method could he use to get his hands on the treasure chest's contents? Zhang Wuliang stroked his chin in thought. Suddenly, Zhang Wuliang noticed something peculiar. Though the wild beasts were massive in size, each one was emaciated, barely more than skin and bones. They appeared ravenously hungry, their eerie green eyes fixed on the stone outside, drool dripping from their mouths. A light bulb went off in Zhang Wuliang's mind. Perhaps he could try luring them with food? With that thought, he pulled several pieces of soft, tender meat from his backpack and tossed them inside. He had plenty of meat to spare, so why not give it a shot? The moment he tossed the tender meat into the secret realm, the once ferocious wild beasts reacted like starving wolves spotting prey, their eyes instantly turning blood red. They lunged toward the spot where the meat landed, beginning a frenzied scramble to tear and devour it. The cave soon echoed with the hair-raising sounds of their feeding frenzy. In their fight for food, the wild beasts even began tearing at each other. The cave echoed with their snarling roars, the scene brutally savage and bloody. Yet despite this, not a single beast dared cross the threshold of the bronze gate. Seeing this, a faint smile curved the corners of Zhang Wuliang's mouth. This is promising. Zhang Wuliang once again directed Kitten 1 to sneak inside. But the moment Kitten 1 entered, the wild pets all lifted their heads, fixing their gaze intently on Kitten 1 before instantly becoming frenzied once more. Seeing their target shift back to Kitten 1, Zhang Wuliang dared not take any risks and immediately called Kitten 1 back. He was about to sigh, thinking this trip had yielded nothing. But just as the wild pets turned back to eating the meat, Zhang Wuliang received a special notification. Ding! The fire iguana, which already held a favorable impression of you, has eaten your soft, tender meat. Its mood value plus 10, current mood value 90. Ding! The fire iguana, which already had a favorable impression of you, gained plus 10 mood points after eating your tender meat. Current mood, 90. It can actually increase mood points? Zhang Wuliang froze for a moment. After a day of getting acquainted, he had come to understand that mood points were similar to affection points. Once a certain mood value was reached, wild pets would be successfully captured by Zhang Wuliang, just like the Icefield cat before. What surprised him most was that the wild pets in this secret realm seemed to have a favorable impression of him from the start. It must be due to the earlier world reward, causing all wild pets across the world to gain favor toward him. That this bonus would prove useful now was beyond Zhang Wuliang's expectations. If these wild pets' mood values had reached 90, did that mean feeding them a bit more meat would allow him to capture them directly? Both shocked and delighted, Zhang Wuliang pulled another pile of tender meat from his backpack and tossed it in. Ding! After eating your tender meat, the fire iguana's mood value increased by plus 10. Current mood value, 80. Ding! After eating your tender meat, the fire iguana's mood plus 10. Current mood 70. Zhang Wuliang did a quick calculation. Each fire iguana required at least 15 pieces of mutton to reach a mood level of 50. There were 7 fire iguanas in total here, meaning 105 pieces of mutton would be required. That meant dissecting 21 fluffy creatures. Not difficult. Zhang Wuliang instantly felt his fighting spirit surge. Since the secret realm wasn't going anywhere, he decided to return to his territory first and continue dissecting the fluffy creatures that had hatched. He'd return once he'd gathered enough lamb meat. Zhang Wuliang strode back to his domain with purpose, heading straight for the pet beast factory. His appearance made the fluffy creatures inside break out in a cold sweat. Fluffy, bah. Dude, seriously? You call that polite? Distorted voice. Not long after deconstructing enough meat, Zhang Wuliang returned. With Zhang Wuliang's constant feeding, the fire lizard's eyes grew noticeably clearer. Finally. The fire lizard has eaten so much meat from you and finds you agreeable to be around. It has decided to follow you from now on. Do you accept? One after another, several fire iguanas extended invitations to Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang didn't hesitate, he accepted them all. Pet beast, fire iguana little brother. Name, unnamed. Level, 9. Attributes, fire elemental expert. Abilities: HP 672, Attack 31, Defense 18, Speed 18. Personality: irritable, gluttonous. Skill: Magma Blast spews massive amounts of magma from its mouth. The magma does not affect the fire lizard. Special ability: Basic Mining Fire Lizard can locate and collect mineral deposits on the surface. Description: Fire lizards inhabit volcanic magma regions year-round. Though notoriously directionally challenged, they often wander off course. Yet with scarce food in magma zones, venturing out for sustenance is their only option. Fire lizards are fairly decent pets, comparable to ice cats in tier. However, their special mining ability overlaps with the ice hunter beast, and they fall short in terms of work efficiency. For now, let's bring all these fire iguanas back into the territory. At this moment, Zhang Wuliang's primary concern was the treasure chest within the secret realm. Having subdued all dangerous wild pets within the secret realm, Zhang Wuliang ensured its complete safety. After a brief survey of the secret realm, Zhang Wuliang confirmed everything once more before striding confidently through the entrance. Arriving before the treasure chest, Zhang Wuliang opened it. Obtained 1x low-grade Luban mechanical trap blueprint spike trap. Obtained 5 iron ingots. Obtained 20 bricks. Obtained 10 tomato seeds. Zhang Wuliang happily picked up the rewards scattered on the ground. When his eyes fell upon the blueprint, a smile spread across his face without a trace of concealment. He had seen countless trap blueprints in the trading market before, but none of them felt particularly impressive. He suspected they'd be destroyed instantly by those ferocious wild beasts. This Luban mechanical trap, though low tier, felt formidable just from the name alone. The other items were all useful too. Currently, Zhang Wuliang lacked the ability to craft iron ingots and bricks, so this was like getting a head start. Iron ingots can be used to craft weapons, equipment, and even structures. As for bricks, their most crucial use is in constructing furnaces. Ding! Just as Zhang Wuliang was feeling pleased, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Your territory has been detected by a pack of highly aggressive wild pets. They are expected to arrive in 2 hours. Ensure your territory can withstand their fierce assault. Failure will result in the loss of everything. Chapter 10, Wild Pet Beast Horde approaches. Walls and traps stand ready. The moment this global alert concluded, the chat channel erupted. Are you seriously kidding me? I've only been in this world for a day and a half, and now I have to fend off a wild pet beast horde? If you want us dead, just kill us already. Damn it all to hell. The channel was filled with resentment. Since arriving in this world, only 30-odd hours had passed. Many were still struggling to survive. But this sudden surge of beasts left no time for anyone to catch their breath. True to some people's temperaments, they immediately unleashed a torrent of curses over the mic. Zhang Wuliang packed up his things and headed back. This world was inherently cruel, embodying the phrase survival of the fittest to the fullest. Time was already running short. Wasting it on complaining and blaming fate was nothing short of courting death. Zhang Wuliang surmised that the threat level of this first wave of wild beasts wouldn't be too high. It would merely weed out those unable to adapt to this environment. As long as he prepared thoroughly, he was confident he could handle it with ease. The territory had now taken shape, no longer appearing as barren as it had at the beginning. The pet beast factory and the ranch were both bustling with activity. After returning this time, Zhang Wuliang took all the lamb meat and wool he had to the trading market and exchanged them for wood and stone. He planned to use these resources to first enclose the territory with a perimeter wall, then set up several additional traps. Low-tier Luban trap design blueprint spike trap. Description: a more sophisticated mechanical trap. Spikes are installed on the ground or walls. When stepped on by a person or animal, the spikes rapidly pierce the soul or body, inflicting severe injury. Can be installed on the ground, outside wooden doors, or stone gates. Crafting each trap required not only the necessary wood and stone but also iron ore. Fortunately, the demand is low, only 3 pieces are needed. Zhang Wuliang could craft 9 trap mechanisms. Of course, he didn't make that many. Instead, he first erected a wooden fence around the perimeter of his territory. This fence wasn't tall, about a head shorter than a person, but it still offered some resistance against impact. He then positioned the traps at the weakest point of the wall, the entrance. He placed 5 traps there. This allowed him to focus his defenses at the main entrance, conserving materials where possible. Building the walls and traps demanded considerable time, and this was where his Ice Hunter Beast stone proved useful once more. The stone possessed rudimentary construction abilities. Noticing Zhang Wuliang busy with the setup and construction, the little creature sensibly came over to help. It produced a small hammer from who knows where and began hammering away at the areas marked by blueprints. Before long, a perimeter wall and 5 trap mechanisms were fully deployed. Zhang Wuliang wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood outside his territory, surveying the transformed landscape. A wooden fence now encircled the perimeter. Though the timber didn't look particularly sturdy, the addition of the trap mechanisms significantly boosted its perceived security. Especially the 5 concealed traps, which surrounded the gate like a tight-knit net. Defensively, it was now absolutely impenetrable. Beyond that, Zhang Wuliang's combat strength included stone and kitten 1, plus the 7 newly tamed fire iguanas. These 7 fire iguanas possessed inherent level advantages and their combat strength rivaled that of Icefield cats. With all these preparations combined, fending off this wild beast horde attack, no problem at all. The time remaining until the wild pet beast pack launches its attack is 8 minutes and 28 seconds. Zhang Wuliang had originally intended to construct the furnace as well. He already possessed all the materials required for its construction. But it seemed there wasn't enough time. He'd deal with it after fending off the attack. After arranging all matters within his territory, Zhang Wuliang felt more confident as he watched the countdown. Just then, a flock of birds took flight from the distant woods. The birds scattered in all directions, as if something was charging toward them at full speed. It's coming! Zhang Wuliang immediately entered combat readiness. He positioned several fire iguanas within his line of sight. Then, wielding a newly crafted spear, he stood inside the territory's gate alongside Kitten 1 in stone. Through the gaps in the wooden fence, a dense mass of dark shapes could be faintly seen surging from the distant jungle. Zhang Wuliang gripped his spear tightly, carefully observing the commotion outside. As the pet beast herd drew nearer, he could now see them clearly. The wild pet beast pack wasn't exceptionally large, numbering about 10. But they excelled in diversity. Some bore sharp fangs, others possessed powerful limbs and savage musculature, while others were agile and appeared exceptionally swift. They all shared one common trait: ferocious appearances. Wildness gleamed in their eyes as they charged toward the territory, gaping maws wide open. Zhang Wuliang watched the scene outside and couldn't help but swallow hard. Had he not known beforehand that wild beasts would attack the territory, who wouldn't be confused by this spectacle? Dust swirled beneath the hooves of 10 wild beasts. They charged forward, emitting deep, guttural growls. Awoo! The pet beast horde charged relentlessly, heading straight for the most vulnerable point, the gate of the enclosure. Leading the charge was a massive, wild pet beast resembling a wild bull. Its horns were thick and sharp, and the flame markings on its body glowed constantly. Amidst the wild beast's roars, the wild bull beast led the charge. It charged ahead like a runaway train, its hooves kicking up dust. Crash! The wild bull pet beast slammed violently into the wooden enclosure, its immense impact causing the entire wall to tremble violently, emitting a dull rumble. Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat. Thankfully, he had built the fence in advance, otherwise, the structures within his territory would surely have been destroyed. The companion beasts beside him were startled by the commotion outside, letting out low, menacing growls as if facing a formidable enemy. The wild pet beast herd did not stop there, continuing to batter the wall. Some had already scaled the wall, attempting to leap over. Though sturdy, the wooden walls began to crack under the relentless pounding and gnawing of the beasts. They wouldn't hold out much longer. Zhang Wuliang remained unflustered. Though the wild pet beasts charged fiercely, they hadn't triggered the traps he'd set at the entrance. Just then, the wild bull beast charging at the forefront lost its footing while tearing at the wall. It suddenly stepped on something lying on the ground. The next second, the trap activated. Whoosh! Several sharp wooden spikes suddenly shot up from the ground, moving with blinding speed to pierce the wild beast's limbs in an instant. Arg! The wild buffalo pet beast cried out in pain. Simultaneously, several other traps were triggered one after another. Some wild beasts had their bellies pierced by the spikes, intestines spilling onto the ground. Others had their necks pierced by the spikes, blood gushing wildly. In an instant, the herd of wild beasts suffered heavy losses. Zhang Wuliang felt a surge of satisfaction seeing the traps work. These wooden spike traps proved remarkably effective, and their wide coverage made them ideal for countering such mass charges by wild beasts. As for the wild beasts that had charged in, their numbers had already been cut in half. Now it was time for his own beasts to shine. Chapter 11, Someone Can Actually Repel the Beast Pack? A new disaster emerges. Kitty 1, go! At Zhang Wuliang's command, Kitten 1 instantly darted through a crack in the wall. Its form was agile and swift, closing in on a wild pet beast in an instant. This wild pet beast resembled a jackal, attempting to leap over a trap when it was ambushed by Kitten 1. Kitten 1 extended its razor-sharp claws, slashing viciously at the creature's belly. Rip! A massive gash instantly ripped open the jackal-like beast's belly. But just then, a small gap opened in the wall, and 2 wild pets immediately squeezed through. But as soon as they entered, they were met by 7 fire iguanas that had been waiting there for quite some time. Zhang Wuliang had strictly forbidden the fire iguanas from using their skills. After all, if they unleashed their abilities, his entire territory would be engulfed in lava. By then, the fire iguanas themselves would likely be fine, but every structure in the territory would be doomed. Therefore, the fire iguanas relied solely on their sharp claws and teeth to tear into their enemies. Even so, their combat prowess was off the charts. The 2 wild pets that had barged in were virtually defenseless against the assault of 7 fire iguanas. The fire iguanas swarmed, pinning the 2 wild pets to the ground and tearing into them with their jaws. The wild pets let out continuous wails, kicking wildly with their limbs, yet they couldn't break free from the fire iguana's encirclement. Within mere seconds, both wild beasts fell silent, their bodies torn into pieces by the fire iguanas. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood. Having killed their prey, the fire iguanas still seemed unsatisfied, letting out low, guttural growls as they looked visibly excited. The next instant, they opened their massive jaws and devoured the corpses of the 2 wild pets, swallowing them whole. Though the process was undeniably brutal, Zhang Wuliang felt deeply satisfied witnessing the fire iguana's astonishing combat prowess. Outside, several wild beasts still stirred restlessly, persistently attempting to bypass the traps and charge into the territory. Those trapped in the wooden spike traps that hadn't been killed instantly were writhing in agony, their agonized cries piercing the air. Their eyes burned with savagery and ferocity. Even gravely wounded, they persisted in their assault on the territory. A cold gleam flashed in Zhang Wuliang's eyes. These wild beasts were truly stubborn and obstinate. Even with the situation as dire as it was, they still refused to give up. Then they'd missed their last chance to escape. Stone, unleash your ultimate move. At Zhang Wuliang's command, Yu understood immediately and unleashed his signature skill. He suddenly opened his mouth wide, spewing a blast of white, frigid air. The chill spread instantly, transforming the area within 10 meters around Stone into a frozen wasteland. This was Stone's signature skill, Frozen Wasteland. It could create a frozen domain where temperatures plummeted, causing all living things within to suffer from the biting cold. Combat effectiveness would drastically decrease, and both movement and attack speeds would be significantly slowed. Most crucially, the ground within the zone becomes covered in a thick layer of solid ice, rendering it extremely slippery. Wild pets attempting to charge into the territory slipped on the ice the moment their paws touched it, tumbling head over heels onto their backs. After falling, frost creeps up their bodies. Already weakened by injuries, these wild beasts were utterly immobilized by the freezing air, lacking even the strength to move. Some struggled to rise, but found themselves utterly unable to break free. They managed only a few steps before crashing back to the ground. Zhang Wuliang's heart leapt with delight at the sight. Stone's skill was truly formidable. Not only did it immobilize enemies, but it also swiftly and effectively eliminated them. This was undoubtedly a major weapon at this stage. With the wild beasts immobilized, Zhang Wuliang's own pets swarmed in. The wild beasts outside were nearly wiped out entirely. Only the largest wild bull pet remained. It looked extremely ferocious, having charged at the forefront during the earlier attack on the territory. It was also the one that nearly rammed through the enclosure wall. Now, sensing its impending death, the wild bull pet beast thrashed violently with its limbs. Just as the fire iguanas were about to charge in for the kill, Zhang Wuliang called them off in time. This wild bull pet beast was clearly the fiercest among them. It might drop something valuable. If this were devoured by that pack of starving ghosts reincarnated, what a disaster that would be. In the end, Stone stepped forward to finish it off. At the same moment. Ding! Wild pet beast herd defeated. Zhang Wuliang surveyed the scattered corpses of wild beasts and the small breach in the territory's wall. For the entire domain, this minor breach was insignificant. A little material would suffice to repair it. What truly astonished Zhang Wuliang was this. This ferocious horde of wild pets had been driven back so easily? It didn't seem like much of a deal. Zhang Wuliang opened the chat channel to check on the others. Damn it, this wild pet beast horde is way too fierce. They've completely trampled my domain. 10 of them showed up at once. How am I supposed to handle this? Help! My pets are dying off, and the wild pet beasts keep attacking. Why, I'm trapped in this little cabin. This door won't hold much longer. The chat channel was filled with others' desperate cries for help. Every player's territory suffered the same assault. But they didn't have Zhang Wuliang's fortified territory and numerous powerful pets to protect them. Faced with the wild pet beast's onslaught, many were virtually defenseless. After breaking into the territories, the wild pets not only rampaged through the structures but also viciously attacked their owners' pets. Many lost their pets instantly to the wild beasts. Some hid in wooden huts, praying silently, while others likely perished alongside their companions. Of course, many still managed to survive this catastrophe. But the specifics of those cases remain unknown to Zhang Wuliang. In short, this attack posed no real challenge for Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang closed the chat channel and began cleaning up the battlefield. Obtained 3 giant purple rat meat. Obtained 3 ghost monkey meat. Obtained 10 hard fur. Obtained 2 horns of fire patterned ox. Obtained 10 copper ore. Obtained 10 iron ore. Obtained 15 pet beast lubricant. Obtained 1 minor ability boost book. Beyond the basic drops from slaying wild pets, there are also many special rewards. These were likely rewards for repelling the recent wild pet beast attack. All were highly practical materials, useful for both construction and crafting. Zhang Wuliang stowed them all into his backpack. This wild pet beast attack did not persist indefinitely. After about half an hour, the wild pet beast horde retreated. Survivors in the chat channel breathed a collective sigh of relief. Phew, we made it. Thank goodness I reinforced the cabin door. Those wild pets never managed to break through in the end. I'm alive, but my pet beast died. What do I do? I can't fight off the other wild pet beasts near the territory on my own. Wait, why does it sound like you guys had such a hard time? I rode mine around for half the day and didn't feel any danger at all, huh? I set tons of traps in my territory. They got stuck for ages and eventually just gave up. None of you killed the entire wild pet beast pack? Eliminating them all grants extra rewards. Don't be ridiculous. Who could possibly kill that many wild pets on their second day in this world? I don't buy it. Numerous voices in the chat channel voiced their skepticism. But whether they believed it or not, someone had indeed achieved this feat. After the wild pet beast attack ended, everyone's joy was short-lived. A new global announcement sent hearts racing once more. The ancient pet beast undead have awakened. They will spread death across all continents in the coming night. The catastrophe is projected to occur in 189:00:00. Chapter 12, Forge and Workbench Construction. Facilities gradually complete. 189 hours. 8 days and 7 hours from now. Countless voices echoed in the chat channel, filled with panic. I'm done for. There's no escaping this time. Ha, me too. My pets got killed by wild beasts. What can I do? It's just a matter of when I die. I don't want to die like this. Does anyone have any ideas to help me? How can you survive in this world without a pet beast? Wild beasts are everywhere. You can't fight them alone. Who says you can't fight them? I just defended against this wave of wild pet beasts myself. The moment this message appeared, it instantly dominated the entire chat channel. In this assault, the vast majority of survivors tragically lost their pets. In the Beastmaster continent, pets are the very foundation of survival. What do you do without a pet beast? Arm yourselves. But many refuse to believe such an outrageous claim. What kind of bull is that? 10 wild pets, you think you could take them all on? If you can take them on alone, I'll eat my hat right here. First tell us what you'll eat, bro. The speaker was instantly thrust into the spotlight. Many were eager to know how this person could fend off wild beasts alone. Was he really just bragging? Even Zhang Wulian was drawn in by the remark. The man immediately began sharing his experience. My talent allows me to share abilities with the strongest beast. Plus, I was originally a martial arts instructor. Before the attack, my beast and I were cutting down trees to build walls for our territory. I traded surplus wood for 6 copper ore pieces and forged a copper spear. When the wild pet beasts attacked, my pet beast and I took cover behind the walls and fought back. My pet beast itself is rather weak in combat. It's only of ordinary talent, but relying solely on my own strength, I killed 8 wild pet beasts. If you don't believe me, I can show you what this is. With that, the man shared his spoils, the remains of the wild pet beasts he'd successfully repelled in the channel. Now, everyone had to believe him. Holy crap, you're for real, huh? So humans can actually defeat wild pet beasts. Thinking about it now, I was way too reliant on my pet beast before. If I'd known, I would have crafted myself a couple weapons to join the fight too. The martial arts instructor watched the channel erupt with astonished comments, feeling quite pleased with himself. One last piece of advice for you all. What's that? Any more tips to share, boss? Can't wait. Seeing everyone captivated once more, the martial arts instructor had achieved his goal. My message is simple. I want you to know that only one lotus remains among the 10 in the pond behind us. Ha? What does that mean? Many were utterly confused. The martial arts instructor replied emphatically. Pick 9 lotus flowers, train more, buddy. For a moment, the silence in the channel was deafening. Alright. Zhang Wuliang burst into laughter. After all, those words couldn't hurt him. Only those truly stung would find them offensive. As for the martial arts instructor sharing his own experience, it actually struck a chord with Zhang Wuliang. The martial arts instructor's thoughts and actions aligned perfectly with Zhang Wuliang's own. Relying solely on one's pet beast was not advisable. A beast tamer must also possess a certain level of martial prowess. While Zhang Wuliang's greatest talent lay in his unparalleled advantage with beasts. But as the saying goes, no matter how rich your house is, you still need a good lock. If Zhang Wuliang had no means to protect himself, any personal danger could undo all his hard work. Therefore, after the wild beast attack concluded, Zhang Wuliang temporarily ignored the nature of this new disaster. Instead, he selected a suitable location within his territory to construct a smelting furnace. The furnace was completed swiftly. The stone furnace was hollow inside, with a side opening for loading fuel that could be opened and closed. A bellows sat atop it, while the fuel chamber lay below. At its very center was the core furnace chamber, designed for smelting ore. Craft 1 charcoal, materials required, wood 3. Craft 1 lime, materials required, charcoal 2, stone 3. Craft 1 copper ingot, materials required, charcoal 5, copper ore 10. Crafting 1 iron ingot, materials required, charcoal 8, iron ore 10. Craft 1 steel, materials required, charcoal 30, lime 20, iron ingot 5. Craft 1 brick, materials required, charcoal 2, clay 3. Zhang Wuliang glanced at the smelting list, his eyes lighting up. Once you have a furnace, you can start producing steel and bricks. 500 bricks and 20 steel bars are essential for upgrading to a level 3 territory. Just those 20 steel bars alone meant Zhang Wuliang would need to collect 100 iron ingots later on, equivalent to 1000 iron ore. This is a massive undertaking. As for Clay, he hadn't found any yet. Perhaps he hadn't discovered a pet with gathering abilities, or maybe it was available on the trading market. He'd look into it later. It seemed Zhang Wuliang wouldn't be able to achieve his goal of upgrading to a level 3 territory anytime soon. 12 iron ore remained in Zhang Wuliang's backpack. He first gathered some wood to make charcoal, then tried to obtain 1 iron ingot. The furnace ignited, and the wood inside transformed into glowing charcoal under the licking flames, automatically producing 20 charcoal remaining 1 hour. Having a pet beast work here can speed up production. Another hour? Zhang Wuliang frowned. The furnace's efficiency was rather low. Even making charcoal took this long. Producing higher tier materials would take even longer. It seemed he'd need to build several more furnaces later on, and find pets with work skills. He set aside thoughts of the furnace for now. After repelling the wild pet beast herd, Zhang Wuliang had already obtained 5 iron ingots. Ingots are also essential for crafting workbenches. Only with a workbench could he craft more tools. Soon, a brand new workbench was constructed. The workbench resembled a wooden table, its surface scattered with tools: a hammer, pliers, a chisel, and more. Craft 1 rope, materials required, 10 fiber. Craft 1 wooden bow and arrow, materials required, wood 5, rope 3. Craft 1 low accuracy inferior wooden arrow, materials required, wood 2. Craft 1 inferior wooden arrow, materials required, wood 2, feathers 2. Craft 1 leather armor, materials required, animal hide 5. Crafting. Zhang Wuliang quickly scanned the crafting list, feeling a slight disappointment. He had thought that with a workbench, he could forge iron weapons. But the workbench lacked that capability. To forge iron weapons, he would need to construct an upgraded building in iron forge. But that required 8 iron ingots. Naturally, Zhang Wuliang didn't have that many on hand right now. He had planned to acquire some from the trading market. But he soon discovered that perhaps because everyone had gained some resources after the wild beast attacks, they had also realized the importance of iron ore and iron ingots. Iron ore was now selling at an exorbitant price. The price Zhang Wuliang had paid for ore was already high, but now even 150 wood couldn't secure a single ore. In the trading market, prices ranged from 180 to 220 wood all for a single iron ore. I can't afford it anymore. Zhang Wuliang shook his head. His second ice hunter would be born soon. Then he could send both ice hunters to mine. Moreover, he could breed a third, fourth, and even more ice hunters to work for him. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang immediately got back to work. The road ahead was long and arduous. Chapter 13, Flying Mounted Beast. Head to the nearby observation post. He worked tirelessly until nightfall. The second ice hunter was born. Zhang Wuliang casually named the second ice hunter Easy to Keep before sending it to mine alongside its predecessor, Stone. In a single night, the 2 ice hunters could easily gather 7 or 8 pieces of iron or sometimes even more, along with a significant amount of copper ore. Copper ore was currently useless to Zhang Wuliang. After all, iron was superior to copper. Why settle for less when you could use the better option? He planned to trade all the copper ore he obtained later for iron ore. In the breeding chamber, Softy and the Icefield cat had been together for several hours under Zhang Wuliang's arrangement. Over the next dozen or so hours, barring any complications, they would remain together to produce an ice hunter cub for Zhang Wuliang. In the other 2 breeding chambers, Zhang Wuliang had arranged for Softy and the fire lizard to mate. The fire lizard was several times larger than Softy, especially since Softy still looked so delicate. The pairing of these 2 pets had a distinct beauty and the beast vibe. But this did not hinder their affection for one another. The results of their breeding were now evident. Zhang Wuliang received 2 restless flame eggs. Unlike any pet beast eggs he'd obtained before. The flame eggs glowed a deep crimson, as if molten lava flowed within, radiating waves of intense heat. Zhang Wuliang stared at the flame eggs for a moment. The heat made him feel as if he were being roasted, even blurring the air before his eyes. He surmised that the creature hatched from these eggs would possess innate fire attacks, potentially making it a more formidable combat pet than the ice hunter. But the incubation time was a bit too long. Incubation zone, incubating restless flame egg. Estimated time remaining, 9 hours. Sigh. Zhang Wuliang sighed softly. No choice but to wait. It was night now. He'd sleep through the night, and by morning, the flame egg would be hatched. Before retiring, Zhang Wuliang inspected the perimeter walls and traps of his territory. Only after ensuring everything was secure did he return to the small cabin. Though small, the cabin was fairly well equipped. During the day, Zhang Wuliang had spruced it up a bit, laying down a fur rug and setting up a few oil lamps, making it feel much cozier. Torches also illuminated the exterior, preventing the territory from appearing completely pitch black at night. Zhang Wuliang shed the leather armor he'd crafted that very day. Lying on the fur rug, wrapped in a cotton quilt, it was far from the luxury of modern memory foam mattresses and down comforters, but it was still quite comfortable to sleep on. Zhang Wuliang soon drifted off, perhaps exhausted from the day's exertions, and slept deeply. The next day, he didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. Stretching lazily, he suddenly remembered something important. He pulled on his leather armor and hurried straight to the incubation chamber. Inside the incubation chamber, 2 restless fire eggs had already hatched. What surprised Zhang Wuliang deeply was that these 2 fire pets could actually fly. They were now flapping their wings, appearing immature yet exceptionally vibrant and soaring through the air within the chamber. From a distance, they bore a slight resemblance to phoenixes. Of course, their presence was nowhere near as majestic. The new pets weren't large, appearing to be about a meter long with wingspans barely exceeding a meter. Their entire bodies were covered in feathers that resembled burning flames, making them look incredibly dazzling. Their heads were small and round, with large, lively eyes and a slightly pointed beak that seemed to conceal sharp teeth. Upon closer inspection, they even carried a certain adorable, goofy charm. Zhang Wuliang checked their stats panel. Pet beast, blazing sparrow little brother. Name, unnamed. Level, 1. Attributes, fire elemental expert. Abilities, HP, 308, attack, 12, defense, 10, speed, 27. Personality, hyperactive, playful, fragile. Skill, flame scatter. The flame bird unleashes a wide area shower of fiery sparks that ignite targets upon impact. Special ability, basic flight. Mounting the firebird can carry its tamer through the air for a short period. Speed is average, but stamina depletes rapidly. Introduction, firebirds love perching on branches to observe the movements of other creatures, treating it like watching an exciting show. When delighted, they'll let out excited cries, but they often spew sparks that can cause disasters, leading other pets to view them as ill-omened. After reviewing the profiles of the 2 firebirds, Zhang Wuliang's face lit up with wild excitement. They can actually fly. Doesn't that mean I can ride them to scout the surrounding area? Though Zhang Wuliang was confident he could handle most wild pets at his current stage, he was still limited by his lack of mobility. Outside, the world was frozen in ice and snow. Relying solely on his own 2 legs, he simply couldn't travel far. With flying pets, he could venture much farther. Zhang Wuliang immediately named the 2 firecrest birds. The younger one was named Firefeather, while the other, the sister, was called Fireling. Firefeather was the faster of the pair, so Zhang Wuliang simply placed the other firebird into the breeding chamber to mate with the fire lizard. This time, the breeding process alone took a staggering 57 hours. Zhang Wuliang mounted Huayu, ready to test its flight. The firebird's frame was still a bit small. The moment Zhang Wuliang mounted it, he felt precariously unbalanced, as if he might crush the fiery bird's wings at any moment. Firefeather let out an unhappy chirp. Zhang Wuliang patted its head gently. Quiet. Take off. Firefeather flapped its wings, lifting Zhang Wuliang into the air. The flight was shaky at first, but the firebird quickly adjusted, soaring to a height of 5 or 6 meters. This height was quite sufficient, allowing Zhang Wuliang to clearly see the landscape 100 meters away. As Firefeather carried Zhang Wuliang beyond the territory, the sight before him sent a chill down his spine. This was Zhang Wuliang's first distant view of this ice-covered forest. A world of ice and snow, blanketed in silver. Dense pine forests hung heavy with snow, while the distant horizon stretched endlessly across the ice plain. Snow-capped mountains rose from the plain, and beyond, thick snow mist shrouded the landscape, lending it an ethereal haze. Zhang Wuliang drew a deep breath. The icy air stung his nostrils, yet it left him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Firefeather, fly higher. Zhang Wuliang urged repeatedly. Firefeather let out a crisp chirp and carried Zhang Wuliang higher. 7 or 8 meters, 10 meters. It wasn't until they reached 12 or 13 meters that the firebird began to struggle. Zhang Wuliang couldn't contain his excitement and let out a loud shout. Aha, amazing. 12 or 13 meters high was more than enough to let him gaze out at the scenery for miles around. This feeling of a god's eye view. It was absolutely exhilarating. Just then, Zhang Wuliang suddenly noticed something flickering on the distant mountaintop. The light flickered at a regular rhythm, as if sending a signal. Zhang Wuliang stared intently, then suddenly saw something else and froze. That distant white figure. Could it be a dragon? Chapter 14, Building a Hot Spring. Life was getting better and better. A dragon? Zhang Wuliang rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. He hadn't imagined it. High on a distant mountain peak, a wild beast resembling a coiled dragon was circling. It was one of those Western-style dragons with wings. Its body was covered in white scales, blending almost seamlessly with the snow-capped mountains from afar. Without careful observation, it would have been impossible to spot. It circled the mountaintop, periodically shooting a beam of white light into the sky. It was precisely this white light that caught Zhang Wuliang's attention. That thing keeps shooting white light. Is it trying to lure something over? Zhang Wuliang said, patting Huayu's head. Fly over there. Huayu let out a crisp chirp, flapping its wings as it soared toward the snow-capped mountain. Mid-flight, a bone-chilling wind howled around them. But Zhang Wuliang felt no fear. Beneath his cotton-padded coat, he wore windproof leather armor that blocked most of the biting cold. Moreover, the firebird was a fire attribute beast, radiating warmth like a miniature furnace that kept Zhang Wuliang feeling cozy. Without Zhang Wuliang's gear, anyone else in this bitterly cold environment would likely have frozen to death halfway through the journey. After flying for over 10 minutes, Huayu grew tired, and its speed slowed. Zhang Wuliang simply let it land on a pine tree, standing high up to gaze into the distance. Along the way, he spotted numerous wild beasts. Wolf-like creatures pursued antelope-like ones. Saber-toothed tiger-like creatures lurked in snowdrifts, ambushing mammoth-like wild pets that wandered by. The law of the jungle was vividly displayed here. The variety of beasts here was vast, and Zhang Wuliang remembered each one clearly. So far, he hadn't seen any duplicate species. Each creature was distinct. This alone revealed just how richly diverse the pet beasts of this world truly were. Probably thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands. By now, Zhang Wuliang had flown an unknown distance forward. Looking back, the flickering lights of his territory were barely visible. Surrounded by a vast expanse of white, with scenery that all looked the same, Zhang Wuliang began to feel a bit panicked. This is too much. What if I get lost before I even find the pet beast? Zhang Wuliang dared not turn back. He wouldn't freeze to death immediately, but if he remained lost and couldn't find his territory, even his top-tier gear wouldn't keep him going for long. So while he still remembered where his territory lay, he had to hurry back. Let's go back first. After flying for so long, Firefeather was hungry. Zhang Wuliang fed it 2 pieces of tender meat. Only after it regained its energy did they continue flying back. Fortunately, the journey back passed without incident, and they returned safely to their territory. Seeing his territory encircled and secure, Zhang Wuliang's heart settled. Home was still the best place. Still, this couldn't quench Zhang Wuliang's desire to explore the surrounding areas. Especially the dragon-shaped wild beast lurking on the distant mountain. If he could capture it, Zhang Wuliang dared not imagine how awesome he would become. This time, he would meticulously plan his expedition. Beyond essential gear and provisions. Crucially, he needed a way to record his route so he could find his way back home. Just as he arrived home and was about to catch his breath, the Icefield cat came trotting over, swaying its hips, begging for pets. Not working hard and already begging for pets again? Zhang Wuliang chuckled as he ruffled the cat's big head. This little guy was far too clingy, and Zhang Wuliang found it a bit much. Seeming displeased with Zhang Wuliang's attitude, the cat swiped at him with a paw while holding something in its mouth. What's this? Zhang Wuliang took it and discovered it was actually a design blueprint. Hot Spring Design Set helps humans or pets relax, relieve fatigue, and boost work efficiency. Zhang Wuliang instantly beamed. Well, you really did manage to bring back some treasures. While the hot spring might not be particularly remarkable, it certainly improved the quality of life. Zhang Wuliang happily rewarded the Icefield cat with a piece of tender meat. Meow. The ice cat's tail stood straight up, its tip curling slightly upward. Zhang Wuliang then set about preparing for the hot spring's construction. He selected a spot within his domain and laid out the blueprint directly there. The materials required for constructing the hot spring were minimal basic stones and would suffice to build the simplest version. Soon, the hot spring was completed. Several stone-piled pools were filled with hot spring water obtained by Zhang Wuliang through melting snow. When the snow melt entered the hot spring, it miraculously cleared up significantly. But there was still one problem. The hot spring water was ice cold. No way? Zhang Wuliang froze in disbelief. He'd been looking forward to a relaxing soak, but if the water was cold, could it even be called a hot spring? Where exactly had things gone wrong? He circled the hot spring, pondering the cause, when suddenly he noticed a warning sign above it. Lack of underground heat source. Now Zhang Wuliang understood. In other words, this hot spring wouldn't produce hot water just because it was built. It still needed a heat source to bring the water to a boil? Realizing this, Zhang Wuliang instantly felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Seriously? What kind of hot spring is that? What's the difference between this and a regular puddle? But this underground heat source. Zhang Wuliang suddenly had an idea. What if he dug a hole beneath the hot spring, lined it with stones, and then poured magma into it? Would that count as an underground heat source? An idea was born, and he decided to try it. Fortunately, he'd built the hot spring at the edge of his territory, so even if something went wrong, it wouldn't be a big loss. Zhang Wuliang summoned the ice spike beast and had the two of them dig a subterranean tunnel beneath the hot spring. With the tunnel ready, Zhang Wuliang summoned the fire lizard. The fire lizard possessed a skill to spew magma, a power Zhang dared not unleash normally, fearing it might destroy his domain. But now it was merely spraying into the underground chamber, so there was no issue. Spit some lava into this hole, but not too much, otherwise our hot spring will turn into a lava pool. The fire iguanas obediently nodded and immediately spat several blobs of magma into the hole. As the iguanas worked, the cave filled with molten lava. Soon, the hot spring water began bubbling and gurgling. Wispy steam rose from the surface. Zhang Wuliang dipped his hand in to test the temperature and found it just right. It's done. Zhang Wuliang stripped off all his clothes, completely naked, and submerged his entire body into the hot spring, leaving only his head above the surface. The hot spring water felt incredibly soothing. Its high temperature made Zhang Wuliang feel as though he had returned to the normal world. Lying in the hot spring, he leaned against the rock wall above, eyes closed, hands resting on his chest, legs crossed. Keep in mind, it was below freezing outside. Yet soaking in it still felt warm and toasty. Comfortable. So incredibly comfortable. This little life was even more blissful than before. The ice cat couldn't resist the hot spring either, leaping in and purring contentedly. Zhang Wuliang smiled as he scooped it up, gently rubbing its head with his paw. Come on, hop in with me. The ice cat nestled in Zhang Wuliang's embrace. Soon it too purred contentedly, rubbing its head against Zhang Wuliang repeatedly. Man and cat soaked together, utterly content. As Zhang Wuliang soaked, he suddenly felt dizzy and extremely drowsy. He yawned and drifted off to sleep right there in the hot spring. But he didn't sleep long. He woke up shortly after. Upon waking, the hot spring remained at its original temperature, not having cooled at all. Only now, his surroundings were crowded with his pets. Fluffy, Icefield cats, ice spikes, fire lizards, and even flame birds had all come to soak in the hot spring, making the already small pool feel exceptionally crowded. Dubai is thoroughly enjoying the hot spring, experiencing a slight boost in work efficiency. Kitten 1 is thoroughly enjoying the hot spring, resulting in a slight increase in work efficiency. Stone is thoroughly enjoying the hot spring, resulting in a slight increase in work efficiency. So this was the true purpose of the hot spring. Sure enough, after leaving the hot spring, the running speeds of several pets had increased. Beyond that, Zhang Wuliang noticed something else. The snow around the hot spring had melted away under the influence of the underground heat source, revealing the soft, black soil beneath. Chapter 15, Planting Crops. And finally getting to eat grilled meat sandwiches with lettuce. Black soil? Zhang Wuliang's eyes lit up. Black soil was the most fertile kind, the best choice for growing crops. With this soil, he could start farming. Farming it was practically an instinct for every gardener. Though Zhang Wuliang spent his days interacting with his pet beasts, deep down, he harbored a dream of farming. If he could cultivate his own land within his domain, tending fields while raising cats, wouldn't that be bliss? Besides, he was getting sick of eating meat all the time. The trading market had no other players selling vegetables, either most offered berries or some rather bland wild greens. Zhang Wuliang had previously obtained 10 tomato seeds. If he could just clear a patch of land, wouldn't he be able to eat tomatoes from now on? The thought of sweet and tangy tomatoes made Zhang Wuliang's mouth water involuntarily. He sprang into action, scouting out an empty plot. To prevent his pets from causing trouble, he built a low wall around the area, creating a simple enclosure. Next, he channeled hot spring water to irrigate the black soil. As the hot spring water flowed over the soil, the surrounding ice and snow melted rapidly, revealing a larger expanse of black soil. But barely had the water been poured when a thin layer of ice formed over the soil. Damn this weather! Zhang Wuliang muttered in frustration. For now, he could only pour more hot spring water onto the soil, but it would refreeze again before long. Clearly, in this bitterly cold weather, attempting to transform the land solely through watering was impossible. Zhang Wuliang propped his face on one hand, deep in thought. After much deliberation, he decided to utilize the power of magma. After all, this was a frozen wasteland, and only the magma of fire iguanas could alter the soil's temperature. However, the magma's temperature was extremely high, and direct contact between the soil and magma was out of the question. Otherwise, forget growing vegetables, the entire area would turn into scorched earth. As Zhang Wuliang pondered, his gaze drifted toward the hot spring. Alright then. Since pouring magma directly beneath the soil won't work, perhaps digging the underground cavern deeper would be better. That way, the magma would nearly alter the soil's temperature without compromising its fertility. Even if there was a slight impact, he had other solutions up his sleeve. No time to waste. Zhang Wuliang immediately led 2 ice spike beasts to dig a tunnel from outside his territory. The tunnel reached a depth of 20 to 30 meters underground before Zhang Wuliang halted the ice spikes. After completing the tunnel, it was the fire iguana's turn. After the fire iguanas poured a measured amount of magma into the tunnel, Zhang Wuliang promptly had the ice-spiked beasts carry him out. Back on the surface, Zhang Wuliang didn't rest. Continue irrigating the land with hot spring water. Once the soil thaws slightly, have the ice-spike beasts till the land. Since we're farming, loosening the soil is essential. Though the ice spike beast wasn't exactly a farming expert, it could manage this much work. After working for over half an hour, Zhang Wuliang noticed that the recently irrigated fields had already thawed, maintaining a moderate temperature. It seemed the rising temperature from the underground magma was doing its job. Zhang Wuliang then wrapped the low enclosure with woolen cloth, doing his best to block the surrounding cold winds. Though this method was time-consuming and labor-intensive, it did yield results. Exhausted, Zhang Wuliang collapsed onto the ground. After resting for a while, he got up again and pinched a handful of soil between his fingers. Having farmed in the countryside before, he knew this soil was perfectly loose and moist. Next, Zhang Wuliang took out the tomato seeds and planted them into the dark soil. But he didn't plant them all. He wasn't entirely sure if it would actually work. While tomatoes are a crop that can adapt to most environments. But without a greenhouse, just leaving them outdoors like this, who knew if the fragile seedlings would survive? After finishing up, everything was mostly set. All that remained was to wait for the results. Time flew by. Zhang Wuliang spent the day exploring, then returned to build hot springs, dig caves, and cultivate land. Before he knew it, the day had passed. Meanwhile, a new ice spike beast was born. By the next morning, the fourth ice spike beast would surely hatch as well. This meant he would soon have 4 ice spike beasts mining for him. He estimated they could mine around 30 to 40 iron ores per day. After calculating this, Zhang Wuliang returned to his small cabin to sleep. Early the next morning, Zhang Wuliang rose early and went to inspect the fields. He hadn't eaten breakfast, fearing the seeds might all freeze to death. When Zhang Wuliang arrived at the field, he was utterly stunned. The tomato seeds he had planted yesterday had all sprouted. Bright red fruits hung heavy on the vines, dozens of them. Wait! This growth rate is way too fast. And each tomato was vibrantly colored and plump. They probably wouldn't grow this well even in modern greenhouses. Zhang Wuliang gathered every single tomato from the field. Obtained 28 tomatoes. Obtained 7 tomato seeds. A full 28. He casually picked one up, gave it a quick wipe, and took a bite. Sweet and tangy juice burst in his mouth. Delicious. These tomatoes weren't just visually appealing, they tasted wonderfully sweet and tangy too. And in this world, taking a bite of a tomato actually made him feel a bit moved, almost to the point of tears. Zhang Wuliang gathered the remaining tomatoes and planted every last seed into the black soil. His farming venture was now complete. Zhang Wuliang searched the marketplace again and found many people selling vegetable seeds. Lettuce seeds, cucumber seeds, wheat seeds, rice seeds. The more he looked, the more excited Zhang Wuliang became. He couldn't help but think. Could he actually enjoy 4 vegetables and a soup in this world? And these seeds were selling quite cheaply. Most people hadn't even considered farming. After all, mere survival was already difficult enough in this world, where wild beasts posed the greatest threat to life. Those like Zhang Wuliang, who still had the leisure to farm, were inevitably few and far between. Having traded a small amount of resources for a large quantity of seeds, Zhang Wuliang immediately set to work again. He cleared 4 plots of land, each perfectly suited for a different vegetable. Just as he would check on his investment returns in the real world, Zhang Wuliang visited his fields at regular intervals. Until noon that day. When Zhang Wuliang returned to the fields once more, every single crop had borne fruit. Obtained 32 lettuce. Obtained 3 lettuce seeds. Obtained 29 cucumbers. Obtained 9 cucumber seeds. Zhang Wuliang swallowed hard. He already knew what he'd be eating tonight. Meat was no longer a problem. He had vegetables too. If you asked what tasted good, lettuce and grilled meat were an absolute match made in heaven. Zhang Wuliang skewered chunks of meat and slowly roasted them over the campfire. The aroma of grilled meat gradually filled the air. Zhang Wuliang then took out the lettuce leaves, washed them clean, and set them aside. Once the meat was cooked, Zhang Wuliang placed it on a lettuce leaf, rolled it up, and took a bite. The savory aroma of the grilled meat paired with the refreshing crispness of the lettuce sent waves of pure bliss through Zhang Wuliang with that first bite. This way of eating was absolutely mind-blowing. Zhang Wuliang devoured bite after bite, thoroughly enjoying himself. Thump! 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 Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the territory. Zhang Wuliang's heart tightened. He set down his food, immediately stood up, and called out to the 2 ice spike beasts to go investigate together. He cautiously pushed open the estate gate and peered outside. Yet outside the gate, all was quiet. Not a single figure was in sight. Had he imagined it? Zhang Wuliang frowned in thought. Just as he was about to close the gate, he suddenly noticed something unusual on the ground. It was a trail of shoe prints? Chapter 16, Discovering a Powerful Humanoid Pet Beast. Must capture it. This. Zhang Wuliang's heart instantly leapt into his throat. Shoe prints. These are human footprints. Could it be that someone else had already discovered this place? At this thought, Zhang Wuliang instantly grew wary. In this world, humans were far more terrifying than wild beasts. When beasts attack humans, it's only to survive. Their methods of attack are also limited. Humans, however, were different. Human minds were far more complex and unpredictable. To survive, they'll do anything. If Zhang Wuliang's territory were discovered by others, he would be in grave danger. After all, everything about him was out in the open. If others sought to undermine him in secret, he'd be unable to guard against it. Zhang Wuliang locked the gates and walls, then summoned 7 fire iguanas to guard the perimeter of his domain. At this stage, few beast tamers could stand against Zhang Wuliang. But with these 7 fire iguanas, he could handle at least 3 or 4 beast masters and their pets. Even if the enemy outnumbered him, Zhang Wuliang could rely on his territory's defenses, and he still had so many pets. The only thing that worried Zhang Wuliang was if the enemy beastmasters happened to have flying pets among their companions, capable of launching a surprise attack. That would leave his territory in an extremely vulnerable position. But upon careful consideration, Zhang Wuliang concluded that such an occurrence was highly improbable. After completing all defensive preparations, Zhang Wuliang finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. He inspected all the traps to ensure they were fully operational. Then he mounted the firebird and soared into the sky. His previous outing had been to track down that mysterious beast atop the mountain. This time, he intended to scout the area within a 2-kilometer radius of his territory to see if there were any signs of others' activities. Zhang Wuliang rode the blazing sparrow bird, surveying the land from high above. He couldn't help but feel a bit tense. Flying so conspicuously in the sky, if he were spotted, he would be at an even greater disadvantage. Fortunately, no incidents occurred along the way. Yet Zhang Wuliang saw no sign of others either. Not even the trail of shoe prints had reappeared. This absence only deepened his unease. The blizzard was too fierce. Footprints in the snow would be buried and disappear within minutes. This meant the other party's whereabouts were becoming even harder to track. Fly one more circle. Zhang Wuliang called out. The firebird was already growing weary, but upon hearing Zhang Wuliang's words, it flapped its wings fiercely and continued flying forward. Time ticked by second. The sky gradually darkened. Zhang Wuliang frowned. Fly one more circle. If we still haven't found it, we'll head back for now. Pet beasts were more dangerous at night when they were active. If he kept searching without results, this blind pursuit would only increase his own peril. Amidst the search, the flame sparrow suddenly let out a tense cry. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Zhang Wuliang froze, then quickly followed the firebird's gaze forward. Then he saw a cluster of blue ghostly flames flickering within the woods, some 40 or 50 meters away. The ghostly light swayed in the wind and snow, starkly visible against the deepening darkness. Zhang Wuliang's expression darkened. He patted the firebird's neck and whispered, "Careful. Fly closer." The firebird flew cautiously forward, halting 10 meters from the ghostly light. Zhang Wuliang squinted and realized it wasn't a ghostly flame at all. It was a wild pet beast. This wild beast bore a faint resemblance to a human, clad in tattered armor of unknown origin. In its hand was a rusted blade. Its eyes blazed with ghostly fire as it stood motionless in the snowstorm. Zhang Wuliang continued to observe it, his gaze suddenly sharpening. He noticed that this wild beast actually wore shoes on both feet. This meant the trail of footprints he had seen earlier might not have been left by another beastmaster. They belonged to this wild beast. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it was a wild pet beast, things would be much easier to handle. Ding! You have discovered a rare wild pet beast. Successfully capturing it will grant additional rewards. The sudden system notification instantly perked Zhang Wuliang up. From the moment he first spotted this wild pet beast, he had sensed it was no ordinary creature. Now that even the system confirmed its rarity, taming it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Of course, taming a rare quality beast would likely prove challenging. Zhang Wuliang didn't act rashly. Instead, he took out a piece of tender meat and tossed it from above toward the wild pet beast, testing its taste. He had gained experience by now. Many pet beasts were picky eaters. His fire iguanas were relatively easy to care for, eating just about anything, while ice spines refused wolf meat and ice cats preferred only lamb. Zhang Wuliang needed to understand this wild beast's preferences first. Only then could he tailor his approach to boost its mood value and proceed with capture. But when he tossed the soft, tender meat over, the wild pet beast didn't even glance at it. Its eyes blazed with a deep blue flame as it suddenly lifted its head and fixed its gaze on Zhang Wuliang. The next instant, it drew its rusty blade and charged straight toward the firebird. Zhang Wuliang's face drained of color as he urgently commanded the firebird to take flight. Perched atop the firebird, he looked down and saw that while the wild beast moved slowly, it radiated a fierce, chilling aura whenever it swung its rusty blade. This beast is a bit peculiar. Zhang Wuliang narrowed his eyes. If it were any other wild beast, tossing a piece of soft meat its way would at least pique its curiosity, even if it didn't eat it. But this wild beast ignored the soft meat entirely, focusing its attention on him instead. To it, Zhang Wuliang's act of tossing meat seemed more like a provocation. Zhang Wuliang was speechless. "I was just being kind. I wasn't trying to provoke you." He immediately rummaged through his backpack, trying other foods to see if it would show any interest. Originally, the firebird maintained a certain altitude, leaving the wild beast completely helpless against it. But to Zhang Wuliang's surprise, the wild beast suddenly roared, stomped its feet hard on the snow, and swung its rusty blade, slashing through the air to unleash several streaks of blue blade energy. Damn it! Sensing trouble, Zhang Wuliang abruptly threw himself down, crawling onto the back of the firebird. The firebird reacted swiftly, immediately lowering its body and diving steeply downward. Yet Zhang Wuliang could still see several feathers torn from the firebird's body, drifting through the air. Startled, the firebird swiftly ascended again, pulling further away from the wild beast. Now, neither the firebird nor Zhang Wuliang dared to be careless. Riding atop the firebird, Zhang Wuliang circled the wild beast, studying it. His eyes grew increasingly bright. This wild pet beast was quite fierce. It was clearly no ordinary combat beast. Though Zhang Wuliang now had many pets under his command, almost none could be considered true combat-type pets. The Icefield cat excelled in speed but lacked strong attack power. The ice spike beast was great at mining, but clumsy in combat. Its mind wasn't sharp either. It was best suited to casting skills from the rear. But when it comes to brains, the fire lizard's 7 brothers take the cake for being the dumbest. They're only good for group brawls. As for the blazing sparrow, it was purely a mount. But this wild beast before him? It looked like a real fighter. If he could capture such a wild beast, it would undoubtedly become one of his strongest allies. Must be captured. Chapter 17. Its taste is quite peculiar, treating the vegetable garden like a buffet. Zhang Wuliang retrieved several cuts of meat, all obtained during previous repulsions of wild pet beast attacks. He tossed them down one by one, testing the wild pet beast's preferences. No matter what he tossed down, the beast remained utterly indifferent. Even when Zhang Wuliang brought out the universal feed, it didn't even glance at it. Instead, the creature's hostility toward Zhang Wuliang intensified. The ghostly flames in its eyes burned fiercer, and the veins on its blade-gripping hand bulged. Clearly it wanted to slash Zhang Wuliang to death. This guy has such a temper? Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What exactly did this wild beast like to eat? Zhang Wuliang pondered carefully. Generally speaking, wild beasts rarely approach his territory without reason. Except for those intent on causing trouble, there's only one other possibility. That is, there's a feed box within the territory, and many wild pets are drawn by the food inside. But this wild pet beast was different. It clearly wasn't here to cause trouble. Otherwise, the fence wouldn't show a single trace of damage. Yet to say it came for food. Why then did it show no interest whatsoever in all the food Zhang Wuliang had thrown out? Zhang Wuliang was utterly perplexed, completely lost in confusion. Just then, he suddenly noticed that the wild beast had stopped paying him any attention. It turned and headed back toward Zhang Wuliang's territory. This creature. Zhang Wuliang narrowed his eyes. What exactly was this wild pet beast here for? Zhang Wuliang immediately had the firebird carry him back to his territory at full speed. He needed to get back to his territory quickly and make preparations. And having it go to Zhang Wuliang's territory had one advantage: it would prevent it from running off. Such a wild pet beast would be ashamed to let go if not tamed. As a mount, the firebird's speed was truly formidable. Zhang Wuliang arrived home before the wild beast did. He immediately recalled all the ice spikes mining. Alongside the 7 fire lizard brothers, they stood ready at all times. That wild beast clearly wasn't one to be trifled with. A battle might be necessary soon. Before long, Zhang Wuliang spotted the wild beast entering his line of sight. It strolled leisurely toward the territory. The moment it arrived, he raised the blade in his hand. The rusty blade swung violently toward the territory's wall. With a burst of blade energy, it actually cleaved the wall open. The instant the wall shattered, Zhang Wuliang was startled out of his wits. This sudden turn of events left him utterly at a loss. If a major battle were to erupt now, he wasn't worried about being unable to defeat this wild beast. It was just that he couldn't bear to see it die like this. But if he didn't fight, was he supposed to just stand by and watch this wild beast run rampant, even threatening his own life? At this thought, the murderous intent in Zhang Wuliang's eyes intensified. He was about to command his companion beasts to attack. When suddenly, Zhang Wuliang noticed something. Although the wild beast had cleaved through the wall with a single blow, it hadn't actively attacked them or caused any destruction. After cleaving the wall, it walked straight into Zhang Wuliang's territory and headed toward the vegetable garden closest to him. Riding atop the firebird, Zhang Wuliang looked down at the wild pet beast. Only then did he realize. The location where the wild beast had destroyed the wall was peculiar. It was right beside the vegetable garden. Zhang Wuliang suddenly recalled. It seemed the footprints he had discovered earlier were also around this vegetable garden. Could it be? Was this creature not here to cause trouble, but specifically to steal vegetables? The thought amused Zhang Wuliang. He stared intently at the wild pet beast. What followed left Zhang Wuliang utterly dumbfounded. The wild beast was actually picking tomatoes from the garden? Not only that, but it was actually eating them. One bite after another. After biting through the tomatoes, red juice overflowed from its mouth, even dripping down its chin onto the breastplate of its armor. Yet it paid no heed whatsoever, devouring them with wild abandon. It was clear the beast relished every bite and adored those tomatoes. Holy crap? Zhang Wuliang was utterly dumbfounded. Ding! The Ghost Fireblade soldier, who had been observing you for some time, gained plus 10 mood points after eating your tomato. Current mood, 120. Ha! Hearing the notification sound, Zhang Wuliang was even more astonished. Tomatoes? This thing likes tomatoes? So this Ghost Fireblade soldier is a wild pet beast that eats only plants. No wonder it showed no interest in all that meat I tossed down earlier. After eating for a while, the Ghost Fireblade soldier left, clutching over a dozen tomatoes in its arms. Zhang Wuliang didn't try to stop it. After all, tomatoes grow rapidly. They can bear fruit multiple times a day. There was no fear of the Ghost Fireblade soldier eating them all. Besides, the Ghost Fireblade had gained mood points from eating the tomatoes. If he hadn't fed it, he'd never have been able to tame it. Zhang Wuliang was certain that after devouring his tomatoes, the Ghost Fireblade soldier would return. This small amount of tomatoes wouldn't satisfy its appetite. The next time it came, its mood value would increase again. Once it accumulated enough, Zhang Wuliang would be able to capture it. Zhang Wuliang then tidied up the damaged wall. The area damaged by the ghost fireblade soldiers wasn't large, making cleanup straightforward. Just in case, though, Zhang Wuliang had the ice spike beast divide the vegetable garden into two sections. One section was planted entirely with tomatoes, specifically for feeding the ghost fireblades. The other half was planted with other crops for his own consumption. Although this halved the amount of plants available for Zhang Wuliang's consumption, he had no worries whatsoever about running out of food. Had he ever gone hungry in his life? Moreover, tomatoes grew at an astonishingly rapid pace, bearing fruit multiple times a day. The Ghostfire soldiers could eat as much as they wanted, and he would pick the rest himself. There would definitely be enough. Zhang Wuliang worked through the night. When he rose the next morning, he looked out. Good heavens! Many more tomatoes, specifically planted for the Ghostfire blade soldiers, had been picked. Frozen footprints were still visible on the ground. No need to guess that Ghostfire soldier must have come stealing tomatoes again during the night. However, since he couldn't receive notifications while sleeping, Zhang Wuliang had no idea what the creature's current mood value was. But Zhang Wuliang wasn't worried. He guessed it would take no more than 2 or 3 days to fully tame the Ghostfire blade soldier. With the footprints explained and an unexpected bonus in hand, Zhang Wuliang resumed his preparations for the summit. He organized the supplies he'd recently acquired, intending to list them on the trading market to exchange for resources. He now possessed a substantial quantity of vegetables. Even if he sold most of it, it would still last him a long time. After listing such a large quantity of vegetables, Zhang Wuliang immediately caused a stir in the trading market. Holy crap, these vegetables are all from big shot Zhang Wuliang? How did he get so many? So jealous. I can only pick berries to eat every day. I get to eat meat, but eating meat all the time gets old. I miss lettuce so much. Who cares where it came from? There's so much here, everyone grab it quick before it's gone. Exactly. Grab some first, worry about envy later. Chapter 18, Building the Watchtower, embarking on exploration once more. A scramble erupted in the trading market. Before long, Zhang Wuliang's vegetables were snapped up as soon as they went on sale. This earned him a large quantity of iron ore. For Zhang Wuliang, iron ore was now the scarcest resource. He had traded for a total of 67 pieces. This was still far from enough to meet Zhang Wuliang's needs. At that moment, the new pet creature he had been most eager to see was born. This was the result of breeding the blazing sparrow with Softy. Pet beast, spirit giant elephant little brother. Name, unnamed. Level, 1. Attributes, grass type elite. Abilities, HP, 627, attack, 35, defense, 51, speed, 2. Personality, honest, gluttonous. Skills, earth stomp lifts both front legs and slams them down, causing a violent shockwave that damages all objects within 10 meters, trample casually destroys everything in its path as it passes. Special ability, advanced lumber gathering extremely efficient at collecting wood. Description, the spirit giant elephant is a colossus among pet beasts. Few can rival its sheer size, and its tendency to inadvertently destroy everything in its path including other pet beasts' homes makes it difficult for it to make friends. In truth, however, the spirit giant elephant is exceptionally friendly and gentle. Zhang Wuliang was slightly stunned by the spirit giant elephant stats. At level 1, it already boasts over 600 HP and over 50 defense. This was undoubtedly the tiger-class heavy tank among pet beasts. Its speed is just too low. In actual combat, it would likely still be doomed to serve as a target. After reviewing the spirit giant elephant's data, to prevent it from destroying his territory, Zhang Wuliang released it only after reaching the territory's perimeter, directing it to mine timber. As for timber, a fundamental resource, more was always better. The spirit giant elephant stood tall and robust, its frame larger than 2 small wooden huts. Its forelimbs resembled massive pillars reaching heavenward. When it stood motionless, it resembled a breathing hill. Upon receiving Zhang Wuliang's command, the spirit giant elephant charged directly into a forest. Boom! The spirit giant elephant's sheer size caused the earth to shake and mountains to tremble, even as it moved in at a leisurely pace. Many fragile trees snapped clean at the roots under the force of its movement. Others were bent and snapped by the sheer weight of its massive body. In no time, a vast expanse of the forest lay in ruins. After flattening the trees, the spirit giant elephant used its thick trunk to scoop up the fallen wood and leisurely carry it back to its territory. Acquired 239 wood. This much? Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but be startled. Earlier, while chatting in the World Channel, he'd learned about the gathering quantities of others' pets. Generally, they could only gather around 100 pieces of wood in a day. Yet his spirit giant elephant had merely taken a lap and gathered over 200 pieces of wood. If the spirit giant elephant were to gather all day, wouldn't it easily collect over 1,000 pieces of wood? Seeing its capability, Zhang Wuliang decided against using it in combat. It would be better suited to diligently gathering wood for him. For a while afterward, Zhang Wuliang didn't know what to do with himself. He sat at the entrance to his territory, watching the spirit giant elephant come and go through the forest, lost in thought. Before long, The spirit giant elephant had cleared a vast open space around the territory. This clearing stood out starkly against the lush forest. As Zhang Wulian watched, a sudden inspiration struck him. Why not simply build a towering wooden watchtower here? That way, even if he ventured far from his territory in the future, he could still find his way back. He could venture out to explore with peace of mind. No time to waste. Zhang Wuliang wouldn't build the watchtower himself, he needed to buy blueprints. After searching the trading market, Zhang Wuliang actually found a design blueprint for a simple lookout tower. He had all the materials needed for construction. Moreover, non-functional structures like this could be built even outside his territory. Zhang Wuliang chose a large clearing cleared by the spirit giant elephant to build the watchtower. Once the simple watchtower was erected, from afar, it resembled the ancient beacon towers built by people to resist foreign enemies. It stood out prominently. Standing atop the tower, one could gaze into the distance and see for miles. After all, this watchtower soared to an astonishing height of 20 meters. At this moment, Zhang Wuliang noticed a brazier atop the tower. By placing wood or coal inside, it could keep the tower's peak ablaze with light. Thus, at night, the tower could function as a beacon, guiding Zhang Wuliang's path. Zhang Wuliang pulled out a large amount of wood and stuffed it into the brazier. Soon, the fire at the tower's peak blazed fiercely. Its glow illuminated the surrounding area. Even in broad daylight, the watchtower resembled a lighthouse standing tall amidst the vast ocean. Zhang Wuliang was quite satisfied. From now on, when he ventured out to explore, he wouldn't have to worry about losing track of his territory. While the tower was exceptionally conspicuous, and any nearby beast tamers would undoubtedly spot Zhang Wuliang's territory immediately. But now, Zhang Wuliang believed he no longer needed to worry about that. Ever since the incident with the footprints last time, he had scouted the area within a 2-kilometer radius. It was completely deserted. In the world chat, he had never seen anyone report encountering another beastmaster either. Considering this, it seemed the world was vast indeed. Before gaining sufficient power, beastmasters rarely venture far beyond their territories, let alone encounter others. Zhang Wuliang returned to his territory, restored his condition to peak form, and made thorough preparations. Then, he mounted the blazing sparrow once more and set off. This time, he would explore even farther. At Zhang Wuliang's command, the blazing sparrow flapped its wings vigorously, lifting him into the sky as they soared toward the horizon. In the distance lay vast, endless forest stretching as far as the eye could see. And higher still in the sky. Zhang Wuliang looked back. Amidst the vast expanse of white, a streak of crimson light shone brightly. It was the watchtower he had built. Indeed, with this watchtower, he could now locate his territory at any moment. This watchtower was well worth the effort. Zhang Wuliang locked onto his direction and soared forward. His target remained the dragon-shaped wild beast dwelling atop that mountain. Soon, man and bird soared past the farthest point they had reached last time, continuing another kilometer or two. Yet, gazing up at the glimmer on the mountain peak, the journey still felt endless. It seemed the mountain was far more distant from his territory than he had imagined. After flying a little further, Zhang Wuliang suddenly noticed something astonishing within the forest, a palace carved entirely from ice. The entire structure was crafted from ice crystals, radiating splendor and grandeur as it sat silently amidst the forest. Had Zhang Wuliang not been soaring overhead, discovering this ice palace would have been no easy feat. What on earth is this place? Zhang Wuliang was startled. Curiosity piqued, he rode his firebird to circle the ice palace. Chapter 19, Danger signals dozens of wild beasts charging straight in. The ice palace appeared to have been abandoned for ages. At the entrance, 2 massive trees grew, their trunks so thick they partially blocked the palace doors. Zhang Wuliang did not approach rashly. He had come alone this time, without bringing any extra pets. Though he did have the blazing sparrow bird. But the firebird could only serve as a mode of transportation. Its combat abilities were truly mediocre. But since he was already here, he had to investigate the place and get a general understanding before leaving. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang drew his wooden spear, stepped forward, and cleaved through the tree trunk blocking the entrance. He slowly made his way inside. The icy palace was saturated with frigid air, sending a shiver down Zhang Wuliang's spine. Still, aside from the cold, there was nothing unusual inside. Zhang Wuliang saw long tables and chairs fashioned from ice crystals. Countless skeletal remains lay scattered haphazardly around the seating, their age lost to the mists of time. Beyond the bones, the palace contained rows of ice coffins. The transparent ice coffins revealed the bodies of various shaped pet beasts lying within. Exposed to the extreme cold, these bodies showed no signs of decay, appearing merely as if they had fallen into a deep slumber. Bodies and bones littered the floor. The place felt eerie and terrifying, permeated with an unsettling atmosphere. Zhang Wuliang had no desire to linger here. Before danger struck, he had to quickly see if anything of value remained here and get out fast. He stepped over the bones scattered on the ground, making his way deeper into the ice palace. At the palace's farthest point, Zhang Wuliang beheld an altar fashioned entirely from ice crystals. The altar was surrounded by an array of multicolored gemstones. Above the altar rested a sword. The sword was forged from pure gold, its blade gleaming golden throughout, with dazzling diamonds inlaid into the hilt. Zhang Wuliang felt a surge of delight. This trip hadn't been in vain. He strode forward and grasped the solid gold sword in his hand. He had expected some sort of trap to spring. After all, triggering traps when taking treasures was a common plot device, so Zhang Wuliang remained cautious as he took the sword. But no trap appeared. Still, he sensed this was no place to linger. He hurried out of the ice palace, mounted the fiery bird, and left the area. Only after flying a considerable distance, with no incidents occurring, did Zhang Wuliang finally draw the sword from his backpack and examine it closely. The Lost Grammar Sword, a legendary sword said to slay dragons. Only when wielded by one possessing sufficient power can it unleash its full might. Certain beasts of burden may also wield it. Zhang Wuliang raised an eyebrow. Pet beasts can wield it too? He felt nothing unusual about the sword when he held it. He wondered if it might wield the sword more effectively once he captured the Ghostblade Blade Master. Zhang Wuliang stowed away the Lost Grammar Sword. This counted as an unexpected windfall. As dusk approached, it was clear this expedition would yield little. For him, this was merely an experiment to ensure he could successfully reclaim his territory. Zhang Wuliang instructed the flame bird to carry him back first. Upon his return to the domain, everything proceeded in orderly fashion. The furnaces within the domain had been stocked with wood by Zhang Wuliang earlier, continuously burning charcoal. This time, Zhang Wuliang harvested 268 pieces of charcoal in one go. He then loaded all the iron ore into the furnace, smelting it with the charcoal to produce iron ingots. After one night, Zhang Wuliang smelted 23 iron ingots. Zhang Wuliang first used these ingots to forge iron matting. Then, he fashioned an iron sword from the iron sheet. The newly acquired Lost Gram sword proved far too cumbersome for him. Before gaining sufficient strength, wielding it clearly wasn't suitable. With an iron sword, he could better defend himself. By the time he finished all this, dawn was breaking. All the beasts within the domain had awakened. Zhang Wuliang spotted from afar that the Ghostfire Blade Master had returned. The fellow was picking tomatoes to eat within the domain. Zhang Wuliang was utterly speechless. This Ghostfire Blade guy was practically treating his territory like his own home. And after eating for so long, he still hadn't reached the required mood level for capture. Once his mood value hit 20, the rate of increase slowed considerably. It seemed the capture would take some more time. Meanwhile, Zhang Wuliang diligently bred and hatched pet beasts every day, but his pet beast inventory was now completely full. With no other choice, he decided to decompose all 5 fire lizards first. Obtained 30 fire iguana meat. Obtained 5 fire essence. Ding! You have unlocked the Fire Spirit lamp. Fire Spirit? Zhang Wuliang checked the Fire Spirit's properties. Fire Spirit, a mysterious material imbued with the power of flames. It can replace coal as fuel, burning longer than coal and producing a brighter light source. Zhang Wuliang's eyes lit up. The lamps atop the watchtowers within his domain provided extensive illumination, allowing Zhang Wuliang to see his territory from great distances. However, the lamps used wood as fuel, and wood simply couldn't burn for very long. Previously, Zhang Wuliang had always ridden the Firebird up to replenish the fuel, but this was extremely troublesome. This fire essence was the perfect solution. He immediately retrieved the fire essence and upgraded the lamps on the watchtower. He replaced the original wood with the fire essence. Sure enough, the upgraded lamps were several times brighter than before, and their luminosity remained constant unlike the wood, which dimmed after burning for a while. With brighter lamps, the lookout tower's visibility extended much farther. From the tower, Zhang Wuliang gazed into the distance. The distant expanse, once a hazy white blur, gradually sharpened as the lamp's brightness increased. Previously, the icy fog had made it impossible to see far. Even after the tower was built, the ice fog limited visibility to just 1 or 2 kilometers at most. But now, with the increased brightness, they could actually see through the ice fog to much greater distances. Didn't this mean he could even skip the trouble of riding the Firebird out to explore? Zhang Wuliang strained his eyes to peer into the distance. What he saw left him stunned. Several kilometers away, a vast gathering of wild pet beasts had formed. These wild beasts resembled wild bears, yet their bodies were covered in armor resembling white crystal. The leader among them was enormous, twice the size of the others. It resembled a wild boss creature. As far as Zhang Wuliang could see, the massive beast led the others on a rampage. It had trampled down numerous trees along its path. What made Zhang Wuliang's heart skip a beat even more was, this pack of wild pets is actually heading straight for his territory. If they discovered his territory, it would likely be torn apart by this horde of beasts. This force was far more formidable than the previous wild pet beast attacks. After all, there were dozens of them. Chapter 20, A Beast King with Sentience? Where did you get that confidence? Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat. Thankfully, upgrading the watchtower allowed him to spot this threat early. Otherwise, if he'd only noticed when the wild pet beasts were already approaching his territory, it would have been too late. Zhang Wuliang immediately descended from the watchtower. He then ordered all his pets to halt their current tasks. He ordered them to stand by at all times, ready for battle. This wild beast herd was vastly larger than any encountered before, with numbers several times greater. The current territory walls alone would likely prove insufficient to withstand them. But constructing new defenses in time was impossible. The spirit giant elephant was also summoned back by Zhang Wuliang, though it was not allowed to enter the territory. It was tasked with defending the outer perimeter. Though the wild pet beast horde appeared fierce, their size was several times smaller than the spirit giant elephant. To them, the spirit giant elephant was a major headache. With this heavy tank of a spirit giant elephant in place, Zhang Wuliang could have his other beasts lie in wait, gradually dismantling the wild beast pack. After formulating his general plan, Zhang Wuliang donned his leather armor, gripped his iron sword, and led his beasts into battle formation. Although he had recently dispatched 5 fire lizards, he now faced 5 ice spikes. These 5 elite-level ice spikes were far more formidable than the 5 veteran-level fire lizards. Moreover, Zhang Wuliang noticed that all 5 ice spines were itching for a fight. These 5 ice spikes normally mined within their territory, but mining also granted experience points, so each had now reached levels 6 or 7. Their strength had increased significantly since they were first hatched. With these 5 ice spike beasts, plus the spirit giant elephant and other pets, along with the territory's walls and traps, he now had the confidence to confront wild pet beasts. Zhang Wuliang was still making final preparations. Meanwhile, the distant herd of wild pet beasts was drawing ever closer. Finally, the wild pet beast herd came into view of the gathered pets. Through the territory walls, they spotted Zhang Wuliang and his companions inside. Roar! The leader of the wild beasts let out a furious roar, then charged forward at the head of the pack. The rest followed suit, and in an instant, thick smoke billowed and the earth shook violently. Prepare for battle. Zhang Wuliang's gaze grew grave as he gripped his iron sword tightly. He had no idea why this pack of wild beasts had found his home, or perhaps it was just his misfortune. Regardless, he must defend this place at all costs. Zhang Wuliang fixed his gaze on the charging pack of wild beasts. Each beast resembled a wild bear, covered in crystal-like armor. Their fangs protruded from their mouths, saliva flying with their furious roars, their blood-red eyes filled with coldness and savagery. These wild beasts were enormous, each standing nearly 2 meters tall and stretching 3 to 4 meters in length. They charged forward with overwhelming momentum. Anyone faint of heart would likely wet themselves in terror. As the herd reached the territory's perimeter wall, poised to smash through the wooden fence, the spirit giant elephant charged out first. Like a moving mountain, it crashed directly into the herd of wild beasts. Each wild beast was already massive in size. Yet compared to the spirit giant elephant, they were mere minnows. The spirit giant elephant charged in, instantly knocking 2 or 3 wild beasts flying. Those creatures flew backward like kicked soccer balls, wailing in pain. This single charge from the spirit giant elephant instantly struck fear into the herd of wild beasts. The once ferocious beasts were now visibly shaken, some even retreating several steps in fear. However, more wild beasts roared with fury and charged at the spirit giant elephant. The spirit giant elephant showed no fear whatsoever, its massive body charging recklessly through the herd. Its massive frame and thick hide made it nearly immune to the attacks of the wild beasts. Yet when the spirit giant elephant struck the wild beasts, it could easily knock them flying or even inflict severe injuries. Even merely approaching the spirit giant elephant caused their internal organs to tremble from the sheer force. Under Zhang Wuliang's watchful gaze, the wild pet beasts formation instantly fell into chaos. The once ferocious beasts now circled the spirit giant elephant, utterly unable to withstand its relentless charge. Seeing the moment ripe, Zhang Wuliang gave a sweeping gesture. Charge! The other beasts followed suit. The ice spike beasts charged forward first, their paws striking the ground as threads of frigid air erupted from their palms. Crackle! Crackle! Layers of ice crystals rapidly spread outward. The wild beasts were caught completely off guard, many having their limbs frozen solid. But it wasn't over yet. Immediately after, all 5 ice spike beasts opened their gaping maws simultaneously, gathering clusters of icy blue cold air within their mouths. With the roar of the 5 ice spike beasts, the frigid mist instantly spread outward. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Those wild beasts with frozen limbs could not even cry out in agony, their bodies completely encased in ice. In that instant, the area outside the territory transformed into a world of ice crystals. Zhang Wuliang, feeling energized, swung his iron sword and charged forward. The wild beasts, immobilized by the ice, moved sluggishly. Even Zhang Wuliang could easily wound them. Should any danger arise, the ice plane's cat stood guard beside him. Zhang Wuliang raised his iron sword, thrusting it through the throat of the trapped wild beast before him. Blood spurted forth instantly. In the past, Zhang Wuliang had never even killed a chicken. But now, the environment had changed him. In this world, if he couldn't adapt and clung to his mercy, that very mercy would eventually become a dagger turned against him. Therefore, he must learn early on to fight alone. The wild beast pack suffered heavy casualties as a result. And for them, the trouble was far from over. 2 blazing sparrow birds screeched through the sky. Their wingspan stretched over 2 meters, their edges alight with flames that made them dazzle like 2 celestial meteors. Accompanied by deafening cries. The firebirds unleashed their flames. The flames were scorching hot, engulfing everything in an instant. All the wild pets instantly felt a wave of scorching heat wash over them, mingled with the acrid smell of smoke. The frozen wild beasts, scorched by the flames, let out piercing cries of agony. From the very start of the battle, Zhang Wuliang's side gained the upper hand. A slaughter feast of ice and fire unfolded. However, just as Zhang Wuliang thought victory was assured, the massive beast leader, whose stature dwarfed the wild beasts, sensed trouble. It roared in fury. Roar! Accompanied by this furious roar, the wild beasts, as if receiving a command, began retreating in unison. Within mere seconds, the wild pet beast herd had retreated beyond Zhang Wuliang's territory. Zhang Wuliang frowned slightly, noticing something amiss with this group of wild beasts. These wild beasts were actually beginning to spread out, using their numerical advantage to encircle Zhang Wuliang's few pets. Zhang Wuliang's expression immediately darkened. These wild pets weren't mindless beasts. Among them was a leader possessing spiritual intelligence. This is getting troublesome. Zhang Wuliang's gaze grew grave. With that leader directing the pack, the situation suddenly became far more difficult to handle. Originally, though fierce, the wild pets fought individually and were relatively easy to handle. Now, however, the wild beasts began exploiting their numerical advantage, employing encirclement tactics against Zhang Wuliang's pets. Moreover, they avoided direct confrontation with Zhang Wuliang's pets, instead employing hit-and-run tactics, advancing when the enemy retreated and retreating when the enemy advanced. This meant that even though Zhang Wuliang's pets were powerful, they struggled to inflict significant casualties on the wild pack in the short term. Instead, as time wore on, the stamina of Zhang Wuliang's pets steadily drained away. At that moment, the massive Beast King charged to the forefront. Its bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Zhang Wuliang, saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. Its expression suggested it already considered Zhang Wuliang its prey. Not only that, it even let out a mocking roar directed at Zhang Wuliang. Roar! The sound seemed to say, "You insignificant insect, submit to becoming our meal." Zhang Wuliang curled his lips into a cold smile. No. Who gave you the confidence? Chapter 21, Unexpected Ambush. Unlocking Crystal Energy Technology. Did you really think you had him cornered? Zhang Wuliang watched as his pet beast's stamina steadily drained, while that Beast King continued directing other wild pets to harass his own. He narrowed his eyes and immediately issued an order. Fall back to our territory. Zhang Wuliang knew full well that continuing this attrition battle would be extremely disadvantageous for his pets. Hearing Zhang Wuliang's command, several pet beasts retreated into the territory without hesitation. Zhang Wuliang sealed the gates and walls shut. At that moment, the wild pets did not rush forward en masse. Instead, under the command of their Beast King, they slowly encircled Zhang Wuliang's territory. Zhang Wuliang frowned. These wild pets truly resembled a well-trained army. The Beast King commanded the wild pets to repeatedly ram the walls of Zhang Wuliang's territory. Though sturdy, the walls began to crack under the relentless impact. Zhang Wuliang's heart tightened. He knew these walls likely wouldn't hold out much longer. However, fortunately, he still had the blazing sparrows. Whenever a wild beast dared to approach the walls, the two blazing sparrows in the sky would launch their attack. The firebirds spread their wings, and flames poured down. The wild beasts caught in the flames let out piercing cries as they burned. This significantly slowed their advance. The importance of air superiority was vividly demonstrated in that moment. The Beast King seemed to recognize that these two firebirds posed a significant threat to them. Yet, faced with flying beasts, they could only lash out blindly, lacking any effective means to deal with them. If this continued, they would be worn down to death before the walls were breached. A flash of savage determination flickered in the Beast King's eyes. It let out a piercing howl to the heavens, accompanying its furious roar. The wild beasts began racing frantically around Zhang Wuliang's territory. Zhang Wuliang watched the scene, utterly baffled. What on earth were these wild beasts up to? At first, Zhang Wuliang couldn't grasp their intent. But when the beasts halted their charge, he caught a glimpse of the truth. They had gathered at the hollow Zhang Wuliang had deliberately left open. That gap was deliberately left by Zhang Wuliang for planting tomatoes. Compared to other sections of the wall, this spot was undoubtedly the weakest point. Zhang Wuliang saw it clearly. These creatures were searching for the weakest point in his territory. Having found the weakest spot, the wild beasts began concentrating their efforts, launching even more ferocious attacks on the recess. Even with two blazing sparrows concentrating their fiery attacks here, under the relentless, suicidal assaults of the wild beasts, the situation remained precarious. Zhang Wuliang's face paled slightly. Under the Beast King's command, these wild beasts proved unexpectedly cunning. Though the two firebirds continued their relentless attacks, the sheer numbers of wild beasts overwhelmed them. If the wild beasts breached the gap, Zhang Wuliang's territory would be utterly exposed to their onslaught. He wasn't worried about his own life, but under these circumstances, if the wild pet beasts breached the defenses, his territory would be doomed. At that point, even if it meant sacrificing every single beast, he had to defend the beast factory. Zhang Wuliang had already braced himself for the worst. But an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A figure burst from the forest. The figure wielded a broken sword, wildly slashing at the wild pet beasts one after another. Each strike was accompanied by a streak of dark crimson ghostfire. Wherever the ghostly flames touched the wild beasts, they burst into flames. And it was none other than the ghost flame blade master Zhang Wuliang had encountered earlier. Zhang Wuliang's expression darkened further. This was bad news. The wild pet beasts were already difficult enough to deal with, and now a ghost fire swordsman had appeared. How was his territory supposed to withstand their attacks? A wave of despair washed over Zhang Wuliang. But then he noticed something. It seemed this Ghostfire Blade Master showed absolutely no interest in his territory. Instead, it was mercilessly slaughtering the wild beasts that had trampled the tomatoes. Zhang Wuliang's eyes widened instantly as he began observing closely. Sure enough, the Ghost Flame Blade wielder charged into the herd of wild pets, not even glancing at his territory. Moreover, the Ghost Flame Blade Master's strength was exceptionally formidable. Even facing a vast horde of wild pets, he showed no fear, slaughtering them indiscriminately. Under the Ghost Flame Blade Master's ferocious assault, the wild pets instantly descended into chaos. Even the intelligent Beast King, when confronted by the Ghost Flame Blade Master, revealed a look of profound apprehension. The herd quickly regrouped under the Beast King's command. Yet, even under siege, the Ghost Flame Blade Master always managed to evade injury through his agile footwork. From afar, Zhang Wuliang watched, his eyes growing brighter. Damn! He hadn't misjudged him after all. This Ghost Flame Blade Master was way too skilled. A single pet could slaughter dozens of wild beasts. Now Zhang Wuliang suspected the Ghostfire Blade Master's talent was far beyond just elite level. It was highly likely he was even higher master grade. If he really manages to subdue it, he'll be unstoppable. I must take it down. Zhang Wuliang gritted his teeth silently. At that moment, the Beast King finally realized they were powerless against this Ghost Flame Blade-wielding swordsman. If the battle continued, they would only suffer more casualties. The Beast King roared at once. The wild beasts turned and began retreating. However, how could Zhang Wuliang give them that chance? He had already ordered the 5 ice spike beasts to quietly flank around to their rear, blocking their retreat. Though facing such a large number of wild beasts, just 5 ice spike beasts were insufficient to stop them entirely. But delaying the wild beasts' retreat was sufficient. For the ice spike beasts, it was merely a matter of unleashing his skill. In an instant, caught between the Ghost Flame Blade Master and Zhang Wuliang's pincer attack, the wild pets descended into chaos, each fighting for themselves. Seeing the panicked, fleeing beasts, Zhang Wuliang's lips curled into a faint smile. Attack! At Zhang Wuliang's command, the 2 firebirds ceased attacking the wild pets near the territory's walls. Instead, they soared into the sky and spat forth a ball of flame. After a brief moment of recovery, the firebirds had gathered new flames. Though the flames were considerably smaller in size, their destructive power remained formidable. As the firebirds spread their wings, a torrent of flames rained down like meteorites. Outside the territory, flames raged fiercely, accompanied by a chorus of wails. Seeing the tide had turned against it, the Beast King attempted to flee alone. But the Ghost Flame Blade Master would show no mercy. In truth, Zhang Wuliang had also realized that the Ghost Flame Blade Master's sudden appearance must have been triggered by his beloved tomatoes being trampled by this pack of wild beasts. This alone showed just how much it cherished tomatoes. What Zhang Wuliang hadn't anticipated was that, even before he tamed it, he'd unexpectedly gained a territory security guard. This was truly a fortunate turn of events, one that brought quiet satisfaction. Witnessing its entire clan slaughtered, the Beast King let out a piercing, mournful howl. The next instant, its muscles began convulsing violently as its body swelled visibly. It was going down with the Ghost Flame Blade Master in a fight to the death. Yet the Ghost Flame Blade Master remained utterly unconcerned, calm as still water. The next instant, his entire form seemed to dissolve into the void, leaving only a blurred afterimage. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Beast King. The crimson ghost fire blade in his hand instantly severed the Beast King's head. The Beast King didn't even have a chance to resist before it breathed its last. This alone demonstrated the sheer terror of his power. With the Beast King dead, the wild pet beast herd immediately scattered. After completing this, the Ghost Flame Blade Master slowly turned and departed the area. He harbored not a shred of covetousness toward Zhang Wuliang's territory. Beyond the borders of the entire domain lay the corpses of wild beasts. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood. Zhang Wuliang, however, was delighted. All these wild beast corpses were spoils of war. He immediately set about cleaning up the battlefield. Obtained 192 crystal energy bear meat. Obtained 62 crystal energy cores. Obtained 1 crystal energy command hub. Acquired 25 crystal energy fragments. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the surprise raid event, Crystal Bear Sweep. Crystal energy technology has been unlocked. View the crafting list at the workbench within your territory for details. Chapter 22, Crystal Energy Technology. Remote control of territory facilities. The joy hadn't faded from Zhang Wuliang's face when he was startled by a sudden system notification. Crystal energy technology. What on earth is this? To figure it all out, Zhang Wuliang immediately headed to the workbench. As soon as he opened the workbench's crafting list, a flood of brand new crafting recipes appeared. Craft 1 Crystal Energy Link Program, materials required 2 Crystal Energy Cores. Craft 1 Crystal Energy Drone, materials required 5 Crystal Energy Cores, 5 Iron Ingots. Craft 1 Crystalline Remote Control Program, materials required 20 Crystalline Cores, 1 Crystalline Command Hub. Craft 1 Cryo Energy Lab Tracker, materials required 20 Cryo Energy Cores, 30 Cryo Energy Fragments, 20 Steel. Crafting 1 Cryogenic Automatic Machine Gun Turret, materials required 50 Cryogenic Cores, 1 Any Machine Gun, 40 Iron Ingots, 20 Steel, 20 Alloy Ingots. Craft 1 Cryogenic Automatic Flamethrower Turret. Materials required 50 Cryogenic Cores, 1 Basic Flamethrower Unit, 30 Iron Ingots, 15 Steel, 15 Alloy Ingots. Crafting 1 Crystalline Energy Sword requires 10 Crystalline Energy Fragments, 10 Alloy Ingots. Crafting 1 Crystalline Energy Bow requires 10 Crystalline Energy Fragments, 8 Alloy Ingots. Craft 1 Crystal Energy Bracelet. Materials required 5 Crystal Energy Fragments. Crafting. Just these newly added crafting options alone numbered over 30. Zhang Wuliang was dazzled by the sheer number. Just looking at many of the items up there made one feel, holy crap! He soon grasped the so-called Crystal Energy System. Put simply, it was an advanced technology surpassing modern standards. It could connect all facilities within a territory and, through the Crystal Energy Command Center, achieve remote control. With this thing, even if Zhang Wuliang was millions of miles away, he could still operate his own pet beast factory, handling breeding, incubation, and decomposition tasks. Its operation proved remarkably convenient. Simply install the Crystal Energy Link program at one end, deploy a Crystal Energy unmanned robot, and remote control operations could be executed through the Crystal Energy Command Center. As for other production options, such as the Crystal Energy Automatic Machine Gun Turret and Crystal Energy Automatic Flamethrower Turret, they undoubtedly transform his territory into a modern defensive facility. For any wild pet beasts daring to invade the territory, it would be a devastating blow. The descriptions of weapons like the Crystal Energy Sword and Crystal Energy Bow are also incredibly awesome. Once materials permitted, he'd definitely craft a couple more just for his own amusement. Holy crap, this is seriously awesome. Zhang Wuliang felt like he'd struck gold. Now it seemed this massive wild beast attack wasn't a disaster at all. It was a jackpot. Just looking at the projects on his workbench made Zhang Wuliang itch to try them all out. But he knew his current crystal energy cores weren't enough. Some advanced projects required quantities of crystal energy cores he simply couldn't afford. Moreover, he lacked essential materials like gold ingots, steel, and alloy ingots. For now, he could only craft basic items. Zhang Wuliang immediately set to work, eager to assemble a complete set of remote control equipment: the Crystal Energy Link Program, the Crystal Energy Drone, and the Crystal Energy Remote Control Program. The Crystal Energy Connection Program was a crystal-like object smaller than the palm of his hand. The moment Zhang Wuliang held it near the pet beast factory, it activated. Is this a territory building? Integrated pet beast breeding factory growth type. Install Crystal Energy Connection Program? Yes. A simple confirmation. In truth, the pet beast factory showed no visible changes afterward. However, Zhang Wuliang's interface now featured an additional option labeled Crystal Energy Console. Within it appeared the control options for the pet beast factory. But beneath this option, an additional line appeared: proxy drones currently unavailable. Zhang Wuliang immediately understood what this meant. He placed the Crystal Energy Drone inside the pet beast factory. The Crystal Energy Drone was essentially a miniature robot. Its appearance was extremely miniature, even somewhat adorable. Its overall shape was streamlined, with a silver-white body. It resembled a miniature sci-fi tank, equipped with tracks beneath and a pair of mechanical arm-like appendages at the front, capable of performing intricate tasks. On both sides, devices resembling signal receivers emitted faint blue flashes. With this device, Zhang Wuliang could now operate the Crystal Energy System to remotely control the pet beast factory. As for the Crystal Energy Remote Control Program, it had been automatically installed. Without it, Zhang Wuliang's maximum operational range was limited to 1 kilometer. With it, however, that range became infinite. Opening the Crystal Energy Console and accessing the pet beast factory, Zhang Wuliang could monitor real-time operations within the facility through this interface. Breeding, incubation, decomposition all could be directly controlled remotely. This was absolutely awesome. Currently, both breeding chambers in the pet beast factory were assigned to breeding ice spikes and fire lizards, while the remaining chamber was dedicated to breeding fluffy and flamebirds. Each of these breeding cycles required over 48 hours. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but feel a little excited. The final results were sure to be nothing short of spectacular. After completing the Crystal Energy Console, Zhang Wuliang proceeded to craft the only remaining item he could produce with his current materials on the workbench: the Crystal Energy Bracelet. For Zhang Wuliang at this stage, this contraption was undoubtedly another piece of cutting-edge technology. Its function was straightforward. When worn, it generated a protective barrier around the wearer. This barrier could withstand a single light attack. Whether it was the claws and bites of a beast pet or the energy attacks they unleashed, it could withstand them. After the barrier dissipated from an impact, it would take 20 minutes to regenerate. Zhang Wuliang understood it perfectly. This crystal energy bracelet was like a protective suit for the body, capable of withstanding a single attack. For now, he still needed it. After all, when facing wild beast packs, he couldn't remain completely unscathed forever. Getting bitten or clawed was inevitable. But now, with this crystal energy bracelet, it was like having an extra layer of protection. Not only did it safeguard his own safety, but it also provided an extra chance for escape. He immediately set about crafting the device. The crystal energy bracelet's design was remarkably simple. It was just a basic bracelet design, entirely silver white with intricate patterns etched into it, giving it a distinctly high-tech look. Zhang Wuliang held it in his hand and tested it. After putting it on, he felt no unusual sensations. But the next second, whoosh! A translucent energy shield abruptly erupted from the bracelet, enveloping his entire body. Holy crap, that's so cool! Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but exclaim in awe. He reached out to touch the energy shield, but his hand passed right through it. Judging by the looks of it, it wouldn't interfere with his daily activities at all. This is some serious high-tech stuff. Just then, Ghostfire Blade, frequent visitor to your territory. In its view, those who love tomatoes are definitely not wrong. Perhaps you could become excellent companions. Ghostfire Blade decides to join you. Do you agree? Yes, no. Chapter 23, 3 Departures, vowing to meet the dragon-shaped pet beast. After waiting so long, the Ghost Flame Blade wielder finally expressed intent to join him. Zhang Wuliang's heart surged with excitement. Without a second thought, he selected yes. Pet beast, Ghost Flame Blade Dancer Sister. Name, unnamed. Level, 27. Talent, attribute less elite. Abilities, HP, 1927, attack, 291, defense, 48, speed, 120. Temperament, agile, calm, rare. Skills, Ghost Flame spell, a signature spell mastered by Ghost Flame swordsmen, allowing them to unleash several unquenchable ghost flames with their bare hands. Wanderer's single-mindedness, a signature sword technique mastered by Ghost Flame swordsmen, capable of delivering dozens of slashes amidst flashing blades, unleashing immense power. Special abilities, advanced woodcutting, highly efficient at gathering wood. Intermediate construction, actively seeks and participates in building projects within its territory. Introduction, at birth, the Ghost Flame swordsman witnessed a bipedal creature unlike any other beast training in the mountains. Though unaware of its true nature, the creature's masterful swordsmanship and formidable strength inspired profound admiration. The Ghost Flame swordsman became obsessed with emulating everything about it, including its fondness for tomatoes. After reviewing the Ghostfire Blade's stats, Zhang Wuliang grinned so widely his mouth stretched nearly to his ears. Good. Good. It's not exactly a veteran-level pet beast, though. But the reason Ghostflame Blade Master was so powerful all along was mainly because it had reached level 27. Currently, Zhang Wuliang's longest cultivated ice spike beast, Stone, was only at level 13. This shows just how difficult leveling up becomes later on. Moreover, this Ghostflame Blade Master possesses a rare temperament. All this saved Zhang Wuliang an enormous amount of effort. He'd struck gold. Moreover, he'd just acquired crystal energy technology, enabling remote control of operations within his territory. Immediately capturing the Ghostfire Blade Master elevated his combat capabilities by leaps and bounds. Now, Zhang Wuliang felt even more confident about his plan to explore the distant mountains. He made his decision. This time, he would journey far. He would not retreat until he reached the mountain and saw the true form of that dragon-shaped beast. With his mind made up, Zhang Wuliang wasted no further time. And with the crystal energy bracelet, it was like having an extra life. What was there left to wait for? Zhang Wuliang made his preparations, packed ample provisions, and set out for the third time. He was determined to uncover whatever secrets lay hidden there. Zhang Wuliang mounted the blazing sparrow bird, accompanied by the ice spike beast, fire lizard, and Ghostflame Blade Master. A level 2 territory could accommodate 20 pet beasts. However, once outside the territory, Zhang Wuliang could only bring a maximum of 4 pets. This limitation could not be altered even by upgrading the domain. Even with only these 4 companions, Zhang Wuliang was confident they would be sufficient to ensure his safety. This time, Zhang Wuliang deliberately instructed the blazing sparrow bird to slow down. After all, he still needed to keep pace with the other beasts on the ground. Currently, the firebird was still young, and carrying Zhang Wuliang alone was already quite a feat. Once it matured further, it might be able to carry 3 beasts. Though the firebird's pace was slower, it should still reach its destination within a day and a half. Zhang Wuliang kept a watchful eye on the surroundings. With the crystal energy bracelet, he wouldn't be killed by a beast's sneak attack. But no one ever complains about having a long life. Danger should be avoided whenever possible. As Zhang Wuliang pressed onward along his path, Suddenly, a dark figure darted out from the nearby woods and lunged toward Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that even with 4 pet beasts guarding him, a wild beast would still attack. Was it just reckless, or was it reckless? Was he really that tempting? Almost the instant the creature lunged forward, Ghost Flame Blade Wielder stepped in front of Zhang Wuliang, violently drawing the long blade from his waist. Clang! The blade flashed like lightning, erupting in an instant. Zhang Wuliang didn't even have time to react. He had assumed it would be like before, with the tamed beast swarming forward to surround and attack this wild beast. But the Ghostfire Blade Master's strike was simply too swift. The next instant, the charging wild pet beast was cleaved clean in two by the Ghost Flame Blade Master's blade, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhang Wuliang stared at the Ghost Flame Blade Master before him, unable to help but whistle in awe. So powerful. Truly worthy of a level 27 elite pet beast. Its power was truly extraordinary. Zhang Wuliang's previous pets were mostly in their juvenile stages. While their potential growth was impressive, juvenile stage pets were essentially on par with ordinary wild beasts in terms of power. Except for this Ghost Flame Blade Wielder. It took down a wild beast taller than an adult with a single strike. Zhang Wuliang suddenly remembered something. He slapped his forehead. Right. He still had a treasure sword. The lost grammar sword he had obtained in the Ice Palace. He couldn't wield it himself, but his beast companion could. Especially the Ghost Flame Blade Master, who possessed the Wanderer's single-mindedness sword technique. It's bound to unleash even greater power. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang quickly pulled the lost gram sword from his backpack and handed it to the Ghost Flame Swordsman. Little ghost, this is for you. The Ghostblade Swordsman took the long sword, examined it carefully, then revealed a look of delight. It gently stroked the blade with its claws, its eyes sparkling with excitement. The next second, the Ghostfire Blade bowed respectfully to Zhang Wuliang, gripping the sword tightly with both hands. Zhang Wuliang could tell it absolutely loved this sword. Ding! Your pet Ghost Flame Blade Bearer is extremely pleased with this gift. Mood plus 40, current mood 120. Ghost Flame Blade Bearer holds deep trust in you, potentially triggering special events or abilities. Zhang Wuliang smiled too. Excellent. With this lost gram sword, Ghost Flame Blade Dancer's power will surely grow even stronger. This means he's essentially gained another trump card. He even sensed that even if confronted by a veteran-level pet beast, the Ghost Flame Blade Master might stand a chance. Zhang Wuliang pressed onward. Along the way, they encountered numerous wild pet beasts. But with the Ghost Flame Blade Master's protection, Zhang Wuliang and the others scarcely had a chance to intervene. The Ghost Flame Blade Slayer dispatched them one by one with swift, decisive strokes faster than harvesting scallions. Zhang Wuliang was happy to relax, observing the surroundings as they hurried along. A day and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Wuliang finally reached the mid-slope of the Great Mountain. He could see the summit just ahead, ready to be explored. After a moment's thought, Zhang Wuliang decided to camp here for the night. He would rest and replenish his energy before continuing his ascent. This way, he could better handle any dangers that might arise. Let's rest here, he said. Zhang Wuliang constructed a simple defensive barrier with wood around them, then lit a campfire to roast meat for dinner. This was his first time spending the night outside his territory. Chapter 24, Pet Beast Ghosts, Technology and Magic Coexisting? Night was when wild beasts were most active. Though Zhang Wuliang rested, he remained vigilant. However, with his makeshift defenses and 4 pet beasts guarding him, the wild creatures dared not approach lightly. Occasionally, a few reckless wild pets would venture close, only to be instantly felled by the Ghost Flame Blade. Lying beside the campfire, Zhang Wuliang listened to the rhythmic breathing of the beasts around him, a wave of calm washing over him. He would continue his journey tomorrow. He was now only a half-day's journey from the mountain peak. Soon, he would uncover the true nature of that dragon-shaped wild beast. The thought stirred a flicker of excitement within Zhang Wuliang, keeping him awake for a while. Out of boredom, he glanced at the world channel. What he saw, however, was an unusually lively world chat. Holy crap! I just saw a pet beast floating past my front door. It was glowing a deep, eerie blue. Holy crap! Another one just floated by. What the hell is that thing? Weird pets like that showed up at my place too. Holy crap, it can actually pass through my territory walls and gates? Damn it, I was sleeping. These things just phased right through my house. Scared the crap out of me. Something's wrong, something's very wrong. Help! This kinda sounds like those pet beast undead mentioned in the earlier attack warnings? Has anyone managed to capture any? What are you thinking? The ones at my place just walked right through my territory walls and attacked my pets. Nothing can stop them. Damn it! The last attack warning said it was still days away. How did pet beast undead show up so fast? How the hell are we supposed to stop this? In the world chat, nearly every message refresh came with an exclamation mark. Zhang Wuliang was utterly baffled. Pet beast undead? That was indeed the creature mentioned in the previous attack warning. But according to the warning, the pet beast undead wasn't supposed to arrive for several more days. Were these messages in the World Channel real or fake? But Zhang Wuliang knew deep down. If just one or two people spread such rumors, it might be false. But with so many people shouting about it, it must be true. Moreover, judging by the tone of these people, it seemed as though these pet beast undead weren't restricted by the domain walls? Can they pass through freely? That seemed a bit far-fetched. The domain walls weren't merely boundaries, they were vital protective barriers. Once breached, the domain would be left completely exposed to attacks from wild pet beasts. If these pet beast undead can render the walls useless, wouldn't the domain be easily overrun? At this thought, even Zhang Wuliang found himself intrigued by the specter of pet beast undead mentioned by the others. He stood up, intending to scan his surroundings for any such undead beasts. But when he looked up toward the outer perimeter of the makeshift defenses, he saw a vast expanse of ghostly blue light. Bathed in moonlight, it resembled countless ghostly blue fireflies suspended mid-air, casting a faint, eerie glow over the surroundings. Some were slender and elongated, drifting through the air like ghostly apparitions. Others were small and stout, enveloped in a shimmering blue flame that flickered and crackled as they danced about. Their eyes were all deep, piercing black, devoid of any whites, giving them an eerily unsettling appearance. These are the pet beast undead? Zhang Wuliang murmured to himself. The few pet beasts by his side also sensed the presence of these pet beast spirits. Sensing danger, they let out low growls, their bodies tensing as they entered a state of alert. The firebird let out a piercing cry directed at the spirit beasts. But the moment the cry faded, the surrounding pet beast spirits instantly turned their heads, fixing their pitch-black eyes on the firebird. The next moment, the pet beast spirits let out beast-like growls and charged toward the makeshift defenses. Damn it, these things really can penetrate the defensive walls, just like people said on the World Channel? Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't panic too much. After all, he still had 4 pet beasts guarding him. Even if these pet undead could breach the territory walls, they couldn't possibly stand a chance against his own beasts. Ghost Flame Blade Wielder struck first. A ball of ghostly blue flame gathered in the palms of his hands. With a low shout, he hurled it toward the undead pets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ghost fire ignited violently upon contact with the air, unleashing waves of scorching heat. The pet beast undead let out piercing screams upon contact with the ghost fire, then vanished without a trace in the flames. Zhang Wuliang watched the scene unfold, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He knew these pet beast spirits were no match for his own pets. He hadn't anticipated the Ghost Flame Blade Master's Ghost Fire spell would prove so devastatingly effective against them. While the other pets were still entangled with the pet undead, the Ghost Flame Swordsman instantly incinerated them with a single ghostly fireball. As several pet beast specters were eliminated, the remaining ones were also severely wounded. One by one, they dissolved into scattered sparks of light, vanishing into the night sky. Zhang Wuliang swallowed his heart back into his chest and patted his own. He had expected these pet beast specters to breach the outer defenses, and even if they could be defeated, it would take considerable effort. Unexpectedly, the Ghost Flame Blade Master had dealt with them so effortlessly. It seemed he had underestimated the combat prowess of his own pets after all. After dealing with the immediate attack, Zhang Wuliang noticed blue glowing globular objects left behind where the pet beast spirits had been. These blue glowing clusters appeared to be some sort of essence left behind after the pet beast specters dissipated. Zhang Wuliang gathered them up. Acquired 18 pet beast souls. Pet beast soul contains the memories of the pet beast spirit and possesses certain special powers. The information was extremely concise. Simultaneously, it unlocked new crafting recipes for Zhang Wuliang. Craft 1 Skeleton King's Memories. Required materials, Pet Beast Souls 50. Craft 1 Book of Lost Souls, materials required, Pet Beast Soul 240, Rare Magic page 20. Craft 10 Wraith Arrows, materials required, Pet Beast Soul 5, Deadwood 10. This left Zhang Wuliang utterly dumbfounded. Had he read that correctly? Soul Magic Book? He had only just unlocked ultra-modern technology, and he still lacked the ability to craft it. And now this Soul Magic Book appeared out of nowhere, bringing magic into the mix? So this was a world where pet beasts, technology, and magic coexisted? Making him discover these things so early on when he couldn't even craft them, wasn't that just teasing him? But for now, he could at least craft that Skeleton King's memory fragment to see what the hell this thing was. Zhang Wuliang turned his gaze back to the wandering pet beast spirits outside. Chapter 25, The Skeleton King's Memories. An Epic Battle. That night, Zhang Wuliang found no rest. Accompanied by Ghost Flame Blade, he hunted down each pet beast undead outside. By morning, he had gathered 528 pet beast souls. As the sun rose, the pet beast spirits vanished just like ordinary ghosts. As the sun's rays touched the earth, the ground rumbled and shook. Soon, Zhang Wuliang witnessed massive skeletal frames crawling out from beneath the soil, motionless. What the hell are these things? Zhang Wuliang was startled. Only after confirming the skeletal frames showed no signs of movement did he approach them, accompanied by the Ghost Flame Blade. Each skeleton stood 4 to 5 meters tall, their forms immense. Rotten flesh still clung to their bones, giving off an eerie, chilling aura. Zhang Wuliang scanned the area and spotted at least dozens of these colossal skeletal frames scattered around. After observing for a while, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. He decided to open the world channel to see if others had any insights. But the world channel was filled with nothing but wails of despair. Holy, I spent all night running around with my pets yesterday. If I slowed down even a little, they all got killed. Same here. I hid all night and didn't dare enter my territory. Those pet undead are terrifying. I didn't sleep all night, just kept watch. As soon as a pet undead appeared, I'd rush my pets to safety. Still, one of my pets died. Sigh, at least you guys made it through. My territory is completely wiped out, not a single hair left. Everything was destroyed by those pet undead. This damn world, I'm so effed. Zhang Wuliang watched the wails echoing through the world chat and couldn't help but smack his lips. How could these guys all be so miserable? He recalled last night in a single night, he'd slain at least 100 pet beast undead. He'd even looted a bunch of pet beast souls without feeling any pressure at all. Sure, others weren't as skilled as him, but they shouldn't be suffering this badly either. He really wasn't trying to show off. Zhang Wuliang scrolled through the discussion several times, only to find very few people talking about these suddenly appearing giant skeletal frames. Did you guys get them too? Those massive skeleton frames that popped up after daylight? So it seems everyone's experiencing this? If I'm not mistaken, these giant skeletal frames must be connected to the impending attack. I agree. These massive skeletal frames don't look like anything to mess with. They must be key to this attack. Forget everything else, I just need to know, can these giant skeletal frames be killed? If they can't be killed, who's going to stand a chance if they start moving? Doesn't anyone here care about those pet beast undead from last night? I have a feeling they might appear every night from now on. True. Otherwise, the pet beast souls wouldn't have appeared so early. They must be preparing us for what's coming each night. Enough about that. Has anyone noticed the materials these pet beast undead drop when they die? I checked them out, we could craft quite a few things with this stuff. I already checked. What's the point? It's just a bunch of random materials that are impossible to collect. I can't even be bothered to complain anymore. That so-called Skeleton King's memories is pure garbage. Yeah, we finally took down a pet beast undead, only to waste everything on that useless junk. Don't listen to them. This is definitely a good thing. I suggest everyone make one, don't let me be the only one who loses out. Zhang Wuliang scrolled through the comments, finding several valuable insights. As for the much discussed Skeleton King's memories, everyone's opinion was remarkably consistent. They all called it trash, a waste of materials. Seeing everyone so critical only piqued Zhang Wuliang's curiosity. If so many people were bashing it, then even knowing it was a dud, he had to taste it for himself. He had plenty of materials to spare anyway, so wasting a little wouldn't hurt. Zhang Wuliang immediately opened the crafting list and created his own Skeleton King's memories. The moment it was finished, an item glowing faintly green appeared in Zhang Wuliang's hand. Memories of the Skeleton King consumable, the final recollections of the Skeleton King, seemingly holding some secret. Upon use, one can witness the scenes from the Skeleton King's final moments. Zhang Wuliang examined it closely. The item looked like a miniature book, featuring a massive skull on its cover. Green light flickered incessantly from the skull's eye sockets. Seems kinda interesting. Zhang Wuliang muttered to himself before grasping the Skeleton King's memories and opening it like a book. Instantly, a series of images began to unfold before Zhang Wuliang's eyes. In the boundless, dark void of space, gigantic skeletal monsters crawled on the ground, letting out deafening roars toward a mighty presence seated upon a throne, as if paying homage. Upon the throne, surrounded by a constellation of adoring creatures, sat the Skeleton King, his form colossal beyond measure. The Skeleton King was shrouded in thick mist, obscuring its true form. Above the Skeleton King's head sat a colossal skull, its mouth gaping wide as if poised to devour the entire dark void. Could this be the Skeleton King's memory? Zhang Wuliang marveled inwardly. At that moment, the Skeleton King seated upon the throne suddenly opened its eyes. A terrifying laugh erupted from its jaws, sending shivers down the spine. At that very moment, a massive golden portal abruptly appeared within the scene. As the portal opened, a group of blurred figures slowly emerged from the portal. Their entire bodies were enveloped in light, obscuring their features, yet they wielded weapons of diverse forms. Wands, great spears, long swords. It must be noted that the Skeleton King was the undisputed ruler of this realm, his power formidable enough to strike fear into any creature. Yet these shadowy figures showed no fear of the Skeleton King. They marched straight toward the Skeleton King. You dare trespass into my domain? You seek death. The Skeleton King roared again. Yet the shadowy figures offered no response. They silently formed their battle array, preparing to confront the Skeleton King. Witnessing this, the Skeleton King was utterly enraged. He sprang to his feet, and with a sweeping gesture of his massive hand, the skeletal monsters crawling on the ground surged forward like a tidal wave toward the shadowy figures. A breathtaking battle commenced. The skeleton monsters roared, brandishing their weapons as they lunged at the shadowy figures. The shadowy figures swiftly counterattacked. Some swung wands, unleashing dazzling bursts of magical light. Others raised rifles, firing dense volleys of bullets. Still others wielded long swords, engaging the skeletal monsters in close combat. The entire scene was instantly engulfed in the flames of battle and the acrid smoke of gunpowder. Though the skeleton monsters outnumbered their foes, the shadowy figures were clearly more powerful. Their seamless coordination and flexible tactics allowed them to quickly stabilize their position and launch a counterattack. As the battle intensified, the ranks of the skeletal monsters steadily thinned. Yet the shadowy figures seemed to suffer no losses. They fought with increasing ferocity, their momentum unstoppable. After a fierce battle, the last skeleton monster was also defeated by the shadowy figures. The entire battlefield was left with only the Skeleton King standing there, utterly alone. Damn it! The Skeleton King never imagined his minions would prove so utterly useless. Before it could react, the shadowy figures pounced upon it. Though powerful, the Skeleton King found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. It fought desperately against the assaults of the shadowy figures. Yet as time wore on, the Skeleton King's strength began to wane. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish, and its attacks grew weaker and weaker. Finally, as one blurred figure swung a long sword toward the Skeleton King, the Skeleton King could no longer defend itself. Its body was struck by the sword, instantly shattering into countless fragments. As the Skeleton King fell, the entire scene began to blur. Finally, lines of text drifted across the screen like movie credits. The Skeleton King, who once dwelled in the mythical realm, had its tranquility shattered by a group of mysterious individuals. They seemed to be searching for something, and the Skeleton King, defending its domain, engaged in a fierce battle with these mysterious figures. Ultimately, the Skeleton King fell at the hands of these enigmatic figures. Yet his spirit remained undimmed. Millennia later, fueled by seething hatred, it sought to rise again. Chapter 26, found a dragon-shaped pet beast. A chance to tame it? Zhang Wuliang savored the tale. This was essentially the cliched tale of Dungeons Dragons. Yet within it, Zhang Wuliang discerned several messages the tale sought to convey. First, clearly, this was introducing the boss for the next raid. The Skeleton King. The undead pets that have appeared so far are merely appetizers. Second, millennia ago, this world was not inhabited solely by pet beasts. It's highly probable that a group of beastmasters like them also existed. For within the images, Zhang Wuliang could discern figures wielding long swords, wands, and great spears, each accompanied by their own pet beasts. Moreover, they too were exploring the secret realm, a pursuit remarkably similar to Zhang Wuliang's own. Third, if the second hypothesis holds true, then this world must conceal countless histories and secrets unknown to him. Take, for instance, the treasure sword Zhang Wuliang had found in the Ice Palace earlier. It was clearly not a natural formation. After viewing those images, Zhang Wuliang could confirm that the sword was undoubtedly left behind by those who came before. All things considered, this world still held far too many unknowns. It also held immense potential for exploration. Interesting. Zhang Wuliang mimicked a character from his favorite anime, one hand propping his chin as he pondered with keen interest. After gathering his thoughts, Zhang Wuliang continued on his journey. As the altitude increased, the air grew increasingly thin. After a morning of arduous climbing, Zhang Wuliang finally reached the snow-capped mountain peak with his pets. The summit was shrouded in mist, with a hazy white fog obscuring nearly all visibility. Moreover, atop the snow-capped peak lay a vast celestial lake. The water shimmered a deep turquoise blue, like a giant sapphire resting peacefully atop the mountain. Surrounding the pool grew a ring of lush aquatic plants and several small, unidentified trees. The white mist rose from the pool's surface, enveloping the entire summit in an ethereal, dreamlike haze. Around the celestial pool, there seemed to be little activity from any beasts. Everything here radiates such profound tranquility and serenity. It stood in stark contrast to the world below, filled with danger and slaughter. Yet Zhang Wuliang felt a slight disappointment. He had come seeking the dragon-shaped beast he had glimpsed atop the mountain. But upon arriving, he found nothing there. Still, Zhang Wuliang refused to be discouraged. Since he was already here, he might as well explore thoroughly. He led his pets as they cautiously searched around the heavenly pool. Perhaps due to the unique environment, Zhang Wuliang noticed the surrounding plants differed greatly from those down the mountain. They appeared more lush and tender, emitting a faint, refreshing fragrance. For some herbivorous pets, these plants were undoubtedly a great source of nourishment. Zhang Wuliang wasted no time, directing his pets to gather the plants and stow them away in his backpack. Obtained 37 premium water grass. After searching the area thoroughly, Zhang Wuliang found nothing else of particular interest. Just as he was about to leave, a strange sound suddenly echoed from the center of the heavenly pool. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound was crisp and forceful, as if something was stirring beneath the water's surface. Zhang Wuliang immediately grew alert. He commanded his beasts to circle the heavenly pool, carefully observing the water's surface. Yet, after a long while, nothing unusual appeared on the water's surface. Did I mishear it? Zhang Wuliang scratched his head in confusion. But out of caution, he decided to wait a little longer to see what would happen. Just then, a ripple suddenly rippled across the water's surface. Immediately afterward, a massive figure slowly emerged from beneath the water. When Zhang Wuliang saw this figure, he was utterly stunned. It was a colossal dragon-like beast. Its body stretched dozens of meters long, covered in thick, heavy scales. Its limbs were thick and powerful, and its tail was long and agile. Upon its head stood two sharp horns, while its enormous eyes glowed with an icy light. As the massive wings on its back spread wide, a layer of mist instantly billowed up. Zhang Wuliang was utterly dumbfounded. Both in size and presence, this dragon-like beast far surpassed any pet beast they had encountered before. Beside Zhang Wuliang, the other pets stood frozen in awe, utterly paralyzed. Even the most formidable Ghost Flame Blade Master lowered his head, unable to meet the creature's gaze. They could distinctly sense the terrifying aura emanating from it. It felt as though a single thought from it could effortlessly obliterate them. Faced with this formidable beast, fear was the only emotion left in the hearts of the other pets. Zhang Wuliang forced down his shock, standing still and meeting the beast's gaze. Even if he tried to flee now, escape was utterly impossible. A direct confrontation meant a single swipe of its claw could end his life. Given this, it was better to appear as non-threatening as possible. To Zhang Wuliang's surprise, the dragon-like beast did not attack him. Instead, it repeatedly slapped the water's surface with its front paws, emitting a series of low, mournful cries. What was going on? Zhang Wuliang was utterly bewildered. The creature's behavior was utterly abnormal. He immediately scrutinized the creature closely, determined to uncover the truth. Upon closer inspection, he finally spotted the anomaly. It turned out that several massive iron chains were bound to the dragon-shaped beast's body. These chains had dug deep into the beast's flesh, binding it firmly in place. Not only that, but the creature's body bore numerous gruesome wounds, from which blood continued to seep. Zhang Wuliang suddenly understood. No wonder this beast had appeared here without launching an attack. It had been sealed here. And that flickering white light Zhang Wuliang had seen from the start? It was actually its distress signal. Zhang Wuliang stood dumbfounded for a long while. At that moment, the dragon-shaped pet beast continued thrashing the water's surface, emitting a low, mournful cry, its enormous eyes fixed intently on Zhang Wuliang. As Zhang Wuliang met its gaze, he suddenly realized this dragon-shaped beast held no hostility toward him. Instead, its gaze seemed to carry a hint of pleading. It wants me to rescue it? A pang of emotion stirred within Zhang Wuliang. If this beast truly was pleading for his help, then wouldn't that mean? If he truly rescued it, he would surely increase its favor toward him. And thus gain the chance to tame this dragon-shaped beast and make it serve him? Chapter 27, Sacrifice. Ghostfire Blade Attributes Greatly Enhanced. Zhang Wuliang immediately employed several conventional capture methods. He offered food to feed it. As long as it was something the creature enjoyed eating, its mood value would increase. Recently, Zhang Wuliang had gathered various types of meat. Fire lizard meat, ice crystal bear meat, sharp-tailed wolf meat, fried porcupine meat, and so on. A creature as massive as a dragon surely craved meat. Zhang Wuliang laid out the various meats along the shore. However, the dragon-shaped pet merely gave the meats a cold glance, showing no intention of eating. It continued to stare at Zhang Wuliang with those pleading eyes, its massive tail slapping the water, sending splashes flying everywhere. Zhang Wuliang felt a pang of helplessness. Conventional methods clearly wouldn't work. Or perhaps Zhang Wuliang hadn't found something it happened to like. In any case, it seemed he had only one option left. Rescue it. But how? Zhang Wuliang stared at the chains deeply embedded in the beast's body, his heart filled with worry. He had no idea what material these chains were made of, yet they managed to restrain such a powerful beast. To free this beast, he must break these chains. Yet, the chains were so incredibly sturdy that he couldn't possibly break them with his own strength. Zhang Wuliang led the Ghost Flame Blade Master to the chains. He pointed at the chains, then gestured toward the long blade in Ghostfire Blade's hand, signaling for it to sever the chains. At that moment, Ghost Flame Bladestalker stared at the chains several times thicker than its own body and fell deep in thought. Ghostblade Swordsman, sure? Are you sure? Distorted voice. Zhang Wuliang was certainly not joking. Seeing its master so serious, the Ghostfire Blade Master had no choice but to try. Standing upright on 2 feet, blade gripped in both hands, its eyes blazed with ferocity. Swish! The Ghostfire Blade Master swung his blade down with a fierce strike. Clang! The chains clanged sharply. Yet nothing happened. The Ghost Flame Blade Master delivered several more strikes in quick succession. Sparks flew, yet the chains remained utterly unmoved. Zhang Wuliang sighed at the sight. These chains were simply too sturdy. With the Ghostfire Swordsman's strength alone, it was utterly impossible to sever them. Standing by the water pool, Zhang Wuliang gazed at the trapped beast, his heart filled with helplessness. He desperately wanted to rescue the creature, but it seemed he lacked the power to do so. Nevertheless, Zhang Wuliang refused to give up. He would find a way to rescue this beast eventually. Besides, since it had been trapped here for so long, waiting a little longer wouldn't matter. Zhang Wuliang glanced up at the sky and realized it was getting late. The round trip alone took nearly a full day. Calculating the time, he knew it was time to return to his domain and prepare for the next attack. This trip hadn't been entirely wasted. After all, he had located this dragon-shaped beast and there was still hope of capturing it. For Zhang Wuliang, that was sufficient. Zhang Wuliang waved at the beast in the pool and turned to leave. The beast's enormous eyes, as large as copper bells, kept staring at Zhang Wuliang until he was out of sight. Night fell. That night, the mountains and fields were still overrun with the undead of the pet beasts. Zhang Wuliang wasn't idle either, continuing to send the ghost flame blade to slaughter those pet beast spirits. For the ghost flame blade, slaughtering these pet beast spirits was effortless, requiring little exertion. Over the course of the night, Zhang Wuliang gathered over 300 more pet beast souls. The next day, he returned to his domain. Though he had been absent from the domain these past days, thanks to crystal energy technology, none of the domain's operations had fallen behind. Basic resources like wood and stone had been gathered by the thousands. Iron ore deposits exceeded 400 plus. The remaining copper ore had also been exchanged by Zhang Wuliang for iron ore. This added another 300 plus iron ore to his inventory. Simultaneously, he fed these iron ores into the smelting furnace for processing. Before long, he would harvest over 70 iron ingots. These were all part of his daily routine. Beyond that, Zhang Wuliang also gathered a large number of pet beast eggs. Earlier, he had deemed breeding more powerful pets too time-consuming, so he deliberately reserved a slot for the simplest, fluffiest breeding. His sole purpose in doing so was to use the ownerless divine statue to upgrade the Ghostfire Blade Master's attributes. Over this period, Zhang Wuliang had already obtained over 200 softies. This time, he wouldn't decompose them. He sacrificed them all. As strands of peculiar energy slowly flowed from the ground into the Ghostflame Blade Master's body, the Ghostfire Blade Master's attribute panel surged upward at a breathtaking pace. Pet Beast, Ghost Flame Blade Master Sister. Name, unnamed. Level, 31. Talent, Attribute Less Elite. Abilities, HP, 2391, Attack, 470, Defense, 182, Speed, 392. Zhang Wuliang's eyes lit up. 470 attack power. That was enough to instantly kill the vast majority of pets he'd encountered so far. Plus 180 defense. This tankiness was over 3 times tougher than the spirit giant elephant. Most crucially, speed, 392. At this stage, no other pet could even catch a glimpse of the Ghostblade Swordsman. With such a formidable pet by his side, Zhang Wuliang was certain this pet raid would be a breeze. Zhang Wuliang immediately gave the Ghostblade Swordsman a name. Ghost Flame. Zhang Wuliang felt this name perfectly captured both the Ghost Flame Blade Dancer's appearance and its function. And most importantly, it was cool. Ding. Pet Ghost Flame is very satisfied with your name. Mood plus 20, current mood 140. Ding. Ghost Flame, your pet beast, has a sudden flash of inspiration, giving birth to an unparalleled idea. It can't wait to demonstrate its new sword technique right in front of you. As these system notifications flashed through Zhang Wuliang's mind, Zhang Wuliang's first thought was of the mention made earlier when gifting the Ghost Flame Blade Master that sword. A special event or ability? So raising affection to a certain level could actually trigger something? Zhang Wuliang's interest was instantly piqued. He studied the Ghost Flame Blade Master curiously, wondering what kind of swordplay it intended to display. The Ghostblade Swordsman stood proudly before Zhang Wuliang, gripping his long blade with both hands. With a low hum, ghostly blue flames suddenly erupted all over its body. The flames danced relentlessly around him, radiating a bone-chilling cold. His eyes sharpened to a piercing glint, like the edge of a cold blade. Ha! The Ghost Flame Swordsman roared fiercely, gripping his long sword with both hands and beginning to swing it rapidly. Clang! 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 Wave after wave of blade shadows erupted in the air, producing a series of sharp metallic clangs. All that could be seen around the Ghost Flame Swordsman were blindingly fast, flashing sword shadows. Zhang Wuliang couldn't even discern the Ghostfire Swordsman's movements. This sword technique was simply too fast. Both the speed of his strikes and their sheer power were incomparable to anything seen before. In mere moments, the Ghost Flame Swordsman had unleashed over 100 blade shadows. The entire domain was saturated with blade shadows. Zhang Wuliang could even feel the surrounding space itself being torn and distorted. What a formidable sword technique! Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but swallow hard. The Ghost Flame Swordsman continued his relentless slashing for nearly a full minute before finally drawing his blade back. Now, the Ghostfire Blade Master stood proudly, gripping his long blade with both hands. The ghostly blue flames swirling around him gradually retreated back into his body. The Ghost Flame Swordsman stared at Zhang Wuliang with an air of pride, as if seeking his praise. That was incredible. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but praise. Ding! Your pet Ghost Flame heard your praise. Mood plus 10 points. Current mood, 150. Ding! Pet Ghost Flame has mastered a new skill, Spatial Slash. Chapter 28, My little one, where did you find such good stuff? As the second attack loomed, a sense of crisis spread across the globe. In the World Channel. This pet beast attack is definitely going to be way tougher than the last one. Just dealing with that ghost pet beast every night is nearly killing me. I'm seriously fed up. I just finished repairing my territory yesterday, but when I woke up this morning, it was already torn apart again. I can't keep up with the repairs. During the last wave, I barely survived thanks to my wooden hut. But these past 2 days, the pet beast ghosts shattered my hut completely. Why are these pets so freaking OP now? They even learned to walk through walls. I stayed out a bit longer last night, and my house is gone. I'm so pissed. Ah well, I did my best. Used every last stone and piece of wood around here, but still couldn't hold off last night's pet beast undead. Game over. Failed to survive +1. 2 of my pets got one shot by those wall-walking pet undead, no chance to react. Another attack's coming any minute. See you guys in the next life. Whether I live or die doesn't matter, it's my territory. The territory I worked so hard to build. This pet beast attack is even tougher this time. What the hell are we supposed to do? I agree. Didn't we see plenty of players on the World Channel easily fend off pet attacks before? There's gotta be a way. Let's pool our ideas, we can get through this. Right, pool our wisdom. Who's got ideas? But when it came to solutions, the ideas everyone finally came up with were all impractical. After all, everyone lived in different regions with vastly different circumstances. All they were doing now was shooting the breeze, unable to come up with any constructive suggestions. After watching for a while, Zhang Wuliang grew bored and simply closed the world chat. The ancient pet beast spirits have awakened. Soon, in the coming night, they will spread death across all continents. The catastrophe is predicted to occur in 9 hours. Only 9 hours left. Zhang Wuliang was also making his final preparations. Since the pet beast undead could ignore territory walls, upgrading his defenses would be futile. Therefore, he planned to change his strategy. This time, Zhang Wuliang intends to construct a moat. Of course, this moat wouldn't be filled with ordinary water, it would be a river of lava. Zhang Wuliang had always wanted to utilize the magma from the fire iguanas. While the pet beast undead could pass through walls, they couldn't possibly fly, right? As long as they couldn't fly, this magma moat would serve as a natural barrier. Moreover, magma poses a deadly threat to spirit beasts. Though the name pet beast undead suggests they're dead, they still suffer real damage. Their only advantage lies in phasing through walls. No time to waste. Under Zhang Wuliang's watchful gaze, the ice spike beasts sprang into action. They channeled the ice element within their bodies, and soon, their claws became encased in a thick layer of ice crystals. With a low growl, the ice spike beast's claws slammed viciously into the ground. Shards of ice flew in all directions beneath their sharp claws. The ice spike beast's movements were lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, it had dug out a massive pit nearly 5 meters deep. Inspired by the first ice spike beast's actions, the others joined in the frenzy. A deafening rumble echoed through the air. After roughly 3 hours, a channel 5 meters deep and 10 meters wide had been carved out. This channel encircled Zhang Wuliang's territory like a coiled dragon. With the channel dug, the most crucial step followed. Irrigation. Zhang Wuliang released the fire iguanas from his pet beast space. Accompanied by a wave of scorching heat, the fire iguanas materialized within the domain. The moment it emerged, it began surveying its surroundings. Its 2 eyes worked like sentinels, one always on watch, the other alert, a display of remarkable intelligence. Fire lizard, time to get to work. The fire iguanas understood Zhang Wuliang's meaning. They opened their gaping maws. A torrent of searing magma erupted violently from its maw. Like a fiery dragon, the molten lava surged wildly into the riverbed. The process resembled turning on a faucet to release water. But unlike a faucet, the fire iguana's supply of magma was finite. After spewing continuously for an hour, their stamina began to dwindle. By this point, the magma had only irrigated 1/3 of the riverbed. Seeing this, Zhang Wuliang decided to split the 2 fire iguanas into 2 groups. One group would continue irrigation, while the other would recover their stamina. Thus, the iguanas worked in shifts. A long stretch of work lay ahead, but it should be completed before the attack began. Just then, Zhang Wuliang suddenly noticed that his Icefield cat had returned at some point. The Icefield cat wiggled its rear as it approached Zhang Wuliang, looking quite pleased with itself, like a child seeking praise. Earlier, Zhang Wuliang had deliberately left the ice cat outside, relying on its unique abilities to seek out treasures. The way it wiggled its hips as it returned. Needless to say, the little fellow must have brought him something good. The cat reached Zhang Wuliang's feet, rubbed affectionately against his leg, then opened its mouth to emit a soft, kittenish meow. Meow. After meowing, the cat lifted its paw and placed it before Zhang Wuliang. As its paw lifted, 3 items appeared. Obtained 5 ice coconut fruit. Obtained 8 iron ore. Acquired 1 basic flamethrower design blueprint. What? Zhang Wuliang was utterly stunned at that moment. He couldn't believe his eyes. He checked over and over again before finally confirming what he saw was real. Basic flamethrower device blueprint? Wasn't this precisely what he needed for the newly added crafting list? Crafting 1 cryogenic auto flamethrower turret. Materials required: 50 cryogenic cores, 1 basic flamethrower assembly, 30 iron ingots, 15 steel plates, 15 alloy ingots. Zhang Wuliang happily scooped up the Icefield cat and planted a big kiss on its furry face. Ha ha ha, my little cutie, how did you find this gem? The Arctic cat basked in the affection, its face beaming with pleasure. It even extended its tongue to lick Zhang Wuliang's cheek. While cuddling the ice cat, Zhang Wuliang's mind was occupied with thoughts about the basic flamethrower design blueprint. With the blueprint in hand, the next step was to determine if it could be crafted. Crafting 1x basic flamethrower required materials 10x fire essence, 20x iron ingots, 5x steel. Judging by the materials required, the construction itself wasn't difficult. Even steel could be smelted from Zhang Wuliang's current resources. And fire essence happened to be the byproduct of decomposing fire lizards. Though he didn't have that much fire essence on hand now, breeding and decomposing fire lizards later would yield as much as he needed. Anticipating future needs, he deliberately kept one male and one female fire iguanas when decomposing them earlier, a decision that now proved invaluable. Time was pressing, however, and constructing the basic fire-breathing apparatus would have to wait until after the raid. Before that, however, there was one more thing he could do. Upgrade the Pet Beast Factory. Chapter 29, Upgrading the Pet Beast Factory, Unlocking Evolution Capabilities. His Pet Beast Factory was still at level 1. It has 3 breeding slots, 3 incubation slots, and 30 pet egg storage slots. He hadn't upgraded it earlier because the materials required were too numerous. Iron ingots alone required a full 50 pieces. 50 iron ingots equaled 500 iron ore. At that time, Zhang Wuliang didn't have a large stockpile of iron ore, and there were many other places where iron ore was needed. How could he possibly spare 50 iron ingots to upgrade the Pet Beast Factory? But now things were different. The ice spike beasts collected vast quantities of iron ore daily. Plus, iron ore was becoming more readily available in the trading market. He could now exchange other resources he had on hand for large quantities of it. Upgrading the Pet Beast Factory no longer required much hesitation. Moreover, with Pet Beast attacks looming and future expansion in mind, he absolutely had to expand his Pet Beast Factory and unlock more breeding slots. The breeding bay currently only had 3 slots. If he wanted to obtain more fire spirits, he would need to breed fire iguanas, and the current capacity was far from sufficient. As for the incubation bays, that went without saying. He would inevitably accelerate pet egg hatching later on, so more bays were always better. Upgrade the Pet Beast Factory first. Zhang Wuliang made up his mind. He approached the factory's control console, retrieved all the materials required for the upgrade, and began the process. Pet Breeding Integrated Factory LV.1. Functions: breeding, incubation, decomposition. Upgrade requirements: 2000 wood, 500 stone, 50 iron ingots. Upgrade? Yes. Zhang Wuliang tapped confirm. With the confirmation, the Pet Beast Factory began its operation. The mechanical arms on the control panel swung into action, continuously feeding materials into the factory. Upgrade time required: 2 hours. Having a pet beast working here will increase upgrade efficiency. 2 hours? For Zhang Wuliang, it was still too long. After all, the pet beast attack was imminent, and he had to make every second count. Fortunately, while the Pet Beast Factory was upgrading, other pet beasts could help speed up the process. The idle pets within the territory immediately gathered around. The Ice Spike Beast was the first to arrive at the Pet Beast Factory. It produced a small hammer from somewhere and began clanging away. Then the Ghostfire Blade Master joined in immediately, mimicking the Ice Spike Beast's actions as he pulled out his own small hammer and began hammering away. These pet beasts gathered in front of the Pet Beast Factory, hammering away with all their might, steadily increasing the factory's upgrade efficiency. Pet Beast Factory upgrade time remaining: 1 hour and 40 minutes. Pet Beast Factory upgrade time remaining: 1 hour and 20 minutes. These little guys. Each one more enthusiastic than the last. But their enthusiasm was undoubtedly a blessing for Zhang Wuliang. With the help of numerous pet beasts, the upgrade of the Pet Beast Factory progressed at breakneck speed. In just a few minutes, the upgrade time for the Pet Beast Factory had been reduced to 40 minutes. Pet Beast Factory upgrade time remaining: 40 minutes. Not bad. Zhang Wuliang nodded with satisfaction. 40 minutes was more than enough time for him to wait. While the Pet Beast Factory upgraded, Zhang Wuliang didn't idle. He made his way to the lava moat encircling the outskirts of his domain. Thanks to the efforts of the 2 fire iguanas, the magma moat was now beginning to take shape. The magma within churned more violently, appearing as a vast crimson expanse from afar. It radiated terrifying heat, deterring anyone from venturing near. Above the molten lava, waves of heat rose, twisting into currents that blurred the vision. For any monster attempting to breach the domain, this moat would be the first obstacle they'd have to overcome. Zhang Wuliang stood at the edge of the magma moat, feeling the scorching heat wash over him. He was quite satisfied with the efforts of these 2 fire iguanas. This lava moat already possesses solid defensive capabilities. After this pet beast attack subsides, I'll have these 2 fire iguanas work harder to expand the moat's perimeter further. Zhang Wuliang mused inwardly. With this magma moat, his territory gained an extra layer of protection. At this pace, it would take no more than an hour for the entire moat to be completed. A short while later, Zhang Wuliang returned to the Pet Beast Factory. Outside the facility, the pets continued hammering away diligently, steadily advancing the upgrade progress. Pet Beast Factory upgrade time remaining 10 minutes. As the Pet Beast Factory neared completion, Zhang Wuliang's heart swelled with anticipation. Finally! Thanks to the combined efforts of numerous pets, the Pet Factory upgrade was complete. Amidst the hum of machinery, the factory doors slowly swung open, revealing a completely transformed interior. Pet Beast Integrated Breeding Factory LV.2. Functions: breeding, incubation, decomposition, evolution. Unlock new functions. Breeding chambers +2. +2 new incubation chambers. Pet Beast egg storage slots +20. Significantly enhanced efficiency across all work areas. After upgrading the Pet Beast Factory, the overall space feels more spacious, and the internal structure has become more intricate. 5 breeding chambers and 5 incubation chambers are neatly arranged, each compartment significantly larger than before. A new function option evolution has appeared on the control panel display. Evolution: by consuming specific materials and resources, you can evolve your pet beast into a more powerful form, enhancing its quality and attributes. Evolution requirements: the pet must reach level 10 and possess sufficient evolution materials and resources. Evolution success rate, determined by the pet beast's quality and the quantity of materials consumed. Higher quality and more materials increase the success rate. After reading the evolution feature description, Zhang Wuliang felt even more excited. He immediately checked his current roster of pets to determine which one was most suitable for evolution. Truthfully, Zhang Wuliang already anticipated the outcome. Naturally, it was the Ghost Flame Blade Master. Both its level and attributes were currently the highest among his pets. Moreover, it had now reached level 31, fully meeting the requirements for evolution. Pet Beast, Ghost Flame Blade Dancer Sister. Name, unnamed. Level, 31. Talent, attribute less elite. Abilities: HP, 2391, Attack, 470, Defense, 182, Speed, 392. Evolution materials: Fire Iguana 3, Fire Spirit 20. The Ghostfire Blade's level has reached 31, and its potential is elite. If it could evolve, its attributes and skills would undoubtedly be enhanced once more, making it an even more formidable presence. Moreover, the evolution materials were selected as the optimal solution from those possessed by Zhang Wuliang. Fire lizards and fire spirits? He had plenty of both materials. Fire lizards can be bred. Fire spirits can be decomposed from fire lizards. Evolving the Ghostfire Blade Master? No problem at all. Chapter 30, the second assault begins. The moat proves effective first. After all this hustle and bustle, considerable time had passed. The ancient pet beast spirits have awakened. Soon, in the coming night, they will spread death across all continents. The catastrophe is projected to occur in 15 minutes. Less than 15 minutes remained until the pet beast assault. It was now deep into the night. In times past, this hour would have been pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. But tonight, the sky and land were filled with drifting ghostly flames, illuminating the entire world. Like fireflies, these ghostly flames drifted across the ice fields. In the distance, the colossal skeletal frames on the ice field emitted a faint, eerie glow, flickering like ghostly apparitions in the night. They seemed to tremble faintly, as if preparing for the impending pet beast frenzy. Amidst this, the world chat erupted with frantic messages. I'm so scared. I feel like I prepared so much, yet nothing at all. This time is definitely more dangerous than previous pet beast attacks. Can we really survive? I bet this is a piece of cake for some big shots, like that Zhang Wuliang guy. He's got 10 pets alone. I've been watching him sell tons of materials lately. No idea where he gets all that good stuff, so jealous. If only he lives nearby and could be my big brother. Many people sent Zhang Wuliang private messages, hoping he'd teach them some tricks. Some even asked for direct supplies. Big shot, take me under your wing. My combat skills are off the charts. Just give me some pets and materials, and I'll help you conquer the world. Give me some gear. Please. I'm barely holding on. This pet beast wave is terrifying. Master, I've been following you for ages. You always manage to get so many great items. Teach your brother a thing or two. Hey, bro, where did you get all those pets and materials you sold earlier? Can you take me under your wing? If we meet again, I'll give you anything you want. Watching the messages pop up non-stop in the channel, Zhang Wuliang felt both amused and exasperated. These people sure knew how to seize an opportunity. Some had harassed him before, but now that disaster struck, the number of pests had multiplied. But he had no time to deal with them now. He turned his gaze toward the distance. Just then, the earth shook even violently. The massive skeletal frames buried underground began to stir. Then, countless colossal skeletons crawled out from beneath the earth. Like slumbering beasts awakened, they thrashed wildly, bracing their arms as they strained to break free from the earth's grasp. As the skeletal frames emerged, the surrounding air seemed to grow bitterly cold. Their eyes glowed with an eerie red light, like hell's emissaries, gazing upon this world. Simultaneously, they raised their heads and roared to the heavens. Amidst the skull's roar, the entire world plunged into chaos. They slowly rose to their feet. Their bones creaked and cracked, as if rediscovering the force of life after a long absence. At the chest cavity of each skeleton, 2 blazing flames ignited. Those were spirit beasts. A skeleton and a beast companion combined. Zhang Wuliang witnessed this for the first time. The pet beasts' bodies were enveloped by skeletal frames, making them appear even more terrifying and monstrous. The skeletons were continuously draining every ounce of nourishment from the beasts' bodies. Ancient pet beast spirits have awakened. Disaster strikes. Survive the night. As the alert sounded, the colossal skeletons moved forward with heavy, deliberate steps, as if obeying a command. Each stood over 10 meters tall, like mountains, radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Moreover, the pet beast spirits surrounding the area, able to ignore the domain walls, followed the giant skeletons as they surged toward Zhang Wuliang's domain. A dark, swirling mass spread toward Zhang Wuliang's domain like an advancing tide. Witnessing this scene, even Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but feel a surge of awe. The sheer number of these threats was overwhelming. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. If we rely solely on the territory's defenses this time, these creatures might just break through. Previously, Zhang Wuliang could have relied on his domain's defenses to hold out. But this time, the sheer number of pet beast undead was overwhelming. Those few traps and wooden walls alone wouldn't hold them back for long. Once these creatures breached the territory, it would deal a devastating blow to the newly upgraded structures. All his recent efforts would be wasted, including the newly upgraded pet beast factory. Zhang Wuliang refused to let that happen. Therefore, he had to take the offensive. Only by blocking these creatures entirely outside the territory could he ensure its safety. With that thought in mind, Zhang Wuliang immediately deployed a full complement of 15 pet beasts within his territory. Ice plains cats, ice spikes, fire lizards, blazing sparrows, ghostfire swordsmen, spirit elephants. Even the soft and fluffy creatures were not spared from the extra spots, all drafted into battle by Zhang Wuliang. Pet beasts stationed within the territory could venture beyond its borders to engage in combat. As long as they stayed within that range, the pets wouldn't be forcibly recalled to the territory. After arranging all the pets, Zhang Wuliang mounted the firebird, leading the other pets as they soared beyond the domain's borders. From afar, the colossal skeletons could be seen steadily drawing nearer. Some wielded massive bone clubs, each strike seemingly capable of flattening the entire domain. Judging by size alone, only the spirit giant elephant might stand a chance against them. Deal with the undead pets approaching the territory first. Zhang Wuliang charged toward the nearby pet undead while summoning the ghost flame swordsman. The ghost flame swordsman swung his sword at the pet beast undead. Empowered by ghost flame magic, the blade sliced effortlessly through their bodies. Instantly, the corpses burst into raging flames. With piercing screams, they were reduced to ashes. The ghost flame swordsman dealt with these pet beast spirits with effortless ease. However, the sheer number of pet beast spirits was overwhelming. Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, the ghostfire swordsman couldn't block them all at once. Before long, Zhang Wuliang suddenly noticed that as the pet beast specters approached the territory, they all halted in their tracks. They seemed afraid to take another step forward. Zhang Wuliang looked closely and saw that the pet beast undead had all gathered at the edge of the lava moat he had previously constructed. These undead creatures appeared to fear the molten lava intensely, refusing to approach it. Instead, they paced along the riverbank, emitting low, guttural growls. A surge of joy filled Zhang Wuliang's heart. It appeared that his hastily constructed lava moat could indeed halt the advance of these pet beast undead. With this moat in place, the pet beast undead couldn't advance unchecked and attack his territory. This meant he could focus entirely on dealing with those enormous skeletons. At that moment, 2 enormous skeletons had already reached the front of the territory. They swung their bone clubs, smashing them viciously toward the territory. A thunderous crash echoed, causing the earth itself to tremble. Under the immense impact, the wooden walls began to sway precariously. Zhang Wuliang's brow furrowed deeply. Charge! Hold these skeletons back. Chapter 31, The Skeleton King Awakens. Hope dawns at daybreak. Zhang Wuliang commanded the beasts at his side. The ice cat charged first, swiping its sharp claws at the skeleton's skull. The fire lizard charged forward, snapping its gaping jaws shut around the skeleton's bones. Molten lava continuously flowed from its massive jaws, dripping onto the skeleton's feet. Yet these attacks were as insignificant as a tickle to the skeleton. Their bones were incredibly hard, and even the sharp claws and fangs of the pets could barely inflict any real damage. Even the molten lava failed to scorch or melt their skeletal frames. It seemed the lava moat could repel undead pets, but it was useless against these colossal skeletons. Zhang Wuliang realized the skeleton's defenses far exceeded his expectations. The ghost flame blade master struck again, his sword glowing with an eerie green light, empowered by the ghostly flames. He swung fiercely at the joints of the skeleton, its most vulnerable points. With a sharp crack, one of the skeleton's legs snapped clean off. Zhang Wuliang narrowed his eyes. It had to be the ghost flame swordsman. What other pets couldn't accomplish, the ghost flame swordsman handled with effortless ease. It was well worth the sacrifice of so many softies Zhang Wuliang had offered earlier, elevating its attributes to an exceptionally high tier. In actual combat, its effectiveness equaled at least 10 beasts of comparable quality. After the Ghost Flame Blade Master severed one of the skeleton's legs, its movements visibly slowed. Seizing the opportunity, the other pets swarmed in, launching fierce attacks on the skeleton's remaining joints. In an instant, a whirlwind of claws, fangs, flames, and frost engulfed the skeleton completely. Amidst a series of piercing snaps, every limb of the skeleton was shattered. Deprived of mobility, the skeleton collapsed to the ground like a scattered pile of bones. Zhang Wuliang immediately commanded his beasts to shift their target and launch an assault on another skeleton. During the process, Zhang Wuliang's attention gradually shifted to the burning remains of a pet beast on the chest of the recently destroyed skeleton. This unusual occurrence had caught Zhang Wuliang's attention earlier. What surprised him, however, was that the flames on the burning beast's corpse instantly extinguished the moment the skeleton collapsed. A thought struck Zhang Wuliang, as if he had realized something. He immediately commanded the two ice spike beasts to unleash their full frost breath upon the burning pet beast corpse on the chest of a skeleton recently struck down by the Ghost Flame Blade Master. Under the extreme cold, the flames gradually extinguished, and the pet beast corpse turned to ashes. At the same moment, the skeleton itself lost all ability to move, becoming nothing more than a lifeless heap. Zhang Wuliang's eyes lit up. So that's it. The reason these colossal skeletons moved was because of the burning pet beast corpse on their chests. Once the beast's corpse was destroyed, the skeletons lost their ability to move. This discovery greatly boosted Zhang Wuliang's confidence. He immediately commanded his pets to launch a fierce attack on the skeletons approaching the territory, paying special attention to destroying the pet corpses on their chests. Under Zhang Wuliang's precise command, the pets' coordination grew increasingly seamless. Ghost Flame Blade Dancer moved like lightning, specializing in shattering the skeleton's joints. Whenever he successfully shattered a skeleton's limbs, it would lose its ability to move, becoming sluggish and vulnerable. At this moment, the other beasts would swarm in, launching fierce attacks with claws, fangs, flames, frost, and other means to overwhelm the skeletons, pinning them down and rendering them unable to resist. Finally, the ice spike beast would unleash its frigid breath, completely obliterating the burning corpse of the pet beast. Using this tactic, Zhang Wuliang led his beasts to swiftly eliminate 3 massive skeletons. Those skeletons, once seemingly invincible, fell one after another to the ground under the pet's seamless coordination, posing no further threat to the territory. A surge of joy welled up within Zhang Wuliang. Having discovered the weakness of these colossal skeletons, tonight's attack no longer seemed so terrifying. So far, the attack's characteristics seemed limited to giant skeletons and undead pets, but Zhang Wuliang now had countermeasures for both. Zhang Wuliang glanced at the world chat. Sure enough. Elsewhere, others had also discovered the weakness of these giant skeletons. So the giant skeleton's weakness is that obvious. Just destroy the pet beast corpses on their chests. Looks like this raid isn't that tough after all. It's nowhere near as bad as the last one. Exactly. I thought this time would be super tough, but this? Just a bunch of trash. Not even worth fighting. Reading these comments, Zhang Wuliang chuckled. Their reactions mirrored his own when he first discovered this weakness. But they weren't wrong either. At least so far, this attack hadn't been nearly as terrifying as the last one. Moreover, every one of those who had survived this far was already a beast master with considerable skill. These giant skeletons moved slowly by nature. With a little ingenuity and effort, they could be handled. Yet, Zhang Wuliang felt a vague unease in his heart. He scrutinized the darkness in the distance, the unease in his heart growing stronger by the moment. These giant skeletons might appear fierce, but their weaknesses were far too obvious. The skeleton king he had seen in his memories had expended such immense effort to resurrect these skeletons, only to possess such meager abilities? If that was all they had, they posed little threat to the beastmasters. How could it possibly speak of resurrection? But for now, there was no need to dwell on such matters. Zhang Wuliang continued clearing the giant skeletons and pet beast undead surrounding his territory. This went on until the late hours of the night. Suddenly, a blinding burst of sparks erupted in the distant sky. Immediately after, a heart-stopping roar erupted from the sparks, shaking the entire space. Zhang Wuliang snapped his head up, the unease in his heart instantly reaching its peak. As the sparks dissipated, a massive, ghostly green skull slowly emerged from the light, its eye sockets burning with an eerie blue flame. The moment the skull appeared, the world chat exploded with chaos. Holy, what the hell is that? How did such a massive skull just appear out of nowhere? Could it be the Skeleton King? Why else would such a terrifying thing appear out of nowhere? Everyone, don't panic. Don't panic yet. Let's assess the situation first. What the hell are you looking at? Run. That thing just swallowed my pet whole. Some had already fallen victim to the sudden attack by this unknown entity. At the same time, all beast masters worldwide received a new system notification. The Skeleton King has awakened. Do whatever it takes to survive. Hope lies in the dawn. Chapter 32, Unlucky to be targeted by the Skeleton King. Thankfully, I've got a shield. The world chat exploded in an instant. What the hell? The Skeleton King has awakened? Don't tell me this is a major boss appearing. Damn it, my house was already reduced to ashes by that giant skeleton's bone club. Now a skeleton king shows up? How am I supposed to handle this? Damn it, I'm done for. I just saw that skeleton king so terrifying. It even shoots lasers. Thankfully it just passed by me. But whoever it went to, well, that person's got some bad luck coming. I saw it too. But it vanished into thin air in an instant. Watching the chatter fill the world chat channel, Zhang Wuliang frowned. Though he hadn't seen the so-called skeleton king himself, he'd gathered some information from those who had. It had only a single head covering its entire body, capable of firing lasers, flying, and teleporting. And most crucially, it would most likely appear randomly somewhere. Which meant Zhang Wuliang's location might not be spared either. Initially, Zhang Wuliang didn't take it too seriously, dismissing it as a matter of probability. After all, with so many beast masters in territories worldwide, if the skeleton king chose targets randomly, it wouldn't necessarily pick him. Yet, Zhang Wuliang soon realized he was wrong. The skeleton king had indeed chosen him. A massive, ghostly green skull suddenly appeared from the sky. Its eye sockets burned with eerie blue flames, emanating a heart-stopping aura. The skeleton king's consciousness lurked within the ghostly green skull, its eyes burning with blue flames as hollow as an abyss. It surveyed this unfamiliar yet strangely familiar land, its heart filled with endless resentment. For this resurrection, it had waited far too long. It had made thorough preparations, vowing to grind to dust the very bones of those who had destroyed its mortal form. Yet moments after awakening, as it probed its advanced scouting party with its senses, it discovered those scouts were being decimated somewhere. The speed of death, the sheer number of casualties had far exceeded anything seen anywhere in the world. This situation was utterly abnormal. Could it be that in this direction, there were successors to those who had once been its enemies? The mere thought of this possibility ignited an uncontrollable rage within the skeleton king. Regardless of the truth, it must go and see for itself. If it truly was a descendant of those creatures, it would ensure they had no place to be buried. If not, they would die anyway. Any vermin daring to stand in the way of its vengeance would die. The skeleton king opened its massive jaws, unleashing a deafening roar. Instantly, its ghostly green form plunged from the sky, hurtling straight toward Zhang Wuliang's domain. You sense a chilling gaze, as if your entire soul is being crushed by an invisible giant hand. Zhang Wuliang froze upon receiving this warning. He snapped his head up to see a colossal skull, darkening the sky, descending from above. The two eye sockets burned with eerie blue flames, now fixed intently upon him. Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the very Skull King other beast masters had mentioned in the World Channel? Zhang Wuliang was dumbfounded. How could his luck be this terrible? Out of all the beast tamers in the world, why did this thing have to come after him? But shock was one thing, and panic another. Zhang Wuliang quickly regained his composure. Whoever you are, I'll find out by testing your strength. He immediately summoned every beast within his domain, preparing for battle. The skeleton king's strength remained unknown, and Zhang Wuliang wanted to see just how powerful it truly was. But just then, the skeleton king opened its massive jaws, brewing a colossal blue energy sphere within its maw. As its jaws snapped shut, a massive blue beam erupted from its maw like a laser, hurtling straight toward Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang's expression changed abruptly. Holy crap, you're serious? Who could possibly block that? He scrambled onto the back of the blazing bird. Go! Get us far away from the territory. The skeleton king's attack was no joke. If they fought within the territory, this newly established domain would likely be destroyed. The firebird's wings beat fiercely, transforming into a fiery streak of light as it soared skyward. The blue pillar of light, however, matched its speed to the extreme. In an instant, it caught up to Zhang Wuliang mid-air. The firebird let out a terrified cry, its body jerking violently in mid-air as it tried to evade the deadly strike. Yet the blue beam seemed to possess eyes of its own. No matter how the firebird dodged, it locked onto its target relentlessly, closing in with blinding speed. Zhang Wuliang's face drained of color. Damn it, did it have to kill him? He was on a roll now, he wasn't ready to die yet. At that critical moment, a blinding light erupted from Zhang Wuliang's hands. The next instant, a semicircular transparent shield enveloped him, holding him securely within its protection. Boom! The blue beam slammed into the shield, erupting in a deafening roar. The intense blue light collided repeatedly with the transparent shield, producing a series of crackling explosions. Zhang Wuliang felt a tremendous force surge through the shield, shaking him to his core. Yet despite this, the transparent dome remained intact, steadfastly shielding Zhang Wuliang. As the blue beam's energy gradually depleted, the light on the shield slowly faded. Zhang Wuliang had narrowly escaped death and returned unscathed. Staring at the now dull crystal energy bracelet on his wrist, Zhang Wuliang felt a wave of dread wash over him. Thank goodness for this thing. Otherwise, he would have been blown to smithereens. But Zhang Wuliang remembered clearly that this crystal energy bracelet required 20 minutes to regenerate its protective shield. That meant he wouldn't get a second chance to survive within those 20 minutes. The thought made Zhang Wuliang's gaze toward the skeleton king grow considerably more solemn. There was no room for error now. The Skeleton King seemed equally stunned that his seemingly unstoppable strike had been blocked by this minor beastmaster. The deep blue flames in its eyes flared violently as it let out an angry roar, gathering power for another attack. Having already left the territory's boundaries, he could only bring 4 pets with him. Besides the blazing sparrow bird beneath his feet, 3 other beasts accompanied him. They were the Ice Spike Beast, the Ghost Flame Blade Master, and the Spirit Giant Elephant. The Blazing Sparrow and Ghost Flame Blade Bearer needed no introduction. As a flying mount, the Blazing Sparrow bird was not only swift but could also soar to great heights, significantly ensuring Zhang Wuliang's safety during combat. As Zhang Wuliang's strongest combat pet beast at present, the Ghost Flame Blade Master naturally had to be by his side. As for the Ice Spike Beast, while its combat prowess isn't particularly formidable, its skills are downright annoying. During combat, it unleashes wide-area ice spikes that inflict a slowing effect on enemies. This would prove highly effective against both the Skeleton King and the skeleton minions under his command, effectively slowing them down. Finally, there's the Spirit Giant Elephant. While this beast's combat prowess isn't particularly outstanding, its size is the largest among the 4. Its thick hide and sturdy build granted formidable defense, making it a viable shield in critical moments. Zhang Wuliang brought it along as a precaution. Should any sudden danger arise, the Spirit Giant Elephant's massive frame and sturdy build might prove unexpectedly useful. Zhang Wuliang clenched his fist tightly and barked at the beasts beside him. "Stay alert, everyone. This one won't be easy to handle." The pets responded with low growls, their eyes blazing with battle intent. Though none were exceptionally powerful, they had followed Zhang Wuliang for so long that a deep understanding had formed between them. They knew their master would never abandon them to flee alone. If their master wasn't afraid, what did they have to fear? At worst, they'd die. 20 years later, they'd be heroes again. Oh no. A fine beast. Chapter 33, The Great Battle Against the Skeleton King Part 1. Ancient Reward. Zhang Wuliang raced across the sky atop the blazing bird, while the Skeleton King pursued relentlessly below. Fortunately, the Skeleton King seemed fixated on Zhang Wuliang and showed no signs of shifting his attack to target the territory. Zhang Wuliang breathed a sigh of relief at this. He frantically urged the Firebird onward, trying to distance himself as much as possible from the Skeleton King while simultaneously plotting a countermeasure in his mind. The Skeleton King's speed was simply too great. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he was caught. Without the protection of his crystal energy bracelet, he would surely meet his end. But if he chose to strike first, could the few beasts by his side truly defeat the terrifying Skeleton King? Zhang Wuliang felt uncertain. Just as Zhang Wuliang hesitated, a piercing scream suddenly rang out behind him. Zhang Wuliang's heart clenched and he spun around in alarm. What he saw made his eyes widen in horror. Among his pets, the Spirit Giant Elephant was the slowest. Unnoticed, it had fallen behind. The Skeleton King easily caught up to it. The deep blue flames in its eyes flared intensely, and a blue laser shot out from its eyes in an instant, striking the Spirit Giant Elephant squarely on its rear end. Sizzle! The laser struck the Spirit Giant Elephant's rear, instantly sending up a puff of green smoke. A pungent, acrid smell of burning quickly filled the air. In agony, the Spirit Giant Elephant let out a heart-wrenching scream, its massive body thrashing wildly on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the terrifying flames. But the laser's power was overwhelming. A gaping, bloody hole instantly burned through its hindquarters, a horrifying sight of charred flesh mingled with fresh blood. Zhang Wuliang watched, his heart bleeding. "You bastard!" Seeing the open terrain and their distance from the territory, Zhang Wuliang held nothing back. After the Skeleton King wounded the Spirit Giant Elephant, it turned its gaze back to Zhang Wuliang. It saw anger in Zhang Wuliang's eyes, saw his fighting spirit. But the Skeleton King paid it no mind. In its eyes, Zhang Wuliang was nothing but a puny human. How dare he defy it? Wasn't that like lighting a lamp in a latrine asking for death? Roar! With a furious roar, the Skeleton King unleashed a barrage of lasers in all directions. The beams scattered like flowers from a celestial maiden, spreading densely outward in all directions. Zhang Wuliang's face paled. He urgently bellowed at his pets. "Quick! Quick! Find cover!" The pets, sensing the urgency, scrambled to find cover. Fortunately, numerous trees stood nearby, offering potential cover. Zhang Wuliang grabbed the fiery bird's feathers and ducked behind a large tree. The Firebird was terrified as well, clinging tightly to the tree trunk, not daring to breathe a sound. As for the other pets, they too found cover and hid at the first opportunity. Bang! 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 Sizzle! Laser beams struck the trees with deafening crashes, sending splinters flying everywhere as a pungent, acrid smell of burning wood filled the air. In mere seconds, dozens of surrounding trees were riddled with holes like sieves, their trunks pierced beyond recognition. Fortunately, Zhang Wuliang and his pets dodged in time, avoiding the laser strikes. The Skeleton King's indiscriminate attack had missed its mark. Nevertheless, Zhang Wuliang dared not relax his guard for even a moment. He knew that if the Skeleton King could unleash a first wave of attacks, it could unleash a second, a third. If he kept playing defense like this, he'd get hit sooner or later. The consequences would be unimaginable. Hiding behind a tree, a resolute glint flashed in Zhang Wulian's eyes. He knew he couldn't continue like this. He had to take the offensive. Otherwise, it would wear him down until he was finished. But the question remained, where exactly lay the Skeleton King's weakness? Zhang Wulian narrowed his eyes, gazing at the Skeleton King not far away. At that moment, the Skeleton King floated silently mid-air, its eyes flickering with an eerie blue flame. Its entire round, plump head was covered in white soul flames. Between its brows gaped a vast, pitch-black hole. This was both similar to and distinct from the giant skeleton. When Zhang Wuliang had previously fought that giant skeleton, he had targeted the pet beast corpses within the holes on its body. But the Skeleton King did not possess such a feature. Surely it couldn't be immortal? He refused to believe it. Zhang Wuliang scrutinized the Skeleton King once more. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he detected an anomaly. Within the Skeleton King's mouth, a distinct ghostly flame gathered. This ghostly flame was a deeper color, pulsing like a heart within the Skeleton King's mouth. With each beat, the soul flames covering the Skeleton King's body pulsed in sync, creating an eerie spectacle. Zhang Wulian's brow furrowed slightly, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. This ghostly flame seemed different from the other soul flames on the Skeleton King's body. It actually gave Zhang Wuliang a sense of life fluctuations. Yes, the very essence of life. After all, the Skeleton King was ultimately a type of pet beast undead. Pet beast undead possessed no life force. Yet the ghostly flame in the Skeleton King's mouth possessed a life force. This was rather intriguing. Zhang Wuliang narrowed his eyes. He had a premonition that this ghostly flame might hold the key to the Skeleton King's weakness. If he could destroy it, perhaps he could deal a severe blow to the Skeleton King. At this thought, Zhang Wuliang's hopes were reignited. Regardless of whether this ghostly flame was the Skeleton King's weakness, he had to try. If he succeeded, he might just save his own life. If it failed, he would have no regrets. After all, he had given it his all. Zhang Wuliang glanced at his several beast companions, his gaze settling on Ghost Flame Blade. Ghost Flame Blade, you go first and hold off the Skeleton King. Avoid direct confrontation, focus on maneuvering around it. Zhang Wuliang ordered in a deep voice. Ghostfire Blade nodded. He knew retreat was no longer an option. If they didn't fight with everything they had, they'd all die here. Whoosh! The Ghost Flame Blade Master let out a low cry, his entire body transforming into a streak of ghostly green flame as he charged toward the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King quickly spotted the charging Ghost Flame Blade, his eyes flickering with a deep blue flame. Dozens more laser beams shot toward the Ghost Flame Blade. The Ghost Flame Blade twisted his body, arching into an emerald curve that narrowly evaded the laser barrage. Bang! 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 The dozens of lasers struck empty air, crashing into the ground and instantly blasting fiery craters across the Icefield. Countless flames surged upward, creating a scene of sheer terror. Watching from behind, Zhang Wuliang broke out in a cold sweat. Had those lasers struck the Ghostfire Blade Master, it would have been reduced to dust. But this was Ghostfire Blade after all. Currently the strongest combat pet under Zhang Wuliang's command. Meanwhile, the Ghostblade Swordsman had already charged to within 10 meters of the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King seemed to grow impatient. Its body twisted violently, and two skeletal arms suddenly materialized out of thin air. It spread its 5 bone-chilling fingers and lunged at the Ghost Flame Blade Master. Chapter 34, The Great Battle Against the Skeleton King Part 2. Ancient Reward. I've gone too far. Zhang Wuliang cursed under his breath. Originally, the Skeleton King had no arms, making the ghostfire in its mouth a relatively easier target to attack. But now, the Skeleton King had grown 2 arms. This meant it could launch more attacks and better protect the ghostly flame in its mouth. Zhang Wuliang's expression darkened. The Skeleton King actually possessed such a capability. This made attacking the ghostfire significantly harder. The Ghost Flame Blade Dancer seemed to sense its precarious situation too. The eerie green flames in its eyes flickered more violently. Its entire body twisted and contorted, tracing arcs as it dodged left and right under the Skeleton King's assaults. Yet even so, its situation remained dire. The Skeleton King's attacks were far too dense and powerful. Even with the Ghost Flame Blade Master's agile movements, evasion proved difficult. In just over 10 seconds, the Ghostblade Swordsman had been grazed by the Skeleton King's attacks several times. Though the wounds weren't severe, they had begun to slow its speed. If this continued, it would inevitably be struck down by the Skeleton King. Zhang Wuliang felt a surge of anxiety, yet he could only watch helplessly. The Ghost Flame Blade Dancer now resembled a mouse cornered by a cat, forced to dodge relentlessly to evade capture by the Skeleton King. Otherwise, its fate would be grim indeed. No! This can't go on. Zhang Wuliang gritted his teeth. If this continued, the Ghost Flame Blade Master would inevitably be struck down by the Skeleton King. By then, defeating the Skeleton King would be utterly hopeless. Zhang Wuliang's eyes flickered as an idea suddenly struck him. Right. Hadn't the Ghostfire Blade Master mastered a new skill? Now was the time to put it to use. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang shouted at the Ghost Flame Blade Master, "Ghost Flame Blade Master, unleash the spatial slash." At the command, the Ghost Flame Blade Master's eyes flashed with a sudden, intense green flame. Space Slash. This was precisely the skill he had mastered just days ago. This skill was immensely powerful, but Ghost Fireblade currently lacked sufficient mastery to fully control it. Moreover, each use drained it tremendously. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, the Ghost Flame Blade Master would never use it lightly. And now, it was clearly a moment of no other choice. The Ghostblade Swordsman let out a low growl and charged violently toward the Skeleton King once more. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand, and the lost Greymoor sword, the divine artifact he had retrieved from the Ice Palace, appeared in his grasp. As the Spatial Slash skill activated, a blindingly bright ghostly light suddenly erupted from the lost Grammar Sword. This light was intensely dense, enveloping the lost Grammar Sword entirely. The Skeleton King sensed the extraordinary nature of Ghost Flame Blade's strike. The ghostly blue flames in its eyes flickered violently, and it instinctively took several steps back. Yet, its retreat proved ultimately too slow. Ghostblade's speed was blindingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he charged to the Skeleton King's front. He raised the Lost Gram sword in his hand and brought it down in a fierce slash toward the Skeleton King's body. As the Lost Gram sword swung, a shimmering green sword energy erupted violently. This blade aura stretched 7 or 8 meters long, radiating an unsettling cold light and carrying intense spatial fluctuations. Empowered by the skill, the Lost Grammar Sword unleashed even greater might. Though the Skeleton King raised his arms to block, it proved utterly futile. The Spatial Slash's power was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, it severed both of the Skeleton King's arms. Moreover, the sword's momentum showed no sign of slowing as it continued its descent toward the Skeleton King's torso. A faint clang echoed as the Spatial Slash struck the Skeleton King's forehead. That seemingly impenetrable skull crumbled like paper under the strike, offering no resistance whatsoever. In an instant, a massive crack split open across the Skeleton King's forehead. Had the Skeleton King not dodged sideways at the critical moment, this strike would likely have cleaved it clean in two. Even so, the Skeleton King had suffered a severe blow. His entire body had grown noticeably dimmer, and the ghostly flame in his mouth flickered erratically. Clearly, this strike had inflicted considerable damage upon it. Zhang Wulian, witnessing this, was overjoyed. The opportunity had arrived. The Firebird let out a sharp chirp and flapped its wings. Opening its beak, it unleashed a torrent of searing flames toward the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King, having just suffered a heavy blow, was at its weakest moment. Facing the Firebird's flame attack, it failed to dodge. The flame struck the Skeleton King's body, causing it to emit a piercing, agonized scream. The Skeleton King's form dimmed further, the ghostly flames in its mouth growing even fainter. Zhang Wulian's spirits soared at the sight. Effective. The Skeleton King was now completely on the defensive. With both arms severed, it had lost its most potent offensive capability. Its body, severely wounded, could barely muster half its former strength. Compounded by the relentless barrage of the Firebird's flames, the Skeleton King was given no chance to catch its breath. In just 1 minute, the Skeleton King had been struck dozens of times by the Firebird's flames. Its body was nearly charred, and the ghostly flame in its mouth flickered precariously, as if it might extinguish at any moment. The Skeleton King was on the brink of utter annihilation. At that moment, the spirit giant elephant let out a thunderous roar and charged fiercely toward the Skeleton King. Having been severely wounded by the Skeleton King earlier, it had been seething with pent-up fury. Now, seeing the Skeleton King cornered, it surged with excitement. This was the perfect chance for revenge. It abruptly raised its massive body and charged headlong at the Skeleton King. Boom! The Skeleton King was sent flying instantly. Its body tumbled several times in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. The impact landed it squarely in the ice spike trap the Ice Spike Beast had set earlier. The Ice Spike Beast was exceptionally clever. Seeing the Skeleton King fall into the trap, it let out a low growl and began channeling its power, making the ice spikes within the trap grow sharper and harder. The Skeleton King was trapped within the spikes. It tried desperately to crawl free, but it was utterly impossible. The ice spikes within the trap were razor sharp, piercing the Skeleton King's skeletal frame with a grating crunch, even causing it to deform slightly. Seizing the moment, the Ghost Flame Blade Master lunged forward. He charged straight toward the Skeleton King's mouth. The ghostly flame within the Skeleton King's mouth was the core of its power. If that flame could be severed, the Skeleton King would surely perish. The Ghost Flame Swordsman raised his sword with a fierce thrust, aiming straight for the Skeleton King's maw. With the sword's descent, a black blade aura erupted violently. Trapped within the pitfall, the Skeleton King could not evade. He could only watch helplessly as the sword beam struck his mouth. Those teeth, which had appeared incredibly hard, crumbled like tofu under the blade's assault, offering no resistance whatsoever. In an instant, a massive gash split open the Skeleton King's jaw. The sword beam, its momentum unabated, continued its descent into the Skeleton King's maw. The Skeleton King let out a piercing scream, yet it could not halt the blade's assault. Another thunderous crash echoed as the sword beam struck the ghostly flame within the Skeleton King's mouth. Under the sword's assault, the ghostly flame instantly shattered into pieces. As the ghostly fire shattered, the Skeleton King let out one final, piercing scream. His entire body instantly shattered into pieces, scattering across the ground. Ding! A thunderous clang echoed simultaneously in the minds of every person across the globe. The great beast master Zhang Wuliang has slain the Skeleton King, restoring peace and tranquility to this world. Ding! Ancient rewards have been delivered to Beastmaster Zhang Wuliang's inventory. Please check your items. Chapter 35, Massive Rewards and the Skeleton King's Bone Club. At that moment, every Beastmaster across the globe froze in shock. The previously relentless global chat fell into a momentary silence. Everyone was processing the news they'd just received. The great Beastmaster Zhang Wuliang had slain the Skeleton King, restoring peace and tranquility to this world? What did this mean? Could it be that the Skeleton King had been defeated? The Beastmasters froze in shock before erupting in joyful excitement. For in that instant they received the worldwide message: the undead beasts that had been battling them vanished without a trace. For many who had been desperately struggling against these undead beasts, the realization brought tears of joy to their eyes. The world channel erupted in chaos. Holy crap! The Skeleton King really got taken down. Wah, I was so close to dying just now. Bro, you're our savior. You're amazing, Zhang Wuliang. I wanna have your baby. The world chat channel erupted in celebration as everyone rejoiced over the Skeleton King's defeat. But some found it hard to believe. No way. The Skeleton King was so powerful, how could he possibly be killed? Exactly. I saw the Skeleton King with my own eyes before. That thing was practically invincible. I'm finding it hard to believe too, but the proof is right here: the Skeleton King really has been taken down. But just how powerful is that big shot Zhang Wuliang? How else could he have taken down the Skeleton King? I guess Master Zhang Wuliang's beast taming must be at least legendary tier? Legendary? You're underestimating brother Zhang Wuliang. I'd say he's at least mythic tier. The moment those words were spoken, the world channel fell silent. Mythic tier beast taming. Everyone was just speculating wildly. After all, the strongest pets anyone had obtained so far were merely master tier. Where on earth would a mythic tier 1 come from? If anyone truly possessed a mythic tier beast, it would have been announced worldwide long ago. In their eyes, without a mythic tier beast, defeating the Skeleton King seemed utterly impossible. Truthfully, some beast masters couldn't bring themselves to believe the Skeleton King had been slain. Having witnessed its power firsthand, they simply couldn't fathom which beast master could possibly have defeated it. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, a message suddenly appeared. Aren't you curious what ancient reward Zhang Wuliang received? The moment this message appeared, it instantly captured everyone's attention. Right. Killing the Skeleton King must come with an ancient reward. An ancient reward. Nothing ordinary could compare to that. Speculation immediately began to swirl. My guess is it's definitely a powerful pet beast egg. Nope, it's definitely a rare skill book. You're all wrong. I bet it's some game-changing item. The crowd buzzed with chatter, all speculating what ancient reward Zhang Wuliang had obtained. But whatever the reward was, they all knew one thing for certain: this time, Zhang Wuliang had hit the jackpot. After all, slaying the Skeleton King was an unprecedented feat, unmatched by any before or after. Zhang Wuliang paid no attention to the chatter in the channel. He stood where the Skeleton King had fallen, staring at the backpack before him. Moments ago, he'd received a system notification stating the ancient reward had been delivered to his backpack. He couldn't wait to open his backpack and see what ancient reward he had obtained. The moment the backpack opened, Zhang Wuliang's eyes widened in disbelief. Activate ancient reward. Obtained 5,000 wood. Obtained 4,000 stone. Obtained 40 steel. Obtained 100 bricks. Obtained 5 fire crystals. Obtained 5 water crystals. Obtained 5 lightning crystals. Obtained 5 wind crystals. Obtained 5 earth crystals. Obtained 10 pet skill pills. Staring at the pile of rewards in his backpack, Zhang Wuliang was dumbfounded. Is this what ancient rewards look like? Why are they all materials? And they were all extremely rare materials. Fire crystals, water crystals, lightning crystals, wind crystals, earth crystals. Each of these 5 crystals contained immensely powerful natural elemental energy, making them the finest materials for crafting pet equipment. Pet skill pills allowed pets to learn new abilities, boosting their combat prowess. Each of these pills is an incredibly precious item. Yet now, he'd obtained so many at once. This was nothing short of a colossal fortune. Zhang Wuliang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew that while these rewards were precious, he had undoubtedly drawn the attention of many more people. As the saying goes, never flaunt your wealth. If anyone discovered the location of his territory, he feared he would be hunted down by the masses. Zhang Wuliang closed his backpack and began picking up the fragments of the Skeleton King scattered on the ground, one by one. These fragments couldn't be wasted, they might come in handy someday. As he gathered them, Zhang Wuliang suddenly sensed something amiss. He examined them closely and his eyes lit up. Among the many fragments lay a bone rod as pure and white as jade. Over a meter long, it emitted a faint glow throughout its entire length, appearing utterly extraordinary. Could this be the Skeleton King's weapon? Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat as he swiftly picked up the bone rod. The instant his fingers touched it, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Skeleton King's bone staff. Skeleton King's Bone Club, forged from the hardest bones of the Skeleton King's entire body, it contains powerful undead energy and can be used as a weapon. Hearing this notification, Zhang Wuliang froze in shock. He never imagined this would actually be the Skeleton King's weapon. Moreover, this weapon seemed quite extraordinary. He examined the bone club closely, noticing strange runes engraved upon it that emitted a faint glow, giving it an air of profound mystery. Looks like another fine treasure. Zhang Wuliang tucked the bone club away. Soon, he finished cleaning up the scene. After glancing around to ensure nothing was left behind, he turned and departed, returning to his domain. Upon returning to his domain, Zhang Wuliang immediately set to work. First, he gathered timber and stone to begin repairs on the domain. The battle had left the walls and buildings damaged, requiring thorough repairs. Zhang Wuliang worked tirelessly for most of the day before finally completing the repairs. The next step was to upgrade some buildings. Chapter 36, New Weapons, New Mines. A complete upgrade after the cataclysm. Zhang Wuliang's first priority was iron wool. When he defeated the Skeleton King earlier, he obtained a significant amount of iron ingots and steel, solving his immediate shortage of iron ingots. An iron anvil was an essential tool for crafting various equipment and items, so Zhang Wuliang prioritized its construction. Zhang Wuliang retrieved his iron ingots and steel, then began crafting the anvil. Before long, a brand new anvil stood before him. Standing over a meter tall, it gleamed with a dark metallic sheen and appeared exceptionally sturdy. Above the anvil hung a massive iron hammer, ready to strike the ingots and forge them into various shapes. Zhang Wuliang first placed the anvil beside the workbench within his domain, then began organizing the other materials. Then there was the deadwood. He had discovered this while cleaning up the Skeleton King's corpse after its demise. At first glance, it looked no different from ordinary branches. Without careful observation, it might have been overlooked entirely. For Zhang Wuliang, the most crucial aspect was this. This material was essential for crafting certain magical weapons. Crafting one soul binding bow required materials, pet beast soul 80, deadwood 120. Crafting 10 soul bound arrows, materials required, pet beast souls 5, deadwood 10. After the Skeleton King's demise, Zhang Wuliang looted 200 pieces of deadwood from its corpse. More than enough to craft both the soul binding bow and soul binding arrows. Zhang Wuliang was thrilled. He immediately approached the anvil, ready to begin crafting the soul binding bow and soul binding arrows. First, he placed the spirit beast soul and the deadwood into the anvil, then began hammering away. Amidst the crisp clanging of metal, the soul-bound bow and soul-bound arrows gradually took shape. Before long, a pitch-black soul-binding bow, emitting a faint, eerie glow, appeared before Zhang Wuliang. The design of this soul-bound bow was exceptionally unique, its body twisted into an unusual shape. Wrapped around the bow were strands of ghostly blue soul energy. Zhang Wuliang grasped the soul-devouring bow in his hands, feeling a powerful surge of soul energy emanating from its frame. To test its power, he placed a soul arrow on the bowstring and pulled it taut with all his might. As the bowstring reached its limit, the ghostly blue soul energy on the soul-devouring bow began to surge violently, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Zhang Wuliang aimed at a distant boulder and released the string. With a sharp whistling sound, the soul-devouring arrow shot through the air like a black lightning bolt, striking the boulder with tremendous force. Accompanied by a deafening boom, the boulder was instantly pierced, leaving behind a hole the size of a fist. Zhang Wuliang was stunned. Holy crap? This power? This ridiculous? Zhang Wuliang tested several more arrows, discovering each one possessed astonishing power more than sufficient to effortlessly pierce through ordinary armor and defensive structures. Clearly, with this soul-devouring bow, his strength had undoubtedly surged to a whole new level. Moreover, to his delight, he could wield this weapon. After all, he hadn't been able to wield the lost grammar sword he'd obtained earlier. This soul-devouring bow was an exception. Just as Zhang Wuliang was reveling in the joy of his new weapon, a resounding voice suddenly echoed through the sky. Ding! Global announcement, resource refresh. Congratulations to all beastmasters worldwide. Following the first celestial calamity, numerous new mineral deposits have emerged across the world, awaiting exploration and harvesting. Platinum ore, palladium ore, diamond Oregon. Various ores are scattered across the world, awaiting beasts tamers to discover and harvest. These ores are vital materials for crafting equipment and constructing buildings. Beastmasters, act swiftly to gather these minerals and enhance your strength. First cataclysm? After hearing these new rules, Zhang Wuliang was taken aback. We've already endured 2 pet beast attacks. How come this is the first time it's called a natural disaster? Didn't the wild pet beast herd they encountered earlier count as a natural disaster? This sparked Zhang Wuliang's curiosity about the concept of natural disasters. Meanwhile, the world chat channel was buzzing with discussions about this very topic. No way, there are actually that many minerals in the world? I'm already struggling to gather iron ore. What do these ores even look like? System, show us a picture. How else are we supposed to know if it's an ore? Where are these ores located? They're not all in those dangerous zones, are they? Damn it! Several new mines just popped up near my place, but this stuff is rock hard. With my current gear, I can't mine it at all. Same here. New mines popped up nearby, but I can't mine them. So frustrating. Can't mine them either. These ores are way too hard. My crappy stone pickaxe just flew off, didn't even spark a single speck. My guess is the only way to mine these new deposits is with a pet beast possessing advanced mining skills or higher. True. Otherwise, we'd need platinum grade picks or better to handle it ourselves. Seeing the discussions among beast tamers in the world chat, Zhang Wuliang immediately conducted a thorough inspection of his territory, yet found nothing new. This left him feeling slightly disappointed. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, whether or not there was anything was a matter of probability. Moreover, even if none appeared near him, the beastmasters whose territories contained new mines were equally unable to harvest them due to insufficient strength. It was as if they didn't exist at all. In fact, seeing them only made him envy them more. Then, Zhang Wuliang suddenly remembered something. The absence of new minerals within the territory didn't mean none existed in the surrounding areas. Perhaps he simply hadn't discovered them yet. Zhang Wuliang immediately dispatched the Icefield cat to continue searching for new minerals around the borders of his domain. The ice cat excelled at treasure hunting. If new ore truly existed anywhere on the surface, it would surely find it with ease. The ice cat swiftly departed to carry out its orders. Zhang Wuliang turned his gaze back to the ice spike beasts laboring within the territory. At that moment, the ice spike beast was vigorously excavating iron ore. Based on discussions in the World Channel, it seemed that pets with advanced mining skills might be able to harvest the new ore. Though the ice spike beast only possessed intermediate mining skills, at this stage it was undoubtedly among the best in the entire world. Zhang Wuliang hadn't heard anyone else mention owning a pet beast with advanced mining skills. Once he actually found new ore deposits, Zhang Wuliang would have the ice spike beast try mining them to see if it could extract the ore. Until then, they would continue prioritizing iron ore mining. Iron ore remained his most critical resource at this stage. Some time passed. The Icefield cat suddenly trotted back from far away, tail wagging. Chapter 37, Iron Ore Mine Discovered. Massive iron ore for resources. Meow. The ice cat stuck close to Zhang Wuliang the moment it returned. It kept rubbing its head against Zhang Wuliang's feet, acting incredibly clingy. Zhang Wuliang didn't find this strange. Instead, he immediately realized that this little guy had probably found the new ore he was looking for. Found it? The ice cat nodded vigorously. Meow. Joy lit up Zhang Wuliang's face. He thought there might not be any nearby, but it turned out there really was. And it seemed quite close, otherwise, the ice cat wouldn't have returned so quickly. Take me there now. Zhang Wuliang urged impatiently. The ice cat immediately turned and sprinted back along the path it had come. Zhang Wuliang hurried to follow. The ice cat led the way ahead, with Zhang Wuliang following behind. After about 10 minutes of walking ahead, led by the ice cat, Zhang Wuliang arrived at the rugged valley he had spotted earlier. Scattered throughout the valley were countless newly formed ore deposits. These ores were jet black throughout, their surfaces shimmering with a metallic luster. Zhang Wuliang's eyes lit up. This was an iron ore deposit. No wonder the ice cat had brought him here. It had discovered a vast deposit of iron ore. The ice cat rubbed against Zhang Wuliang's leg as if seeking praise, as if saying, "Master, I'm pretty awesome finding all this iron ore." Zhang Wuliang smiled, patted its head, and praised, "You did a great job." Although Zhang Wuliang coveted the new minerals more, iron ore was still quite useful. After all, iron ore was his primary need at the moment. This iron ore deposit had appeared at just the right moment. He'd been wondering where to find new iron ore once the deposits in his territory were exhausted. Zhang Wuliang carefully examined the iron ore mine. It was quite large, with abundant reserves. It seemed sufficient to keep his ice spike beasts mining for quite some time. Moreover, it was not far from his domain, allowing him to confidently send several ice spike beasts to harvest the ore. Zhang Wuliang immediately returned to his territory and dispatched 4 ice spike beasts. The moment the ice spike beasts spotted the iron ore mine, excitement flashed in their eyes. They immediately began swinging their claws, starting to dig. As the ice spike beasts dug, chunks of iron ore were extracted. Since the ore lay above ground, the ice spike beasts saved considerable time on exploration and excavation, greatly boosting collection efficiency. At this current pace, 500 or 600 iron ore pieces a day would be no problem. He glanced at the world chat and noticed many were still struggling to find iron ore. Big shots, please buy my iron ore. I desperately need it to upgrade my buildings. Same here. Price negotiable, just give me iron ore. Iron ore is so hard to find. My mini groups are way too slow. Any big shots with extra iron ore to sell? The world chat channel was flooded with pleas for iron ore. It seems iron ore remains in extremely short supply. The iron ore Zhang Wuliang traded earlier has maintained an exceptionally high price. This also indicates that everyone's current iron ore gathering efficiency isn't very high. But with this iron ore mine, he no longer had to worry about iron shortages. As the ice spikes continued their relentless mining, the iron ore reserves grew rapidly. Zhang Wuliang calculated in his mind that once he accumulated a sufficient quantity of iron ore, he could trade some of it again. This way, he could exchange it for even more resources. After the last natural disaster, the variety of goods sold in the trading market had expanded. Selling bronze are only 500 any neat. Hurry while supplies last. Purple cloud wood for sale, iron ore only. Iron ore owners, come forward. Seeking black ice jade? Trade for iron ore or rare blueprints. Other materials need not apply. The trading channel was flooded with posts advertising rare materials. Zhang Wuliang scanned through them, realizing he'd never seen any of these materials before. However, judging by the descriptions, these materials were all used to craft rare equipment. For other beastmasters, these items weren't necessary at their current stage. Since everyone's building levels were still low, possessing these materials wouldn't allow them to craft anything anyway. But Zhang Wuliang was different. He had plenty of idle iron ore, especially now that iron ore prices were high. With iron ore, he could trade for large quantities of other materials. Those materials might not be immediately useful to Zhang Wuliang, but who knows if they might come in handy later. Moreover, acquiring new materials would automatically unlock numerous basic blueprints, which would greatly benefit Zhang Wuliang. With that in mind, Zhang Wuliang immediately posted a message in the trading channel: massive purchase of rare materials. All transactions settled in iron ore. Suppliers, come forward. The moment the message went out, it caught the attention of many. Damn! Big shots are big shots buying rare materials in bulk and paying with iron ore. Big shot, need leg accessories? I mine like crazy. I'm curious just how much iron ore does this big shot have to make such a bold offer. Whatever it is, it's definitely more than mine. Wah! I'm too scared to even upgrade my buildings now, afraid I won't have enough iron ore. Looks like the big shot has a steady iron ore supply, no way he'd make such a move otherwise. So jealous. Wish I had that much iron ore. The trading channel erupted with activity after Zhang Wuliang's message. Iron ore was the scarcest resource right now, and the fact that Zhang Wuliang dared to use it to buy other materials was nothing short of shocking. But this also indirectly revealed that Zhang Wuliang must have a massive stockpile of iron ore. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare make such acquisitions. In no time, many began contacting Zhang Wuliang, eager to trade their rare materials for iron ore. Zhang Wuliang responded to each inquiry, quickly amassing a considerable amount of rare materials. Some materials were used for crafting equipment, others for upgrading buildings, and still others for synthesizing other items. Although Zhang Wuliang had no immediate need for these materials, it couldn't hurt to stockpile them. They might come in handy someday. Moreover, trading iron ore for these materials was not a loss for Zhang Wuliang. After all, iron ore was not scarce for him, as his ice spike beasts collected it continuously every day. Beyond his own needs, this iron ore could be traded for other resources. This way, Zhang Wuliang's resources would only grow, never diminish. To sum it up in one phrase: buy early, enjoy sooner. At that moment, Zhang Wuliang organized the materials he had just acquired. Bronze stone, purple cloud wood, mystic ice jade. Beyond these materials, Zhang Wuliang also acquired several blueprints. Some were equipment blueprints, others architectural plans, and still others prop designs. With sufficient materials, Zhang Wuliang could bring these blueprints to life. Of course, Zhang Wuliang currently lacked sufficient materials, so he couldn't craft these items yet. But with his current resources, there was one thing he could already build: the basic flamethrower device. Chapter 38: A new wave of attacks approaches. Nighttime is even more dangerous. Crafting 1x basic flamethrower, materials required: 10x fire essence, 20x iron ingots, 5x steel. Zhang Wuliang checked his inventory and found he had sufficient fire essence, iron ingots, and steel. Fire essence was obtained by decomposing fire lizards. And he'd just obtained a pile of steel after defeating the Skeleton King. He had everything he needed. He promptly placed the materials on the workbench and began crafting the basic flamethrower. With a rumbling roar, a metal contraption over half a meter tall materialized on the workbench. The device was cylindrical in shape, with 4 supports at the base allowing it to stand firmly on the ground. At the top of the device, a bowl-sized flame nozzle flickered with intermittent bursts of fire. At the device's midpoint sat an energy tank. This thing looks pretty cool. Though its attack power isn't high, it excels at sustained flame projection. Plus, its attack range is substantial, capable of covering a large area. It would be absolutely perfect for dealing with those melee monsters. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang picked up the basic flamethrower unit and pressed the activation button, aiming it at a small mound in the distance. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as a thick pillar of flame shot from the nozzle, striking the mound with devastating force. Under the force of the flames, rocks and soil scattered in all directions, quickly clearing a patch of open ground. Holy! That's some serious firepower! Zhang Wuliang exclaimed in surprise. If used against monsters, it could easily wipe out a large group in an instant. Moreover, this thing could be used continuously, much like a flamethrower. It consumes 20 units of coal every 10 minutes. As for coal, that was easy enough to come by. Earlier, out of boredom, Zhang Wuliang had tossed some wood into the furnace, which automatically burned the wood into coal. So Zhang Wuliang definitely has more than enough of this stuff. The only drawback is that this flamethrower fires in a straight line, requiring manual directional adjustments. It cannot achieve full coverage, no blind spot attacks. Even so, Zhang Wuliang was thoroughly satisfied. After all, this was merely a basic flamethrower device. Achieving such destructive power was already quite impressive. His ultimate goal was to upgrade it into a more advanced crystal-powered automatic flamethrower turret. But while he now possessed the basic flamethrower unit, it was merely one component among many required to build the crystal-powered automatic flamethrower turret. Numerous other components were required, including alloy ingots, a material whose recipe Zhang Wuliang hadn't even unlocked yet. But Zhang Wuliang speculated that since so many new minerals had been unlocked, perhaps one of them held the key to crafting the alloy ingot. He believed it wouldn't be long before he could craft the crystal energy automatic flamethrower turret. After completing the basic flamethrower device, Zhang Wuliang, exhausted from a full day's work, slept soundly. Having just concluded the previous raid, he could now relax a bit and wouldn't have to push himself as hard as before. The days ahead would be spent gradually developing his strength and that of his pets. At the same time, he would explore this world further, searching for any other exploitable resources. He believed that given enough time, he could carve out a place for himself in this strange world and build a better life. In truth, Zhang Wuliang's aspirations mirrored those of the vast majority of beast tamers worldwide. After all, who wouldn't want to carve out their own niche in this realm brimming with both opportunity and challenge? Yet, ideals were lofty, while reality proved harsh. Just as Zhang Wuliang was drifting into sleep, a deafening roar shattered the night's tranquility. Boom! In the dead of night, everyone was jolted awake by the deafening roar. What's happening? Another beast tide? Impossible. We just barely survived the last attack. How could another beast tide be upon us already? Then what is it? Could it be an earthquake? The beast tamers rushed out of their small wooden huts in panic, speculating about what had happened. But when they looked toward the distant sky, terror spread across their faces. The distant sky was ablaze with fiery red, as if countless meteors streaked across the heavens before crashing violently into the ground. With each impact, earth-shattering explosions erupted, accompanied by powerful shockwaves. What is that? Could it be an alien attack? Impossible. This must be a monster attack. Zhang Wuliang was also jolted awake. He rushed out of the wooden hut. The moment he stepped outside, he froze in shock. In the distant sky, a dense swarm of blood-red bats filled the air. Their wings obscured the sky, nearly covering the entire expanse. Amidst the crimson swarm, a pair of eerie green eyes could faintly be discerned, seeming to pierce the very soul. Damn it! What the hell is that? Zhang Wuliang gasped in shock. In all his years, he had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. Those blood-red bats appeared enormous as they fluttered through the air, emitting piercing, shrill screeches. Behind them, clusters of roaring flames blazed fiercely. Accompanying the flames was a pungent, acrid smell of sulfur that assaulted the nostrils, making one want to vomit. The sheer number of bats was beyond Zhang Wuliang's ability to count. Just then, a notification popped up before everyone's eyes. A swarm of bats darkening the sky sweeps overhead, seemingly heralding the imminent arrival of the Vampire King. All beast masters must exercise extreme caution this time. The impending assault will be entirely different, far more dangerous and deadly. Estimated time until the next wave, 384:00:00. Night has grown more perilous. Ensure your surroundings and territory remain well lit. The Vampire King? What the hell is that? Could these blood-red bats be the Vampire King's minions? This is terrifying. The Beastmasters trembled in fear upon seeing this warning. Though this wasn't the first time they'd encountered an attack warning. But this one seemed far more dangerous than any previous threat. Zhang Wuliang also saw the alert, his brows furrowing deeply. The Vampire King? That doesn't sound like an easy foe to deal with. Zhang Wuliang muttered to himself. He looked up at the blood-red bats filling the sky, his unease growing stronger. The sheer number of these bats was staggering, and they appeared to be formidable opponents. Most crucially, these creatures were wild beasts that flew through the skies. Their difficulty to combat far exceeded that of wild pets on the ground. And what did it mean that the night would become even more dangerous? Chapter 39, Tentacles in the Pitch-Black Space. Secure the light source. Does this mean we won't be able to sleep peacefully at night from now on? Zhang Wuliang felt a bit down. No sooner had he relaxed than this terrifying warning of another attack arrived. But what must be faced must be faced. Having entered this world, survival demanded adaptation above all else. Zhang Wuliang looked up at the blood-red bats in the sky. After circling for a moment, they began to scatter in all directions. Though these bats looked terrifying, they hadn't initiated an attack. Seeing this, Zhang Wuliang breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed the time had not yet come for these bats to attack. This was merely a preview. Nevertheless, he must prepare thoroughly to face the challenges ahead. It was now deep night, and the recent events made it difficult for Zhang Wuliang to sleep. He rose, took a torch, and walked toward the outer gate of the territory. The earlier warning had also mentioned that nighttime became more dangerous, but one must ensure both personal surroundings and the entire territory were well lit. He had never truly considered the issue of lighting before. Normally, he would simply carry a torch at night or rely on the firebird for illumination. Thus, the entire domain lay shrouded in darkness. Thinking about that warning, Zhang Wuliang found himself growing curious. What exactly did this danger entail? Pondering this, Zhang Wuliang walked to the main gate of his domain. He pushed open the gate and stepped out cautiously. Outside, everything was pitch black, illuminated only by the faint glow of the torch in his hand. Zhang Wuliang scanned his surroundings but detected nothing unusual. Could it be that I'm overthinking this? Zhang Wuliang murmured to himself. Just as he was about to turn back, he suddenly noticed something in the surrounding darkness. Numerous faintly visible black tentacles were slowly groping their way toward him. These black tentacles appeared thick and powerful, their surfaces covered in sharp barbs. They slithered silently through the darkness like the clawed hands of hellish demons, reaching out to drag him into an endless abyss. What the hell? Zhang Wuliang's heart raced with terror, and he instinctively took a step back. Yet the black tentacles moved with astonishing speed, closing in on him in the blink of an eye. Zhang Wuliang couldn't dodge in time, and a black tentacle slammed into his arm. Immediately, a numbing, stinging pain shot from his arm throughout his entire body. Zhang Wuliang's face instantly turned as pale as paper, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The agony was almost unbearable. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he violently shook his arm, desperate to fling the black tentacle away. Yet the black tentacles clung to his arm as if rooted there, refusing to budge no matter how violently he shook. Just then, Zhang Wuliang suddenly thought of something. He instinctively touched the black tentacle with the torch in his hand. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The moment the torch touched the black tentacle, a wisp of blue smoke rose from it, and it quickly retracted. Seeing this, Zhang Wuliang's heart leapt with joy. He knew he had guessed correctly. These black tentacles were indeed afraid of fire. Seizing the moment, he spun around and sprinted back toward his territory. But after running just a few steps, he realized the black tentacles were stretching out from the darkness once more, continuing to chase after him. Damn it, won't these things leave me alone? Zhang Wuliang cursed inwardly, accelerating his pace. The black tentacles showed no sign of slowing down, and their numbers only grew. But he believed that if he could just make it back to the territory, the light there might block these black tentacles. Yet, the moment Zhang Wuliang burst through the territory's walls, he saw the black tentacles pierce right through the barrier, relentlessly closing in on him. I'm screwed. It seemed the faint light emitted by the pet beast factory within the territory was utterly insufficient. These tentacles showed no fear whatsoever. With no path left to retreat, he had no choice but to keep running forward. Only when he burst into the wooden hut did the black tentacles finally halt. They seemed to be wary of the light inside the cabin, hesitating to pursue him further. Zhang Wuliang collapsed onto the floor, letting out a long, relieved sigh. He examined the areas on his arms where the black tentacles had touched him. Large patches of red rash had erupted, resembling an allergic reaction, accompanied by waves of sharp pain. Fortunately, the black tentacles hadn't inflicted any fatal injuries. This, he realized, must be what they meant by the dangers of the night. Zhang Wuliang suddenly remembered his pets were still working outside. To prevent them from being harmed by the tentacles, Zhang Wuliang remotely recalled them all using crystal energy technology. Yet when he stored them in the pet beast space, he noticed they too had sustained minor injuries. Fortunately, the injuries weren't severe. A short rest in the pet space would suffice. But this made Zhang Wuliang realize a problem. If this continued, wouldn't it mean he couldn't send his pets out to work at night anymore? This would drastically reduce both their work efficiency and his profits. This was something Zhang Wuliang absolutely could not tolerate. He could accept a pet beast dying, but he could never tolerate one slacking off and refusing to work. Early the next morning, Zhang Wuliang began pondering how to address the nighttime dangers. After much deliberation, he concluded the simplest solution was to increase the light sources within his territory. If the entire territory was brightly lit, those black tentacles would likely hesitate to approach. Thus, Zhang Wuliang resolved to begin constructing torches. He had previously purchased a standing torch blueprint at the trading market, and now it would finally prove useful. Zhang Wuliang first located an open area within his territory, then began gathering the materials needed to construct the standing torches. After much labor, he finally constructed several upright torches. These tall torches stood proudly throughout the domain, emitting a brilliant glow that illuminated everything around them. Zhang Wuliang nodded with satisfaction, then proceeded to construct several more upright torches near the pet beast's work area. This way, the pet beasts wouldn't have to worry about working in darkness at night. Next, Zhang Wuliang proceeded along the main path connecting the domain to the pet beast's work area, constructing torches all the way. With these standing torches in place, the entire perimeter of the domain was illuminated. After a morning of hard work, Zhang Wuliang finally finished constructing all the standing torches. Standing atop the watchtower, he surveyed the brightly illuminated surroundings, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. This should make nights much safer, right? Zhang Wuliang thought to himself. As he pondered, his gaze drifted toward the mountaintop. Suddenly, he remembered the sealed dragon-like beast on the summit. He couldn't neglect it, he must subdue it as soon as possible. Since he had already built a path of torches all the way up, he might as well consider constructing a path all the way to the summit to make future ascents and descents more convenient. Chapter 40, Evolution. Masterclass Pet Beast, Spectral Messenger. Although Zhang Wuliang wanted to build a road, he knew it wouldn't be an easy task. First, road construction required vast quantities of materials, stones, timber, earth, and so forth. These materials were not lacking for Zhang Wuliang. Having secured the most valuable iron ore available at this stage, he could exchange it for as many of those increasingly worthless basic materials as he desired. However, while construction materials were not a concern, the real challenge lay in the expertise required. After all, constructing a level, wide, and sturdy road was no simple feat. Factors like terrain, slope, and drainage all needed to be considered. Fortunately, in this world, constructing roads didn't require Zhang Wuliang to personally lay each brick and tile. Instead, they could be built using blueprints. Even so, road construction remained a massive undertaking. Zhang Wuliang estimated that the distance from his domain to the mountain peak was at least 10 kilometers. Constructing a 10-kilometer road demanded immense resources and time. Fortunately, time was the one thing he had in abundance. Each day, aside from collecting pet eggs from the pet factory, he spent his time maintaining his domain, a routine that could be described as rather dull. But once this road was completed, he would have more opportunities to venture into the mountains and tame the dragon-shaped pet beast. Zhang Wuliang was certain that taming this dragon-shaped beast would grant him the riding skill. Once mastered, traversing even greater distances atop his dragon-shaped beast would become far more convenient. Moreover, during his first ascent, he had discovered that the mountain harbored many. Thus, Zhang Wuliang began preparing for the road construction project. He first searched the trading market and found some relevant blueprints, such as road designs, bridge designs, tunnel designs, and so on. These blueprints were reasonably priced, as most were still in the exploratory phase of developing their territories and rarely considered outward expanding constructions like these. After acquiring the blueprints, Zhang Wuliang began gathering materials. Construction primarily required stone and wood. Ever since acquiring the spirit giant elephants, Zhang Wuliang had no shortage of timber. Especially after the second one hatched this morning, both beasts working together could yield over 10,000 pieces of wood daily. As for stone, it was even more plentiful. 3 ice spike beasts worked in the quarries within Zhang Wuliang's territory, while others labored at iron ore deposits outside the borders, frequently bringing back large quantities of stone. Combined, the daily stone yield also exceeded 10,000 units. Zhang Wuliang gathered materials as he built, ensuring he had more than enough. Before beginning road construction, Zhang Wuliang had one more task to complete. That was to evolve the Ghostfire blade. He had already hatched a sufficient number of fire lizards, converting the surplus into fire essence through decomposition, a key resource for evolution. Evolution was a feature unlocked only after upgrading the Pet Beast factory to level 2. This was Zhang Wuliang's first time using this feature, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. He placed the Ghostfire blade into the Pet Beast factory and added the required materials, 3 fire lizards and 20 fire essences. Once everything was ready, Zhang Wuliang clicked the Start Evolution button. A blinding flash of light erupted. The Ghostfire blade dancer's form shifted, taking on the silhouette of a fire iguana. Instantly, its stature grew more imposing, its presence radiating a fierce, domineering aura. The evolution concluded, and Ghostfire blade was now completely transformed. Now towering and covered in fiery red fur, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a human. Zhang Wuliang stroked his chin, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. Seems this evolution feature works pretty well. He had sensed it before that after evolving, the Ghostfire Blade Master would become even more formidable. But now, it seemed he could no longer be called the Ghostfire Blade Master. Pet Beast, Ghostly Messenger Sister. Talent, Master of no attributes. Temperament, agile, calm, silent, rare. Zhang Wuliang stared wide-eyed. A Master Tier pet? Ding! Breaking news, Beastmaster Zhang Wuliang of the Icefield sector has just captured a Master Tier pet beast. Pets are always your strongest and most loyal companions. As the world's first Beastmaster to possess a Master Tier pet, Zhang Wuliang now holds the highest honor, signifying you've earned the favor of the strongest pet currently available. Unconsciously, wild pets worldwide now hold greater favor toward Zhang Wuliang. The moment this news broke, the global chat channel erupted. What? That big shot got a Master Tier pet beast? Seriously? How did he pull that off? Holy crap, I'd lose half my life just fighting a single veteran tier wild beast. Damn impressive. Wasn't he also the Beastmaster who killed the Skeleton King? The world's first Beastmaster with a Master Tier pet? So does that mean he killed the Skeleton King with a Master Tier or even higher tier pet? Who cares what kind of beast it was? If it wasn't master level, then it was veteran level. Killing the Skeleton King is impressive enough. Damn, who else in the world could possibly be stronger than him? Every beastmaster in the world channel was dripping with envy and resentment. Zhang Wulian, of course, couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. He never imagined he'd acquire a master tier pet beast this way. He had always assumed his first master tier pet beast would come from hatching. After evolving into the master tier pet beast, Spectral Messenger, its abilities saw a significant boost. Additionally, a new trait called Silence had appeared in its disposition. Zhang Wulian checked what this so-called silence entailed. Silence, your pet beast appears unable to speak, not due to being born mute, but because this is its inherent nature. This trait grants it heightened stealth, making it exceptionally adept at concealing its presence. Zhang Wulian understood. If the Ghostblade swordsman was a swordsman before, then this ghostly messenger was akin to Lan Ling Wang from a certain game. A born assassin. Though its skills remained unchanged, in its current state, it could silently approach a target, unleash its abilities instantly, and take its life. Damn, this is seriously awesome. Zhang Wulian couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly. Now that the Ghostblade Blade Master had evolved into the ghostly messenger, Zhang Wulian could finally begin constructing the road. With the protection of his new master-level pet beast, he had no worries about any mishaps during construction. In fact, he was practically hoping some reckless wild beast would come provoke him, giving him the perfect chance to test the ghostly messenger's power. So, the road construction began. Zhang Wulian retrieved his blueprints and materials, starting construction step by step from the entrance of his own territory. Chapter 41, An Encounter on the Road. Someone spoke, halt. This construction method wasn't difficult, and Zhang Wulian was already quite experienced. He laid the blueprint at the target location, filled it with the required materials from his backpack, and finally had a pet beast follow him to construct the road. Each section took only a minute for the beast to complete. Judging by this pace, even a 10-kilometer stretch wouldn't take too much time. In practice, the only thing that bothered Zhang Wulian was clearing the path. After all, building a road from the territory all the way to the mountaintop was bound to be anything but smooth sailing. In the ice-covered plateau where Zhang Wulian currently stood, snowfields and forests were the most abundant features. To clear the obstructive forests along the route, Zhang Wulian led 2 spirit giant elephants, directing them to forge the path ahead. The 2 spirit giant elephants worked with remarkable speed. With each stomp of their massive feet, entire swaths of forest collapsed instantly. Zhang Wulian naturally didn't waste the excess timber. He followed behind the giant elephants, gathering all the fallen wood into his backpack. Simultaneously, he constructed a path on the newly cleared ground behind them. After over 2 hours of this bustling activity, a kilometer-long road was effortlessly completed. This pace surprised even Zhang Wulian. It seemed this process was far easier than he had imagined. If he worked diligently for just 2 days, the path to the mountaintop would be complete. This thought filled Zhang Wulian with renewed vigor. Damn it! Let's do this! A bold idea even began to form in Zhang Wulian's mind at that moment. Why not wait until he encountered more beast tamers later on, then offer to take on the road construction work among them? On one hand, he could make a killing. On the other hand, it would also facilitate better trade with these beast tamers, securing superior materials. It proved that old saying true. Build roads to get rich. But this was just wishful thinking. After all, in this vast world, encountering other beast masters was hardly realistic. As Zhang Wulian busied himself, he noticed the sky growing darker. Recalling how nights had become unsafe after the last ambush, he decided not to linger outside. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, he finished this short stretch of road and hurried back. He was deeply wary of those tentacles lurking in the pitch-black darkness. If he could avoid encountering them, he'd steer clear. As Zhang Wulian was finishing the final stretch of his day's work, he suddenly noticed a hole in the ground ahead. It looked as if someone had deliberately dug it out. From Zhang Wulian's vantage point, he couldn't make out what lay within the hole. He was about to ignore it. After all, this Icefield region was home to many wild beasts, some of which were known for digging holes. Perhaps some bored wild beast had dug it out earlier. Without giving it much thought, Zhang Wulian finished constructing the final section of the path and prepared to hurry back to his territory. But the next moment, he suddenly sensed an eerie wind sound behind him. His alertness immediately heightened, and he detected an intense killing intent. Zhang Wulian spun around just in time to see a massive black spider crawling out of a burrow. The spider appeared to be at least 2 meters wide. Zhang Wulian was stunned. A spider this big? His eyes widened in shock. The next instant, perched on the spider's back was a pet beast. It was a golden squirrel-like wild pet beast. But now, the creature's mouth was opening and closing frantically, emitting a piercing, wailing cry. Its eyes glowed blood red as it continuously spewed white saliva from its mouth. Meanwhile, the spider emitted a strange rustling sound, as if chewing on leaves. Zhang Wulian's expression instantly turned grave. It wasn't that he felt sorry for the golden squirrel about to be devoured. Rather, the moment he saw the golden squirrel-like wild pet beast, he sensed it must be extremely valuable. Besides, this spider wasn't particularly strong. He might as well lend the golden squirrel a hand. This time, Zhang Wuliang didn't summon the ghost messenger. Had he called upon it, the battle would have ended in an instant. Instead, Zhang Wuliang reached into his backpack and pulled out a basic flamethrower. The spider's crawling speed wasn't particularly fast, and Zhang Wuliang judged he should still be able to reach it in time. He flipped the switch, and a pillar of flame shot straight from the device, hurtling toward the spider. The spider clearly hadn't expected Zhang Wuliang to attack it. It had merely intended to find a place to digest its prey. But upon seeing the fierce flames, it instantly realized the vast disparity in their strength. Without hesitation, it struggled to turn and flee. Though it possessed many legs, escaping Zhang Wuliang's grasp proved far from easy. The more frantically the spider struggled, the more relentlessly the pillar of fire pursued it. Ultimately, under the relentless pursuit of the flames, the spider began to twist and deform. White smoke began to rise from its body, rapidly thickening. Under the searing heat of the flame, the spider was reduced to nothing more than a charred mass in less than 3 seconds. Zhang Wuliang was stunned. This pillar of fire was incredibly fierce. The spider was burned to death just like that? Zhang Wuliang swallowed hard, his gaze shifting to the squirrel behind the spider. The latter was now barely clinging to life, its entire body billowing white smoke. Only because of its small size did it not turn to ash so quickly. Overjoyed, Zhang Wuliang hurried forward, intending to rescue the dying squirrel. But when he reached the squirrel, he was startled to discover something peculiar about its body. He examined it closely and discovered that this pet beast, which appeared to be a squirrel, was covered in a layer of gold dust. When Zhang Wuliang lightly brushed it, a large amount of the dust came off, revealing the pet beast's true form beneath. This made Zhang Wuliang realize something immediately. Could it be that this pet beast had previously visited some extremely precious place? Just as Zhang Wuliang was pondering this possibility, a sound that made his skin crawl suddenly emanated from the cave ahead. Zhang Wuliang whipped his head around to look at the earthen cave. The next second, his pupils dilated in shock. 1, 2, 3. A swarm of spiders crawled out of the earthen hole. Zhang Wuliang was horrified. He immediately aimed his fire column at the spiders. But there were simply too many spiders, and the fuel for the fire column was quickly exhausted. Still, Zhang Wuliang remained undaunted, for the ghostly messenger stood guard beside him. When the ghost messengers struck, they were far more ferocious than Zhang Wuliang himself. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen spiders were slain. Just as Zhang Wuliang prepared to continue clearing the spiders from the cave, a hoarse, aged voice suddenly echoed from within. Stop. Chapter 42, The Eerie Spider Cave. A pet beast egg. Zhang Wuliang's heart tightened at the sound. Could there be another beast tamer inside? Zhang Wuliang sensed trouble. After all, beast tamers were his rivals. Each one could potentially threaten his territory. He spun around, his gaze fixed on the cave entrance. The next second, a figure slowly emerged from within. When Zhang Wuliang recognized the figure, his eyes widened in shock. It wasn't a person at all. It was a massive spider-like wild beast. This wild beast was easily 2 or 3 times larger than the spider he had just slain. Its abdomen appeared incredibly swollen, as if it were pregnant. But the most terrifying thing was that a human face had grown on the spider's back. The spider-human face wore an eerie expression, its eyes hollow, staring greedily and strangely in Zhang Wuliang's direction. Zhang Wuliang's pupils trembled slightly. This monster's gaze was so unsettling. The next instant, Zhang Wuliang heard the Adam's apple on the wild beast's human face bob as a voice, equally bottomless, echoed. Stop. Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat once more. This was the first time he'd ever seen a pet beast that could speak. But he soon realized this wild beast kept repeating just 2 words over and over. Stop it. You little guy, don't tell me that's all you can say. Zhang Wuliang muttered sarcastically, though his expression grew grave. Such an eerie occurrence clearly exceeded Zhang Wuliang's understanding. The wild pet beast didn't respond to Zhang Wuliang's words. Instead, it slowly scanned its surroundings. Finally, its gaze settled on the dying golden squirrel at Zhang Wuliang's feet. A greedy expression flickered in its hollow eyes. A thought struck Zhang Wuliang. He sensed something unusual about this golden squirrel. Looks like this little guy might be useful after all. The wild beast's reaction made Zhang Wuliang realize that the golden squirrel-like creature he had accidentally saved must be quite useful. At that very moment, the giant spider lunged forward, its massive body crashing toward Zhang Wuliang like a heavy boulder. Startled, Zhang Wuliang swiftly dodged to the side. But the giant spider's attack didn't stop. Its speed was astonishingly fast. Almost the instant Zhang Wuliang dodged, it had already adjusted its direction and lunged toward him again. Zhang Wuliang realized this giant spider was no ordinary foe. He swiftly summoned the ghostly messenger to shield himself. The ghost messenger swung its greatsword, meeting the giant spider head-on. A loud clang echoed as the greatsword collided with the spider's sharp claws, sending sparks flying everywhere. The giant spider staggered back several steps from the impact, yet its eyes burned with an even more frenzied greed. It let out another hoarse roar. Stop. Zhang Wuliang sneered coldly. So it seems this wild beast really only knows how to say that one phrase. How utterly pathetic. Zhang Wuliang bellowed, and the ghost messenger immediately launched an even fiercer attack. The giant spider seemed to sense Zhang Wuliang's resolve. It fell silent, instead opening its gaping maw to reveal sharp fangs before lunging fiercely at the ghost messenger. With the Soul Reaper's power, dealing with such a giant spider was no challenge at all. The giant spider quickly sensed the immense pressure. Desperate to survive, its bloated abdomen suddenly began to convulse violently. Zhang Wuliang frowned deeply, unsure what trick the spider was about to pull. Just then, the spider's belly ripped open violently, and countless white spider eggs poured out like a tidal wave. These eggs carried an eerie power, rapidly spreading outward in all directions. Zhang Wuliang was utterly shocked. He never imagined this giant spider would resort to such a bizarre tactic. He scrambled backward, desperately trying to evade the swarm of eggs. However, the sheer number and speed of the eggs proved overwhelming. Zhang Wuliang couldn't evade them entirely. Some eggs landed near him, swiftly hatching into tiny spiders. These young spiders were born with fierce aggression, scurrying toward Zhang Wuliang. Damn it! This is a spider swarm. Zhang Wuliang's face drained of color. He swiftly drew his basic flamethrower and unleashed a torrent of flames upon the tiny spiders. Under the roaring flames, countless baby spiders were reduced to ashes. However, the sheer number of spider eggs was overwhelming. While Zhang Wuliang's flames could incinerate some, even more eggs continuously hatched into new spiders. The spiders surged toward Zhang Wuliang like a tidal wave, their numbers swelling relentlessly. Zhang Wuliang was gradually overwhelmed. "Ghost messenger, help me!" Zhang Wuliang shouted loudly. Hearing his cry, the ghost messenger spun around, swinging his greatsword to hack at the swarm of spiders. Under the spirit messenger's fierce assault, countless spiderlings were slain. Yet spider eggs continued to hatch endlessly. The swarm seemed limitless, impossible to eliminate. Zhang Wuliang suddenly spotted the giant spider lurking nearby. Its abdomen had split open, and a torrent of spider eggs was pouring out from within. This creature is the root of all this. Zhang Wuliang's heart sank. He realized that only by eliminating this giant spider could they finally rid themselves of these terrifying little spiders. He charged toward the giant spider, unleashing flames from his basic flamethrower device. Under the raging flames, the giant spider let out a piercing shriek. Its body engulfed by fire, it began to thrash violently. Yet the giant spider possessed an astonishing resilience. Even as the flames consumed it, it did not die immediately. It flailed its claws, desperately trying to extinguish the flames on its body. Zhang Wuliang gritted his teeth, constantly adjusting the flame's trajectory to ensure the fire kept burning the giant spider. As the flames consumed it, the giant spider's struggles grew weaker and weaker, its body gradually turning charred black. Finally, the giant spider let out a piercing screech and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Zhang Wuliang breathed a sigh of relief and stowed away the basic flamethrower device. By now, the smaller spiders had also lost their vitality, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The ghost messenger returned to Zhang Wuliang's side. Zhang Wuliang slowly approached the giant spider, kicking its body with his foot to ensure it was truly dead. But in that instant when Zhang Wuliang lowered his guard, the giant spider's charred body suddenly exploded. Countless white silk threads surged from the giant spider's body, rapidly spreading outward in all directions. Zhang Wuliang was utterly shocked. It all happened too suddenly. Fortunately, the spider was truly dead, and the threads it released carried no offensive power. The ghost messenger reacted swiftly, charging forward. With a swing of his greatsword, he severed the threads, ending the giant spider's life completely. What a false alarm! Zhang Wuliang intended to leave immediately. With the battle over, there was no reason to linger in this pitch-black, foul-smelling place. But as he glanced back, he suddenly noticed something. Where the giant spider had died and released its silk threads, a pet beast egg now lay quietly. Chapter 43, New Pet Beast Spider Queen. Nest building in the mine. Zhang Wuliang's keen eyes spotted it immediately. He strode forward and picked up the pet beast egg. Cold cave egg, produced by wild pets dwelling underground. These creatures rarely see light, making them darker in nature. Natural incubation requires 5 hours. What's going on? Zhang Wuliang stared blankly at the pet beast egg in his hands, surprised that this creature had hidden such a treasure. Half a minute later, Zhang Wuliang emerged from the underground cavern with the pet beast egg in hand. He headed straight back to his territory with the pet egg. He intended to send this pet egg to the pet factory for incubation. Zhang Wuliang had a strong feeling something valuable lay within. The upgraded pet beast factory had significantly increased its incubation efficiency. What once took 5 hours for a cave egg now required less than an hour in the incubation chamber. This short wait was no trouble for Zhang Wuliang. During this period, Zhang Wuliang never let his pet beast factory cease operations. It had already hatched 2 new pet beasts for him, though their attributes were rather ordinary. Zhang Wuliang recorded the breeding schemes and discarded the ineffective pairings like the small lightning-proof one, opting for new breeding combinations instead. With a substantial number of pet beasts now under his command, Zhang Wuliang no longer needed to keep every single one. He could selectively retain only the best specimens. As for those unfortunate creatures not favored by Zhang Wuliang, their fate lay in the decomposition chamber. While waiting, Zhang Wuliang climbed the watchtower and gazed into the distance at the mountain road he had just constructed. Though only a small section was completed so far, it already showed promising form. It was also exceptionally conspicuous. Anyone observing from afar could easily spot the path and trace it straight to Zhang Wuliang's domain. But Zhang Wuliang no longer feared this. Just as he hadn't panicked when he heard what sounded like human voices in the spider cave. This confidence stems from his strength. Back then, he didn't know the strength of other beast masters. Plus, he was out in the open while his enemies might be lurking in the shadows, so he had some worries. But now, as the world's first master-level beast tamer, he embodied absolute power. What the hell was there to fear? The ghost messenger excelled at stealth and ambushes, so Zhang Wuliang had even less reason to worry about anyone striking from behind. If anyone truly harbors such intentions, they would be detected and eliminated by the ghost envoys the moment they approach within a few hundred meters of Zhang Wuliang. Pet beast, cave spider queen sister. Name, unnamed. Level, 1. Talent, attribute less elite. Abilities, HP, 180, attack, 15, defense, 3, speed, 12. Temperament, tyrannical, greedy, rare. Skills, silk spray ejects spider silk from its tail to entangle enemies. Leap attack is the spider clan's final resort, she leaps to cling to an enemy's face, driving her venomous stinger deep into the target. Egg-laying is a matriarchal, gregarious species, the spider queen possesses formidable egg-laying capabilities. She can rapidly breed numerous offspring to build her kingdom. Special abilities, basic mining. The spider queen can locate and harvest mineral deposits on the surface. Web production produces a set amount of spider silk every 9 hours. Placing her in a pasture accelerates production. This ability becomes inactive when she leaves her territory. Introduction, from birth, spider queens bear the mission of revitalizing a new colony. Upon reaching adulthood, they emerge above ground to seek suitable habitats, excavating deep burrows as nests, a process demanding immense physical exertion. To survive, they periodically mimic the calls of various creatures within their nests, an innate ability used to lure curious passers-by into their traps, where they become the spider queen's feast. After reading the description, Zhang Wuliang fell deep in thought. No wonder he had heard someone's voice calling out back then, only for this giant spider to emerge instead. At that moment, the shell of a pet beast egg in the incubation chamber cracked open. A tiny red-skinned spider crawled out of the shell. Zhang Wuliang stepped forward to examine it closely. Though outwardly a tiny spider, it bore striking resemblances to the spider queen he had encountered in the cave. For instance, it possessed distinct silk-spinning organs and sharp fangs that glowed with a purple light. Perhaps it was the owner's natural bias, but Zhang Wuliang found the little creature's fuzzy appearance rather adorable. But what this little creature did was anything but cute. Freshly hatched and barely acclimated, it immediately began causing mischief. Its legs scurried restlessly, scrambling up and down the incubation chamber while gnawing away with a satisfying crunch. If the pet factory hadn't been upgraded for extra durability, it would have been chewed to pieces in no time. This little thing is quite the handful. Zhang Wuliang shook his head. He dared not let it stay a second longer within his territory, lest it destroy everything sooner or later. As for where it could be put to use, Zhang Wuliang already had a plan. He promptly brought the spider queen to the iron ore mine he had discovered earlier. Several ice spike beasts remained here, diligently toiling away. The ice spikes immediately became exceptionally excited at Zhang Wuliang's arrival. Zhang Wuliang pulled out several chunks of meat to feed them, instantly earning a great deal of goodwill. While eating, the ice spikes also noticed the spider queen following behind Zhang Wuliang, casting curious glances her way. Though small in stature, the spider queen possessed considerable boldness. She bared her sharp teeth at the ice spikes, letting out a series of eerie, cackling laughs. Ironically, the ice spikes, each larger than Zhang Wuliang himself, were startled by the spider queen's display and all retreated behind Zhang Wuliang. "Hey, you little punks, don't be such cowards." Zhang Wuliang glared at the ice spike beasts with disappointment. He then introduced them. "This is your new little partner. From now on, you'll all work together in this mine." The ice spine beasts seemed to grasp Zhang Wuliang's meaning, yet none dared approach the spider queen. Zhang Wuliang didn't mind too much. He had brought the spider queen here precisely because the open terrain of the mine was ideal for digging tunnels downward. Combined with the cold, hard environment, it was undoubtedly the perfect location for the spider queen to build her nest and propagate her species. Moreover, the spider clan possessed some mining capabilities, so having them assist in quarrying stone here would be beneficial. "Go ahead," Zhang Wuliang told the spider queen. "This will be your home from now on." The spider queen was instantly thrilled, dashing deep into the mine to begin planning how to build her nest. Chapter 44, Mass Spider Offspring. Iron or efficiency boost. The spider queen selected a spot and began spinning silk. Her silk was significantly thicker and more resilient than that of the ordinary cave spiders. Weaving it into a vast web, she suspended her entire body from the cave ceiling. Simultaneously, she radiated more silk outward from her central position, steadily constructing the nest. Zhang Wuliang watched from the side, unable to help but marvel at the spider's incredible efficiency in building its nest. Within just an hour or two, the basic structure was already taking shape. Spinning silk alone wasn't enough. The Spider Queen, determined to fortify her nest, also spun silk to bind the excavated rock fragments together. With effortless ease, she hauled them out and set them aside. Zhang Wuliang casually picked up one of the silk-bound fragments. It was surprisingly heavy. Is this creature using all the stones it digs up for nest building? Zhang Wuliang watched the Spider Queen with curiosity. He watched as it bound several larger stones together with silk, then dragged them back into the burrow to form the nest's foundation. This Spider Queen sure knew how to make the most of every scrap. Soon after the nest took shape, Zhang Wuliang noticed the Spider Queen beginning to lay eggs. Dense clusters of eggs emerged from her rear, each about the size of millet grains, packed tightly together. The Spider Queen immediately crouched over the eggs, spinning silk to tightly wrap each one around her abdomen. This was an instinctive behavior. She feared her eggs would be crushed without protection. Watching from the side, Zhang Wuliang noticed the Spider Queen laying eggs while emitting a clack-clack sound, as if she were delighted. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. So happy? Could it be that she's been mated by a male spider? Zhang Wuliang had assumed she would rest after laying her eggs. But unexpectedly, after laying her eggs, the Spider Queen began spinning silk again to build her nest. And at an astonishing speed. Before long, the entire mine was covered in her spun silk, resembling a spider's labyrinth. Even the ice spikes couldn't work properly in this mess. What frustrated Zhang Wuliang most was that he had already witnessed the Spider Queen's trick before, imitating the calls of creatures to lure them in, ultimately turning them into her postpartum nourishment. Now, the creature was employing the same tactic, making noises to lure the ice spikes in. Fortunately, Zhang Wuliang caught on in time. Otherwise, those clueless ice spikes would have marched right in. These are your companions. You can't eat them. Do you understand? Zhang Wuliang lectured the Spider Queen with earnest patience. But the creature treated Zhang Wuliang as if he were invisible. Even after Zhang Wuliang left, it remained suspended from the mine shaft ceiling by a strand of silk it had spun, dangling down to lure the gullible little ice spikes into its trap. Zhang Wuliang was utterly helpless. Fortunately, though the Spider Queen was curious about her new surroundings and fiercely territorial, she wouldn't abandon her new home. In other words, she wouldn't wander off aimlessly. This put Zhang Wuliang's mind at ease. He had already instructed the ice spikes beasts, since the Spider Queen couldn't be avoided, they should simply keep their distance. The ice spikes were stronger than the Spider Queen, reaching higher levels at the same cultivation stage. Zhang Wuliang wasn't worried they'd get into trouble if anything happened, they could at least run away. After settling these matters, Zhang Wuliang returned to his territory to continue his work. When Zhang Wuliang next visited the mine, he was astonished to discover the Spider Queen's eggs had hatched. And there were quite a few of them, a dense, dark mass crawling everywhere within the nest. The moment they hatched, the little spiders began crawling everywhere within the nest. Some even made their way out through the entrance. Zhang Wuliang watched these tiny spiders. Though small in size, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, a dark, swarming mass that sent a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but glance at the Spider Queen. She remained still within the nest, her abdomen still bearing many unhatched eggs. Zhang Wuliang estimated it would take the Spider Queen at least another day or two to complete her egg laying. Fortunately, however, once these little spiders hatched, they wouldn't scatter wildly but would remain active near the nest. Given their current small size, they posed little threat to the ice spikes. Yet, upon checking the pet panel, Zhang Wuliang noticed that several ice spike beasts had become somewhat frightened, causing their work efficiency to dip slightly. Yet Zhang Wuliang soon noticed something else. These little spiders were actually helping with mining and transporting iron ore. After the Spider Queen gave birth to a brood of spiders, her food requirements skyrocketed. But with only the Spider Queen in the mine, where could she find enough food? Faced with food scarcity, these young spiders were forced to feed on minerals. Zhang Wuliang watched the little spiders with curiosity. He saw them crawling among the piles of ore, gnawing away constantly while simultaneously spinning silk to haul the fragments of rock aside. Before long, they had actually mined out a pile of iron ore. These creatures actually possess this ability? Zhang Wuliang stared in astonishment at the tiny spiders, never expecting them to possess mining capabilities. Though the amount of iron ore each spider mined was small, their sheer numbers made a significant difference. Working tirelessly one after another, they soon amassed a considerable quantity of iron ore. Zhang Wuliang gazed at the densely packed spiders in the nest, his heart bursting with delight. Not only could the Spider Queen spin silk to build nests, but she could also lay eggs that would help mine iron ore. This was truly killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, judging by the efficiency of these little spiders at work, they were far more productive than several ice spike beasts combined. Some were assigned to mining, others to transporting, or all working in perfect order. Zhang Wuliang felt more and more certain that placing the Spider Queen in the mine had been the right choice. To guard against any nighttime incidents, Zhang Wuliang used the last moments of daylight to install numerous lamps throughout the mine, ensuring it remained brightly lit all night long. Before leaving, Zhang Wuliang stowed all the iron ore collected that day into his backpack. Acquired 292 iron ore. Wow! Acquiring such a large quantity of iron ore at once left Zhang Wuliang feeling somewhat overwhelmed. And this was only the first day since the little spiders had hatched. Once they got used to working and the spider queen laid more eggs, the number of spiderlings would increase. Then, he could probably get even more iron ore every day. Zhang Wuliang brought the iron ore back and tossed it all into the furnace before bed. By the time he woke up the next day, he'd surely harvest a massive haul of iron ingots. This time, he planned to upgrade his territory further. The current materials were no longer sufficient for his needs. He required a higher tier domain to expand his structures and acquire more advanced resources. Chapter 45, Long-Term Partnership. Hiring humanoid pets for labor. Early the next morning, Zhang Wuliang retrieved the finished iron ingots from the furnace. Obtained 34 iron ingots. With iron ingots, he could now produce steel. The materials required for steel were also straightforward. Crafting 1 steel requires charcoal 30, lime 20, iron ingots 5. Apart from the iron ingots, Zhang Wuliang had already stockpiled ample supplies of everything else. After all, these were merely basic materials like wood and stone, and the furnace had never ceased its operation. Upgrading to a level 3 territory requires 20 steel. It wouldn't take long for Zhang Wuliang to gather enough. Both the iron mine and nearby ore nodes were now operational, providing a steady daily supply of iron ore. However, upgrading to a level 3 territory required one additional item besides steel, bricks. Crafting 1 brick requires charcoal x2, clay x3. Clay, however, was something Zhang Wuliang had yet to discover. However, some sellers offer it on the trading market. The quantities available, however, are nowhere near sufficient. Upgrading to a level 3 territory requires 500 bricks, which translates to 1500 clay. The problem is that only a handful of people sell clay in the trading market, and their quantities are meager, typically just a dozen or two. Zhang Wuliang has already snapped up every available batch. At this rate of acquisition, even if he managed to produce 100 steel bars, he still wouldn't have enough clay to reach 1500. There really are things money can't buy. Zhang Wuliang sighed. He had done some research. At this stage, clay was simply unnecessary for most people. First off, building territories didn't require bricks, yet everyone was still using makeshift wooden walls, Zhang Wuliang included. Thus, market demand was inherently low, keeping prices depressed. Secondly, clay was fundamentally different from readily available materials like wood or stone. It seems to be found only in a few specific locations. But those beast tamers who do find clay simply won't bother wasting their time mining it just to sell it in the market. This was a real headache. To secure sufficient clay as soon as possible, Zhang Wuliang pondered briefly before contacting a beast tamer. This individual was the largest seller of clay, and Zhang Wuliang had purchased from him many times before. "Hello, are you there?" The other party responded promptly. Facing a major client like Zhang Wuliang, the seller maintained a courteous demeanor. "Hello, sir. What can I do for you?" The seller was pleasantly surprised that such a major client as Zhang Wuliang had reached out to him. Zhang Wuliang didn't beat around the bush, he got straight to the point. "Here's the thing, I'd like to explore the possibility of establishing a long-term partnership with you." Long-term cooperation? The other party was still a bit confused. He couldn't fathom what kind of long-term partnership this big shot was talking about. They didn't even know each other's whereabouts. Even if they did, they might never meet in this lifetime. What kind of long-term cooperation could there be? Zhang Wuliang continued. "We've done business many times before. You should know I'm a straightforward guy. Right now, I urgently need a large quantity of clay, and you happen to be able to source it. So my proposed arrangement is this: you dedicate yourself to mining clay for me, and I'll cover your basic living expenses within my territory. That way, you won't have to scramble for survival or take unnecessary risks." Zhang Wuliang believed he was approaching this with utmost sincerity. Given these terms, the other party should have no reason to refuse. Frankly speaking, this arrangement was essentially the same as maintenance. But in Zhang Wuliang's view, he'd essentially found a remote work pet beast. After all, he wasn't short on resources. Thanks to the Spider Queen and her little spiders, he could obtain vast quantities of iron ore daily. As for wood and stone, those were even less of a concern. His backpack space was nearing its limit, and he'd already considered building another warehouse within his territory. Therefore, as long as the other party didn't demand the moon, even if it was iron ore, Zhang Wuliang could give it to them, allowing them to focus on mining clay for him. The other party remained silent for a long while before finally replying. "Boss, I'm still a bit confused about what you mean. While I can get clay, even with my pets working around the clock, I can only gather a little over 150 clay per day at most. And that amount of clay seems far from meeting your needs, boss?" Zhang Wuliang chuckled. It seemed he had overestimated the quantity of clay that could be obtained. No wonder those beast tamers disdained clay mining. It was time-consuming and labor-intensive, yet yielded such meager results. They'd be better off chopping trees or mining ore instead. Zhang Wuliang quickly replied. "Exactly. 150 clay is sufficient. Provide me with 150 clay daily, and I can fulfill all your needs." The other party froze again. "Sir, may I ask what exactly you mean by all your needs? After all, 150 clay is my full day's work. How am I supposed to find time to think about survival? Whether it's chopping trees or mining, both require time, right? And gathering resources is the foundation for obtaining food and building your domain. Was he supposed to do nothing else but mine clay for the boss? Zhang Wuliang had anticipated this reaction and continued his explanation. I can provide you with food. Rest assured, you'll never go hungry. Meals with meat every single time. The other party was stunned. Boss, are you serious? Meat was indeed something they could obtain. But it required risking their lives. If he encountered docile beasts, he could rely on his tamed pets to hunt them. But if they encountered ferocious beasts, forget hunting, they wouldn't even be able to run away. The only reason he's managed to survive this long is because he's been lurking in the shadows, never venturing out to take risks. After all, his pet beast wasn't particularly strong. The problem is that this makes food the biggest issue. His daily rations were always barely enough, and he never dared to eat freely. Most of the time he ate only plant-based foods. Even when he managed to hunt some meat, he would consume it bit by bit, never daring to finish it all at once. On rainy days, even plant-based food was scarce, leaving him hungry. If big shot Zhang Wuliang could truly provide him with ample food, he could genuinely focus on digging clay for the boss without worry. But that wasn't entirely right. A thought struck him, and he immediately frowned. Boss, there's one more thing. Go ahead. It's just that last ambush. I barely survived, but there's no guarantee I'll make it through the next one. I was thinking of venturing out these next few days to see if I could capture some high-level pet beasts, but if I'm working for you. Zhang Wuliang instantly grasped the implication. But he didn't take it seriously at all. Zhang Wuliang merely asked casually. What's the quality of your current pet beast? Ordinary. The man felt a bit embarrassed, knowing full well that his pet beast possessing the worst possible qualities was utterly insignificant compared to the grandmasters who commanded master-level beasts. Zhang Wuliang nodded, replying without hesitation. Alright then, work for me for 3 days. If you do well, I'll give you a pet beast egg. I guarantee it will hatch into a senior-level pet beast. Hearing this, the man was thrilled beyond belief. A senior-level beast. That was the standard pet for most beast masters out there. If he could possess a veteran-level pet beast, not only would his strength increase dramatically, but crucially, his survival would be guaranteed. No more living in constant fear of being attacked and killed by ferocious beasts. If he got lucky, he could even hunt those ferocious beasts with his senior-level pet beast, ensuring an even more plentiful food supply. At this thought, he trembled with excitement, his speech becoming slurred. Boss, is this for real? Absolutely. My word is as good as gold, I never go back on my promises. Alright. Boss, I'm in. I'll go dig clay for you right now. Alright, bring it to me when you're done, and we'll trade. But first, tell me what you need. Zhang Wuliang inquired. Without hesitation, the man replied. I'm short on food right now. Anything edible will do. Alright, go dig for clay first. Once you're done, I'll give you all these things. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The other party was overcome with gratitude. Zhang Wuliang chuckled and ended the communication. A veteran-level pet beast was nothing special to Zhang Wuliang. A fire iguana alone was a veteran-level pet beast, possessing considerable combat ability, more than enough to protect that person. As long as he could consistently supply Zhang Wuliang with clay, these supplies were practically nothing to Zhang Wuliang. Chapter 46, Heavenly Pool Water. Cultivating skill fruits? One person could mine around 150 clay per day. Even working as hard as possible, the absolute maximum was just under 200. At this pace, Zhang Wuliang would need 10 more days to gather enough materials to upgrade his territory to level 3. He certainly couldn't wait that long. So Zhang Wuliang wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. He followed the same method and hired 2 more people to work for him. Zhang Wuliang had plenty of surplus supplies to spare. The key was securing a long-term supply source. Moreover, these individuals didn't require much in terms of supplies. In fact, a single senior-level pet beast, the fire iguana, was enough to keep them happy and working for Zhang Wuliang with efficiency that even surpassed that of the pet beasts themselves. After arranging everything, Zhang Wuliang stretched out comfortably on the freshly made wooden chair by the cabin door. His gaze swept across the entire territory. His little life was turning out to be far too comfortable. He had pets working at home and people working for him outside. Zhang Wuliang possessed a natural hamster instinct, always hoarding things whenever possible. His backpack was now a jumbled mess of random items, and he couldn't be bothered to organize it. After all, you never knew when something might come in handy. While other beast tamers were still hustling to make ends meet, Zhang Wuliang was already enjoying a comfortable afternoon nap. It wasn't until dusk that Zhang Wuliang awoke, using crystal energy technology in his wooden hut to harvest a batch. Obtained 12,842 wood. Obtained 10,442 stone. Obtained 492 charcoal. Obtained 59 iron ingots. Obtained 48 bricks. Zhang Wuliang had also prepared the pet eggs of the 3-headed fire iguanas. As long as these 3 workers satisfied him, he would absolutely keep his promise to give them the pet eggs later. From then on, Zhang Wuliang continued his daily road construction work. During this time, he also made a trip up the mountain to check on the dragon-shaped pet beast. Even without eating, the creature seemed perfectly fine. Lately, Zhang Wuliang had been studying how to rescue this dragon-shaped pet beast or increase its affection toward him. Still, he found no solution. With nothing else to do, Zhang Wuliang took another stroll around the nearby heavenly pool. He had long noticed that the water in this celestial pool was unlike ordinary water, seemingly possessing other properties. After all, this was the Beastmaster world. Strange phenomena were perfectly normal here. Earlier, while trading for iron ore and clay in the marketplace, he had even seen someone selling miraculous beast milk. Zhang Wuliang casually bought a batch to stockpile. It wasn't cheap, and while it had some use, it wasn't particularly remarkable. It was meant for feeding young pet beasts, accelerating their growth and occasionally enhancing their abilities. As for the heavenly pool water, Zhang Wuliang had been studying it intensively these past days. Finally, he discovered that when used to water plants, this heavenly pool water possessed the astonishing effect of accelerating their growth. Tomato seeds planted in his domain would normally take a full day to sprout. But after watering them with the heavenly pool water, they bore fruit in just half a day. Not only were the fruits larger than those grown under normal conditions, but their quantity had also doubled. Zhang Wuliang was stunned by this result. His estate's fields already yielded higher crops than surrounding lands, but with this celestial pool water, productivity had leaped to an entirely new level. The only drawback was that he couldn't carry too much of this heavenly pool water at once. Zhang Wuliang had specially crafted several wooden barrels to store the heavenly pool water. With the celestial pool water's nourishment, the seeds seemed to be on steroids. In just half a day, they were laden with fruit. Zhang Wuliang harvested every single one, piling them into a mountain. This yield is absolutely insane. Zhang Wuliang whistled in amazement. With the heavenly pool water now irrigating his land, his domain would likely yield tons of tomatoes every single day. His ghostly messenger was practically overjoyed. It adored tomatoes to begin with, and now with such an abundance of such high-quality ones, it spent the entire day excitedly circling Zhang Wuliang, begging for more. Hold on. There's more. Zhang Wuliang laughed at the ghost messenger's anxious expression. Among all the pets in his domain, it was the only one that loved tomatoes. Zhang Wuliang had grown tired of them after just 2 days of eating, and with no one else competing for them, what was there to be so impatient about? Just as Zhang Wuliang prepared to continue picking tomatoes from the plantation, he suddenly noticed a bright red fruit in the plantation that seemed slightly different from the others. This fruit was faintly glowing with a soft light. Zhang Wuliang stepped forward, plucked the fruit, and held it in his hand for a closer look. Obtained one strange tomato fruit. Strange tomato fruit? Zhang Wuliang was astonished. The entire fruit glowed with a red agate-like luster, and its appearance even resembled a devil fruit from some pirate story. Is this thing even edible? Zhang Wuliang muttered to himself, glancing at the ghost messenger beside him. The ghost messenger seemed to sense the fruit's unusual nature too, staring intently at the fruit in Zhang Wuliang's hand with a look of longing. What? You want it? Zhang Wuliang chuckled. The ghost messenger nodded repeatedly, extending its front paw to beg for it. Here, take it. You glutton. Zhang Wuliang teased with a laugh, tossing the strange tomato fruit to the ghost messenger. The ghost messenger caught it in one swift motion, then eagerly took a bite. The next moment, an expression of pure bliss spread across the ghost messenger's face, its eyes narrowing into slits. This thing. Zhang Wuliang chuckled in amazement. But soon, Zhang Wuliang sensed something was amiss. Because as the ghost messenger consumed the fruit, a faint glow began to emanate from its body. What's going on? Zhang Wuliang's expression shifted slightly. The ghost messenger seemed utterly engrossed in the experience, its emerald eyes tightly shut as the glow emanating from its body grew increasingly intense. Zhang Wuliang felt a surge of unease. He had no idea what purpose this strange fruit served. What if it had some adverse effect on the ghost messenger? That would be trouble. But soon, Zhang Wuliang realized his worries were unfounded. As the light gradually faded, the ghost messenger slowly opened its eyes. Its aura now radiated a far more formidable presence than before. Pet Beast, Ghost Messenger Sister. Skills: Ghost Flame spell, a signature spell of the Ghost Flame Swordsman, allowing the casting of several unquenchable ghost flames with bare hands. Wanderer's Single-Mindedness, a signature sword technique of the Ghost Flame Swordsman, capable of unleashing dozens of slashes amidst flashing blades, delivering immense power. New skill: Light Cleave. New Light Cleaver? Zhang Wuliang let out a startled gasp. His ghostly messenger had actually gained a new skill. Light Cleave condenses soul energy into a razor-sharp beam of light, inflicting massive soul damage upon enemies. The spectral messenger itself seemed extremely excited, twirling its sword in a flourish. Excellent. Excellent. Zhang Wuliang's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. As the saying goes, the more skills you have, the better. They always come in handy when it matters most. Moreover, this incident made Zhang Wuliang realize something crucial. So plants watered by the heavenly pool can actually produce skill fruits. This heavenly pool water is truly something special, Zhang Wuliang exclaimed. But soon, he began to worry. Though the pool water was excellent, he couldn't carry much at once. To water all these plants, he'd likely have to make several trips back and forth. Looks like we really need to hurry up with building that road, Zhang Wuliang mused to himself. This incident gave him yet another reason to expedite the road construction. Moreover, the fact that this celestial pool could produce skill fruits was likely known only to him worldwide, a privilege he currently held alone. It was nothing short of a tremendous opportunity. But Zhang Wuliang's good fortune lasted barely 2 days before trouble struck again. Chapter 47, Clearing Out the Bugs, Upholding the Dignity of the Dragon Clan. As usual, Zhang Wuliang went up the mountain to collect water from the heavenly pool. After months of hard work, the mountain road was now more than half completed. Yet as the path wound higher into the mountains, the terrain grew increasingly rugged, slowing the pace of construction. Zhang Wuliang walked along the completed sections toward the summit. Along the way, he surveyed his surroundings. Through his recent explorations, he had gained considerable insight into this mountain. Perhaps due to the presence of that dragon-shaped pet beast, no overly powerful wild pet beasts roamed the mountain. Even with the dragon-shaped pet beast sealed away, the other wild pet beasts still dared not approach. Just as Zhang Wuliang was ascending the mountain once more, suddenly, a low, rumbling roar seemed to echo faintly from the direction of the summit. Zhang Wuliang's gaze shifted toward the summit. The roar was coming from the very dragon-shaped pet beast chained and sealed there. It now appeared agitated, its massive body writhing violently. The chains stretched taut beneath its struggles, clanking loudly. What the hell? Why's this thing suddenly going berserk? Zhang Wuliang frowned deeply. Why had this beast become so agitated today? But soon, Zhang Wuliang sensed something amiss. Surrounding the dragon-shaped beast was a swarm of blood-red bats. These blood-red bats were as large as calves, their mouths bearing 2 sharp fangs. Each flap of their wings carried a wave of foul wind. At that moment, the swarm of blood-red bats swarmed around the dragon-shaped beast, attempting to tear at its flesh. However, the dragon-shaped beast's scales were hard enough that the bat's fangs couldn't pierce its defenses. Blood-red bats? Zhang Wuliang's gaze sharpened. He was no stranger to this type of beast. They had appeared in the previous attack warning. He never expected them to reappear here, targeting this dragon-shaped pet beast. The dragon-shaped pet beast clearly sensed the blood-red bat's tenacity. Its massive body writhed incessantly, attempting to shake them off. But the bats possessed an incredibly strong suction ability. No matter how fiercely the dragon-shaped beast struggled, it couldn't shake them off. What unsettled the dragon-shaped pet even more was the sheer number of these blood-red bats, swarming toward it from all directions. These blood-red bats actually dare to target it. Zhang Wuliang's expression darkened. Although this dragon-shaped beast had been sealed here all along, Zhang Wuliang felt powerless to subdue it. Yet he had long regarded it as his own pet beast. It was only a matter of time. Seeing it now under siege by the blood-red bats, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. These blood-red bats are formidable and numerous. The dragon-shaped beast might be in danger. Zhang Wuliang murmured to himself. Though the dragon-shaped pet beast appeared immensely powerful at first glance, it was ultimately sealed here. Its struggles proved futile, leaving it constantly harassed by the blood-red bats. If this continued, the dragon-shaped beast might truly be worn down to death by them. No, I can't just stand by and watch it get killed. Zhang Wuliang gritted his teeth. He was going to save this dragon-shaped beast. No time to waste. Zhang Wuliang charged straight toward the mountaintop. At that moment, a swarm of blood-red bats also noticed Zhang Wuliang's presence. However, they paid him no mind. Their target was that dragon-shaped pet beast. To devour the flesh and blood of that dragon-shaped beast. As Zhang Wuliang charged toward them, the blood-red bats merely emitted a few mocking cries before ignoring him entirely. They continued their assault on the dragon-shaped beast. Seeing this, Zhang Wuliang's eyes blazed with fury. You little bastard, dare to look down on me? However, no matter how furious Zhang Wuliang became, he still seemed powerless against these blood-red bats. For one thing, these blood-red bats possessed formidable strength and overwhelming numbers. Moreover, another reason was Zhang Wuliang had summoned his most powerful combat beast, the spectral messenger. Yet, the ghostly messenger, sword in hand, appeared somewhat bewildered. Its attack range was limited, forcing it to stand on the ground in frustration, unable to get anywhere near the blood-red bats. Witnessing this, Zhang Wuliang realized a critical flaw. When facing flying pets, the ghost messenger, confined to ground combat, was at a severe disadvantage. The ghost messenger, normally as agile as lightning on the ground, could only stare helplessly now. Only now did Zhang Wuliang deeply realize how crucial a flying pet beast truly was. Though he possessed 2 blazing sparrows, their combat prowess was woefully inadequate. Against such a swarm of blood bats, they were nothing more than snacks for the enemy. But he had no choice but to send them, and Zhang Wuliang had no other aerial firepower. Send the firebirds up first as bait to lure the blood bats down. Zhang Wuliang commanded. The two firebirds flapped their wings and soared high, approaching the bloodbats. The firebirds were weaker and significantly smaller in size compared to the bloodbats. A flash of greed flickered in the bloodbats' eyes at the sight of the two birds, but they ignored them, continuing their assault on the dragon-shaped beast. The firebirds, however, did not retreat. Instead, they fluttered their wings incessantly around the blood-red bats. Occasionally, they even made aggressive gestures. These actions finally provoked the blood-red bats. One of the blood-red bats abruptly changed course, charging straight toward the firebird. "Come on then!" Zhang Wuliang growled. The two firebirds immediately dove downward. The blood-red bat pursued relentlessly, chasing the birds all the way to the ground. Spectral messenger, move! The ghost messenger, already poised for action, shot forward explosively. Instantly closing in beside the blood-red bat, the long sword in his hand thrust toward its body. Thud! The blade instantly pierced the blood-red bat's body, pinning it firmly to the ground. Zhang Wuliang was momentarily stunned. The ghost messenger was now a pet beast with master-level potential. Having devoured vast amounts of pet resources earlier, its strength had surged significantly. Killing a single blood bat posed little challenge for it. Continue! Zhang Wuliang commanded once more. The two blazing sparrows soared skyward once more, continuing to lure the blood-red bats. Though bloodthirsty, these bats possessed little intelligence. Several were lured down one after another, only to be struck down by the ghost messenger's blade. After losing over a dozen of their kind, the remaining blood-red bats finally wised up and dared not pursue the firebirds so recklessly anymore. With their numbers dwindled, the remaining blood-red bats posed little threat to the dragon-shaped pet beast. Amidst the dragon-shaped pet beast's deafening roar, they too departed, albeit grudgingly. Zhang Wuliang surveyed the scattered corpses of blood-red bats, a smirk curling his lips. "You little pests, did you really think that just because you took to the skies, I'd be helpless against you? I've got you right where I want you." Zhang Wuliang immediately prepared to sort through the spoils, eager to see what loot these blood-red bats might drop. But then, a notification suddenly appeared. "Kurumiya is grateful you cleared away the swarm of insects, upholding the dignity of her ancient dragon clan. Mood +20, current mood 240. Chapter 48, Powerful Spider Web. Construct a new defensive web barrier." Zhang Wuliang perked up instantly. He had been desperately searching for ways to increase her favorability for so long. Who would have thought that by sheer coincidence, he'd actually found one? Though the increase wasn't huge, and judging by this dragon-shaped pet's mood value, it was still far from reaching the level Zhang Wuliang desired. Still, it counted as a breakthrough for Zhang Wuliang, giving him a clear path forward. Indeed, this dragon-shaped pet was unlike any other. Other pets craved sustenance. This dragon-shaped pet craved freedom and liberation. This revelation instantly fueled Zhang Wuliang with renewed motivation. He immediately set to work again, eager to figure out how to rescue this dragon-shaped beast and break its chains. But the result remained fruitless. Meanwhile, the world chat channel was buzzing with activity. Numerous beast masters were wailing in despair. "These bloodbats are impossible to deal with. They drained my best beast dry. Whoever clears these blood-red bats off, I'll kneel and call them dead. The worst part is they just keep circling overhead, then suddenly dive bomb my pets out of nowhere. Who can stand that? Damn it! My pet got bitten by these blood-red bats and got infected. Now it's barely hanging on. My carefully bred pet beast is gone. Where the hell did these blood bats even come from?" Many beast tamers in the world channel were being driven to the brink of collapse. Seeing these messages, Zhang Wuliang suddenly realized something. Could this be another random attack? If others had encountered it, what about the beasts in his territory? No, he wasn't worried about the pets within his territory. After all, the territory itself was walled, and the pets there were powerful. With the spirit giant elephants leading the way, the territory itself was largely safe. What truly worried Zhang Wuliang was the situation at the iron ore mine. Before leaving, Zhang Wuliang had just driven away the ice spike beasts working in the mine, leaving only the Spider Queen and her little spiders inside. If the blood bats attack now, wouldn't the Spider Queen and her little spiders be? The thought nearly gave Zhang Wuliang a heart attack. He only had this one Spider Queen. If she were to perish, he might never be able to obtain another through breeding. Zhang Wuliang forced himself to stop dwelling on it and hurried back immediately. When Zhang Wuliang returned to the iron ore mine, he was utterly stunned. The entire mine was covered in spider webs. Hanging from these webs were the corpses of blood-red bats. The corpses had been partially devoured, some were missing half their bodies, others had their wings torn off. Throughout the mine, countless small spiders busily carried the corpses toward their nests. The Spider Queen hovered mid-air, continuously spinning white silk to mend the webs torn by the blood-red bats. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wuliang's eyes widened in shock as he froze in place. He had expected the Spider Queen and her offspring to be slaughtered by these blood-red bats. But he never imagined these blood-red bats had become food for the Spider Queen and her young. Zhang Wuliang swallowed hard, struggling to form the words. That Spider Queen is way too fierce. Earlier, even the ghost envoys had been helpless against the blood-red bats, forced into passive defense. But the Spider Queen, bless her heart, went and hunted down those blood-red bats. The crucial point is, these blood-red bats can fly. But now it seemed the Spider Queen's webs played a crucial role. These webs weren't just incredibly sticky, they were also exceptionally tough. Even agile flying pets like the blood-red bats found it nearly impossible to break free once entangled. With these webs, the Spider Queen could effortlessly hunt down the blood-red bats. The Spider Queen seemed to have noticed Zhang Wuliang's arrival. She turned her head, her 8 eyes fixed on Zhang Wuliang, brimming with pride. It seemed to say, "Master, do you see? This is my power." Zhang Wuliang gave her a thumbs up and praised, "Impressive. Truly worthy of you, Spider Queen." The Spider Queen gave a haughty snort and continued directing her little spiders to haul away the corpses of the blood-red bats. Watching her, Zhang Wuliang conceived a bold idea. If her webs were so formidable they could easily trap even blood-red bats, what if she established another web defense line beyond the outer perimeter of the lava moat surrounding his territory? Wouldn't that make his domain even more impregnable? True, the outer perimeter already had the natural barrier of the lava moat. But better safe than sorry. Take these blood bats, for instance. They came from the sky, and the lava moat couldn't stop them. If they launched a fierce attack on the territory, the consequences would be unimaginable. But with the Spider Queen's web defense line in place, the situation would be different. The moment these blood-red bats approached, they would be ensnared by the webs, allowing the Spider Queen to effortlessly hunt them down. This way, the territory's security would be significantly enhanced. The more Zhang Wuliang thought about it, the more feasible this plan seemed. Zhang Wuliang immediately brought the Spider Queen back. The brood of spiderlings she had bred followed along the entire journey. The number of spiderlings had already grown quite large. Together, they numbered over 100. A vast, dark mass, they looked utterly terrifying. Wild beasts in the vicinity, upon witnessing this spectacle, fled in terror. Though lacking in intelligence, they knew these black spiders were not to be trifled with. Encountering them would likely spell trouble. Soon, Zhang Wuliang led the Spider Queen and her little spiders to the edge of his territory. Zhang Wuliang pointed at the trees beyond the borders and addressed the Spider Queen, "See those trees? I want you to weave your webs between them, encircling this area. Can you do it?" The Spider Queen's 8 eyes darted about, as if surveying the terrain. Then, with confidence, she blew a bubble at Zhang Wuliang, signaling that this task was a piece of cake for her. Zhang Wuliang nodded. "All right then, let's get to work." With a shrill command, the Spider Queen and her little spiders immediately scattered, busily weaving between the trees surrounding the territory. The little spiders drew silk from their rear ends, darting between the trees to secure the threads to the trunks. Before long, enormous spider webs appeared along the territory's perimeter. These webs connected in an intricate pattern, forming a white barrier that enclosed the territory. Zhang Wuliang gazed at the webs, marveling at the Spider Queen's efficiency. In such a short time, the web defense line had already taken shape. Chapter 49, Upgrading to Level 3 Territory. Ushering in a new era. Though the web defense line was established, Zhang Wuliang still harbored a lingering concern. Could these webs truly withstand powerful enemies? After all, the blood bats weren't particularly large creatures. Once entangled in the webs, they found it difficult to break free. But if they encountered massive, incredibly powerful beasts, whether these webs could hold them was anyone's guess. Zhang Wuliang voiced his concerns to the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen snorted in displeasure, as if chiding Zhang Wuliang for underestimating her webs. Immediately, she spun a special silk, reinforcing the webs once more. Zhang Wuliang examined the reinforced webs, running his fingers over them. He found they had become significantly more resilient. Even when he pulled hard, it was difficult to tear them apart. "Impressive, very impressive," Zhang Wuliang praised. With these reinforced webs, Zhang Wuliang felt much more at ease. While he couldn't guarantee these webs would definitely hold against those powerful enemies, at the very least, they would cause some trouble for them, buying him more time to react. Soon, the entire perimeter of the territory was encircled by spiderwebs. Bathed in sunlight, the webs shimmered with a faint silver glow. Wild beasts in the vicinity, upon seeing the webs, dared not approach the territory any closer. They instinctively sensed that these webs were dangerous. Touching them would surely bring misfortune. Yet some reckless wild beasts still attempted to attack Zhang Wuliang's territory. Nighttime. Zhang Wuliang lay comfortably in bed, digesting the gains of the past few days. Suddenly, the howls of wild beasts echoed from outside. Zhang Wuliang's heart tightened. He immediately scrambled out of bed, threw on his clothes, and dashed outside. Could it be that the blood-red bats were attacking the territory again? Zhang Wuliang raced forward, his thoughts racing. When he reached the outside and looked around, he was stunned. Several massive wild beasts were trapped in the spiderwebs surrounding the territory. These wild beasts were a full size larger than the blood-red bats. Their grotesque forms, with fangs bared, looked utterly terrifying. At that moment, they were desperately struggling against the webs, trying to break free from their bonds. But the webs held them fast, leaving them utterly unable to escape. Zhang Wuliang examined the webs more closely and discovered that they became nearly invisible in the night. During the day, their presence was still discernible. But at night, they blended seamlessly into the darkness, making them nearly impossible to spot. No wonder these wild beasts had collided head-on with them. They likely never imagined such a terrifying trap lay hidden here. Roar! Wah! The wild beasts, upon seeing Zhang Wuliang appear, immediately let out furious growls at him. They seemed intent on intimidating Zhang Wuliang into releasing them. Zhang Wuliang, however, showed no sign of backing down. He flipped them the middle finger. What the hell are you howling about? Keep it up, and I'll roast you all for dinner. The wild beasts couldn't understand Zhang Wuliang's words, but they sensed his hostility toward them. This only fueled their rage, making them struggle even more violently. Zhang Wuliang rubbed his temples with a headache. He hadn't expected these wild beasts to possess such immense strength. Even entangled in the spiderwebs, they still managed to struggle for so long. At this rate, the spiderwebs wouldn't hold out much longer before they broke free. However, Zhang Wuliang soon realized his worries were unnecessary. The webs wouldn't kill these wild pets, they would only keep them trapped. Unless Zhang Wuliang personally dealt with them, they would simply be confined here until they died. That was fine, at least he didn't have to worry about these wild pets breaking through the webs and attacking the territory. Still, their incessant wailing was incredibly irritating. Zhang Wuliang couldn't sleep a wink tonight because of the noise. Finally, Zhang Wuliang turned to the ghost messenger and said, "You'll stay here tonight on guard. If any wild pets get caught in the spider webs, you'll be the one to deal with them. Remember, keep it quiet. Don't disturb my sleep." The ghostly messenger nodded, drew his sword to eliminate all the wild beasts in the area, and then remained on guard there. Early the next morning, Zhang Wuliang arrived to collect the spoils of battle. Besides copious amounts of meat, there were various miscellaneous materials. Zhang Wuliang's focus remained squarely on crystal energy technology and magical weapons, leaving him utterly disinterested in other materials or their potential applications. After several days of gathering, Zhang Wuliang finally accumulated enough materials to upgrade his domain. Upgrade requirements: 8,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 500 bricks, 20 steel. Wood and stone were easily obtained. These days, Zhang Wuliang could obtain nearly 200 iron ingots daily. First, the Spider Queen and her spiders worked with incredible efficiency at the iron ore mine. On top of that, he traded for additional iron in the marketplace, providing more than enough for steel production. The 3 laborers Zhang Wuliang hired, having received pet beast eggs from him and tasted the rewards, worked with increasing vigor. Within a few days, they had gathered enough materials for Zhang Wuliang to craft 500 bricks. With all materials gathered, Zhang Wuliang proceeded to upgrade his territory to level 3. Upgrade. Ding! Your territory is upgrading. Upgrade duration: 15 hours. This upgrade took even longer. But Zhang Wuliang had plenty of time to wait. During the day, he continued working on reinforcing the defenses around his territory. After all, there were only a few days left before the next attack began. Recently, the attacks by the bloodbats had grown increasingly frequent. Zhang Wuliang also noticed that fewer and fewer beastmasters were chatting in the world channel. Perhaps everyone was too busy fortifying their defenses to chat. Or perhaps many beastmasters simply wouldn't survive until the next assault. Even the daily attacks from the bloodbats were enough to claim their lives. In any case, Zhang Wuliang knew full well that he absolutely could not afford to be careless during the next assault. He would be facing flying wild pets. As the saying went, attack from above, attack the weak, it's simple. And he didn't even have a flying combat pet under his command. If he were to face a large-scale assault by flying wild pets, who could guarantee nothing would go wrong? While Zhang Wuliang was busy, his territory had completed its upgrade. Ding! Your territory has been upgraded to level 3. Breaking news: Beastmaster Zhang Wuliang of the Icefield sector has just upgraded his territory to level 3. This is thrilling news for all Beastmasters worldwide, as it signifies that Zhang Wuliang has pioneered the age of steel and concrete on the Beastmaster continent, unlocking a multitude of new building recipes. Keep pushing forward together, we leap into the next era. With this territory upgrade, Zhang Wuliang will unlock more unique structures castle construction set. Chapter 50, Special Materials, Advanced Furnaces, and Alloy Ingots. The territory panel has been updated. Details can be viewed on the panel. Zhang Wuliang's territory. Territory level 3. Territory area, 700 by 700 meters. Pet capacity, 040. Territory structures: luxury bonfire, premium feed bin, cozy log cabin upgradable, intermediate mining site, intermediate lumberyard, special materials factory, advanced smelter, fish pond, pet beast resting hut, ownerless statue. Upgrade requirements: 70,000 wood, 130,000 stone, 18,000 bricks, 3,000 iron ingots, 500 steel ingots, 200 alloy ingots, 20 empowerment cores. As the territory leveled up, dramatic changes unfolded within its borders. The territory doubled in size, and the original wooden walls automatically upgraded into stone fortifications. Seeing the walls now more than twice as thick as before, Zhang Wuliang felt a surge of security. However, the lava moat he had initially constructed outside the territory now flowed within it after the expansion doubled its size. It seemed he would need to undertake further river channel reconstruction projects. Beyond these changes, numerous new structures had appeared within the domain. The most conspicuous among them was the special materials production plant, billowing white smoke. Within it, Zhang Wuliang recognized some familiar structures. Though he didn't know their names, he recognized them as cement production equipment. He had seen many such vehicles when passing by construction sites in the past. Zhang Wuliang opened the crafting list for the special materials production plant and indeed discovered numerous items. Craft 200 cement, required materials, stone 500, lime 700. Craft 1 rubber, materials required, resin 10. Craft 1 plastic, materials required, rubber 5. Craft 5 copper wire, materials required, copper ingot 1. Craft 1 synthetic circuit, materials required, copper wire 95, plastic 10, empowered core 1. The special materials production facility can craft quite a few items. And the vast majority of these materials were clearly crucial resources that could propel Zhang Wuliang's domain from the primitive Iron Age into the post-industrial era. However, upon seeing this, Zhang Wuliang didn't show much excitement. While these producible materials were crucial, they were ultimately just foundational resources. Without the blueprints for subsequent, vital finished products, producing more of these would be useless. In contrast, the crystal energy technology he now possessed was the real treasure. It bypassed countless developmental stages, propelling him directly toward advanced technology. Therefore, even with this special materials production facility, Zhang Wuliang's primary objective remained the creation of the crystal energy automatic flamethrower turret. Currently, he was only 15 alloy ingots away from completing it. Previously, Zhang Wuliang hadn't mastered the alloy ingot recipe. But now that his territory had upgraded to level 3, a brand new building had appeared, the advanced smelter. Zhang Wuliang immediately opened the advanced smelter interface to check the alloy ingot recipe. And there it was. Crafting 1 alloy ingot requires 50 copper ingots, 50 iron ingots, 10 gold ingots. After reading the recipe, Zhang Wuliang could no longer contain his excitement. He had assumed crafting alloy ingots would be incredibly difficult. But now it seemed he had all the required materials right here. Copper ingots were smelted from copper ore, and he had several times more copper ore in his inventory than iron ore. As for iron ingots, needless to say, hadn't they been his primary collection focus lately? As for gold ingots, although he hadn't yet mined any gold ore, Zhang Wuliang might not have any, but the trading market certainly did. He wasn't short on resources at all, he just needed to buy them at a premium from the trading market. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang sprang into action. He couldn't wait to see what the crystal energy auto-firing turret looked like. Meanwhile, as Zhang Wuliang busied himself, the world chat was abuzz with discussions about him being the first to upgrade to a level 3 territory. Holy, that guy's lost his mind. A level 3 territory? I'm still stuck on level 1. I'm speechless. I've had a level 2 territory for ages, but the thing is, upgrading from level 2 to level 3 requires 500 bricks and 20 steel plates. Where the hell did Zhang Wuliang get all those materials? 20 steel bars means 100 iron ingots, 1,000 iron ore. Holy crap, how rich is he? If I recall correctly, he's also the owner of the world's first master tier pet beast, right? Wait, is he really living in the same world as us? It feels like his life is completely different from ours. Could this be the chosen one? Even the chosen one isn't this ridiculously overpowered. I say this kid is definitely the mastermind behind bringing us here, making us watch his show. Well, that's a pretty wild theory. But seriously, I'd love to see what Zhang Wuliang's territory looks like. Boss, got any spare materials lying around? Instead of tossing them in the trash, why not toss them to me? Big shot Zhang Wuliang, please take me under your wing. Many others quickly followed suit, fawning over Zhang Wuliang's stinky feet. But Zhang Wuliang had long grown accustomed to such adulation. He remained fully focused on researching how to craft alloy ingots. Fortunately, gathering materials went smoothly. Those who possessed gold ore or gold ingots didn't hold back. Faced with Zhang Wuliang's almost exorbitant offers, no one could resist the temptation. That said, the items Zhang Wuliang offered in exchange weren't particularly valuable, just iron ingots, vegetables, and a few trophies from wild beasts. At least in his eyes, these items were worthless, and he had plenty of them. Yet in the eyes of other beast tamers, they became rare treasures. The vast majority of them couldn't even take on a wild beast alone. They could only huddle within their territories, relying on local resources to trade for supplies in the marketplace. The materials Zhang Wuliang casually pulled out were beyond their wildest dreams. After gathering enough gold ingots, Zhang Wuliang immediately carried all the materials to the advanced furnace. This advanced furnace was more than twice the size of the ordinary one he'd used before. Moreover, the molten fire within had shifted from its original orange-red hue to a brilliant blue-white. The temperature of the flames inside was significantly higher than that of the ordinary furnace. After all, only such extreme heat could forge the special alloy ingots. Zhang Wuliang loaded all the alloy ingot materials into the furnace. As it began its operation, it wasn't long before a cold, metallic silver-white metal block emerged from the furnace's outlet. Chapter 51, Production of Crystal Energy Auto-Firing Turrets proves devastatingly powerful. Obtained 1 alloy ingot. Gazing at the silver-white alloy ingot before him, Zhang Wuliang felt an extraordinary surge of excitement. He could almost envision the scene of crafting the Crystal Energy Auto Flamethrower Turret. Though the time required to refine a single alloy ingot wasn't excessively long, it certainly wasn't short either. Zhang Wuliang estimated that gathering 10 alloy ingots would take at least half a day of continuous smelting. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Wuliang decided to dump all the materials into the advanced furnace at once. Then he headed straight back to the wooden hut to sleep. After all, smelting a single alloy ingot took considerable time, let alone 15. By the time he woke up, the 10 alloy ingots would surely be nearly finished. This time, the territory upgrade didn't automatically renovate the cabin like the previous upgrade. Instead, after Zhang Wuliang returned to the cabin, a new option appeared. Expand log cabin. Convert to stone house. Neither option explicitly listed required materials. Zhang Wuliang surmised that the necessary resources were likely included within the domain upgrade materials. However, Zhang Wuliang did not make a choice at this moment. His mind was still preoccupied with the Crystal Energy Auto Flamethrower Turret. Moreover, he still hadn't examined the castle construction set. He planned to wait until he had everything else sorted out before delving into the castle building set and then decide how to construct the log cabin. Returning to the wooden hut, now sufficiently comfortable, Zhang Wuliang lay down on the small bed and fell asleep. Early the next morning, he went to harvest all the alloy ingots. Obtained 12 alloy ingots. Crafting 1 Crystal Energy Auto Flamethrower Turret requires 50 Crystal Energy Cores, 1 basic flamethrower assembly, 30 iron ingots, 15 steel, 15 alloy ingots. Seeing that all materials were gathered, Zhang Wuliang immediately took them to the workbench and began crafting the Crystal Energy Auto Flamethrower Turret. Crafting Crystal Energy Auto Flamethrower. Crafting complete. Obtained 1 Crystalline Energy Auto Flamethrower Turret. As the system notification sounded, a formidable Crystal Energy Automatic Flamethrower Turret materialized before the workbench. Zhang Wuliang, seeing a thermal weapon for the first time, couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. This Crystal Energy Automatic Flamethrower resembled ancient battlefield cannons, with 2 wheels at its base and a deep, pitch-black muzzle. At the top of the cannon sat a crystal energy core resembling a blue gemstone, pulsing with a faint blue glow. Surrounding the crystal core were intricate concentric patterns. As the core pulsed, light seemed to flow along these patterns. It radiated sheer dominance. Zhang Wuliang stepped forward and touched the cannon, triggering a system prompt. Crystal Energy Auto-Firing Cannon, a weapon powered by numerous crystal energy cores. Capable of autonomously locking onto targets and firing high-explosive flame shells, inflicting devastating area damage. Holy crap, this is insane! It feels like we've stepped straight into the high-tech era. Zhang Wuliang exclaimed repeatedly. After all, none of the traps he'd crafted before possessed area of effect capabilities. Not only could this flamethrower turret inflict area damage, but it could also autonomously lock onto targets? This thing was practically a god-tier artifact. The only thing that left Zhang Wuliang feeling a bit disappointed was that he could only build one of these things for now. But once he found a stable gold mine collection point, crafting more wouldn't be a problem. Now it was time to test its power. Without a moment's hesitation, he carried the cannon straight to the entrance of his territory. With the recent expansion of the territory, the spider web traps that had once been placed outside the borders now effectively lay within the domain. Numerous pet beasts were still trapped within these spider web traps. Once trapped, these beasts couldn't die immediately. They struggled and screamed incessantly, desperately trying to break free from the webs. But the webs possessed extreme stickiness they weren't easily broken free from. Otherwise, the bloodbats wouldn't have been trapped helplessly earlier. Now, these trapped wild pets became Zhang Wuliang's perfect live targets. Zhang Wuliang surveyed the trapped beasts before him and addressed the crystal-powered automatic flamethrower turret. You're it. Fire at the nearest spider web trap. At Zhang Wuliang's command, the blue crystal energy core atop the crystal energy auto flamethrower turret began to flash rapidly. Blue flames erupted from the cannon's muzzle, drawing the surrounding blue aura that had been flowing along the patterns to converge at the barrel's tip. Instantly, a blue flame projectile erupted from the cannon's muzzle. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the flame projectile struck its target directly. A massive heat wave swept out in an instant, so intense that Zhang Wuliang could feel the scorching blast hitting his face. Even the ground beneath his feet began to tremble under the impact of the heat. Zhang Wuliang looked up to see the direction of the crystal energy auto flamethrower's attack already engulfed in a massive inferno. Heat, roar, and fire engulfed everything around them in an instant. The wild beasts that had been struggling nearby were instantly obliterated by this devastating blow. Watching the barrage from afar, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but gasp in shock. Holy, is it really that powerful? This ING thing is like artillery from a modern war. It just obliterated them in one shot. Zhang Wuliang nearly shouted in shock. Moreover, Zhang Wuliang soon noticed that after firing once, the crystal-powered automatic flamethrower turret didn't cease its assault. Instead, it continued autonomously locking onto the trapped wild beasts and launching attacks. High explosive flame shells erupted from the barrels one after another. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed one after another, and the crystal-powered automatic flamethrower turret systematically eliminated every trapped wild pet beast in the vicinity. Even those flying overhead were shot down instantly, consumed by the flames. This spectacle thrilled Zhang Wuliang the most. After all, his current methods were somewhat inadequate against aerial targets. But now, with this crystal-powered automatic flamethrower turret, he could actually attack aerial targets. This was precisely the defensive capability Zhang Wuliang needed most right now. After all, with the ability to attack from the air, even if another assault came, he would have a plan to deal with hundreds or even thousands of blood-red bats. Zhang Wuliang's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled back into his chest. Amidst the roar of the cannon, the surrounding trapped wild beasts were swiftly cleared away. Upon finding no remaining targets, the crystal-powered automatic flamethrower ceased its assault, its blue-flamed muzzle gradually fading. Zhang Wuliang surveyed the imposing crystal-powered flamethrower before him and nodded with satisfaction. Quite impressive. He checked the time for the next attack. A swarm of bats darkened the sky, as if heralding the imminent arrival of the Vampire King. This time, all beast masters must be especially vigilant. The next assault you face will be entirely different, far more dangerous and deadly. The next wave is expected at 18 hours. Chapter 52, The Assault Begins, Global Mission Activated. World Channel. The next wave of attacks will strike after 18 hours. This assault will be unlike any before. Beasts tamers, beware. As the countdown alert sounded, many noticed the time remaining until the next assault. Is a more intense assault finally upon us? I wonder if we can withstand it this time. I'm a bit nervous, yet also excited. I wonder if we'll get better drops this time. Is that all you care about? Just whether you'll get loot? I'm here to figure out how to hack this pet world. Beastmaster? I don't want to be a Beastmaster, I want to get back to the real world. Unlike the countdowns for previous attacks. This time, the world chat channel was noticeably less chaotic than before. After enduring the previous assaults, many had already been eliminated. Those still lingering in this Beastmaster world were either those with genuine strength or those with a stable mindset. The former had the capability to face the upcoming assault, while the latter had accepted reality and were now strategizing how to survive the next attack. But regardless of who they were, everyone's primary goal was to stay alive. Among them, naturally, there were many who, like Zhang Wuliang, possessed formidable strength. Leveraging the talents they gained upon arrival and the resources they accumulated afterward, they had weathered the initial waves of attacks unscathed. Now their beasts had grown strong, some even possessing formidable combat prowess. Facing the attacks ahead, they felt almost no apprehension. However, these individuals remained a minority. For the vast majority, the impending assault still represented an unknown challenge. In the world chat, many were now discussing the impending attacks and strategies for coping. Those bloodbats will likely return this time. But with our prior experience, as long as we prepare in advance, it shouldn't be a problem. Bloodbats are weak to fire and lightning. As long as your beasts can harness those two elements, you can deal effective damage. Besides fire and lightning, we also need to be wary of their sonic attacks. Not only can they damage tamers, but they can also disrupt their movements. We have to prepare for that in advance. I know all that, but the real question is, who knows if new wild pets might appear during this attack? If stronger wild pets show up, all our preparations could be wasted. This remark immediately sparked a flurry of discussion among the group. True, no one can predict if new wild beasts will appear this time. Still, being prepared in advance can't hurt. I think we should still rely on the terrain advantage. Find a place that's easy to defend and hard to attack. That way, no matter what wild pets come, we can hold our ground. Fire and lightning. Zhang Wuliang murmured to himself. He hadn't expected how troublesome it was for the others to deal with the bloodbats. With just a spiderweb defense, he could effortlessly bind these annoying creatures in place, rendering them helpless. Moreover, he possessed the crystal-powered automatic flamethrower turret, such a formidable and brutal weapon, perfectly combining offense and defense. If those bloodbats dared to come, he'd make sure they never returned. Zhang Wuliang seized the last moments of daylight to work on his lava moat. Digging the original riverbed to the edge of his current territory, diverting the flow, and finally refilling the original channel was a massive undertaking. Especially now that the territory had expanded so much, it wouldn't be finished in less than 10 days or half a month. After much deliberation, he decided to abandon the plan altogether. Instead, he resolved to transform the moat into a distinctive defensive structure within the domain itself, an internal line of defense. He would simply place all vital structures within the lava moat, sparing himself the hassle of future modifications. His primary focus now shifted to preparing for the next attack. To this end, Zhang Wuliang made a trip to the iron ore mine, bringing back the spider queen and the baby spiders she had hatched to fight alongside his forces within the territory. Since the baby spiders were the queen spider's offspring and not counted as Zhang Wuliang's personal pets, their numbers had doubled overnight through breeding. These spiders obeyed the queen spider's commands directly and were even more loyal to Zhang Wuliang. This meant they weren't counted toward his personal pet tally, yet he now effectively commanded a vast pet army. After the spider queen and her offspring returned to the territory, Zhang Wuliang had them spread out around the perimeter of his territory. Simultaneously, he activated the crystal-powered automatic flamethrower turrets, while the other pets remained on high alert. With all preparations complete, Zhang Wuliang glanced at the countdown. Next attack in 3 hours. 3 hours, huh? That should be plenty of time. Zhang Wuliang silently calculated in his mind. Time ticked away. The time until the next wave of attacks drew ever closer. In the distance, a heart-stopping rumble echoed, growing louder as it drew nearer. Zhang Wuliang immediately looked up toward the source of the sound. The sight made his pupils instantly contract. The distant horizon was dark and oppressive. It was a swarm of blood-red bats, filling the sky as they flew toward them. Whipping their wings, they cut through the air with a piercing roar, like a crimson cloud rapidly closing in. So they've finally come. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Wuliang's eyes. The world chat channel erupted with activity. Ha! They're finally here. This time, I'll show these blood-red bats what I'm made of. I'm fully prepared. This time, I'll hold out until the very end. They're just blood bats. As long as we handle them carefully, it's no big deal. Though some harbored lingering worries, none had any intention of giving up. To give up meant death. Having made it this far, no one was willing to die so easily. At that moment, the numerous beasts within the territory let out deep, low growls, radiating an air of absolute determination. The swarm of blood-red bats in the distance was now within striking distance. A life or death struggle was about to begin. But just as the battle was about to erupt, a peculiar alert suddenly echoed in the minds of everyone across the world. The Vampire King has descended upon this world with his minions. His arrival will blanket the world in crimson. Fortunately, before the Vampire King completes his preparations, you still have time for a final struggle. Eliminate his minions and weaken his power. There is still time. What was this? Zhang Wuliang's eyes widened. This global alert was clearly unlike any attack he had ever experienced before. Not only Zhang Wuliang, but everyone else around the world noticed this difference too. What the hell? Eliminate the blood-red bats to weaken the Vampire King's power? Am I getting this right? The problem is we're all scattered. Does this mean we have to kill blood bats everywhere and collectively achieve the weakening goal? So this is actually a global mission? Whatever. Since the prompt gave us a solution, let's just follow it. Better safe than sorry. Right. Wipe out the blood bats. At least that way we won't look so weak in front of the Vampire King. Zhang Wuliang thought the same thing to himself. A global quest while fending off pet beast invasions sounded like quite the challenge. But at this moment, it wasn't just Zhang Wuliang. All pet tamers worldwide had underestimated the situation. A peculiar progress bar that appeared before everyone's eyes soon left them utterly stunned. Chapter 53, The Boss Weakening Progress Bar During the Assault. Current global blood bat kill count, 0. Vampire King's power, 100%. 100% mythic tier. 75% legendary. Defeat 1 million blood bats. 50% grandmaster tier. Defeat 5 million blood bats. 25% grandmaster tier. Defeat 30 million blood bats. The Vampire King shall descend in 5 hours, bringing eternal night. Unless slain, both the Vampire King and the darkness will consume all. This news undoubtedly poured cold water on everyone. Anyone who wasn't a little cutie could understand it. The initial assault wasn't the most terrifying part. The true horror lies 5 hours later, when the final boss, the Vampire King, arrives. If left unchecked, this ultimate boss will possess the power of a mythical tier wild beast upon its arrival. This was a devastating blow to anyone, including Zhang Wuliang. After all, the world's strongest pet beast is merely at the master tier level, and its owner is none other than Zhang Wuliang. But master tier and mythical tier are simply incomparable. To avoid confronting the powerful Vampire King, all beast masters worldwide must unite to eliminate the vampire bats. Killing 1 million blood bats would weaken it to legendary tier, while 5 million would reduce it to grandmaster tier. To reduce the Vampire King to the most defeatable master tier level, the entire world must slay 30 million blood-red bats. Just hearing that number is terrifying. Moreover, the final rule eliminates any hope of cheating. If the Vampire King is not slain, it will endure forever, bringing endless darkness. Originally, the world channel buzzed with confidence and anticipation for the impending blood bat assault. But upon receiving this news, the entire world channel erupted. Holy, what the hell? We need to kill 30 million blood bats just to weaken it to master tier? How the hell are we supposed to kill that many? We're screwed. I thought we just had to survive this wave, but there's a final boss waiting? What the hell do we do now? This raid is way too hard. If we don't meet the requirements, we're screwed for good. Who the hell designed this? Why does it keep getting harder? Surviving the attack isn't the end, we still have to fight the final boss. Are they trying to kill us all? Guys, let's push through and kill these bloodbats. Only by weakening the Vampire King's power do we stand a chance of survival. Stop talking and actually do something. If you're so tough, go kill them yourself. Kill my ass. Do you even realize some folks only have 2 or 3 pets? And they're just common or veteran tier. Only big shot Zhang Wuliang has a master tier pet. Some can barely handle 2 or 3 bloodbats. How the hell are they supposed to take down 30 million? True. The strength of pet masters worldwide varied wildly. For some, mere survival is a struggle. Even cornered, they could barely handle 2 or 3 bloodbats. Under these circumstances, expecting everyone worldwide to collectively eliminate 30 million bloodbats was no easy feat. For a moment, a sense of despair enveloped the hearts of all the beast masters. At that moment, Zhang Wuliang also realized the gravity of the situation. Though powerful, he could not possibly slay 30 million blood red bats alone. Survival depended on the collective effort of every person on the planet. Therefore, no matter what, he had to inspire this group. He absolutely could not let them give up. After all, if they gave up, it would be tantamount to sentencing Zhang Wuliang to death. He immediately broadcast a message across the global channel. Everyone, stay calm. We still have a chance. If we unite and focus our strength, we might just defeat the Vampire King. Don't forget, we've weathered several waves of wild beast attacks. Why should we fear these mere blood-red bats? Everyone, let's give it our all. As soon as Zhang Wuliang spoke these words, the previously unsettled hearts of the group finally began to settle. Exactly. We've endured pet beast attacks, why should we fear these blood-red bats? Exactly. If we work together, we might just have a chance. Brother Zhang Wuliang is right. We can't panic. As long as we stand united, there's no obstacle we can't overcome. Indeed, after Zhang Wuliang's words, many wavering hearts found renewed resolve. Yet where some found inspiration, others sneered. Zhang Wuliang only says that to save his own skin, doesn't he? Exactly. He's so powerful that even if we all die, he'll survive. Then he can just wait for the next beast tide to roll around and level up again. I see through it now. No matter what happens to us, Zhang Wuliang won't die. Of course he's not worried. Brothers, don't listen to him. If we're going down, we go down together. Why should we fight for someone else's chance to survive? Right. We'll all die together. Why should we struggle just so someone else can live? I've lived long enough anyway. If someone won't let us live, then none of us should live. Exactly. Ignore him, he just wants us to work for him. To these world-weary souls. Zhang Wuliang was saying all this just to save his own skin. But Zhang Wuliang couldn't be bothered to explain. On the newly added page after the attack began, there was another separate panel. Kill leaderboard. Number 1 Zhang Wuliang. Kills 3. This leaderboard ranked global beastmasters based on the number of blood-red bats they had slain. Zhang Wuliang's top position stemmed from his decision to eliminate the 3 blood-colored bats attacking the pet beast shop earlier. Others couldn't help but stare in astonishment at the rankings on the kill leaderboard. Holy crap, the top spot is Zhang Wuliang? He's already taken down 3 blood bats? How fast is that? It just started, right? Could it be that the blood bats have already begun attacking beastmasters? Looks like it. Big shot Zhang Wuliang must have encountered the blood-red bats attacking the pet shop, so he took direct action. Master Zhang Wuliang is truly formidable, taking down 3 blood bats in one go. The crowd gasped in astonishment. But their astonishment lasted only a moment. After all, the blood-red bats hadn't attacked them yet, and they weren't in the mood to care about others. Just as everyone braced themselves, preparing to face the blood-red bats' assault, Zhang Wuliang's kill count on the leaderboard kept skyrocketing. 5, 10, 20, 50. At first, no one noticed anything amiss. After all, Zhang Wuliang was the world's sole beastmaster with a master-tier beast companion. It made perfect sense for him to slaughter them swiftly. But as time passed, Zhang Wuliang's killing pace only accelerated. In the blink of an eye, he had already surpassed the 100-kill mark. Number 1 Zhang Wuliang. Kill count, 103. Number 2 XXX. Kills, 6. Meanwhile, the second-place player on the kill leaderboard had barely managed to take down 6 bloodbats. Compared to Zhang Wuliang, it was utterly pitiful. Chapter 54, Relying on Myself. Killing experience skyrockets. Holy crap, big shot Zhang Wuliang has already killed over 100? How is he so fast? Good heavens, how did he manage that? Even with a master-level pet beast, it shouldn't be this fast. Over 100 bloodbats? If that happened to us, we'd probably wipe out the entire team. Big shot Zhang Wuliang is truly formidable. With him around, we still have hope. Seeing Zhang Wuliang's astonishing prowess, the group who had been on the verge of despair felt a glimmer of hope ignite within them. If Zhang Wuliang could achieve this, could they push themselves to the limit too? Suddenly, the beast tamers who had been slacking off began fighting with renewed vigor, slaying the blood-red bats. Every extra one killed meant more After all, each additional bloodbat slain meant another sliver of hope for their survival. And Zhang Wuliang's kill count kept climbing. 150. 200. 300. In just one short hour, Zhang Wuliang had already slain nearly 500 blood red bats. Number 1 Zhang Wuliang. Kill count 498. Number 2 XXX. Kill count 45. At this moment, the second-ranked Beastmaster had barely managed to kill over 40 blood red bats. Not even 50. Compared to Zhang Wuliang, it was like night and day. Holy crap, big shot Zhang Wuliang has already killed nearly 500? That's insane. How the hell did he pull that off? Does his beast pet really fight like 100 against 1? Damn it, compared to big shot Zhang Wuliang, I feel like a total noob. Big shot Zhang Wuliang is my idol, I'm gonna learn from him. Gazing at the unattainable kill count on the leaderboard, the crowd gasped in awe. What they didn't know, however, the reason Zhang Wuliang could kill so swiftly was largely because he had set up spider webs in the ice forest outside his territory to intercept massive numbers of bloodbats. Once these bloodbats got tangled in the webs, they lost their ability to fly and became easy prey. All Zhang Wuliang had to do was command his crystal-powered automatic flamethrower turrets to unleash relentless fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The firepower from the crystal-powered automatic flamethrower turrets seemed endless, mercilessly reaping the lives of the blood red bats. Behind them, the Spider Queen and her young spiders continuously reinforced the web to prevent any of the blood red bats from escaping. With this triple safeguard in place, Zhang Wuliang's side was as easy as harvesting vegetables. He didn't have to worry about his safety at all. This method of killing enemies was incredibly satisfying. Just then, Zhang Wuliang glanced at the global kill count and his expression darkened instantly. Global total kills, 734,456. Over an hour had passed, yet global beastmasters had only slain a little over 700,000 bloodbats. The ultimate goal of eliminating 10 million bloodbats seemed impossibly distant. Although there were many beastmasters, the quality varied wildly. Those who could slaughter bloodbats as efficiently as Zhang Wuliang were few and far between. For most beastmasters, merely preserving their own lives proved challenging, let alone mass-killing bloodbats. Zhang Wuliang made a rough estimate. At the current pace, killing 3.5 million blood red bats in 5 hours would be considered a decent outcome. And that figure would have to account for the beast's tamer's casualties, meaning the kill count would only decrease further. Even under the most optimistic scenario, killing 3.5 million blood red bats would barely weaken the Vampire King from King tier to Grandmaster tier. Weakening the Vampire King to Master tier was practically impossible. At this thought, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but sigh. Regardless of whether others chose death or life, he certainly did not want to die. If the Vampire King truly descended, Zhang Wuliang would fight to the bitter end even against a legendary tier foe. Still, he hoped to at least weaken the Vampire King to Grandmaster rank, giving him a fighting chance. Just then, a bold idea suddenly sprang to Zhang Wuliang's mind. He couldn't rely solely on these beastmasters. He must take the offensive. If they continued killing at this leisurely pace, they would never weaken the Vampire King below Grandmaster level within the allotted time. Zhang Wuliang realized that relying solely on these beastmasters would fall far short of achieving their goal. The only way forward now was to take the initiative. Utilizing his pet beasts and resources, he must eliminate as many blood red bats as possible. Though this was risky, Zhang Wuliang had no time to hesitate. If he didn't take a gamble now, he himself would lose his life. Zhang Wuliang scanned the beasts within his domain. Currently, only the ghost messengers could be deployed to slaughter the bloodbats. The Spider Queen and the little spiders needed to stay here, reinforcing the web to continue intercepting the incoming bloodbats. If they left, these bloodbats would likely breach the territory's defenses. The current defenses of the outer walls were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of these blood-red bats. Moreover, the crystal-powered automatic flamethrower turrets were immobile, confined to attacking only those bloodbats trapped in the webs. As for the other pets, they were utterly useless against the blood-red bats. After much deliberation, only the ghost messengers could be of use. While most blood-red bats flew high in the sky, within range of the crystal-powered automatic flamethrower turrets, some flew low, attempting to breach the walls. These low-flying blood-red bats proved difficult targets for the crystal-powered automatic flamethrower turrets. But for the ghost messenger, these low-flying blood bats were the perfect targets. Zhang Wuliang dispatched the spectral messenger, directing it to dash toward the territory's outer borders. The frozen forests beyond the territory were now swarming with blood-red bats. While most circled high in the sky, a few flew low, and these low-flying blood-red bats were the ghost messenger's targets. The ghost messenger roamed the ice forest, searching for those low-flying blood-red bats. Soon, it spotted its target. A flock of blood-red bats circled low, seemingly searching for an opportunity to strike. The ghost messenger, sword in hand, crept silently toward the flock of blood-red bats. Though these blood-red bats possessed considerable strength, their intelligence was lacking. They failed to notice the ghost messenger drawing near. By the time they reacted, the ghost messenger had already swung his sword, delivering a fierce downward strike. Swish! A sharp blade flash sliced through the air, instantly cleaving the foremost blood-red bat in two. Not even a spatter of blood erupted. For the ghost messenger, eliminating these low-flying blood-red bats posed little danger. Their attention was focused entirely on the territory, leaving them completely unaware of its presence. In the stealth of its ambush, the spectral messenger dispatched them one by one with effortless precision. In just 1 minute, the spectral messenger had slain over 20 blood-red bats. This efficiency was far superior to his previous pace. Zhang Wulian's kill count was rapidly increasing. Simultaneously, even the Ghost Reaper's experience points surged upward. In the blink of an eye, it had leveled up twice. This instantly thrilled Zhang Wulian. Holy crap! Why hadn't he thought of this sooner? This was a solid experience point farm. Chapter 55, Global Unity. Kill Speed Boost. In the past, leveling up required spending tons of time hunting powerful wild beasts. But that method had limited opportunities to begin with. After all, at this stage, powerful wild pets roamed sparingly near Zhang Wulian's territory. With that dragon-like pet lurking atop the mountain, the chances of encountering any formidable wild pets were even slimmer. So it wasn't that Zhang Wulian couldn't defeat them, it was simply that he had no opportunity to do so. On the other hand, having pets assist with domain tasks could also yield some experience points, but the rate was even slower. But now, simply slaughtering dozens of blood bats could lead to rapid leveling. This was something he had never even dared to imagine before. For a moment, Zhang Wulian forgot he was in the midst of a critical global assault. Now, his eyes were fixed solely on leveling up. Leveling up! He deployed all his pets into the fray. Spectral Messenger has reached level 44. The Spectral Messenger has reached level 45. Spirit Giant Elephant has reached level 18. The Spirit Giant Elephant has reached level 19. The Spirit Giant Elephant has reached level 20. The Ice Spike Beast has reached level 34. The Ice Spike Beast has reached level 35. All pet beasts rapidly leveled up, especially the lower level ones, whose ascent felt like riding a rocket. At the same time, Zhang Wulian's kill count was also soaring. Less than an hour passed. Zhang Wulian's total kill count had already surpassed 2,000. This figure sent shockwaves throughout the entire Beastmaster world. When Zhang Wulian previously topped the global kill leaderboard with over 1,000 kills, everyone was already deeply impressed. But how much time had truly passed? Zhang Wulian's kill count had doubled again. Such an ascent was simply beyond belief. World Channel. Holy! Everyone, look! Zhang Wulian's kill count just shot up again. Over 2,000. Is this even human? Over 1,000 blood bats killed in just 1 hour? That's ridiculous. How the hell is he doing it? Unbelievable. Zhang Wulian is my absolute idol. I bet Zhang Wulian could take down 10,000 wild pets all by himself. Exactly. I totally agree. At this rate, Zhang Wulian taking down 10,000 blood bats is no problem at all. So impressive. When will I ever be as strong as Zhang Wulian? The world chat channel erupted in excitement. Everyone was stunned by Zhang Wulian's kill count. They couldn't fathom how one person could eliminate so many blood bats in such a short time. And judging by Zhang Wulian's momentum, he clearly had no intention of stopping. His kill count continued to climb rapidly. But just as everyone relaxed slightly, impressed by Zhang Wulian's killing speed, someone suddenly spoke up. Don't get too optimistic. While Zhang Wulian's kill rate is impressive, don't forget this is a global scale attack. If we can't weaken the Vampire King sufficiently within 5 hours, we're still going to die. The moment these words were spoken, the world channel fell instantly silent. Only then did everyone realize the situation was far more complex than they had imagined. This attack threatened the very survival of everyone. Zhang Wulian's strength alone was nowhere near enough. Damn it, I almost got fooled by those kill counts. Exactly, that's the crucial part. If we can't weaken the Vampire King to a certain extent within 5 hours, we're still going to die. Sigh, looks like we're still in a pretty dangerous spot. Wonder how the other Beastmasters are faring elsewhere. If only we had more Beastmasters like Zhang Wulian. Yeah, if we had 1,000 Beastmasters like Zhang Wulian, we wouldn't have to worry. Sigh. What are you daydreaming about? A prodigy like Zhang Wulian? Your servant couldn't possibly manage that. The world channel was once again filled with sighs of despair. Though everyone knew this truth, truly accepting it proved difficult. But just then, Zhang Wulian suddenly spoke up in the world channel. Don't lose heart, everyone. This raid is tough, but it's not impossible. Don't forget, the bloodbat's attack patterns are quite simple. They only use their fangs to bite and their claws to strike. If we find the right approach, we can easily take them down. Just like I did using the terrain to my advantage, taking them down one by one. And you've probably noticed that defeating these bloodbats yields a huge amount of experience points, right? This is a rare opportunity for us. If we seize this chance, we might just level up our pets rapidly. Zhang Wulian's words served as a reassuring tonic. Zhang Wulian knew full well that this assault couldn't be handled alone. That's why, after demonstrating results convincing enough to sway everyone, he stepped forward at this crucial moment to steady their resolve. Zhang Wuliang is right. We still have a chance. The bloodbat's attack patterns are indeed quite predictable. If we find the right approach, we can take them down one by one. Exactly. And defeating these bloodbats will grant us massive amounts of experience points. Damn it, I'm going all out this time. I'll seize this chance to rapidly boost my pet beast strength. Sooner or later, I'll be as powerful as the great Zhang Wuliang. Me too. I'll seize this chance to make my pet beast stronger. Let's all push through together. If we can endure these 5 hours, we'll have hope. Right. Let's all push through together. Work hard together. They all knew Zhang Wuliang was right. Though this ambush was challenging, it wasn't without opportunity. Moreover, slaying these bloodbats would yield massive experience points, a rare opportunity for them to level up. Before long, the negative comments in the world chat dwindled. Everyone was now discussing various combat strategies. I hid inside a building and used my pet's ranged attacks to pick off the bloodbats one by one. It wasn't fast, but at least it was safe. Guys, you might want to try this. I used my earth hedgehog to lay traps underground, then dug a tunnel to lure the bloodbats in. I could take out several at once, though it was exhausting. Those with the means should give it a shot. I just had my pet unleash an area of effect skill. It only takes out 1 or 2 at a time, but at least I don't have to get up close and personal with them. Everyone eagerly shared their combat strategies. Now was no time to hold back secrets. This attack threatened everyone's survival. Only by uniting could they overcome this crisis. Following this, the kill counts in the world chat began to surge rapidly. Guys, I've already taken down 50. I've taken down over 32. I've already taken down 100. Watching the kill count climb relentlessly, the group's confidence grew stronger by the minute. If they could maintain this pace, they might just survive these 5 hours. At that moment, Zhang Wuliang also saw a glimmer of hope. It seems I underestimated you all. Chapter 56, The Vampire King Descends. The Final Battle. Zhang Wuliang's pet beast and turret worked in perfect sync, slaughtering the blood-red bats with relentless efficiency. Zhang Wuliang began collecting the death drops from the fallen blood-red bats. Though these blood-red bats weren't particularly powerful, their sheer numbers were staggering. In just a short while, Zhang Wuliang had already slain hundreds of them. And upon their demise, these blood-red bats dropped quite a few valuable items. What's this? Zhang Wuliang suddenly noticed that besides common materials, the fallen bats also dropped a peculiar type of metal ore. Titanium metal ore? This ore was silvery white, its surface shimmering with a faint metallic sheen, appearing exceptionally hard. Zhang Wuliang couldn't suppress his excitement at that moment. This was a monumental discovery for him. Titanium metal ore was clearly a higher grade metal, far superior to the best metal ingots and alloy ingots Zhang Wuliang could currently produce. The materials and equipment crafted from it must be of a higher grade. Zhang Wuliang carefully recalled that during the last world event when new ores appeared, this titanium metal ore wasn't among them. This meant the ore must have been reserved for emergence after this raid concluded. Acquiring this new ore at this stage could be considered a major developmental leap. It also saved the time required for mining. Simply slaying these bloodbats yielded massive quantities of titanium metal, or it couldn't be easier. Discovering this new advantage, Zhang Wuliang attacked the blood-red bats with renewed vigor. Time swiftly passed. Especially the crucial 5 hours everyone was watching, they vanished in the blink of an eye. After 5 hours, the world's total kill count finally settled on a number. 5,230,784. 5,230,784. We actually killed over 5 million bloodbats? Ha ha ha. We did it. We really did it. In the world chat, all the Beastmasters cheered with excitement. They had all thought they were doomed, yet against all odds, they had not only survived these 5 hours but also slain over 5 million bloodbats. This meant the Vampire King that would appear next would be weakened to Grandmaster level. But after a brief surge of excitement, worry quickly returned. Even though the Vampire King had been weakened to Grandmaster level, he was still far beyond what these low-level Karamis could handle. Everyone knew their only hope now rested on Zhang Wuliang. After all, Zhang Wuliang possessed the world's sole Grandmaster tier pet beast. He was the most likely candidate to confront the Grandmaster-level Vampire King. In an instant, the world chat channel was flooded with messages cheering Zhang Wuliang on. Big shot Zhang Wuliang. You gotta pull through. Whether we take down that Vampire King depends entirely on you. That's right. Big shot Zhang Wuliang. You're our hope. You have to hold on. Big shot Zhang Wuliang. You're not fighting alone. Behind you stand millions of Beastmasters. Our hearts are forever with you. Big shot Zhang Wuliang. If you take down that Vampire King, you'll be my one and only idol from now on. Seeing the flood of encouragement in the world chat, Zhang Wuliang felt a surge of emotion. Brothers, rest assured I won't let you down. I will give it my absolute all to take down that Vampire King. Zhang Wuliang sent a message through the world channel before beginning to command his pet beasts, preparing them for battle. He understood the immense weight of responsibility now resting on his shoulders. Though it was a global assault, every beastmaster everywhere would face the blood-red bats and the subsequent boss. But Zhang Wuliang understood clearly that the final boss, the Vampire King, had a high probability of appearing in his area first. After all, he had slain so many blood bats. A staggering 13,000 and more. Ranking first in the world. Leading the second-place hunter by over 10,000. It was likely that no one else on the entire Beastmaster continent held greater allure than him. Therefore, he must prepare thoroughly for the impending final showdown. Zhang Wuliang's pets were all on high alert. Alright. Let us embrace this battle together. No sooner had Zhang Wuliang spoken than the distant sky suddenly darkened. Immediately, a chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down one's spine. He's coming. Zhang Wuliang's eyes narrowed. He knew the Vampire King was approaching. As Zhang Wuliang's words faded, the distant sky grew increasingly eerie. What had been merely a gloomy sky now glowed with a blood-red hue. As if drenched in fresh blood. Not only that, but within that crimson sky, blood began dripping downward like molten lava. Drip! Drip! The distinct sound of the blood hitting the ground could be heard clearly. What is happening? Good heavens! The sky has turned blood red. And that blood. It's dripping down like molten lava. What on earth is happening? In the world chat, all the Beastmasters cried out in terror. They had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. It felt like the apocalypse itself. Zhang Wuliang also stared intently at the distant sky, his brows tightly furrowed. He remained unusually calm. Panicking now would truly spell disaster. Yet despite his composed words, shock still stirred within him. He never imagined the Vampire King could unleash such celestial phenomena. This power was absolutely not to be underestimated. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the distant sky. Immediately afterward, a crimson figure slowly materialized from the heavens. That crimson figure radiated an overwhelming aura of blood. Its entire body was enveloped in a blood mist so dense it seemed to solidify. Ha ha ha! Accompanying the Vampire King's descent, a cold and eerie laughter echoed through the air. This laughter was filled with coldness, murderous intent, madness, and brutality. As if it could stir the deepest fears within the human heart. You ants, are you ready to welcome my arrival? The Vampire King's voice was hoarse and deep, yet it thundered like a clap of lightning in the ears of every Beastmaster present. Even those Beastmasters not present at the scene found the image of the Vampire King unbidden in their minds. This is the Vampire King? What a terrifying aura! Can we truly defeat such an existence? The world channel buzzed with terrified whispers from all Beastmasters. Zhang Wuliang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes heavy with gravity. At this point, retreat was impossible. There was nowhere left to go. He was everyone's hope. He was their only glimmer of hope. He must step forward and face this battle. Beasts, prepare for battle. Zhang Wuliang roared, and his pets immediately fell into battle formation. The Vampire King slowly raised his head. His blood-red eyes, like two pillars of crimson, pierced through the void and fixed upon Zhang Wuliang. Is it you who slew over 10,000 of my subjects? The Vampire King's voice was icy cold, as if it could freeze everything. Zhang Wuliang lifted his head, meeting the Vampire King's gaze. Yes, it was me. Very well. The Vampire King nodded, his blood-red eyes blazing with boundless murderous intent. Then you shall die. In the next instant, a torrent of blood energy surged toward Zhang Wuliang. Chapter 57, One Last Stand. All those resources weren't wasted. The surging blood energy instantly transformed into a dense blood mist, rushing madly toward Zhang Wuliang. This blood mist contained boundless slaughter and destruction, as if intent on devouring all life. Not only that, but as the mist swept forward, every crimson bat it passed through was instantly consumed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Those crimson bats didn't even have time to scream before being devoured by the blood mist, reduced to piles of white bones. With each bat devoured, the blood mist grew denser and more viscous. What is this? Zhang Wuliang's gaze grew intensely grave. He could distinctly sense the power within the blood mist steadily surging. Not only that, but after devouring the blood-red bats, the mist did not continue to expand. Instead, it began to rapidly contract. In an instant, it coalesced into a blood-red energy sphere the size of a washbasin. Its absorbing power? Zhang Wuliang's heart lurched in shock. Only now did he realize that this Vampire King was absorbing power by devouring its own subjects. Sure enough, after solidifying, the crimson energy sphere did not attack Zhang Wuliang but instead flew toward the Vampire King. With a thunderous roar, the crimson energy sphere plunged into the Vampire King's body. The Vampire King's already blood-red form now glowed in even deeper crimson, as if it might drip blood at any moment. The Vampire King slowly raised its hand, manipulating another mist of blood into shape. Instantly, the mist shot toward Zhang Wuliang like an arrow released from a bowstring. Damn it! Zhang Wuliang's heart sank. He could clearly sense the terrifying power contained within that blood mist. If struck by this mist, he would likely be gravely injured if not killed outright. But there was nowhere to dodge it now. What should he do? Zhang Wuliang was frantic with worry, yet the more desperate the situation became, the clearer his mind grew. He stared intently at the blood mist hurtling toward him, not missing a single detail. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar. As the blood mist swept toward him, it couldn't pass through the surrounding trees. This blood mist can't pass through cover? A flash of insight lit Zhang Wuliang's eyes as a plan instantly formed in his mind. Quick, follow me back to the territory. His pet beasts followed suit. The next moment, Zhang Wuliang charged into the territory with his pets. A wall encircled their territory, not particularly high at just over 2 meters. But it was more than enough to shield them from the blood mist. Boom! The blood mist roared forward, colliding with the wall in an instant. Just as Zhang Wuliang had anticipated, the blood mist halted completely upon impact. Instead, it clung to the wall like a solid, crimson sphere. It worked! Zhang Wuliang breathed a sigh of relief. The blood mist's power was terrifying, but it also had a major flaw. It simply couldn't penetrate cover. As long as one remained behind cover, absolute safety was guaranteed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The vampire king in the distance suddenly emitted a strange, eerie cry. Immediately afterward, the blood mist clinging to the wall began to slowly writhe and crawl, then gradually seep through. What? This blood mist could actually penetrate cover. Which meant it ignored barriers entirely. His earlier assumption had been completely wrong. Get out of the way! Zhang Wuliang bellowed, and the pets scrambled to dodge to the sides. Boom! In the next instant, the blood mist pierced through the wall and swept into the territory. Zhang Wuliang and his pets dodged just in time, narrowly escaping being engulfed by the blood mist. Even so, as it swept past, the blood mist grazed Zhang Wuliang's right arm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In an instant, wisps of blue smoke rose from Zhang Wuliang's right arm, accompanied by a piercing, excruciating pain. Damn it! Zhang Wuliang sucked in a sharp breath. Had he not dodged faster, he would likely have been completely consumed by now. He scrambled backward, his pets scrambling to follow. The blood mist slowly dissipated after devouring everything it could. But immediately, 2 more blood mists coalesced under the Vampire King's command, howling toward Zhang Wuliang. Damn it! Zhang Wuliang dodged while continuing his retreat. Fortunately, this onslaught finally halted as he neared the magma river. The moment the 2 blood mists drifted above the magma river, they were instantly vaporized by the terrifying heat. What is this? Zhang Wuliang was taken aback. This blood mist, capable of penetrating even cover, was actually suppressed by the magma river? Zhang Wuliang gazed at the magma river, feeling a surge of relief. Thank goodness he hadn't filled in this lava river back then. Who would have thought it would come in handy today? The Vampire King watched the blood mist evaporate, emitting a series of eerie cries. Suddenly, the blood mist ceased its assault on Zhang Wuliang and instead swept toward the pet beasts nearby. Oomph, attacking my pets? Not a chance. Zhang Wuliang snorted coldly, urgently directing his pets to the edge of the lava river. This way, the blood mist couldn't devour his pets. The Vampire King tried several times but failed each time, growing increasingly frenzied. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Vampire King let out an enraged roar, and the surrounding blood-red bats grew even more frenzied. Roar! Hiss! Zhang Wuliang's pets responded with deep growls, locking eyes with the blood-red bats. Both sides stood ready for battle, the clash imminent. Zhang Wuliang coldly observed the Vampire King, his mind racing for a way to break the stalemate. Though his pets could withstand the blood mist with the aid of the magma river. But this stalemate couldn't last forever. After all, his pets couldn't guard this place forever. And he couldn't remain hidden within his domain forever. The moment he left his domain, he would inevitably face the blood mist's assault. I must find a way to eliminate this Vampire King. Once it's dealt with, the remaining blood-red bats won't be a problem. But how could he possibly defeat it? Zhang Wuliang fell deep in thought. Just then, the Vampire King emitted another eerie cry. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Accompanying its cry, the surrounding blood-red bats began coalescing into a dense crimson mist. In the next instant, the mist formed by countless blood-red bats slowly transformed into a colossal blood-red bat. The blood-red bat obscured the sky, its wingspan stretching a full 20 meters. Its massive body swayed slowly in the air, stirring up fierce gusts of wind. What the hell? Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but curse under his breath, staring in shock at the colossal crimson bat. These blood-red bats could actually coalesce into such a colossal creature. The blood mist earlier was terrifying, but at least it could be dodged. But this enormous blood-red bat could charge straight into the territory. The enormous blood-red bat flapped its wings and charged toward the territory. Zhang Wuliang commanded his beasts to block its path. Even so, the enormous blood-red bat continued to rampage through the territory. Numerous structures collapsed under its impact, while weaker beast companions were sent flying by its sheer force. The pet beasts grew frantic, letting out furious roars as they lunged at the enormous blood-red bat. Yet their strength proved insufficient. Even swarming together, they couldn't halt the colossal crimson bat. This colossal blood-red bat's combat prowess likely placed it among the master-level pet beasts, on par with the Vampire King. Moreover, its body was formed from countless blood-red bats, making it extremely difficult to inflict fatal damage with ordinary means. Could it be that today, he would truly meet his downfall in the most unexpected place? Just then, a dark shadow suddenly flashed past Zhang Wuliang's side. Swish! The next instant, the shadow materialized before the colossal blood-red bat, none other than the ghostly messenger. The ghostly messenger swung his long sword with fierce force, striking down at the enormous blood-red bat. A massive sword beam sliced through the sky, striking the enormous blood-red bat with brutal force. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the enormous blood-red bat was sent flying by the single strike. Its massive body slammed into the distant forest, collapsing a large section of trees. This. Zhang Wuliang stared at the spectral messenger in astonishment, never expecting its power to have reached such staggering heights. After all, that colossal blood-red bat possessed combat prowess comparable to a Grandmaster-level pet beast. Yet the Ghost Messenger was still only a Grandmaster-level pet beast. Though Master Grade and Grandmaster Grade were only one rank apart, the difference in power was like night and day. Yet, the Ghost Messenger was holding its own against that enormous blood-red bat. Zhang Wuliang was astonished, yet a surge of excitement welled up inside him. It seemed his relentless investment in the Ghost Messenger had finally paid off. The Ghost Messenger had always been Zhang Wuliang's most capable assistant. Zhang Wuliang held it in the highest regard, pouring immense resources into its development. Dozens of sacrifices had been made just to enhance its attributes. Under Zhang Wuliang's cultivation, its attributes had long surpassed those of any other master-tier beast of comparable potential. Its combat prowess now rivals that of a Grandmaster-tier pet beast. That enormous crimson bat, though formidable, was ultimately a conglomeration of countless lesser crimson bats. While it appeared formidable, its actual combat prowess was not as formidable as it seemed. Under the relentless assault of the Ghost Messenger, whose combat prowess bordered on Grandmaster level, it found itself struggling to hold its ground. The colossal blood-red bat flapped its wings and lunged toward the Ghost Messenger once more. Its gaping maw revealed razor-sharp fangs as it lunged to bite the Ghost Messenger. The Ghost Messenger calmly raised his greatsword. Clang! With a single swing, a massive sword beam roared forth, striking the colossal blood-red bat. Amidst piercing screeches, countless blood-red bats tumbled from the colossal creature's body. Under the Soul Reaper's relentless storm of attacks, the colossal blood-red bat began to crumble. Within mere moments, the colossal blood-red bat collapsed entirely. Countless blood-red bats scattered in all directions. The Ghost Reaper pressed his advantage, swinging his sword as streaks of light whistled through the air, reaping the lives of the blood-red bats. In an instant, the domain was littered with the corpses of blood-red bats. The Vampire King roared with fury at the sight. Unable to contain himself any longer, he let out a monstrous howl and lunged at the Ghost Messenger. Zhang Wuliang's heart tightened at the sight of the Vampire King personally intervening. Though the colossal crimson bat had been formidable, it was ultimately merely a conglomeration of lesser bats. Breaking its cohesion would be enough to utterly destroy it. But this Vampire King was a genuine Grandmaster-level pet beast. Its combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable. Even the Ghost Messenger might not stand a chance against it. Zhang Wuliang dared not take the risk. The Ghost Messenger was his precious treasure, he couldn't afford the slightest mishap. Yet behind him lay the core territory, the very heart of the pet beast factory. If this place fell, there'd be little difference between life and death for him. The world channel Zhang Wuliang had left open earlier still flashed with other beast masters' conversations. How's big shot Zhang Wuliang holding up? Yeah, can he really take on that Vampire King? What's there to say? That Vampire King is a Grandmaster-level pet beast. Even though big shot Zhang Wuliang is powerful, he can't possibly be a match for a Grandmaster-level pet beast, right? Don't speak recklessly. Master Zhang Wuliang's strength is something we've all witnessed. He might not lose to that Vampire King. True, but that Vampire King is just too powerful. He's a Grandmaster-level pet beast. Didn't you see how the giant blood-red bat was already incredibly strong earlier? Yet the Vampire King still managed to suppress it. That shows just how strong he really is. Ultimately, it boils down to our own weakness. We can't offer Master Zhang Wuliang any real help. Who can argue with that? All we can do now is fret here, unable to do anything. I doubt anything will happen so quickly. We'd better wait patiently. There's no other choice. Globally, only Zhang Wuliang possesses a master-level beast companion. He stands the best chance against the Vampire King. If even he can't prevail, we might as well wait for death. Pa! Don't jinx it. How could Master Zhang Wuliang possibly lose? I believe he will win. Exactly. Master Zhang Wuliang is the strongest. Right, he'll definitely win. The world channel buzzed with discussions among countless beast masters, though most still held unwavering faith in Zhang Wuliang. After all, Zhang Wuliang had always been a legend in their eyes. As Zhang Wuliang casually glanced at the world chat, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait a minute? If he was everyone's hope and the strongest combatant, Then why hadn't he considered finding someone even stronger than himself to assist in battle? And Zhang Wuliang actually had someone in mind. The moment this thought struck him, Zhang Wuliang immediately summoned all his pet beasts, urging them not to linger in battle. He was heading up the mountain. Chapter 58, The Dragon Form Pet Beast Strikes for the First Time. Devastating Blow. Zhang Wuliang thought of the dragon-shaped pet beast atop the mountain. Though bound by chains, Zhang Wuliang sensed its power was truly extraordinary. In terms of power, though he'd never witnessed it in action, it was undoubtedly stronger than the Vampire King. After all, it took the form of a dragon. Back on Blue Star, dragons were creatures that only existed in myths. Even in this Beastmaster world, a dragon-shaped beast was undoubtedly considered a top-tier pet. Zhang Wuliang still remembered how utterly stunned he had been by its overwhelming aura the first time he'd laid eyes on that dragon-shaped beast. Had it not been bound by chains, he likely would have perished at its hands then and there. If he could unleash it against the Vampire King now, there might be a glimmer of hope. Of course, Zhang Wuliang wasn't pinning his hopes on the sealed dragon-type pet actually coming to his aid against the Vampire King. After all, the creature was already in a sealed state. In its current state, if it truly possessed the power to defeat the Vampire King, it would have long since broken free from its chains and fled. But then, in that instant, a bold thought suddenly flashed through Zhang Wuliang's mind. Could the Vampire King's formidable power be harnessed to shatter the seal binding the dragon-shaped beast? If the Vampire King manages to break the seal on the dragon-shaped beast, a fierce battle between the two is inevitable. Regardless of who prevails, both will be left battered and bruised. Then, reaping the benefits of their conflict would be utterly delightful, wouldn't it? And perhaps even seize the opportunity to claim this dragon-shaped beast for myself. The thought sent a thrill through Zhang Wuliang's heart. Though this plan was risky, there was no other option now. If he didn't act now, his territory would inevitably fall to the Vampire King. Zhang Wuliang wasted no time, immediately ordering his other beasts to avoid prolonged combat and retreat toward the mountaintop. Though the idea seemed far-fetched, upon careful consideration, Zhang Wuliang felt it might just work. Admittedly, simply reaching the summit and approaching the sealed dragon-shaped beast would take considerable time, and unexpected incidents could arise along the way. After all, the Vampire King wasn't some cuddly little creature. It wouldn't just stand by and let itself be lured away. The silver lining, however, was that he had spent this time constructing a path up the mountain, which was already taking shape. Now, ascending the mountain would save him considerable time. Moreover, Zhang Wuliang was confident in his speed. Even the Vampire King might not be able to catch up to him. Of course, the worst-case scenario was the Vampire King launching a fierce attack midway. But Zhang Wuliang felt not the slightest panic. As long as he could hold out until reaching his dragon-shaped beast companion, everything would be manageable from there. After careful analysis, Zhang Wuliang concluded this plan was feasible. Moreover, it was clear he couldn't hold off the Vampire King defensively. If he continued fighting within his territory, the battle would utterly destroy it. If his domain was destroyed, how could he possibly continue living here? The thought of his domain potentially becoming a wasteland caused a dull ache in Zhang Wuliang's heart. This was the domain he'd worked so hard to build. If it vanished like this, he'd truly become a stray dog. No! He absolutely couldn't let his domain be destroyed. Zhang Wuliang gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. Even if he died in battle, he would die outside. He couldn't let his territory be destroyed. Zhang Wuliang hesitated no longer and immediately mounted the Blazing Sparrow. The Blazing Sparrow was Zhang Wuliang's flying pet beast. After this period of cultivation, its level and attributes had significantly improved. Its speed was extraordinary, making it a formidable asset for both escape and pursuit. This was his sole reliance. Mounting the Firebird, Zhang Wuliang soared toward the mountains. His other pets followed suit. Outside the territory, the Vampire King grew frantic upon seeing Zhang Wuliang suddenly flee atop his pet beast. Spreading its enormous wings, it led its army of blood-red bats in hot pursuit. In its eyes, Zhang Wuliang was its prey, absolutely not to be let escape. The Vampire King moved with blinding speed, leaving crimson trails across the sky as his blood-red bat army followed. Zhang Wuliang's heart tightened at the sight of the Vampire King closing in. He immediately patted the Firebird's back, signaling it to fly faster. The Firebird sensed its master's urgency and soared higher, its speed increasing once more. Zhang Wuliang rode atop the Firebird, charging through the gale toward the mountain peak. Before long, he arrived at the newly constructed road he had built. Looking down at the smooth, level path beneath him, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This road was truly well built. In the past, ascending the mountain would have cost him considerable time and effort. But now, with this path, he could save a great deal of time. Once the Firebird grew weary, he could simply switch to another beast to continue the journey. But now was not the time for such reflections. Zhang Wuliang immediately snapped out of his reverie and patted the Firebird's back once more. Firebird, pick up the pace. Seeing Zhang Wuliang pick up the pace, the Vampire King roared in fury. It flapped its wings again, significantly increasing its own speed. Yet even so, it still couldn't close the gap between itself and Zhang Wuliang. The Vampire King commanded the blood-red bat army behind him to launch an attack. In an instant, countless blood-red bats swarmed toward Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang felt a surge of tension. He wasn't afraid of these blood-red bats, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and their speed was terrifying. If he were to be surrounded by them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Earlier, he had relied on his territory defenses and the crystal-powered automatic flamethrower turrets, but now he had no means of defense whatsoever. Fortunately, Zhang Wuliang wasn't entirely helpless against these creatures. He immediately signaled to the ghost messenger beside him. The ghost messenger understood instantly, immediately swinging the long sword in his hand. Instantly, sharp sword chi erupted from the blade, slashing toward the blood-red bats. The sword chi moved with blinding speed and immense power. Before the blood-red bats could react, they were cleaved in two by the sword chi. In an instant, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Before long, Zhang Wuliang finally arrived at the mountaintop with his spirit beasts. He glanced back and saw that all his pets were safely following behind him, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Though each of them was panting heavily and utterly exhausted, at least none had been seriously injured. Seeing their weary state, Zhang Wuliang felt a pang of guilt. He knew his plan this time was somewhat risky, but it was unavoidable. Zhang Wuliang glanced back once more, fixing his gaze on the relentless Vampire King closing in behind him. The Vampire King's murderous intent remained intense, closing in rapidly. Now, his only hope rested on that dragon-shaped pet beast. The dragon-shaped beast lay quietly on the ground, eyes closed in rest. It seemed utterly oblivious to the Vampire King's approach, or perhaps, it simply didn't regard the Vampire King, a Grandmaster-level beast, as worthy of notice. Zhang Wuliang watched the dragon-shaped beast's serene demeanor, a flicker of unease stirring within him. He had no idea how powerful this dragon-shaped beast truly was, nor whether it could handle the Vampire King. But now, he had no way out. He could only trust his instincts, trusting that this dragon-shaped beast could become his savior. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Wuliang shouted at the dragon-shaped beast, "Hey, big guy, wake up! Enemies are coming!" Yet the dragon-shaped beast showed no reaction, still lying on the ground with its eyes closed, resting. Seeing this, Zhang Wuliang felt a surge of anxiety. He patted the dragon-shaped beast's back again, trying to rouse it. But the dragon-shaped beast remained utterly unresponsive. Zhang Wuliang frowned deeply and pressed his lips together. He knew that worrying now was useless, he could only trust this dragon-shaped beast. Without further hesitation, Zhang Wuliang rode the Firebird to the dragon-shaped beast's rear, using its massive body as cover. Meanwhile, the Vampire King had caught up. Seemingly growing weary, he aimed to finish the matter once and for all. Immediately, the Vampire King opened his massive jaws once more, unleashing a torrent of blood mist that engulfed the sky. Zhang Wuliang had witnessed the power of this mist before it was potent enough to reduce any living creature to bones in an instant. Therefore, as the mist approached, Zhang Wuliang immediately ducked behind the dragon-shaped beast, daring not to let his guard down for even a moment. As the blood mist closed in, the dragon-shaped beast remained motionless on the ground, utterly unmoved. Hiding behind the dragon-shaped beast, Zhang Wuliang felt the suffocating blood mist and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He couldn't fathom what was wrong with this dragon-shaped beast. Why hadn't it awakened? Could it be that he had truly overestimated it? Regret began to gnaw at Zhang Wuliang. He realized he might have been too impulsive this time, pinning his hopes on an unknown pet beast. Now he was trapped in a desperate situation, with no chance of escape. Just as Zhang Wuliang contemplated a desperate last stand, the dragon-shaped pet beast suddenly opened its eyes. Its eyes shone with dazzling light, like two brilliant gems. Immediately, the dragon-shaped beast opened its massive jaws, its mouth churning with a surge of blue energy breath. Zhang Wuliang froze in shock. A massive magic array suddenly materialized in the air before the dragon-shaped beast. The array shimmered with blue light, radiating an aura of mystery. Immediately after, the dragon-shaped beast let out a deafening roar. In the next instant, a massive beam of light shot forth from its maw, hurtling straight toward the Vampire King. The beam's power was immense, tearing through the air wherever it passed. The Vampire King sensed this overwhelming force and couldn't help but show a look of terror. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. With a thunderous boom, the beam struck the Vampire King. The Vampire King had no time to react before the beam pierced through his entire body. A gaping wound opened in its body, blood gushing out violently. Caught completely off guard by this sudden turn of events, the Vampire King's body flew dozens of meters away like a kite whose string had snapped. Finally, the Vampire King crashed heavily at the foot of the mountain, letting out a piercing scream. Zhang Wuliang was stunned. The power of this dragon-shaped beast was astonishingly formidable. A single strike had dealt the Vampire King a devastating blow. Zhang Wuliang stood frozen for a long moment before regaining his senses. He stared at the dragon-shaped beast before him, his mind filled with confusion. Wasn't its power sealed? Why could it still fight back? Moreover, if it could fight back, why hadn't it acted when those blood-red bats had been harassing it earlier? Zhang Wuliang had hoped to find answers in its eyes. But the dragon-shaped beast closed its eyes once more, lying motionless on the ground. It seemed to have slipped back into a deep slumber, as if its earlier counterattack had been nothing more than an unconscious act in its sleep. Zhang Wuliang was at a loss for words. This big guy was way too unreliable. But now was no time for complaints. Zhang Wuliang immediately turned his attention to the Vampire King. Although the Vampire King had been knocked flying moments ago, he was not dead. If he had perished, a system notification would have appeared, but none had come. The Vampire King had already scrambled back up the mountainside. Though the blood-soaked holes from the blows remained, the wounds were healing at a visible pace. The Vampire King possessed immense power. Though severely wounded by the dragon-shaped pet beast strike, he hadn't lost his combat effectiveness. Yet, at that very moment, the Vampire King roared furiously once more, flapping its wings as it lunged toward Zhang Wuliang. Its speed was blinding, like a crimson bolt of lightning. Zhang Wuliang's heart raced with alarm. He immediately dodged to the side, riding the Firebird, but the Vampire King's speed was simply too great. He couldn't shake off its pursuit. In the blink of an eye, the Vampire King was upon Zhang Wuliang, its massive jaws gaping to reveal fangs, poised to swallow him whole. Unable to dodge in time, Zhang Wuliang could only watch helplessly as the Vampire King's massive jaws closed in on him. Just then, Zhang Wuliang instinctively glanced back at his dragon-shaped pet beast. Yet the dragon-shaped beast remained motionless on the ground, as if none of this concerned it. A chill gripped Zhang Wuliang's heart. But then, the ghost messenger struck. In a flash, the ghost messenger appeared behind the Vampire King, swinging his long sword with deadly precision toward the creature's throat. Sensing the deadly threat behind him, the Vampire King had no choice but to abandon his attack on Zhang Wuliang and turn to face the ghostly messenger. At that moment, Zhang Wuliang also noticed something amiss. The Vampire King's strength seemed significantly diminished. Though the previous strike hadn't ended its life, it had dealt a severe blow. Its speed and strength had visibly diminished. The Vampire King, as it stood now, might no longer be a match for the spectral messenger. Zhang Wuliang's heart leapt with joy. He hadn't expected the dragon-shaped beast's unconscious counterattack to play such a crucial role. Watching the spectral messenger and the Vampire King locked in fierce combat, Zhang Wuliang's heart swelled with anticipation. The ghost messenger possessed immense power. With the Vampire King now greatly weakened, perhaps the ghost messenger could truly defeat it. Hiding nearby, Zhang Wuliang watched the battle unfold with bated breath. The ghost messenger moved with agile precision, his sword strikes sharp and relentless, each thrust aimed directly at the Vampire King's vital points. The Vampire King, however, seemed increasingly overwhelmed. Its attacks grew chaotic and disorganized, completely losing the overwhelming dominance it had displayed earlier. As time passed, the Vampire King's disadvantage grew increasingly evident. New wounds kept appearing on its body, blood staining its form crimson. Zhang Wuliang's heart raced with excitement. This looks like a win. Chapter 59, Kill. End. New tech reward. The spectral messenger fought with increasing ferocity, his longsword slicing through the Vampire King like death's scythe, carving deadly gashes into its flesh. Yet what shocked Zhang Wuliang was the Vampire King's astonishing regenerative power. No matter how many wounds were carved into his body, they would heal within an incredibly short time. This couldn't help but make Zhang Wuliang feel a bit anxious. Could the ghostly messenger truly slay the Vampire King if the battle continued like this? At that moment, the ghost messenger seemed to realize this as well. It ceased its relentless assault and instead began to maneuver around the Vampire King. The spectral messenger's form flickered ceaselessly through the air, appearing now at the Vampire King's left flank, now at its right, now directly overhead. Each time it materialized, it delivered a fierce slash, leaving the Vampire King unable to defend against it. The Vampire King appeared increasingly exhausted, frantically flapping its wings in vain attempts to catch up, only to miss its target each time. As time wore on, the Vampire King's strength gradually drained away. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish, its breathing becoming more and more labored. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the Vampire King finally collapsed. Even a master-level pet beast as formidable as the Vampire King found its strength significantly diminished after enduring the dragon-shaped pet beast's powerful assault. This finally presented the ghost messenger with an opening. The Vampire King let out a piercing scream as its entire body plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Zhang Wuliang's face lit up with joy, his lips curling into a wild grin. Could it be he had one? But Zhang Wuliang soon realized things weren't that simple. If he had truly defeated the Vampire King, he would have received global notification, no less. But nothing happened. Even the other beast masters in the World Channel remained unaware of what had transpired, continuing to speculate about Zhang Wuliang's progress. World Channel. What's going on with the boss? Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? No clue. It's been dead quiet for ages now. Could it be the boss has met with misfortune? Put. Don't even say that. Big boss Zhang Wuliang wouldn't go down that easily. Exactly. With his immense power, there's no way anything could happen to him. Then what's really going on? Why hasn't the boss sent any good news yet? Calm down, calm down. Maybe the boss is in the thick of it right now. Let's just wait a bit longer. Exactly. Let's wait and see. Things like this never happen overnight. At that moment, Zhang Wuliang's brow remained deeply furrowed, not once relaxing throughout the entire half-day. Zhang Wuliang stared intently at the battlefield before him. The Vampire King's corpse lay motionless on the ground, and the spectral envoys had ceased their attacks. Could it be that the Vampire King was already dead, but the system hadn't notified him yet? Yet, at that very instant, an unexpected change occurred. The Vampire King's corpse suddenly began to swell, like a balloon being inflated. Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat, utterly bewildered by what was happening. Before he could react, the Vampire King's corpse suddenly exploded. A cloud of blood mist spread through the air, staining the surrounding space crimson. Zhang Wuliang felt a pungent, blood-curdling stench assault his nostrils, and he instinctively covered his nose. Yet, at that very moment, a peculiar fluctuation suddenly emanated from within the blood mist. Immediately after, Zhang Wuliang witnessed a massive figure slowly coalescing within the mist. It was a long, blood-red form, stretching dozens of meters in length and utterly repulsive sight. The figure flickered in and out of view within the mist. A nauseating stench emanated from its body, and pus continuously oozed from its surface. Just then, the figure fully materialized from the blood mist. Only then did Zhang Wuliang get a clear look at its full form. It resembled a worm-like creature. Its body glowed an eerie blood red, as if soaked in fresh blood. Its surface was covered in dense clusters of bumps, each seemingly filled with pus. Its head bore two enormous eyes, each emitting a chilling, heart-stopping glare. Within its mouth lay rows upon rows of razor-sharp fangs. Zhang Wuliang stared intently at the worm. He had no idea how powerful it was, but one thing was certain: it was far more formidable than the Vampire King they had faced earlier. The spectral messenger seemed to sense the worm's power too. No longer underestimating its foe as before, it grew exceptionally cautious. Slowly, it raised the long sword in its hand, the tip pointing directly at the worm's form, its entire body entering a state of heightened alert. Yet, at that very moment, the worm launched its attack. Its body shot forward like a crimson lightning bolt, lunging fiercely at the spectral messenger. Its speed was so astonishing that even Zhang Wuliang nearly failed to react. Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't anticipated the worm's speed to be this astonishing. Fortunately, the ghost messenger's reflexes were equally swift. The instant the worm lunged, it leapt forward, narrowly evading the strike. The worm lunged into thin air, its massive body crashing into the wall behind it, causing the wall to collapse with a thunderous roar. Yet this inflicted no harm upon the worm. It swiftly spun around and lunged at the ghost messenger once more. The spectral messenger dodged the worm's attacks relentlessly while searching for an opening to strike back. Yet the worm's power was overwhelming, its speed and strength matched the ghost messenger's own. Moreover, its body was exceptionally agile, writhing like an eel and proving elusive to grasp. For a moment, the ghost messenger found itself locked in a bitter struggle. Zhang Wuliang's heart burned with anxiety. Yet at this moment, the ghost messenger was the only one capable of holding the worm at bay. Zhang Wuliang soared into the sky atop his firebird, using the time the ghost messenger was engaged to observe the worm intently, searching for its weakness. Yet the creature's body was encased in a thick layer of dried blood, acting like armor that shielded it completely. Finally, during one of the worm's attacks, Zhang Wuliang noticed something unusual. He noticed that the moment the worm launched its assault, the dense clusters of bumps covering its body seemed to contract slightly. This discovery stirred Zhang Wuliang's thoughts. Could these bumps be the worm's weak point? To test his theory, Zhang Wuliang discreetly adjusted the position of the firebird, placing it at a more advantageous angle for attack. Immediately after, he commanded the ghost messenger to continue distracting the worm. He himself directly commanded the firebird to unleash its flame attack. Zhang Wuliang had already observed that the thick blood crust covering the worm's body offered no defense against the blazing sparrow's flames. Sure enough, the moment the flame struck, the worm let out a piercing shriek. Excellent! It seems my earlier hypothesis was correct. Under the flame's assault, the worm's body began to twist and writhe incessantly, as if enduring endless agony. Yet it did not cease its assault. Even in its agony, it continued to attack the spectral messenger. Zhang Wuliang sneered coldly, well, it's getting stronger and stronger. Yet he did not underestimate its threat. Zhang Wuliang commanded the blazing sparrow to spew forth another burst of flame. This time, the flames were even larger and more intense. It struck the worm squarely in the head, drawing an even more piercing shriek from the creature. Zhang Wuliang knew this was his moment to strike back. While commanding the ghost messenger to keep the worm occupied, he quietly released the spirit giant elephant. The moment the spirit giant elephant appeared, it immediately caught the worm's attention. However, the worm seemed largely uninterested in the spirit giant elephant, still focusing its primary attention on the ghost messenger. Zhang Wuliang's heart leapt with joy. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He commanded the spirit giant elephant to leverage its extraordinary defense and massive size to continuously assist the ghost messenger in its attacks. The spirit giant elephant let out a deafening roar before charging violently toward the worm. Its body, like a colossal mountain, pressed down so hard the ground trembled slightly beneath it. Under the combined assault of the spirit giant elephant and the ghost messenger, the worm gradually began to lose ground. Its body, scorched by flames, began to emit thick black smoke and a nauseating stench. The dense clusters of bumps on its body began to burst one by one under the scorching flames. With each bursting bump, the worm let out a piercing scream, its body convulsing with each tremor. Zhang Wulian knew this was the worm's expression of agony. A surge of joy filled his heart as he realized victory was within reach. He commanded the blazing sparrow to unleash another torrent of flames, while simultaneously directing the ghost messenger and spirit elephant to intensify their assaults. Under the combined assault of the three summoned beasts, the worm could no longer endure. Its body began to twist and writhe violently under the assault of flames, as if enduring endless agony. With a deafening, earth-shattering scream, the worm's body violently exploded. Countless fragments and flesh splattered outward, staining the surrounding snowy ground a deep crimson. Ding! At that moment, a voice echoed simultaneously in the minds of every person on the planet. The great beast master Zhang Wulian has utterly vanquished the Vampire King, dispelling the darkness that once shrouded the world. In this moment, light blossoms anew across the realm. The technology budding reward has been delivered to Beastmaster Zhang Wulian's inventory. Please check your items. World Channel. Holy crap! What did that system notification just say? Did my ears play tricks on me? I heard it too. It said Zhang Wulian defeated the Vampire King boss? Unbelievable. The Vampire King is a Grandmaster tier boss, and Zhang Wulian actually took it down? This shocks me to my core. Zhang Wulian's strongest pet is only Master tier. How could he possibly take down a Grandmaster tier wild pet boss? The kicker is he didn't call for help once he soloed the boss all by himself. That's just insane. I wouldn't believe anyone else, but I believe Zhang Wulian. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean Zhang Wulian can't. A legend is a legend. I'm speechless. Zhang Wulian's strongest pet is only Master tier, yet it possesses the strength to take down a Grandmaster tier pet boss. What will happen when his pet reaches Grandmaster tier? By the way, what exactly is the Tech Bud reward? Why do you care? The Tech Bud reward is for the big shots. Don't even think about it. At that moment, Zhang Wulian couldn't spare a thought for the world chat discussions. He opened his backpack, eager to see what this reward actually was. What he saw left him speechless. A pet beast egg had mysteriously appeared in his backpack. Mysterious dark pet beast egg, an extremely rare pet beast egg possessing dark type attributes. For the vast majority of beast masters, it is exceptionally difficult to obtain. Zhang Wulian's excitement surged even higher. This was a reward earned by defeating a Grandmaster level boss. The quality and potential of this pet beast egg were bound to be exceptional. He carefully removed the pet beast egg from his backpack and examined it closely. The surface of the pet beast egg. Zhang Wulian carefully placed the pet beast egg on the ground, then reached out to touch it. The moment his fingers made contact, a faint glow suddenly flickered across the surface of the pet beast egg. Zhang Wulian froze, feeling as if he'd been zapped. But did this mean? This pet beast egg was truly extraordinary. Zhang Wulian was itching to fly back to his territory right now and place this pet beast egg in the incubation chamber to hatch it. But when he glanced at the natural incubation time, it required 297 hours? That's over 10 days. Even if placed in the incubation chamber, it would still take several days. Fortunately, Zhang Wulian possessed an incubation chamber. Otherwise, the waiting period would have been agonizing enough to kill him. Among the rewards this time were also large quantities of common materials and some rare materials. Obtained 40,000 wood. Obtained 40,000 stone. Obtained 5,000 lime. Obtained 2,000 copper ingots. Obtained 1,000 iron ingots. Obtained 200 alloy ingots. Obtained 4,000 copper wire. Obtained 1 generator blueprint. Obtained 1 oil press blueprint. Obtained. This single acquisition yielded over 40 different materials. Zhang Wulian was momentarily overwhelmed, unable to take it all in. But he could clearly make out the crucial items. For instance, the thousands of copper and iron ingots, plus 200 alloy ingots. While Zhang Wulian could acquire these himself, it would be extremely time-consuming. Now, with such a massive haul at once, he could use them to comprehensively upgrade his entire domain and every structure within it. What a windfall! This effectively saved him over 10 days of hard work. Plus, some of the blueprints inside looked incredibly useful. Zhang Wulian didn't dwell on it further and immediately turned back to return. Not only did he need to place the pet beast eggs in the incubation chamber, but upon his return, he also planned to thoroughly overhaul his domain. Chapter 60: New Mines, New Creations, New Attacks. Upon his return, Zhang Wulian first repaired the damage inflicted on his territory during the recent attack. After enduring an attack, most structures within the territory had sustained varying degrees of damage. Fortunately, the core pet beast factory remained intact. Its repairs required only wood, stone, and a small amount of iron ingots. For Zhang Wulian at this point, iron ingots were not something he lacked at all. Nevertheless, the repair work kept Zhang Wulian occupied for nearly half a day. Surveying the damage within his domain, Zhang Wulian silently vowed to himself that once this matter was settled, he would definitely construct some defensive structures. Otherwise, if he were away from the territory, not only would it suffer damage, but if his pet beast factory were attacked, it would be disastrous. After restoring the domain, Zhang Wuliang placed the pet beast egg he had just obtained into the incubation chamber. He held high hopes for this particular pet beast egg, sensing it might hatch into something truly formidable. As for what it would ultimately become, that could only be known once it hatched. After handling everything, Zhang Wuliang began studying his newly acquired blueprints. Generator blueprints and oil press blueprints. The generator design particularly piqued Zhang Wuliang's interest. Logically speaking, none of the structures in his current territory required electricity. But existence implies purpose. Since the generator existed, it was bound to be useful someday. This instantly reminded Zhang Wuliang of that world prompt he had seen before. A new era. Could this mean that a massive industrial revolution truly awaits the future? By then, all structures and their functions would undergo earth-shattering transformations. Modern life might even be recreated here. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but feel a little anticipation. Additionally, the oil press design blueprints proved quite useful. Although the territory now boasts a wide variety of foods, oil-rich ingredients remain scarce. The oil press could extract edible oil by pressing raw materials containing fats. According to the description, it could also produce other types of oils. Zhang Wuliang suspected they might be related to energy. However, he currently lacks the materials needed to build one, and he doesn't know where to find them yet. But he believed it wouldn't be long before he could figure it all out. Suddenly, a world announcement sounded. Ding! Global announcement, resource refresh. Congratulations to all beastmasters worldwide. Following this natural disaster, numerous new mineral deposits have emerged across the world, awaiting exploration and harvesting. Cobalt ore, titanium ore, refined steel ore. Various ores are scattered across the world, awaiting beasts tamers to discover and harvest. These ores are vital materials for crafting equipment and constructing buildings. Beastsmiths, act swiftly to gather these minerals and enhance your strength. The moment this announcement hit the world channel, it erupted once more. Holy crap, new ores? How can there be so many? I haven't even found most of the ones discovered last time. Awesome. New ore means I can upgrade my gear again soon. What are these new ores even used for? Never heard of any of them before. Judging by the names, they all sound pretty powerful. What are we waiting for? Let's go find them. The Beastmasters were both surprised and excited by the emergence of the new mines. Surprised because they hadn't even located some of the mines that appeared last time, yet now so many new ones had surfaced, leaving them somewhat unprepared. Their excitement stemmed from the fact that these new mines meant new equipment and structures would emerge, allowing them to further enhance their strength. No one complained about having too many mines. After all, in this world, strength was paramount. Only the strong survive longer and protect themselves better. Zhang Wuliang also saw this announcement, and his anticipation grew even stronger. His own strength was already formidable, and he genuinely needed new materials to continue advancing. With new materials, Zhang Wuliang could rapidly elevate both his territory and his overall strength. After all, he possessed the methods and skills to secure resources. Not only that. Upon the emergence of the new ore, Zhang Wuliang discovered new recipes appearing at his smelter and iron forge. Crafting 1 cobalt gold ingot, materials required, cobalt gold or 20. Craft 1 titanium ingot, materials required, titanium or 30. Craft 1 refined steel ingot, materials required, refined gold or 20. Craft 1 cobalt energy sword, materials required, cobalt ingot 40, pet beast soul 100. Craft 1 titanium magic sword, materials required, titanium ingot 60, deadwood 200. Crafting 1 refined steel sword, materials required, refined steel ingot 80. A whole bunch of crafting recipes popped up again. All related to crafting with the new ore. Some of these items Zhang Wuliang could already craft. After all, he had previously slain countless bloodbats, which dropped titanium ore. Back then, Zhang Wuliang had guessed this must be a form of accelerated progression. And now it had come in handy. Although he still couldn't craft the titanium magic sword, he still didn't know how to obtain deadwood, and no one sold it on the trade market. However, other items like titanium armor, titanium helmets, and titanium bracers only required titanium ingots. Zhang Wuliang could craft those right now. Without hesitation, Zhang Wuliang immediately set to work crafting a full set of titanium gear. Titanium chestplate, forged from titanium ingots, it boasts a hard texture and extremely high defense, effectively withstanding enemy attacks. Titanium helmet, forged from titanium ingots, lightweight yet sturdy, protecting the head from harm. Titanium gauntlets, forged from titanium ingots, they enhance arm strength and defensive capabilities. Upon completion, Zhang Wuliang gazed at the full set of titanium gear, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes. The armor shimmered with a silvery white metallic sheen, catching the sunlight with dazzling brilliance. Each piece was exquisitely crafted with smooth lines, appearing both aesthetically pleasing and highly functional. Zhang Wuliang ran his hand over the titanium breastplate, feeling its incredibly hard texture. It seemed even sharp blades couldn't leave a mark on it. The helmet and gauntlets were equally sturdy, and the entire set felt remarkably lightweight. Zhang Wuliang immediately donned the entire set. Once clad in the titanium armor, Zhang Wuliang felt as though his body was encased in a layer of solid armor, enveloped in a profound sense of security. Yet to his surprise, despite its formidable appearance, the armor felt remarkably light on his body. He flexed his body and found it imposed no restrictions whatsoever. Instead, he felt more agile and free. Ha! Impressive! This was far superior to the leather armor he'd been wearing before its durability had skyrocketed. Just as Zhang Wuliang finished crafting his new gear, one after another, world notifications began popping up. Violent tremors emanate from the depths of the Earth's veins. Something is traversing the land beneath our feet. It is the world devourer, sealed away in ancient times. Devoid of emotion or thought, its sole purpose is to destroy this planet. Estimated emergence, for 80:00:00. Upon arrival, all tectonic plates will undergo massive shifts. If unchecked, the plates will compress together, causing the planet to explode. Night has grown more perilous. Ensure your surroundings and territories remain well lit. World Channel. Damn it, what the hell is this? A world devourer sealed away in ancient times? It'll appear in 480 hours? That's 20 days. This thing will be out in 20 days? Damn, this thing looks disgusting, covered in eyes and mouths. This thing has no emotions, no thoughts. Its sole purpose is to destroy planets? Is it really that powerful? Planetary explosions? You're not joking, right? Is this thing really that powerful? Damn it, when all the tectonic plates get crushed together, won't that trigger earthquakes and tsunamis everywhere? 20 days. We have to find a way to stop it within 20 days, or we're all dead? Looking at this situation, even if Zhang Wuliang himself showed up, he probably couldn't handle it, right? I agree. That thing doesn't seem like one of those monsters from Ultraman. How are we supposed to deal with it? Destroying the planet? That's unthinkable. In the World Channel, Beast Masters buzzed with discussion. Some panicked, some worried, others brainstorming solutions. Regardless of their reactions, one thing was clear: this so-called world devourer was absolutely not someone to mess with. Zhang Wuliang also saw these alerts and the discussions in the World Channel. His brow furrowed slightly, a sense of gravity settling in his heart. This so-called world devourer certainly didn't sound like a pushover. Still, Zhang Wuliang didn't panic excessively. After all, there were still 20 days before its appearance. During this time, they still had a chance to find a way to stop it. Hadn't everyone fallen into panic when the Vampire King first appeared? But what happened in the end? It didn't even require a global relay battle among Beast Masters. Zhang Wuliang had handled it himself. Therefore, Zhang Wuliang wasn't overly concerned this time either. There's no such thing as an unbeatable boss. With the right approach, anything can be defeated. Zhang Wuliang refused to believe this world had brought them here merely to wait for death. Zhang Wuliang thought of himself, then of all the other beast tamers across the world. He couldn't help but shake his head. These beast tamers would likely panic for a while, but after the panic subsided, they should realize they needed to hurry up and improve themselves. After all, that's exactly what happened when the Vampire King appeared earlier. Back then, everyone had been thrown into panic, utterly clueless about how to confront such a formidable foe. But as time passed, they gradually came to understand that panic alone was meaningless. Only by rallying their spirits and fighting for survival could they hope to endure. Now, the emergence of this so-called world devourer presents a new challenge and opportunity for beast tamers worldwide. Those beast masters who had diligently honed their skills now felt a newfound confidence. This time, Zhang Wuliang single-handedly slayed the Vampire King and saved the entire world. While this deepened everyone's respect and admiration for Zhang Wuliang, it also made them acutely aware of their own shortcomings, spurring them to resolve to train even harder. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. Pfft, what's the big deal? It's just a world devourer. When it shows up next, we'll kill it too. Exactly. We could have taken down that Vampire King too, it just didn't come for us. Otherwise, we'd have done it. Heh, Zhang Wuliang is strong, but he's not untouchable. When this world devourer emerges, we'll make our mark too. These beast masters' remarks quickly drew disapproval and rebuttals from others. You lot are shameless. Jealous of others when you lack the skill yourselves. Exactly. Look at yourselves, what kind of trash are you, thinking you can compare to Zhang Wuliang? Don't you realize that if Zhang Wuliang hadn't slain the Vampire King, you'd all be dead by now? Just as the beast tamers were locked in heated argument, Zhang Wuliang also saw the message on the World Channel. He rarely spoke on the World Channel, believing it unnecessary to argue or explain himself to others. Besides, this wasn't the first time he'd faced doubt and envy. With Zhang Wuliang's formidable strength and his habit of constantly posting rare materials, it was nearly impossible for him to go unnoticed. In the past, Zhang Wuliang had ignored such people, quietly focusing on his own growth. But now, after saving the world, Zhang Wuliang wanted to relax a little. Adding to that, he happened to see someone slandering him on the World Channel, which left him feeling rather annoyed. So Zhang Wuliang posted a message in the World Channel: some people have no real skills yet love to brag. How laughable. Why don't we compare who's killed more bloodbats? Or let's put it this way, see if all of you who think you're better than me can collectively kill more than I have. If not, then shut the hell up. Don't try to act tough with me without even gauging your own strength. If you're not convinced, don't just talk big. When the time comes, we'll settle this. I'll show you the power of my master level beast. Didn't they say the plates are shifting? Looks like we might all meet again. Every single one of you who's been talking will see you in the future. The moment this message appeared, the world channel fell silent. Everyone knew this was Zhang Wuliang speaking. The beast tamers who had been arguing fell silent, not daring to utter another word. After all, they dared not cross a powerhouse like Zhang Wuliang. What if what Zhang Wuliang said came true? If the tectonic plates shifted, they might all meet again someday. What if they ended up crossing paths with Zhang Wuliang? So for now, it's best to watch your words and actions. Seeing the world channel fall silent, Zhang Wuliang paid no further mind and returned to his own affairs. Meanwhile, the beast tamers on the world channel began discussing Zhang Wuliang's message. Holy crap, big shot Zhang Wuliang spoke up. These guys won't dare say a word now, right? Ha, they're all talk. If they actually had to fight, they'd probably piss themselves in fear. Exactly. Don't they know their own strength? Thinking they can compete with big shot Zhang Wuliang? Big shot Zhang Wuliang is just incredible. Not only is he incredibly powerful, but he's also so humble. Exactly. Not only did he save us, but he's always so humble. Truly admirable. Chapter 61, Finding Deadwood to Craft a Titanium Magic Sword. For a moment, the world channel was flooded with admiration for Zhang Wuliang. However, Zhang Wuliang himself didn't pay much attention to it. To him, such praise offered no tangible benefits. What truly concerned him was how to become stronger. Zhang Wuliang had previously crafted a full set of titanium gear. And now, the titanium ore in his possession was still more than sufficient. He felt his current supply of equipment materials was sufficient. With the surplus, Zhang Wuliang simply crafted several additional pieces of titanium gold gear. He then listed them on the trading market, waiting for the right buyer. Prices for all kinds of supplies had risen in the current trading market. After all, as the Beast Master's strength increased, their demand for supplies grew ever greater. Rare resources like titanium ore, in particular, were in short supply. Although everyone had obtained titanium ore during the raid, the quantity each acquired varied based on individual strength. Some players were just a few materials short of crafting titanium gold gear, so they frantically advertised in the world chat, desperate to trade items at low prices. However, most beast tamers were reluctant to do so. After all, rare resources like titanium ore are exceptionally hard to come by. Once traded away, it would be nearly impossible to get back. Therefore, most beast masters chose to keep their titanium ore for personal use or to craft superior equipment. This scarcity explains why titanium gear remains scarce on the trading market. It was the first time anyone like Zhang Wuliang had listed so many titanium gear items at once. The moment Zhang Wuliang's titanium gear appeared, the trading market erupted in chaos. Holy, who the hell is selling this many titanium gear pieces? Holy crap, it's actually big shot Zhang Wuliang. No wonder he has so much titanium gold gear. Big shot Zhang Wuliang is just too impressive. He can casually list titanium gear for sale. I'm getting at least a 3-piece set from this haul. Dude, you want 3 sets? You'll be lucky to snag 1 piece. Such rare gear, and big shot Zhang Wuliang is actually willing to sell it? That's so generous. Across the trading market, Beastmasters buzzed with discussion about Zhang Wuliang's titanium gear. Though these items would undoubtedly command a hefty price, the Beastmasters were still flocking to them. After all, titanium gear was extremely rare. Owning even 1 piece could significantly boost their strength. Otherwise, crafting it themselves would take an eternity. Facing this frenzy of beast tamers, Zhang Wuliang announced his terms. Those who want gear, bring your finest materials, the rarer, the better. For how many materials each piece of gear can be exchanged, message me privately. I'll personally assess the value. The moment Zhang Wuliang's message went out, the trading market erupted once more. Damn, big shot Zhang Wuliang is just too awesome. Even his trading methods are this domineering. But will anyone actually trade under these terms? Pfft, what do you know? Who do you think big shot Zhang Wuliang is? Anything he sets his sights on can't be trash, right? Exactly. Trading materials for big shot Zhang Wuliang's titanium gear? That's a surefire win-win deal. While Zhang Wuliang's trading method seemed a bit overbearing, even unreasonable. But what can you do? He is Zhang Wuliang, after all. His power speaks for itself, and he holds the world's most cutting-edge gear in his hands. So even if his dealings were a bit overbearing, no one dared say anything. Moreover, for beast masters, trading materials for titanium-grade gear was undeniably a lucrative deal. Soon, traders across the marketplace began seeking out Zhang Wuliang to inquire about prices. I have some rare materials. How many pieces of gear could I get for them? Do these materials cover 1 titanium-grade piece? Big shot, take a look at my materials. Can you get me more gear? Faced with these inquiries from the beast masters, Zhang Wuliang responded to each one. Though he didn't have a fixed price list, he had his own internal scale, evaluating value based on the rarity and quantity of the materials. If the materials were sufficiently rare and plentiful, the amount of gear exchanged would naturally increase. Soon, Zhang Wuliang was flooded with inquiries. However, he soon furrowed his brow. These materials are way too common, aren't they? Don't you have anything a bit rarer? Zhang Wuliang felt a bit disappointed. Although the beast tamers had submitted quite a few materials, most were relatively common items. Extremely rare materials were few and far between. Looks like finding materials that truly satisfy me won't be easy, Zhang Wuliang sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to close the trading interface, a new inquiry suddenly popped up. Big shot, what do you think of these materials? Zhang Wuliang's previously fading hopes instantly reignited. He hurriedly opened the list of materials the sender had sent. At a single glance, Zhang Wuliang's eyes narrowed sharply. These materials, they're actually... There, displayed on the transaction interface, were a full 100 pieces of deadwood. Deadwood! Zhang Wuliang exclaimed in shock. Deadwood was an extremely rare material. Many magic-related weapons and equipment required deadwood. Though Zhang Wuliang possessed formidable power, he had never discovered a method to harvest deadwood. This limitation had stunted his progress in developing magical weapons. Who would have thought that today, someone would bring out such a large quantity of deadwood on the trading market? How could Zhang Wuliang not be thrilled? How did you get all this deadwood? Zhang Wuliang immediately sent a message to the seller. He was curious where the other party had sourced such a large quantity of deadwood. Soon, the other party replied, I stumbled upon this deadwood in a secret realm. There was plenty of it there, but I only managed to collect 100 pieces. A secret realm? Zhang Wuliang furrowed his brow slightly and pressed further. Where is this secret realm? Could you tell me? If the other party was willing to reveal the location, he was prepared to trade more equipment for it. However, the other party shook their head. Sorry, I can't tell you the location of that secret realm. It's my own secret. But if you want the deadwood, I can trade you these pieces for your titanium ore. Is that okay, boss? Zhang Wuliang felt a pang of disappointment. Sure enough, this stuff was all about luck. Zhang Wuliang didn't have that luck. He never got the chance to encounter deadwood, while others had already gotten their hands on it first. However, upon hearing that the other party wanted his titanium ore mine, Zhang Wuliang grew displeased. He knew full well that if the other party possessed both the titanium ore mine and the source of the deadwood, it was likely that this person's equipment would surpass his own by a significant margin in the next phase. Though he was already the world's sole master-level pet beast owner, with his pet beast's overall strength standing alone in its tier. But Zhang Wuliang still harbored selfish motives. He didn't want to see anyone else surpass him in strength. After much deliberation, Zhang Wuliang made his decision. Deceive the other party. Even if they traded, he absolutely would not part with the titanium ore. Zhang Wuliang typed directly, I'm very interested in your deadwood. However, I don't have much titanium ore left. I've used it all to craft titanium gear. I can offer something else in exchange. What do you think? Zhang Wuliang waited anxiously for the other party's response. If the other party refused, there was nothing he could do. After all, the deadwood was in the other party's possession, and they were entirely free to refuse the trade. Soon, the other party replied, what do you want to trade me for it? Seeing an opening, Zhang Wuliang quickly offered, how about exchanging iron ingots? What do you think? Iron ingots? The other party seemed somewhat disappointed. I only want titanium ore, not iron ingots. Zhang Wuliang had anticipated this response and quickly countered, don't refuse so hastily. The quantity of iron ingots I offer will absolutely satisfy you. 100 deadwood for 500 iron ingots. How does that sound? 500 iron ingots. This price far exceeded the value of the deadwood itself. While iron ingots weren't exceptionally rare materials, 500 ingots was certainly no small sum. It was enough to craft numerous weapons and equipment. It could even fund a territory upgrade. Especially now, with the recent raid still fresh, everyone's savings are low, and iron ingots remain in short supply these days. Zhang Wuliang offering such a high price meant he was digging deep into his pockets, proof of just how rare the deadwood truly was. Yet the other party still seemed dissatisfied. 500 iron ingots? That's too little. Then how much do you want? Zhang Wuliang asked urgently. He felt uncertain inside, unsure how exorbitant the other party might demand. If the other party demanded too much, he simply couldn't afford it. After all, he didn't have many iron ingots to begin with. 1,000 iron ingots. The man held up 5 fingers. 1,000? Zhang Wuliang was stunned. He hadn't expected the other party to ask for so much. Damn it, this guy really is crazy. 1,000 iron ingots. Zhang Wuliang didn't even have that much himself. But considering the value of the deadwood, Zhang Wuliang gritted his teeth. Alright, I'll add 200 more. 700 iron ingots, that's my absolute bottom line. Zhang Wuliang spoke decisively, adopting a take-it-or-leave-it attitude. Yet inside, his heart was bleeding. 700 ingots. That was no small sum. If the other party still refused, he'd be powerless. Fortunately, the other party seemed swayed by the 700 iron ingots. Fine. 700 iron ingots it is. Fearing Zhang Wuliang might change his mind, he hastily agreed. Deep down, he knew that while deadwood was rare, its value certainly didn't reach 1,000 ingots. His initial exorbitant demand had been a test to gauge Zhang Wuliang's bottom line. To his surprise, Zhang Wuliang had actually raised the offer to 700 iron ingots. This delighted him immensely. After all, iron ingots were hard currency that never depreciated, no matter the era. With 700 iron ingots, he could craft numerous pieces of equipment and even upgrade his domain. As for the deadwood, though rare, it held little practical use for him. He didn't possess any equipment materials crafted from deadwood either. It was better to trade it for iron ingots and strengthen his own capabilities. Agreed. Seeing the other party agree, Zhang Wuliang breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's make the trade immediately. With that, Zhang Wuliang placed 700 iron ingots on the table. Without hesitation, the other party traded over 100 pieces of deadwood. With the transaction complete, Zhang Wuliang felt completely at ease. The other party was also delighted, taking the 700 iron ingots to begin crafting equipment and upgrading their territory. What neither of them knew, however, Zhang Wuliang hadn't used his titanium ore in the transaction at all. In fact, the other party didn't even know the specific uses of the deadwood. It could be said that this deal was a huge win for Zhang Wuliang. Not only did he acquire 100 pieces of deadwood at minimal cost, but he also had the other party unknowingly shoulder the risk for him. Upon receiving the deadwood, Zhang Wuliang wasted no time and immediately began crafting equipment. He pulled out the titanium ingots he'd prepared earlier and combined them with the deadwood to forge a weapon. A flash of light erupted, and a long sword radiating a faint glow materialized in Zhang Wuliang's hand. The sword was entirely silver-white, with faint phosphorescence flickering along its blade, giving it a distinctly technological feel. The blade itself was exceptionally sharp, seemingly capable of slicing through air with ease. At the hilt, a piece of wood in the color of deadwood was inlaid. Though the wood appeared somewhat withered, it radiated a faint wood elemental power that blended perfectly with the titanium's energy. A flicker of delight crossed Zhang Wuliang's eyes. The combination of titanium and deadwood had forged such a perfect weapon. Not only did it look incredibly cool, but its attributes were absolutely formidable. Zhang Wuliang swung the titanium magic sword a few times, feeling its blade light as a feather, almost weightless. Yet with each swing, it stirred the surrounding air, producing a series of whistling sounds. I wonder how powerful this sword truly is. Zhang Wuliang murmured to himself before fixing his gaze on a massive boulder nearby. He planted his feet firmly, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its string, charging straight toward the boulder. Less than a meter from the boulder, Zhang Wuliang suddenly swung his titanium magic sword, bringing it down with all his might. With a loud crack, the boulder was cleaved clean in two by the titanium magic sword. A massive crack spread outward from the point of impact, radiating across the surface. In the blink of an eye, the entire boulder was covered in cracks. Then, with a thunderous crash, the boulder shattered into countless fragments. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wuliang was utterly stunned. He never imagined the titanium magic sword's power could be so terrifying. After all, this was achieved entirely through his own strength. This meant, even without relying on his beast companion's strength, he could now fight on his own. Chapter 62, Tracking the Crystal Energy Lab. Machines keep producing. For the next stretch, Zhang Wuliang plunged back into relentless, day and night grinding. He completed the final stretch of the mountain path. Though unassuming in appearance, this path had consumed a significant portion of Zhang Wuliang's energy. The mountain's terrain was complex, making road construction far from straightforward. Fortunately, Zhang Wuliang possessed both patience and perseverance. After such a long period of effort, he finally completed the road. Gazing at the winding mountain path, Zhang Wuliang's heart swelled with pride. This road was built entirely by his own hands. Moreover, the significance of this path should not be underestimated. During the last boss fight, it was this very path that gave him the chance to engage in a back-and-forth battle with the boss. Otherwise, if the boss had charged into the territory, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now that Zhang Wuliang had completed the final stretch, future situations would be much easier to handle. It also made it easier for Zhang Wuliang to ascend the mountain to visit his dragon-shaped pet beast. After the previous attack, Zhang Wuliang sensed an inexplicable connection forming between himself and the dragon-shaped beast. It seemed to trust him more now. But this was merely Zhang Wuliang's own perception. In reality, the dragon-shaped beast's favorability toward him hadn't actually increased. After accumulating resources over such a long period, the territory had become considerably more abundant. Zhang Wuliang therefore planned to make good use of the lava moat within his domain. Following the previous expansion, this magma moat had become an internal river within the domain. However, Zhang Wuliang had no intention of rerouting it outside the domain. During the previous battle against the boss, this lava moat had proven remarkably effective. Many of the beasts that charged in had fallen into the molten lava, instantly incinerated to ashes. This experience made Zhang Wuliang keenly aware of the lava moat's importance. Therefore, he planned to construct fences along both sides of the magma river to prevent domesticated beasts from accidentally falling in during their duties. Losing a beast to accidental death in the lava would be a loss far greater than any gain. With this in mind, Zhang Wuliang immediately set to work. He first retrieved the leftover iron ingots from before and began forging the fences. These ingots possessed an incredibly hard texture, making them perfectly suited for fence construction. Moreover, railings crafted from iron ingots appeared more aesthetically pleasing and imposing. While constructing the enclosure, Zhang Wuliang also made sure to leave several openings in the fence. These openings were designed to allow the pet beasts easy access in and out of the territory. After all, the beasts needed their own space to roam. If the entire territory were sealed off completely, wouldn't the pets suffocate? As Zhang Wuliang worked diligently, the fences along both sides of the magma river gradually took shape. The facilities within the territory grew increasingly sophisticated, greatly improving the living conditions for the pet beasts. Moreover, Zhang Wuliang had recently acquired several upgraded versions of the universal feed. These feeds proved even more effective than the previous universal formula and held greater appeal for the pets. Zhang Wuliang placed the prepared feed into the feed boxes, awaiting the arrival of wild pets. Sure enough, it wasn't long before large numbers of wild pets were drawn to the scent. Upon catching the scent of the feed, they surged toward the territory. Come on, all of you join my cause. These beasts were essentially free labor. They could help Zhang Wuliang gather resources, construct facilities, and even lend a hand in battles against wild pets. Most crucially, this would also help him expand his repertoire of pet formulas. Such a good opportunity, Zhang Wuliang naturally wouldn't refuse. Lately, the pet factory has been running non-stop. Zhang Wuliang had even bred several new, quite useful working companion creatures. With these new additions, Zhang Wuliang's domain has become even more lively. The pets had clearly defined roles and responsibilities. Some gathered resources, others constructed facilities, while still others patrolled the territory. The entire domain radiates an atmosphere of thriving prosperity. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wuliang felt immense satisfaction. This was all the result of his hard work. However, Zhang Wuliang was not content to rest on his laurels. He had even grander plans awaiting realization. Next, Zhang Wuliang intended to construct more crystal energy technology. The crystal energy automatic flamethrower from last time had left a profound impression on him. Its formidable power had made him keenly aware of the immense potential of crystal energy technology. If he could construct more crystal energy technology, the strength of his domain would be greatly enhanced. Then, even if he encountered another boss like the last one, he would have the confidence to defeat it. However, constructing more crystal energy technology was still no easy feat at present. The core material for crafting crystal energy technology was the crystal energy core. This material was not easily obtained. Zhang Wuliang had previously stockpiled some crystal energy cores, but after constructing the crystal energy auto flamethrower turret, his reserves were nearly depleted. His immediate concern now was how to acquire more crystal energy cores. Zhang Wuliang carefully recalled the crystal energy technology recipes he had obtained before. Within crystal energy technology, there existed an item known as the Crystal Energy Lab Tracker. This tracker's function was to pinpoint the location of crystal energy laboratories. And crystal energy laboratories were precisely where crystal energy cores were manufactured. Zhang Wuliang surmised that this crystal energy laboratory might very well be the key to collecting crystal energy cores. At this realization, Zhang Wuliang's heart leapt with excitement. Crafting one crystal energy lab tracker requires 20 crystal energy cores, 30 crystal energy fragments, 20 steel. Zhang Wuliang currently possessed all these materials, and he had essentially achieved self-sufficiency in steel. He immediately gathered the materials and began crafting the crystal energy lab tracker. With a flash of light, a peculiar device materialized in Zhang Wuliang's hand. The device was circular, with a pointer at its center engraved with strange symbols. Overall, it resembled a compass. Is this the crystal energy lab tracker? Zhang Wuliang examined the device in his hand closely, his curiosity piqued. He gently shook the tracker, noticing the needle begin to turn slowly. But soon, it came to rest in a fixed direction. Is this north? Zhang Wuliang looked at the direction the needle pointed with some confusion. But he quickly realized. This tracker wasn't meant to indicate direction, it was designed to locate the crystal energy lab. The direction the needle pointed to was precisely where the crystal energy lab was located. Zhang Wuliang examined the tracker in his hand more closely. Besides the needle, he noticed a small ring of markings and a faintly glowing light bar. The glow was faint, yet Zhang Wuliang could distinctly sense its presence. It seems the brightness of this light bar must be related to the distance from the crystal energy lab. Zhang Wuliang speculated silently. He decided to test the accuracy of this tracker. Mounting the Firebird, Zhang Wuliang flew toward the direction indicated by the needle. The Firebird flapped its wings, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing steadily on the ground. Zhang Wuliang held the tracker, carefully observing the changes on its surface. The light on the bar seemed to glow slightly brighter than before. It really works! Zhang Wuliang's heart leapt with joy. This tracker could actually pinpoint the location of the crystal energy lab. He continued riding the Firebird forward, constantly monitoring the changes on the tracker. As he advanced, the glow on the light bar grew steadily brighter. This meant he was getting closer and closer to the crystal energy lab. Zhang Wuliang flew onward, his eyes fixed on the device. After an unknown amount of time, he finally noticed the needle on the tracker slowly beginning to move downward. What does this mean? Zhang Wuliang stared at the needle in confusion. As the needle continued its descent, it eventually pointed directly downward. Could it be the crystal energy lab is underground? Zhang Wuliang froze. He had previously speculated whether this crystal energy laboratory might be located in some mysterious place. But he never imagined it would be underground. Still, since the tracker pointed here, it couldn't be wrong. This crystal energy lab must lie beneath his very feet. With that realization, he immediately leaped down from the Firebird. He then drew his Lord's token and summoned the Ice Spike Beast. Ice Spike Beast, dig down and see if you can find anything. Zhang Wuliang pointed at the ground beneath his feet as he spoke to the Ice Spike Beast. The Ice Spike Beast nodded immediately. It extended its front claws and began digging vigorously. As it dug, the surrounding soil was torn apart, revealing a massive pit. Zhang Wuliang stood nearby, watching the pit intently. He had no idea how deep this crystal energy laboratory truly was, so he could only instruct the Ice Spike Beast to keep digging downward. Time ticked by second. The Ice Spike Beast dug deeper and deeper. Finally, after an unknown duration, the Ice Spike Beast abruptly halted its movements. Did it hit something? Zhang Wuliang's heart leapt with joy. He immediately walked to the edge of the pit and peered down. At the bottom of the pit, a massive metal door stood revealed. The door radiated a distinctly technological aura, starkly contrasting with the surrounding earth. Needless to say, this metal door must be the entrance to the crystal energy laboratory. Zhang Wuliang couldn't wait to jump into the pit and reach the metal door. He pushed hard against the door, only to find it wouldn't budge an inch. Looks like this door requires a special way to open. Zhang Wuliang frowned. However, he wasn't worried about not being able to open it. Since the crystal energy tracker had led him here, it meant he was destined to be connected to this crystal energy laboratory. And where there's destiny, there's a way to open the door. Zhang Wuliang began to examine the metal door closely. He noticed a peculiar recess on the metal door, which looked like it was meant to hold something. Could it be that I need to insert the crystal energy core into this groove to open the door? Zhang Wuliang speculated silently. He took a crystal energy core from his backpack and placed it into the groove. With a click, a light suddenly flared up somewhere on the metal door. Immediately afterward, the metal door slowly swung open. A blinding light poured out from behind the door, forcing Zhang Wuliang to shut his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered that beyond the metal door lay a long, winding passageway. Both sides of the passageway shimmered with multicolored lights, radiating a distinctly futuristic, high-tech aura. No doubt about it, this passageway must lead to the crystal energy lab. Holy crap, am I really still in the Pet Beast world? He felt like he'd stepped back into a modern sci-fi movie. Zhang Wuliang held his torch aloft and stepped into the passageway. As he walked, he surveyed his surroundings. This crystal energy lab was even more mysterious than he'd imagined. Various machines lined both sides of the passageway. They all looked incredibly advanced machines Zhang Wuliang had never even seen before. What are these machines for? Zhang Wuliang approached one machine and examined it closely. He noticed various lights flickering on the machine, as if it were still operational. Could it be these machines are still operational? He reached out to touch the machine and felt a faint vibration emanating from it. This discovery left Zhang Wuliang even more astonished. These machines appeared to have been sitting here for who knows how many years, yet they were still operational. This was nothing short of a miracle. Zhang Wuliang continued forward, discovering more and more machines in operation. Some machines flickered with light, others emitted faint sounds, and still others spun continuously. The entire crystal energy laboratory resembled a vast factory, pulsing with life and energy. As Zhang Wuliang ventured deeper, the awe within him grew ever more profound. He finally understood why this crystal energy laboratory was located underground. It was likely to protect these advanced machines from destruction. Just then, Zhang Wuliang suddenly noticed a crystal energy core atop one of the machines. The crystal energy core shimmered with dazzling light, appearing incredibly tempting. How could a crystal energy core be here? Zhang Wuliang approached and discovered the machine was actually manufacturing crystal energy cores. A conveyor belt ran along the machine, continuously churning out crystal energy cores that dropped into a nearby box. Holy crap, this machine can actually produce crystal energy cores. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Over 5,000 cores in total. He never imagined there would be so many here. Zhang Wuliang immediately stowed all the crystal energy cores into his backpack. With these crystal energy cores, his pet beasts would level up much faster. However, Zhang Wuliang also noticed a problem. The machine's production speed seemed rather slow. He stood by and observed for a while, noting that the machine only produced one crystal energy core every 5 minutes. This is way too slow. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but frown. Chapter 63, Departure. Encountering a secret realm, a two-headed pet beast. Still, something was better than nothing. Zhang Wuliang didn't complain. After all, this place wasn't far from his territory, and he could return anytime to collect more. Just as Zhang Wuliang was about to continue forward to see what lay ahead, just then, he suddenly heard a strange sound. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound resembled water boiling, sending a chill through Zhang Wuliang's heart. He immediately followed the sound and discovered it was coming from a room ahead. Zhang Wuliang cautiously pushed open the door and peered inside. In the center of the room stood a massive pool. The water churned incessantly, producing the gurgling sound. And in the very center of the pool lay a gigantic egg. This egg appeared enormous, easily as big as a person. Its surface shimmered with multicolored light, giving it an air of profound mystery. What kind of egg is this? He had never seen an egg this large, let alone one whose surface shimmered with light. Zhang Wuliang stepped closer and noticed strange patterns etched into the egg's surface. These patterns looked incredibly complex, like some kind of mysterious symbol. Could this be a pet beast egg? If this truly was a pet beast egg, the creature that hatched from it would surely be incredibly powerful. A thought struck Zhang Wuliang, and he reached out to touch the egg. He intended to take it back and see if it could be hatched. However, the moment his hand touched the egg, he suddenly felt an immense force surge out from within it. This force was so powerful it actually sent Zhang Wuliang flying. Damn it! Zhang Wuliang crashed to the ground. This egg contained such immense power. Zhang Wuliang scrambled to his feet and approached the egg once more. He wanted to try again to carry the egg back, but feared being knocked flying once more. Zhang Wuliang circled the egg once, silently speculating in his mind. This egg seemed incredibly mysterious, and the power within it was immense. If he could take it back and successfully hatch it, he would gain a powerful beast companion. However, the egg's power was overwhelmingly strong. Taking it away would likely prove far from easy. Zhang Wuliang steadied his nerves and reached out to touch the egg once more. He wanted to see if he could muster greater strength to suppress the egg's power. Yet the moment his hand touched the egg again, that immense force surged forth once more. Zhang Wuliang felt a tremendous force blast him backward, sending him crashing heavily to the ground once more. He let out a wail of pain, feeling as though his body was about to shatter. He lay on the ground catching his breath for a moment before slowly crawling to his feet. It seemed utterly impossible for him to take this egg. Zhang Wuliang sighed and turned toward the entrance. Forget it. Since he couldn't take the egg, there was no point forcing the issue. He already possessed numerous powerful beasts, one more wouldn't make a difference. Besides, the egg wasn't going anywhere, he could always come back for it later. Just as Zhang Wuliang reached the doorway, his eyes suddenly lit up. He noticed a control console beside the doorway. The console looked extremely sophisticated, covered with all sorts of buttons. What exactly is this console for? Zhang Wuliang's curiosity piqued. He walked over to examine it closely. As Zhang Wuliang casually pressed one of the buttons, the adjacent wall suddenly began to warp. Immediately, a massive black hole appeared in the wall. The black hole seemed profoundly deep. Is this the entrance to a secret realm? Zhang Wuliang's eyes widened in astonishment. A secret realm entrance was hidden here. The last secret realm he discovered contained numerous powerful enemies and rich rewards. Though he'd faced some dangers, he'd ultimately secured quite a few valuable items. Now that he'd found another secret realm entrance, Zhang Wuliang naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. Without hesitation, he strode toward the black hole. The moment his body touched the black hole, he felt a powerful force pull him in. Immediately afterward, Zhang Wuliang found himself transported to an unfamiliar place. The place looked utterly desolate, covered in barren rocks and yellow sand. The sky held neither sun nor clouds, merely a hazy gray expanse. This secret realm seemed utterly barren, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, the more desolate a place seemed, the more likely it was to conceal some treasure or secret. Zhang Wuliang walked forward. He was determined to see what this hidden realm truly held. After wandering through the secret realm for a long time, Zhang Wuliang finally spotted some creatures. These creatures appeared utterly bizarre. Some resembled gigantic insects, others strange plants, and still others shrouded in dark, swirling mists. Startled, Zhang Wuliang immediately grew wary. However, though these creatures seemed powerful, they did not actively attack him. Zhang Wuliang silently breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously continued forward. After traversing the secret realm for a while, Zhang Wuliang suddenly came upon a stone door. The door appeared enormous, its surface carved with intricate, mysterious symbols and patterns. Approaching the door, Zhang Wuliang gave it a gentle push, only to feel a powerful force blocking the entrance. Behind this stone door, a great secret must be hidden. Zhang Wuliang reached out to touch the stone door. The moment his fingers made contact, an intense vibration surged through his hand. A dazzling light flared from his palm, growing ever brighter. Zhang Wuliang felt immense power radiating from his hand, shaking the entire stone door violently. Finally, with a blinding flash of white light, a crack suddenly appeared in the stone door. As the door swung open, Zhang Wuliang beheld a passageway leading deep underground. The passage appeared profoundly deep, as if leading straight to the Earth's core. Zhang Wuliang cautiously approached the entrance and began descending the passageway. After walking for a while, he suddenly heard a strange sound. It sounded like some kind of creature murmuring to itself. Zhang Wuliang immediately stopped and listened intently. After a moment, he made out the words. Hiss, hiss. Judging by the sound, it was two pet beasts. They were emitting savage growls from within. Though he couldn't understand the words, it sounded like they were arguing. Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat. He cautiously peered inside. At the end of the passage lay a massive cavern, within which sat a two-headed dog-like beast. This two-headed dog was enormous, standing 2 to 3 meters tall, its entire body covered in black fur. Both heads bore pairs of blood-red eyes, radiating a fierce, menacing glare. At that moment, the two-headed dog stood locked in a standoff with another beast. The other creature resembled a colossal python, its body as thick as a water barrel and stretching over 10 meters in length. Its body was covered in thick scales, appearing incredibly hard. The giant serpent's eyes were fixed intently on the two-headed dog, hissing incessantly from its mouth. What are these two beasts doing? Zhang Wuliang watched them quietly, his curiosity piqued. After a moment, he finally understood. Before the two-headed dog lay a massive stone. The stone was covered in all sorts of strange symbols and patterns, looking incredibly mysterious. And over by the giant serpent, there was another stone identical to it. These two beasts seemed to be fighting over these two stones. Zhang Wuliang instantly grasped the situation. These stones were definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, these two beasts wouldn't be fighting over them. Zhang Wuliang circled around the two beasts, wanting to examine the stones up close. As he approached them, he instantly sensed a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from the stones. A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Wuliang's eyes. These stones must be incredibly valuable. However, now was not the time to seize them, as the two beasts remained nearby. Zhang Wuliang silently studied the stones. After a moment, he suddenly noticed that although the stones appeared identical, their colors differed slightly. The stone on the left was darker, appearing almost black, while the one on the right was lighter, resembling a shade of gray. What's going on here? Zhang Wuliang scrutinized the stones closely. After a while, he suddenly realized that the color difference between the stones seemed related to their energy fluctuations. The black stone on the left emitted intensely strong energy fluctuations, while the gray stone on the right radiated relatively weaker ones. How interesting. I just wonder what practical use this could possibly have. But whatever they were, he absolutely had to take them back for a proper study. But with these two beasts standing right beside him, taking the stones away wouldn't be easy. Zhang Wuliang quietly backed away. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could have the Icefield cat distract the two beasts, then seize the opportunity to take the stones himself. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang summoned the ice cat. The moment it appeared, it let out a loud roar. Hearing the sound, both pet beasts turned their heads to look. However, when they saw the Icefield cat, a hint of disdain flashed in their eyes. Clearly, they held the ice cat in no regard whatsoever. Both of these pet beasts were of considerable rank and possessed formidable strength naturally, they wouldn't give a tiny Icefield cat a second thought. Zhang Wuliang frowned. These two pets were surprisingly arrogant. But that was fine. Since they were so arrogant, they'd be easier to trick. Zhang Wuliang sneered inwardly, then quietly commanded the ice cat to retrieve the two stones. The ice cat understood Zhang Wuliang's intent and crept silently toward the stones. But just then, the two beasts abruptly turned their heads and glared at the ice cat. A hint of wariness flashed in their eyes, as if they had sensed the ice cat's intent. Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected these two beasts to react with such sharpness. Nevertheless, he had no intention of giving up. He discreetly signaled to the ice cat with a glance, urging it to proceed. The ice cat nodded and continued walking toward the two stones. Seeing the ice cat still approaching, anger flared in the eyes of the two beasts. They growled lowly, as if warning the ice cat not to make a rash move. Yet the ice cat didn't halt its steps, persistently advancing toward the two stones. The two beasts could no longer contain themselves. They let out a deafening roar in unison and lunged at the ice cat. The ice cat was incredibly swift and agile. It darted left and right, effortlessly evading the attacks of the two beasts. Seeing their strike miss, both beasts flashed a look of astonishment in their eyes. This seemingly frail ice cat had actually evaded their assault. The two-headed dog opened its maw and lunged at the ice cat once more. The giant serpent also coiled its massive body, slithering toward the ice cat. Their attacks were ferocious. Any ordinary beast would have been torn to shreds by now. Yet the ice cat remained undaunted. It continued to dodge left and right, skillfully maneuvering around the two beasts. Though weak in strength, the ice cat had honed extraordinary escape skills through its own training. If it chose to flee, even the mightiest beast of burden couldn't easily catch it. Just then, Zhang Wuliang suddenly noticed that the two beasts' attention was completely fixated on the ice cat. They were utterly focused on attacking the ice cat, completely unaware that Zhang Wuliang had quietly approached the two stones. Zhang Wuliang knew his chance had come. He crept up beside the two stones and grabbed them in one swift motion. The moment his palms touched the stones, he felt a powerful surge of energy emanating from them. Zhang Wuliang stowed the stones into his backpack. After doing all this, Zhang Wuliang immediately turned and ran. He dared not linger, for both beasts possessed formidable strength. If they reacted, he would be in grave danger. However, Zhang Wuliang wasn't worried about the Icefield cat. The Icefield cat was incredibly swift. Even if those two beasts tried to attack it, they would never be able to catch up. Sure enough, by the time the two beasts realized what had happened, Zhang Wuliang was already far away. They let out furious roars and gave chase after Zhang Wuliang. Yet their speed proved insufficient. Zhang Wuliang sprinted forward with all his might. By the time he burst out of the secret realm's exit, the two beasts had also reached the exit. Yet they did not pursue him further. This was due to a unique rule of the secret realm: beasts within could not leave its confines. This was precisely why Zhang Wuliang could enter and exit the secret realm unimpeded. Seeing that the two beasts hadn't followed him out, Zhang Wuliang breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced back at the two beasts, who stood at the exit, snarling furiously at him. Zhang Wuliang flipped them off before turning and walking away. The moment he stepped outside, he immediately pulled out the two stones. Chapter 64, Intermediate Mounted Pet Beast. Speed multiplied. Ha! This is a huge win. Zhang Wuliang stared at the two stones in his hands, his face lighting up with excitement. Both stones were crucial resources for enhancing pet beast power. One was an incubation stone, an extremely rare item that improved the temperament and innate talents of pets hatched from eggs. Having spent so much time in the pet beast world, Zhang Wuliang had gained considerable expertise in studying them. A pet beast's temperament and innate talents largely determined its future potential. If a pet beast possessed a violent temperament and low innate talent, no amount of training could easily turn it into a powerful pet beast. Conversely, a pet beast with a gentle temperament and outstanding innate talent, given proper nurturing, is certain to become a formidable companion in the future. And this incubation stone can alter a pet beast's temperament and innate talents. Simply use this incubation stone to hatch a pet beast egg, and you are guaranteed to obtain a pet beast with a gentle temperament and outstanding innate abilities. As for the other stone, it is the growth stone. This stone is also incredibly powerful, granting the pet beast a greater chance to awaken new skills during its growth. A pet beast's skills are one of the key factors determining its strength. A pet beast possessing formidable skills will undoubtedly become exceptionally powerful. However, pet skills don't awaken casually. At least so far, Zhang Wuliang had yet to discover any other methods to grant pets additional skills beyond catering to their preferences to increase their affection. Therefore, what skills a pet beast awakens and how many it possesses are entirely innate, a matter of luck. Yet this growth stone offers a greater chance for pets to awaken new skills. By absorbing the energy within this growth stone, they gain the chance to awaken new abilities. Zhang Wuliang gazed at the two stones in his hands, his heart swelling with anticipation. He couldn't wait to see what kind of pet creatures would hatch from these stones. Upon returning home, Zhang Wuliang headed straight for the pet beast factory. He placed the incubation stones into the pet beast factory's incubation chamber and set the pet beast eggs he had obtained earlier onto them. With everything prepared, Zhang Wuliang stood nearby, waiting quietly. He wanted to witness firsthand how the new pet beasts would hatch from their eggs. Time ticked by second. Zhang Wuliang watched as a crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the pet beast egg. The crack rapidly widened until the entire pet beast egg shattered open. A tiny creature emerged from the egg. This pet beast egg was the result of breeding a ghost messenger with a blazing sparrow, requiring an exceptionally long incubation period. The outcome of its hatching was bound to be remarkable. When Zhang Wuliang saw this little creature, a look of astonishment spread across his face. The creature wasn't very large, appearing about the size of a small puppy. Its body was covered in black feathers, resembling a tiny black bird. Yet atop its head grew a pair of golden horns, giving it an air of both majesty and cuteness. Beyond the golden horns, its tail also differed from ordinary bird-type pets. Its tail was exceptionally long, adorned with patches of golden fur. Pet beast, Shadow Fiend's sister. Name, unnamed. Level, 1. Attributes, Dark Element Expert. Abilities, HP, 571, Attack, 39, Defense, 13, Speed, 105. Personality, Curious, Swift, Elite. Skills, Shadow Dash. The Shadow Beast moves like a meteor, trailing a brilliant tail, reacting with heightened speed during this state. Shadow Sphere, Dark exclusive skill that summons a shadow orb possessing potent absorption effects. Special ability, Intermediate Flight Mount. The Shadow Beast can carry its tamer through extended aerial travel at high speed with minimal stamina depletion. Description: the Shadow Beast originally inhabited the subterranean world as a ferocious creature renowned for its speed. Particularly in pitch-black environments, its movements became nearly impossible for other creatures to detect. However, a cataclysmic event in the subterranean realm rendered its habitat inhospitable. The Shadow Fiend beast emerged to the surface, though it remains largely averse to terrestrial conditions. Consequently, it primarily roams during nighttime hours, when conditions most closely resemble its underground origins. Zhang Wuliang's face betrayed utter shock. This beast's speed was astonishingly fast. A pet beast's speed largely determined its strength. A swift beast holds a significant advantage, whether in launching attacks or evading enemy strikes. And this shadow beast's speed had reached a staggering 105 points. But this demon shadow beast was only level 1. If it's already this fast at such a low level, won't its speed become utterly insane as it levels up? Zhang Wuliang's mind stirred. He suddenly recalled the shadow fiend's temperament. Among its traits was divine speed, no wonder it moved so swiftly. Beyond shock, Zhang Wuliang's heart brimmed with delight. The incubation stone truly worked. The pets he hatched using the fertility stone, both in temperament and innate abilities, far surpassed ordinary pets. Zhang Wuliang's anticipation grew even stronger. He wanted to see just how far this shadow beast could grow in the future. Zhang Wuliang reached out and gently stroked the shadow fiend's head. The shadow beast seemed to thoroughly enjoy Zhang Wuliang's touch, closing its eyes and wearing an expression of pure contentment. From now on, you'll be called Xiao He, Zhang Wuliang named the shadow beast. Upon hearing Zhang Wuliang's words, the shadow beast opened its eyes and looked at him, as if responding. Zhang Wuliang smiled. He now had another powerful ally. With its incredible speed, the shadow beast would prove invaluable in both combat and escape. Moreover, it could be ridden. This meant that whenever Zhang Wuliang needed to travel, the time required for the journey would be cut by at least half, and climbing mountains would be much faster. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang patted the shadow beast's head and said, "Little Black, stay here for now. I'll go find you something to eat." The shadow beast seemed to understand Zhang Wuliang's words. It nodded and stood obediently in place. Zhang Wuliang turned and left the incubation chamber, returning with some meat and universal feed from the supply bin. He placed the meat before the shadow beast and urged, "Little Black, eat up." The shadow beast's eyes lit up at the scent of meat. It immediately lunged forward and began devouring it in large bites. Seeing the shadow beast eat so heartily, Zhang Wuliang felt a surge of joy. Pet beasts require the most nutrition during their juvenile stage. Only with ample nourishment could they grow swiftly. Zhang Wuliang stayed by the shadow beast's side, watching it devour the meat. He discovered the beast had an astonishingly large appetite. It devoured several pounds of meat in one sitting and still showed no signs of being full. Startled, Zhang Wuliang fetched more meat. The shadow beast grew even more delighted at the sight of more meat and continued devouring it in huge bites. As the shadow beast consumed more and more meat, Zhang Wuliang noticed something astonishing. The beast's body was visibly growing at a rapid pace. Initially, it was only the size of a small dog, but after consuming all that meat, its frame had grown significantly larger. Zhang Wuliang felt a quiet surge of delight. This was because the shadow beast possessed exceptional innate talent, allowing it to absorb nutrients at an astonishing rate. At this rate, the shadow beast would soon reach full maturity. Zhang Wuliang stayed by its side the entire time, watching it eat and grow. After a long while, the shadow beast finally finished eating. Zhang Wuliang stood up and said to the shadow beast, "Little Black, you've eaten your fill. Let's go out for some exercise." The shadow beast seemed to understand Zhang Wuliang's words. It wagged its tail and followed him outside. Zhang Wuliang led the shadow beast outside. A sudden thought occurred to him. He wanted to test the shadow beast's flying ability. After all, the shadow beast possessed moderate flying mount capabilities. He wondered how long it would take to ride it to the mountain peak. Zhang Wuliang patted the beast's head and said, "Shohei, carry me to the mountaintop." Upon hearing Zhang Wuliang's command, the shadow beast immediately lay down on the ground, signaling for him to mount its back. Without hesitation, Zhang Wuliang wrapped his arms around its neck and flipped himself onto its back. Its back was broad and sturdy, providing a remarkably stable ride. "Little Black, let's go." The shadow beast flapped its wings, lifting its massive body into the air. Zhang Wuliang felt the wind howling past his ears as their bodies soared through the sky. The shadow beast's speed was astonishing. It traced a graceful arc through the sky, soaring toward the mountain peak. Riding upon its back, Zhang Wuliang felt remarkably secure, with no fear of falling. He gazed down at the scenery below, filled with delight. The shadow beast's speed far exceeded Zhang Wuliang's expectations. It streaked through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Riding upon its back, Zhang Wuliang felt the air rushing past him at breakneck speed, his hair standing on end from the force of the wind. The faster the shadow beast charged, the more exhilarated Zhang Wuliang became. He had never experienced such blistering speed before. Though riding the blazing sparrow bird had been fast before, it paled in comparison to the shadow beast. The blazing sparrow's pace felt like a car cruising on the highway, while the demon shadow beast's speed was like a supersonic fighter jet. Only now did Zhang Wuliang realize they had covered vast distances in such a short time. The shadow beast's speed was truly astonishing. Before long, Zhang Wuliang saw the mountaintop looming close before him. The shadow beast's speed did not disappoint him. With a flap of its wings, the shadow beast landed steadily on a massive boulder atop the mountain. Zhang Wuliang glanced at the time and was even more delighted. "Xiaohei, you're incredibly fast. We've reached the summit in just over 30 minutes. He recalled that riding the blazing sparrow to the summit had taken a full 2 hours. The shadow beast's speed was more than double that of the firebird. Zhang Wuliang silently resolved to nurture the shadow beast diligently from now on, making it grow even stronger. "Little Black, let's go see that sealed dragon-shaped beast again." I'll introduce you to that big guy. Who knows, maybe you'll become companions someday. The shadow beast seemed to understand Zhang Wuliang's words. It wagged its tail and carried him toward the sealed land. Soon, they arrived above the sealed site. Riding atop the shadow beast, Zhang Wuliang looked down to see the dragon-shaped beast lying motionless on the ground. But just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The dragon-shaped beast seemed to sense the shadow beast's presence. It abruptly raised its head, its pair of blood-red eyes locking onto them. Immediately, the dragon-shaped beast began thrashing violently, its chains clanking loudly as it struggled. Zhang Wuliang watched in shock. He didn't know why the dragon-shaped beast had suddenly become so violent. Could it be that the aura of the shadow fiend had provoked it? Zhang Wuliang patted the shadow fiend's back and urgently commanded, "Xiaohei, get us out of here." The shadow beast sensed the danger too. With a flap of its wings, it swiftly carried Zhang Wuliang away from the sealed area. Only after flying a considerable distance did Zhang Wuliang breathe a sigh of relief. He glanced back at the sealed area. The dragon-shaped beast had already regained its composure, lying motionless on the ground. How peculiar. Why has this dragon-shaped beast suddenly become so violent? Zhang Wuliang was filled with confusion. Just then, Zhang Wuliang suddenly noticed that the dragon-shaped pet beast was now covered in a thick layer of black mist. This dark mist rose from beneath its body, swirling around it and making it appear even more ferocious and terrifying. What's going on? Where did this black mist come from? Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know what the black mist signified, but he was certain it wasn't anything good. The shadow beast also sensed the dark mist. It let out a low growl, seemingly filled with hostility toward the dark mist. "Xiaohei, don't worry. Let's assess the situation." Zhang Wuliang patted the demon shadow beast's back, soothing its agitated state. He frowned as he studied the sealed area. Where exactly did this black mist come from? Why was it emanating from the dragon-shaped beast? Could it be that this dragon-shaped beast was about to undergo some kind of transformation? Just then, Zhang Wuliang suddenly noticed that the black mist seemed to be rising from beneath the ground. He looked closely and indeed discovered the black mist was rising from the ground beneath the dragon-shaped beast. Could it be that something has changed within the mountain itself, affecting the dragon-shaped pet beast? Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat. He had no idea what secrets lay hidden within the mountain's core, but one thing was certain: this black mist was definitely no good. The shadow beast also sensed the dangerous aura. It let out a low growl, seemingly wanting to charge forward and battle the black mist. "Xiaohei, don't be impulsive." These dark vapors looked extremely sinister. He didn't know if they possessed any special abilities. If the shadow beast suffered any damage, it would be a loss far greater than any gain. Chapter 65, Discovering the Underground World. The plan to retrieve the sword in the stone. The shadow beast seemed to understand Zhang Wuliang's words. It nodded, reining in its aura and calming its impulsive nature. Zhang Wuliang rode the shadow beast through the mountains, carefully observing his surroundings in search of clues. Here, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The trees here seemed to grow exceptionally densely, and their canopies appeared covered in ice crystals. What's going on here? Could there be some kind of special energy field? A thought struck Zhang Wuliang. He immediately commanded the shadow beast to land, wanting to examine the trees up close. Zhang Wuliang leapt down from the demon shadow beast and scrutinized the trees. He saw that the crowns of these trees were all covered in ice crystals. In the morning sunlight, these ice crystals shimmered with dazzling brilliance, lending the entire mountain forest an air of even greater mystery. Suddenly, he noticed what appeared to be a massive cave on the adjacent mountaintop. A cave? Zhang Wuliang immediately commanded the shadow beast to fly over. Moments later, he stood before the cave entrance, which was sealed by a massive stone door engraved with strange symbols. What are these symbols? Could they be the key to sealing the dragon-shaped beast? Zhang Wuliang speculated as he commanded the shadow beast to fetch a massive stone. Zhang Wuliang positioned the boulder before the stone door, then commanded the ice spike beast to hoist it and smash the door with all its might. The thunderous impact echoed through the cavern, reverberating so intensely it made Zhang Wuliang's ears ring. Suddenly, a wisp of black mist seeped from the stone door. Black mist? Zhang Wuliang cautiously took a few steps back. The black mist swirled around the stone door, as if striving to break through its seal. Staring at the mist, Zhang Wuliang was struck by a bold thought. Could it be that this cave hides some secret, and this black mist is its guardian? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning erupted from within the black mist. Lightning? Zhang Wuliang immediately took several steps back, utterly unprepared for the black mist to unleash lightning. The shadow beast also sensed the danger. It flew over instantly, shielding Zhang Wuliang behind it. A massive bolt of lightning surged from the black mist, hurtling straight toward Zhang Wuliang and the demon shadow beast. Run! Zhang Wuliang scrambled backward, while the shadow beast carried him deeper into the cave. They plunged deep into the cavern, finally escaping the colossal bolt of lightning. Zhang Wuliang glanced back at the cave entrance, where the lightning bolt had shattered the stone door completely. At that very moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the cavern. Roar! Zhang Wuliang froze instantly, clutching the demon shadow beast's shoulders tightly as he listened intently to the sound. The sound grew ever closer, and Zhang Wuliang could even feel the surrounding air trembling. Suddenly, a colossal figure materialized at the cave entrance. The dragon-shaped beast had been released from its seal. Its eyes blazed with madness as it charged straight toward Zhang Wuliang and the Shadow Fiend beast. "This is bad. Run!" Zhang Wuliang immediately mounted the Shadow Beast and flew deep into the cave. The dragon-shaped beast was incredibly swift. Zhang Wuliang and the Shadow Fiend barely evaded its attack by pushing themselves to their absolute limits. During their flight, Zhang Wuliang glanced back and saw the dragon-shaped beast had not pursued them further, instead halting at the cave entrance. "Why isn't it chasing us?" Zhang Wuliang felt puzzled. He looked closely and was stunned. The dragon-shaped beast's form gradually became ethereal, ultimately dissolving into a shadowy silhouette that vanished into thin air. Zhang Wuliang froze, utterly stunned that the dragon-shaped beast had vanished so abruptly. He carefully recalled the previous scene and finally caught a clue. Though the dragon-shaped beast had appeared lifelike moments ago, he had sensed no trace of living energy emanating from it. Moreover, its body seemed somewhat ethereal, as if composed of shadowy fragments. Could it be that wasn't a real dragon-shaped beast at all, but merely a cloned shadow? A thought struck Zhang Wuliang, and he immediately commanded the shadow beast to fly back to the cave entrance. The cave entrance now lay in utter disarray, the stone door shattered by lightning, surrounding rocks cracked and crumbled. Yet at the entrance, there was no trace of the dragon-shaped beast. Just as I suspected, it wasn't a real dragon-shaped beast. Thank goodness it wasn't, or I'd have been in real trouble. Zhang Wuliang breathed a sigh of relief. But what secrets lie within this cave? What secrets did this cave conceal? Why did such eerie shadows appear? Zhang Wuliang resolved to venture deeper into the cave in search of answers. He rode the shadow beast deep into the cavern, carefully observing his surroundings along the way. The cave was pitch black, and Zhang Wuliang could only rely on the demon shadow beast's night vision to make out his surroundings. After flying for quite some time, they finally reached the end of the cave. There, at the cave's terminus, lay a vast cavern shrouded in an eerie aura. Zhang Wuliang dismounted from the demon shadow beast and proceeded cautiously on foot into the cavern. The cavern descended deep underground. Zhang Wuliang followed the passage downward, and soon, the scene before him suddenly opened up. It turned out that the bottom of this cave was actually a vast underground world. Zhang Wuliang rode the shadow beast into this subterranean realm and was astonished to find it so vast. Towering stone walls rose all around, resembling colossal castles standing deep beneath the earth. Between these walls lay a vast, open expanse. Surveying his surroundings, Zhang Wuliang realized this place held no sign of life whatsoever. No trees, no flowers or grass, not even a single insect could be seen. It felt like a world of utter stillness, inhabited only by the two of them as outsiders. Yet what astonished Zhang Wuliang was that despite the absence of life, scattered patches of luminous grass grew here and there. These plants emitted a soft glow, casting a faint light across the entire subterranean realm. He rode his shadow beast toward the glowing grasses, wanting to examine them closely. Obtained one blow grass. As Zhang Wuliang drew near the glowing grass, a strange sound suddenly echoed through the air. Zhang Wuliang immediately halted his steps, scanning his surroundings warily as he tried to locate the source of the sound. Yet, the surroundings were utterly silent. Beyond the glowing grass, nothing could be seen. Just then, a faint breeze swept by, and Zhang Wuliang suddenly felt a chill wash over him. He looked up and froze in shock. Emerging from the surrounding darkness were strange pet beasts. These creatures were bizarre in form, some resembled giant insects, others fierce beasts, and still others eerie ghosts. Each emitted a faint glow, flickering in and out of view within the darkness, as if playing hide-and-seek with Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang gripped the self-defense weapon he had just forged tightly, watching the creatures warily. He had no idea where these creatures came from, nor whether they were aggressive. Yet to his surprise, the creatures did not attack him. They merely lingered in the darkness for a moment before vanishing into the shadows. This only deepened Zhang Wuliang's sense of unease. He wanted to continue exploring this mysterious underground world in search of more answers. Along the way, they encountered all manner of strange creatures. Some resembled massive stones covered in strange patterns, others appeared as swirling masses of black mist drifting through the air, still others flickered like streaks of lightning in the darkness. Each of these creatures appeared only briefly in the darkness before vanishing back into the shadows. What puzzled Zhang Wuliang, however, was that these creatures did not attack them. They seemed merely inhabitants of this subterranean realm, showing no interest in Zhang Wuliang, the outsider. As Zhang Wuliang cautiously explored forward, he observed these peculiar creatures. He noticed that despite their varied forms, they all emitted an eerie aura. This aura unsettled Zhang Wuliang, leaving him uncertain whether these creatures posed a threat. However, to his surprise, the shadow beast seemed unusually excited in this subterranean realm. It scanned its surroundings as if searching for something, radiating a cheerful aura. "Shadow beast, what's wrong?" Zhang Wuliang asked curiously, having never seen the shadow beast this excited before. The shadow beast turned its head to glance at Zhang Wuliang, a hint of familiarity flickering in its eyes. Zhang Wuliang immediately understood why the shadow beast was so excited. The shadow beast was inherently an underground pet beast, having lived its entire life in the dark subterranean world. Though it had become his pet beast, it still retained an innate affection for the subterranean realm deep within its bones. Therefore, upon returning to this subterranean realm, it naturally felt a sense of familiarity and excitement. Zhang Wuliang patted the shadow beast's head and said with a smile, "Since you like this place so much, let's explore it thoroughly." As if understanding Zhang Wuliang's words, the shadow beast let out an excited snort before carrying him swiftly in a certain direction. The shadow beast raced through the air. Zhang Wuliang made no attempt to stop it, eager to see where it was headed. Before long, the shadow beast halted before a colossal stone wall. The wall soared dozens of meters high, resembling a natural barrier that divided the underground world into separate, distinct regions. "Shadow beast, why did you bring me here?" Zhang Wuliang asked curiously. The shadow beast turned its head to glance at Zhang Wuliang, then gently nudged the stone wall with its head. A thought struck Zhang Wuliang, and he instantly understood the shadow beast's intent. It seemed to be telling him that something important lay beyond this stone wall. Zhang Wuliang approached the stone wall and examined it closely. He pushed hard against the stone wall, only to find it wouldn't budge an inch. It seemed that gaining access to the space beyond this stone wall would not be a simple matter. "Demon Shadow, what should I do if this stone wall won't budge?" Zhang Wuliang turned to ask the shadow beast. The shadow beast merely glanced at it before charging headfirst into the stone wall. With a sharp crack, the stone wall shattered into pieces. Zhang Wuliang watched the scene in astonishment, never expecting the shadow beast to possess such power. They passed through the shattered wall and entered a dimly lit stone chamber. In the center of the chamber stood a massive black stone platform. Upon it lay a tattered ancient text and a sword that glowed with a mysterious light. Zhang Wuliang's gaze was drawn to the sword. Its blade bore intricate, enigmatic patterns, while its hilt was adorned with a brilliantly sparkling gemstone. Zhang Wuliang could sense the powerful aura emanating from the sword, an aura that left him somewhat awestruck. He stepped forward, intending to draw the sword. However, when he gripped the hilt and strained to pull it free, the sword did not budge an inch. He tried again, but still couldn't pull it free. "Can't pull it out?" He examined the stones surrounding the sword closely and realized these were no ordinary rocks. They possessed a mysterious black hue, their surfaces shimmering with scattered starlight. Zhang Wuliang's mind stirred. He surmised these stones might be crafted from some special material, possessing extraordinary hardness and toughness. The fact that the sword was stuck in these stones, unable to be pulled out, also spoke to its extraordinary nature. "Damn it! Such a precious treasure just sitting here, and I can't even get it?" He glanced back at the shadow beast, which was now curiously examining the stone chamber. "Demon Shadow, do you have any idea how to pull this sword out?" Zhang Wuliang asked. The shadow beast turned its head to glance at Zhang Wuliang, then shook its head. It seemed equally helpless in extracting the sword. Zhang Wuliang felt a pang of disappointment, but he refused to give up. Since this sword could appear here, there must be a way to pull it out. He scrutinized the sword and the surrounding rocks once more, and suddenly an idea formed in his mind. He recalled some knowledge he had learned in school. Perhaps he could try to extract the sword. Zhang Wuliang reasoned, under sudden extreme cold, the rock might fracture. I could exploit this principle to shatter the stone surrounding the sword and pull it free. However, to realize this idea, he needed to find something capable of generating extreme cold. He opened his beast taming space and scanned the creatures within, quickly identifying a suitable candidate. The ice spike beast. It could spew frigid ice mist, perfect for creating the sudden freezing conditions needed. Zhang Wuliang summoned the ice spike beast from his beast taming space. Pointing at the stones encircling the sword, he commanded, "Ice spike beast, spew your coldest ice mist upon these stones. Do not stop." The ice spike beast looked puzzled but obeyed Zhang Wuliang's command. Opening its mouth, it expelled a stream of frigid mist toward the stones. The mist touched the stones, immediately producing a hissing sound as a layer of frost rapidly formed on their surfaces. As time passed, the frost grew thicker and thicker, and the stones themselves began to emit faint cracking sounds. Chapter 66, Darkness Tentacles Appearing in Daylight. The Tentacle's Nemesis. It actually works. Zhang Wuliang's heart leapt with joy. He immediately commanded the ice spike beast to continue spewing the icy mist. Through the ice spike beast's relentless efforts, the cracks on the stone's surface multiplied and grew larger. Finally, when a stone cracked with a sharp snap, unable to withstand the alternating extremes of freezing cold and intense heat, Zhang Wuliang knew the moment had arrived. He instantly summoned the ghost messenger and pointed at the sword, commanding, "Ghost messenger, go pull out that sword." The spectral messenger instantly drifted to the sword's side, extending a phantom hand to grasp its hilt. Then, it pulled with all its might. With a sharp crack, the sword once firmly embedded in the stone was effortlessly drawn by the ghostly messenger. "Fantastic!" Zhang Wuliang exclaimed excitedly. He immediately stepped forward and took the sword from the spirit messenger's grasp. As he gripped the hilt, a powerful aura emanated from the blade, sending a shiver down his spine. He examined the sword in his hands carefully, noticing its uniquely striking appearance. The blade bore mysterious blue patterns, while a golden thread ran along the spine, extending all the way to the tip. He gave the sword a light flick, and a faint whistling sound cut through the air. Where the tip passed, the very atmosphere seemed to split in two. "What a sword!" He couldn't help but utter his admiration. Not only was this sword uniquely crafted, but it was also exceptionally sharp. Acquired one Sword of Darkness. Zhang Wuliang sheathed the sword named Sword of Darkness / However, at that very moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss in the surrounding atmosphere. He looked up to see countless dark tentacles suddenly sprouting from the once serene stone chamber. These things were common in the night, and he had encountered them many times before. Yet encountering them again in the underground world was something Zhang Wuliang hadn't anticipated. He knew these dark tentacles were extremely dangerous. They could wrap around their prey, dragging it into the darkness to slowly devour it. Zhang Wuliang's heart tightened. He immediately gripped the Sword of Darkness in his hand, watching the surrounding dark tentacles warily. These creatures weren't entirely unbeatable, though. After all, they were extremely vulnerable to fire. If he could attack them with flames, he could disperse them. Unfortunately, he hadn't brought the blazing bird with him this time, so he couldn't use his pet's fire-breathing skill to disperse these dark tentacles. Just as he felt at a loss, an idea suddenly struck him. He swiftly retrieved some coal and wood from his backpack and began crafting a torch. Surrounded by the dark tentacles, he lit a torch and waved it around, attempting to drive away the surrounding darkness. The torch's flame burned brightly in the darkness, emitting an intense glow. The surrounding dark tentacles immediately emitted a series of squeaking sounds upon contact with the flame, then quickly retracted. Seeing this, Zhang Wuliang's heart leapt with joy. He knew his method worked. Yet, just as he thought he had successfully driven them away, the tentacles surged forth from the darkness once more and in even greater numbers than before. Startled, Zhang Wuliang immediately swung his torch, attempting to dispel them once more. This time, however, the effect was far less pronounced. Though the dark tentacles emitted agonized squeals under the scorching flames, they did not retreat into the darkness as swiftly as before. Instead, they seemed to be steadily adapting to the flame's heat, gradually closing in on Zhang Wuliang. Anxiety gripped Zhang Wuliang. He knew that if this continued, he would eventually be surrounded by these dark tentacles and dragged into the darkness. He swung his torch relentlessly, searching for an opening, but the sheer number of tentacles made it impossible to break free from their encirclement. "Ghost Messenger, help me dispel these dark tentacles!" Zhang Wuliang shouted to the ghost messenger beside him. The spectral messenger immediately drifted to Zhang Wuliang's side, swinging its long sword to strike at the dark tentacles. But the ghost messenger's sword failed to inflict any damage on the dark tentacles. Upon contact with the ethereal blade, the tentacles slipped away like eels, completely unscathed. Instead, because the spirit messenger was too close, the flailing tentacles struck him as they whipped through the air. Though only a light touch, when the tentacles made contact, a dark stain appeared on the spectral messenger's ethereal form. It looked like a mark left by the dark tentacles, lingering long after the contact ended. Zhang Wuliang's heart sank with even greater urgency. Suddenly, the ghost messenger let out a piercing scream, struggling to break free from the dark tentacles' grasp. Yet these things clung to it like flesh-eating maggots, wrapping themselves tightly around its body. A fiery rage ignited within Zhang Wuliang. He swung his torch relentlessly, trying to dispel the surrounding dark tendrils, but his efforts grew increasingly futile. The dark tendrils crept closer, their icy breath now palpable. Just then, Zhang Wuliang suddenly heard an odd sound. He turned to see the demon shadow beast bursting out of the darkness. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at the dark tentacles. To Zhang Wuliang's astonishment, the shadow beast managed to sink its jaws into a dark tentacle and began tearing at it with all its might. Under the beast's relentless gnawing, the dark tentacle emitted agonized squeals before slowly dissipating. And as the shadow beast gnawed on the tentacle, its body suffered no harm whatsoever. This was something Zhang Wuliang had never imagined. The shadow beast could actually devour the dark tentacles. The shadow beast relentlessly lunged at the surrounding dark tentacles. With each bite, the tentacles emitted agonized squeals before slowly dissipating. With the shadow beast's assistance, the surrounding dark tentacles steadily diminished, and Zhang Wuliang felt the pressure on him ease considerably. He commanded the shadow beast to lunge at more dark tentacles. The shadow beast attacked with ferocious intensity, tearing into the dark tentacles as if savoring a sumptuous feast. Under its frenzied assault, the dark tentacles finally began to scatter, retreating back into the shadows. Zhang Wuliang breathed a sigh of relief, finally free from the tentacles' encirclement. He shot the shadow beast a grateful glance. Had it not appeared in time, he would likely have been in grave danger. Zhang Wuliang wasted no time lingering. He immediately mounted the shadow beast and charged forward. Though the dark tentacles were temporarily driven back, who knew if they might reappear? Moreover, the underground world held countless other unknown dangers. He had to leave this place as quickly as possible. Under Zhang Wuliang's command, the shadow beast swiftly navigated the pitch-black world. Occasional strange sounds echoed from the surrounding darkness, sending shivers down Zhang Wuliang's spine, yet he did not pause. Only by escaping this subterranean realm swiftly could he truly be safe. Moreover, after the recent ambush by the dark tentacles, Zhang Wuliang realized one thing: his understanding of the underground world was still far too limited. The dark tentacles were merely one of the dangers lurking here. Who knew what even more terrifying things awaited further ahead? Moreover, the subterranean caverns were vast and sprawling. He had no idea what secrets or dangers lurked within. Venturing deeper recklessly would likely bring even greater trouble. Therefore, without thorough preparation, he dared not venture deeper into the underground realm. Zhang Wuliang rode his shadow beast at breakneck speed through the darkness, the surrounding scenery shifting constantly. Some passages were narrow tunnels, others were spacious caverns, and some even featured peculiar rock formations and mineral deposits. But Zhang Wuliang had no mind to admire these sights. Finally, guided by the demon shadow beast, Zhang Wuliang spotted an exit ahead. A faint glimmer of light seeped through the opening, the outside world's radiance filtering through the cave entrance. Seeing that glimmer, Zhang Wuliang's heart leapt with joy. He was finally leaving this dark underground world. The shadow beast quickened its pace, carrying Zhang Wuliang toward the exit. Soon, they burst through the cave opening and returned to the surface. Back on solid ground, Zhang Wuliang took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling his spirits lift. Glancing back at the cave entrance behind him, Zhang Wuliang felt a surge of emotion. Though this journey through the underground realm had been fraught with danger and the unknown, it hadn't been entirely without reward. At the very least, he had obtained a long sword and discovered the entrance to the subterranean realm. This entrance to the underground realm was crucial. The next raid would also involve a boss related to subterranean creatures. Perhaps one day, Zhang Wuliang could use this entrance to re-enter the underground realm and uncover more secrets. Without lingering, Zhang Wuliang mounted his shadow beast and returned to his domain. Upon returning to his domain, Zhang Wuliang began organizing the resources gathered by his pet beasts during his absence. The pets were exceptionally diligent. While Zhang Wuliang was in the underground world, they had worked tirelessly, gathering a substantial amount of resources. Zhang Wuliang meticulously sorted and categorized these resources before storing them in the warehouse. These resources were crucial for the domain's development, enabling the construction of more buildings, the crafting of more tools, and the breeding of more pet beasts. After organizing the resources, Zhang Wuliang sat before the wooden hut at the domain center and opened the world chat channel. The moment he opened it, he saw the channel buzzing with activity. However, everyone was discussing the same thing. Damn it! Why are the dark tentacles appearing in broad daylight this time? They ambushed me, and I suffered heavy losses. Same here. I was gathering resources outside when a bunch of dark tentacles suddenly appeared. Scared the crap out of me. This dark tentacle spawn is way too unusual. Everyone needs to be careful. Zhang Wuliang frowned slightly as he scanned the messages in the world chat channel. Usually, the dark tentacles only appeared at night and in small numbers. As long as you were careful, there wasn't much danger. But this time, they'd appeared in broad daylight, lurking in shadowy corners, making them impossible to guard against. Many beast masters had fallen victim, suffering heavy losses. Zhang Wuliang felt a pang of relief that he had encountered the dark tentacles in the underground world earlier and managed to escape their encirclement. Had he encountered them above ground, he likely would have suffered the same devastating losses as the other beast masters. But now, Zhang Wuliang no longer needed to fear those dark tentacles. After all, with the shadow fiend by his side, he had discovered that this creature was clearly the natural enemy of those dark tentacles. Zhang Wuliang recalled the dark tentacles he had slain in the underground realm, which had dropped several items. But because the situation had been so dire at the time, he hadn't had time to pick them up. Were those items still there? If they were, hadn't he missed out on a fortune? The thought stirred a restless urge within him. After all, everything was peaceful within his domain now. His pets were busy at work, and he had nothing else to do. Why not seize this chance to search for the dark tentacles and test the strength of the shadow fiend beast while he was at it? With that thought, Zhang Wuliang sprang into action. Mounting the shadow beast, he rode out of the domain toward the outer reaches. Zhang Wuliang planned to search the immediate vicinity of his domain for any traces of the dark tentacles. If he found any, he would eliminate them and collect their drops. Zhang Wuliang weaved through the forest atop the shadow beast. His perception was exceptionally keen, allowing him to clearly sense every movement around him. It wasn't long before he detected the presence of dark tentacles. In a shadowy corner not far away, several dark tentacles writhed. They seemed to be waiting for prey to appear. Zhang Wuliang chuckled. Finally found you. Zhang Wuliang commanded the shadow beast to charge at the dark tentacles. The shadow beast obeyed without question. It opened its maw, let out a low growl, and lunged at the dark tentacles. The dark tentacles detected the shadow beast's presence and immediately launched their attack. One by one, pitch-black tentacles extended from the shadowy corners, coiling toward the shadow beast. But the shadow beast showed no fear. It opened its mouth and expelled a cloud of black mist. This cloud of black mist enveloped all the tentacles, rendering them immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow beast charged forward, snapping its jaws shut around the dark tendrils. With a series of cracking sounds, the dark tentacles shattered under its bite. Zhang Wuliang grew even more excited. The shadow beast's power was truly formidable. It had disposed of those dark tentacles with such ease. Zhang Wuliang immediately stepped forward to collect the items dropped by the dark tentacles. Chapter 67, The Underground Fissure Opens. A wormhole appears. Acquired 4x dark matter. Dark matter, an item dropped by the dark tentacles, imbued with peculiar dark energy. Zhang Wuliang examined the dark matter in his hand, feeling somewhat puzzled. This dark matter appeared to be nothing more than a black, murky substance, its purpose unknown. But since it dropped from the dark tentacle, it couldn't be an ordinary thing. Zhang Wuliang intended to study the dark matter closely, but soon noticed something unusual. Whenever he acquired new materials before, the system would immediately display numerous crafting recipes related to them. This time, however, the system displayed no new crafting recipes whatsoever. This only deepened Zhang Wuliang's confusion. Could it be that these dark substances weren't materials for crafting anything, but rather some sort of consumable material? Given the limited intelligence Zhang Wuliang currently possessed, this question remained unanswered. Never mind. Regardless of what these dark substances are for, I'll collect them first. Zhang Wuliang stowed the dark matter into his backpack and continued searching for traces of the dark tentacles. He wanted to see just how much dark matter he could gather. Next, Zhang Wuliang located several more dark tentacles and had the Shadow Fiend dispose of them. Each dropped dark matter, yielding Zhang Wuliang over 20 samples in total. Looking at the dark matter in his backpack, Zhang Wuliang felt quite satisfied. Though he still didn't know what purpose this dark matter served, gathering such a quantity was a significant gain in itself. Moreover, through this series of tests, Zhang Wuliang had discovered the Shadow Beast's combat effectiveness specifically against dark tentacles. The Shadow Beast was practically the nemesis of the dark tentacles. Not only could it effortlessly eliminate them, but it could also withstand their attacks. With the Shadow Beast by his side, Zhang Wuliang no longer had to fear the threat of the dark tentacles. Satisfied, Zhang Wuliang rode the Shadow Beast back to his domain. As dusk gradually fell, the beasts within the domain remained busy. Some were constructing buildings, others were cultivating plants, while still others patrolled the domain. Everything appeared so orderly and well organized. Zhang Wuliang gazed upon the thriving scene within his domain. This was a domain he had built with his own hands. Zhang Wuliang was about to enter the wooden hut to rest and await the coming day. But at that very moment, an unexpected disturbance erupted. Zhang Wuliang suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet violently tremble. Immediately afterward, he heard a tremendous roar, as if something was burrowing up from beneath the earth. Zhang Wuliang's expression changed instantly as he turned toward the source of the sound. Not far away, the ground suddenly split open into a massive fissure. Then, from the fissure, a massive dark creature emerged. This dark creature was hideously ugly, possessing thick limbs, a massive body, and a long tail. Upon its head sat a pair of blood-red eyes, fixed intently on Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat. This was a dark creature he had never encountered before. Yet, judging by the aura emanating from it, its power was undeniably formidable. Damn it! I never expected such a powerful dark creature to lurk near the territory. Zhang Wuliang cursed inwardly. He was in trouble now. This dark creature was far too powerful for ordinary pet beasts to handle. If it launched an attack, the pet beasts within the territory would likely suffer. But Zhang Wuliang wasn't one to be pushed around. He still had the Shadow Fiend as his trump card. The Shadow Beast had already effortlessly dealt with those dark tentacles before. Therefore, the Shadow Beast would certainly be able to handle this dark creature. Zhang Wuliang immediately commanded the Shadow Beast to charge at the dark creature. The Shadow Beast obeyed without hesitation. It opened its maw, let out a low growl, and lunged at the dark creature. The dark creature detected the Shadow Beast's approach and instantly launched its own attack. It opened its mouth, spewing a ball of black flame that hurtled toward the Shadow Beast. The intense heat of the black flames caused the air to crackle and pop. Zhang Wuliang's expression darkened. He hadn't expected this dark creature to be capable of breathing fire. However, he wasn't concerned for the Shadow Beast's safety. The Shadow Beast possessed immense power and exhibited strong resistance to fire. Sure enough, the Shadow Beast showed no fear in the face of the black flames. It opened its maw and expelled a cloud of black mist, deflecting the black flames. Seizing the opportunity, the Shadow Beast charged forward, snapping its jaws shut around the dark creature. The dark creature let out a piercing scream in pain. It struggled desperately, trying to break free from the Shadow Beast's attack. But the Shadow Beast held its jaws locked tight, relentlessly tearing at its prey. With a series of cracking sounds, the dark creature's body was torn to shreds by the Shadow Beast. In mere moments, the formidable dark creature was vanquished by the Shadow Beast. Zhang Wuliang breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, a lingering doubt remained in Zhang Wuliang's mind. Where on earth had this dark creature come from? Why would it appear near the territory? Such a dark creature from the underworld would never appear without reason. Something must have gone wrong to cause this dark creature to appear near the territory. If this issue isn't resolved, more dark creatures may appear in the future. Realizing this, Zhang Wuliang dared not take it lightly. He mounted the Shadow Beast and began patrolling the territory's perimeter. Zhang Wuliang intended to see if there were any abnormalities in the territory's surroundings. The Shadow Beast carried Zhang Wuliang as it galloped swiftly around the domain. Its speed was astonishing, covering a full circuit in the blink of an eye. Throughout the patrol, Zhang Wuliang scrutinized the surrounding environment. He dared not overlook any suspicious spot. Finally, after circling the entire perimeter, Zhang Wuliang discovered a suspicious spot. At the edge of the territory, a tiny crack appeared on the ground. This crack was extremely well hidden. Without careful observation, it would be difficult to detect its existence. A thought struck Zhang Wuliang. He immediately leapt down from the shadow beast and approached the crack for a closer look. He discovered that the crack led underground. Moreover, traces of dark energy lingered around its edges. Could it be that those dark creatures emerged from this very fissure? Zhang Wuliang wondered silently. He crouched down cautiously, attempting to squeeze through the fissure. However, the opening was narrow, making it no easy task for Zhang Wuliang to squeeze through. He strained and squeezed, barely managing to squeeze through. Inside, Zhang Wuliang discovered a dark passageway. He followed the passage inward and discovered it was actually the entrance to the underworld. Though he hadn't yet reached the bottom, he was no stranger to the underworld, having visited it before. The familiar sensation of that place washed over him. Moreover, the passage was saturated with lingering dark energy, clear evidence that this dark creature had entered the underworld through this very fissure. Leaving this passage open was definitely not a good idea. The dark creatures down there were no different from the dark tentacles. If his pets encountered them, it would be deadly. Therefore, this entrance absolutely could not be left open. Otherwise, forget waiting for the next attack. His entire domain would likely be doomed long before that. Zhang Wuliang took a deep breath and pressed forward into the passage. Yet the further he ventured, the more uneasy he felt. He had no idea how long this passage truly was, nor where it ultimately led. Moreover, Zhang Wuliang had no idea how to seal off this entrance to the underground world. If the entrance remained open, more dark creatures would emerge from it, bringing him endless trouble. Just as he was at a loss, the shadow beast suddenly began pacing near the entrance. It paced back and forth, emitting a low, mournful howl, as if trying to convey something. Hearing the beast's cries, Zhang Wuliang's heart stirred. He immediately stopped in his tracks and turned toward the entrance. When he reached the entrance, he saw the shadow beast staring at him with its blood-red eyes, filled with what seemed like sheer anxiety. "What's wrong? Did you discover something?" Zhang Wuliang asked. Hearing Zhang Wuliang's words, the shadow beast immediately extended its forepaw and pointed toward the entrance. Seeing the beast's gesture, Zhang Wuliang's heart stirred, as if he understood something. "Are you saying you have a way to seal this entrance?" Zhang Wuliang asked tentatively. A flicker of excitement passed through the beast's eyes. It nodded vigorously, confirming it indeed possessed the means. Zhang Wuliang was momentarily stunned. This little creature had a way? Honestly, he didn't believe it. But Zhang Wuliang was truly at a loss. In this situation, grasping at straws seemed like the only viable option. "In that case, I'll leave it to you." Having made up his mind, Zhang Wuliang left the shadow beast behind. The shadow beast paced near the entrance for a moment before suddenly opening its mouth and letting out a piercing shriek. With its shriek, a jet of black light shot from its mouth, hurtling straight toward the fissure. Upon striking the fissure, the black light abruptly transformed into a cloud of black smoke, seeping into the crack. At that very moment, Zhang Wuliang felt the scene before his eyes warp violently. He immediately covered his eyes with his hands. When he opened them again, the crack had vanished. This left Zhang Wuliang utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined the shadow fiend would actually seal the entrance. He walked to where the crack had been and found the surface now smooth rock, bearing no trace of the fissure. It seemed the shadow beast's dark power had completely sealed the fissure. Zhang Wuliang approached the shadow beast, patted its head, and praised, "Well done. Looks like no dark creatures will be able to enter from here anymore." The shadow beast blinked, seemingly pleased by Zhang Wuliang's praise. Zhang Wuliang felt a surge of quiet satisfaction. This was a major development for him. This shadow beast was far more than it appeared on the surface. It could be ridden, it could fight, and now he'd even discovered other abilities. However, even though the shadow beast had sealed the crack, Zhang Wuliang still felt uneasy. To be safe, he piled bricks around the fissure, sealing it completely. Only after completing all this did Zhang Wuliang finally relax. He clapped his hands and turned to leave. Upon returning to his territory, Zhang Wuliang opened the world channel to check on the other beast masters. What he saw was alarming. Many beast masters were complaining that dark creatures were emerging from fissures appearing around their territories. "What's going on? A fissure suddenly appeared around my territory, and dark creatures keep crawling out. What should I do?" "Same here. Cracks appeared in my domain too. These dark creatures are incredibly powerful. My pets stand no chance against them. Does anyone know how to seal these rifts? If this keeps up, my territory will be overrun by these dark creatures." As Zhang Wuliang scanned the messages flooding the world channel, his brow furrowed deeply. It seemed he wasn't the only one facing this crisis. Cracks had appeared in numerous territories across the realm. By now, Zhang Wuliang had already formed a rough guess. These fissures hadn't appeared without reason. Their emergence was undoubtedly connected to the next attack. After all, such phenomena had occurred during the previous assault as well, though back then it was sporadic attacks by blood-red bats. These fissures must be connected to the Dark Forces invasion. Zhang Wuliang couldn't resist posting a message on the world channel. His words immediately caught the attention of others. Big shot, what do you mean? Are you saying these fissures were created by the dark forces? Someone asked curiously. Exactly. I recall similar occurrences before the last dark force invasion. Only last time it was the bloodbaths, while this time it's the fissures. But regardless of the form, it's undoubtedly connected to the dark forces invasion. Zhang Wulian's words immediately resonated with others, who chimed in that they too remembered the previous incident. The boss is right. I remember similar things happening before the last invasion too. Exactly. These rifts must be created by that world. They're trying to use them to send dark creatures into ours. What should we do? How can we stop them? Scanning the stream of messages flooding the world channel, Zhang Wuliang felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had no idea how to stop these dangerous invasions orchestrated by the system unless he was a god. Thus, Zhang Wuliang could only shake his head helplessly and send a message, I don't have any good solutions either. I only managed to seal the rift with the help of my pet beast. His words immediately drew cries of despair from others. Big shot, you're the only true god on this continent. If even you can't handle it, what are we supposed to do? Man, if only I'd been born in the same place as you, Big shot. Then I could have latched onto your coattails. Exactly. If only I'd been born in the same place as the boss, I wouldn't be so miserable now. At that very moment. As everyone voiced their complaints, a system notification appeared. Wormhole detected. Chapter 68, Crossing the Wormhole, arriving at the rainforest sector. A new type of terrain has appeared worldwide, wormholes. Through these portals, beast masters can be randomly teleported to other locations across the world, enabling rapid long-distance travel. However, dark creatures constantly lurk within the wormholes, posing constant threats. Without adequate preparation, these encounters could even lead to life-threatening danger. Beast masters must carefully consider their actions. The global chat exploded. Holy, what does this mean? Are these rifts two-way? Can we get through too? Could this be the system signaling our counterattack? Letting us use the wormhole to directly assault the dark creature's world? Stop dreaming, man. How could that be possible? What if we get teleported over and get swarmed by those powerful dark creatures? Exactly. It's far too risky. One misstep and we're dead meat. I'm not going. But it could be an opportunity. What if we find some kind of chance in the dark creature's world? Fortune? You must not know the meaning of death. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is over there? And you'd dare go? Zhang Wuliang watched the heated debate on the world channel, his own heart stirring. The appearance of this wormhole undoubtedly presented a brand new opportunity for him. If he could use this wormhole to reach the realm of the dark creatures, he might discover more resources there to strengthen his pet beast. But it was also a tremendous risk. After all, the realm of dark creatures was fraught with unknown dangers. If he ventured in recklessly, he might encounter some powerful dark creature and meet his end there. Therefore, Zhang Wuliang did not make an immediate decision, choosing instead to observe the situation further. The heated debate on the world channel didn't last long, quickly splitting into two opposing camps. One faction of beast masters saw this as an opportunity worth gambling on, believing it could turn their bicycle into a motorcycle. The other faction saw it as a colossal gamble, unwilling to risk it all and preferring to develop steadily within their own territories. After observing this, Zhang Wuliang couldn't care less. With his formidable strength, did he really need to worry about much? Of course, Zhang Wuliang wasn't the arrogant type either. His previous journey into the underground world had made him acutely aware that it was no easy place to navigate. With his current capabilities, navigating it unscathed still required considerable effort. No one could guarantee absolute safety. Yet this did little to dampen Zhang Wuliang's desire to explore it. After some thought, Zhang Wuliang decided to first investigate what that wormhole truly was. He was honestly quite curious. Zhang Wuliang believed that whatever the terrain might be, it would likely differ significantly from ordinary landscapes. If he found it, he could observe it thoroughly before making any decisions. Thus, he mounted his pet beast and began searching his domain for the wormhole. However, wormholes seemed surprisingly difficult to locate. After circling his entire domain with his beast companion, Zhang Wuliang still found no trace of wormholes. This left him somewhat puzzled. Could it be that there are no wormholes in my territory? Or perhaps they simply haven't appeared here yet? Zhang Wuliang was puzzled, but he didn't give up. Instead, he continued searching the area around his domain with his pet beast. After another while, Zhang Wuliang still hadn't found any sign of wormholes, leaving him feeling rather disappointed. It seems there are no wormholes on my territory after all, Zhang Wuliang sighed. However, just as he was about to give up, he suddenly recalled the fissure in the ground he had discovered earlier. Wait, that fissure in the ground keeps spawning dark creatures. Could that be an anomaly caused by an impending wormhole? The thought sparked his curiosity, and he mounted his beast companion, riding straight to the location of the fissure. The fissure had since been sealed with bricks by Zhang Wuliang, though this posed no challenge for him. He began prying the bricks loose with his bare hands. However, the opening had been sealed too securely. After digging for quite some time, he still couldn't dislodge the bricks. With no other choice, Zhang Wuliang summoned his pet beast to help him clear the bricks. With its help, Zhang Wuliang quickly cleared the bricks, revealing the original fissure beneath. But this time, the fissure seemed different from before. What had once been a narrow fissure now stretched over a meter wide, its depths shrouded in pitch-black darkness, its destination unknown. Moreover, a shadowy mist swirled around the fissure's edges, lending it an eerie, mysterious aura. Zhang Wuliang stirred slightly. What kind of world lay on the other side of this wormhole? He scrutinized the wormhole before him. This wormhole bore a striking resemblance to the wormholes in a game called Don't Starve that he had played in his previous life. The entire wormhole resembled a massive vortex, constantly spinning and emitting a faint blue glow. At its center lay a pitch-black opening, its destination unknown. Moreover, as the wormhole spun, the surrounding space seemed to warp along with it. Zhang Wuliang rode his pet beast slowly toward the wormhole. He extended a hand, intending to probe inside the wormhole. However, the moment his hand touched the edge of the wormhole, he felt an immense suction force. The pull was so intense that had he not reacted swiftly, he would likely have been sucked into the wormhole already. What a powerful pull! Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat as he swiftly withdrew his hand. He stared at the wormhole before him in astonishment. The wormhole's pull was beyond his expectations. After all, his own strength was no small matter. Yet that sudden pull had still caught him off guard. But since he intended to enter it anyway, why dwell on it? Zhang Wuliang took a deep breath, recalled his beast companion into his beast taming space, then leaped directly into the wormhole. The instant he plunged in, he felt the surrounding space warp violently. Then, consciousness faded. After an unknown span of time, Zhang Wuliang slowly regained consciousness. He found himself in an unfamiliar place. It resembled a vast underground cavern, with grayish-brown rocks lining the walls and stalactites hanging from the ceiling. At the center of the cavern lay a vast lake. The water was crystal clear, revealing schools of small fish swimming freely within. Additionally, the cavern contained peculiar vegetation that Zhang Wuliang recognized none of. He slowly stood up, surveying his surroundings, and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. This place was somewhat different from what he had imagined. He had assumed that traveling through a wormhole would transport him, if not to an environment like the Icefields, then at least to a place similar to his original continent. Yet the landscape here bore no resemblance whatsoever to the icy plains he had left behind. What astonished Zhang Wuliang most, however, was the temperature. After all, the ice sheet he had come from maintained a bitterly cold climate, consistently hovering around several dozen degrees below zero. But here? Zhang Wuliang estimated the temperature here was at least 20 degrees Celsius, a world apart from the ice-covered landmass. Feeling the warm air around him, Zhang Wuliang was slightly stunned. Could it be that he had truly traversed a wormhole to another tectonic plate? The mere thought of this possibility stirred a surge of excitement within him. After all, the distance between tectonic plates was vast indeed. In his previous life, traveling from the ice-covered plate to this location would have required traversing tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of miles. But now? He had simply passed through a wormhole and arrived here. The realization made Zhang Wuliang let out an excited shout. Ah! His cry echoed through the surrounding space. Listening to the echoes, the thrill on Zhang Wuliang's face grew even more intense. This wormhole was truly beyond belief. But after a moment of excitement, Zhang Wuliang regained his composure. Although reaching another continent through the wormhole was cause for celebration. But this is, after all, a completely unfamiliar environment. He had no idea what lay ahead, nor whether any dangers lurked here. At this thought, Zhang Wuliang grew cautious. He summoned his pet beast and slowly made his way through the cave, carefully surveying his surroundings. The cave appeared vast. Zhang Wuliang estimated it was at least several football fields in size. Numerous branching passages lined the cave walls, their destinations unknown. Zhang Wuliang didn't venture into any of the branches rashly. Instead, he continued walking through the cavern, hoping to find the exit. However, after walking for quite some time, he still hadn't found the cave's exit. It felt like a vast underground labyrinth, making it difficult to discern direction. Zhang Wuliang remained unhurried, continuing to explore the cavern atop his beast companion. Having come this far, he naturally intended to thoroughly explore the cave. Who knows? He might even discover some treasures here. After all, each section harbored unique creatures and resources. Some of these creatures and resources were exclusive to this specific section. If he could uncover creatures or resources unique to this section, he'd be in luck. With this thought in mind, Zhang Wuliang moved slowly through the cavern, carefully observing his surroundings. He had now fully unleashed his senses, vigilantly perceiving everything around him. Suddenly, Zhang Wuliang's eyes lit up. A faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. Seeing the light, Zhang Wuliang's spirits lifted, and he hastened his pace toward it. Before long, he emerged from the cave into the open air. Before Zhang Wuliang stretched a vast rainforest. The trees in the rainforest grew luxuriantly, towering giants rising from the earth. Their branches and leaves intertwined, forming a vast canopy of shade. Within the rainforest, Zhang Wuliang encountered many types of vegetation he had never seen before. These plants had bizarre appearances, some adorned with vibrant, multicolored flowers that emitted a faint, sweet fragrance. Beyond the flora, the rainforest teemed with wild pet beasts. These wild creatures varied greatly in appearance. Some were massive beasts covered in scales, others were birds with enormous wings, and still others resembled insect-like creatures. These wild creatures chased each other through the rainforest, engaging in the most primal struggle for survival. Zhang Wuliang stood at the cave's entrance, watching the wild pets chase each other through the rainforest, a sense of astonishment rising within him. The variety and sheer number of pet beasts here far exceeded what he had encountered in the Icefields. Moreover, these creatures all appeared to be formidable opponents. Zhang Wuliang estimated that even he, if he entered this rainforest, couldn't guarantee he'd emerge unscathed. After all, this was a completely unfamiliar environment. He knew nothing of these beasts' strengths or habits. To venture in recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. However, Zhang Wuliang wasn't overly concerned. He had no intention of entering the rainforest just yet. Instead, he planned to familiarize himself with the surroundings first before making any decisions. Lost in thought, Zhang Wuliang suddenly sensed something amiss ahead. He narrowed his eyes and peered closer, only to discover that the area ahead appeared to have been artificially modified. There were massive fences stretching out before him. Seeing these barriers, Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that other beast masters had already been here? The mere thought of this possibility made Zhang Wuliang instantly alert. He had never encountered another beast master before. And it was easy to imagine that relations between beast masters weren't exactly peaceful. Zhang Wuliang didn't approach the fences ahead rashly. Instead, he quietly summoned his beast companion. If another beastmaster truly was here, he'd be better prepared. Though wary, Zhang Wuliang knew he couldn't remain completely in the dark. He still needed to ascertain whether other beastmasters were present. Regardless of whether they were friendly or not, he needed to secure the initiative first. After all, he was the one who spotted them first. Moreover, this territory lay near his wormhole. It was unavoidable. With this in mind, Zhang Wuliang cautiously approached the area. He kept his beast companion on high alert, ready to respond to any potential danger at a moment's notice. Thus, Zhang Wuliang advanced forward while keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. Before long, he reached the edge of the enclosure. Zhang Wuliang did not rashly cross the fence. Instead, he quietly peered over the edge toward the other side. Chapter 69, The Abandoned Beastmaster Territory, the design blueprint for the medicine pestle. At this moment, Zhang Wuliang still hadn't seen what lay within. Standing beside the fence, he wrestled with intense internal conflict. He felt uncertain, unsure how he would handle encountering other beastmasters if they were present. Though he had mentally prepared himself before. This was a world where the weak fell prey to the strong. One could never place too much faith in human nature. Yet Zhang Wuliang still hadn't fully prepared himself to face other beastmasters. He didn't know what attitude to adopt toward them. If they were friendly, that would be straightforward. He would naturally return their courtesy. But what if they were unfriendly? Would he have to clash with them? Moreover, he had long considered that if other beastmasters were present, he absolutely must not reveal himself to them. He needed to observe the situation for a while longer. The mere thought of this possibility made Zhang Wuliang's mood grow complicated. But no matter what, he understood one thing clearly. If a conflict did erupt, he would fight with all his might to protect himself. His own life was paramount. As for everything else, Zhang Wuliang couldn't afford to dwell on it. In critical moments, he was capable of actions he never would have dared in his former life, constrained by the limitations of the mundane world. The most crucial thing now was to determine whether there were any other beast masters here. If there were, he would adapt accordingly. With this thought in mind, Zhang Wuliang cautiously peered over the fence toward that direction. The sight that met his eyes made Zhang Wuliang's eyes widen instantly. Although there were many buildings here, they were mostly in ruins. It was clear this place had been abandoned for a very long time. Beyond that, Zhang Wuliang noticed something else. There was scarcely any sign of life left within the territory. Even the corpses of the pet beasts had dried up. It seemed this domain had been destroyed by wild pet beasts during the previous world assault. Given this, the original owner of this domain likely met a grim fate. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but silently mourn for the domain's owner for a moment. After all, they were fellow beast masters, sharing the same profession. Though we may never have met, we are still fellow beings living in this world. Still, Zhang Wuliang understood that in this dog-eat-dog world, death was the most natural thing. Even if the domain's master was already dead, he wouldn't dwell on it too much. After confirming no other beast masters remained here, Zhang Wuliang relaxed his guard. He stepped over the fence before him and entered the abandoned territory. Zhang Wuliang intended to search the place for any remaining usable supplies. Though it had been abandoned for a long time, he might still find something useful. With this thought in mind, Zhang Wuliang began searching through the ruins. He first came upon a place that looked like a beast chamber. It contained numerous large cages, but the beasts inside were all dead. Some of the corpses were nothing but skin and bones, clearly having starved to death. Zhang Wuliang quickened his pace as he searched the pet beast chamber. Before long, he made a discovery. In an inconspicuous corner, Zhang Wuliang discovered some uneaten pet food. But this food meant little to Zhang Wuliang. He had no shortage of supplies. Right now, he was more interested in finding other items he needed. Persistence paid off. After scouring the entire abandoned territory, Zhang Wuliang finally found something useful. A mortar design blueprint? Zhang Wuliang carefully studied the description on the blueprint before finally grasping its purpose. This blueprint could actually be used to construct a special type of domain building. Once constructed, this building could produce medicinal substances. However, the effects of these medicines were not particularly impressive. According to the blueprint's description, Zhang Wuliang learned that these medicines only came in two types, health restoration and mana restoration. Moreover, both were basic level potions, capable of restoring only a small amount of health. In a pet battle scenario, they'd likely prove practically useless. After all, a pet's health pool is far greater than that. Using such potions to restore a pet's condition during actual combat would be practically pointless. Still, it was the only useful item Zhang Wuliang had discovered so far. While this blueprint's utility isn't particularly great, it's still something, right? Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Zhang Wuliang naturally tucked it away without hesitation. After stowing away the medicine pestle blueprint, Zhang Wuliang resumed his search through the ruins. Unfortunately, after combing through the entire territory, he found nothing else of value. Finally, Zhang Wuliang arrived at the domain's control room. The screens in the command center were covered in dense, intricate cracks. Clearly, the command center had been destroyed during the world assault. Zhang Wuliang had thought he'd struck gold this time, only to find it was all for naught. Just as he turned to leave, a faint glow caught his eye in the corner of the console. Intrigued, Zhang Wuliang hurried over and picked up the object. It was a chip. Abandoned territory chip. When a Beastmaster's territory control chip is destroyed, it signifies the territory's complete decommissioning. All functions of the territory cease to operate. Perhaps someday, a method to repair damaged chips might be discovered. Perhaps? Zhang Wuliang had no idea what purpose this chip served. Could it possibly restore this abandoned territory? Zhang Wuliang knew full well that was impossible. Once the domain chip was destroyed, the domain was utterly scrapped. This fact was beyond dispute. So then, didn't this abandoned domain chip become nothing more than a piece of scrap metal? Zhang Wuliang had no idea what purpose this chip served. After fiddling with it for a moment, he casually tossed it into his backpack. Since it served no purpose, he might as well stow it away for now. Who knows when it might come in handy someday? Zhang Wuliang stowed the abandoned territory chip away. This search of the abandoned territory hadn't yielded much for Zhang Wuliang. He only found a medicine pestle blueprint and an abandoned territory chip of unknown purpose. Still, it was better than coming back empty-handed. Zhang Wuliang consoled himself with this thought before striding out of the control room. Since there was nothing useful left in this abandoned territory, Zhang Wuliang saw no point in lingering any longer. He was ready to leave. Before leaving, Zhang Wuliang opened the world channel to see how the other beast masters were faring. The world channel was still buzzing with messages from numerous beast masters, all discussing the wormhole. Damn it, my luck sucks. I got teleported to the middle of nowhere, not a soul in sight. Ahaha, I got lucky. I ended up by a river. At least I won't run out of water. Anyone else get teleported to a snowfield? Freezing my ass off here, someone come keep me company. After a day of searching, I finally found another beastmaster. Wow, I'm so touched. Seems like many beastmasters have already passed through wormholes to other places. Some were lucky enough to land in favorable environments. Others were less fortunate, ending up in harsh environments. However, there are also beastmasters like the one in the last message who have already encountered other beastmasters. For them, that must be a good thing. In this unfamiliar world, encountering other humans was certainly cause for celebration. Back when they were first transported here, everyone had been scattered to different locations across this vast world. Finding each other felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Zhang Wuliang had assumed it would be nearly impossible to encounter other humans again, but now it seemed that possibility wasn't entirely out of the question. Given enough time, they would inevitably cross paths with others someday. Zhang Wuliang thought to himself, about to close the world channel. But just then, several new messages suddenly popped up in the world chat. Damn it! I got scammed. What happened? Damn it, I ran into another beastmaster today. He said he had no food left and was starving. He looked so pitiful, so I gave him some food. Turns out he was a scammer. He grabbed the food and took off running. Damn it, things like this happen? That's just despicable. It happened to me too. Mine was even worse. He asked to team up for exploration, saying we'd hunt resources together. Then when I wasn't looking, he killed my beast and stole all my supplies. Reading the messages from other beast masters flooding the world chat, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but frown. He had anticipated this kind of situation long ago, which was precisely why he had always been wary of other beast masters. As the saying goes, human nature is unpredictable. In this brand new world, no one could guarantee whether the people they encountered were good or bad. If one encountered a beastmaster with malicious intent, they might not even know how they died. However, while some beastmasters complained about encountering scammers or malicious individuals, others shared more positive news. Guys, guess what I stumbled upon? What did you find? I found a beast we don't have back home. This thing can actually fly. After catching it, I discovered it's pretty powerful. Plus, it can be ridden. I'm set for life, haha. Holy crap, that's possible? Seems like coming through the wormhole wasn't all bad after all. At least we can find pet beasts here that don't exist in our original sector. This way, we can diversify our beastmaster collections. Exactly. I've discovered quite a few new beasts too. I'll stay here a while longer, capture more, then head back. Reading these messages in the world chat, Zhang Wuliang's heart suddenly stirred. These beast tamers were absolutely right. Their arrival through the wormhole wasn't entirely bad. At the very least, they could find beasts here that didn't exist in their original regions. If they could capture these beasts and bring them back for breeding, wouldn't that allow them to cultivate even more powerful creatures? However, capturing these new beasts was no simple task. These creatures are entirely unfamiliar to them, and no one knows their true strength or any special abilities they might possess. Acting rashly could easily lead to a disadvantage. Therefore, Zhang Wuliang decided to stay here for a while, carefully observing these beasts. Once he understood their true nature, it wouldn't be too late to make his move. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang began searching for pet beasts. He stepped outside the territory he'd occupied for several days and entered a relatively open area. The terrain here was ideal, with a water source in the distance. It was likely that many wild pet beasts would gather and live here. Zhang Wuliang retrieved a feed box from his spatial ring and filled it with some universal feed. Universal feed was a special type of ration designed to attract all kinds of pet beasts to consume it. Before arriving here, Zhang Wuliang had deliberately stocked up on a large quantity of universal feed, specifically to attract some pet beasts to this location. After placing the feed, Zhang Wuliang hid in the nearby grass, quietly waiting for the pet beasts to arrive. It wouldn't be long before some pet beasts were drawn by the universal feed. Then he could observe these pets properly. Zhang Wuliang waited silently in the grass, his entire focus fixed on the universal feed. He kept glancing at the feed box, hoping to see a pet beast drawn to it. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't see a single shadow of a pet beast. Could it be that his universal feed held no appeal for them at all? Zhang Wuliang felt a mix of confusion and reluctance. After pondering, he decided to wait a little longer. If there was still no movement, he would have to find another spot. After another while, Zhang Wuliang's eyelids grew heavy, nearly closing shut. Just as he was about to give up, a dark shadow flashed by, catching his attention. They're here! Zhang Wuliang's excitement surged. He quickly rubbed his eyes and looked in that direction. It was a black lion, its form appearing rather massive, its eyes flashing with a fierce glint. Chapter 70, a wild pet beast that can teleport. Must be captured. Zhang Wuliang froze for a moment. This black lion's build appeared significantly larger than that of an ordinary lion. Its eyes held an indescribable ferocity that sent a chill down one's spine. Zhang Wuliang did not rush out recklessly but quietly observed the black lion. It paced back and forth, occasionally letting out low growls that carried a power capable of shaking the soul. The more Zhang Wuliang watched, the more he sensed this black lion was no ordinary beast. The savage aura radiating from it was something no common lion could possess. Moreover, its size was immense. Its eyes blazed with a savage light that was impossible to look at directly. Such a beast of burden could not be underestimated. Zhang Wuliang steeled himself mentally, determined to carefully test the black lion's strength. However, he failed to notice that while he was observing the black lion was observing him as well. Zhang Wuliang's gaze remained fixed on the black lion, while the black lion's gaze was fixed on Zhang Wuliang. Their gazes met in midair, as if sparks were flying between them. The next instant, the black lion let out a sudden roar and charged toward Zhang Wuliang. This sudden turn of events startled Zhang Wuliang. Rather than confronting the black lion head-on, he leapt onto the back of his shadow beast and soared into the sky. The shadow beast was a flying mount, renowned for its incredible speed and ability to soar to great heights. Riding the shadow beast high in the air, Zhang Wuliang looked down upon the black lion from above. The black lion watched Zhang Wuliang ascend into the sky, a flicker of confusion crossing its eyes. It seemed puzzled as to why Zhang Wuliang had suddenly taken to the skies. However, this did not deter its actions. The black lion continued charging toward Zhang Wuliang's location, seemingly determined to bring him down. Yet, when the black lion reached the spot where Zhang Wuliang had been moments before, he vanished without a trace. Scanning the surroundings, it finally spotted Zhang Wuliang suspended mid-air. The black lion let out an angry roar, then leaped violently, attempting to jump into the air as well. Unfortunately, its strength was far from sufficient. The black lion's body rose barely a meter before crashing back to the ground. It crashed heavily onto the ground, letting out a painful howl. Zhang Wuliang circled in the air atop his shadow beast, amused by the sight of the black lion's helpless fury below. This fellow is truly amusing. Zhang Wuliang chuckled. But its strength seems rather lacking, doesn't it? Though the black lion's performance disappointed Zhang Wuliang somewhat, he did not abandon his pursuit. He decided to observe for a while longer, wondering if this black lion might still have some hidden strength yet to be revealed. Just then, the black lion suddenly raised its head, its eyes fixed intently on Zhang Wuliang. A chilling light flickered within its eyes. A chill ran down Zhang Wuliang's spine. He realized the black lion seemed poised to launch an attack. He immediately dropped his smile and watched the black lion warily. The next instant, the black lion vanished from its spot. Yes, it vanished without a trace. Zhang Wuliang froze, unable to believe his eyes. The black lion had been standing there just moments ago. How could it vanish so abruptly? He scanned his surroundings, searching for any trace of the black lion. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find even a trace of the black lion. What just happened? Zhang Wuliang was utterly horrified. He had no idea what had just transpired. Just then, he suddenly sensed an intense sense of danger approaching from behind. Startled, Zhang Wuliang whipped his head around. Then, he saw a massive black lion, its gaping maw wide open, lunging toward him. No! How could the black lion have suddenly appeared behind him? He tried to dodge, but it was already too late. The black lion's speed was simply too swift. Its form traced a dark arc through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang could only raise his arm to shield himself. The next second, the black lion's gaping maw sank viciously into his arm. Ah! Zhang Wuliang let out a piercing scream. He felt immense force surge through his arm, sending his entire body flying backward uncontrollably. The shadow beast was also affected, letting out a startled cry. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the shadow beast regained its footing, carrying Zhang Wuliang with it. Glancing at his arm, he discovered it bore not a single wound. It turned out that in that split second, the crystal energy bracelet on his wrist had automatically activated, generating an energy barrier that had blocked the black lion's attack. Zhang Wuliang silently thanked his luck. If he hadn't been wearing this crystal energy bracelet, that bite would likely have severed his arm. He lifted his head and stared at the black lion not far away, a look of gravity flashing in his eyes. This black lion could actually teleport. Such an ability was utterly unnatural. However, Zhang Wuliang felt no fear. On the contrary, he felt even more excited. The stronger this black lion's abilities, the greater its untapped potential. If he could tame it as a pet beast, his own strength would undoubtedly receive a tremendous boost. Zhang Wuliang patted the shadow beast's back, signaling it to continue flying. Then, looking down at the black lion from above, he declared loudly, well, you're quite the beast. But meeting me, Zhang Wuliang, is your misfortune. Today, I will definitely tame you as my beast companion. Hearing Zhang Wuliang's words, a flicker of disdain crossed the black lion's eyes. It seemed unconvinced that Zhang Wuliang possessed the power to subdue it. Zhang Wuliang showed no haste in attacking. Instead, he rode the shadow beast slowly away. From afar, he observed the black lion pacing in circles, appearing somewhat perplexed. It scanned its surroundings before lowering its head to sniff the ground. A thought struck Zhang Wuliang. He guessed the black lion was searching for his scent. However, he had prepared in advance. Before approaching this area, he had scattered scent masking powder. Clearly, the powder had done its job. After searching for a while, the black lion found no trace of Zhang Wuliang's scent. It let out an impatient roar before turning and heading back toward its lair. Zhang Wuliang watched from a distance. Only after the black lion had entered its lair did he mount his shadow beast and slowly glide toward a concealed location. This creature's alertness is surprisingly strong. Zhang Wuliang muttered to himself. But that's fine, the more vigilant it is, the stronger its power. A beast like this is precisely the kind worth taming. At this point, Zhang Wuliang's gaze hardened with resolve. He made up his mind he would capture this black lion. To achieve this, he planned to employ an indirect strategy. Zhang Wuliang knew that subduing a powerful beast like the black lion through brute force alone was nearly impossible. Even with his formidable strength, he couldn't defeat it in a single strike. Moreover, even if he did defeat it, the lion would likely harbor resentment, making it impossible for it to become his pet beast. Therefore, Zhang Wuliang resolved to adopt a gentler approach. He gathered some food the black lion favored and, while it was out hunting, secretly placed it at the entrance of its den. This way, when the black lion returned and ate the food at the entrance, it would develop some goodwill toward the person who left it. While this goodwill wouldn't be enough to make it his pet beast, it was at least a promising start. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang sprang into action. He took out a brand new feed box and filled it with meat. These meats were precisely the kind the black lion, as a pet beast, would surely love. After preparing the meat, Zhang Wuliang mounted his shadow beast and waited quietly in the distance. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Zhang Wuliang spotted the black lion's silhouette appearing within his line of sight. It seemed to have just awakened, lazily crawling out of its den. It yawned, stretched its body, and then regained its alertness. Its eyes flashed with sharp focus as it scanned the distance, seemingly searching for prey. Zhang Wuliang quietly flew his demon shadow beast near the black lion's den. He hid behind a large tree, carefully observing the black lion's movements. When he saw the black lion enter its den, he swiftly retrieved the feed box and placed it discreetly at the den's entrance. After completing this, Zhang Wuliang swiftly rode his demon shadow beast far away from the area. He didn't want to be spotted by the black lion, otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Hiding in a concealed spot, Zhang Wuliang watched the black lion's den from afar. He secretly hoped the black lion would discover the food he'd placed at the entrance and consume it. Once it ate the food, it would develop some goodwill toward the person who left it. Then, when the time came to approach it, his chances of taming it would be much greater. Zhang Wuliang gazed at the black lion's den, his heart brimming with anticipation. However, he also knew this matter could not be rushed, it required patience. Therefore, after placing the food, Zhang Wuliang used a wormhole to return to his own territory. This was his first time using a wormhole for long-distance travel, and the experience felt novel. The moment he passed through the wormhole, it was as if he entered a strange dimension, where everything around him became distorted. When his vision finally cleared, he found himself back within his domain. This wormhole is truly amazing. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but exclaim. He understood that wormholes served as passages connecting different sectors. With their existence, he could now travel to other sectors and witness more wondrous sights. However, another question quickly crossed Zhang Wuliang's mind. If he could use the wormhole to reach other territories, could other beast masters also use it to find his domain? At this thought, Zhang Wuliang's expression grew grave. He knew his territory held many secrets. If other beast masters discovered this place, he would be in grave danger. Looks like I'll need to set up more traps. Over the next few days, Zhang Wuliang traveled through the wormhole daily to the black lion's lair, delivering food. Its affection for him grew considerably. Meanwhile, Zhang Wuliang was busy setting up traps. He set up numerous spider web traps around the wormhole. These spider web traps were all crafted by the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen was one of Zhang Wuliang's pet beasts, possessing formidable power that allowed her to create all manner of wondrous spider webs. These spider web traps appeared as ordinary webs at first glance, yet they harbored immense power. Anyone who touched them would be instantly trapped, unable to escape. At Zhang Wuliang's request, the Spider Queen had deployed a vast array of spider web traps around the wormhole. These spider web traps completely encircled the wormhole, forming a tight defensive net. This way, even if other beast masters arrive here through the wormhole, they won't escape easily. Zhang Wuliang surveyed the spider web traps before him and nodded with satisfaction. He knew these spider web traps possessed immense power. Even a powerful beast master, once trapped, would find escape extremely difficult. Of course, Zhang Wuliang also understood that these spider web traps could not completely guarantee the safety of his territory. Powerful beast masters were not uncommon in this world. With these spider web traps in place, they could at least cause some trouble for any beast masters attempting to invade his territory. The most crucial aspect was early warning. If his territory was discovered, these spider web traps could alert him immediately. He could then rush to the scene immediately to thwart the invasion. This would make his territory significantly safer. Beyond setting up the spider web traps, Zhang Wuliang also concealed small spider nests at the wormhole's exit, each housing several tiny spiders. These small spiders were also created by the Spider Queen. They also served as communication scouts. This way, if anyone attempted to infiltrate his territory through the wormhole, Zhang Wuliang would be alerted immediately. With all preparations complete, Zhang Wuliang finally felt at ease. He knew his territory was now covered by an impenetrable net no one could enter. Not only that, but Zhang Wuliang found this method surprisingly practical. Having grasped this advantage, he deployed numerous spiderweb traps on the other side of the wormhole as well. You never know when they might come in handy. Chapter 71, Closing in, Subjugating the Black Lion Sovereign Beast. 2 more days passed before Zhang Wuliang once again traversed the wormhole, arriving near the Black Lion's lair. As usual, he left some food behind before heading to the other side of the wormhole to check whether his spider web traps had yielded any results. Upon reaching the other side, he was stunned by the scene before him. Numerous wild pets were trapped in the spider web snares. These wild pets weren't particularly powerful. Trapped within the webs, unable to escape, they could only emit waves of pitiful cries. Looks like my traps are working pretty well after all. Zhang Wuliang chuckled. After speaking, he began harvesting the lives of these wild pets. Killing them would also yield him a great deal of loot. Just as he was busy collecting his spoils, he suddenly noticed movement in the nearby grass. He immediately grew alert. Could someone really have intruded here? Zhang Wuliang crept over, parted the grass, and froze in surprise. The disturbance had been caused by the black lion. The black lion was currently sprawled across a spider web trap, feasting heartily on the wild beasts caught within it. The spider web traps seemed utterly ineffective against the black lion. Its sharp claws tore through the webs with effortless ease. This beast is truly formidable. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but exclaim. After all, Zhang Wuliang knew full well the power of these spider web traps. Even the blood-red bats that appeared during the ambush would struggle to escape once caught in these spider web traps. Yet the black lion tore through them effortlessly, a testament to its immense power. The black lion seemed to sense Zhang Wuliang's gaze. It lifted its head to glance at him before lowering its head again, continuing to devour the wild beasts. Zhang Wuliang made no move to stop the black lion. After all, these wild beasts were merely spoils of war to him. Even if the black lion devoured them, he wouldn't feel the slightest pang of regret. Moreover, the lion consuming these creatures would increase its affinity toward him, a favorable outcome in his eyes. Zhang Wuliang stood by, watching the black lion devour the wild beasts with relish. The black lion had a hearty appetite, and soon, the wild beasts were devoured clean. After finishing, the black lion belched contentedly before lazily sprawling out on the ground. Seeing its satisfied state, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but chuckle. "You're quite the glutton, aren't you?" Zhang Wuliang remarked with a chuckle. The black lion seemed to understand Zhang Wuliang's words. It lifted its head to glance at him before lowering its head again to continue resting. Zhang Wuliang knew that despite its fierce appearance, the black lion actually had a rather docile temperament. As long as he didn't attack it first, it wouldn't attack him either. Through their interactions over the past few days, Zhang Wuliang had also discovered that the black lion was actually quite intelligent. It seemed to understand his words and grasp his intentions. Moreover, the creature knew that all this food was brought to it by Zhang Wuliang. With Zhang Wuliang around, it didn't even need to hunt anymore. It could simply reap the benefits, enjoying even better meals than before. For the lion, what could be better? Watching the black lion's lazy demeanor, Zhang Wuliang felt an urge to get closer to it. He slowly approached the black lion, reaching out a hand to stroke its head. But just then, the previously lethargic black lion suddenly grew alert. It snapped its head up, its piercing eyes fixed intently on Zhang Wuliang, a low growl rumbling from its throat. Its expression seemed to warn Zhang Wuliang, "Do not approach." Startled by the black lion's reaction, Zhang Wuliang halted immediately, daring not to advance further. This guy's got some serious guard up, Zhang Wuliang thought to himself. He couldn't be too impatient. If he wanted to befriend the black lion, he'd have to take it slowly. So, Zhang Wuliang abandoned his attempts to approach the black lion. Instead, he stood to the side, maintaining a respectful distance. He quietly kept the black lion company, occasionally speaking to it. Though the lion never responded, Zhang Wuliang believed it must sense his goodwill. But soon, Zhang Wuliang realized the creature's wariness wasn't directed at him. In the direction the black lion was staring, another wild beast appeared. It was a massive wild porcupine. Its body was covered in sharp quills, giving it an imposing appearance. While porcupines weren't exceptionally powerful, their quills were a terrifying weapon. Even powerful pet beasts dared not provoke them lightly. Zhang Wuliang hadn't expected a wild porcupine to appear here. He glanced at the black lion with some concern. After all, porcupines were the natural nemesis of black lions. Though the black lion's hide was thick, it likely offered little defense against the porcupine's quills. If the black lion and the porcupine were to fight, the black lion would likely come out worse for wear. Zhang Wuliang wanted to drive the black lion away to prevent it from clashing with the wild porcupine. However, before he could act, the wild porcupine had already spotted the black lion. It let out a low growl and charged swiftly toward the black lion. Wild porcupines weren't particularly fast, but their strength was formidable. Its quills scraped against the ground with a sharp, scratching sound as it charged. The black lion leapt to its feet, letting out a deafening roar. Zhang Wuliang inwardly cursed. He tried to stop the fight, but it was too late. The wild porcupine charged straight at the black lion, delivering a powerful collision that sent the black lion flying backward. Though the black lion possessed thick, tough hide, it proved no match for the wild porcupine's sharp quills. It was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but feel a surge of worry. He feared the black lion might be killed by the wild porcupine. To his surprise, however, the black lion wasn't knocked out by the collision. It quickly scrambled back to its feet and charged at the wild porcupine once more. The black lion seemed to know it was no match for the wild porcupine, yet it did not retreat. Instead, it seemed to grow frenzied, relentlessly launching attack after attack at the wild porcupine. Though powerful, the wild porcupine was relatively slow. Faced with the black lion's frenzied assaults, it became flustered and disorganized. For a moment, the two beasts fought fiercely, locked in an intense stalemate. Zhang Wuliang stood by, watching this fierce battle unfold, and couldn't help but inwardly gasp in astonishment. However, Zhang Wuliang also noticed something amiss. It seemed the wild porcupine hadn't stumbled upon this place by accident. It appeared to have discovered this spot as a prime location, deliberately coming here to challenge the black lion for control of the territory. After all, the area offered abundant food and a favorable environment. It was an excellent habitat for both the black lion and the wild porcupine. No wonder they were fighting fiercely over it. Watching the two pets battle, Zhang Wuliang suddenly had a thought. Should he intervene and help the black lion drive away this wild porcupine? After all, the black lion was his target pet beast. If he could help the black lion drive away this wild porcupine, wouldn't the black lion develop a favorable impression of him? Could it even recognize him as its master? The thought stirred a flicker of desire within Zhang Wuliang. He felt this might be a promising opportunity. Zhang Wuliang hesitated no longer. He commanded the ghost messenger beside him, "Ghost messenger, move." Drive that wild porcupine away. The ghost messenger asked no questions. He drew the long sword from his waist and, in a flash, charged toward the wild porcupine. As a pet beast, the ghost messenger's strength was far beyond what a wild porcupine could match. Moving with blinding speed, it appeared behind the wild porcupine in the blink of an eye. Then, with a fierce thrust, it drove its blade toward the wild porcupine. The wild porcupine sensed the danger behind it and spun around, attempting to use its quills to fend off the ghost messenger's attack. But it had severely underestimated the ghost messenger's prowess. The ghost messenger flickered aside, evading the quills, then drove its blade deep into the wild porcupine's body. The wild porcupine let out a piercing scream as a massive wound tore open in its body. It seemed utterly unprepared for how utterly ineffective its defenses proved against the ghost messenger. It dared not linger in battle, turning to flee. But Zhang Wuliang had no intention of letting it go so easily. He felt this was a rare opportunity, and letting the wild porcupine escape would be a tremendous waste. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang drew a titanium magic sword, a newly crafted weapon he had yet to use. Gripping the magical blade, he gave chase after the wild porcupine. Zhang Wuliang wasn't particularly fast, but neither was the wild porcupine. Its injuries further slowed its pace considerably. Before long, Zhang Wuliang caught up to it. He swung the sword with all his might at the wild porcupine. The wild porcupine sensed the danger and spun around, attempting to use its quills to fend off Zhang Wuliang's attack. However, the magic sword in Zhang Wuliang's hand was forged from precious titanium gold, making it incredibly sharp. The single strike severed the porcupine's quills before slicing deep into its flesh. The wild porcupine let out a piercing scream as a massive wound gouged into its flesh. It was stunned that its own quills proved so utterly useless against Zhang Wuliang's magical sword. It tried to flee, but it was too late. Zhang Wuliang swung his sword again, cleaving the creature clean in two. The wild porcupine's body crashed heavily to the ground with a thunderous thud. Its limbs twitched uncontrollably, yet all signs of life had vanished. Zhang Wuliang breathed a silent sigh of relief. Thrilling! This was his first strike. And it was a one-hit kill. This gave him even greater confidence in his own strength. Zhang Wuliang sheathed his magic sword and approached the black lion. The black lion now appeared utterly exhausted. However, Zhang Wuliang noticed several quills from a wild porcupine still embedded in its body. These quills were deeply embedded in the black lion's body, making it appear to be in immense pain. Zhang Wuliang's heart sank. He hadn't expected the black lion to sustain such severe injuries. He quickly retrieved a bottle of ointment, a special formula he had crafted himself for his beast companions, renowned for its effectiveness in treating external injuries. Zhang Wuliang applied the ointment to the black lion's wounds and gently massaged it in. The black lion seemed to understand Zhang Wuliang was helping it. This time, it didn't flinch or resist. Instead, it lay still on the ground, allowing Zhang Wuliang to tend to its wounds. As Zhang Wuliang tended to the black lion's wounds, he observed its reactions. He noticed that the black lion's gaze seemed much gentler than before. It no longer radiated the hostility and wariness it had shown him before. This filled Zhang Wuliang with quiet joy. He knew his plan was already more than halfway successful. With just a little more effort, he might actually be able to tame this black lion and make it his own beast companion. After treating the black lion's wounds, Zhang Wuliang produced some food and placed it before it. The black lion was hungry too. Its eyes lit up at the sight of the food, and it began to eat voraciously. Watching the black lion eat, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but find it rather amusing. This black lion appeared ferocious beyond compare, yet in reality, it possessed such an endearing side. After watching it eat for a while, Zhang Wuliang took out some ointment and continued applying it to its wounds. These ointments were all crafted by Zhang Wuliang himself and proved remarkably effective. Moreover, the mortar he used was crafted from precious materials, making the ointment far superior to anything sold commercially. Under Zhang Wuliang's meticulous care, the black lion's wounds healed at a visible pace. Before long, scabs had formed over the wounds on its body. The black lion seemed to sense the changes in its body. It lifted its head and glanced at Zhang Wuliang, a flicker of gratitude in its eyes. Zhang Wuliang smiled gently, stroking its head. It's okay. Your wounds will heal soon. The black lion neither flinched nor resisted, instead lying still on the ground, quietly enjoying Zhang Wuliang's gentle strokes. He continued applying the ointment until every wound on its body had scabbed over, only then stopping. Ding! The black lion beast is deeply grateful for your care during this time. It has decided to follow you for a while to confirm its own feelings. Do you accept? Chapter 72, Wiping Out the Wild Porcupine Pet Beast Herd. Pet Beast, Black Lion Sovereign Beast Sister. Name, unnamed. Level, 19. Talent, Grass Attribute Master. Abilities, HP, 2482, Attack, 581, Defense, 38, Speed, 128. Temperament, Alert, Unfamiliar. Skills, Teleportation. The Black Lion Revered Beast can instantly appear anywhere within a certain range. Stamina Recovery. All other skills of the Black Lion Revered Beast consume a significant amount of its stamina, while this skill allows it to quickly recover stamina. Special abilities, none. Description: the Black Lion Revered Beast is an exceptionally powerful pet beast. It has virtually no natural enemies in the jungle. Any other pet beast must yield its path. Yet, wherever the black lion revered beast roams, a herd of porcupines inevitably follows. These gregarious wild pet beasts possess average strength, but their layer of quills renders the black lion revered beast utterly helpless against them. Even so, the black lion sovereign beast never relinquishes its territory easily, even if it means sustaining severe injuries. Zhang Wuliang stared in stunned disbelief. This beast was actually master tier. This was far beyond what Zhang Wuliang had anticipated. But upon reflection, this black lion sovereign beast had indeed caused Zhang Wuliang considerable trouble earlier. It had nearly used its teleportation ability to turn the tables and kill Zhang Wuliang back then. A master-level pet beast certainly possessed that kind of power. Moreover, through the black lion revered beast's introduction, Zhang Wuliang learned a crucial piece of information. The porcupine-type pet beast he had just slain was not alone, it belonged to a group. Those porcupines had nearly turned the black lion revered beast into a hedgehog itself. If not for the ointment he had prepared, the black lion revered beast might not have died, but it would have suffered severe injuries from excessive blood loss. However, while those porcupine pets posed a significant challenge to the black lion revered beast, they were no match for Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang looked at the black lion revered beast before him and asked, "Do you want revenge?" At the word revenge, the black lion revered beast's eyes instantly lit up. It lifted its head, fixing its gaze intently on Zhang Wuliang, its eyes brimming with longing. A surge of joy welled up in Zhang Wuliang's heart. He patted the black lion revered beast on the head and smiled, "Don't worry. I'll avenge you. Not a single one of those porcupine pets will escape." The black lion divine beast seemed to understand Zhang Wuliang's words. It let out an excited growl, its eyes brimming with gratitude. Seeing the black lion revered beast's reaction, Zhang Wuliang felt even more certain of his suspicions. There was undoubtedly deep-seated hatred between the black lion revered beast and those porcupine pets. If he could help but eliminate those porcupine pets, then the bond between himself and the black lion divine beast would surely deepen. Who knows? It might even trigger some unexpected effect. Zhang Wuliang had experienced such unexpected outcomes triggered by goodwill before, which was why he wanted to try again. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang asked, "Can you lead me to those porcupine pets?" The black lion revered beast immediately rose from the ground and turned to look at Zhang Wuliang, its eyes brimming with anticipation. Zhang Wuliang smiled faintly. The black lion revered beast had agreed. He followed the black lion revered beast as they weaved through the jungle. The black lion revered beast moved swiftly, but Zhang Wuliang, riding the shadow fiend beast, was far faster still. Still, the black lion sovereign beast possessed the skill of teleportation, which would undoubtedly make it even more formidable later on. Before long, the black lion divine beast brought Zhang Wuliang to a clearing. Zhang Wuliang was somewhat surprised. The number of pets here was at least 100. But these beasts weren't the porcupine pets he was seeking. Zhang Wuliang looked at the black lion revered beast in confusion. Could it be that he had followed it all this way only to end up in the wrong place? The black lion revered beast noticed Zhang Wuliang's confusion. It let out a low growl, as if trying to explain something. Just then, Zhang Wuliang suddenly felt a powerful tremor. Immediately, he witnessed a massive swarm of porcupine pets bursting forth from the distant jungle like a plague of locusts. There were at least hundreds of these porcupine pets. Their bodies were covered in sharp quills, and as they ran, they resembled a swarm of moving hedgehogs. Zhang Wuliang instantly understood. No wonder the black lion noble beast had brought him here. This was the porcupine pet's inevitable path. The black lion revered beast must have known this, which was why it had led him here to ambush those porcupine pets. At this realization, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but admire the black lion revered beast's cunning. But admiration aside, now was no time for musings. Those porcupine pets were already charging toward them. Prepare for battle. Zhang Wuliang barked the command, and the shadow beast responded with a deep, menacing growl. The black lion revered beast also let out a low growl, its eyes blazing with battle intent. It had waited for this day for far too long. Now, at last, it had the chance to exact revenge. Zhang Wuliang's gaze swept over the porcupine pets, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. These porcupine pets dared to bully his own pets? They were simply courting death. Today, he would make them understand what regret truly meant. As the porcupine herd closed to within 100 meters, Zhang Wuliang glanced at the black lion revered beast beside him. It stood rooted to the spot, showing no intention of charging forward. Clearly, though the black lion revered beast yearned for vengeance, it wasn't foolish enough to engage the porcupine herd head-on. After all, it had suffered losses at the hands of these porcupine pets before and knew their formidable strength. The black lion divine beast fixed its gaze on Zhang Wuliang. It was eager to see what this new master could do to help it exact revenge. Zhang Wuliang watched the charging porcupine pets, a cold smile curling his lips. He patted the shadow beast's head, signaling it to hold its fire. Then, Zhang Wuliang summoned the ghost messenger. The ghost messenger's power had grown significantly since last time, making it more than sufficient to handle these porcupine pets. The moment the ghost messenger materialized, it sensed the intense killing intent permeating the air. It glanced up at the charging porcupine pets, a flicker of excitement dancing in its eyes. Finally, another fight to join. Zhang Wuliang pointed at the porcupine pets and coldly commanded, "Go! Kill them all!" The ghost messenger let out a low growl and charged forward. Its speed was blindingly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it plunged into the swarm of porcupine pets. The porcupine pets froze momentarily at the sudden appearance of the ghost messenger. They clearly hadn't expected anyone to dare attack them first. However, porcupine pets were ultimately just beasts. Though possessing some intelligence, it was limited. After a brief pause, they charged toward the spectral messenger. In their eyes, this sudden enemy appeared to be weak. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dared to charge alone. Yet they soon discovered their mistake. The ghost messenger watched the charging porcupine pets, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes. He abruptly drew the long sword in his hand and swung it at the porcupine pets. The blade sliced through the air, drawing a sharp whistling sound. Immediately after, a sword energy several meters long shot forth from the blade, slashing toward the porcupine pets. This was the ghost messenger's skill, Space Slash. The Space Slash moved with blinding speed, striking the porcupine pets in an instant. Porcupine pets possessed some of the strongest defenses among all pets. Their razor-sharp quills were so formidable that even higher-level pets dared not confront them head-on. Yet, against the ghost messenger's spatial slash, their defenses proved utterly futile. The slash cut through the porcupine pets like slicing through tofu, effortlessly cleaving their bodies apart. In an instant, the clearing echoed with the piercing screams of porcupine pets and the splattering sound of blood. The porcupine pets never imagined this sudden enemy could be so terrifyingly powerful. They tried to flee, but before the spectral messenger, they didn't even have a chance to escape. The ghost messenger moved with ghostly speed, weaving through the porcupine pet horde like a phantom. Each strike claimed the life of another porcupine pet. Zhang Wuliang watched from the sidelines, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. The ghost messenger's power had reached this level. It seemed his earlier decision had been correct. Cultivating the ghost messenger was undoubtedly a wise choice. All the resources invested earlier had been well worth it. The Black Lion sovereign beast witnessed the Soul Reaper's power, a flicker of shock crossing its eyes. It hadn't expected this new master to possess such a formidable beast companion. No wonder he dared to follow me here. He had something to rely on. The Black Lion revered beast's gaze toward Zhang Wuliang grew even more respectful. The ghost messenger moved like a god of death incarnate, slaughtering indiscriminately among the porcupine beast herd. Its swordplay was dazzling, each strike landing precisely on the vital points of the porcupine pets. Though the porcupine pets possessed formidable defenses, they proved utterly useless against the ghost messenger. Within mere minutes, dozens of porcupine pets fell beneath the ghost messenger's blade. The clearing was littered with their corpses, blood staining the ground crimson. A thick, pungent stench of blood permeated the entire clearing. Zhang Wuliang surveyed the field of porcupine pet corpses, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. These porcupine pets were treasures. Their bodies held many valuable items. Zhang Wuliang strode swiftly toward the porcupine pet corpses and began searching them. Soon, he found what he was looking for. From beneath one porcupine pet's carcass, he pulled out several sharp quills. These quills were the most valuable parts of the porcupine pets. Not only were they incredibly sharp, but they were also exceptionally hard, the perfect material for crafting traps. These porcupine pets had unexpectedly brought him such a pleasant surprise. With these quills, he could craft entirely new ground spike traps. Zhang Wuliang continued searching the porcupine pet corpses and soon found many more quills. Their lengths varied, some measured only a few dozen centimeters, while others stretched over a meter. Zhang Wuliang collected them all, intending to take them back for study and figure out how to construct the spike traps. After stowing away the last quill, Zhang Wuliang glanced over at the ghost messenger. It stood quietly nearby, watching him intently. Zhang Wuliang walked over to the ghost messenger and smiled. "Good work." The ghost messenger let out a low growl, still visibly excited despite the battle having ended. Zhang Wuliang glanced at the Black Lion revered beast and said with a smile, "All right, it's time for us to go." The Black Lion divine beast roared excitedly in response. It had finally avenged itself. The Black Lion divine beast's gaze toward Zhang Wuliang grew even more respectful. Just as Zhang Wuliang prepared to depart with the Black Lion divine beast and the ghost messenger, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed across the clearing. Zhang Wuliang frowned and turned his head. A porcupine pet beast of even greater size burst out from the nearby woods. This porcupine beast was easily more than twice the size of the previous ones. Its body was covered in sharp quills, each over a meter long. Its eyes glowed a blood red, clearly driven into a frenzy. Surveying the scattered corpses of porcupine pets on the ground, it let out a low, guttural roar. It was the leader of these porcupine pets, the Porcupine King. It had sensed the danger threatening its subjects and rushed to the scene. Yet it never imagined it would arrive too late. Every last one of its subjects had fallen at the hands of this human. The Porcupine King's gaze fixed on Zhang Wuliang, filled with boundless murderous intent. It would avenge its people. The Porcupine King let out a furious roar, thrusting off with all four hooves as it charged toward Zhang Wuliang. Its speed was blindingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Zhang Wuliang. It opened its gaping maw, bearing sharp fangs, and lunged viciously at Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang watched the charging Porcupine King approach, a flicker of gravity crossing his eyes. This Porcupine King's strength was several times greater than those earlier porcupine pets. He absolutely couldn't afford to be careless. Zhang Wuliang planted his feet firmly and swiftly sidestepped to the left. Simultaneously, his right hand thrust a sword from his side, blocking the charging Porcupine King. A sharp metallic clang echoed through the air. The Porcupine King's fangs sank viciously into Zhang Wuliang's long sword. A tremendous force surged through the blade, sending a wave of numbness through Zhang Wuliang's arm. The Porcupine King let out a pained roar. A chunk of its tusk had been severed. The severed piece measured over 10 centimeters in length. The Porcupine King's eyes widened, its gaze toward Zhang Wuliang filled with even greater terror. It surely never imagined a human could possess such formidable strength. Zhang Wuliang slowly lowered his titanium magic sword. He hadn't acted earlier because there were too many of them. Now that only one remained, even if it was the Porcupine King, he intended to personally test his own strength. He intended to see if he now possessed the strength to stand alone. Chapter 73, Slaying the Porcupine King. A new wave of dark creatures. Zhang Wuliang sneered coldly, "Humph. With your measly strength, you dare act so arrogantly before me?" A flash of fury crossed the Porcupine King's eyes. It let out another furious roar and charged toward Zhang Wuliang. This time, it abandoned its fangs, instead brandishing the quills covering its body. The quills whipped through the air like sharp swords, whistling through the wind as they lunged toward Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang flickered, evading the Porcupine King's assault once more. Simultaneously, the titanium magic sword in his hand thrust toward the Porcupine King. Sensing danger, the Porcupine King scrambled to dodge to the side. But it was a step too slow. The titanium magic sword carved a deep gash into its body. The Porcupine King let out a piercing scream in agony. A cold smile spread across Zhang Wuliang's lips. This Porcupine King was no match for him. He took another step forward, thrusting the titanium magic sword viciously toward the Porcupine King. The ghost messenger nearby, witnessing this, prepared to intervene. Though it knew its master was formidable, the sight of the Porcupine King's fangs and quills covered its body still made it worry for Zhang Wuliang. However, Zhang Wuliang did not share this concern. This time, he had deliberately held back the Black Lion Zune Beast and the Ghost Messenger precisely to test his own strength. Besides, even if he truly faced danger, he felt no panic whatsoever. He still had powerful beasts like the Black Lion Revered Beast and the Ghostly Messenger to protect him. Even if he did face some danger, they would surely come to his rescue. The titanium magic sword was about to pierce the Porcupine King. Suddenly, a burst of dark light erupted from the Porcupine King's body once more. In the next instant, the quills on its body shot out like missiles, hurtling toward Zhang Wuliang. These quills moved with blinding speed, reaching Zhang Wuliang in the blink of an eye. Zhang Wuliang's expression changed. He hadn't expected the Porcupine King to possess such an attack method. He tried to dodge, but the sheer number and blinding speed of the quills made evasion impossible. The quills were about to strike Zhang Wuliang. At that very instant, a flash of white light suddenly erupted from Zhang Wuliang's body. The next moment, the quills that had been hurtling toward him fell to the ground. Zhang Wuliang froze for a moment before realizing it was his crystal energy bracelet that had blocked the attack. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully he had the crystal energy bracelet, otherwise, he would have been in grave danger just now. But the crystal energy bracelet's protective barrier could only shield him once. The next time it would be a long time coming. Without this life-saving safeguard, Zhang Wuliang feared he might slip up when least expecting it. He called out to the Ghost Messenger, "Ghost, aid me." Hearing this, the Ghost Messenger let out a fierce howl and lunged toward the Porcupine King. Its speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it was upon the Porcupine King. Seeing this, the Porcupine King abandoned his attack on Zhang Wuliang and spun around to confront the Ghost Messenger. But the Ghost Messenger's strength was no less formidable. It opened its gaping maw, lunging to bite the Porcupine King. The Porcupine King dodged frantically, simultaneously launching its quills toward the Ghost Messenger. The Ghost Messenger flickered, evading the Porcupine King's assault. Then, it locked horns with the Porcupine King. The two beasts fought fiercely, locked in a stalemate with neither gaining the upper hand. Zhang Wuliang charged toward the Porcupine King once more. He intended to seize this opportunity to strike down the Porcupine King in one fell swoop. The Porcupine King sensed Zhang Wuliang's renewed charge and was startled. It tried to dodge, but the spectral messenger clung tightly to it, leaving no room for evasion. As Zhang Wuliang's titanium magic sword closed in, poised to pierce its heart. Gritting its teeth, the Porcupine King let out a furious roar. Its body began to rapidly expand. Within 2 seconds, its body had grown more than twice its original size. Simultaneously, the quills covering its body grew sharper and harder. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Wuliang was upon the Porcupine King. The titanium magic sword in his hand plunged viciously toward the Porcupine King. The Porcupine King let out a furious roar, refusing to dodge or retreat. Instead, it braced its body to withstand Zhang Wuliang's attack head-on. Simultaneously, its massive frame charged toward Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang hadn't anticipated the Porcupine King's tactic and scrambled to dodge to the side. Nevertheless, he was sent flying by the collision. His body slammed heavily into a large tree before coming to a halt. A sharp pain shot through Zhang Wuliang's chest, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. This Porcupine King was proving to be a real handful. Fortunately, he hadn't suffered too severe injuries. Moreover, while crafting pet beast medicines, he had also prepared several recovery potions suitable for beast tamers. He hurriedly pulled out a bottle of recovery potion, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. As the pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, a warm current flowed down his throat and into his body. Zhang Wuliang felt an immediate wave of comfort wash over him, and the excruciating pain in his chest eased considerably. He took a deep breath and stood up once more. Meanwhile, the Porcupine King and the Ghost Messenger were still locked in fierce combat. Though the Porcupine King had grown larger, its speed had slowed considerably. The Ghost Messenger, however, used its agile body to constantly evade the Porcupine King's attacks while launching counterstrikes from time to time. It was clear this Porcupine King possessed formidable strength, managing to hold his own against the master-level Ghost Messenger. Zhang Wuliang knew he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, once the Porcupine King recovered his strength, slaying him would become even more difficult. He charged toward the Porcupine King once more. Zhang Wuliang sought an opening to deliver a fatal blow. The Porcupine King noticed Zhang Wuliang's movement. His heart tightened, and he attacked the Ghost Messenger even more frantically. It sought to shake off the Ghost Messenger and turn its full attention to Zhang Wuliang. But the Ghost Messenger clung to it relentlessly, offering no chance. Zhang Wuliang approached the Porcupine King, his gaze fixed intently on its movements, searching for the perfect moment to strike. Finally, he spotted the Porcupine King's vulnerability. As the Porcupine King attacked the Spectral Messenger, it exposed its vital point. Zhang Wuliang's eyes flashed. He lunged forward, his titanium magic sword striking like lightning toward the Porcupine King's vital spot. The Porcupine King sensed Zhang Wuliang's attack and was startled, scrambling to dodge. But its speed was no match for Zhang Wuliang's titanium magic sword. In the next instant, the titanium magic sword pierced through the Porcupine King's body, emerging cleanly from its back. The Porcupine King let out a piercing scream. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Yet it did not die immediately. Instead, it dragged its wounded body, attempting to flee. Zhang Wuliang would never let it succeed. He urgently shouted to the Ghost Messenger, "Ghost, stop it." The Ghost Messenger instantly lunged at the Porcupine King. He drew his sword and plunged it viciously into the Porcupine King's body. The Porcupine King let out a piercing scream, yet it couldn't escape the Ghost Envoy's assault. Zhang Wuliang also arrived before the Porcupine King, thrusting his titanium magic sword toward it once more. The Porcupine King let out a despairing howl, yet it refused to give up. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he mustered all his strength and managed to break free from the Ghost Messenger's blade, leaving a gash in his body. Then, dragging its wounded body, it fled rapidly into the distance. Its speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it had covered dozens of meters. Zhang Wuliang hadn't expected the Porcupine King to possess such explosive strength even at this point. He urgently shouted to the Ghost Messenger, "Ghost, chase it." The Ghost Messenger continued chasing after the Porcupine King. Its speed surpassed even that of the Porcupine King. In an instant, it caught up to the Porcupine King. The Porcupine King was now gravely wounded and utterly unable to evade the Ghost Messenger's attack. The next moment, the Ghost Messenger plunged his sword viciously into the Porcupine King's body once more. The Porcupine King let out a piercing scream as its massive body crashed back to the ground. This time, it had no strength left to resist. Zhang Wuliang closed in, his titanium magic sword thrusting toward the Porcupine King once more. A flicker of despair crossed the Porcupine King's eyes. He knew this time, there was no escaping his fate. Yet it did not surrender meekly. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he let out a furious roar, attempting one last desperate struggle. Yet in its current state, it was no match for Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang's titanium magic sword pierced through its body with ease. The Porcupine King's body stiffened abruptly. Then, the light in its eyes slowly faded away. The once dominant Porcupine King had fallen. Zhang Wuliang breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gazed at the fallen Porcupine King on the ground, his heart brimming with joy. This Porcupine King had finally been slain by him. He hurried over to the Porcupine King's side and began gathering the spoils of victory. The Porcupine King's body held many valuable items. Its tusks were a highly prized material, suitable for crafting weapons and armor. Its hide armor also served as excellent defensive material. Zhang Wuliang collected every valuable item from the Porcupine King's body. Of course, the most important item was the Porcupine King's pet beast egg. Zhang Wuliang discovered a pet beast egg beside the Porcupine King. This pet beast egg was somewhat different from ordinary ones. Its surface bore intricate, mysterious patterns that emitted a faint glow. Zhang Wuliang knew this pet beast egg was absolutely extraordinary. He carefully tucked the egg away, intending to take it back to the incubation chamber to see what might hatch from it. Just then, Zhang Wuliang noticed the black lion revered beast nearby, its eyes gleaming with excitement as it watched the king porcupine lying on the ground. It seemed overjoyed at the porcupine king's demise. Zhang Wuliang patted the black lion revered beast on the head and chuckled, "You're pretty happy about this, aren't you?" The black lion revered beast let out an excited growl and extended its tongue to lick Zhang Wuliang's hand. Of course it was thrilled. The porcupine king was its natural enemy, and its very existence had always made the black lion revered beast feel in grave danger. Now that the porcupine king had finally been slain, a heavy weight lifted from the black lion divine beast's heart, and it felt a deep sense of vindication. Seeing the black lion divine beast's excitement, Zhang Wuliang felt pleased himself. He patted the black lion revered beast on the head and said, "Alright, it's time for us to go." With that, he turned to leave. But at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. Zhang Wuliang suddenly felt the ground tremble violently beneath his feet. Startled, he quickly turned to look. He saw that the ground was erupting in waves of protrusions. These protrusions resembled volcanic vents, continuously spewing forth mud and rocks. Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat, utterly bewildered by this phenomenon. He urgently shouted at the ghost messenger, "Ghost, come back quickly." The ghost messenger sensed something amiss and swiftly returned to Zhang Wuliang's side. Zhang Wuliang scanned his surroundings warily, puzzled by the nature of these mounds. Just then, one of the protrusions suddenly exploded, and a massive figure emerged from within. Zhang Wuliang sucked in a sharp breath at the sight. It was a colossal serpent, its body stretching over 10 meters long and thick as a bull's mouth. Its body was covered in dense clusters of tentacles, resembling a centipede. Yet its form was vastly more colossal than any centipede. 2 sharp fangs protruded from its mouth, gleaming with a chilling, menacing light. Zhang Wuliang's heart sank, and he immediately prepared for battle. Just then, the other protrusions began exploding one after another. One centipede after another emerged from within. In the blink of an eye, dozens of centipedes appeared. They let out a series of low, guttural roars as they charged toward Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang was startled. He hadn't expected so many dark creatures to appear here. He urgently shouted to the ghost messenger, "Ghost, prepare for battle." The ghost messenger sensed the centipede's power and immediately positioned itself in front of Zhang Wuliang, ready to meet their attack. Zhang Wuliang gripped his titanium magic sword tightly, watching the centipedes warily. The sheer number of centipedes was overwhelming. Like an orderly army, they launched their assault on Zhang Wuliang and the ghost messenger. They pounced, coiling around Zhang Wuliang's body, immobilizing him. Just then, another massive dark serpent emerged from the ground, flickering its tongue as it fixed its gaze on Zhang Wuliang. Seeing the dire situation, the ghost messenger gritted his teeth and growled lowly, "Life or death escape." The words barely left his mouth when his form flickered violently, breaking free from the centipede's encirclement alongside Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang had no time to retrieve the spoils of war. He could only flee toward the direction of the dark serpent. The dark serpent watched them, slowly flickering its tongue. It coiled its massive body, burrowing upward from the earth. Zhang Wuliang and the ghost messenger dared not look back, frantically fleeing forward. During their flight, Zhang Wuliang noticed the movements of the dark creatures nearby. They did not pursue, seemingly cowed by the dark serpent's presence. What was the origin of that dark serpent? Chapter 74, New Shell Armor. Listed on the trading market. Why did its mere appearance strike fear into all the dark creatures? Zhang Wuliang didn't know, but he knew they were now in a desperate situation. The dark serpent slowly coiled its body, swiftly closing in behind him and his pet beast. Its thick tail lashed out, smashing into the ground beside them and causing the earth to tremble violently. Having just endured multiple battles, Zhang Wuliang had no desire to engage in further conflict right now. It would be best to retreat and recuperate as soon as possible. With this thought, Zhang Wuliang whispered to the ghost messenger and the black lion revered beast, "We retreat." Both the ghost messenger and the black lion revered beast understood the situation and knew Zhang Wuliang's intentions. Nodding in agreement, the 2 pets followed closely behind him. However, just as they turned to leave, the giant serpent behind them suddenly hissed. It slowly twisted its massive body, then lashed its thick tail against the ground beside them, causing the earth to tremble violently. "Looks like it won't let us leave," Zhang Wuliang murmured. With that, he halted first, his gaze fixed warily on the serpent lurking in the darkness. The dark serpent slowly twisted its body, flickering its tongue, and glanced at Zhang Wuliang. It seemed taken aback that this seemingly ordinary human dared to defy it. It let out a furious roar, then lashed its thick tail violently, aiming it squarely at Zhang Wuliang. Such a blow would have instantly pulverized an ordinary person into mincemeat. He dared not take it lightly, swiftly swinging his titanium magic sword to meet the blow. A deafening clang echoed as the titanium magic sword bent under the impact. Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected the giant serpent's tail to be so formidable. There was no time to lament the damage to his sword. He had to flee now, escape this peril. But how could the dark serpent let him go? It twisted its massive body, sweeping its thick tail through the air to smash down on Zhang Wuliang. "Ah!" Zhang Wuliang screamed as he was sent flying. He crashed into the ground beside him like a sandbag. The dark serpent spat a black cocoon from its mouth, writhing its body as it swiftly crawled toward it. Struggling to his feet, Zhang Wuliang barely caught his breath before the dark serpent slithered before him. Its eyes glowed green, fixed intently on Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang's heart sank. He knew he was trapped in a desperate situation. Lying prone on the ground, he was utterly defenseless. His mind raced for a solution, but there was no time to think of anything else. The dark serpent spat a black cocoon from its mouth, writhing its body as it swiftly slithered forward. Zhang Wuliang lay prone, feeling the dark serpent slither onto his body. Its tail gently tapped his face, sending a shiver through Zhang Wuliang's body. The next instant, he felt his body lifted by a tremendous force. Then, he was swallowed into the serpent's belly. Inside the serpent's belly, Zhang Wuliang felt the slimy, uncomfortably slippery texture of its scales. He struggled desperately, trying to escape from the serpent's belly. But the dark serpent had already withdrawn its tail, leaving Zhang Wuliang utterly trapped. He could only shut his eyes tightly and gasp desperately for fresh air. As time passed, Zhang Wuliang found his breathing growing increasingly difficult. Just as he thought he would die there, a furious roar suddenly echoed from outside. Immediately afterward, he felt a sharp pain inside the serpent's belly. Before he could react, his entire body was flung out of the serpent's belly. Struggling to his feet, Zhang Wuliang saw the ghost messenger standing before him. In its hand was a sword, its blade still stained with black liquid. Beside it, the dark serpent lay lifeless, now nothing more than a corpse. It turned out that the ghost messenger had just severed the dark serpent with a single sword strike, rescuing Zhang Wuliang from its belly. Staring at the dark serpent's corpse on the ground, Zhang Wuliang felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had the ghost messenger not intervened in time, he would likely have perished within the serpent's belly. He shot the ghost messenger a grateful glance before looking down at his own body. Despite being swallowed whole by the dark serpent, he had suffered no injuries. A sudden thought struck Zhang Wuliang. He hurriedly began searching inside the serpent's belly and soon discovered some peculiar spoils. Zhang Wuliang pulled a black cocoon from the serpent's belly, the very one the dark serpent had spat from its mouth moments before. Alongside the black cocoon, he discovered several black scales. These scales must have fallen from the dark serpent's body. They glowed with a faint, eerie light and appeared exceptionally hard. Zhang Wuliang carefully stored the black cocoon and scales away. These were rare and valuable spoils. He didn't know what the black cocoon was for, but since it came from the dark serpent, it couldn't be ordinary. Perhaps after leaving this cursed place, he could study the crafting formula in detail and uncover its true purpose. As for the scales, Zhang Wuliang had witnessed their remarkable hardness firsthand. Earlier, when the spectral messenger severed the dark serpent with a single sword strike, the blade itself had sustained several nicks. One could only imagine the terrifying hardness of these scales. If forged into armor, their defensive capabilities would be truly astonishing. After stowing away his spoils, Zhang Wuliang gazed at the fallen dark serpent on the ground, his heart filled with emotion. He had narrowly escaped death multiple times, finally slaying the dark serpent and securing precious spoils. Zhang Wuliang said nothing more, turning to walk back toward his territory. Along the way, he witnessed numerous dark centipedes bursting from the earth before swiftly burrowing back underground. These dark centipedes weren't particularly powerful, but their numbers were vast. They patrolled the area like sentinels guarding the dark caverns. Zhang Wuliang carefully avoided these creatures, making his way back into the territory. Upon returning, he found the domain in utter disarray. Many structures had been damaged by the dark centipedes, but fortunately, no pets had been harmed. Zhang Wuliang breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly searched the territory and soon discovered more dark centipedes attacking the domain. However, these dark centipedes weren't particularly powerful and were repelled by the pet beasts Zhang Wuliang had stationed within the territory. Moreover, numerous flame cannons had been deployed throughout the territory, and these cannons had also eliminated a significant number of dark centipedes. Observing the situation within his domain, Zhang Wuliang felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He had ventured out to subdue the shadow fiend, never expecting his domain to come under attack in his absence. Fortunately, he had made preparations beforehand, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After circling the territory to ensure no dark centipedes remained, Zhang Wuliang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then began clearing the territory. The corpses of these dark centipedes were valuable resources that couldn't be wasted. Zhang Wuliang gathered all the dark centipede corpses and piled them in a corner. He planned to process them later, extracting useful materials. After completing all this, Zhang Wuliang returned to his small wooden cabin. He lay down on his bed and let out a long sigh. Today's events had left him thoroughly exhausted. However, the thought of successfully subduing the shadow fiend and slaying the dark serpent, along with the precious spoils of war he had obtained, made it all worthwhile. Zhang Wuliang closed his eyes, ready to rest properly. But before falling asleep, he habitually glanced at the world chat channel. What he saw left him stunned. It turned out that many beast masters were discussing something on the world channel. It was about these dark centipedes emerging from the earth. These dark centipedes appeared out of nowhere, their numbers overwhelming, and they were attacking beast masters' territories everywhere. Numerous beast masters had suffered losses, with some even losing their territories entirely. Seeing these reports, Zhang Wuliang's mind stirred. He recalled his own previous encounter with the dark centipedes, though those specimens had proven weak, repelled by his beast companion and flame turrets. Now it seemed these dark centipedes weren't isolated incidents, but part of a large-scale assault. This aligned with the warnings everyone had received about the impending worldwide assault. These minor dark centipedes were merely the appetizer preceding the main course. Moreover, Zhang Wuliang harbored another suspicion: could these dark centipedes be subordinates of the dark serpent? Though this theory sounded far-fetched, the more Zhang Wuliang pondered it, the more plausible it seemed. If that were the case, he had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. It might attract even more dark creatures in the future. An uneasy feeling settled in Zhang Wuliang's heart, but there was no turning back now. He could only continue fortifying his territory while keeping a close watch on the World Channel. Just as he was preparing to sleep, a major event erupted on the World Channel. After countless dark centipedes were slain by beast masters, some discovered that the black scales from the centipede corpses could be utilized by beast masters to craft various items. These items could even enhance the beast master's own power. The news sent the World Channel into an uproar. Many beast masters began discussing it, seeing it as a golden opportunity to boost their power. Zhang Wuliang also caught wind of the news, and a sense of restlessness stirred within him. He recalled how he had slain so many dark centipedes before, collecting a considerable number of their shells. If these shells could truly be put to use, wouldn't his strength increase significantly? Zhang Wuliang grew increasingly excited as he pondered this. He immediately climbed out of bed and made his way to the corner where the corpses of the dark centipedes were piled. He selected several relatively intact carapaces and began his research. After a night of research, Zhang Wuliang finally mastered the method of crafting items using dark centipede shells. He discovered these shells possessed extraordinary hardness and contained a unique form of energy. If this energy could be extracted, it could be used to forge equipment or craft other items. Without hesitation, Zhang Wuliang immediately began crafting. He fashioned a new set of armor from the dark centipede's shells. The armor looked incredibly sleek, entirely black in color. After donning it, Zhang Wuliang felt his defense increase significantly. He tested it by having the ice spike beast attack him and discovered that even its full power strike struggled to breach the armor's defenses. At the same time, he felt incredibly fortunate to have killed so many dark centipedes earlier, collecting a large number of carapaces. Otherwise, who knew how long it would have taken him to craft this armor? Zhang Wuliang didn't stop improving himself. He continued using the dark centipede shells to craft other items. Soon, he had crafted several specialized potions and traps. These potions and traps contained the unique energy of the dark centipede shells, granting them immense power. However, Zhang Wuliang knew he couldn't possibly use all these items by himself. Therefore, he decided to list some of the surplus items on the trading market to exchange for things he needed. Zhang Wuliang organized his inventory and listed the surplus armor, potions, and traps on the trading market. The moment these items appeared, they caused a sensation among the beast masters. Many beast masters spotted the items Zhang Wuliang had listed and gathered around to take a look. Wow, isn't that big shot Zhang Wuliang? How come he's listing so many awesome pieces of gear on the trading market? That armor looks so cool, wonder what materials it's made from. And these potions and traps, they all look extraordinary. Big shot Zhang Wuliang is seriously impressive. The beastmasters buzzed with excitement, all filled with curiosity about the items Zhang Wuliang had listed. They wanted to know what materials these items were made of and what kind of power they possessed. Some even began speculating what Master Zhang Wuliang might be hoping to trade for them. Zhang Wuliang glanced at the chatter in the World Channel and smiled faintly. He didn't rush to explain, instead waiting a moment before speaking slowly. Fellow beastmasters, these items were all crafted from the carapace of the dark centipede. They all possess tremendous power, capable of enhancing our abilities. Now, I wish to trade these items for something called black mirror shards. The more black mirror shards you have, the better the gear you can obtain from me. The moment Zhang Wuliang finished speaking, the World Channel fell into complete silence. The beastmasters were stunned. They never expected Zhang Wuliang's offer to involve trading for something called black mirror shards. Black mirror shards? What on earth were those? The beastmasters exchanged bewildered glances, none of them knowing what Zhang Wuliang was referring to. They began asking questions in the World Channel. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, what exactly are these black mirror shards? None of us have ever heard of them. Yeah, big shot Zhang Wuliang, could you explain it to us? Chapter 75, Building a New Fish Pond. Off to catch fish. At the mention of the Dark Realm, the beastmasters fell silent. The Dark Realm, it was the newly added underground world for the next world raid. Rumor had it that the place was teeming with danger, filled with countless powerful monsters and bizarre traps. Even the most powerful beast masters dared not venture into the Dark Realm lightly. Let alone ordinary beast masters like them, they'd likely be torn to shreds by the monsters the moment they set foot there. The mere thought of the Dark Realm's perils sent shivers down the beastmasters' spines. They all shook their heads, insisting they wouldn't risk venturing into the Dark Lands. The Dark Lands are far too dangerous. We wouldn't dare go. Yeah, going there is suicide. We're not about to risk our lives for a measly Black Mirror fragment. Big shot Zhang Wulian, couldn't you offer something else in exchange? We really don't want to go to the Darklands. The Beastmasters flooded the world chat with messages, hoping Zhang Wulian would alter his terms and accept other items in exchange for the artifact. However, Zhang Wulian remained unmoved. He smiled faintly and said, "My fellow Beastmasters, I know the Dark Realm is dangerous, but the Black Lens is crucial to me. If you dare not venture into the Dark Realm, that's fine. We can collaborate in other ways. For instance, you could seek out rare materials elsewhere and trade those for my item." Zhang Wulian's words made the beast tamer's eyes light up. Master Zhang Wulian's items were incredibly valuable, and trading other rare materials for them seemed like a sound approach. Thus, the Beastmasters sprang into action. They headed to their respective territories to hunt for rare materials. Some scoured forests for rare herbs, others mined precious ores in mountain ranges, while still others searched rivers for elusive water droplets. The beast tamers grew busy, and the world chat channel buzzed with activity. Constant messages flooded the channel from Beastmasters announcing rare finds, hoping to trade for Zhang Wulian's items. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, I found a herb called purple cloud grass. Can I trade it for your item? Master, I've mined a starstone, a truly precious ore. Could I trade it for your armor? I have a water spirit pearl I found in the deep sea. Could I trade it for your potions? Beastmasters paraded their rare finds across the world channel, hoping to trade for Zhang Wulian's gear. Zhang Wuliang smiled as he scanned the messages on the world channel. These Beastmasters were quite proactive, finding so many rare materials so quickly. He examined each material, carefully assessing its worth. Then, he began trading with the Beastmasters, exchanging his crafted items for their rare materials. The transactions proceeded smoothly, leaving the Beastmasters thoroughly satisfied. They exchanged the rare materials they had found for the precious items crafted by Zhang Wuliang. These items would grant them greater strength and more safeguards during the upcoming world assaults. Zhang Wuliang organized all the materials he had acquired. Purple cloud grass, starlight stone, water spirit pearl. Each material emitted a unique glow and aura, drawing gasps of admiration. Zhang Wuliang examined the materials carefully. Simultaneously, multiple new crafting recipes appeared. Crafting one large effect pet healing potion required materials 3 purple cloud grass, 10 purified water. Craft 1 black iron armor, materials required 5 starlight stone, 30 black iron ingot. Crafting 1 water spirit talisman, materials required 2 water spirit pearls, 5 silver threads. As he scanned these recipes, a flicker of delight crossed Zhang Wuliang's eyes. Many of these items he could craft right now. Zhang Wuliang immediately set to work. He first placed purple cloud grass and purified water into the crafting station, beginning the creation of a large-size special effect pet beast healing potion. With a flash of light, a bottle of large effect pet beast healing potion, radiating a rich medicinal fragrance, appeared in his hand. This potion proved far more potent than the previous pet healing potions, capable of rapidly restoring both health and status to his pets. Zhang Wuliang nodded in satisfaction and stowed the potion away. Next, he began crafting black iron armor. He placed starlight stone and black iron into the crafting station, and a series of intense clangs echoed. Before long, a sturdy and heavy set of black iron armor materialized before him. This armor possessed formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding attacks from most monsters. Finally, Zhang Wuliang began crafting the water spirit talisman. He placed the water spirit pearl and silver thread into the crafting station, and a crisp, watery sound echoed. Soon, an amulet radiating a faint watery glow appeared in his hand. This talisman could enhance the water attribute abilities of his beast companions, making them more agile and powerful in aquatic environments. Unfortunately, Zhang Wuliang currently possessed no water attribute pets. After crafting these items, Zhang Wuliang returned to the trading market. He displayed his newly crafted items, immediately drawing the attention of numerous beast tamers. Wow, is this a high-tier pet healing potion? It restores so much health. Holy crap, Zhang Wuliang's gear has been upgraded to black iron tier? Though black iron should be weaker than iron or silver, right? But why are the stats so high? This water spirit talisman sounds pretty powerful. From the description, it actually boosts a pet beast's water type abilities? It's basically a buff enhancing item. The Beastmasters marveled, showering praise on Zhang Wuliang's items. Soon, the Beastmasters began bidding fiercely to purchase Zhang Wuliang's items. Zhang Wuliang remained unhurried. Instead, he waited until the price reached a certain level before selectively selling to the highest bidders. Soon, Zhang Wuliang's items were completely sold out. He amassed a large quantity of metal ingots, which the Beastmasters had traded for using various rare materials. These metal ingots were crucial to him, as they could be used to upgrade his territory. After this period of development, other Beastmasters also accumulated varying amounts of metal ingots. After all, everyone knew metal ingots were essential for upgrading their domains, so they were all actively seeking and collecting them. Zhang Wuliang's approach of trading his crafted items for metal ingots proved to be an exceptionally wise choice. Zhang Wuliang's territory. Territory level 3. Territory area, 700 by 700 meters. Pet capacity, 040. Territory structures, luxury bonfire, premium feed bin, cozy log cabin, intermediate mining site, intermediate logging site, special materials factory, fish pond, pet beast resting hut, ownerless statue. Upgrade requirements, 70,000 wood, 130,000 stone, 18,000 bricks, 3,000 iron ingots, 500 steel ingots, 200 alloy ingots, 20 empowerment cores. Zhang Wuliang currently aims to upgrade his territory from level 3 to level 4. Aside from lacking alloy ingots, the only missing resource is the empowerment core. Alloy ingots weren't particularly hard to come by, he could simply smelt them from new ore deposits and gradually accumulate them. What truly troubles him is how to obtain that empowerment core. He had never obtained one yet. He hadn't unlocked the recipe for it, nor had he seen anyone discussing it on the world chat. Zhang Wuliang wasn't in a rush, though. He decided to set this aside for now and focus on building his territory instead. The castle building kit he had acquired earlier remained unused. Seizing this opportunity to reinforce his domain's defenses, Zhang Wuliang planned to construct a castle within the central area of his domain. The castle building set allowed him to directly construct level 3 buildings within his domain. Opening the castle construction kit, he discovered it contained 6 distinct building types, each with unique functions. Zhang Wuliang examined them and selected one that resembled a storage room. Then, a brand new castle rose from the ground within Zhang Wuliang's territory. Not only that, but a moat materialized around the castle. This moat differed from the lava river Zhang Wuliang had previously constructed, offering slightly weaker defensive capabilities. However, Zhang Wuliang was considering transforming this moat into a lava moat as well. Considering the drawbacks of a lava moat, however, he held off on implementing it for the time being. Zhang Wuliang named this castle Beastmaster Castle. The interior was lavishly appointed, with every conceivable amenity provided. Zhang Wuliang equipped the castle with numerous powerful defensive magic arrays, ensuring he would remain absolutely impervious to any invasion in the surrounding area. Additionally, he planned to construct other buildings in the surrounding areas. For instance, he planned to create large ponds to farm fish. Zhang Wuliang intended to use the fish as a food source for his domain, and certain special varieties could also serve as gifts or ingredients. After all, most of Zhang Wuliang's domain consisted of open land, with few areas suitable for cultivating crops. Thus, he viewed the fish ponds as an excellent alternative food source. Moreover, Zhang Wuliang also plans to construct large mills and cooking stations near the castle. This way, he could process fish and other foods into more delicious dishes. Zhang Wuliang's domain grew increasingly prosperous. He not only successfully built a castle but also added numerous defensive structures around it. Zhang Wuliang's Beastmaster Castle evolved into a formidable defensive stronghold capable of repelling any invading foe. Moreover, in some areas surrounding the castle, Zhang Wuliang's wooden huts, fish ponds, farmhouses, wells, and other structures gradually gained various functionalities. With the development of his domain steadily progressing, Zhang Wuliang could now turn his attention to other matters. After everything was completed, Zhang Wuliang suddenly realized his fish ponds were still empty. But where could he find fish in this ice-covered plateau, surrounded by nothing but snow and ice? However, beyond the wormhole lay a forest teeming with lakes and fish. Thus, Zhang Wuliang resolved to journey there and capture some fish to bring back. Through the wormhole, he arrived at the forest section on the other side. The environment here was completely different from the Icefield section, with dense trees and clear lakes everywhere. Accompanied by his 2 pet beasts, Zhang Wuliang searched the forest for suitable fish. Soon, they discovered a school of fish in one of the lakes. These fish belonged to various species, and Zhang Wuliang selected some that looked particularly tasty to catch. However, catching fish proved to be no easy task. After several attempts, Zhang Wuliang still hadn't managed to catch a single fish. The fish were highly alert the moment they sensed danger, they darted away swiftly. Zhang Wuliang refused to give up. He carefully observed their swimming patterns, trying to find their weaknesses. After persistent effort, Zhang Wuliang finally noticed that the fish paused briefly during their movements. Seizing this chance, he lunged forward. However, just as he was about to touch the fish, a massive aquatic beast suddenly burst out of the water. This aquatic beast bore sharp teeth and massive claws, appearing ferociously menacing. Startled, Zhang Wuliang quickly retreated, evading the beast's attack. The beast did not relent, continuing its charge toward Zhang Wuliang. Fortunately, Zhang Wuliang had brought the ghost messenger along this time. Facing the beast's onslaught, the ghost messenger instantly positioned himself in front of Zhang Wuliang. Simultaneously, he raised his long sword and swung it at the creature. A fierce sword chi erupted instantly, striking the water beast directly. The water beast let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground. 1 strike, 1 kill. Witnessing this, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The ghost messenger's strength was truly formidable. However, when Zhang Wuliang looked at the fish in the pond, he discovered they were all dead, their bellies turned white. Damn it! Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but curse under his breath. I came here to catch fish, not kill them. Originally, this lake had been teeming with fish, but after the ghost messenger's rampage, they were all dead. Feeling helpless, Zhang Wuliang had no choice but to search for another lake. Fortunately, lakes were plentiful in this forest, and Zhang Wuliang soon found another one. This time he was smarter. Instead of recklessly diving into fish, he sent his 2 pet beasts down to help. Moreover, to ensure he could catch the fish, Zhang Wuliang devised a new strategy. He had the spider queen weave a massive net along the lake's edge. This web was exceptionally sturdy, strong enough to bear the weight of fish. Next, Zhang Wuliang directed the ghost messenger to herd the fish toward the net. Meanwhile, the spider queen remained hidden nearby, ready to haul in the net at any moment. The plan proceeded smoothly. Under the ghost messenger's urging, the fish swam frantically toward the net. As they neared the net, the spider queen swiftly pulled it tight. In an instant, numerous fish were trapped in the net, unable to escape. Zhang Wuliang was overjoyed. He hurried over, scooping the fish from the net one by one and placing them into the buckets he had prepared beforehand. Chapter 76, Unexpectedly Encountering a Stranger. Catcher or Die. This fishing expedition yielded an exceptionally bountiful harvest, with Zhang Wuliang catching a large number of fish. Most of these fish were to be kept as pets, though a few would serve as his provisions. Zhang Wuliang didn't mind these fish at all. After all, they were pure, natural, and free from pollution. Moreover, in this era, food was extremely precious. Though he wasn't exactly starving, it was a welcome change of pace. Cradling his abundant haul, Zhang Wuliang led his 2 pet beasts through the wormhole back to his domain. He released the caught fish into the ponds within his domain. The once empty ponds now teemed with life. Watching the fish swim joyfully in the pond, Zhang Wuliang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. These fish not only added vitality to his domain but also provided him with a new source of food. Moreover, Zhang Wuliang discovered something intriguing. The fish were reproducing rapidly in the pond, and before long, their numbers had doubled. This delighted Zhang Wuliang immensely. He realized that this pond might possess some unique qualities that promoted fish reproduction. To test this theory, Zhang Wuliang conducted further experiments. He introduced various fish species into the pond and monitored their reproductive patterns. He discovered that all these fish reproduced at an exceptionally rapid pace in the pond, far exceeding normal reproduction rates. Zhang Wuliang understood that this pond must possess some kind of special power that could promote fish reproduction. He scrutinized the surroundings of the pond, trying to uncover its secret. Yet no matter how closely he looked, he could find nothing unusual. The water quality, temperature, and light conditions were indistinguishable from those of an ordinary pond. The only difference was that this pond was a special structure rewarded to him by the system. A thought struck Zhang Wuliang: could the pond's uniqueness be connected to the system? He recalled the system mentioning that this pond could generate a unique energy that accelerated fish growth and reproduction. Now it seemed that claim was indeed true. Zhang Wuliang felt a surge of excitement. He realized this fish pond not only provided him with a food source but could also become a massive source of wealth. If he could harness the pond's unique properties to mass breed valuable fish species, he could sell them to other players and earn vast amounts of gold coins and resources. With this thought, Zhang Wuliang began formulating a plan. He would harness the pond's unique qualities to build his own fish empire. Zhang Wuliang decided to journey once more to the forest sector on the other side of the wormhole to capture more fish. Accompanied by his 2 pets, he traversed the wormhole to the forest sector. This time, Zhang Wuliang skillfully coordinated the ghost messenger and spider queen to capture fish from the lake. He commanded the ghost messenger to herd the fish, driving them toward the web spun by the spider queen. Under the spider queen's precise control, the fish in the web were trapped one after another, unable to escape. Zhang Wuliang excitedly ran over, scooping each fish from the net and placing them into the bucket. This fishing expedition yielded an even richer haul than the last. Zhang Wuliang caught many different species of fish. Among them was one species with a particularly peculiar appearance. Their bodies were elongated, covered in shimmering silver scales. Their fins were broad and transparent, resembling a pair of light wings. Most striking were their eyes, round and gleaming with a mysterious light. Zhang Wuliang had never seen such a beautiful fish before, and he couldn't resist reaching out to touch them. As his fingertips gently brushed against the fish's scales, a tingling sensation spread from his fingertips. The sensation was so peculiar that Zhang Wuliang couldn't resist touching them several more times. Besides these silver fish, Zhang Wuliang also caught many other species. One species had a flattened body, as if it had been pressed flat. Their bodies were covered in vibrant patterns, resembling exquisite paintings. As they swam, their bodies twisted with remarkable agility, as if dancing in the water. Another species had a round body, resembling a plump little ball. A long spine protruded from their backs, giving them a somewhat fierce appearance. Yet when Zhang Wuliang observed them closely, he discovered an endearingly innocent charm in their eyes. Each fish possessed its own unique characteristics and beauty, leaving Zhang Wuliang utterly amazed. He had never imagined such a rich and diverse array of fish existed in this mysterious world. Zhang Wuliang carefully placed the fish into a bucket, intending to bring them back to his territory. He studied the fish in the bucket intently, wanting to understand them more deeply. The silver fish glided through the water, its scales shimmering with dazzling light, as if it were a mysterious creature from myth and legend. Zhang Wuliang gave it a name, silverwing flying fish. Next, he turned his attention to the flat-shaped fish. Its vibrant patterns made it appear to dance gracefully through the water, exuding an air of elegance and agility. Zhang Wuliang thought it resembled a flowing painting, so he named it the painted fish. As for the round fish, its plump body and long spines on its back gave it a rather endearingly clumsy appearance. Though its appearance seemed somewhat fierce, its eyes conveyed an air of innocence and cuteness. Zhang Wuliang smiled as he named it the spiny ballfish. These fish not only possess distinct appearances but also unique habits and characteristics. The silverwing flying fish swam with astonishing speed through the water, as if it could truly take flight. The painted fish preferred hiding among the aquatic plants, revealing only its vibrant patterns. The spiny ballfish, however, always swam slowly and leisurely, seemingly unhurried and enjoying a carefree life. Zhang Wuliang continued his search for other fish with excitement. He wanted to catch more interesting fish to bring back and raise in his own pond. But just then, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. Zhang Wuliang snapped his head up and scanned the nearby grass. There, a pair of emerald eyes stared intently at him. Zhang Wuliang's heart tightened. He realized it was a wild pet beast. Zhang Wuliang immediately grew alert, gripping the bucket tightly in his hand, ready to confront any potential threat. Simultaneously, he scanned his surroundings rapidly, searching for a place to hide. But the area around the lake was completely open, offering no cover whatsoever. Yet this posed little threat to Zhang Wuliang. Unbeknownst to the predatory beast eyeing him, it was actually the one being hunted. Zhang Wuliang silently calculated his next move, signaling the ghost messenger by his side to prepare for battle. Go! Take it out, Zhang Wuliang ordered in a low voice. The ghostly messenger immediately drew his sword, his form blurring like a shadow as he charged toward those green eyes. Just as the spectral messenger was about to plunge into the grass, those green eyes vanished abruptly. Immediately after, a flurry of rustling sounds erupted from the undergrowth as the wild beast turned and fled. This scene surprised Zhang Wuliang. He had expected an easy fight, but the wild beast proved cunning. Realizing defeat was imminent, it chose flight. However, Zhang Wuliang had no intention of letting it off so easily. He swiftly commanded the ghost messenger to pursue. Quick! Don't let it get away. At his command, the ghost messenger surged forward again, darting through the grass like a black bolt of lightning. The wild beast was also incredibly swift, weaving left and right through the grass in an attempt to shake off its pursuer. This only served to heighten Zhang Wuliang's interest. He realized this wild beast was no ordinary creature. Its intelligence and speed far surpassed those of typical beasts. If he could capture and tame it, it would undoubtedly become a powerful asset for Zhang Wuliang. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang instantly changed his mind. Ghost messenger, spare its life. I want it alive. The ghost messenger's movements faltered momentarily upon hearing this, but swiftly adjusted its strategy. It no longer sought to strike a fatal blow in one go, but instead began using its sword to corner the wild beast, leaving it nowhere to flee. Under the relentless pressure of the spectral messenger, the wild beast finally revealed an opening. Failing to dodge in time at a turn, it was struck by the ghost messenger's blade, letting out a terrified howl. Yet the wild beast refused to surrender. Suppressing its fear, it mustered its strength once more, attempting to break through the ghost messenger's encirclement. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but silently admire it. The courage and intelligence of this wild beast surpassed his expectations, strengthening his resolve to capture it alive. Clearly, it was a promising beast. He immediately commanded the ghost messengers to intensify their assault while seeking an opportune moment to intervene personally. Under Zhang Wuliang's command, the ghost messengers pressed relentlessly, finally cornering the wild beast into a dead end. Now with no escape route left, a glimmer of despair flashed in its eyes. Just at this critical moment, a sudden shout shattered the tense atmosphere. Halt! Zhang Wuliang froze, unable to believe his ears. He instinctively halted his movements and looked around in confusion. Could it be that there were others here? Zhang Wuliang furrowed his brow slightly, listening intently for any sounds nearby. Though the voice had been brief, he was certain he hadn't misheard. Moreover, it seemed to have come from the woods not far away. Zhang Wuliang's mind was filled with confusion. After all, since arriving in this world, he had yet to encounter another living soul. How could someone suddenly appear here, shouting to stop? He signaled the ghost messenger to continue guarding the wild beast, then cautiously made his way toward the woods. He wanted to see who exactly was shouting stop, here. As Zhang Wuliang drew nearer, the commotion within the woods grew increasingly distinct. He could vaguely make out a figure swaying within the trees. Zhang Wuliang's vigilance heightened. He gripped the bucket tightly in his hand, prepared for any possible situation. Finally, as he reached the edge of the woods, he saw the one who had called out. It was a girl dressed in a light green long dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall, her eyes shining as brightly as stars. Beside her was a rabbit-like pet beast. Fluffy and adorable, it seemed to Zhang Wuliang at a glance to possess almost no combat ability, seemingly tasked only with being cute. The girl stared at Zhang Wuliang with obvious nervousness, her hands clasped tightly before her chest, appearing quite frightened. Zhang Wuliang looked at her, feeling a surge of confusion. He had no idea where this girl had come from, nor why she had shouted for him to stop. But in this unfamiliar world, anything was possible. Who are you? The girl's voice trembled, clearly frightened by Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang remained composed, his gaze fixed on her as he demanded, "Where did you come from? Where is your territory?" Stumped by Zhang Wuliang's questions, the girl stammered, unable to respond. Zhang Wuliang's suspicions deepened. As Zhang Wuliang continued to stare at her, fear grew within her. She had no idea who Zhang Wuliang truly was, nor what he might do to her. Driven by terror, she suddenly spun around and fled. "Hey! Stop right there!" Zhang Wuliang shouted the moment he saw her move, immediately giving chase. He couldn't let this mysterious girl escape like this. He had to uncover her identity and origins. If he let her go now, she might pose a threat to him in the future. If she discovered that wormhole, Zhang Wuliang's territory would be exposed along with it. Therefore, if necessary, Zhang Wuliang was not above taking drastic measures, even killing the girl outright. If she kept running like this, refusing to communicate properly, Zhang Wuliang was absolutely capable of doing such a thing. Hearing Zhang Wuliang's shouts, the girl accelerated her pace. Like a nimble fawn, she darted left and right through the forest, trying to shake off Zhang Wuliang's pursuit. Zhang Wuliang followed closely behind. Relying on his exceptional physical prowess and keen instincts, he maintained a steady distance from her. As time passed, Zhang Wuliang gradually realized the girl's familiarity with these woods far exceeded his expectations. She always found the most concealed paths, avoiding obstacles with ease, making his pursuit exceptionally difficult. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but be secretly amazed. He had been in this world for some time and had gained a certain understanding of his surroundings. Yet compared to the girl, he was clearly still far behind. Her familiarity with the woods gave her a significant advantage during their chase. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but wonder if she had always lived in these woods. Otherwise, how could she be so thoroughly acquainted with every corner? This thought heightened Zhang Wuliang's vigilance. If she truly knew every inch of this place, catching her would be no easy task. Zhang Wuliang fixed his gaze on her figure, thrusting his feet into the ground to accelerate sharply, trying to close the gap between them. Feeling Zhang Wuliang closing in, the girl grew increasingly panicked. She had no idea why Zhang Wuliang was chasing her, nor what he intended to do. Driven by fear, she ran with all her might, desperate to escape this terrifying man. No matter how hard she tried, Zhang Wuliang remained like a shadow behind her, impossible to shake off. Thus began a heart-pounding chase through the forest. The girl fled relentlessly, Zhang Wuliang pursued relentlessly. The distance between them fluctuated, yet never truly widened. As time passed, Zhang Wuliang gradually realized that although the girl knew the woods well, her stamina and endurance were clearly inferior to his. Her pace began to slow, her breathing grew ragged, she was clearly nearing her limit. Zhang Wuliang knew his chance had come. He took a deep breath, mustered his strength once more, and surged forward, determined to seize the girl in one decisive move. Chapter 77, Finding the Girl Again, Joining with Conditions. The girl sensed Zhang Wuliang closing in, her panic intensifying. She didn't know how much longer she could hold on, nor what fate awaited her if captured. But at this critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. The rabbit-like pet beast beside her suddenly began to glow all over. The girl scooped up the creature and nervously closed her eyes. Zhang Wuliang's heart sank. He didn't know what the rabbit pet was about to do, but his instincts told him something was terribly wrong. In the next instant, a blinding light erupted from the rabbit, instantly enveloping the girl. Zhang Wuliang only caught a glimpse of the dazzling radiance before the girl and her rabbit companion vanished from his sight. Zhang Wuliang abruptly halted, his gaze darting around the area in search of the girl. Yet no matter how hard he searched, he could find no trace of her. She seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Zhang Wuliang was utterly stunned. He couldn't fathom how that rabbit companion could possess such extraordinary abilities, vanishing with the girl in an instant beyond his pursuit. Zhang Wuliang wandered through the woods for a long time, trying to find any clue to the girl's whereabouts. Yet all his efforts proved futile. The girl and the rabbit companion vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. It seemed the rabbit companion's abilities had surpassed his understanding. He must uncover the origins of that rabbit companion pet and why it had appeared here as soon as possible. Otherwise, he feared he would be unable to eat or sleep in peace. After all, in this world brimming with unknowns and dangers, any potential threat could deal him a fatal blow. He began carefully recalling his interactions with the girl, searching for any useful clues. However, her appearance and disappearance had been too sudden, he hadn't had a chance to observe her closely. Beyond knowing she possessed a magical rabbit spirit beast, Zhang Wuliang knew nothing else about her. But now that things had come to this, regret was useless. He had to find a solution as quickly as possible. Don't be fooled by her earlier flustered, harmless demeanor. Who could guarantee she wasn't deliberately feigning weakness to lower his guard? Once she probed around his territory and uncovered the secrets of the pet beast factory, who could guarantee she wouldn't strike against him behind his back? The pet beast factory was the very foundation of his livelihood, the bedrock upon which he stood in this world. Should any trouble arise at the pet beast factory, his situation would become precarious. Therefore, he must uncover the origins of that girl and the rabbit pet beast as soon as possible to ensure his own safety. Zhang Wuliang clenched his fists. His gaze was resolute, his mind already forming a plan. He devised a plan to probe the girl and the rabbit pet's background. Earlier, to capture the shadow fiend, he had erected a wall around its lair and set numerous traps. While these traps were ineffective against the shadow fiend, they were more than sufficient for dealing with ordinary humans and pet beasts. He could replicate the setup, placing similar traps around his own territory. That way, if the girl truly harbored ill intentions and attempted to ambush him in secret, she would inevitably trigger the traps, revealing her presence. He could then observe her strength and gauge her capabilities. What made her so bold as to venture alone into his territory? With this plan in mind, Zhang Wuliang felt reassured. He immediately sprang into action, returning to his territory to begin setting the traps. First, he meticulously surveyed the terrain surrounding his territory, pinpointing several critical locations. These spots were all essential routes leading to the pet beast factory. If that girl truly intended to harm him, she would inevitably pass through these areas. Once the locations were confirmed, Zhang Wuliang began digging the traps. Using his tools, he swiftly dug deep pits into the ground. These pits were deep enough to trap a person or a beast of burden, making escape nearly impossible. What's more, each pit contained a spider web trap. It was safe to say that once the girl fell in, there would be absolutely no way for her to escape. After setting the traps, Zhang Wuliang camouflaged them with surrounding vegetation. Using the surrounding vegetation and soil, he skillfully concealed the trap's existence. Without careful observation, it would be nearly impossible to detect their presence. With everything prepared, Zhang Wuliang returned to his territory through the wormhole and reinforced its perimeter defenses. Although his domain was already surrounded by a wall, he decided to add another layer of protection to ensure absolute security. Using the resources at his disposal, he swiftly erected a more robust wall. Towering and thick, this wall was sufficient to withstand attacks from ordinary beasts. Moreover, he deployed surveillance devices around the perimeter. These devices monitored the territory's surroundings in real time, triggering immediate alarms at the slightest anomaly. With these arrangements in place, even if that girl truly harbored ill intentions and sought to harm him, it would be far from easy. Over the next few days, Zhang Wuliang remained within his territory, keeping a close watch on the surroundings. Through the surveillance systems, he monitored every movement around the territory in real time, determined not to miss even the slightest anomaly. Simultaneously, he deployed several pet beasts to patrol the perimeter, ensuring absolute security. These pets were all meticulously trained by him, possessing formidable strength and unwavering loyalty. They obeyed Zhang Wuliang's commands absolutely, showing no signs of slackness or negligence. Under Zhang Wuliang's meticulous surveillance, the territory remained calm and peaceful, with no unusual occurrences. Several more days passed in this manner. One day, while Zhang Wuliang was busy within his territory, he suddenly received a message on the World Channel. Opening it, he found the channel abuzz with excitement as numerous beastmasters discussed fervently. A new wave of world attacks is imminent. Everyone, prepare yourselves. This time we must unite and fight together, no more fighting separately like last time. Exactly. Only by uniting can we increase our chances of victory. Seeing these messages, Zhang Wuliang felt a stir within him. The new wave of world attacks had arrived so quickly though, upon reflection, it was about time. He'd simply been too busy lately to notice the passage of time. It seemed he must swiftly enhance his strength to stand his ground during this onslaught. At the same time, he noticed the discussions among the beastmasters in the World Channel. They seemed to have begun uniting, preparing to jointly confront the impending assault. These individuals hailed from diverse regions, some separated by vast distances. Yet, through the existence of wormholes, they had fortuitously encountered one another and resolved to unite against their common foe. Watching the beastmasters excitedly discuss their plans and strategies, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. These guys are pretty proactive. He murmured to himself, a faint smile touching his lips. Though he had never met these beast tamers before, witnessing their unity brought him a sense of satisfaction. After all, in this world brimming with danger and uncertainty, finding allies willing to stand together against adversity was always a positive thing. A sudden thought struck Zhang Wuliang. Since these beast tamers were all seeking teammates to prepare for the impending attack, why shouldn't he find one too? He had always acted alone before. While he had achieved some success, he was ultimately outnumbered and outmatched, finding certain tasks beyond his capabilities. Having a partner would make things much easier. They could assist and support each other, facing future challenges together. But Zhang Wuliang quickly shook his head. It wasn't that he distrusted other beast masters, but his territory was simply too crucial. He couldn't afford any mistakes. Then Zhang Wuliang suddenly remembered that girl. There was another point, too. It wasn't easy to encounter other beast masters. At present, the only person Zhang Wuliang could encounter was that girl. And judging by her demeanor, she didn't seem to harbor any ill intentions. Zhang Wuliang decided to check on the girl's situation first. He immediately traversed the wormhole to the location of the trap. Emerging from the wormhole, he immediately spotted the girl trapped in the spider web snare. She was struggling weakly, but the web trap held her firmly, preventing her escape. Her face was pale, her lips dry and white, clearly indicating she had been trapped there for quite some time. Zhang Wuliang hesitated, unsure whether he should rescue the girl. But then he thought better of it. He couldn't stand by and watch someone die. Besides, his very presence here was an opportunity for her. Though he didn't know why she was trapped here, since she had been captured after he arrived, she must have come seeking him. Zhang Wuliang might as well hear her out. Even if she harbored ill intentions, he could easily dispose of her. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang immediately walked over and approached the girl. As he drew near, he caught the foul stench emanating from her body. Clearly, she hadn't bathed in ages, her body reeking of foul odor. But Zhang Wuliang didn't recoil. He stepped forward, reaching out to free her from the spiderweb trap. Yet the instant his fingers touched her skin, she let out a piercing scream of terror. She clearly hadn't expected someone to suddenly appear here, let alone attempt to rescue her. Hearing her scream, Zhang Wuliang's heart tightened. He quickly reassured her, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." Only then did the girl gradually calm down. Zhang Wuliang tore through the web with force, freeing the girl from the trap. After her rescue, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. She was clearly exhausted, lacking even the strength to stand. Zhang Wuliang quickly pulled out his water flask and handed it to her. "Here, have some water." A flicker of delight crossed her eyes. She took the canteen and drank greedily. She clearly hadn't had water in a long time. This flask was nothing short of life-saving nectar to her. After she finished drinking, Zhang Wuliang pulled out his own rations and offered them to her. "Here, have something to eat." Taking the rations, a hint of gratitude appeared in her eyes. She began to eat voraciously. Before long, she finished the rations. Looking at Zhang Wuliang with a touch of embarrassment, she said, "Thank you, brother Zhang Wuliang. It's been ages since I last ate something this meaty." Zhang Wuliang smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing. Take your time. There's more if you need it." But then it suddenly dawned on him, how did this girl know his name? "You know me?" Zhang Wuliang's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of wariness flickering in his eyes. He had never told this girl his name, how did she know it? Hearing Zhang Wuliang's words, panic flashed across the girl's face. Seemingly startled by his reaction, she hurriedly explained, "Be Big Shot. That day, my pet beast was chased into a desperate retreat by yours. I just guessed you must be Big Shot Zhang Wuliang." Zhang Wuliang paused, taken aback. He waited for her to continue. The girl continued, "Boss, the beast I sent out that day was a senior-level beast. The only one capable of chasing my beast into such a state of disarray would be a master-level beast. And globally, the only person who possesses a master-level beast is you, Boss Zhang Wuliang." Hearing this, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. This girl was quite sharp to deduce his identity from such a small clue. He gave her a thorough once-over, his estimation of her rising a notch. However, he did not completely lower his guard because of this. He looked at her, his tone cool as he asked, "Oh? So what brings you here?" A look of hesitation flashed across her face. She seemed hesitant, unsure whether to reveal the purpose of her visit. But then she realized she had no other choice now. She could only pin her hopes on the powerful figure before her. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and said, "Big Shot, I want to join you in fighting the impending attack." Zhang Wuliang froze at her words. He hadn't expected this girl to be so direct, asking outright to join him in fighting the impending attack. While he had considered such an alliance himself, he couldn't just accept anyone. Moreover, he knew nothing of her abilities or background. Partnering with her rashly could easily bring unnecessary trouble upon himself. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang looked at the girl and said in a flat tone, "Oh? Why do you think I'd cooperate with you? Do you know my strength? Do you know what kind of enemies I'm facing?" The girl was momentarily speechless by Zhang Wuliang's barrage of questions. She hadn't truly considered these points before, believing she had no other choice but to pin her hopes on this powerful figure before her. But she refused to abandon this one chance. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Big Shot, I know my abilities might not match yours, but I have my own strengths. My pet beast is agile and can provide excellent support in battle. Plus, I know this area like the back of my hand and can offer you valuable intelligence." She paused here, as if gathering her thoughts. She continued, "As for the enemies you'll face, while I don't know their exact strength, I do have some intelligence. I can share this information with you so you can prepare in advance." Zhang Wuliang gave a slight nod, finding the girl's words somewhat reasonable. He knew he couldn't take on all the enemies alone. Having someone who could offer assistance and intelligence would be ideal. However, he didn't immediately agree to her request for cooperation. Instead, he looked at her and said, "I can consider it, but before that, you must first tell me your name." Her eyes lit up. She knew Zhang Wuliang hadn't outright rejected her, meaning there was still a chance. She quickly replied, "Big Shot, my name is Su Qing." Chapter 78, Cooperation. Arriving at the Sky Island sector. Su Qing. You say you can provide some intelligence. What exactly is it? Zhang Wuliang remained impassive, curious to hear what useful information this girl might offer. After all, he knew the next world assault was connected to the underground realm, a place he'd personally explored before. He didn't believe his intelligence was any less than hers. Su Qing didn't beat around the bush. She laid out everything she knew, plain and simple. Boss, I heard this world assault is connected to the underground world. And I know a bit about the situation down there. I've heard that in the underground world, there exists a type of pet beast that everyone is temporarily calling the Dark Beast. These beasts are incredibly powerful, far stronger than any pets found on the surface. Moreover, they possess special abilities like the power to cloak themselves in darkness or unleash potent dark energy attacks. Beyond that, I've also heard that within the underground world, there are pet beasts controlled by the Dark Beasts. They obey the Dark Beast's commands and launch attacks against creatures on the surface. Su Qing rattled off a lot of information in one breath, all intelligence she'd painstakingly gathered. She thought this was more than enough information, but after listening, Zhang Wuliang remained outwardly impassive. Such intelligence was indeed valuable, but Zhang Wuliang didn't believe it could be obtained so easily. Therefore, he remained skeptical about its authenticity for the time being. To prevent Su Qing from gaining the upper hand, Zhang Wuliang deliberately maintained his composure. Seeing Zhang Wuliang's reaction, Su Qing couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. She didn't know what other valuable information she could offer to satisfy this powerful figure. Zhang Wuliang replied in a flat tone, I already knew all that. Do you have anything else? Su Qing froze. She hadn't expected the intelligence she'd painstakingly gathered to be utterly useless to this big shot. She lowered her head in frustration, unsure what to do next. But then, something suddenly occurred to her. She snapped her head up and looked at Zhang Wuliang. Big shot, I know one more piece of information. I don't know if it'll be useful to you. Zhang Wuliang gestured for her to continue. Su Qing said, I heard that the reason these dark beasts came to the surface is because they need something called the Dark Heart. Dark Heart? Zhang Wuliang furrowed his brow. He hadn't heard of such a thing. Su Qing nodded and continued, yes, the Dark Heart. It's said this Dark Heart can make the dark beasts even more powerful, even allowing them to control other pet beasts. I only heard this information by chance, so I'm not sure if it's true. Zhang Wuliang immediately pressed, where did you hear this? Su Qing hesitated, unsure whether to reveal her source to Zhang Wuliang. But when she saw the sharp gleam in Zhang Wuliang's eyes, she felt a pang of unease. If she didn't reveal the source, their collaboration would be completely off the table. With that thought, she gritted her teeth and said, Boss, I can't tell you the source of this intelligence, but I can guarantee you it's absolutely true. The moment Su Qing finished speaking, she felt an overwhelming aura emanating from Zhang Wuliang, making her feel slightly suffocated. As she met his gaze, which grew colder by the second, fear crept into her heart. She couldn't fathom why this boss had suddenly become so terrifying. Zhang Wuliang was filled with suspicion. Su Qing's hesitation and stammering only deepened his doubts about the intelligence's authenticity and even about her motives for approaching him. The Dark Heart could enhance the power of dark beasts and even grant them control over other pets. Such intelligence was clearly vital. If it was true, why wouldn't Su Qing reveal its source? Was she deliberately concealing something? At this thought, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Zhang Wuliang. If Su Qing was indeed deliberately concealing something, or harboring ill intentions toward him, he absolutely could not leave this potential threat unchecked. Su Qing sensed the murderous intent radiating from Zhang Wuliang, and her face drained of color in terror. She had no idea why this powerful figure had suddenly become so terrifying, but she knew that if she didn't spill the truth quickly, she might truly never escape this trap alive today. Boss, I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. Stared at by Zhang Wuliang's icy gaze, Su Qing trembled all over, her words stumbling out in a stutter. Seeing her terror, the murderous intent in Zhang Wuliang's heart finally began to dissipate slightly. He spoke coldly, talk. Tell me everything you know. If you dare lie even once, I'll make sure you don't live to see tomorrow's sun. Su Qing nodded frantically and revealed everything she knew to Zhang Wuliang. It turned out this information had come from a beastmaster she'd encountered earlier. That beastmaster resided in the same sector as her. It was largely thanks to his assistance that she had survived until now. He was a formidable figure, comparable to Zhang Wuliang, and he too was deeply interested in the recent worldwide attack. Therefore, he had ventured alone into the underground world to explore and gather useful intelligence. After some exploration, he had indeed uncovered some valuable intelligence. Among these discoveries was information concerning the Dark Heart. The Beastmaster informed Su Qing that he had discovered a dark beast's lair in the underground world, and within that lair, he had witnessed the Dark Heart. It was a peculiar energy crystal radiating an intense aura of darkness. The Beastmaster also informed Su Qing that these Dark Hearts held immense importance to the dark beasts. Their emergence onto the surface was driven by the quest to acquire more Dark Hearts, thereby enhancing their own power and gaining control over other beasts. After hearing the Beastmaster's account, Su Qing was utterly shocked. These dark beasts harbored such secrets, and she understood the gravity of this intelligence. She had kept it confidential, telling no one. Only now, to collaborate with Zhang Wuliang, did she reveal this intelligence. After hearing Su Qing's explanation, the murderous intent in Zhang Wuliang's heart finally dissipated completely. He remarked indifferently, so that's how it is. This information is somewhat useful after all. Seeing the murderous intent vanish from Zhang Wuliang's face, Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Though she had revealed such vital intelligence to Zhang Wuliang, at least she had preserved her own life. Moreover, she believed that by collaborating with Zhang Wuliang, she would not only survive this global assault but might even gain some unexpected advantages. A faint smile touched Su Qing's lips as she said, "Big shot, now that I've shared everything I know with you, can we start working together?" Zhang Wuliang's expression turned thoughtful. Su Qing's intelligence was indeed intriguing to him. He didn't immediately agree to her proposal, instead asking, "Where is this beastmaster you mentioned now?" Su Qing didn't understand why Zhang Wuliang asked that. Still, she answered truthfully, "I don't know. After giving me this information, the beastmaster left. I have no idea where he went." Zhang Wuliang nodded slightly, lost in thought. Though Su Qing claimed ignorance of the beastmaster's whereabouts, Zhang Wuliang dared not let his guard down. On this continent, human settlements were extremely scattered. Especially before the wormhole appeared, humans mostly fought alone, rarely encountering others. Yet Su Qing had managed to encounter a beastmaster of considerable strength, one who even possessed the ability to explore the underground world. Such an individual was undoubtedly an unpredictable variable. If he were an ally, it would be manageable, but if he were an enemy, he would undoubtedly prove a formidable adversary. Therefore, Zhang Wuliang grew vigilant, resolving to exercise greater caution in the days ahead to guard against a surprise attack from that beastmaster. Seeing Zhang Wuliang fall silent, Su Qing wondered what thoughts occupied his mind. However, she refrained from asking further questions, choosing instead to wait quietly for his response. After a long moment, Zhang Wuliang finally lifted his head to look at Su Qing and spoke slowly, "I can consider the cooperation, but before that, I need to see your territory first." Su Qing didn't understand why Zhang Wuliang wanted to see her territory. Still, she didn't dwell on it. Since Zhang Wuliang had made the request, she would simply agree. After all, her very life was now in his hands. Whatever he demanded, she dared not refuse. Su Qing nodded. "No problem. I can take you to see my territory." Zhang Wuliang replied, "Excellent. It's settled then. After viewing your territory, we'll discuss the cooperation." Su Qing smiled back. "No problem. Shall we depart now?" Zhang Wuliang nodded, untied Su Qing's restraints, and they left the trap together. Watching Su Qing's retreating figure, a sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Wuliang's eyes. His desire to see Su Qing's territory stemmed not from genuine interest in the partnership, but from his intent to grasp her lifeline. Only by controlling her territory could he feel completely secure. No one could guarantee Su Qing wouldn't stab him in the back. If Su Qing dared to act against him, he could use her territory as leverage, forcing her to think twice before making any moves. Therefore, inspecting Su Qing's territory was an absolute necessity. Unaware of Zhang Wuliang's true intentions, Su Qing led him toward her territory. Along the way, she shared some information about the area with Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang listened quietly, occasionally nodding to show he was paying attention. Yet his mind was elsewhere. He wondered, if that beastmaster truly existed, would he be interested in Su Qing's territory? If he did take an interest in Su Qing's territory, would he be secretly observing him? Zhang Wuliang's mind was filled with caution. He had to proceed with care to prevent being ambushed by that beastmaster. Guided by Su Qing, the two traversed a dense forest before arriving at the entrance of a massive cavern. The cavern soared over 100 meters high, its entrance irregularly shaped as if blasted open by some immense force. Seeing the cavern before him, Zhang Wuliang's eyes narrowed. He could sense the intense energy fluctuations emanating from within, vibrations strikingly similar to those of a wormhole. Noticing Zhang Wuliang's expression, Su Qing explained, "This cave is another wormhole. I came here through it." Zhang Wuliang nodded, understanding the situation. So, the location he was in actually contained two wormholes. One led to the underground world, the other to the surface. Su Qing had arrived here through this wormhole leading to the surface. Zhang Wuliang hesitated no longer and followed Su Qing into the wormhole. The instant his body passed through the wormhole, he felt a powerful force tugging at his body. However, this force did not harm him. Instead, it brought him a wave of relief. Immediately afterward, his body materialized in an unfamiliar place. Zhang Wuliang looked around and found himself on an island. The island wasn't large, only a few hundred miles in circumference. Thick fog enveloped its surroundings, obscuring any view beyond. At the island's center lay a vast lake, its waters so clear one could see fish swimming freely within. Noticing Zhang Wuliang's expression, Su Qing explained, "This is the Sky Island Plate." Zhang Wuliang frowned in confusion. "The Sky Island Plate?" Su Qing nodded. "Exactly. Floating island plates are unique terrains formed after blue stars fragmentation. They drift in the air, shrouded in mist, making them extremely hard to detect." Zhang Wuliang understood at once. He looked around and found the environment on this island to be quite pleasant, far superior to the underground world. Living here would undoubtedly be a blissful existence. However, Zhang Wuliang also knew that while the environment was pleasant, it didn't mean there were no dangers. After all, this was the pet beast world. Danger lurked everywhere. Just then, Zhang Wuliang suddenly looked up at the sky. There, streaking across the sky, were massive silhouettes moving swiftly. These figures turned out to be enormous dragon-like pet beasts. Each beast measured over 100 meters in length, radiating an overwhelming aura. Seeing these beasts, Zhang Wuliang's expression grew solemn. Su Qing explained, these beasts are the rulers of Sky Island and belong to the higher tier category. They possess immense power, but they generally don't attack humans unless provoked. As long as you don't provoke them, there shouldn't be any danger. Zhang Wuliang nodded, understanding the situation. No wonder Su Qing could survive here. The beasts didn't actively attack humans. Even so, Zhang Wuliang dared not let his guard down for a moment. After all, these beasts possessed immense power. Should they ever go berserk, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Wuliang turned to Su Qing again. Where is your territory? Take me to see it. Su Qing pointed ahead and said, my territory is just up ahead. Follow me. With that, she turned and walked ahead. Zhang Wuliang followed behind her, vigilantly observing the surroundings. He had to proceed with caution to prevent any unexpected incidents. Guided by Su Qing, the two soon arrived at a dense forest. Su Qing pointed ahead and said, my territory is just up ahead. Those buildings over there are what I constructed. Chapter 79, The Third Party, and Other Beast Masters Exist. Zhang Wuliang followed the direction of Su Qing's finger and saw a cluster of buildings ahead. They weren't particularly tall and appeared somewhat rudimentary, mostly constructed from wood. However, they appeared remarkably sturdy, likely treated with special techniques. Zhang Wuliang understood that given the limited resources here, constructing buildings of this quality was already quite impressive. Su Qing explained, resources here are extremely scarce, so I could only build simple structures. Still, they're sufficient for my living needs. Zhang Wuliang nodded in understanding. Surveying his surroundings, he found the environment exceptionally pleasant, shaded by lush green trees, filled with birdsong and floral fragrance, and blessed with remarkably fresh air. Living here would undoubtedly be a very pleasant experience. Yet Zhang Wuliang also knew that while the surroundings were pleasant, it didn't mean danger was absent. Su Qing led Zhang Wuliang into her territory, where simple facilities like beds, tables, chairs, and a stove were arranged. Though rudimentary, these items proved remarkably practical. Su Qing pointed to a wooden hut ahead and said, that's where I live. Go inside and rest for a while. Zhang Wuliang nodded and followed Su Qing into the cabin. The interior was sparsely furnished, containing only a bed and a few basic pieces of furniture. Yet the environment was remarkably quiet, creating a deeply comfortable atmosphere. Sitting on the bed and surveying the simple furnishings, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. For a girl like Su Qing to survive in such an environment was no small feat. Su Qing forced an awkward laugh. Do you think my place is too simple? Zhang Wuliang shook his head. No, I think you're amazing. Surviving in a place like this is no easy feat. Hearing Zhang Wuliang's words, a faint smile touched Su Qing's lips. She could tell his words weren't mere flattery, but a genuine expression of admiration. It warmed her heart. After all, she had lived here alone for so long, and this was the first time anyone had ever praised her like this. Su Qing replied, honestly, I'm not really that impressive. I just had no other choice. Zhang Wuliang suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, what about your pet beast? What are its abilities? Su Qing froze. Zhang Wuliang suddenly asking about her pet beast. Her pet beast was an incredibly adorable creature named Phantom Cat. Its power wasn't particularly formidable, but its skill was exceptionally unique. Su Qing hadn't intended to tell Zhang Wuliang, as it was her trump card. However, she realized that since Zhang Wuliang had already seen her territory, there was no need to keep it hidden anymore. So she said, my beast companion is a phantom cat. Its skill is invisibility. It can cloak itself or its tamer, allowing us to evade enemy attacks. Zhang Wuliang was somewhat stunned. Invisibility? This was no ordinary skill. In battle, the ability to become invisible meant evading enemy attacks and even delivering a fatal strike. Zhang Wuliang asked eagerly, could you demonstrate it? He wanted to see for himself just how powerful this invisibility skill truly was. Su Qing nodded. Sure, I'll show you. Phantom Cat, come forth. As her words faded, a beam of light shot from her palm. Instantly, an adorable kitten materialized before Zhang Wuliang. Its fur was pure white, its eyes a striking blue, utterly adorable. However, Zhang Wuliang dared not underestimate this little cat. It was a pet beast with the ability to become invisible. Su Qing stroked the Phantom Cat's head and said, Phantom Cat, show us your skill. The Phantom Cat seemed to understand Su Qing's words. It let out a soft meow, and immediately, its body began to blur. Zhang Wuliang stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before him. The Phantom Cat's form grew increasingly blurry until it vanished completely. Zhang Wuliang looked around in astonishment, searching for any trace of the Phantom Cat. Yet, he could see nothing. The Phantom Cat had truly vanished without a trace. Zhang Wuliang was utterly shocked. This invisibility skill was simply too formidable. Just then, a wave of sweet fragrance suddenly swept over him, followed by Su Qing's body becoming blurred. Zhang Wuliang froze for a moment before realizing. It turned out Su Qing had followed the phantom cat into invisibility. Before long, Su Qing's form vanished completely. Zhang Wuliang stared in astonishment at the empty space before him. Only then did he understand why Su Qing had vanished so abruptly during his pursuit. It turned out she had used the phantom cat's invisibility skill to evade his pursuit. After a while, Su Qing and the phantom cat reappeared before Zhang Wuliang. Seeing the astonished look on Zhang Wuliang's face, Su Qing's lips curved into a faint smile. She said, "Well, pretty impressive, huh?" Zhang Wuliang nodded, genuinely impressed. "That's incredible. This skill is absolutely game-changing." Su Qing chuckled and explained, "Actually, this skill has its weaknesses too. It can't be sustained for too long, or it would consume a massive amount of energy." Only then did Zhang Wuliang relax. If the invisibility skill could be used without limits, that would be too overpowered. Even so, it was still incredibly powerful. If only he could possess such a beast companion, wouldn't he be unstoppable? A thought stirred in Zhang Wuliang's mind. But of course, he couldn't just ask someone outright for the pet beast that was their livelihood. He pondered how he might trick the beast away, even if it was just for breeding purposes. Zhang Wuliang asked again, "Where is that beast tamer you encountered earlier?" Su Qing frowned and replied, "I have no idea where he is. He just suddenly appeared in my territory." Zhang Wuliang felt a pang of disappointment. He still wanted to find that beast tamer and ask him exactly how he'd entered. Zhang Wuliang pressed further, "How do you two communicate?" Su Qing replied, "We don't have a fixed method of contact. When he needs something, he'll come find me naturally." Zhang Wuliang's interest piqued. "What does he want from you?" Su Qing explained, "He asks me to help him find certain herbs and minerals. In exchange, he gives me food and supplies." Only then did Zhang Wuliang understand. So the Beastmaster was using Su Qing to gather resources for himself. However, Su Qing didn't seem to mind. For her, obtaining some food and supplies was already quite satisfactory. But this only made Zhang Wuliang feel even more uneasy. Judging solely from Su Qing's description, the other party appeared to be someone with objectives as clear-cut as his own. Such individuals were actually more difficult to deal with. Zhang Wuliang asked, "What kind of person is he?" Su Qing thought for a moment before replying, "He's very powerful. His pet beast is a flame lion that can breathe fire." Zhang Wuliang frowned. "A flame lion? That's no ordinary pet beast. A beast capable of spewing flames must be formidable." Su Qing added, "Plus, he has a fiery temper. He flies off the handle at the slightest provocation. I wouldn't dare cross him." Zhang Wuliang nodded, his guard rising silently. Hearing Su Qing describe him like that, this Beastmaster was clearly no pushover. He'd have to be on his guard. Zhang Wuliang pressed further, "Did he tell you how he managed to get in?" Su Qing shook her head. "He didn't tell me, and I didn't bother asking." Zhang Wuliang felt a bit helpless. This Su Qing truly lived in her own little world. Still, Zhang Wuliang didn't blame her. After all, surviving in this wilderness was no small feat in itself. Zhang Wuliang pulled out some food and other supplies from his backpack, handing them to Su Qing. "Here, take these. If that person comes looking for you again, send me a private message." Su Qing accepted the items, a hint of surprise lighting up her face. She nodded quickly. "Okay, I'll definitely let you know." Then, Zhang Wuliang left. Su Qing remained puzzled. This suddenly appearing Beastmaster seemed different from the others. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he was also incredibly generous. These were not things just anyone could afford. Still, Su Qing didn't dwell on it. For her, receiving any assistance at all was already quite fortunate. She glanced at the food and supplies in her hands, a hint of satisfaction spreading across her face. Especially the meat, which gave off an enticing aroma. It had been ages since she'd tasted such fresh meat. Su Qing couldn't resist picking up a piece of meat and taking a bite. Instantly, a rich aroma filled her mouth. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This is absolutely delicious." She recalled the frugal days of her past. Su Qing took another bite of meat and sank into her memories. Back then, she had to scour the wilderness daily in search of food. Sometimes, she went days without finding enough to eat, forced to endure hunger. She had tried hunting wild beasts, but her strength was limited. She was no match for those creatures. On more than one occasion, she had narrowly escaped being killed by wild beasts. Fortunately, her pet beast, the phantom cat, possessed formidable abilities. Though not particularly powerful in combat, its speed and stealth abilities were unmatched. It was precisely because of this that she managed to escape death time and time again. Later, she encountered the beast tamer and asked him to help her gather herbs and minerals. In exchange, he provided her with food and supplies. Though the provisions were meager, at least she no longer had to worry about food. Even so, her life remained harsh. Every day, she roamed the wilderness, searching for whatever the Beastmaster needed. Sometimes, to find a single herb or mineral, she would have to travel for days on end. Her dwelling was nothing more than a crude wooden hut. Inside, there was only a bed made of dry grass and leaves. On rainy nights, the cabin grew as cold as an ice cellar. She had to cling tightly to her phantom cat for warmth just to fall asleep. Recalling those hardships, Su-ching couldn't help but sigh. Glancing at the food in her hands, a flicker of contentment crossed her eyes. With these things, life will be so much easier for me and phantom cat from now on. With that, she quickly picked up a piece of meat and fed it to the phantom cat. The phantom cat opened its mouth and swallowed the meat in one gulp. A look of satisfaction also flashed in its eyes, clearly pleased with the treat. After finishing, the phantom cat leaped onto Su-ching's shoulder and burrowed into her embrace. Su-ching stroked its head, a look of affection flickering in her eyes. Phantom, with these supplies, our days ahead will be much easier. With that, she leaned against the rock and closed her eyes. A day passed in the blink of an eye. As night fell, the temperature in the wilderness dropped sharply. Su-ching stroked the phantom cat nestled in her arms, a hint of worry creeping into her thoughts. Phantom, are you cold? The phantom cat shook its head and rubbed its head against Su-ching's hand, as if to comfort her. Su-ching smiled, her worries easing. She held the phantom cat close, feeling its warmth radiate through her. With you by my side, I'm not afraid of the cold. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Su-ching instantly opened her eyes, her gaze darting warily in that direction. She saw a shadowy figure approaching stealthily. He clearly intended to sneak into the cabin. Su-ching couldn't help but frown, her guard rising silently. She quietly moved her hand toward the dagger at her waist, ready to strike at any moment. Only when the figure entered the cabin did Su-ching get a clear look at him. It turned out to be none other than the Beastmaster. Su-ching let out a sigh of relief and sheathed her dagger. The Beastmaster stepped inside, his gaze sweeping across the cabin. When he spotted the meat supplies, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Where did you get all this? He asked in a deep voice. With your abilities, you couldn't have procured it yourself, could you? Su-ching knew she couldn't hide the truth. She could only recount everything about her encounter with Zhang Wuliang to him. She had hoped that, seeing these provisions, he might let the matter drop. But she was wrong. As soon as she finished speaking, the Beastmaster's expression darkened instantly. What did you say? You encountered a stranger beast tamer? And you got these things from him? His eyes widened as he stared intently at Su-ching. Startled by his intense gaze, Su-ching nodded quickly. Yes, I encountered a Beastmaster. He gave me these items. Damn it! The Beastmaster erupted in fury. Who is that person? Su-ching flinched at his thunderous roar. She couldn't understand why this Beastmaster was so furious. After all, she had received food and supplies, shouldn't he be pleased? Yet she dared not argue back, only answering obediently, he's big shot Zhang Wuliang, the one announced earlier on the World Channel, the Zhang Wuliang who repelled the world assault. At the mention of Zhang Wuliang's name, the Beastmaster's entire body trembled. Chapter 80, Meeting by the Lake. He clearly recognized the name. The anger vanished from his face, replaced by palpable fear. You actually encountered him? His eyes widened as he stared intently at Su-ching. Are you certain his name is Zhang Wuliang? Su-ching felt a chill under his intense gaze but nodded nonetheless. I'm certain. The Beastmaster sucked in a sharp breath. Of course he knew Zhang Wuliang's name. After all, Zhang Wuliang's name had been spreading like wildfire throughout the entire Beastmaster world lately. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also possessed a legendary master-level beast companion. Moreover, he was the only Beastmaster capable of repelling the world assault. Such an existence was absolutely not someone he could afford to provoke. The thought of how he had schemed against this man earlier sent a chill down the Beastmaster's spine. Fortunately, the other party hadn't held it against him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he'd met his end. This Beastmaster's name was Wang Biao. Like other Beastmasters, Wang Biao had felt lost for several days upon first arriving in the Beast World. But when faced with the threat of death, he quickly pulled himself together. In his struggle for survival, he accidentally contracted a black iron-grade beast pet, the black armor mad lizard. With the beast's aid, he finally gained some means to protect himself. Yet as time passed, he gradually realized this world was far more brutal than he had imagined. Resources were scarce, and danger lurked everywhere. To survive, he had no choice but to become ruthless. To boost its power, he forced the black armor mad lizard to devour other pet beasts, even feeding it corrupted items. Under such torment, the black armor mad lizard's power did indeed increase significantly. But at the same time, its temperament grew increasingly savage. Wang Biao paid no heed to this. In his eyes, as long as it was powerful enough, that was all that mattered. Yet he never imagined he would encounter someone like Zhang Wuliang. He was well aware of Zhang Wuliang's prowess, the world's sole master-level pet beast owner. He had no doubt that if the man wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. He glanced at Su-ching and said in a low voice, "This matter is known only to you and me. Under no circumstances can a third person find out, including Zhang Wuliang." Su-ching nodded quickly. I understand. She was well aware of the gravity of the situation. After all, this was Zhang Wuliang we were talking about. Wang Biao glanced at the meat dishes again, a flicker of greed crossing his eyes. But the thought that these items came from Zhang Wuliang made him dare not entertain any improper thoughts. Since these things were given to you by Zhang Wuliang, you should keep them for your own use. After a pause, Wang Biao asked again, by the way, did Zhang Wuliang say anything else to you? Su Qing shook her head quickly. Nothing else. Wang Biao nodded and then left the wooden hut. Su Qing stood frozen in place. After a moment, she snapped back to reality and quickly restored the cabin to its original state. She closed the door and took a deep breath. Wang Biao's warning left her feeling a chill of fear. At the same time, she understood a truth. In this brutal world of beast tamers, survival demanded adherence to its ruthless rules. Otherwise, she could become someone else's prey at any moment. Su Qing didn't know that after Wang Biao left, he hadn't gone far. He hid in the woods not far from the cabin, secretly observing Su Qing's every move. When he saw Su Qing restore the cabin to its original state, satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Who'd have thought this little girl would be so sensible, he thought to himself. Wang Biao had long harbored lustful intentions toward Su Qing. After all, in this world, encountering other people was exceedingly difficult. And Su Qing was a woman of considerable beauty. How could he not be tempted? However, he had always worried that if he made a sudden move on Su Qing, he might scare her away. Su Qing's pet beast possessed the ability to become invisible. If she chose to flee, tracking her down would be no easy task. Not to mention, her pet beast's ability could also conceal the beastmaster along with her. If that happened, he wouldn't even be able to catch her if he tried. That was why he had held back all this time. However, today's events presented him with an opportunity. Judging by Su Qing's attitude toward Zhang Wuliang, she was clearly a woman who knew how to play the game. A woman like that would surely choose to obey obediently if offered sufficient benefits. A lecherous gleam flashed in Wang Biao's eyes as a plan formed in his mind. He was confident that with meticulous planning, he could make Su Qing his. Then, not only could he enjoy her body, but he could also use her pet beast to find more resources for himself. The thought sent a wave of excitement coursing through Wang Biao. He forced himself to suppress his inner excitement and continued hiding in the woods, watching Su Qing. Su Qing remained unaware of Wang Biao's sinister intentions. After locking the door, she hesitated, unsure whether to tell big shot Zhang Wuliang about Wang Biao's visit. Su Qing, you've already pledged yourself to big brother Zhang Wuliang. How could you betray him now? Besides, big brother Zhang Wuliang is so powerful, how could he possibly be unable to handle someone like Wang Biao? You mustn't side with Wang Biao just because he once did you a favor. Su Qing silently lectured herself, and soon her resolve hardened. She resolved that since she had pledged herself to elder Zhang Wuliang, she would serve him faithfully. As for Wang Biao, she'd repay his kindness when the time was right. Besides, nothing significant would likely happen between them. It was already rare to encounter anyone here. If the few people they did meet started fighting amongst themselves, wouldn't that just make things even lonelier in the future? Su Qing opened the chat app and sent Zhang Wuliang a private message. Big brother Zhang Wuliang, Wang Biao just came to see me. Zhang Wuliang replied promptly. What did he say? Su Qing promptly relayed Wang Biao's words verbatim to Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang fell silent for a moment before replying, got it. Su Qing could sense that Zhang Wuliang seemed a bit displeased. Her heart tightened, and she quickly explained, big shot Zhang Wuliang, rest assured I would never betray you. Zhang Wuliang replied, I believe you. Though he spoke these words, a thread of caution had woven itself into his thoughts. It was wise to be wary. Especially since Wang Biao, this man had never struck Zhang Wuliang as someone to be trusted. Su Qing remained unaware of Zhang Wuliang's inner thoughts. Hearing Zhang Wuliang's trust in her, she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. She continued, big brother Zhang Wuliang, rest assured Wang Biao absolutely has no ill intentions. He's just worried you might take action against him, which is why he came to me. Zhang Wuliang smiled, saying nothing more. Su Qing was still young and rather naive. She couldn't see through Wang Biao's true nature at all. Zhang Wuliang replied calmly, alright, I understand. Rest assured, I won't do anything to Wang Biao. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. She had been genuinely worried that Zhang Wuliang and Wang Biao might come to blows again. Hearing Zhang Wuliang's words, she finally felt at ease. She continued, big brother Zhang Wuliang, what are your plans from here? Zhang Wuliang paused for a moment before speaking slowly, I want to see Wang Biao. Su Qing froze. She asked with some confusion, big brother Zhang Wuliang, why do you want to see Wang Biao? Zhang Wuliang replied indifferently, nothing much. Just want to have a chat with him. Su Qing grew even more perplexed. She couldn't fathom why Zhang Wuliang would want to meet Wang Biao. Could it be that he wasn't afraid Wang Biao might try to harm him? As if reading her thoughts, Zhang Wuliang offered a faint smile. Su Qing, don't worry. I won't do anything to Wang Biao. I just feel that since the three of us have met here, it must be fate. If possible, the three of us could cooperate and survive together. Su Qing's eyes lit up. If the three of them could work together, their chances of survival would undoubtedly increase significantly. One person's strength was limited. 3 people joining forces could absolutely dominate this entire area. Su Cheng exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Zhang Wuliang, are you serious?" Zhang Wuliang smiled faintly. "Of course it's true." Su Cheng exclaimed excitedly, "Then I'll contact Wang Biao immediately and tell him." Zhang Wuliang nodded. "Yes, go ahead." Su Cheng immediately sent Wang Biao a private message. "Wang Biao, big brother Zhang Wuliang wants to see you." Wang Biao replied quickly, "What? He wants to see me?" Su Cheng, "That's right. Big shot Zhang Wuliang said he wants to have a chat with you." Wang Biao fell silent for a moment before replying, "Alright, tell him I agree." But Wang Biao wasn't thinking that way at all. He sneered inwardly, thinking, "Zhang Wuliang, you want to see me? Ha, that suits me just fine. I was just worried about finding an opportunity to take you down, and now you're practically walking right into my trap." Wang Biao didn't believe for a second that Zhang Wuliang would be so kind as to want to cooperate with him. In his view, Zhang Wuliang must be plotting against him. That was why he'd requested the meeting. He had one thought. Could he find a chance to eliminate Zhang Wuliang? That way, he could not only claim Su Cheng for himself but also seize Zhang Wuliang's pet beast. After all, Zhang Wuliang's pet beast was far more powerful than his own. If he could obtain Zhang Wuliang's pet beast, his strength would undoubtedly reach a whole new level. Then, he would become the strongest person in the entire world. The very thought sent a wave of excitement coursing through Wang Biao. He replied to Su Cheng, "Su Cheng, tell Zhang Wuliang that I agree to meet with him. However, I will determine the time and location." Su Cheng was unaware of Wang Biao's true intentions. Believing Wang Biao genuinely sought cooperation with Zhang Wuliang, she exclaimed excitedly, "Alright, Wang Biao, rest assured I'll convey your message to big brother Zhang Wuliang." A cold smile tugged at Wang Biao's lips. "Heh, Su Cheng, rest assured. I'll definitely give Zhang Wuliang a surprise." Shortly after, Zhang Wuliang received Su Cheng's reply. He smiled faintly. "Tell Wang Biao I agree." Zhang Wuliang also harbored his own thoughts. He sensed that Wang Biao was no ordinary man. He wanted to meet Wang Biao in person to see what kind of capabilities this man possessed. If he could win Wang Biao over, that would be ideal. After all, one more friend meant one more path. But if this guy refused to be used... Su Cheng continued, "Big brother Zhang Wuliang, Wang Biao says he wants to set a time and place for the meeting." Zhang Wuliang replied indifferently, "No problem. Tell him I don't mind." Su Cheng hadn't expected Zhang Wuliang to agree so readily. After all, this was a request initiated by Wang Biao himself. What if Wang Biao tried to pull something shady with the timing or location? Wouldn't that put Zhang Wuliang in grave danger? Su Cheng voiced her concern, "Big brother Zhang Wuliang, are you truly okay with this? Should we reconsider?" Zhang Wuliang smiled faintly. "Don't worry. I know my limits." Hearing this, Su Cheng felt she couldn't press further. She continued, "Alright then, I'll reply to Wang Biao immediately." After saying this, Su Cheng sent Wang Biao another private message, "Wang Biao, big brother Zhang Wuliang has agreed. He said you can set the time and place however you like." Wang Biao replied promptly, "Alright, it's settled then. Once I finalize the time and location, I'll let you know immediately." Su Cheng, "No problem." And so, the two agreed on the time and place for their meeting. The time was set for the following day. The location was by a lake within the forest section. When Su Cheng relayed the time and location to Zhang Wuliang, he was slightly taken aback. After all, this place belonged to neither Su Cheng nor Zhang Wuliang. It was a relatively neutral zone. However, there weren't many wild beasts here. Initially, Zhang Wuliang had assumed the meeting point would be within Su Cheng's territory, since everyone was familiar with that area. But what he hadn't expected was that Wang Biao would choose this location. A faint unease stirred within him, a subtle sense that something was amiss. Still, Zhang Wuliang gave nothing away. One day later, Zhang Wuliang arrived punctually at the agreed location. It was a lake surrounded by a dense forest. Standing at the edge of the woods, Zhang Wuliang scanned his surroundings with a calm gaze. He could sense that there were no wild beasts nearby. But that didn't mean the place was safe. Wang Biao remained an unpredictable factor. Zhang Wuliang scanned the surroundings, a faint sense of caution stirring within him. Still, he gave nothing away. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. He intended to see what exactly Wang Biao was up to. Zhang Wuliang stood at the edge of the woods, waiting silently. Before long, Su Cheng arrived at the same spot. Spotting Zhang Wuliang, she hurried over. "Big shot Zhang Wuliang, you're here." Zhang Wuliang nodded. "Yeah. Where's Wang Biao?" Su Cheng replied with a hint of confusion, "I don't know either. I sent him a private message, but he hasn't replied yet. He should have been here by now." Zhang Wuliang's brow furrowed slightly, his unease deepening. Could Wang Biao be standing them up? But that didn't make sense. He was the one who suggested meeting up. Now he's standing them up? Isn't he just messing with them? Zhang Wuliang grew wary, scanning the surroundings. Su Cheng spoke anxiously, "Big brother Zhang Wuliang, wait a little longer. I'll send Wang Biao a few more private messages." Zhang Wuliang nodded. "All right." Su Cheng quickly opened the chat channel and sent Wang Biao several private messages. But Wang Biao remained silent. Time ticked by second. Before they knew it, over 10 minutes had passed. Yet Wang Biao still hadn't shown up. Anxious concern crept onto Su Qing's face. Big brother Zhang Wuliang, has something happened to Wang Biao? Zhang Wuliang replied calmly, let's wait a little longer. Though Zhang Wuliang appeared outwardly calm, a subtle wariness stirred within him. He could sense that something was off about the atmosphere here. Wang Biao's prolonged absence was definitely not a good sign. Chapter 81, Ambush in the center. Wang Biao had set a trap long ago. Seemingly aware of the awkwardness, Su Qing suddenly interjected, Big brother Zhang Wuliang, while Wang Biao isn't weak, he still falls short compared to you. Could it be that he's too nervous to show up? Hearing Su Qing's words, Zhang Wuliang gave her a faint glance. He could tell she was trying to make excuses for Wang Biao. After all, it was Su Qing who had arranged their meeting. If Wang Biao backed out now or played any tricks, Su Qing would be left in an awkward position. So Su Qing was essentially finding excuses for Wang Biao. Zhang Wuliang smiled faintly and said, it's fine. Let's wait a little longer. Though Zhang Wuliang didn't blame Su Qing, she could sense his underlying dissatisfaction. She sighed softly, feeling a bit helpless. She hadn't expected Wang Biao to let her down at this critical moment. Several more minutes passed. But Wang Biao still hadn't shown up. A resigned expression crossed Su Qing's face. Big brother Zhang Wuliang, shall we reschedule for another day? Zhang Wuliang replied indifferently, no need. I've waited long enough. If that guy doesn't have the guts to meet me, then so be it. With that, Zhang Wuliang turned and walked away. Su Qing hurried after him. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, please don't be angry. I'll send Wang Biao a few more private messages and give him a good talking to. Zhang Wuliang replied indifferently, no need. Let's just leave it at that. I have no interest in wasting my time on a coward. Hearing this, Su Qing couldn't say much more. She silently blamed herself, feeling she hadn't handled the situation well. Still, she understood Zhang Wuliang's feelings. What was Zhang Wuliang standing? Agreeing to meet Wang Biao at all was already giving him ample face. Yet Wang Biao, that fool, was so clueless he didn't even dare show his face. This is practically slapping Zhang Wuliang in the face. Su Qing silently resolved to give Wang Biao a proper lesson later, teaching him a lasting lesson. However, just as Zhang Wuliang and Su Qing were about to leave, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Zhang Wuliang suddenly felt the ground give way beneath his feet, his entire body instantly losing balance. He inwardly cried out in alarm and quickly looked down. What he saw was the solid ground beneath his feet transformed into a bottomless pit. This pit had been deliberately concealed. A chill ran through Zhang Wuliang. He never expected a trap to be here. Moreover, it had been concealed with extreme subtlety. He hadn't detected it at all beforehand. Zhang Wuliang's body plummeted rapidly. He frantically reached out to grab the edge of the pit. But the edge of the pit was lined with sharp, backward-facing spikes. The moment his palm touched the barbs, an excruciating pain shot through him. He cursed under his breath and swiftly withdrew his hand. By now, Zhang Wuliang's body had fallen halfway into the pit. He looked up to see the opening covered by a massive iron plate. The plate was covered in a dense array of barbs. Clearly, this trap had been designed to prevent anyone from escaping. Zhang Wuliang inwardly cursed his luck. That bastard Wang Biao was truly treacherous. He had been puzzled earlier about why Wang Biao had chosen this location for their meeting. Now it was clear Wang Biao had already set this trap here, just waiting for them to walk right into it. Though Zhang Wuliang felt a surge of panic, he did not lose his composure. He quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for a way to escape. But this pit was clearly meticulously designed. Hard rock walls rose on all sides, offering no footholds for climbing. Moreover, the pit's depth far exceeded Zhang Wuliang's expectations. Looking down, he saw only pitch blackness, unable to discern the bottom. Su Qing was also startled by this sudden turn of events. She hurried to the edge of the pit and peered down. Big brother Zhang Wuliang, are you okay? Zhang Wuliang lifted his head and glanced at Su Qing. I'm fine. Be careful, don't get too close to this pit. Though the situation was dire, Zhang Wuliang didn't rush to blame her. He knew this had nothing to do with Su Qing, so getting upset with her now would serve no purpose. Just then, a burst of maniacal laughter echoed from outside. Ah, Zhang Wuliang, you fell for it. Hearing that voice, both Zhang Wuliang and Su Qing froze in surprise. This voice was all too familiar to them. It was Wang Biao. Wang Biao hadn't left after all. He'd been lurking in the shadows, watching their every move. Su Qing's expression darkened instantly. Wang Biao, what do you think you're doing? Why would you harm big brother Zhang Wuliang? Wang Biao sneered coldly, hurt him? He brought this upon himself. Does he really think he's the strongest man in the world? To me, he's nothing but a foolish idiot. He fell for my trap so easily, yet still dares to call himself the world's strongest? In my opinion, he's just a low IQ fool who got lucky and happened to obtain a powerful pet beast. He's got no brains whatsoever. Wang Biao's words made Su Qing's expression grow even more grim. Zhang Wuliang, however, wore a calm expression. He looked at Wang Biao indifferently and said, Wang Biao, I actually thought you had some guts at least enough to face me in a fair fight. But I never imagined you'd stoop so low, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Wang Biao sneered coldly, dishonorable? Oomph. This is called all's fair in war. Zhang Wulian, don't think you're so formidable. Now that you're in my hands, let's see how you die. As the words fell, the two beasts behind him charged forward. One was a massive lizard standing nearly 3 meters tall, its entire body covered in thick black armor. This beast was none other than the black armor-mad lizard, the strongest pet beast under Wang Biao's command, as Su Cheng knew well. The other beast was an even more colossal creature. Resembling a wild bull, it was encased in thick rock armor, resembling a mountain on legs. Both of these beasts were powerful creatures meticulously cultivated by Wang Biao. The black armor-mad lizard possessed formidable speed and attack power, while the rock beast's defense and strength were terrifyingly extreme. Wang Biao was confident that with these two beasts, he could utterly crush Zhang Wuliang trapped in the pitfall. Su Qing's face turned deathly pale. Now, Zhang Wuliang was trapped within the pit, utterly unable to evade. He could only brace himself against the attacks of these two beasts. Su Qing dared not imagine what fate awaited Zhang Wuliang under their assault. Wang Biao grinned savagely. Zhang Wuliang, are you scared now? Oomph. No matter how strong you are, you're no match for me. Today, I'll show you what true despair feels like. With that, Wang Biao gave a commanding wave. The black armored lizard and the rock colossus simultaneously let out earth-shaking roars before charging violently toward Zhang Wuliang in the pit. Stop! Su Qing shouted, stepping directly in front of the two beasts. She couldn't stand by and watch Zhang Wuliang get attacked by these two beasts. Wang Biao's expression darkened instantly. Su Qing, what are you doing? Are you betraying me? Su Qing bit her lip and said, Wang Biao, I can't let you do this. This situation started because of me. If you have a problem, take it out on me. Don't lay a finger on Zhang Wuliang. Wang Biao sneered coldly. Su Qing, you think I wouldn't dare lay a finger on you? His gaze turned icy as he stared at her. Su Qing, I never imagined you'd defy me for a man you've only just met. Su Qing was utterly baffled. Big brother Zhang Wuliang is our comrade. How could you possibly harm him? Wang Biao sneered coldly. Comrade? What kind of comrade is he? Su Qing, let me make this clear. If you dare stand in my way today, don't blame me for being ruthless. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Wang Biao's eyes. He hadn't expected Su Qing to go this far for Zhang Wuliang. A flame of jealousy instantly ignited within Wang Biao's heart. He liked Su Qing. He always had. That was precisely why he had never made a move on her. He wanted her heart, not just her body. But now, he was witnessing Su Qing defying him for another man. How could Wang Biao not be furious? Yet Wang Biao quickly regained his composure. He devised a plan, one that would both deal with Zhang Wuliang and make Su Qing obey him. Wang Biao stared at Su Qing coldly. Su Qing, if you want me to spare Zhang Wuliang, you can have your way. But you must agree to one condition. Su Qing paused, slightly taken aback. What condition? A sinister smile spread across Wang Biao's face. Su Qing, if you agree to spend one night with me, I'll let Zhang Wuliang go. What do you say? Su Qing's expression darkened instantly. Gritting her teeth, Su Qing retorted, Wang Biao, you're dreaming. Wang Biao's expression darkened. Su Qing, don't be ungrateful. I'm giving you this chance because of our years of friendship. If you keep refusing to see reason, don't blame me for taking action against Zhang Wuliang. Su Qing pressed her lips tightly together, her mind torn with conflict. She certainly didn't want to agree to Wang Biao's terms, but she also couldn't bear to see Zhang Wuliang harmed. Just then, Zhang Wuliang's voice echoed from the pit, Su Qing, don't mind him. Su Qing froze, turning her head toward the pit. There he stood, calm and composed within the pit. Not a trace of panic or fear crossed his face. Zhang Wuliang spoke indifferently, Wang Biao, do you really think these two pets of yours can do anything to me? Wang Biao froze for a second before sneering coldly, Zhang Wuliang, you're still talking tough? Your pets are trapped by my snares, and you're stuck in this pit. What possible way do you have to fight back? Zhang Wuliang smiled faintly. Do you really think this little pit could trap me? As the words fell, Zhang Wuliang's body surged with explosive force. A deafening roar echoed as the pit trapping Zhang Wuliang collapsed in an instant. Countless fragments of rock flew everywhere, and a figure burst forth from the debris. It was none other than Zhang Wuliang's pet beast, the ghostly messenger. This beast had forcibly shattered through the rock layers and burst out of the pit. Wang Biao was utterly horrified. A layer of ghostly blue soul flames swirled around its body, and it held a massive ice sword in its claws. Its eyes were like icy cold pools, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, holding only an endless intent to kill. The moment it burst forth, the ghostly messenger charged toward Wang Biao's pet beast. Its speed was like a bolt of lightning. Wang Biao was utterly horrified. He urgently commanded his two pets to attack. But it was too late. The spectral messenger's speed was simply too overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, it charged before the black armor-mad lizard, its soul blade slashing down with brutal force. The black armor-mad lizard didn't even have time to react before it was cleaved clean in two by that single strike. Instant kill. Both of Wang Biao's pets were level 45 Lord tier creatures, yet this black armor-mad lizard proved utterly powerless against the spectral messenger. Wang Biao watched the scene, his soul nearly leaping out of his body. After instantly slaying the black armor-mad lizard, the ghostly messenger didn't pause for a moment, charging straight toward the rock colossus. The rock colossus let out a terrified roar, attempting to flee, but its speed was no match for the ghost messenger's. The next instant, the Soul Reaper's soul blade struck down once more. Boom! The rock colossus's thick stone armor proved as fragile as tofu under the soul blade, cleaved apart in an instant. The colossus's body was cleaved clean in two by that single strike. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Wang Biao's forehead. He never imagined Zhang Wuliang's pet beast could be this powerful. He never imagined that the trap he had painstakingly set would be broken so quickly by Zhang Wuliang's pet beast. Wang Biao stood frozen in shock, staring blankly at the severed remains of the rock colossus. Just then, Zhang Wuliang emerged from the pit with a cold sneer. Not a single scratch marred his body, as if he had never faced any danger at all. Wang Biao snapped back to his senses, a flicker of apprehension and fear crossing his eyes. He stared intently at Zhang Wuliang, his voice trembling as he stammered, "Zhang Wuliang, you're unharmed?" Zhang Wuliang looked at Wang Biao with mockery. "Wang Biao, your skills are nothing special after all." Wang Biao took a deep breath, forcing down the fear and panic surging within him. He knew he was no match for Zhang Wuliang. Staying here any longer would likely spell disaster. Wang Biao glanced at Su Chang, then back at Zhang Wuliang, and said coldly, "Zhang Wuliang, you got lucky today. But this isn't over yet." With that, Wang Biao turned and fled. He had already mapped out his escape route, his backup plan. Even if he couldn't defeat Zhang Wuliang, he could ensure his own safe retreat. Wang Biao moved swiftly, vanishing into the dense forest in an instant. Chapter 82, You Dare Call Yourself My Equal? Searching for territory. Zhang Wuliang watched Wang Biao's receding figure but showed no urgency to pursue. Instead, he smiled faintly. Wang Biao believed he could escape, unaware that Zhang Wuliang had already made his move. Before coming here, Zhang Wuliang had anticipated that Wang Biao wouldn't simply show up for their meeting. Therefore, he had made preparations in advance. The shadow beast was the trap he had set. Just as Wang Biao was frantically fleeing, a massive beast suddenly burst from the nearby grass, blocking his path. This beast was covered head to toe in black scales, its eyes glowing crimson with intense murderous intent. Two sharp fangs protruded from its jaws, making it look exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. The shadow beast. This was precisely the beast Zhang Wuliang had ambushed here. The moment Wang Biao saw the shadow fiend, his face drained of color. Wang Biao abruptly halted his steps and spun around to flee, but the demon shadow beast's speed far exceeded his expectations. The beast let out a deafening roar and lunged violently toward Wang Biao. Wang Biao was horrified. He urgently commanded his own beast to attack. However, Wang Biao's pets had all been killed by the ghost messengers moments ago. He now had no pets left to use. Wang Biao could only watch helplessly as the shadow fiend closed in, its gaping maw snapping viciously toward him. Ah! Wang Biao let out a piercing scream as his right arm was torn clean off by the shadow beast's brutal bite. Blood instantly stained half his body crimson. Lying on the ground, Wang Biao wailed incessantly, his eyes fixed on the demon shadow beast before him, filled with terror and despair. Just then, Zhang Wuliang walked over from the side. He regarded Wang Biao coldly, his eyes devoid of any sympathy or pity. Spotting Zhang Wuliang, a flicker of hope flickered in Wang Biao's eyes. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he shouted hoarsely, "Big brother Zhang Wuliang, spare my life. I'll do anything you ask if you spare my life." Zhang Wuliang regarded Wang Biao impassively, saying nothing. Wang Biao continued, "Zhang Wuliang, we're both human. You can't just watch me get killed by that pet beast. We're the same kind. You have to save me." Zhang Wuliang sneered coldly, "Kindred? You're not worthy. When you framed me back then, did you ever consider we were kindred? And now you dare speak of kinship to me?" Wang Biao's face drained of color. Only now did he recall the deeds he had committed. Fear filled Wang Biao's eyes. He had no idea how Zhang Wuliang would deal with him. Zhang Wuliang spoke calmly, "Wang Biao, you've committed so many evil deeds. Today is your reckoning. I won't kill you with my own hands, but don't even think about leaving here alive." Hearing these words, Wang Biao's soul nearly left his body. He stared fixedly at Zhang Wuliang, his voice trembling. "Zhang Wuliang, you dare." Zhang Wuliang sneered coldly, "What is there that I wouldn't dare?" With that, Zhang Wuliang wasted no more words. He gave the shadow beast a light pat on the head. The demon shadow beast instantly understood Zhang Wuliang's intent. It opened its gaping maw and lunged toward Wang Biao once more. Wang Biao's face drained of color. He tried to flee, but his body refused to obey. The next instant, the beast's massive jaws slammed down on Wang Biao's body. Wang Biao's body was instantly torn in two. Blood spattered everywhere. Wang Biao had finally met his end, consumed by his own greed and cruelty. Zhang Wuliang gazed at Wang Biao's corpse, his eyes showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. To him, Wang Biao was nothing more than a mere puppet. Disposing of him required no effort at all. Zhang Wuliang turned and walked toward Su Qing. At that moment, Su Qing was covering her eyes, unable to bear witness to Wang Biao's gruesome state. Though she knew Wang Biao deserved his fate, witnessing such a bloody and brutal scene was still too much for her to bear. Zhang Wuliang observed Su Qing's reaction, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He thought Su Qing was still too weak, though it was understandable after all, she was just a woman. Yet after surviving so long in this brutal world, if she remained this soft-hearted, she would inevitably drag Zhang Wuliang down. Zhang Wuliang spoke indifferently, "Let's go." Su Qing lowered her hand from her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. She replied, "Let's go." Zhang Wuliang nodded. The two turned and walked off into the distance. Watching Su Qing gradually adapt to the harsh reality, Zhang Wuliang slowly began to accept her in his heart. Truthfully, Zhang Wuliang's feelings toward Su Qing remained deeply complicated. On one hand, he saw her as nothing but a liability, utterly powerless and only capable of holding him back. Yet on the other hand, he felt a certain gratitude toward her. After all, it was Su Qing who had stood up for him during his darkest hour. If not for her, he would likely have perished at Wang Biao's hands. Moreover, even though Su Qing had covered her eyes earlier, unable to bear the sight of Wang Biao's pitiful state, she hadn't spoken up to stop him, nor had she asked him to spare Wang Biao. This alone showed that Su Qing possessed a resolute inner strength. She knew what she wanted and understood what she ought to do. A woman like this, though not exceptionally powerful, was a worthy partner. Moreover, Su Qing's pet beast skill allowed both the beast and its master to become invisible. While it remained uncertain whether Zhang Wuliang could also be concealed, the skill proved quite practical. Thus, Zhang Wuliang resolved to observe Su Qing for a while longer. Zhang Wuliang addressed Su Qing, "Su Qing, there's no need to be so afraid. In this world, strength is what truly matters. As long as you have strength, no one will dare to bully you." Su Qing nodded, her voice trembling slightly. I know." The two walked toward Su Qing's territory while chatting, though Su Qing's mind remained elsewhere throughout the conversation. Before long, they arrived back at Su Qing's territory. Zhang Wuliang suddenly asked, "Su Qing, do you know where Wang Biao's territory is?" Su Qing looked at Zhang Wuliang in confusion. "Why do you ask?" Zhang Wuliang replied indifferently, "Even though Wang Biao is dead, his territory must still hold plenty of valuable items. We can't let those things go to waste." Su Qing's eyes lit up as she understood Zhang Wuliang's meaning. Wang Biao's territory must hold a wealth of materials treasures, every last one. But her eyes quickly dimmed again. With a hint of disappointment, she said, "I don't know where Wang Biao's territory is. Wang Biao was stronger than me. He always kept his guard up against me. There's no way he would have told me the location of his territory." Zhang Wuliang didn't seem overly disappointed. He said calmly, "It's fine. We can find it ourselves." Su Qing froze, her confusion evident as she asked, "Find it ourselves? How?" Zhang Wuliang replied, "The fact that Wang Biao found your territory means his territory can't be too far from yours. Besides, we've only been in this world for a short time. Wang Biao couldn't have explored too far. Therefore, his territory must be nearby." Su Qing's eyes lit up once more. She exclaimed excitedly, "Right. You're absolutely right. Wang Biao's territory must be nearby." Zhang Wuliang's lips curved into a faint smile. Su Qing, though not particularly powerful, possessed a sound mindset. At the very least, she understood how to assess the situation and knew what she wanted. Zhang Wuliang said indifferently, "In that case, let's set out. Find Wang Biao's territory sooner, reap the treasures sooner." Su Qing nodded and followed behind Zhang Wuliang. She felt an inexplicable trust toward Zhang Wuliang. Though she couldn't pinpoint its origin, she knew he was someone she could rely on. The two walked one behind the other into the distance. For Su Qing, exploring the surrounding areas had always been an arduous task. She didn't have a combat pet beast. One of her two pet beasts wasn't particularly strong in battle, while the other's primary function was to aid in stealth. While she could rely on stealth to explore, that meant she couldn't see anything and couldn't move very fast, making it quite troublesome. But now, with Zhang Wuliang present, everything became much simpler. Zhang Wuliang summoned his two pets, the shadow beast and the flame bird. Mounting the shadow beast, Zhang Wuliang instructed Su Qing, "Ride the flame bird and follow behind me." Su Qing stared at the blazing sparrow in surprise. She had never seen such a magnificent beast before. Upon hearing Zhang Wuliang's words, Su Qing snapped out of her daze, nodded quickly, and mounted the blazing sparrow. The blazing sparrow let out a crisp chirp, spread its wings, and soared into the sky. Su Qing felt her body grow light as she soared upward. She gripped the bird's feathers nervously, afraid she might fall. Zhang Wuliang watched Su Qing's expression, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He patted the shadow beast and said, "Let's go." The shadow beast let out a low growl and sprinted off into the distance. The firebird swiftly followed suit. The two humans and two beasts sped through the jungle. Su Qing, perched atop the blazing sparrow bird, felt the wind rushing past her ears, her heart filled with awe. She never imagined she'd one day ride a pet beast through the skies. The Firebird's speed was remarkable, and its flight altitude far surpassed what Su Qing had achieved during her solo explorations. She could see farther distances and uncover more clues. The Firebird's speed astonished Su Qing, prompting her to ask, Master Zhang Wuliang, your pet beast is incredible. It's so fast and it can fly so high. Zhang Wuliang smiled faintly and replied, the Firebird is a flying pet beast. Speed is naturally its forte. Moreover, its capabilities extend far beyond that. Su Qing felt even more astonished. Its power extends far beyond this? Just how strong is it then? However, Su Qing didn't press further. She could tell that compared to the blazing sparrow she rode, the shadow beast ridden by Zhang Wuliang was the real powerhouse. The blazing sparrow's speed greatly enhanced their exploration efficiency. Before long, they discovered a suspicious location. Su Qing pointed to a valley below and said, Zhang Wuliang, look over there. That valley is very well hidden, and the surrounding trees provide ample cover. It's easy to miss if you're not paying close attention. Zhang Wuliang followed the direction of Su Qing's finger and indeed spotted a concealed valley. He nodded. You're right. That spot does look suspicious. Let's go check it out. The Firebird let out a cry, spread its wings, and flew toward the valley. The shadow beast let out a low growl and followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the valley's entrance. Su Qing gazed at the valley before her, a surge of excitement welling up inside. This place was very likely Wang Biao's territory. Zhang Wuliang narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the valley entrance. He remarked calmly, defenses have been set up here. Su Qing froze, puzzled. Defenses? Where? She scanned the area for a long time but couldn't spot any defenses. Zhang Wuliang pointed toward several large trees at the valley entrance. Look at those trees. Following his gesture, Su Qing saw black threads wrapped around the trunks of several large trees. The threads were so fine that they were nearly impossible to spot without careful observation. Su Qing's heart skipped a beat. She finally understood why Zhang Wuliang had mentioned defenses. These black threads must be the trap set by Wang Biao. If she and Zhang Wuliang accidentally touched them, the trap would surely be triggered, and then they'd be in trouble. Su Qing asked anxiously, what should we do? Zhang Wuliang studied the black threads, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He remarked calmly, this trap is ingeniously designed. Su Qing couldn't understand why he was praising the trap's ingenuity at such a moment. Zhang Wuliang explained, these threads are incredibly thin, and their color blends almost perfectly with the tree trunk. Unless you look very closely, they're nearly impossible to spot. Moreover, their placement was ingeniously designed. Once touched, they would trigger the trap. Su Qing nodded in agreement. She too thought the trap was quite well designed. But the issue now wasn't praising the trap's ingenuity, it was how to get inside. Su Qing asked, do you have a way to bypass this trap? Zhang Wuliang retorted, bypass? Why would I need to bypass it? Su Qing asked in confusion, how else are we supposed to get in? Zhang Wuliang chuckled. Who says we have to bypass it to get in? Su Qing grew even more perplexed, staring at Zhang Wuliang, unsure of his meaning. Zhang Wuliang said no more. Instead, he leapt down from the fiery bird and slowly walked toward the black threads. Su Qing watched his actions, utterly baffled. What was he doing? Zhang Wuliang approached the black threads, examined them closely, then reached out and gently touched one of them. Su Qing watched the scene unfold, her heart leaping into her throat. She feared he might trigger a trap. To her surprise, however, no trap activated after Zhang Wuliang touched the threads. He studied the threads closely, then reached out again and carefully removed one of them. Su Qing was stunned. Had Zhang Wuliang really disarmed the trap so effortlessly? He held the detached thread in his hand, examined it closely, then tossed it aside. He turned his head and said, all right, we can go in now. Su Qing finally snapped out of her daze. She quickly jumped down from the back of the Firebird and approached Zhang Wuliang. Her voice trembled with excitement. You're incredible. You dismantled the trap that easily? Zhang Wuliang smiled faintly and said, it's nothing. These traps were ingeniously designed, but they still had weaknesses. Su Qing asked, flaws? Where? She had examined them for ages and hadn't spotted any flaws. Zhang Wuliang explained, the position and color of these silk threads closely match the tree trunk, but there are still minute gaps between them and the trunk. With careful observation, they can be spotted. Su Qing suddenly understood. She finally grasped how Zhang Wuliang had spotted the flaw. Not only was Zhang Wuliang immensely powerful, but his observational skills and perception were equally sharp. Zhang Wuliang realized this trap extended deep into the valley. To retrieve the entire setup, he and Su Qing cautiously ventured into the valley, exploring step by step. The valley was quiet, broken only by the occasional chirp of birds. After walking for a while, they came upon a clearing. Several wooden huts stood scattered across the clearing. Chapter 83, Shock. How many pet beasts does the big shot have? This was Wang Biao's territory. They hurried over and approached the cabin. The door was closed. Su Qing gave it a gentle push and found it locked. She looked at Zhang Wuliang, saying helplessly, the door's locked. We can't get in. Zhang Wuliang replied indifferently, that's no problem. He glanced back at the shadow beast, which let out a growl and promptly chewed through the lock. Su Qing rolled her eyes. This method was indeed a bit crude and forceful. They pushed open the door and stepped inside. The wooden cabin was Spartan, containing only basic furniture and daily necessities. Su Qing scanned the cabin but found nothing of use. She said disappointedly, "There's nothing here." Zhang Wulian countered, "Not necessarily." He walked over to a corner, picked up a wooden half-finished piece, and examined it closely. Su Qing asked curiously, "What is this?" Zhang Wuliang replied, "A trap." Su Qing froze for a moment before realizing the wooden cabin was filled with half-finished wooden pieces. Surprised, she exclaimed, "Why are there so many traps here?" Zhang Wuliang replied, "If I'm not mistaken, these traps were all made by Wang Biao." Su Qing exclaimed in surprise, "Made by Wang Biao? How could he possibly know how to make traps?" Zhang Wuliang speculated, "Perhaps this is his innate talent." He examined the wooden half-finished pieces in his hands closely, his eyes suddenly lighting up. These traps were ingeniously crafted and varied in types, some targeting the ground, others the air, some designed for single targets, others for multiple. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but wonder if the guy was actually a carpenter. But soon, he realized these wooden pieces were all unfinished trap components. He picked up a few at random and examined them closely. Low-level ground spike trap, placed on the ground, triggers spikes to rise from the earth, dealing physical damage to enemies. Unfinished. Basic aerial dart trap, placed in the air, releases darts upon activation, dealing physical damage to enemies. Unfinished. Basic poison arrow trap, upon triggering, fires poison arrows, dealing poison damage to enemies. Unfinished. Zhang Wuliang read the descriptions of several traps and discovered they were all low-level traps, none of which were completed. He scanned the other corners of the wooden hut and discovered materials and tools for crafting traps. This made Zhang Wuliang suddenly realize that perhaps this was why Wang Biao fared so much better than other beast tamers on the beast-taming continent. These traps proved exceptionally effective against wild beasts. Before encountering higher-level wild pets, such traps were entirely sufficient for beast masters to ensure their own safety and even thrive quite well. No wonder Wang Biao had been so arrogant earlier, even daring to target Zhang Wuliang. It was these traps that had given him his confidence. However, while these traps were indeed effective against wild pets, to Zhang Wuliang, they were nothing more than useless decorations. Zhang Wuliang continued searching the wooden hut, hoping to find more useful items. These half-finished tools alone were of little use. Suddenly, he spotted a wooden crate. A lock secured the crate, but breaking it posed no challenge to Zhang Wuliang. Opening the chest, Zhang Wuliang found it filled with numerous blueprints. He pulled out one drawing and examined it closely. The blueprint depicted various trap designs. These designs were far more intricate than the half-finished traps found in the wooden hut. Zhang Wuliang's heart leapt with joy. These blueprints were precisely what he had been seeking. With these blueprints, he could learn more trap-making techniques, which he could later use to fortify his own territory. Zhang Wuliang tucked the blueprints into his backpack and continued searching the cabin. They found additional materials inside the cabin. Though none were particularly valuable, they could still be used for trap construction. Zhang Wuliang stowed these materials in his backpack before stepping out of the cabin. They continued exploring Wang Biao's territory and soon Zhang Wuliang discovered a domain hub. Staring at the hub, Zhang Wuliang recalled the rewards he'd earned from destroying ruins earlier. An idea struck him. He turned to Su Cheng and asked, "Su Cheng, do you think we could destroy this territory hub?" Su Cheng paused, then replied, "Probably. But why would we want to destroy it?" Zhang Wuliang explained, "The domain's lord, Wang Biao, is dead. This domain is useless to us now. Destroying it might yield some rewards." Su Cheng finally understood that Zhang Wuliang intended to destroy the hub for rewards. She hesitated slightly before saying, "Is that really okay? After all, it's someone else's territory." Zhang Wuliang replied indifferently, "Wang Biao is dead. This domain is now ownerless. Destroying it won't matter." Su Cheng pondered his words and found them reasonable, nodding in agreement. Zhang Wuliang approached the domain's core and unleashed the Shadow Fiend to destroy it. The Shadow Beast raised its massive claw before the core and brought it down with a thunderous smash. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and a sea of flames suddenly erupted around the domain's central hub. Zhang Wuliang and Su Cheng both jumped in fright, scrambling backward. "What's going on?" Su Cheng exclaimed in astonishment, This is a trap." Indeed, it was a trap. Wang Biao had set a trap around the domain's core. The moment anyone attempted to sabotage the core, the trap would activate. Zhang Wuliang gazed at the sea of flames before him, inwardly relieved. Thankfully, he had sent the Shadow Beast to destroy the territory's core instead of going himself. Otherwise, he would be the one trapped in this sea of flames now. The Shadow Beast possessed formidable power, but it couldn't extinguish the flames and was trapped within the inferno. Still, Zhang Wuliang remained unconcerned. Being shadow attributed, the Shadow Beast might be able to slip through space and escape. Sure enough, after struggling in the flames for a moment, the Shadow Beast suddenly transformed into a dark shadow and escaped from the inferno. Zhang Wuliang breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at the sea of flames before him with quiet astonishment. This Wang Biao was truly cunning. He had actually set a trap around the core of the territory. Had he not been cautious and sent the Shadow Fiend to destroy the domain's core, they would likely be in grave danger now. Su Qing also gazed at the sea of flames before her voice still trembling with fear. That Wang Biao, he's just too cunning. She had assumed Zhang Wuliang would abandon his plan to destroy the domain's core, but that wasn't his intention at all. A thought flashed through Zhang Wuliang's mind. Since Wang Biao had set a trap around the domain hub, there must be a way to break it. Zhang Wuliang pondered silently. This trap relied on flames to attack enemies. Therefore, if one could withstand the flames' assault, the trap could be neutralized. A thought struck Zhang Wuliang, and he dispatched the fire lizard. The fire iguana was a fire attribute beast with exceptional resistance to flames. Moreover, its strength was formidable, having reached the peak of bronze rank. The moment the fire iguana appeared, it charged excitedly into the sea of flames. Within the flames, it moved as freely as a fish returning to water. To it, the flames felt like warm sunlight, utterly incapable of harming it. Su Qing gaped in astonishment. Her astonishment wasn't merely at the fact that big shot Zhang Wuliang possessed such a beast, but rather at the sheer number of beasts he commanded. She had already seen several different kinds just now. 5. The big shot truly lived up to his reputation. She considered herself incredibly fortunate to have even 2 pets. The fire iguana swam through the flames for a moment before locating the trap's core. It opened its jaws and bit down with a fierce snap. With a loud crack, the trap's core shattered under its jaws. The flames vanished, and the sea of fire disappeared. The fire iguana emerged from the flames, unscathed. Zhang Wuliang slowly approached the damaged domain hub, extending his hand to gently touch its surface. Boom! The domain hub suddenly erupted in a blinding light, then instantly dissolved into nothingness. In its place lay fragments of the domain chip and scattered resources. There was timber, stone, iron ore, and other crafting materials, though the quantities were meager. Zhang Wuliang showed no interest whatsoever, handing them all over to Su Qing. All of this is for me? Su Qing asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Though the quantities were modest, they represented a considerable fortune to her. Zhang Wuliang nodded. These things are useless to me. You can take them all. Su Qing felt a surge of gratitude. Since her mysterious arrival on the Beastmaster continent, Zhang Wuliang was the first person to show her such kindness. At the same time, her admiration for Zhang Wuliang deepened. Not only was big shot Zhang Wuliang immensely powerful, but he also possessed such a kind heart, truly a rare gem. After Zhang Wuliang stowed away the items, the entire domain lay utterly devastated, devoid of anything else of value. Zhang Wuliang turned to look at Su Qing, silently pondering what to do with her. Of course, Zhang Wuliang couldn't bring Su Qing back to his own territory. Though she was attractive and had a decent personality, her combat strength was far too weak. Bringing her back to his domain was out of the question. It would only introduce unnecessary risks. Yet leaving Su Qing to fend for herself also tugged at his conscience. After all, she was a woman, and not very old. Alone on this perilous Beastmaster continent, she likely wouldn't survive long. Moreover, Su Qing still held some value to him, so it was better for her to stay alive. Zhang Wuliang hesitated inwardly, unsure how to handle Su Qing. Su Qing sensed his hesitation. Biting her lip, she spoke. Big brother Zhang Wuliang, I know I'm a burden to you. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes as she spoke. Zhang Wuliang shook his head, cutting her off. No, Su Qing, you misunderstand. You are not a burden to me. A smile immediately spread across Su Qing's face. Zhang Wuliang continued, but you really aren't much use to me either. Su Qing's expression darkened instantly. How hurtful Zhang Wuliang's words were. Zhang Wuliang watched Su Qing's shifting expressions with a hint of amusement. This woman's mood swings were truly unpredictable. Zhang Wuliang spoke slowly, still, you are a woman. Surviving in this perilous Beastmaster continent is indeed difficult. Su Qing nodded silently, saying nothing. She knew her strength was too weak. Surviving on the beast-taming continent would indeed be difficult. Zhang Wuliang said, I won't let you die. Su Qing froze for a moment. Zhang Wuliang continued, I still have ample resources at my disposal. I can lend you a hand, enhance the level and defenses of your territory. Surprise and delight spread across Su Qing's face, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. If this powerful figure was willing to aid her, wouldn't her territory's level and defenses improve rapidly? Zhang Wuliang added, alright, let's head back to your territory now. Su Qing nodded and led Zhang Wuliang toward her territory. Her heart overflowed with gratitude toward Zhang Wuliang. Big shot Zhang Wuliang was truly a kind person. Su Qing's territory was a level 2 domain. A level 2 domain was already significantly more powerful than a level 1 domain. However, compared to a tier 3 territory, a tier 2 territory seemed rather weak. Zhang Wuliang glanced at Su Qing's territory and said slowly, to upgrade this territory to level 3, you'll need a lot of iron ingots, stone, and timber, right? Su Qing nodded. Yes, Lord Zhang Wuliang. But iron ingots are very hard to come by. Stone and timber are somewhat easier to obtain. Zhang Wuliang replied, I can't provide iron ingots for you right now, as I still need them for many other projects. Disappointment flashed across Su Qing's face. Still, she understood that Lord Zhang Wuliang wouldn't simply hand over iron ingots for nothing. Zhang Wuliang continued, but I can help you with something else. Su Qing's eyes lit up. Zhang Wuliang continued, I can set up a ring of spiderweb traps around your territory. This way, those wild pets won't be able to approach your domain. Moreover, the spiderweb traps can capture some wild pets, which can serve as food for you. Su Qing was utterly confused. She had no idea what these so-called spider web traps were. But she could sense it too. This must be something truly formidable. Zhang Wuliang clapped his hands and declared, Spider Queen, time to get to work. As soon as the words left his mouth, a colossal figure materialized outside Su Qing's territory. It was the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen immediately began spinning silk, weaving a web trap around Su Qing's territory. Su Qing stared wide-eyed at the queen spider's busy figure. She was utterly shocked. This is Lord Zhang Wuliang's pet beast? This pet beast is enormous. And it can actually spin silk to set up spider web traps? This is simply incredible. Su Qing stared at the Spider Queen, her eyes filled with awe. And this is already the sixth pet beast Lord Zhang Wuliang has revealed. Just how many pet beasts does the boss have? Chapter 84, Bird-like creatures and white dragons roam the Sky Island plate. With Zhang Wuliang's assistance, Su Qing's territory underwent a complete transformation. The Spider Queen's web traps tightly enveloped Su Qing's territory, forming a massive protective shield. These traps not only effectively blocked wild pet beasts from invading but also captured smaller creatures, providing Su Qing with a food source. Surveying the dense web traps surrounding her territory, Su Qing felt a profound sense of security. She had always worried her territory might be breached by wild pets, but now, with these spider web traps, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Beyond the spider web traps, Zhang Wuliang also helped reinforce Su Qing's territory defenses. Using the resources at his disposal, he constructed a wooden fence encircling Su Qing's territory. These walls were not only tall and sturdy but also studded with sharp wooden spikes and iron nails, effectively preventing wild pets from scaling them. Additionally, Zhang Wuliang assisted Su Qing in constructing a lookout tower. The watchtower stood 10 meters tall. With this vantage point, Su Qing could survey the entire territory from above. This way, should any wild beasts invade, Su Qing could detect them promptly and take action. These measures were sufficient to ensure Su Qing's survival. Even if another world attack occurred later, Zhang Wuliang could always bring Su Qing to his own side as a last resort. After all, Zhang Wuliang would never let such a rare living soul, someone who posed little threat to him, die needlessly. Having someone around would at least keep Zhang Wuliang from getting too bored. Su Qing gazed at Zhang Wuliang gratefully. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, you're truly amazing. You've made my territory so secure I don't even know how to thank you. Zhang Wuliang smiled. Don't mention it. I'm just doing what I should. Su Qing shook her head earnestly. No, brother Zhang Wuliang, your help has been immense. Without you, my territory might have been overrun by wild beasts long ago. You not only saved my life but also made my domain far safer. I truly don't know how to repay you. Zhang Wuliang waved his hand dismissively. No need for repayment. I didn't do it for free. Su Qing paused, taken aback. Zhang Wuliang continued, I helped you build your domain for a reason. Su Qing looked at Zhang Wuliang questioningly, waiting for him to elaborate. Zhang Wuliang spoke slowly, I helped you build your domain because I hope you'll assist me in the future. Surprise flashed across Su Qing's face. However, she quickly recovered and said, Big brother Zhang Wuliang, what do you need me to do? As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll do my utmost. Zhang Wuliang nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Actually, what I need you to do is quite simple, help me gather resources like timber, stone, and iron ingots. Su Qing felt a little more at ease. She had feared Lord Zhang Wuliang might ask her to undertake something dangerous. It was just gathering resources after all. This wasn't difficult for her at all. Her domain was surrounded by abundant resources ready for gathering. She'd been preoccupied with fortifying her territory's defenses. Survival was the top priority. But now that big shot Zhang Wuliang had fortified her borders, she wouldn't have to worry about her territory being overrun anytime soon. That meant she could finally relax and focus on gathering resources. After all, with big shot Zhang Wuliang as her anchor, she could ensure her survival without risking dangerous expeditions. Su Qing nodded vigorously. No problem, big shot Zhang Wuliang. Rest assured, I'll do my absolute best to gather resources for you. Zhang Wuliang smiled. That's good. By the way, just call me Zhang Wuliang from now on. Stop with the big shot business, it sounds awkward. Su Qing paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Alright, Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang nodded with satisfaction. He found Su Qing rather likable. In this apocalyptic world, it was refreshing to finally have someone to talk to. Next, Zhang Wuliang planned to explore the surrounding area. He hadn't thoroughly investigated what resources lay around Su Qing's territory yet. Now that he could use Su Qing's territory as a supply station, it was the perfect opportunity to explore. Moreover, he could use this opportunity to learn more about this world. Zhang Wuliang shared his plans with Su Qing. Upon hearing this, Su Qing said, "I'm quite familiar with this area. I can accompany you on your exploration." Zhang Wuliang replied, "No need. You should be careful on your own in the territory. If any wild beasts break through the defenses, you'll need to be able to protect yourself." Su Qing nodded reluctantly. "All right then. Be careful." With that, Zhang Wuliang turned and left Su Qing's territory. Su Qing felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She never imagined she'd meet someone so kind in this world. Not only had Zhang Wuliang helped her build her domain, but he had also given her hope for survival. Zhang Wuliang moved swiftly through the wilderness. He intended to explore the surrounding forest first. The forest was incredibly dense, with towering trees and lush foliage. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting patches of dappled light and shadow. Zhang Wuliang advanced with great caution. As he moved forward, he observed his surroundings. He discovered that the forest was rich in resources. Not only were there abundant timber and stone resources, but also wild fruit trees and medicinal herbs. These resources were invaluable to Su Qing. Zhang Wuliang committed the locations of these resources to memory, intending to inform Su Qing upon his return so she could gather them. Just as Zhang Wuliang continued on his way, he suddenly heard an odd sound. In this world, he had long grown accustomed to such sounds. It must be a wild beast nearby. Zhang Wuliang immediately quickened his pace, heading toward the source of the noise. Soon, he arrived at the source of the noise. In an open clearing ahead, a massive wild pet beast was attacking a small one. The small pet beast appeared utterly helpless, no match for the massive wild beast. It was already covered in blood from the massive beast's bites, seemingly on the verge of perishing in its jaws. Zhang Wuliang stood at a distance, coldly observing the scene. The survival of the fittest was a common occurrence. Even he was no exception. There was nothing to dwell on. So Zhang Wuliang intended to walk away. But though he intended to take a detour, perhaps because he was already quite close, and perhaps because the pet beast was exceptionally sensitive, it still noticed Zhang Wuliang's presence. Startled by Zhang Wuliang's sudden appearance, it turned its head to glance at him. That glance made Zhang Wuliang's heart skip a beat. A flash of ferocity flickered in the massive wild beast's eyes. It seemed to regard Zhang Wuliang as an enemy. Zhang Wuliang didn't rush to release his own beast. Instead, he raised his weapon first, testing whether this creature would get the hint and leave. The instant Zhang Wuliang raised his weapon, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. He looked up to see a massive blackbird-like creature streaking toward him from the sky. Its claws, sharp as blades, swung viciously toward him. Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat. He scrambled backward several steps, narrowly evading the vicious strike. The creature gave him no chance to catch his breath, launching another claw attack at him. This time, Zhang Wuliang did not dodge. Instead, he swung his weapon, forcing the creature back several paces. But the blackbird seemed enraged, launching another attack at him. Zhang Wuliang parried its strikes while studying it closely. He realized this blackbird-like beast had reached at least bronze 3-star strength. No wonder its attacks were so formidable. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. After all, this was still the Sky Island sector, where pet beasts were generally not very powerful. This blackbird-like pet beast's strength absolutely placed it among the elite of the Sky Island region. Facing it alone proved quite challenging for Zhang Wuliang. While fending off the blackbird-like beast's attacks, he shouted, "Attack!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dark shadow suddenly darted out from behind Zhang Wuliang. It was the Shadow Fiend. The Shadow Fiend beast immediately lunged at the blackbird-like pet beast. Its speed was blindingly fast, like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance to the blackbird-like beast in the blink of an eye. Clearly caught off guard by Zhang Wuliang's unexpected ally, the blackbird-like beast hesitated before launching its own attack at the Shadow Fiend. The two beasts soon became entangled in combat. Though the blackbird-like beast was formidable, Zhang Wuliang remained unconcerned. After all, he still had a backup plan. If things got dire, he could summon other pets to assist. However, it seemed unlikely that it would come to that just yet. The shadow beast and the blackbird-like pet were locked in a fierce, deadlocked battle. Yet Zhang Wuliang could clearly see the shadow beast gaining the upper hand. Its attacks grew sharper and more ferocious, and the blackbird-like beast gradually showed signs of defeat under its relentless assault. Just then, a deafening dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the sky. Zhang Wuliang looked up to see a massive white dragon rapidly descending from the heavens. Its massive form radiated a powerful aura, its cold dragon eyes fixed intently on the shadow beast and the blackbird-like pet below. Zhang Wuliang's heart tightened. This white dragon was undoubtedly one of the most powerful beasts he had ever encountered. Zhang Wuliang instantly realized they had to leave this place immediately. He bellowed at the shadow beast, "Retreat!" The shadow beast sensed the impending danger too. It instantly abandoned its fight with the blackbird-like pet beast and turned to run toward Zhang Wuliang. They had clearly underestimated the white dragon's speed and power. The moment they turned to flee, the white dragon opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of icy frost dragon breath in an instant. The breath moved with blinding speed, closing the distance to Zhang Wuliang and the shadow beast in the blink of an eye. Zhang Wuliang's heart raced with terror. He scooped up the shadow beast and threw himself to the side with every ounce of strength. The dragon's breath instantly froze the surrounding trees into ice sculptures and continued its assault toward Zhang Wuliang and the shadow fiend. Zhang Wuliang felt a bone-chilling cold wash over him. His body was instantly encased in frost and he lost consciousness. In that final moment of consciousness, Zhang Wuliang saw a colossal figure descending from the sky, the very white dragon itself. A cold gleam flashed in its eyes before it opened its massive jaws, lunging toward Zhang Wuliang. Facing the threat of death, Zhang Wuliang snapped back to consciousness. He flung his eyes open to find himself lying on the ground. He struggled to his feet and saw the shadow beast lying unconscious beside him. Zhang Wuliang didn't know if the shadow beast was alright. Just then, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the sky. Zhang Wuliang looked up to see the white dragon hovering in the air, its eyes fixed intently on him. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent. A dark figure suddenly darted out from behind Zhang Wuliang, blocking his path. It was the ghost messenger. The ghost messenger immediately launched an attack at the white dragon. Clearly caught off guard by Zhang Wuliang having backup, the white dragon paused in surprise before instantly launching its own assault at the ghost messenger. The ghost messenger swung his long sword, unleashing a fierce sword sheath that surged toward the white dragon. The white dragon opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of icy breath that collided with the sword energy. The collision of these two immense forces produced a deafening explosion. Zhang Wuliang was knocked back several steps by the force before regaining his footing. Looking up, he saw the ghost messenger and the white dragon locked in a fierce struggle. The ghost messenger's swordplay was fierce and unpredictable, each strike unleashing waves of icy sword energy that lashed out at the white dragon. The white dragon, refusing to be outdone, continuously unleashed frosty dragon breath that collided with the sword chi. The two beasts fought fiercely, locked in an intense battle. Yet Zhang Wuliang could see the ghost messenger clearly held the upper hand. Its swordplay grew increasingly fierce, and the white dragon, under its relentless assault, was beginning to show signs of defeat. Zhang Wuliang spun around abruptly to find the blackbird-like beast had silently approached from behind, its claws extended in a sudden strike. Startled, Zhang Wuliang scrambled to dodge aside. The blackbird-like beast moved with blinding speed, closing the distance in an instant. Its claws, sharp as blades, swung toward Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang sneered coldly. "Is that all you've got? Always relying on the same move?" As the words left his lips, Zhang Wuliang's mind flickered. Instantly, a lizard-like beast engulfed in flames materialized before him. It was the fire lizard. The moment the fire lizard appeared, it launched an attack at the blackbird-like beast. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that shot toward the blackbird-like beast. Sensing danger, the blackbird-like beast tried to deal with the fire iguana first. Its fiery assault was fierce and overwhelming, quickly forcing the blackbird-like pet into a defensive position. With the fire lizard's assistance, Zhang Wuliang finally freed his hands to confront the white dragon. He looked up to see the ghost messenger and the white dragon still locked in fierce combat. Though the ghost messenger clearly held the upper hand, the white dragon was no pushover. Possessing immense power, it relentlessly launched fierce attacks against the ghost messenger. Zhang Wuliang's thoughts flashed, and the fire iguana instantly understood his intent. Abandoning its assault on the blackbird-like beast, it turned and charged at the white dragon. A torrent of searing flame erupted from the fire iguana's jaws, hurtling toward the white dragon. To the white dragon's astonishment, the fire lizard's flames managed to melt its icy dragon breath. Under the scorching heat, the frost dragon's breath vanished without a trace. Chapter 85, he didn't need to worry about it anymore. The two pets clashed instantly, flames and frost intertwining with a crackling roar. With the fire lizard's intervention, the battle's momentum shifted dramatically. Caught between the Ghostbringer and the fire iguana, the white dragon gradually showed signs of defeat. Its body was covered in wounds, and its aura had grown weak and listless. Zhang Wuliang rejoiced. But just then, a frantic voice suddenly rang out beside Zhang Wuliang. "Zhang Wuliang, you better run now." Zhang Wuliang spun around to find Su Qing had appeared behind him at some point. Her face was filled with anxiety and concern. "Why are you here?" Zhang Wuliang asked in surprise. Su Qing didn't answer his question. Instead, she pointed at the white dragon in the sky and said, "This white dragon is beyond your ability to handle. Its power far exceeds anything you could imagine. You must flee immediately with your pet beast." Zhang Wuliang froze for a moment. He glanced up at the white dragon and realized something was indeed terribly wrong. Its eyes had turned an intense crimson, and a frenzied aura radiated from its body, as if it were on the verge of complete madness. When facing life or death peril, spirit beasts unleashed immense latent power and strength. This white dragon had clearly sensed the threat of death, which was why it had become so frenzied. If they continued fighting, even if they managed to defeat the white dragon, the cost would likely be devastating. At this realization, Zhang Wuliang's heart sank. He glanced at Su Qing and nodded. "All right, let's retreat." With that, Zhang Wuliang immediately fled to the side. The ghost messenger and the fire lizard immediately followed suit. However, the white dragon refused to let them escape. It let out a thunderous dragon's roar, then charged fiercely after Zhang Wuliang and the others. Its speed was astonishing, catching up to Zhang Wuliang and the others in the blink of an eye. Zhang Wuliang was startled. He hadn't expected the white dragon to be so fast. He darted aside while shouting, "Ghost messenger, fire lizard, hold it off." The ghost messenger and fire lizard turned and charged at the white dragon. The white dragon seemed utterly enraged, charging relentlessly after Zhang Wuliang. Though ghost messenger and fire lizard's attacks were fierce, they couldn't halt its advance. Zhang Wuliang kept dodging to the side, trying to evade the white dragon's attacks. Yet the white dragon seemed to have locked onto his scent, relentlessly pursuing him. Just then, Su Qing suddenly grabbed Zhang Wuliang's hand. "What are you doing?" Zhang Wuliang froze, asking in confusion. Su Qing said nothing. Instead, with a flicker of her thoughts, a pet beast radiating a faint glow instantly materialized before her. "Release the stealth skill." As the words left her lips, a faint glow suddenly emanated from the pet beast's body. Immediately afterward, Zhang Wuliang watched in astonishment as his body, Su Qing's, and their pets' forms gradually became transparent. Within a few breaths, they vanished completely into thin air, as if they had never been there at all. The white dragon paused, momentarily stunned. It scanned its surroundings, searching for any trace of Zhang Wuliang and Su Qing. But it discovered it could no longer sense their presence at all. The white dragon grew increasingly frenzied, unleashing fierce attacks in all directions in a desperate attempt to force Zhang Wuliang and Su Qing out. Yet all its attacks missed their mark. The stealth skill, an extremely rare ability, not only concealed the forms of the beast or its master but also blocked their very essence, rendering them undetectable to other beasts. Thus, no matter how hard the white dragon tried, it could not locate Zhang Wuliang and Su Qing. Hiding in the shadows, Zhang Wuliang and Su Qing watched the white dragon darting about frantically, both feeling a surge of dread. The situation had been perilous indeed. Had Su Qing not arrived in time with her stealth-capable beast, they likely would have fallen victim to the white dragon. After an unknown amount of time, the white dragon finally abandoned its search and turned to fly away into the distance. Zhang Wuliang and Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief, knowing they were finally safe. Su Qing recalled her pet beast. She and Zhang Wuliang materialized simultaneously. Zhang Wuliang glanced in the direction the white dragon had vanished and couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is the origin of this white dragon? How could its power be so formidable?" A solemn expression crossed Su Qing's face. "This white dragon is considered a dominant force in this region. I've encountered it several times before," Su Qing explained. "Its power is immense, I'm no match for it. Thankfully, I had a spirit beast with stealth abilities, otherwise, I would have perished long ago." Wang Biao mentioned earlier that this white dragon is impossible to defeat, Su Qing continued. Zhang Wuliang sneered dismissively. He conceded that the white dragon was indeed formidable, but Wang Biao's claim of its invincibility stemmed from Wang Biao being a complete fraud. If Wang Biao truly possessed any real strength, he wouldn't have been so easily disposed of by Zhang Wuliang. Just because Wang Biao couldn't handle a wild beast didn't mean Zhang Wuliang was helpless. However, at this moment, Zhang Wuliang truly had no good solution either. To subdue that white dragon, he still needed to gather more useful information about it. For now, there was no need to bite off more than he could chew. Zhang Wuliang and Su Qing decided to return to Su Qing's territory for rest and recuperation. Nightfall was approaching, and after darkness descended, the danger level would increase dramatically. Even Zhang Wuliang wasn't willing to take that risk. Walking one behind the other, Su Qing suddenly asked, "By the way, haven't you been back to your own territory for so long? Aren't you worried something might happen there?" Zhang Wuliang chuckled. He didn't tell Su Qing that he possessed crystal energy technology, allowing him to handle domain affairs remotely at any time. "It's fine. There's nothing much happening in my territory. No need to worry," Zhang Wuliang casually replied. Su Qing stared at him in surprise. "Nothing much in your territory? How is that possible?" Su Qing knew full well that big shot Zhang Wuliang was the most powerful man on the planet. A powerful pet beast meant more opportunities to explore and seek valuable resources outside. Therefore, Zhang Wuliang must possess far more resources than others. How could it become nothing much when Zhang Wuliang said it? Su Qing couldn't help but suspect Zhang Wuliang was deceiving her. "You really aren't worried about your territory?" Su Qing asked again. "What's there to worry about?" Zhang Wuliang shrugged. "I've always been free-spirited and lazy about building a home. Even if someone tried to make a move, they wouldn't gain much." Though Zhang Wuliang spoke this way, the truth was quite different. Had Su Qing ever visited Zhang Wuliang's domain and witnessed the colossal castle there, she would have been utterly astonished. After returning to the domain, Su Qing arranged lodgings for Zhang Wuliang. After all, it felt awkward for a man and a woman to sleep under the same roof. Zhang Wuliang, however, didn't seem to mind. He simply found a spot and lay down. Watching Zhang Wuliang lie motionless on the bed, Su Qing couldn't help but feel curious about what he was thinking. She hesitated for a moment before finally turning and leaving the room. As night fell, the entire world descended into silence. Su Qing returned to her own room and opened the world chat channel. She wanted to see if there was any new information. The moment she entered the channel, she found it buzzing with activity. Have you heard? This world assault might be fiercer than any before. Yeah, I've already formed a team to fight this crisis together. I'm so worried too. I wonder if we'll make it through this time. I heard some big shots have already started taking action. Hopefully they can lead us through this crisis. These messages stirred a sense of emotion within Su Qing. This global assault posed an immense challenge for all beast masters. Though she had worked tirelessly to strengthen herself, facing such an unknown threat still left her feeling powerless. However, the thought that Zhang Wuliang was nearby brought her a glimmer of comfort. And she felt more at ease than others. After all, the strongest man in the world was right here with her. What else could she possibly worry about? As night deepened, Su Qing gradually drifted off to sleep. Yet, just as she was sleeping soundly, a tremendous noise suddenly erupted, jolting her awake. She sat bolt upright, her heart pounding. Not knowing what had happened, she quickly pulled on her clothes and stepped out of the room. When she stepped outside, the sight before her left her utterly stunned. Within her domain, a massive wormhole had appeared. The wormhole emitted a blinding light, constantly swirling as if it were about to devour everything. Su Qing's heart tightened, unsure what dangers this wormhole might bring. Fortunately, it had appeared some distance from her structures, leaving the buildings within her domain largely undamaged. Just as she moved closer to investigate, a dark shadow suddenly burst out from within the wormhole. Su Qing startled, then squinted to recognize a massive dark creature. Its form was massive, covered in blood-red growths. Immediately after, a second, then a third, more and more dark creatures poured out of the wormhole. Su Qing's expression turned grim. She knew her strength was utterly insufficient to handle these dark creatures. If she acted rashly, she would likely find herself in grave danger. With that thought, she immediately turned and ran toward Zhang Wuliang's residence. Zhang Wuliang was her only hope now. Su Qing dashed to Zhang Wuliang's residence and pounded fiercely on the door. Big shot Zhang Wuliang. Wake up! Something terrible has happened. Su Qing shouted loudly. The door swung open, and Zhang Wuliang appeared before Su Qing, his eyes still heavy with sleep. What's going on? What happened? Zhang Wuliang yawned as he asked. Su Qing hurriedly explained, Boss, it's an emergency. A wormhole has appeared in the territory, and hordes of dark creatures are pouring out. She had expected Zhang Wuliang to snap awake at the news and rush out anxiously to investigate. But to Su Qing's surprise, Zhang Wuliang showed no sign of tension upon hearing the news. He merely curled his lips, then turned his gaze toward the chaotic scene outside. After a few glances, he remarked indifferently. Is that all? I thought it was something major. Just a few bugs. No need to make such a fuss. Su Qing froze upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Zhang Wuliang to be so calm after all. Those dark creatures were extremely dangerous beings. Boss, those dark creatures are dangerous. We need to figure out how to deal with them quickly. Su Qing said anxiously. Zhang Wuliang waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to calm down. It's fine. Just a few little bugs. They won't make much of a splash. With that, he summoned his spirit beasts with a flick of his mind. The ghost messenger, the shadow beast, the blazing bird, one powerful beast after another materialized before Su Qing. Go deal with those little bugs. Don't disturb my sleep, Zhang Wuliang yawned, instructing his pets. At his command, the pets immediately turned and lunged toward the dark creatures. Seeing this, Su Qing was utterly dumbfounded. Could he really be this unconcerned, leaving everything to his pets? But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Zhang Wuliang's strength was unmatched globally. To him, those dark creatures were indeed nothing more than minor nuisances. In a flash, the ghost messenger materialized before the dark creatures. The sword in its hand flashed with a cold gleam as it swung viciously at the dark creatures. The shadow beast refused to be outdone, snapping its gaping maw to bite at the dark creatures. The blazing sparrow circled overhead, periodically unleashing scorching flames upon the dark creatures. Under the fierce assault of Zhang Wuliang's pets, the dark creatures soon found themselves in a desperate struggle. Though numerous, they proved no match for Zhang Wuliang's beasts. Before long, Zhang Wuliang's pets had wiped them out completely. Seeing the outcome of the second round, Su Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Wuliang, seeing his pets had dealt with the trouble, yawned, turned, and went back to his room to continue sleeping. Su Qing also turned and returned to her own room. Yet deep down, she couldn't help but feel unsettled. This big shot Zhang Wuliang is just too awesome, isn't he? When would she ever become like the great Zhang Wuliang? Meanwhile, Zhang Wuliang lay in bed and soon drifted off to sleep. To him, this incident was merely a minor inconvenience, hardly worth his concern. After all, he'd faced those dark creatures countless times before and knew their capabilities inside out. Even without his direct intervention, his pets could handle them with ease. There was just one thing, though. The wormholes were appearing with alarming frequency, and dark creatures kept emerging. While understandable, such patterns typically preceded a world-scale assault. But Zhang Wuliang couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly off. Chapter 86, The Flood Comes. Lava and water form obsidian. Zhang Wulian pondered deeply, but his mind grew increasingly foggy. Finally, his thoughts snapped and he fell straight into sleep. In his dream, he suddenly felt as though his body had been taken over by something. The force was incredibly powerful, unlike anything he had ever experienced. It roamed freely through his body, attempting to force its way through his consciousness. Zhang Wuliang tried desperately to suppress it, but it wouldn't budge. In the end, he could only allow that force to take over his body. Within the dreamscape, Zhang Wuliang glimpsed a shadowy figure. It appeared immensely powerful, causing even time itself to tremble. The shadow stared at Zhang Wuliang, its gaze carrying a hint of anticipation. Zhang Wuliang felt the force within his body slowly awakening, drawing the shadow closer under its pull. The next instant, the shadow collided with Zhang Wuliang's body. A thunderous crash echoed within Zhang Wuliang's mind, and dazzling flashes of light erupted in his consciousness. The light was so blinding that Zhang Wuliang instinctively closed his eyes. In his dream, Zhang Wuliang saw the shadow split in two by his own power. He felt his power slowly awakening, and the shadow gradually dissipated under its assault. Everything in the dream grew hazy, and Zhang Wuliang's consciousness began to return. He felt his body slowly recovering, that immense power gradually receding. When Zhang Wuliang opened his eyes again, he found himself fully awake. He rubbed his eyes, looked around, and the confusion in his heart dissipated. Though it had all been a dream, the sensation had felt so real. Su Qing stood beside him, her face etched with worry. Seeing Zhang Wuliang awake, she was overcome with relief. "Boss, you're finally awake. You suddenly passed out for 10 whole minutes. You scared the life out of me. I thought something terrible had happened." Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest as she spoke. 10 minutes? Zhang Wuliang was astonished. In the dream, it had felt like an eternity. He never imagined only 10 minutes had passed in reality. He glanced at Su Qing and noticed the lingering worry on her face. His heart warmed. "I'm fine. I just dozed off for a moment," Zhang Wuliang said with a smile. Su Qing heard this and a hint of confusion flashed across her face. "Boss, are you feeling unwell? Why did you suddenly fall asleep?" Zhang Wuliang shook his head, signaling that he was fine. He didn't want to worry Su Qing after all, it had merely been a dream, and his body showed no signs of trouble. "I'm really fine, just a bit sleepy," Zhang Wuliang explained. Su Qing finally relaxed. "That's good. Boss, you have to take care of yourself. You're my rock right now." Zhang Wuliang smiled and nodded. But what exactly was that dream about? Why did it feel so real? And who was that shadowy figure? Why did it appear in his dream? All these mysteries filled Zhang Wuliang's mind with confusion. He carefully recalled the events that had transpired earlier, yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. Zhang Wuliang sighed in resignation. He knew racking his brain now would yield nothing. He could only wait for answers to come later. Noticing Zhang Wuliang drifting off, Su Qing asked, "Boss, what are you thinking about?" Zhang Wuliang snapped back to reality, glanced at Su Qing, and replied, "Nothing much. Just reminiscing about some things." "Oh." Su Qing didn't press further, knowing there were things Zhang Wuliang preferred to keep to himself. After a moment of silence, Su Qing suddenly asked, "Boss, do you think those dark creatures will show up again?" Zhang Wuliang's brow furrowed slightly. This was precisely what had been troubling him. Although the pet beasts could easily handle those dark creatures, if their numbers grew too large, even the pet beasts would struggle. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about this incident was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. "I don't know, but we should still be cautious," Zhang Wuliang said in a low voice. Su Qing nodded. She too knew this matter was no simple affair and could not be taken lightly. "Don't worry, I'm here," Zhang Wuliang said with a faint smile. "Yeah, I believe you, boss." Zhang Wuliang nodded with a smile, but his mind was still dwelling on the dream he'd just had. He vaguely sensed it might be connected to the white dragon he'd seen earlier, and also to the colossal dragon sealed atop the mountain. Perhaps there was some link between them. But what exactly was going on? Zhang Wuliang couldn't figure it out and decided to investigate further when he had time. But barely had he settled down when the earth's veins suddenly began to tremble. Zhang Wuliang and Su Qing both paled. Exchanging a glance, a sense of foreboding welled up within them. Immediately, they witnessed numerous cracks erupting across the ground. The fissures spread rapidly, as if they were about to tear the entire earth apart. "What's happening?" Su Qing asked in alarm. Zhang Wuliang didn't answer, his gaze fixed intently on the fissures. The next moment, shadowy figures began emerging from the fissures. These shadows bore some resemblance to the dark creatures they had encountered earlier, yet they were distinctly different. They resembled segmented centipedes, their bodies emitting an eerie black glow. "Those dark creatures again." Su Qing gritted her teeth. Zhang Wuliang frowned deeply. The appearance of these dark creatures clearly signaled trouble. But the situation was clearly escalating. The wormholes suddenly erupted with torrential water, threatening to flood the entire space. "What's happening?" Zhang Wuliang's face paled involuntarily. The bizarre creatures writhed frantically within the surging currents. Meanwhile, the wormholes continued to spew forth more water and those dark creatures. Why are those dark creatures flying over there? Su Qing looked puzzled. Zhang Wuliang noticed this too. The dark creatures paid them no mind, instead flying off into the distance. This left them both surprised and puzzled. Could it be they weren't after us? Su Qing asked doubtfully. Zhang Wuliang fell silent for a moment before replying, I'm not sure, but something feels off. Su Qing also sensed the gravity of the situation. What should we do? She asked. Zhang Wuliang replied, I need to return to my territory to assess the situation. Su Qing worried, Boss, I'll go with you. Zhang Wuliang shook his head. No need. Stay here and keep watch. If any dark creatures appear, you can hold them off. Su Qing knew Zhang Wuliang was right and nodded. Be careful, she urged. Zhang Wuliang smiled and nodded, then turned and flew toward his domain. As he flew, his mind was deep in thought. The emergence of these dark creatures clearly spelled trouble. Before long, he returned to his domain. The sight that met his eyes caused Zhang Wuliang's expression to darken dramatically. His domain had nearly become a vast ocean. Massive amounts of water poured out from the newly formed wormholes, submerging the entire territory. The water continued to rise relentlessly. What on earth is happening? Zhang Wuliang grew increasingly anxious. He immediately flew high above the domain, surveying the entire situation. Water continued to pour out of the wormholes. Fortunately, the outer walls of the domain were built high enough to block most of the water. Moreover, the water that did enter was contained by the moat, preventing it from reaching structures like the pet beast factory. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhang Wuliang silently thanked himself for building the walls so high back then. Otherwise, the entire domain would likely be submerged by now. However, though the domain was temporarily safe, the water continued to rise relentlessly. If this problem wasn't resolved quickly, the domain would inevitably be submerged sooner or later. Zhang Wuliang immediately summoned his pet beasts, including the Ice Spike Beast. Ice Spike Beast, lead the others to dig new channels within the domain and divert this water out, Zhang Wuliang commanded. The Ice Spike Beast let out a cry and began to act. The other beasts followed its lead, digging and constructing channels. Watching the busy figures of his pets, Zhang Wuliang felt a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, he had a sufficient number of pets, including specialized ones like the Ice Spike Beast, skilled in excavation and construction. Otherwise, tackling this problem alone would have been nearly impossible. The Ice Spike Beast worked swiftly, and soon a channel was dug. The water flowed out through the channel, and the water level within the territory began to slowly recede. Seeing this, Zhang Wuliang's heart filled with joy. This method seemed to be working. However, his joy was short-lived. He soon noticed that the water gushing from the wormholes was increasing. The Ice Spike Beast's pace of digging channels could no longer keep up with the rising water level. Damn it! Zhang Wuliang cursed under his breath. But a flash of inspiration struck him almost immediately. He instantly summoned the Fire Lizard. Fire Lizard, spew lava into those wormholes. Zhang Wuliang commanded. The fire iguana immediately spewed a torrent of molten lava toward the wormholes. The molten lava met the water with a hissing sound, releasing a thick cloud of white smoke. To Zhang Wuliang's delight, the water gushing from the wormholes began to diminish. Clearly, the lava was working. Zhang Wuliang's heart leapt with joy, and he immediately ordered the fire iguana to continue spewing lava. The iguana didn't hesitate, continuously spewing lava and bombarding the wormholes. With the relentless bombardment of magma, the water gushing from the wormholes gradually diminished. Before long, it ceased entirely. Zhang Wuliang was overjoyed. This method truly worked. He immediately ordered the Ice Spike Beast and other pets to accelerate the construction of the water channels. As the channels were steadily dug, the water level within the territory began to drop rapidly. Before long, the water was completely drained from the territory. Zhang Wuliang looked at the restored territory and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had discovered and resolved the issue in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He turned his attention to the wormholes and noticed they had ceased spewing water. Just as Zhang Wuliang was about to inspect other areas, he noticed something unusual about the fire iguanas. It was persistently scratching at the black stones formed by cooled magma with its claws, seemingly fascinated by them. A thought struck Zhang Wuliang, and he walked over. Fire Lizard, what are you doing? He asked. The fire lizard glanced up at him before resuming its scratching at the black stones. Zhang Wuliang felt puzzled and examined the black stones closely. What he saw startled him. These black stones were actually obsidian. Obsidian was a relatively precious mineral, used for crafting weapons and equipment. Who would have thought that lava, when violently impacted by water, could actually form obsidian? This ING thing was just like something out of a video game. Zhang Wuliang immediately ordered the Ice Spike Beast and other pets to begin mining the obsidian. Ice Spike Beasts and other beasts sprang into action the moment they received the command. With sharp claws and sturdy bodies, they relentlessly dug into the obsidian. However, mining obsidian proved no easy task. Its extreme hardness made extraction a laborious task. Though powerful creatures like the ice spike beast possessed formidable strength, their pace in quarrying obsidian remained slow. As time ticked by, the beasts finally unearthed a piece of obsidian. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but smile. Yet, upon seeing the exhausted forms of his pets, his joy faded somewhat. Extracting obsidian took a heavy toll on the beasts, requiring them to rest before continuing. Thus, after over half an hour of mining, the pets finally yielded 10 pieces of obsidian. Zhang Wuliang looked at the obsidian with a sense of helplessness. This mining pace was far too slow. When would they ever gather enough obsidian? Still, he knew rushing things wouldn't help. The pet's capabilities were limited, and extracting this much obsidian was already quite an accomplishment. He could only wait patiently, letting the pets mine slowly. Meanwhile, his crafting list had grown with numerous new recipes. Upon closer inspection, he realized every single one was related to obsidian. Obsidian longsword, obsidian shield, obsidian armor. Zhang Wuliang continued reviewing the crafting requirements for these recipes, noting they demanded specific quantities of obsidian and other materials. He had all the other materials, but the quantity of obsidian was insufficient. Zhang Wuliang stared at the 10 pieces of obsidian in his hand, feeling a bit helpless. This amount wouldn't even be enough to craft a single obsidian longsword. It seemed he would need to continue having his pets mine more obsidian. However, there were still many matters requiring his attention within the domain, and he couldn't keep the pets here mining obsidian indefinitely. After pondering, Zhang Wuliang decided to take the obsidian to the market first to see what supplies he could trade for it. He instructed the ice spike beast and the other pets to continue mining obsidian here while he took the 10 pieces back to the domain. He then placed the obsidian on the trading market. Zhang Wuliang merely wanted to use these advanced materials to see if he could acquire things he didn't already possess. But the outcome surprised Zhang Wuliang. In an instant, it caused another sensation. Chapter 87, Map Fragments, where a little dragon was discovered. World Channel. Holy crap! It's obsidian. This stuff looks seriously powerful. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, can you tell us what new recipes this thing can unlock? You're questioning something from Big Shot Zhang Wuliang? Anything from him is bound to be top-notch. If you don't want it, that's fine, just don't compete with us for it. Exactly. When it comes to what Big Shot Zhang Wuliang sells, forget a rock even if it were a pile of crap, I'd taste it to see how salty it is. I'll trade 2-star fragments for 1 obsidian. I'll trade 3,000-year-old spirit herbs for 1 piece of obsidian. I'll trade 10 pounds of source stone for a piece of obsidian. Seeing the messages constantly flooding the world channel, Zhang Wuliang paused in surprise. His obsidian was surprisingly popular. Even though these people had no idea what recipes it could unlock or what its uses were, they were already so eager. Was this what they called brand effect? As Zhang Wuliang marveled at the obsidian's explosive popularity, the world channel was flooded with endless exchange offers. I'll trade 1 pet egg for a piece of obsidian. This beast is absolutely powerful, don't even think about trying to steal it from me. Zhang Wuliang raised an eyebrow. Pet eggs? He had plenty of those. With his pet beast factory, how could he possibly lack pet eggs? Such items held little novelty for him. Moreover, Zhang Wuliang was certain that the other player's pet egg wouldn't meet his expectations, it was simply harder for them to obtain compared to others. I'll trade a skill book for it, a highly offensive one at that. A skill book? Zhang Wuliang already had mountains of them piled up in his hands. He certainly wasn't short on them. I'll trade you a mysterious or one I risked my life to obtain. It's absolutely priceless. Zhang Wuliang glanced at it. To him, the so-called mysterious ore was nothing more than an ordinary piece of rock. The items offered by the rain-praying crowd were treasures of immeasurable value in their eyes, yet to Zhang Wuliang, they all seemed rather ordinary. Just then, a message caught Zhang Wuliang's attention. I'll trade an unknown map fragment for a piece of obsidian. This fragment might hold a tremendous secret. An unknown map fragment? He had never seen such a thing before. What exactly is this map fragment? Zhang Wuliang asked casually. Seeing Zhang Wuliang's interest, the person perked up and eagerly explained, I stumbled upon this map fragment by chance. It's inscribed with strange patterns and routes that seem to lead to some mysterious place. I've studied it for ages but haven't figured it out yet. Still, I'm convinced this map fragment holds a tremendous secret. Zhang Wuliang gave a cold laugh. And what use do you think this thing has for me? So the distance between beast masters is unknown. I've never seen anyone near me. Besides, this map fragment you have, its location must be somewhere near you. If I can't even find you, how am I supposed to locate the place marked on it? Zhang Wuliang could only conclude this person was either a complete fool or just messing with him. Seeing Zhang Wuliang's disinterest, the man quickly sent another message. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, don't rush to refuse just yet. This map fragment hasn't been opened yet. The locations are all hidden, only after opening it will the exact spots be revealed. Who knows? Maybe the location recorded on this map fragment is right where you are. Zhang Wuliang frowned slightly. An unopened map? Could it be that the locations on this map fragment are random, only revealed after opening? At this thought, Zhang Wuliang felt a surge of interest. If he could obtain this map fragment and discover after opening it that the location was near his own territory, wouldn't he be able to get there first and explore that mysterious place? He had already explored every corner of the surrounding area. Honestly, if there were only these places to discover and no hidden realms to uncover, it would indeed be rather boring. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang inquired, "So how do you propose we exchange?" Seeing Zhang Wuliang soften, the man grew excited and hurriedly replied, "Big shot Zhang Wuliang, if you're willing to trade, this map fragment is yours. Just one piece of obsidian will do. This map fragment is worth far more than its weight in gold." Zhang Wuliang pondered for a moment before replying, "I can give you a piece of obsidian, but you must hand over the map fragment first. Once I verify it's genuine, I'll give you the obsidian." The man hesitated. After all, he'd gone to great lengths to obtain this map fragment. What if he gave it to Zhang Wuliang and the other party reneged on the deal? But then, considering Zhang Wuliang's reputation and power, he felt it was unlikely the man would go back on his word over a mere map fragment. Finally, gritting his teeth, he declared, "Fine. I trust the integrity of big brother Zhang Wuliang." After the deal was struck, immediately, a flash of light appeared, and an antique wooden box materialized before Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang opened the box to find a map fragment inside, covered in strange patterns and looking incredibly ancient. Immediately after the transaction, Zhang Wuliang inspected it. The map fragment resembled a corner of an ancient letter, adorned with peculiar patterns and crooked lines that appeared as though they had been scribbled randomly. Beyond that, the fragment held no further information. Staring at the fragment in his hands, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but feel puzzled. This thing didn't look particularly remarkable. Had he been tricked? However, the thought that he hadn't paid much just a piece of obsidian for this map fragment soothed his mind. Even if the fragment was fake, he had nothing to lose. After all, he hadn't given the obsidian to the other party in advance. If they had taken his item and deceived him, he could simply refuse to give anything at all. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang prepared to open the map fragment. Just then, the system alert suddenly sounded. Ding! Unknown map fragment detected. Proceed? Zhang Wuliang's heart stirred, and he immediately selected yes. As soon as he made his choice, a flash of light suddenly erupted from the map fragment. Immediately afterward, the intricate patterns and designs etched into the fragment began to slowly undulate. Zhang Wuliang was startled. Could this map fragment actually move? As the light faded, the patterns on the fragment gradually sharpened. Zhang Wuliang's pupils contracted sharply. Etched upon the fragment was a mountain range, and somewhere within that range, a peculiar symbol was marked. Staring at the symbol in shock, Zhang Wuliang felt an almost instinctive urge to possess it. He recognized the mountain range depicted on this map fragment. It wasn't far from his domain, in fact, it was quite close. Moreover, the location marked with that peculiar symbol seemed remarkably close to where the sealed dragon lay. Could it be that this map fragment pointed to that very place? Suppressing his excitement, he addressed the man, "I'll take this map fragment for now. Whether it proves useful or not, I'll give you my answer after I've explored it." The man grew anxious and hurriedly protested, "Master Zhang Wuliang, this map fragment is absolutely genuine. You mustn't go back on your word." He feared Zhang Wuliang might change his mind, leaving him empty-handed. Zhang Wuliang chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, I, Zhang Wuliang, keep my word. If this map fragment proves useful, I won't shortchange you on that piece of obsidian." With that, Zhang Wuliang ended the chat. The other person was left anxiously waiting for Zhang Wuliang's response. Following the directions on the map fragment, Zhang Wuliang flew toward the mountain range. Soon, he reached the outer rim of the mountain range and plunged into its depths. Within the mountains, ancient trees towered overhead, casting a quiet, eerie atmosphere. Occasional beastly howls echoed through the air, adding an unsettling chill to the surroundings. But none of this fazed Zhang Wuliang in the slightest. He cautiously explored forward while observing his surroundings. The map fragment only indicated a general location, not a specific route, so he had to rely on himself to find that unique place. Thus, Zhang Wuliang traversed the mountains for a long time. Finally, he discovered a peculiar place. There stood a bottomless well, its depths shimmering with a faint golden glow. Standing at the well's edge, Zhang Wuliang furrowed his brow. Then, he stepped forward, ready to descend. Just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Unknown map fragment detected. Proceed? Zhang Wuliang's heart stirred, and he immediately selected yes. As he made his choice, the map fragment in his hand vibrated slightly. A flash of light followed, and the fragment transformed into a ring. The ring bore intricate patterns, appearing profoundly mysterious. Zhang Wuliang stared at the ring, utterly astonished. He slipped the ring onto his finger. The patterns on the ring began to glow, illuminating the entire mountain range. Simultaneously, a flash of light erupted, and Zhang Wuliang's body vanished from his original spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely new place. It was a vast cavern, its walls similarly adorned with intricate patterns. At the center of the cavern lay a massive pool. The pool was filled with golden liquid, within which a massive dark figure struggled relentlessly. On the cave walls was a peculiar symbol exactly the same as the one on the map fragment. Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat. He was almost certain this cave was the very location described on the map fragment. And that massive pool must be where the dragon was sealed. He rushed toward the pool. The immense golden liquid emitted a blinding radiance, its light so intense it felt tangible, nearly piercing his eyes. Zhang Wuliang squinted, scrutinizing the scene within the pool. In the center of the pool, a massive black shadow was tightly bound by the golden liquid. Its body struggled relentlessly, striving to break free from the water's surface. Zhang Wuliang instantly recognized this as the sealed dragon. He retrieved the ring, and its engraving began to glow. The light shone upon the center of the pool, causing the golden liquid to boil violently. As the light shone upon it, the dragon's struggles gradually weakened. Its body began to slowly shrink, eventually reverting to its original form. A massive dragon, once enveloped in the golden liquid, shrank steadily until it became a small dragon the size of a lizard. Zhang Wuliang immediately approached, intending to take the little dragon away. However, an unexpected change occurred. The little dragon suddenly opened its eyes, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing within. Then, its body convulsed violently, breaking free from the golden liquid's confinement as it lunged toward Zhang Wuliang. It all happened too fast. Zhang Wuliang had no time to react before the little dragon struck him squarely. He felt an immense force collide with him, sending his entire body flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, grimacing in pain. Instead of attacking him, the little dragon landed on the ground, watching him warily. Zhang Wuliang scrambled to his feet, staring at the dragon in utter shock. Its strength was astonishingly powerful, even he couldn't block it. He took a deep breath, forcing down his astonishment, and cautiously addressed the creature. "Little one, don't be reckless. I'm here to save you." However, the little dragon paid no heed to his words, continuing to watch him warily. Zhang Wuliang sighed inwardly, deciding to try communicating first to see if he could win its trust. He beckoned with a wave of his hand and addressed the dragonling. "What's your name? How should we communicate?" The little dragon glanced at him and let out a low growl. Zhang Wuliang frowned, unsure what the sound meant. After a moment's thought, he tentatively asked, "Is that dragon speech?" The little dragon paused, then let out another low growl. "Ha! This little thing actually understands?" Zhang Wuliang's eyes lit up, and he perked up immediately. He continued cautiously, "Can you understand what I'm saying? If you can, just nod your head." The little dragon glanced at him, let out another low growl, and then slowly nodded its head. Zhang Wuliang's heart leapt with joy. This little dragon could actually understand him. It seemed this little dragon wasn't so difficult to deal with after all. Just then, a furious roar echoed through the cave. The roar was filled with majesty and fury, as if it could shake the entire cave to its foundations. Zhang Wuliang's expression changed. He immediately thought of the sealed dragon. Could his earlier actions have provoked the colossal dragon? He hurriedly looked toward the pool, where the once calm golden liquid now churned violently, as if something was about to burst forth from within. Chapter 88, Attempting to Tame the Dark Creature. Zhang Wuliang's heart sank. He instantly realized things were taking a turn for the worse. He turned to look at the little dragon, only to see terror etched across its face as its body trembled uncontrollably. Zhang Wuliang forced down his panic as he watched the churning golden liquid in the pool. A massive black shadow slowly rose from the golden liquid, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. Zhang Wuliang's eyes widened. What is this thing? Could this be the soul form of that sealed dragon? The soul form slowly raised its head, its enormous eyes fixing upon Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. Staring at the spirit, he managed to speak with difficulty. I didn't mean to. I only wanted to save this little dragon." Yet the soul entity paid him no heed. It opened its massive jaws, letting out a furious roar. Then, its body trembled violently, transforming into a jet-black beam of light that lunged toward Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang's face drained of color. He bolted, trying to dodge the black beam. But the beam was too fast. He couldn't dodge in time and was struck directly. He felt a tremendous force surge through him, sending his entire body flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, the pain nearly knocking him unconscious. Struggling, Zhang Wuliang forced himself to his feet. Holy cow! This thing is really tough to deal with. Zhang Wuliang urgently shouted at the little dragon, "Little guy, run. Don't worry about me." Yet the little dragon seemed oblivious to his words, standing still and watching the soul entity warily. Zhang Wuliang shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Zhang Wuliang's expression changed instantly. He immediately realized it was the little dragon roaring. Opening his eyes, he saw the dragon had swollen to several times its original size. It opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, poised to swallow the soul entity whole. However, it was too late for the soul entity to escape. It could only brace for the impact. It extended a massive claw, attempting to strike the little dragon back. But the little dragon seemed blinded by rage. It charged heedlessly, snapping its jaws toward the soul entity. The soul entity let out a piercing scream as half its body was torn away in a single bite. But it wasn't over. The little dragon seemed to grow exceptionally ferocious, snapping its jaws again and tearing the soul entity clean in two. As the soul entity dissipated, the golden liquid in the pool returned to stillness. The little dragon slowly landed on the ground, its body shrinking back to its original size. Zhang Wuliang stared in stunned silence. Had this little dragon truly devoured the soul entity? He walked over to the little dragon and reached out to stroke its head. The little dragon seemed to have developed a special affection for him. It gently rubbed against his hand and let out a low growl. "Little one, thank you for saving me." Yet the little dragon seemed oblivious to his words. It glanced back at him once before turning and walking toward the cave's entrance. Zhang Wuliang made no attempt to stop it, watching it depart. Only after the little dragon vanished completely from sight did he snap back to reality. Thinking of the giant dragon, Zhang Wuliang's expression shifted slightly. He mused inwardly, "I wonder how that giant dragon is faring? I must go see." To verify his suspicions, he turned and sprinted toward the mountaintop. Moments later, he reached the summit and saw the sealed giant dragon. Yet the scene before him left him stunned. The dragon seal had loosened, and its massive body was slowly breaking free from the confinement. What on earth was happening? Though he couldn't comprehend it, Zhang Wuliang couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Could it be that after the little dragon swallowed the soul entity, it had weakened the power of the seal as well? He stood frozen in place, watching as the colossal dragon gradually broke free from its confinement. Moments later, the dragon finally broke free completely. It let out a deafening roar as its massive body rolled through the air. Zhang Wuliang's face drained of color. He instantly realized things had taken a turn for the worse. Now that the dragon had broken free, would it attack him? The thought sent him scrambling to flee. Yet the dragon seemed to ignore him entirely. After rolling through the air a few times, it flapped its massive wings and soared off into the distance. Zhang Wuliang froze in shock. He hadn't expected the dragon to spare him. Watching its receding form, his mind filled with confusion. What was the matter with this dragon? Why hadn't it attacked him? Could it be that it held no hostility toward him? He shook his head, unable to make sense of it. Still, since the dragon hadn't attacked him, he felt somewhat relieved. He turned his gaze to survey the surroundings. The once tranquil mountaintop now lay in utter disarray. The dragon's violent struggles had snapped surrounding trees and sent boulders tumbling everywhere. He was fortunate to have fled quickly, otherwise, being crushed by those boulders would have left him dead or severely injured. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and turned to descend the mountain. Zhang Wuliang returned to his domain. The memory of that terrifying world assault darkened his expression. He retrieved the trap blueprints he had seized from Wang Biao's domain earlier and began studying them intently. Each trap design was exceptionally formidable, capable of inflicting severe damage on those monsters. If he could construct these traps and deploy them around his domain, it would add another layer of protection. Zhang Wuliang retrieved the materials he had prepared earlier and began constructing the traps step by step according to the blueprints. Time ticked by, and after working tirelessly through the entire night, Zhang Wuliang finally completed all the traps. He stretched, yawned, and gazed at the traps before him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Each trap possessed immense power, more than enough to make those monsters suffer greatly. He carefully placed them around his territory, ensuring every direction was covered. There were razor-sharp blade traps that spun violently upon activation, slicing enemies into pieces. There were massive boulder traps that, once triggered, sent stones tumbling from great heights, crushing enemies into pulp. There were flame traps that spewed fire, instantly engulfing enemies upon activation. There were poison gas traps that released toxic fumes upon activation, suffocating enemies as the gas spread rapidly. There are bottomless pit traps where enemies fall in and can never climb out. Each trap brims with lethal intent, enough to strike fear into any foe. Zhang Wuliang stood atop his domain, surveying the traps he had just laid throughout the area, feeling a quiet satisfaction. These traps had cost him considerable effort to create, and their power was absolutely not to be underestimated. However, creation was one thing, their true effectiveness still needed testing. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang made up his mind. He would hunt some wild beasts to test the trap's effectiveness. He turned and left his territory, heading toward the nearby forest. Moments later, he arrived at a dense forest. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a group of wild pets foraging not far away. A cold gleam flashed in Zhang Wuliang's eyes as he crept silently toward the herd. The beast seemed oblivious to his presence, continuing to forage intently. Seizing the moment, Zhang Wuliang lunged forward, pouncing toward the wild beasts. Startled, the creatures scattered in all directions, attempting to evade Zhang Wuliang's attack. However, Zhang Wuliang's speed was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to one of the wild pets. He grabbed the creature, swung it forcefully, and hurled it toward the direction of the territory. The creature let out a piercing scream as its body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. It struggled to rise, but by then, it had fallen into the encircling trap. Zhang Wuliang stood nearby, coldly observing the creature. He wanted to see just how effective these traps truly were. Just then, the creature accidentally triggered a blade trap. A flash of cold steel erupted as the blade spun at breakneck speed, instantly shredding the creature into fragments. Blood spattered everywhere, the scene gruesome beyond description. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Wuliang's eyes. The blade trap's power was astonishingly formidable. He nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the other traps. Meanwhile, the scattered wild beasts, fleeing in all directions, were drawn toward the traps. They seemed oblivious to the danger, instead approaching the traps with curiosity. Zhang Wuliang chuckled. These wild beasts were practically test subjects delivered right to his doorstep. He quietly hid nearby, watching as the wild beasts stepped closer to the traps. Suddenly, one accidentally triggered a stone trap. A massive boulder rolled down from above, crashing heavily onto its body. A piercing scream echoed as the creature was crushed into a bloody pulp, blood splattering everywhere. The other wild pets were startled by the scene and immediately scattered in all directions, trying to evade the trap's attacks. But by then, they were already trapped within the encircling traps. Escape was no longer possible. A wild pet beast accidentally triggered a flame trap, and the flames instantly engulfed it. It let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Another wild pet beast triggered a poison gas trap. The toxic fumes spread rapidly. It writhed in agony, desperately gasping for fresh air, only to inhale more poisonous gas. Finally, it collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Holy crap! Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The power of these traps was astonishingly potent. It seemed his efforts hadn't been wasted. These traps would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon for protecting his territory. By now, a distinct scent of blood hung heavy in the forest air. Zhang Wuliang turned and left the forest. Upon returning to his territory, he opened the crafting list once more. This time, he intended to craft some feed. With traps securing his territory, he still needed to find ways to expand his strength. The best way to do that was to tame more pet beasts. The pets he had tamed before were quite powerful, but their numbers were still too few. He wanted to tame more beasts to serve him. And making feed was a crucial step in taming pet beasts. Zhang Wuliang retrieved the meat he had obtained from wild beasts earlier and began preparing the feed. He placed the meat into the crafting table, added some special ingredients, and started the process. Moments later, the feed was complete. Although Zhang Wuliang had produced considerable amounts of feed before, and this feed was initially stored in feed boxes, it had indeed attracted numerous wild pet beasts to him. It was worth noting that most of those wild pets were of average strength. To avoid occupying his already limited pet space, he had only kept a few worker pets. However, this time he had a new idea. He wanted to test whether those dark creatures emerging from the wormhole could be tamed. If those creatures could be tamed, it might prove far more interesting. With this thought, Zhang Wuliang headed toward the wormhole with his feed. By now, numerous dark creatures had gathered around the wormhole, wandering about as if searching for food. Hiding nearby, Zhang Wuliang quietly observed the creatures. He noticed that although these dark creatures appeared fierce, they seemed to possess little intelligence. They acted purely on instinct, lacking any tactics or strategy. This was good news for him. Creatures without intelligence were the easiest to tame. He crept closer to one of the dark creatures, then pulled out some feed and began offering it. The creature's nose twitched at the scent of the food, and it immediately became excited. It opened its mouth, snatched the feed in one bite, and began devouring it voraciously. Zhang Wuliang quietly chuckled to himself. This feed really works. He continued feeding the dark creature while observing its changes. But then, unexpectedly, something went wrong. After taking a few bites, the dark creature suddenly seemed off. It began shaking its head violently, as if trying to spit out the feed in its mouth. Then, it suddenly opened its mouth and vomited all over the floor. Zhang Wuliang froze upon witnessing this scene. What was going on? Wasn't the feed supposed to be delicious? Why would this dark creature spit it out? Before he could react, the dark creature let out a furious roar and lunged at him. Its eyes turned bloodshot, and feed residue still clung to the corners of its mouth, making it look extremely ferocious. Zhang Wuliang was startled and immediately dodged to the side, evading the dark creature's attack. Only then did he realize he'd made a grave mistake. These dark creatures didn't seem to like eating this feed after all. He had assumed that as long as food was present, these creatures would consume it. But these dark creatures' tastes were surprisingly picky. You little brat, fine then. If you won't take the offer, then you'll have to take the punishment. Chapter 89, which is more important, face or life? Zhang Wuliang drew his weapon. This time, he didn't need his spirit beast. He wanted to test his own strength alone, to see how he measured up against this dark creature. The ghost messenger and shadow beast watched from the sidelines as Zhang Wuliang engaged the dark creature in fierce combat. His movements were swift, quickly creating distance between himself and the creature. The next instant, he brought his sword crashing down on the creature's head. The blade erupted with a blinding light. This sword, forged by Zhang Wuliang himself, had seen little use, yet each time it struck, its power astonished him. This time was no exception. With just that single strike, the dark creature's body suddenly trembled, then collapsed to the ground. Zhang Wuliang stepped forward to examine the creature's condition. It was dead. Zhang Wuliang shook his head with a hint of regret. Truthfully, he had initially considered taming it. Though his previous attempt had failed, he had always wanted to try again. Since it had failed, he would let it go. He collected the creature's remains and returned to his territory. After careful consideration, he decided to temporarily abandon the idea of taming these dark creatures. Zhang Wuliang sighed and got to work. He continued crafting traps and preparing feed, readying himself for the impending world assault. As time passed, wormholes proliferated around the domain, clustering together as if brewing a larger assault. Finally, before the next night arrived, the world channel grew bustling with activity. Everyone, be careful. This world assault seems unusually different. Yeah, the wormholes around my territory have turned blood red. It looks terrifying. Same here. Those wormholes look like they're dripping blood. It's so eerie. A crowd was discussing the situation. Everyone was exceptionally cautious this time. Those who had survived to this stage were all intelligent and powerful individuals. Zhang Wuliang, too, had come to realize through recent anomalies that this world assault might prove more challenging than any they'd faced before. Before anything else, he had to ensure absolute preparedness. Thus, beyond preparations, his daily routine included meticulously inspecting the defensive structures surrounding his territory. The traps and defensive structures were all ready, poised for battle at any moment. Simultaneously, he noticed that the wormholes surrounding his territory had indeed become somewhat unusual. What were once mere pitch-black fissures now glowed a vivid crimson, as if drenched in blood. This eerie sight couldn't help but stir a sense of unease within Zhang Wuliang. The transformation of these wormholes clearly signaled that the impending world assault would be even more ferocious. Just then, his message list suddenly flashed. Someone had sent him a private message. Zhang Wuliang tapped to open it and found it was from Su Cheng. Big shot, are you there? I need to ask you something. Zhang Wuliang replied immediately, I'm here. What's up? Su Cheng quickly replied, this global attack seems unusually different. I'm a bit panicked and don't know what to do. Zhang Wuliang chuckled inwardly. Su Cheng usually seems so bold, yet she panicked when faced with this situation. He replied, don't panic. First, tell me what's happening in your territory right now. Su Cheng said, there are tons of wormholes around my territory, and they've all turned blood red. It looks terrifying. I'm terrified that a horde of dark creatures will burst out of those wormholes any minute now. That would be the end of us. Zhang Wuliang reassured her, don't worry. Those dark creatures may be numerous, but they're not invincible. The defenses I built for you are more than sufficient. They should hold against their attacks. Su Cheng said, but I'm still so worried. Do you think I could take refuge in your territory? As she spoke, Su Cheng appeared extremely cautious. She was naturally afraid that speaking this way might provoke the displeasure or even anger of the formidable Zhang Wuliang. Wouldn't that mean she'd lose a valuable ally? But she couldn't remain silent either. After all, this matter concerned her very survival. When weighing face against life, life was undoubtedly more important. What was face compared to that? Zhang Wuliang's mouth twitched. Su Cheng actually wanted to seek refuge in his territory? That was hardly a wise choice. He had never revealed the location of his territory to anyone, precisely for safety reasons. After all, in this world, appearances can be deceiving. No one could guarantee that those who appeared friendly wouldn't harbor ulterior motives behind closed doors. Now, Su Cheng was actually proposing to seek refuge in his territory, leaving him in a difficult position. He definitely couldn't allow it. He absolutely couldn't risk endangering his territory. At least in his heart, he hadn't fully accepted Su Cheng yet. Zhang Wuliang remained silent for a moment before replying, Su Cheng, I understand your concerns, but my territory isn't suitable for refuge. However, don't worry too much. The defensive structures I built for you should be sufficient to withstand most attacks from dark creatures. Even if the world attack comes, as long as you can hold out for a while, I will definitely come to support you as soon as possible. Su Cheng replied dejectedly, oh. Alright then. I'll do my best to hold out. Zhang Wuliang added, Su Cheng, remember this, in this world, only you can protect yourself. If you can't even protect yourself, then you don't deserve to be my teammate. His slightly stern words made Su Cheng press her lips together. She murmured quietly, okay, I understand. Zhang Wuliang ended the message. He looked up at the dark clouds gathering in the sky, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. This world assault would likely be fiercer than any before. I hope Su Cheng can hold out, Zhang Wuliang thought to himself. Glancing at the defensive installations already prepared around him, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. These defenses had consumed much of his time and effort, and they should be sufficient to withstand most attacks from the dark creatures. Still, he couldn't shake his unease. This world assault was no ordinary event, and he had no idea how powerful the dark creatures might be. As the appointed hour drew nearer, dark clouds gathered thicker and thicker, casting the sky into gloom. Zhang Wuliang stood at the entrance to his domain, silently awaiting the arrival of the dark creatures. Before long, the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate, and the traces of the dark creatures gradually became visible. From the wormholes, enormous dark tentacles began crawling out. These dark tentacles were 4 to 5 meters thick, their lengths impossible to gauge. They slowly extended from the wormholes, then began to flail wildly in the air. Zhang Wuliang's heart tightened. Such dark tentacles had only ever appeared at night before, and in small numbers. Yet now, in broad daylight, they appeared so brazenly and in such overwhelming numbers. Zhang Wuliang immediately commanded the pet beasts within his territory to retreat back inside for the time being, warning them not to rashly go out and attack. These pets were all laborers he had produced in the pet factory, possessing limited actual combat capabilities. Facing such massive dark tentacles, they would likely suffer heavy casualties. He couldn't risk sending them into harm's way. Chapter 90, A New Crisis in the Wormhole. Zhang Wuliang also recalled the surplus worker pets into the pet space. These labor pets were relatively weak. If sent to confront the dark tentacles, they would likely be instantly annihilated. After making these preparations, Zhang Wuliang fixed his gaze intently on the dark tentacles. He wanted to see what these dark tentacles were truly after. However, the dark tentacles seemed oblivious to Zhang Wuliang's presence, continuing to flail wildly through the air. Just as Zhang Wuliang froze in shock, the dark tentacles abruptly ceased their movements. Instead, they pointed in unison toward Zhang Wuliang's territory. Zhang Wuliang remained relatively calm. Beside him stood the Ghost Messenger and the Shadow Beast. Having been tested in battle before, both the Ghost Messenger and the Shadow Beast dealt significant damage to these dark tentacles. Zhang Wuliang took a deep breath, then swung his arm and shouted to the Ghost Messenger and Shadow Beast beside him, "Charge!" Hearing Zhang Wuliang's command, the Ghost Messenger and Shadow Beast charged forward immediately. Both possessed remarkable speed, closing the distance to the dark tentacles in an instant. The dark tentacles seemed to sense their presence and immediately lashed out with their appendages in attack. Yet the Ghost Messenger and Shadow Beast showed no fear. The Ghost Messenger's long sword flashed with a cold gleam as it struck one of the dark tentacles. With that single strike, the dark tentacle was severed cleanly. Meanwhile, the Shadow Beast charged headlong into the swarm of dark tentacles. Its form darted through the darkness, the tentacles unable to touch it at all. While evading the tentacles' attacks, the Shadow Beast launched its own counterstrikes. Its sharp claws left deep gashes on the dark tentacles, causing them excruciating pain. Both the Shadow Beast and the dark tentacles were creatures of darkness, but the Shadow Beast's innate prowess clearly far surpassed that of the tentacles. Before the Shadow Beast, the dark tentacles seemed like a group of helpless children, utterly powerless to fight back. With the aid of the Spectral Messenger and the Shadow Beast, the dark tentacles soon found themselves in a desperate struggle. They flailed their tentacles relentlessly, attempting to strike the Ghost Messenger and the Shadow Beast, yet their efforts were constantly thwarted. Meanwhile, the Ghost Messenger and Shadow Beast grew fiercer with each clash, their assaults intensifying until the dark tentacles were utterly overwhelmed. Zhang Wuliang felt slightly more at ease. It seemed these dark tentacles weren't as formidable as he'd feared. As long as the Ghost Messenger and the Shadow Beast were present, the tentacles wouldn't dare harm his territory. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected turn occurred. The dark tentacles that had been lashing about abruptly ceased their assault. They retracted into the wormhole in unison, as if preparing for something. Zhang Wuliang furrowed his brow. This sudden cessation of the dark tentacles' assault could only mean trouble. He immediately shouted to the Ghost Messenger and the Shadow Beast, "Be careful. These dark tentacles are definitely up to something." Hearing Zhang Wuliang's warning, the Ghost Messenger and Shadow Beast instantly grew alert. They fixed their gaze on the wormholes, determined to uncover what the dark tentacles were up to. Just then, a deep rumbling sound suddenly emanated from within the wormholes. Immediately afterward, a powerful energy fluctuation surged forth from the wormholes. Zhang Wuliang sensed this energy surge and paled in shock. This energy surge was far more potent than any he had encountered before. He instantly realized these dark tentacles weren't plotting some scheme, they were gathering energy to launch an even more devastating attack. Without a moment to spare, Zhang Wuliang shouted to the Spectral Messenger and the Shadow Beast, "Retreat immediately." But it seemed too late. Suddenly, black beams of light shot out from the wormholes. Moving at blinding speed, they instantly struck the Ghost Messenger and the Shadow Beast. Struck by the black beams, the Ghost Messenger and Shadow Beast let out two agonized screams before collapsing to the ground. Zhang Wuliang's mind went blank. He immediately rushed over to check on the Ghost Messenger and the Shadow Beast. Upon reaching them, he discovered both were unconscious, their bodies emitting wisps of black smoke. This is dark corrosion. Zhang Wuliang instantly recognized the signature effect of the dark tentacles' dark corrosion. This corruption was extremely potent, steadily draining a creature's vitality. Without prompt treatment, it could prove fatal. Zhang Wuliang wasted no time, immediately producing some healing potions and forcing them down the throats of the Ghost Messenger and the Shadow Beast. Then, he sprinkled some healing powder onto their wounds. After completing these tasks, Zhang Wuliang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had prepared thoroughly, otherwise, the Ghost Messenger and the Shadow Fiend might have been in grave danger. Watching the black smoke gradually dissipate from the Ghost Messenger and the Shadow Beast, their wounds healing at a visible pace, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Earlier, he had deliberately gathered some special materials from the trading market to craft healing potions and powders specifically designed to counter dark creatures. Now it seemed his preparations had indeed been wise. However, although the ghost messenger and shadow beast were temporarily out of danger, the threat from those dark tentacles remained. Zhang Wuliang lifted his head, staring at the wormholes. He had to figure out what those black beams shooting out of the wormholes truly were. Zhang Wuliang took a deep breath and cautiously approached the wormholes. He wanted to examine them up close, hoping to uncover any clues. Yet, upon reaching their vicinity, he detected no anomalies. The wormholes appeared exactly the same as before. What the hell were these dark tentacles up to? Why had they suddenly ceased their attacks only to fire those black beams of light? Zhang Wuliang knew he had to figure out a way to uncover the truth behind all this. He slowly reached out his hand toward one of the wormholes. He wanted to test whether any hidden attacks remained within these wormholes. Yet, just as his hand neared the wormhole, it froze abruptly. He sensed an intense sense of danger. This sense of danger came so abruptly that Zhang Wuliang was startled. He immediately withdrew his hand and scanned his surroundings warily. Yet, the surroundings were utterly silent, showing no signs of anything unusual. Zhang Wuliang furrowed his brow, his mind filled with confusion. What had caused that sense of danger just now? Had he misinterpreted it? Zhang Wuliang hesitated inwardly, yet he refused to give up so easily. He reached out toward the wormhole once more. This time, he was more cautious. His hand slowly approached the wormhole, then suddenly accelerated, thrusting inside with force. Just as his hand was about to touch the wormhole's interior, a powerful energy fluctuation erupted. This energy surge was far more potent than the previous black beam, as if it were about to tear Zhang Wuliang's hand apart. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the crystal energy bracelet on Zhang Wuliang's wrist suddenly emitted a blinding flash of light. The light instantly formed a barrier, blocking the powerful energy surge. Holy crap! Zhang Wuliang patted his chest. Thank goodness for this crystal energy bracelet, otherwise, that strike would have injured him. But while he dodged this bullet, the wormhole crisis remained. Chapter 91, Find a way to seal the wormhole. Zhang Wuliang stared at the wormholes, silently relieved. That had been incredibly dangerous. Thankfully, his reflexes had been quick enough, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yet, though he had narrowly escaped this peril, the threat of the wormholes remained unresolved. This made Zhang Wuliang begin to ponder. Just then, an idea struck Zhang Wuliang. He summoned the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen sat quietly nearby, her large eyes fixed on Zhang Wuliang, her gaze still somewhat unsettling. Spider Queen, he asked, can you use your silk to temporarily seal these wormholes? Without hesitation, the Spider Queen nodded. This was no difficult task for her. She opened her mouth and spat out strands of white spiderweb. The webs were incredibly viscous, instantly adhering to the wormholes. As the webs covered them, the wormholes abruptly ceased writhing and emitted no further energy fluctuations. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but let out a cheer. The Spider Queen's webs truly worked. However, before Zhang Wuliang could savor his joy for long, the wormholes began writhing once more. Immediately, black cracks began spreading across the web. These cracks multiplied and grew larger, swiftly tearing the entire web apart. As the web shattered, the wormholes resumed their activity. They continued to writhe, as if brewing their next assault. Holy crap! Doesn't it work? Zhang Wuliang felt rather deflated. The Spider Queen's web was exceptionally resilient, even powerful beasts struggled to break free. Yet these wormholes tore through the web with effortless ease. But just then, the wormholes suddenly erupted with bursts of black light once more. These beams were thicker and more violent than before. They surged like raging black dragons, rampaging wildly in all directions. Zhang Wuliang's heart lurched with alarm. He shouted, "Get out of the way!" With that, his figure flickered as he swiftly retreated backward. Yet the black beams were far too swift, catching up to Zhang Wuliang in an instant. Now stripped of his crystal energy bracelet's protection, Zhang Wuliang faced a long wait before its next recharge. In the nick of time, Zhang Wuliang hastily activated his beast summoning space. Accompanied by a blazing light, the Firebird instantly materialized beneath him. Zhang Wuliang leapt onto its back. The Firebird let out a sharp cry, then flapped its wings, carrying Zhang Wuliang skyward. The black beams erupted from the wormhole almost simultaneously, lashing out wildly in all directions. Yet they missed their mark entirely, failing to strike Zhang Wuliang. Riding atop the Firebird, Zhang Wuliang watched the frenzied black beams and felt a chill of dread wash over him. Thank goodness, thank goodness. If he hadn't dodged that, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Upon closer inspection, the power of these black beams was clearly far greater than before. If he faced several more such attacks, he might truly be unable to withstand them. The Firebird circled through the air, carrying Zhang Wuliang as it dodged the barrage of black beams. Zhang Wuliang stared intently at the wormholes, his mind racing to devise a countermeasure. Yet the wormholes seemed impenetrable, constantly writhing and erupting with bursts of black light. These beams lashed about in the air like enormous tentacles, flailing wildly. An idea gradually formed in Zhang Wuliang's mind. Since these wormholes were so bizarre, why not try a fire attack? With that thought, Zhang Wuliang immediately commanded the Blazing Sparrow Bird, descend first. The firebird folded its wings and carried Zhang Wuliang as it descended slowly to the ground. Zhang Wuliang let down from the bird's back and gazed at the wormholes, silently praying within. May this plan succeed. With a flick of his thoughts, Zhang Wuliang summoned the fire lizard from his beast space. The moment the fire lizard appeared, it sensed the intense energy fluctuations around them. It glanced around in alarm before turning its gaze toward Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang patted the fire iguana's head reassuringly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Pointing at the wormholes, he commanded, Fire lizard, unleash your magma. Attack those wormholes. The fire lizard gave a low grunt. It opened its mouth wide and sucked in sharply. Immediately, the iguana's body began to glow crimson, like a red-hot iron bar. With each breath, searing energy surged through its veins. This energy gathered relentlessly within its body, ultimately coalescing into a torrent of scalding magma. Roar! The fire iguana let out a deafening roar before violently spewing forth a torrent of molten lava. Like a fiery dragon, the molten lava roared toward the wormholes, carrying a scorching aura. The molten lava instantly struck the wormholes, engulfing them within its depths. Accompanied by a series of piercing screeches, the wormholes began to writhe violently. Zhang Wuliang stared intently at the wormholes, hoping to see if the lava could harm them. To his disappointment, though engulfed by the molten rock, the wormholes remained largely unaffected. They continued to writhe relentlessly, as if the molten lava were nothing more than a trivial assault to them. Seeing this, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but frown. Could it be that his approach was ineffective? Nevertheless, Zhang Wuliang refused to lose heart. He had long anticipated that these wormholes would not be so easily destroyed. Though powerful, the magma was insufficient to inflict fatal damage upon them. But magma wasn't his only option. Immediately, Zhang Wuliang issued a new command to the pet beasts within his domain: bring water. Pour it into these wormholes. The newly released beasts sprang into action. They scattered to nearby water sources and began hauling water. Soon, they brought back vast quantities of water and, following Zhang Wuliang's command, poured it into the wormholes. As the water poured in, the wormholes grew increasingly violent. As if sensing a threat, they began writhing frantically, trying to break free from the water's grip. However, Zhang Wuliang gave them no chance. He continuously commanded the beasts to transport water, pouring it into the wormholes in an unending stream. Simultaneously, the fire iguanas never ceased their assault, continuously spewing lava to engulf the wormholes. Under Zhang Wuliang's command, the lava and water intertwined, forming a peculiar attack pattern. Though somewhat bizarre, this tactic began to slow the wormholes. Their writhing movements visibly slowed considerably, as if bound by the substance formed from the fusion of magma and water. Chapter 92, New Business Opportunities Selling Magma. Seeing this outcome, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but feel a surge of secret delight. His method had worked. The mixture of magma and water formed a black substance that rapidly solidified into a hard rock. This stone was obsidian, an exceptionally hard rock possessing formidable defensive properties. With the formation of the obsidian, the wormholes were finally sealed shut. They could no longer erupt black beams of light to attack Zhang Wuliang and his pets. Zhang Wuliang reached out and gently touched the obsidian. He felt its extraordinary hardness, so intense it even caused a slight ache in his fingertips. The defensive power of this obsidian was formidable, even he could not easily shatter it. Much less could the dark creatures lurking within the wormholes. They likely possessed even less ability to break through the obsidian's blockade. At this thought, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had finally succeeded in sealing off these wormholes, safeguarding his territory and his pet beasts. Zhang Wuliang glanced at the remaining wormholes, observing them still writhing incessantly, attempting to breach the obsidian blockade. But Zhang Wuliang remained unconcerned. As long as he had sufficient lava and water, he was certain he could seal every last wormhole. Next, Zhang Wuliang continued directing the fire iguanas and other pet beasts to follow the same method and begin sealing the remaining wormholes. Under the assault of the fire iguana's lava and the water transported by his pets, one wormhole after another was swiftly sealed. Before long, Zhang Wuliang had sealed off every wormhole surrounding the territory. These wormholes could no longer pose a threat to Zhang Wuliang and his beasts. With the wormhole crisis resolved, Zhang Wuliang breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down on the grass to rest. Though the battle had been brief, it had drained him considerably. He needed proper rest to recover his stamina. After resting for a while, Zhang Wuliang opened the world channel. He wanted to check on the other beast masters. However, when he opened the world channel, he found it flooded with distress calls. What should I do? Wormholes are multiplying in my territory, and I can't hold them back. Help! Help! Who can tell me how to survive this wormhole crisis? Where's Zhang Wuliang? Isn't he the world's strongest beast master? Come out and guide us. Reading these desperate pleas, Zhang Wuliang's brow furrowed. This wormhole crisis was so severe that even so many beast tamers were helpless. Still, Zhang Wuliang understood their predicament. After all, this wormhole crisis had struck with such suddenness and immense power that even he had struggled to contain it. Let alone those beast masters whose strength fell short of his own. They would likely find it even harder to withstand the wormhole's assault. Zhang Wuliang replied in the world channel, "Everyone, don't panic. I've found a way to seal the wormhole. You can mix magma with water to create obsidian and use it to block the wormhole." The moment Zhang Wuliang's message appeared, it immediately captured the attention of numerous beast masters. Really? Is this true? Mixing magma and water can actually seal the wormhole? Big shot Zhang Wuliang, you're not pulling our leg, right? Don't magma and water cancel each other out? How could they possibly form obsidian? Whether it's true or not, I'm going to try it out first. But soon, the world chat channel was filled with cries of despair. Wah! I tried it, but I can't find any magma. There isn't even a single volcano near my territory. Where am I supposed to get magma? Me too. Me too. My territory is surrounded by plains, not even a hill, let alone a volcano. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, you have a volcano in your territory, so of course you can get magma. But we don't have one. What are we supposed to do? Seeing the cries of despair flooding the world chat, Zhang Wuliang felt a bit helpless. She understood that not all beast masters possessed volcanic territories like hers. For those without volcanoes, obtaining magma was indeed an incredibly difficult task. Still, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help them any further. He had already shared the method he knew for sealing wormholes, and he firmly believed it would work. If they couldn't implement it due to their own limitations, then there was nothing more he could do. After all, he couldn't exactly deliver a volcano to every single person, could he? With that thought, Zhang Wuliang shrugged helplessly and closed the world channel. Let others do as they pleased. He had provided the solution. Moreover, his own crisis was far from over. This crisis certainly wouldn't end here, so Zhang Wuliang couldn't afford to celebrate just yet. The obsidian blocking the wormhole was merely a temporary measure it couldn't possibly hold for long. The real crisis might be arriving any moment. Just as Zhang Wuliang was about to rest for a moment before continuing his patrol of the territory to inspect the blocked wormholes, suddenly, a private message arrived. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, could you sell me some magma? Wormholes are multiplying in my territory, and I desperately need magma to seal them. Upon seeing this message, Zhang Wuliang's eyes lit up. He suddenly realized he might seize this opportunity to make a fortune. After all, he had the fire iguana, which could provide a steady supply of magma. But other beast tamers didn't enjoy such favorable conditions. If they wanted to seal the wormhole, they'd have to purchase magma from him. And magma was a scarce resource for them. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang immediately replied, "Sure, I can sell you some magma. But the price won't be cheap." The other party seemed desperately in need of magma and immediately replied, "No problem. As long as you can give me magma, I'm willing to pay any amount of resources." Zhang Wuliang smiled faintly, his mind already forming a plan. He knew his chance had come. If he seized this chance, he was sure to make a huge profit. Soon after, Zhang Wuliang and the other party agreed on the price and transaction method. The other party promptly paid the deposit. Zhang Wuliang immediately dispatched the fire iguanas and other pet beasts to begin collecting magma in preparation for the transaction. Before long, the first batch of magma was collected. Zhang Wuliang packed it into specially designed containers and delivered it to the buyer through the trading market. Upon receiving the magma, the other party immediately began plugging the wormholes within their territory using the same method. Sure enough, just as Zhang Wuliang had anticipated, the mixture of magma and water rapidly generated vast quantities of obsidian, sealing off the wormholes. Chapter 93, The World Devourer Awakens. The world assault begins. Seeing his territory finally safe for the time being, the other party was overjoyed. He immediately shared his experience in the world channel. "Everyone, I have great news. I just purchased some magma from the great Zhang Wuliang and successfully sealed the wormholes within my territory." "Really? You actually sealed the wormhole? That's fantastic. If you blocked the wormholes, then we have hope too. Quick, tell us how you sealed it. And does Zhang Wuliang's magma really work?" Seeing the excited comments in the world chat, the man felt a surge of satisfaction. He immediately recounted the entire process of purchasing the magma and sealing the wormhole in detail. Finally, he couldn't resist praising Zhang Wuliang. "Brother Zhang Wuliang's magma is incredibly effective. If you need to seal a wormhole, hurry and buy it from him. Trust me, you won't regret it." The world channel erupted in excitement. Beast masters whose territories were overrun with wormholes saw him as a savior, flooding Zhang Wuliang with requests to buy magma. Zhang Wuliang's private messages quickly flooded in. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but chuckle. His big chance had arrived. If he seized this chance, he was sure to make a killing. Zhang Wuliang then began replying to each private message, negotiating prices and transaction methods with them. The fire iguanas and other pet beasts also began their busy gathering work. The fire lizard continuously spewed lava, which was then collected into specially designed containers, awaiting trade. Before long, batch after batch of magma was delivered into the hands of the beast tamers who desperately needed it. Zhang Wuliang's resource reserves grew at a visible pace. Even Zhang Wuliang hadn't anticipated that he could seize this opportunity to make a killing off the war. Just as Zhang Wuliang was reveling in the joy of his profits, the entire world trembled once more. The sky abruptly darkened, as if shrouded by a thick layer of gloom. Then, to Zhang Wuliang's shock, more new wormholes began erupting from all directions. These wormholes resembled gaping abysses, ceaselessly expanding and devouring everything in their vicinity. The earth became a scarred wasteland, crisscrossed by countless fissures, as if the entire world were about to collapse. From within the wormholes, centipede-like dark creatures poured forth. Their bodies were pitch black, exuding a nauseating stench. Their numbers seemed endless, as if they would never cease to pour forth. Wielding sharp appendages, they scurried across land and sky with blinding speed, as if determined to conquer the entire world. Their appearance plunged the entire world into utter chaos. Damn it! How can there be so many of these dark creatures? Zhang Wuliang's face paled, a deep sense of unease rising within him. He immediately summoned his pet beasts, ordering them to prepare for battle. But just then, Zhang Wuliang suddenly saw the centipede-like dark creatures begin to converge. Their bodies twisted and merged, as if performing some mysterious ritual. Zhang Wuliang had no idea what these dark creatures were doing, but his instincts screamed it couldn't be anything good. As doubt and alarm churned within him, the centipede-like dark creatures finally completed their fusion. Immediately afterward, Zhang Wuliang watched in utter shock as a colossal, sky-obscuring dark creature appeared before his eyes. Its body was colossal, towering like a mountain into the clouds. Its form was a profound black, as if it could swallow light itself. Its surface was covered in hard carapace, adorned with eerie patterns that seemed to contain some mysterious power. Swarming around its form were countless smaller centipede-like dark creatures. They fluttered ceaselessly around the colossal dark creature, as if paying homage to their sovereign. This eerie and terrifying scene filled Zhang Wuliang with a profound sense of impending danger. Holy crap, if this is the world boss, how the hell are we supposed to defeat it? Honestly, just judging by its size, this seemed like an impossible task, at least in Zhang Wuliang's eyes. With its sheer size, it could crush any person or beast into dust. Ding! A piercing, headache-inducing sound echoed simultaneously in everyone's minds. Just as many were on the verge of breaking, the sound abruptly ceased. Simultaneously, a new notification appeared before everyone's eyes. The ancient planetary ruler, the world devourer, has awakened. It shall bring chaos and darkness back to this world that was gradually finding peace. All beast masters, you now face only two paths: perish with the world, or seal it away once more. The world devourer is not invincible. Find a way, and you can defeat it. But hurry. This time, the world devourer arrives with blazing fury. You may have only one day. One day. Holy crap. Is this the legendary world boss? It's terrifying. How are we supposed to fight this? It's impossible. We're done for. We're not really going to perish at the hands of this thing, are we? No, I refuse to believe it. There has to be a way to defeat it. In the world chat, countless beastmasters discussed in terror. Gazing upon the colossal, sky-obscuring dark creature, their hearts were filled with despair and helplessness. They had never witnessed such a terrifying creature, nor did they know how to fight it. The entire world plunged into chaos and panic. Yet the colossal beast showed no sign of halting due to the crowd's panic. Suddenly, the immense dark creature let out a deafening roar that shook the heavens. Immediately afterward, its body began to move slowly. Its flight path across the sky resembled a vast black curtain, obscuring the sun and moon, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Its massive, dense compound eyes scanned the entire world, each one resembling a colossal black hole, seemingly intent on swallowing the entire world whole. Simultaneously, countless smaller centipede-like dark creatures poured out of the wormhole. They rapidly gathered, swarming densely toward Zhang Wuliang's direction. They seemed intent on devouring Zhang Wuliang, the strongest obstacle in their path, whole. These disgusting insects. It seems they won't rest until they're completely annihilated. Zhang Wuliang summoned his two beast companions. The Shadow Fiend and the Ghost Messenger materialized before him. However, both pets looked far from their best. Covered in wounds and appearing listless, they clearly hadn't recovered from the previous battle. Chapter 94, Injured Pets, Relying on Himself for Now. Zhang Wuliang frowned. In their current state, they were utterly incapable of engaging in another fight. Yet even so, upon seeing their master, both beasts instinctively showed affection. The Shadow Fiend brushed its head against Zhang Wuliang the moment it landed, while the Ghost Messenger circled around him, as if guarding him. Zhang Wuliang reached out and gently stroked the Shadow Beast's head, his eyes brimming with care and reluctance. You two should rest well for now. This battle doesn't require your intervention. Zhang Wuliang knew full well how vital these two beasts were to him. They were now his lifeline and the strongest beasts under his command. Without them, his combat effectiveness would be severely diminished. He refused to expose them to any danger, especially while they were not at their peak condition. The Shadow Fiend and Ghost Messenger seemed to understand Zhang Wuliang's words, quietly retreating to the side. Though his pets rested, Zhang Wuliang was far from unprepared. He had meticulously laid numerous traps around his territory long ago, specifically designed to counter potential threats. Additionally, he had installed automated flamethrower turrets. These turrets could automatically identify enemies and launch attacks, forming a crucial part of the territory's defenses. Now, these preparations were finally about to prove their worth. As the dark creatures drew nearer, Zhang Wuliang swiftly activated the traps and turrets. A series of violent explosions erupted, accompanied by billowing flames and smoke. Many of the dark creatures charging at the forefront were instantly blown to pieces. The automatic flamethrower turrets unleashed their fury, spewing searing flames and dense barrages of fire that mowed down wave after wave of the creatures. Yet these were only temporary obstacles. More dark creatures poured endlessly from the wormhole, seemingly without end. The real battle had only just begun. Just as Zhang Wuliang prepared to act, he noticed the World Devourer's body suddenly twist in an eerie manner. Immediately afterward, a powerful energy fluctuation radiated from its body. No! It's about to attack. Zhang Wuliang's heart sank. Sure enough, in the next instant, the World Devourer opened its enormous jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Immediately after, a jet of black energy blasted forth from its maw, hurtling straight toward Zhang Wuliang. This beam contained devastating power, instantly obliterating everything in its path. Zhang Wuliang dared not take it lightly, diving to the side to evade it. However, the World Devourer's assault did not cease. It continuously fired energy beams, seemingly testing Zhang Wuliang's limits. While dodging the attacks, Zhang Wuliang searched for an opening to strike back. He understood that traps and turrets alone would never defeat the World Devourer. He had to find its weakness and deliver a fatal blow. Yet Zhang Wuliang wasn't merely dodging. During one evasive maneuver, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Whenever the World Devourer launched an attack, certain parts of its body would faintly glow. Could that be its weak point? Zhang Wuliang immediately adjusted his battle strategy. He had to eliminate these small dark creatures first to free his hands to deal with the World Devourer. Zhang Wuliang swung his long sword with lightning speed, each strike claiming the lives of several dark creatures. Though individually weak, these creatures were numerous and attacked with cunning and viciousness, making them impossible to guard against. Some dove down from the sky, others burst forth from the ground, and some could even teleport, making them elusive and unpredictable. But Zhang Wuliang showed no fear. Through this period of training, he had become agile and quick-witted, each attack perfectly timed. Throughout the battle, he continuously adjusted his breathing and rhythm, maintaining peak performance. As time passed, the number of small dark creatures gradually dwindled, easing the pressure on Zhang Wuliang considerably. Yet he remained vigilant, knowing the true enemy still lay ahead. The World Devourer continued its relentless assaults, though the frequency of its attacks seemed to have slowed. Zhang Wuliang seized the opportunity to scrutinize its body, searching for those glowing vulnerabilities. There! Zhang Wuliang's eyes suddenly lit up. He noticed a glowing spot on the World Devourer's body that seemed brighter than the rest. He immediately adjusted his position, preparing to deliver a fatal strike. However, at that very moment, a sudden sense of danger sent a chill down Zhang Wuliang's spine. He instinctively darted to the side, narrowly avoiding a dark shadow that streaked past him. Zhang Wuliang focused his gaze and saw it was a larger dark creature that had silently approached him at some point. This creature was clearly more cunning and vicious than the others. It seemed to know Zhang Wuliang's weakness and was attempting to ambush him. Zhang Wuliang's heart sank. The appearance of this dark creature could disrupt his plans. He must resolve this crisis swiftly to continue his assault on the World Devourer. Despite its massive size, the creature moved with surprising clumsiness. Without hesitation, Zhang Wuliang launched his attack. Swinging his long sword, he thrust toward the creature's abdomen with lightning speed. The strike was both precise and vicious, landing squarely on its target. The dark creature let out a wail of agony before collapsing to the ground, utterly still. Zhang Wuliang did not pause. He immediately launched a second attack. This time, he adopted a more measured tactic. He constantly shifted his position, circling the dark creature, searching for the perfect opening. Finally, during one clash, Zhang Wuliang seized his chance, thrusting his sword into the creature's vital spot. Its body froze instantly before crashing to the ground with a thud. Zhang Wuliang breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at the fallen creature with a hint of satisfaction. It seems my strength has indeed improved significantly during this time. However, his satisfaction did not last long. For at that very moment, more dark creatures surged toward him, seemingly endless. These dark creatures came in various forms. Some wielded sharp claws, others possessed hardened carapaces, and still others could spew corrosive liquids. They had only one objective, to utterly annihilate Zhang Wuliang. Damn it, you guys are really pushing it. Outnumbering me like this is just unfair. Zhang Wuliang shouted. But even though his two beasts were useless now, he wasn't relying solely on them. Chapter 95, The Best Opportunity. Fleeting. Facing the dark creatures charging toward him, Zhang Wuliang showed no fear. With a thought, he unleashed a massive wave of combat pets from his pet space. The pet factory hadn't been idle during this time, continuously incubating new pets. Zhang Wuliang's pet beast army had now reached a considerable size, including several exceptionally powerful combat pets. The moment these pets appeared, they immediately threw themselves into battle. They tore, collided, and spewed flames, engaging in fierce clashes with the dark creatures. The addition of the pet beasts instantly shifted the tide of battle. The once arrogant and domineering dark creatures began to appear flustered and overwhelmed under the fierce assault of the pet beasts. Zhang Wuliang's pets each possessed unique traits, some wielded formidable offensive power, others excelled in defense, and still others possessed special abilities. Working in perfect coordination, they formed a formidable fighting force. A massive bear pet, wielding its enormous paw, slammed it down hard on a dark creature. The creature was sent flying, crashing heavily into a distant rock and instantly rendered incapacitated. Another pet beast, a cheetah with razor-sharp claws. Its speed was lightning fast, darting effortlessly across the battlefield. Whenever a dark creature attempted to approach Zhang Wuliang, it would pounce with lightning speed, tearing its prey to shreds. Beyond these close combat beasts, there were also ranged attackers. Some spewed flames, others fired ice arrows, posing a tremendous threat to the dark creatures. A massive fire dragon pet beast continuously spewed scorching flames from its maw, burning the dark creatures to a crisp. Another beast was a snow eagle with icy eyes. It circled the sky, flapping its massive wings, periodically launching sharp ice arrows that brought down the dark creatures one by one. Under the fierce assault of the pet beasts, the numbers of the dark creatures rapidly dwindled. However, despite Zhang Wuliang's pet army performing admirably, the situation on the battlefield remained dire. The colossal world devourer remained the greatest threat. It constantly twisted its massive body, releasing powerful energy fluctuations that exerted immense pressure on Zhang Wuliang's pets. Though brave, the pets seemed somewhat overwhelmed by the world devourer's immense power. One pet beast was struck by the world devourer's tentacle, instantly hurled away, and slammed hard against the rocks, never to rise again. Another pet beast attempted to approach the world devourer and launch an attack, only to be struck by the dark energy wave it unleashed, its entire body corroded into a mangled mess. Zhang Wuliang watched the carnage on the battlefield, his heart filled with anxiety. If he couldn't find a way to counter the world devourer soon, his entire pet beast army would likely be annihilated. Zhang Wuliang's gaze grew grave. He knew the outcome of this battle hinged entirely on defeating that world devourer. This dark creature's power was overwhelming, every attack it unleashed carried devastating force. Though Zhang Wuliang's beasts were numerous, they remained insignificant against the world devourer's overwhelming might. The world devourer writhed ceaselessly, releasing waves of dark energy. These fluctuations profoundly affected the pet beasts, slowing their movements and drastically weakening their attacks. Worse still, the world devourer seemed to possess a unique ability to consume the life force of the pets. Whenever a pet beast attempted to approach it, they felt a powerful suction, as if their very essence was being gradually drained away. Several beasts, unable to resist this pull, collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of fighting. This can't go on. Zhang Wuliang clenched his fists tightly. But Zhang Wuliang was far from discouraged. He noticed that although this dark creature was powerful, a red glow flickered at its joints every time it moved. That's... A thought struck Zhang Wuliang. He vaguely sensed that the red light seemed connected to the world devourer's actions. He continued observing and noticed that whenever the world devourer prepared to attack or shift its body, the red light at its joints grew brighter. A bold hypothesis surged through Zhang Wuliang's mind: could these red lights be the world devourer's weak points? To test his theory, Zhang Wuliang resolved to take a risk. He commanded several of his stronger beast companions to launch fierce attacks at the world devourer's joints. Though somewhat intimidated by the world devourer's immense power, the beasts charged bravely under Zhang Wuliang's command. Simultaneously pouncing on the creature's joints, they opened their sharp claws and tore viciously. The world devourer seemed to feel the pain, letting out a deafening roar. Its massive body twisted violently, attempting to shake off the pet's assault. But the beasts clung on relentlessly, continuing their fierce assault on the joints. Under Zhang Wuliang's command, the pet beasts' attacks grew increasingly fierce. Their claws carved deep gashes into the world devourer's joints, and the dark creature's blood flowed freely, staining the earth crimson. Clearly sensing an unprecedented threat, the world devourer began thrashing its body frantically, attempting to fling those bothersome pets away. Yet the pets clung like fearless warriors, their jaws locked tight around the world devourer's joints, refusing to let go. Zhang Wuliang silently prayed that his hunch was correct. If these joints truly were the world devourer's weak points, then the pet's attacks might inflict fatal damage. Yet, just as the pet's assault intensified, the world devourer suddenly counterattacked. It snapped its massive jaws open, unleashing a powerful surge of dark energy. This energy surge swept across the battlefield like a raging storm, hurling the pets violently backward. Several weaker pets were knocked unconscious by the impact, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Seizing this opening, the world devourer twisted its massive form and fled into the distance. No! It's escaping! Zhang Wuliang's heart raced with panic. He immediately commanded the remaining pet beasts to pursue the world devourer. However, the world devourer's speed was astonishing. Twisting its massive body, it darted effortlessly through the mountains and forests, quickly leaving the pet beasts behind. Zhang Wuliang's heart burned with urgency. He knew this was his prime opportunity. If he missed it, he might never find another chance to defeat it. Chapter 96: The World Devourer Split in Two Yet Still Moving? Suddenly, Zhang Wuliang's gaze swept forward. He caught sight of a dark shadow darting past, followed immediately by a powerful beam of energy striking a large tree ahead. Its speed is this fast. Zhang Wuliang was stunned. He realized the world devourer's speed far exceeded their expectations. He swiftly commanded his beasts to pursue the dark silhouette. Soon, they caught sight of the world devourer again. It stood atop the canopy of a massive tree, looking down on them from above. Joy surged through Zhang Wuliang's heart. He immediately commanded his beasts to soar toward the treetop. They soon arrived before the world devourer. The pets stared at the colossal creature, visibly intimidated. Zhang Wuliang calmly had his pets form a circle, then personally charged toward the world devourer. He leapt onto its body, only to discover its skin was abnormally tough and impenetrable. He attempted to attack it with his energy beams, but the beams were absorbed by its black skin, causing no damage whatsoever. The world devourer glanced at him, seemingly unconcerned by his attacks. Zhang Wuliang felt a surge of panic. He realized he had underestimated the world devourer's power. Suddenly, a greedy gleam flashed in the world devourer's eyes. It extended its tongue and lashed out viciously toward Zhang Wuliang's position. Zhang Wuliang felt an immense suction pull him in, his strength rendered utterly insignificant against this force. His movements slowed, his strength began to wane. Terrified, he watched as his body was being pulled toward the world devourer's massive maw by its tongue. No, I don't want to die. Terrified, Zhang Wuliang struggled desperately, trying to break free from the suction. But no matter how hard he tried, his body kept getting pulled closer. The world devourer's tongue gripped him like iron chains, locking his body in place, leaving him utterly immobilized. His heart raced as terror washed over him. He could only watch helplessly as he drew ever closer to the world devourer's gaping maw. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light struck the world devourer's tongue. Zhang Wuliang felt a tremendous shockwave surge through him. His body jerked violently, and he managed to break free from the world devourer's tongue. He immediately flew to the side and landed steadily on the ground. Turning back, he saw a familiar figure suspended in midair, radiating a crimson glow. It was one of his spirit beasts, the Ghost Messenger. The Ghost Messenger had clearly regained its combat strength, and its attack had just saved Zhang Wuliang's life. Gratitude surged through Zhang Wuliang. He knew he had narrowly escaped death in the world devourer's jaws. Despite the urgency of the moment, Zhang Wuliang managed to send the Ghost Messenger a look of profound gratitude. The spectral messenger seemed to sense his gaze. It turned its head, gave Zhang Wuliang a slight nod, then refocused its attention on the world devourer. With the Ghost Messenger joining the fray, the spirit beast's morale soared. They launched another fierce assault upon the world devourer. Moreover, the Ghost Messenger was the strongest among them. With it by his side, Zhang Wuliang felt even more confident. Under Zhang Wuliang's command, the pet beasts worked in perfect coordination, relentlessly assaulting the world devourer. Though immensely powerful, the world devourer struggled to withstand the relentless assault. It writhed its massive body, desperately trying to shake off the pet's assaults. Yet the pets refused to let go, relentlessly unleashing fierce assaults upon the world devourer. Finally, under a powerful strike from the spectral messenger, the world devourer's body was cleaved clean in two. We did it! Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but shout inwardly, believing he had finally defeated the world devourer. Yet his joy was short-lived. He soon realized things were not so simple. The world devourer, severed into two halves, was not dead. Instead, each severed half had become a separate entity, and their movements seemed even more swift than before. Holy crap! Zhang Wuliang was utterly shocked, struggling to believe his eyes. He had assumed that once severed in two, the world devourer would lose its combat ability and perish. However, reality proved otherwise. Both halves of the world devourer had become separate entities, and their power seemed largely unaffected. Twisting their colossal forms, they launched another assault upon the beasts. The pets were startled by this sudden change, and their attacks became somewhat disorganized. How is this possible? Zhang Wuliang's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Both halves of the world devourer had transformed into separate entities, and their power seemed largely unaffected. This left him feeling utterly flustered, his original plan completely disrupted. Glancing at the beasts beside him, he saw most were exhausted, some even wounded. He knew that if this continued, his pets might not hold out much longer. Thus, he made a decision: retreat temporarily back into the territory and rely on traps and turrets to fend off the world devourer's attacks. He swiftly commanded his pets to retreat into the territory and then sealed the gates shut. Seeing this, the world devourer let out a furious roar and began relentlessly ramming the domain's gates. Zhang Wuliang stood atop the territory's walls, watching the world devourer's assault with growing concern. Though the gates were sturdy, they likely wouldn't hold out for long. Faced with this situation, he realized he couldn't engage the world devourer head-on anymore. He had to find a way to outsmart it. He recalled their previous battle and realized that while the world devourer's attacks were powerful, they lacked speed. Thus, he devised a plan to use the traps and turrets within the domain to delay the world devourer's movements, then seize an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. He shared his plan with the pet beasts, instructing them to coordinate their actions accordingly. Upon hearing this, the pets all nodded in understanding. Zhang Wuliang took a deep breath and shouted, "Prepare for battle!" This time, Zhang Wuliang had a reason he absolutely had to win. Behind him lay his very domain. If it fell, he would lose everything. Yet even so, a lingering doubt remained in Zhang Wuliang's mind. But now, Zhang Wuliang had no time to dwell on that doubt. Chapter 97, Body Split. Uncontrollable. While directing his beasts to use the traps and turrets within his domain to delay the World Devourer's advance, Zhang Wuliang opened the chat channel. He wanted to see if others had any effective strategies for dealing with the World Devourer. Yet, upon opening the chat channel, he found it filled with cries of despair. This World Devourer is insane. It's still moving after being cut in half? Exactly. I thought it was done for, but it split into two separate entities and its power barely weakened. Damn it, how are we supposed to fight this? My pets are nearly exhausted. Reading the messages in the chat channel, Zhang Wuliang's brow furrowed deeply. It turned out he wasn't the only one facing this situation, everyone else was dealing with the same problem. After being cleaved in two, the World Devourer had somehow split into two separate entities, with their power remaining largely intact. This left him feeling helpless. He'd hoped to find useful information in the chat channel, but now it seemed that hope was dashed. But since no one else had a solution, he would have to rely on himself. He turned his gaze back to the World Devourer outside his territory, silently contemplating a countermeasure. Just then, a message in the chat channel suddenly caught his attention. Have you noticed? The two halves of the World Devourer don't seem entirely independent. There appears to be some kind of connection between them. Zhang Wuliang's eyes widened as he read the message. A thought seemed to strike him. He scrutinized the two halves of the World Devourer once more and discovered a subtle connection between them. When one segment launched an attack, the other segment would pause slightly, as if coordinating its movements. Zhang Wuliang's eyes lit up. He seemed to have discovered the World Devourer's weakness. In the World Channel, others chimed in. It really does seem that way. There's definitely some kind of connection between them. Yeah, I noticed it before too, but I never figured out what was going on. Could this be the key to defeating the World Devourer? Zhang Wuliang was now certain that the two halves of the World Devourer's body were indeed connected in some way. However, he still hadn't figured out exactly how to exploit this weakness. Time ticked by second, as the two halves of the World Devourer continued relentlessly attacking the domain's gates. Zhang Wuliang continuously directed his pet beasts, using traps and turrets to block the World Devourer's two halves. Yet the pets were panting heavily from exhaustion, their strength greatly diminished. At this rate, they wouldn't hold out much longer. Zhang Wuliang was consumed with anxiety. He racked his brain for a solution, but no viable plan came to mind in the short term. But at that very moment, both halves of the World Devourer launched a sudden, fierce simultaneous assault. The gates of the domain creaked under the strain of their assault. Zhang Wuliang's heart sank. The gates were on the verge of collapse. He bellowed commands at his beast companions, urging them to give their all to block the World Devourer's advance. The pets let out furious roars and charged recklessly toward the two halves of the World Devourer. However, the World Devourer's power was far beyond what these ordinary pets could match. Even giving their all, they couldn't halt its advance. With a thunderous crash, the gate to the domain finally shattered under the World Devourer's assault. The two halves of the World Devourer's body charged into the territory like wild horses breaking free from their reins. Despair flooded Zhang Wuliang's heart. He had truly given everything he had this time, yet he still couldn't stop the World Devourer's assault. Yet, at that very moment, he suddenly noticed that the two halves of the World Devourer's body, after entering the territory, began darting around wildly, seemingly disoriented. Moreover, their power seemed to have weakened considerably. Zhang Wuliang was momentarily puzzled. Why had the World Devourer changed like this? But he quickly realized what was happening. He surmised that the two severed halves of the World Devourer had lost some vital connection, causing their power to falter. The opportunity had arrived. Zhang Wuliang immediately commanded his spirit beasts to launch fierce attacks on each severed segment of the World Devourer. The pets, sharing a telepathic bond with Zhang Wuliang, immediately pounced on each severed segment. Under their relentless assault, each severed segment let out piercing howls before scattering in flight. Zhang Wuliang felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed his conjecture was correct. Having lost some form of connection, the two severed segments of the World Devourer's body were indeed weakened. He swiftly commanded his pets to relentlessly pursue each severed segment, launching wave after wave of attacks. Under the relentless assault of the beasts, each segment of the World Devourer was driven back, retreating until it finally fled back into the wormhole. The pets let out excited roars of victory. Zhang Wuliang breathed a sigh of relief. Watching the pets' excited expressions, he felt a surge of emotion. Repelling the World Devourer's assault this time was entirely thanks to his pets' assistance. Without them, he likely would have perished at the creature's hands long ago. Yet he remained vigilant. The World Devourers had only been temporarily repelled, they could launch another assault at any moment. He stared toward the wormhole, silently formulating a countermeasure. But immediately, another question arose in Zhang Wuliang's mind. It's still that old problem. If the world devourers were defeated, shouldn't there be a world notification? Why hasn't it appeared yet? The thought made his heart tighten. He knew he might have celebrated too soon. He swiftly opened the chat channel and inquired among the other players. Did you receive the world notification? The one about the world devourer being defeated? Everyone replied that they hadn't received it. Nope, I was wondering about that too. There should be an announcement by now. Yeah, I haven't gotten one either. Could it be that the world devourer hasn't been defeated yet? Hearing their responses, Zhang Wuliang's heart sank. His suspicions were likely correct. The world devourers were likely not defeated at all, they had merely retreated back into the wormhole for the time being. Sure enough, not long after, the anomaly struck again. The once quiet wormhole suddenly stirred once more. One by one, massive figures began to emerge from the wormhole. Chapter 98. This time, Su Qing claims she has a solution. Zhang Wuliang was startled. These were fragments of the world devourer's body. But why were these fragments reassembling themselves? Moreover, he noticed that after reassembling, these fragments now bore a metallic sheen. This was definitely not a good sign. The pet beasts let out solemn growls, sensing this unusual aura as well. Under their watchful gaze, the world devourer's fragments, having reassembled, began to slowly rise to its feet. Had the world devourer been resurrected? This revived world devourer seemed even more powerful than before. The new world devourer was even more ferocious than before. Wielding its massive claws, it instantly knocked several pet beasts to the ground. Seeing the situation turn dire, Zhang Wuliang swiftly commanded the remaining pets to retreat. The pets let out roars of reluctance, but they knew they were no match for it and could only retreat for now. Zhang Wuliang stayed close to his pets while simultaneously searching for an opening to defeat the world devourer. Zhang Wuliang noticed the world channel was also filled with cries of distress at this moment. What's going on? Why did the world devourer reappear? Yeah, I clearly saw them retreat into the wormhole just now. How did they come out again? And this wave of world devourers seems stronger than before. My pets can't even stand up to them. These wormholes seem more dangerous too. My pet got sucked in by accident just now and vanished instantly. Wait, these wormholes seem different from before. Zhang Wuliang muttered under his breath. He examined them closely and noticed a faint crimson hue emanating from the edges of these wormholes. Realizing something was amiss, he immediately ordered them to stay away from the wormholes. But change often comes faster than expected. The once calm wormholes suddenly began spinning wildly. Immediately, immense suction forces erupted from within the wormholes. Zhang Wuliang and his pets were all sucked upward by this immense force. They struggled desperately, but couldn't resist the pull at all. Oh no, we're being sucked into the wormhole. Zhang Wuliang shouted. Once sucked in, there might be no escape. Zhang Wuliang clung tightly to the pets beside him, trying to pull them back. Yet his strength was utterly insignificant against the immense pull. He could only watch helplessly as he and his pets were gradually pulled into the wormhole. The pull was simply too powerful for him to resist. Fortunately, at the very last moment, luck favored Zhang Wuliang. The wormhole, which had been spinning wildly, suddenly ceased its rotation. Within moments, the immense suction vanished. Zhang Wuliang and his pets crashed heavily to the ground, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Yet they quickly realized they hadn't been sucked into the wormhole. He looked up at the wormholes and saw they had returned to calm, the blood-red hues at their edges now vanished. Strange. What was going on with these wormholes? Why had they suddenly changed like this? But he had no time to ponder further. The most urgent task now was to get out of here quickly. Zhang Wuliang commanded his beasts to hurry away. Yet, in that very moment, a dark shadow abruptly materialized, blocking their path. Zhang Wuliang looked up to see a colossal dark figure looming before them. This was an entirely new world devourer. This new world devourer was even more powerful than the previous one, its body gleaming with a metallic sheen. Zhang Wuliang was stunned. He never expected the world devourer to reappear. As the new world devourer prepared to attack, Zhang Wuliang reluctantly commanded his pets to retreat. But this time, his commands clearly held no sway. The pets seemed paralyzed by the world devourer's overwhelming might, frozen in place as it closed in. Zhang Wuliang sighed, abandoning his attempts to command them. He turned and fled. After running a few steps, he glanced back and saw that the world devourer hadn't pursued them. Relief washed over him. It seemed the world devourer hadn't detected them. But just then, a massive black shadow suddenly loomed before him. Zhang Wuliang looked up to see a colossal dark figure blocking his path. This shadow was as powerful as the world devourer before. It extended its massive claws, lunging viciously toward Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang had no time to react before the world devourer's claw struck him. He crashed heavily to the ground, dizzy and disoriented. He felt as though his body was about to shatter, the pain unbearable. With great effort, Zhang Wuliang reached into his pocket and pulled out a medicine bottle. He forcefully twisted off the cap and downed the entire contents in one gulp. As the liquid entered his body, a wave of warmth spread throughout his limbs. His body began to recover rapidly, and the pain gradually faded. Seizing the moment, he rolled sideways, evading the world devourer's claws. Zhang Wuliang scrambled to his feet, feeling his body had recovered considerably. He looked up at the world devourer before him and noticed it hadn't launched another attack. Instead, it was staring intently at him. A chill ran through Zhang Wuliang. He didn't know why the world devourer had halted its assault, but he recognized this as an opportunity. He took a moment to survey his surroundings and discovered the wormholes were still present. If he could pass through them, perhaps he could escape this place. Suddenly, Su Qing's voice echoed in his ears. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, did you get my private message? Zhang Wuliang froze, then quickly opened the world channel. Sure enough, there was a private message from Su Qing. I got it. You said you have a way to deal with the world devourer? Zhang Wuliang asked. That's right, I have a way. But you need to traverse the wormholes to find me, Su Qing replied. Zhang Wuliang hadn't expected Su Qing to actually have a solution. But by now, Zhang Wuliang had little time left to ponder. He had to make a decision quickly. Finally, Zhang Wuliang made up his mind. Whether Su Qing truly had a solution or not, he would go and try it. After all, this was the only possible chance. Without further hesitation, Zhang Wuliang sped toward the nearest wormhole. Stepping inside, he found himself confronted by countless wormholes, each pulsing with a red glow. Though it looked undeniably dangerous, he might never return if he entered. Zhang Wuliang was determined to try. The next instant, Zhang Wuliang leaped forward and plunged inside. Chapter 99. Energy accelerates its loss, yet opportunity grows greater. After a dizzying whirl, Zhang Wuliang emerged from the other side of the wormhole. He landed on the ground, feeling dizzy and disoriented. He quickly steadied himself and surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a desolate wasteland of ruins, crumbling walls and shattered structures strewn everywhere. At the center of the ruins, a colossal world devourer rampaged, wreaking havoc. Its body radiated a powerful aura, and each attack unleashed immense destruction. Zhang Wuliang hadn't expected to find a world devourer here as well. Clearly, his own domain also harbored one. And he was absolutely certain that the world devourer currently wreaking havoc in his territory was not the same creature before him. This means that anywhere in the world, within every individual's domain, there could potentially exist a world devourer. And currently, Zhang Wuliang has no effective means to deal with this world devourer. That was the real problem. He quickly ducked behind a crumbling wall, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Su Qing's domain lay in utter ruin, with destroyed buildings and plants strewn everywhere. But Su Qing and her pet beasts were nowhere to be seen. Zhang Wuliang's heart sank. Could Su Qing have met with misfortune? Su Qing! Su Qing! Are you there? Yet his calls went unanswered. Dead silence surrounded him, broken only by the echoing sounds of destruction from the world devourer. Had he truly arrived too late? Had Su Qing already fallen victim to the world devourer? Just then, a faint voice suddenly reached his ears. Big brother Zhang Wuliang, I'm here. Zhang Wuliang froze, then looked in the direction of the voice. There, Su Qing and her pet beasts were hiding in a corner. It turned out Su Qing had used her pet beast's stealth ability to temporarily hide with them. Zhang Wuliang slapped his forehead. Right. Su Qing had survived this long precisely because of this invisibility ability. His earlier worries had been completely unnecessary. Zhang Wuliang hurried over. Su Qing, are you okay? Zhang Wuliang asked. Su Qing shook her head. I'm fine. Thanks to my pet beast's invisibility ability, otherwise we would have been killed by the world devourer long ago. Zhang Wuliang breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Su Qing and her pets safe and sound, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He glanced at the world devourer, which was wreaking havoc, and asked, You said you have a way to deal with it. What is it? Su Qing's expression turned serious as she replied slowly, I've observed the world devourer for some time. I've noticed that every time it passes through a wormhole, that's when it's most vulnerable. Zhang Wuliang froze. This detail Su Qing mentioned was something Zhang Wuliang hadn't really noticed before. He didn't doubt Su Qing, she had no reason to deceive him. It seemed this young lady was more observant than he'd given her credit for. Su Qing continued, At that moment, even my pet beast could easily cleave its body in two. But my pet beast isn't strong enough yet. Even when it's at its weakest, I couldn't handle such a colossal creature. But you're different. Your pet beast is so powerful it must be able to deal with it. Zhang Wuliang watched the world devourer wreaking havoc, his mind racing to devise a countermeasure. If Su Qing was telling the truth, this might truly be an opportunity. If he could seize the moment when the world devourer passed through the wormhole, he might defeat it in one fell swoop. With this thought, Zhang Wuliang turned to Su Qing and asked, Do you know when it will pass through the wormhole again? Su Qing nodded. I've been observing it. It traverses the wormhole at regular intervals. Based on my calculations, it should be crossing again very soon. Zhang Wuliang perked up. Good. Then we'll strike when it passes through the wormhole again. Su Qing and her pet beasts were taken aback. They hadn't expected Zhang Wuliang to be so decisive, making a decision so swiftly. Still, they said nothing more after all, this was their only chance. Thus, the two began waiting silently for the world devourer to traverse the wormhole once more. Zhang Wuliang and Su Qing held their breath, afraid to miss a single moment. Finally, after a long wait, Su Qing suddenly exclaimed, "It's coming. It's about to pass through the wormhole." Zhang Wuliang followed the direction Su Qing pointed and saw the world devourer slowly approaching a wormhole. Its body emitted a faint glow, as if it could pass through the wormhole at any moment. Zhang Wuliang's heart tightened. He quickly commanded his pet beast, "Get ready to move." The beast nodded and began walking slowly toward the world devourer. Zhang Wuliang followed slowly behind his beast. The world devourer had already slowly traversed the wormhole and now appeared somewhat weakened. For any energy entity crossing a wormhole would be disrupted by its interference, a disruption that would weaken their energy. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Wuliang's pet beast suddenly materialized behind the world devourer. It extended its sharp claws and tore viciously into the world devourer's body. A massive gash tore open in the world devourer's body, and its energy began to rapidly drain away. It struggled desperately to escape, but Zhang Wuliang's beast clung fiercely to its body. It tore into the world devourer's body once more, splitting it clean in two. However, what Zhang Wuliang hadn't anticipated was this. The torn-apart body of the world devourer did not simply dissipate. Instead, it transformed into two entirely new, independent entities. These two entities were slightly smaller than before, yet they still radiated powerful energy fluctuations. Moreover, they seemed to retain their previous memories and consciousness, immediately lunging toward Zhang Wuliang's pet beast the moment they appeared. Zhang Wuliang's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't anticipated the world devourer possessing such an ability. Fortunately, these two newly emerged world devourers appeared somewhat weaker than before. Their movement speed was noticeably slower compared to before. Zhang Wuliang made a swift decision. He commanded his pets, "Quick! Finish them off before they fully recover." The pets let out a furious roar and lunged at the two world devourers. Each of Zhang Wuliang's pets possessed formidable strength, holding their own even against two world devourers. This time, his pets showed no mercy. They mustered their fiercest strength and sank their teeth in viciously. That single bite caused the energy within the world devourers to drain away even faster. The opportunity grew ever greater. Chapter 100, The plan succeeds. But more little monsters appear. Before long, the world devourer's body was completely devoured by Zhang Wuliang's pets. The other world devourer, witnessing this, abandoned its head on confrontation with Zhang Wuliang's beast and turned to flee. Zhang Wuliang's pet beast wouldn't let it escape. It leapt off the ground, its body shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow, chasing after the world devourer. The two creatures raced through the ruins, one chasing, the other fleeing. Zhang Wuliang followed closely behind, ready at any moment to provide support for his beast. Finally, after a prolonged chase, Zhang Wuliang's beast caught up with the world devourer. It opened its massive jaws and sank its teeth into the world devourer with a vicious bite. The world devourer let out a piercing, agonized scream. Yet even then, it refused to abandon its attempt to flee. It struggled desperately, trying to break free from the jaws of Zhang Wuliang's beast. Just as the situation seemed to be turning in Zhang Wuliang's favor, he thought this was his golden opportunity. Yet unexpected events always strike when least anticipated. The world devourer's body began to split apart once more, this time generating even more individual beings. These newly emerged entities were smaller in size, resembling tiny centipedes as they swarmed through the air. Their sheer numbers formed a dense, swarming mass that sent chills down one's spine. Moreover, they moved with astonishing speed, darting chaotically through the air, making them nearly impossible to track. Zhang Wuliang watched these troublesome little creatures, his heart sinking. This was serious trouble. His beast companion let out a low growl, clearly surprised by how troublesome these world devourers had proven to be. Surveying the swarm filling the sky, it momentarily seemed at a loss. Though weaker than the previous world devourers, their sheer numbers and blinding speed made them impossible to guard against. Realizing they'd be swarmed to death if this continued, Zhang Wuliang urgently called out to Su Qing beside him, "Use stealth." Su Qing instantly understood and commanded her pet beast to activate its stealth ability. In the next instant, Zhang Wuliang and his beast gradually became transparent, eventually vanishing completely into thin air. The swarm of tiny creatures seemed to lose their target. They darted wildly through the air, yet could not detect the slightest trace of Zhang Wuliang and his beast. Zhang Wuliang breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at the swarm of tiny creatures surrounding them, a wave of dread washing over him. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, both my pet beast and I would likely have been devoured by these troublesome little creatures. The pet beast also looked somewhat exhausted. Its earlier battle with the world devourer had drained its energy, and now facing so many of these creatures was proving quite taxing. Zhang Wuliang patted the beast's head reassuringly. "Don't worry. Let's rest for a bit. We'll head out once they've dispersed." The pet beast nodded, lying down on the ground as it slowly began to recover its strength. Yet, even after a long time passed, the swarm of tiny creatures still showed no signs of dispersing. Zhang Wuliang frowned deeply. These little creatures possessed astonishing endurance. He turned to Su Qing and asked, Su Qing, do you have any idea how to deal with these little things? Su Qing looked equally helpless as she shook her head. There are simply too many of them, and they're so fast. It's nearly impossible to eliminate them all at once. Zhang Wuliang fell deep in thought. He had to devise a plan to deal with these creatures, or they would remain trapped here indefinitely. After a moment, he spoke up, Su Qing, what if we lure them all together and take them out in one go? Su Qing pondered for a moment before nodding. That might work, but we'll need to plan carefully. Zhang Wuliang began discussing countermeasures with Su Qing. After thorough discussion, they finally devised a detailed plan. Zhang Wuliang surveyed the swarm of creatures darting through the air and addressed his beasts, ready? Though somewhat weary, the pets were still brimming with fighting spirit. Once Zhang Wuliang was fully prepared, he commanded them to cancel their stealth mode. In the next instant, Zhang Wuliang and his pets reappeared in the air. The little creatures, which had been darting about wildly, immediately spotted them. They let out a series of strange cries and lunged toward Zhang Wuliang and his pets. Zhang Wuliang watched the charging creatures without panic. Following his prior plan, he directed his beast to sprint in one direction. The beast's speed was extraordinary. Though the little creatures were numerous, they couldn't catch up for the time being. While guiding the pet beast's run, Zhang Wuliang kept his eyes on the surroundings. When he spotted an area densely packed with the creatures, he suddenly commanded his beast, stop. The beasts halted immediately, standing still and awaiting Zhang Wuliang's next command. Zhang Wuliang addressed Su Qing, Su Qing, prepare to strike. Su Qing nodded, commanding her own pet beast to prepare for attack. Surveying the dense swarm of creatures, Zhang Wuliang steeled his resolve and commanded his pets, use area of effect attack skills. The pets sprang into action immediately. The fire iguanas opened their massive jaws and violently spat out a ball of scorching magma. The molten mass rapidly expanded in the air, sweeping toward the little creatures. The firebird flapped its wings into the sky, opening its beak to spew blazing flames indiscriminately. The flames rained down like shooting stars, crashing toward the little ones. The ice spike beast roared lowly, then stomped the ground violently. In the next instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and a thick layer of frost began to form on the Earth's surface. The little creatures, once dancing through the air, were now completely trapped by the sudden onslaught of lava, flames, and frost. They let out piercing screams, yet could not escape this deadly assault. Before long, the once densely packed swarm fell completely silent. Zhang Wuliang surveyed the devastation around him, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. Thankfully, he and Su Qing had worked together seamlessly to finally deal with these little creatures. He turned to Su Qing and noticed her pet beast looked somewhat exhausted, yet her face wore an excited expression. They had successfully weathered this crisis. However, Zhang Wuliang's joy was short-lived. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and his expression grew grave once more. These little creatures were troublesome, but they weren't the most troublesome existence. The real headache was that powerful world devourer. Zhang Wuliang turned his gaze toward the depths of Su Qing's territory, a wave of unease washing over him. The world devourer's colossal form continued to rampage through Su Qing's domain, ceaselessly devouring everything in its path while steadily growing in power. Chapter 101, Temporary Lull. Zhang Wuliang's brow remained furrowed as he addressed Su Qing. Su Qing, we must find a way to deal with that world devourer. Otherwise, your domain is finished. Su Qing understood this truth as well. She nodded and replied, you're right. We must act quickly. Zhang Wuliang guided his beast companion, preparing to advance toward the world devourer. However, they had barely traveled a short distance when they suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura. Zhang Wuliang's expression darkened instantly. He recognized it immediately, the aura of the world devourer. He shouted to Su Qing, watch out. The world devourer has spotted us. The words had barely left his mouth when a deafening roar echoed through the air. Immediately after, the colossal form of the world devourer burst forth from the depths of Su Qing's domain. Its massive form rolled through the air, lunging toward Zhang Wuliang and Su Qing. Watching the world devourer grow ever closer, Zhang Wuliang felt no panic. He addressed Su Qing, don't panic. We'll proceed according to our original plan. Su Qing nodded, equally prepared for the impending battle. The world devourer's power was overwhelming, they couldn't confront it head-on. However, he had previously discovered a weakness in those smaller creatures. When they teleported through wormholes, their bodies became extremely vulnerable. If they could strike while the world devourer was in transit, they could deal it a devastating blow. This combat experience had already been proven effective, so Zhang Wuliang only needed to continue following this strategy to deal with the world devourer. Zhang Wuliang maneuvered his beast companion to evade the world devourer's assaults while searching for the perfect opening. Finally, he detected signs that the world devourer was preparing to teleport. He shouted to Su Qing, now. Su Qing immediately commanded her pet beast to launch a fierce assault on the world devourer. The fire lizard spewed scorching lava once more, while the blazing bird unleashed roaring flames. The ice spike beast let out a deep growl and stomped the ground violently. In the next instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, piercing toward the world devourer. The world devourer let out a piercing scream. Its body had become extremely fragile within the wormhole, utterly unable to withstand these attacks. Its form tumbled through the air, desperately trying to evade the deadly assault. However, Zhang Wuliang and Su Qing gave it no chance. They commanded their beasts to relentlessly attack, steadily weakening the world devourer's strength. Finally, after countless strikes, the world devourer's form began to blur and fade. It let out a final, unwilling roar before falling completely still. Zhang Wuliang stared at the world devourer lying on the ground, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. Was it finally over? He turned to look at Su Qing, noticing the same look of excitement on her face. However, Zhang Wuliang's joy was short-lived. He suddenly realized that the severed segments of the world devourer's body hadn't dissipated. Moreover, they seemed to be twitching faintly. Zhang Wuliang's expression darkened. He realized this damn world devourer hadn't truly died. How could it be like a cockroach? Impossible to kill? Su Qing, watch out. This world devourer isn't dead yet. Zhang Wuliang shouted at Su Qing. Su Qing noticed the situation too, her expression turning grave. He's not dead? How could that be? She had clearly seen big shot Zhang Wuliang knock the world devourer down. The creature was indeed lying here, unable to move. How could it still be alive? But Su Qing wasn't some naive little thing. She could see that things were indeed as Zhang Wuliang had described. If that was the case, failing to eliminate the world devourer completely meant it would inevitably revive. When that happened, things would likely become even more troublesome. They soon discovered the world devourer's body had become incredibly hard. The pet beast's attacks couldn't even scratch it. Zhang Wuliang's heart sank. They were in serious trouble. The world devourer seemed to have entered a special defensive state, rendering their attacks ineffective. After battling for nearly half an hour, Zhang Wuliang and his beasts were nearly exhausted. Fortunately, the colossal world devourer's massive body had been severed into multiple segments, all lying sprawled on the ground. Zhang Wuliang gasped for breath, gazing at the fallen bodies of the world devourers with a wave of helplessness. Soon, another problem dawned on him. Though they had temporarily halted the world devourer's assault, this was no long-term solution. Moreover, he had only dealt with the world devourer belonging to Su Qing. If he didn't quickly eliminate the one within his own territory, his domain would likely be doomed. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang addressed Su Qing. Su Qing, I must return to my own territory first. Defend carefully here. Once I've dealt with the world devourer in my domain, I'll come back to help you. Su Qing nodded. Zhang Wuliang turned and immediately rushed back to his own domain. A sense of urgency gripped him throughout the journey. He had to eliminate the world devourer within his own domain as quickly as possible. Soon, Zhang Wuliang arrived back at his domain. He found the situation within his domain was slightly better than he had anticipated. The traps and turrets were still functioning, temporarily holding back the world devourer's assault. However, Zhang Wuliang knew this was only temporary. If the world devourer kept attacking like this, the traps and turrets would be destroyed sooner or later. When that happened, his domain would truly be finished. The silver lining was that Zhang Wuliang had returned this time far from unprepared. Through previous battles, he had discovered that the world devourer's body became extremely rigid when traversing wormholes. If he could launch a counterattack during its assault, he might inflict severe damage. Then all he and his pet beast needed to do was wait for the right moment. The moment Zhang Wuliang re-entered his territory, the world devourer detected his presence and immediately launched an assault. It opened its massive jaws and lunged toward a turret. Seeing his chance, Zhang Wuliang commanded his pets to counterattack. The fire lizard and the blazing bird simultaneously unleashed scorching flames, engulfing the world devourer. The ice spike beast roared, and sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, piercing the world devourer's body. The world devourer let out a piercing scream as flames and ice spikes tore into its body, leaving it mangled and battered. Its attack was interrupted, allowing the turret to seize the moment and unleash a barrage that inflicted even greater damage. The world devourer let out an enraged roar before its massive form crashed to the ground. Chapter 102, Obtaining the World Devourer's Power. At that moment, the world devourer seemed to lose its momentum, ceasing its attacks and growing significantly quieter. Yet even so, Zhang Wuliang did not relax his vigilance. He recalled that the previous world devourer had behaved similarly, defeated, yet not truly dead. He cautiously approached the world devourer's body, scrutinizing its condition. Sure enough, Zhang Wuliang discovered that although the world devourer's body was mangled beyond recognition, it had not dissipated. Moreover, its body appeared to be twitching faintly. It appeared this world devourer was in the same state. It had merely entered a state resembling suspended animation, poised to awaken at any moment. The life force of this world devourer was incredibly tenacious. A permanent solution must be found for this world devourer now, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The previous world devourer had emerged from a wormhole, and the wormhole seemed to have affected it to some degree. If not for the wormhole weakening its power, they would have been finished long ago. This thought sparked an idea in Zhang Wuliang's mind. If wormholes could weaken the world devourer's power, did that mean they could also destroy it completely? This thought sent a surge of excitement through Zhang Wuliang. If this method truly worked, they might have a chance to eliminate the world devourer once and for all. However, Zhang Wuliang was well aware that this method was extremely dangerous. The power of a wormhole was immense. If mishandled, the consequences would be unimaginable. But now, they had no other choice. Zhang Wuliang immediately sprang into action. He commanded his pet beast to slowly move the world devourer's body toward the wormhole's location. The moment Zhang Wuliang deliberately placed the world devourer's body into the wormhole, the surrounding space began to warp and distort. Zhang Wuliang's heart pounded with tension. He knew the most critical moment was approaching. He stared intently at the world devourer's body, waiting for the final moment. Finally, as the world devourer's body neared the wormhole, Zhang Wuliang instantly commanded the wormhole to launch its attack. The wormhole violently expanded, unleashing a colossal devouring force that surged toward the world devourer. The world devourer let out a terrified roar, seemingly sensing immense danger. But it was already too late. The wormhole's force instantly engulfed it. The world devourer's body thrashed frantically within the wormhole, struggling desperately to escape. Yet the wormhole's power was overwhelming. It contracted relentlessly, crushing the world devourer's body into oblivion. Finally, the world devourer let out a wretched scream before its body completely dissipated within the wormhole. Damn it, how could it possibly work? This time, the world devourer was utterly annihilated by the wormhole, leaving not a single trace behind. Zhang Wuliang realized they had finally resolved this immense crisis. Yet, at that very moment, the wormhole underwent a sudden transformation. A tremendous force erupted from the wormhole's exit, violently pulling Zhang Wuliang's body toward it. No! Zhang Wuliang's face paled. He knew he was being pulled into the wormhole's force. He tried to resist the wormhole's pull. But the wormhole's force was simply too overwhelming. His strength was utterly no match for it. Ultimately, Zhang Wuliang's body was torn apart by the wormhole's force, disintegrating into a stream of energy that was swallowed into the wormhole. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Wuliang gradually regained consciousness within the wormhole. He found himself floating within the wormhole, surrounded by nothing but empty void. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed within his mind. Congratulations! You have successfully destroyed the world devourer. Zhang Wuliang immediately realized this voice emanated from the depths of the wormhole. He tentatively asked, Are you here? The voice paused for a moment before answering, Yes, I am here. However, it seems you haven't fully grasped my intentions. Zhang Wuliang frowned deeply. What exactly did you want me to do? The voice answered, Actually, I don't want you to destroy the world devourer. I want you to awaken it. Zhang Wuliang froze, staring into the depths of the wormhole in disbelief. Awaken it? Zhang Wuliang hesitated before asking, What does that mean? The voice explained, The world devourer isn't a real entity. It's merely a concept that was created. Its power comes from the will of its creator, not from itself. Zhang Wuliang was still somewhat confused, but upon hearing this, he suddenly froze. You mean the world devourer was actually created? Zhang Wuliang stared in shock into the depths of the wormhole. How is that possible? The voice fell silent for a moment before replying, Whether it's possible or not, I don't care. I only want you to know that this world devourer isn't worth sacrificing everything for. Then, what exactly do you want me to do? The voice answered, I want you to become my messenger and deliver a message for me. Hearing this, Zhang Wuliang felt utterly bewildered. But realizing he couldn't escape anyway, he decided to agree for now and see how things unfolded. I'm willing to be your messenger. He knew he had no way out, and besides, he wanted to understand what becoming a messenger truly entailed. Upon hearing his answer, the voice paused noticeably before saying, Very well. You shall become my messenger. The moment the words left its mouth, Zhang Wuliang felt his body suddenly lifted by an immense force. He transformed into a beam of light and shot out of the wormhole. Instantly, he felt as though he had gained boundless power of force beyond description. Zhang Wuliang slowly opened his eyes to find himself standing before a colossal cavern. The cavern seemed bottomless, as if it could lead straight to hell. He glanced back and saw the wormhole had vanished without a trace. Zhang Wuliang stepped into the cavern one step at a time. Deep within the cavern, he glimpsed a massive dark silhouette. It was the lingering shadow of the world devourer. Zhang Wuliang slowly approached it, then reached out and gently stroked its body. The remnant's eyes suddenly snapped open. It glanced at Zhang Wuliang before letting out a deep, rumbling roar. Zhang Wuliang suddenly felt as though a force had pierced through his body, the power of the world devourer. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind, Congratulations! You have mastered the power of the world devourer. Chapter 103, The world boss didn't stop there. Zhang Wuliang's mind froze for a moment. Had he misread this? He had mastered the power of the world devourer? The very world devourer he just battled for 800 rounds? The mere thought of this possibility sent waves of excitement surging through Zhang Wuliang's heart. If this were true, wouldn't that be incredible? After all, that was a world boss. To figure out what was going on, he instinctively flexed his body, twisting left and right. Suddenly, his entire body stiffened. Zhang Wuliang could distinctly sense a new power within him. A new ability surged into his mind. Devourer's Phantom. Using this ability creates 2 connection points. Passing through either point allows instantaneous travel to the other. Connection points persist for 30 minutes and are destroyed under extreme attacks. Zhang Wuliang? A teleportation portal? Or teleportation? But teleportation doesn't work like this. Zhang Wuliang gave it a try. Silently pondering this ability in his mind, a purple vortex appeared before him and another behind him. From the outside, these things looked just like black holes. Zhang Wuliang tentatively reached into one of the purple vortexes and immediately felt a peculiar suction, as if enveloped by jelly. Throughout this process, he felt no danger, only a sense of deep connection. Zhang Wuliang boldly withdrew his hand from the vortex before him. The result was exactly as he had imagined. His hand went in through the vortex in front of him and came out through the vortex behind him. Holy crap! Amazing! Zhang Wuliang could no longer contain his excitement. This power was incredibly useful. Not to mention it could be used for long-distance travel, more convenient than taking a car. In daily life, whether moving things or whatever, it could play a crucial role. Zhang Wuliang also envisioned its combat applications. Not only would it vastly enhance his mobility, but in dire situations, he could simply teleport away. However, this power certainly wasn't without its drawbacks. Its limitations were clear. The connection point only lasted 30 minutes, and it could be destroyed under extreme attack. So what exactly constituted an extreme attack? Zhang Wuliang pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Well, no point overthinking it now. The best way to thoroughly verify this ability's practicality was, of course, to test it in actual combat. For now, he still had something else to verify. Zhang Wuliang immediately resumed his experiments. If 2 connection points could teleport between each other, what was the maximum distance possible? To find out, Zhang Wuliang jogged over 100 meters away, set up a connection point there, and then returned to his original spot. With everything prepared, he stepped into the connection point before him. The next second, Zhang Wuliang emerged from the connection point over 100 meters away. Holy! Zhang Wuliang's eyes widened. This feeling of teleportation was absolutely exhilarating. Zhang Wuliang was thrilled. But this was nowhere near enough. He needed to keep pushing the limits of his experiments. 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. As the distance kept increasing, Zhang Wuliang discovered that the maximum distance between 2 connection points was 1500 meters. Beyond that, the connection points vanished. But 1500 meters. 1500 meters was already more than enough distance. Moreover, with this ability, he could now fully utilize this distance to kite wild beasts. But the limitations were also starkly evident. Although he could teleport, the connection point only lasted 30 minutes and could be destroyed under extreme attacks. This meant he couldn't perpetually rely on this ability to evade danger. Moreover, if he encountered a powerful wild beast, it could easily locate and destroy the connection point within 30 minutes. In fact, given Zhang Wuliang's understanding of the strength of those formidable beasts, 3 minutes would be more than enough. Therefore, despite its power, this ability must not be over-relied upon. Just as Zhang Wuliang was deep in thought, a voice suddenly echoed through the sky. Global announcement. Global announcement. Congratulations to Beastmaster Zhang Wuliang for successfully repelling the World Devourer. Beastmaster Zhang Wuliang becomes the first in the world to repel the World Devourer. Special rewards have been dispersed. As the announcement echoed, Beastmasters across the world, even those in the most perilous situations, couldn't help but freeze in shock. Holy! Did I hear that right? Someone repelled the World Devourer? That Zhang Wuliang again? Impressive! Master Zhang Wuliang is just too amazing. Impressive indeed, but something feels off. Haven't you noticed the World Devourers still wreaking havoc here? Exactly. That's the real problem for us. Logically, once the world boss is defeated, shouldn't the global crisis be over? Why are these World Devourers still wreaking havoc? You guys bring this up and I get so pissed. Damn it, these Devourers are tearing my territory apart, and now you tell me someone defeated the boss? Something's off. Way off. The World Devourers are clearly still here. Why would the system announce someone defeated the boss? Could it be there's more than one World Devourer boss? Damn it. These World Devourers are too stubborn. Someone defeated the boss, yet they're still wreaking havoc? Are they trying to make life impossible for us? Zhang Wuliang, who was also monitoring the world channel, furrowed his brow in puzzlement. These guys were absolutely right. The one he defeated was only the World Devourer in his own territory. Yet in other Beastmasters' territories, World Devourers were still wreaking havoc. This meant the conclusion of this world boss event was different from previous ones. In the past, once the world boss was defeated, all wild pets would vanish, and the crisis would be lifted. But this time, even though he had repelled the World Devourer, the ones in other areas hadn't vanished. I was so preoccupied with testing my teleportation ability that I completely overlooked this crucial detail. Wait. Zhang Wulian's expression suddenly changed as he whipped his head toward the wormhole in Su Qing's territory. Damn it! If the world devourers remained active in the other territories, that meant Su Qing's side was also still under attack by them. While he had driven off the world devourer here, Su Qing hadn't managed to do the same. Su Qing was still just a greenhorn. She stood no chance against the world devourer. All she could do was rely on her pet beast's cloaking ability to temporarily protect herself. Her only hope now lay with Zhang Wuliang. Had he considered this a moment later, Su Qing would likely have perished at the hands of the world devourer. Determined not to let this rare living soul perish before his eyes, Zhang Wuliang hesitated not a moment. He swiftly established the connection point within Su Qing's territory. Emerging from the wormhole, Zhang Wuliang immediately spotted a colossal world devourer rampaging through the surrounding structures. Not far away, Su Qing scrambled frantically to dodge flying debris and splintered wood. Chapter 104, Sharing Experience to Help Others Overcome Crisis. Su Qing! Zhang Wuliang shouted, rushing toward her. Hearing his voice, Su Qing froze momentarily before turning toward the sound. Big brother Zhang Wuliang! You finally made it! As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Qing threw herself at Zhang Wuliang and wrapped her arms around him. This was the first time they'd been this intimate, and also the first time Zhang Wuliang had interacted with another person since mysteriously arriving in this world. Feeling the warmth radiating from Su Qing's delicate frame, Zhang Wuliang flushed bright red in an instant. But it wasn't his fault. Su Qing's reaction was indeed a bit intense. It's fine. I'm here now, aren't I? And, let go of me first. Only then did Su Qing realize she'd overreacted. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly released Zhang Wuliang. But seeing Zhang Wuliang return lifted her spirits instantly. She knew a big shot Zhang Wuliang wouldn't abandon her. Moreover, she'd just received the global bulletin confirming that big shot Zhang Wuliang had repelled the world devourer, becoming the first beastmaster in the world to do so. Though she didn't know how he'd managed to completely eliminate such a troublesome creature afterward, as long as big shot Zhang Wuliang was around, she could finally relax. After all, if Lord Zhang Wuliang could defeat the world devourer once, he could do it again. Therefore, she was undoubtedly safe now. And the outcome unfolded exactly as Su Qing had imagined. Facing this world devourer, Zhang Wuliang didn't expend much effort. Simply employing the same method as before would handle it with ease. In mere moments, the world devourer was utterly crushed by Zhang Wuliang. As it dissipated, a torrent of rewards poured forth from its body, scattering before Zhang Wuliang and Su Qing. Staring at the mountain of rewards piling up before her, Su Qing was stunned as she gathered them into her backpack. Stone 5,000. Wood 3,000. Iron or 300. Gold or 200. World Devourer's Tentacle 1. Staring at these rewards, Su Qing trembled with excitement. This was the first time she'd ever obtained so much. Previously, when she hunted ordinary wild beasts, she could only get some basic meat and monster materials at best. But now, before her eyes lay a wealth of basic building materials and a pile of miscellaneous, yet undeniably useful resources. With these materials, she could easily upgrade her territory to the next tier. But Su Qing was no fool. The real reason she had acquired so much wasn't due to her own efforts, it was all thanks to the great Zhang Wuliang. So instead of immediately taking the items, she set them aside and cautiously looked at Zhang Wuliang. Master Zhang Wuliang, how should we divide these rewards? Su Qing asked, feeling a bit uneasy. Seeing Su Qing's nervous expression, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but chuckle. He smiled faintly. Keep these rewards for yourself. I don't need them. Zhang Wuliang couldn't care less about these materials. Besides, he was the first to slay the world devourer, and the bounty he'd received was beyond what Su Qing could ever imagine. Yet Su Qing still naively believed she'd secured some great benefit. Seeing Zhang Wuliang's generosity, Su Qing felt even more embarrassed. It was only natural that a powerhouse like him wouldn't bother with such materials. After all, with his immense power, what materials could he possibly lack? But if Master Zhang Wuliang didn't want them, then they were all hers. With Zhang Wuliang's tacit approval, Su Qing promptly gathered all the materials. Meanwhile, in the World Chat channel. This is crazy. Can someone please explain what's going on? Why hasn't the world boss disappeared yet? Yeah, there's a world devourer wreaking havoc in my territory too. I'm seriously about to break. Shouldn't big shot Zhang Wuliang have already taken care of it? Why is it still going on? This time is way too long. My territory is getting completely wrecked. Su Qing packed her backpack while glancing at the world chat. The topics being heatedly discussed there were precisely the very things that had puzzled her since the very beginning. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, do you know what's going on? Everyone else is saying the same thing, the world devourers in their territories haven't disappeared. But normally, once you repel the world devourer, shouldn't the world assault end? Zhang Wuliang frowned too. It wasn't just Su Qing, he was puzzled as well. According to the previous rules, repelling the world devourer should have ended the world assault. But this time, why hadn't the assault ended? The beast masters in the world channel were all speculating wildly, and soon enough, they brought up Zhang Wuliang again. Hold up, what are we doing just standing around here? Instead of wondering why the world devourer is still here, we should ask big shot Zhang Wuliang how to deal with it. My territory is seriously about to collapse. We need to figure out how to take down this damn world boss ASAP. That makes sense. Master Zhang Wuliang, please teach us how to defeat the world devourer. Please help us. You've already defeated the world boss, now lend us your strength. Seeing the praise and pleas flooding the world chat, Zhang Wuliang felt both amused and exasperated. Still, he held nothing back. There was nothing to hide. He'd already secured the first kill on the world boss. What more could he possibly want? Actually, defeating the world devourer is quite simple. The moment Zhang Wuliang spoke, the entire world chat channel fell silent. Everyone waited for his next words. If you observe carefully, you'll notice the world devourer emerges from the wormhole at regular intervals. And during that brief moment after emerging from the wormhole, it's at its most vulnerable. Even a pet beast of modest strength could inflict severe damage on it. The moment Zhang Wuliang spoke, the entire world chat channel erupted. Holy! Is that for real? Now that you mention it, I think I've noticed that too. But what does that mean? Think back carefully. Didn't those world devourers appearing in your territories always pause for a moment after bursting out of the wormhole? Zhang Wuliang said with a smile. Hearing this, the crowd fell into deep contemplation. Upon careful reflection, they realized it was indeed true. Each time a world devourer burst through the wormhole, it would freeze for a brief moment before beginning its destruction. However, the world devourer's dazed state lasted only a fleeting moment, and everyone was too terrified of them bursting through the wormhole to attack them. Therefore, no one had ever considered this possibility. Now that Zhang Wuliang had pointed it out, they suddenly realized that moment of days after the world devourer burst through the wormhole was actually its most vulnerable state. If they could seize this opportunity, wouldn't repelling the world devourer be a piece of cake? At this realization, excitement surged through the group. It's all thanks to brother Zhang Wuliang. Hearing your words is worth more than 10 years of study. Master Zhang Wuliang, I love you. This time, I will personally drive back the world devourer. Chapter 105, Post-War Reconstruction. With matters settled, Zhang Wuliang returned to his domain. After such prolonged exertion, especially repelling world devourers from 2 consecutive domains, the ordeal had not only been perilous but had also drained Zhang Wuliang of nearly all his stamina. His pets were equally exhausted, and now both he and his companions felt their stomachs growling loudly. The moment he arrived back at his domain, Zhang Wuliang plopped down before the campfire. He pulled out some decent-tasting pet beast meat from his backpack, placed it on a makeshift grill, and began roasting it. This time, he absolutely had to treat himself properly. Before long, the aroma of grilled meat wafted throughout the entire territory. Sitting before the fire, Zhang Wuliang devoured the grilled meat in large bites, sipping freshly brewed fruit wine as he savored this rare moment of tranquility. After eating his fill and resting briefly, Zhang Wuliang rose to his feet, stretched lazily, and began surveying his domain once more. The world devourer's rampage had left the domain in utter disarray. Houses lay collapsed, trees snapped in half, and even Zhang Wuliang's most prized pet beast factory now appeared dilapidated and ruined. Fortunately, the core area of the pet beast factory remained intact. This meant its primary functions weren't compromised, and it hadn't been completely destroyed. Given time, Zhang Wuliang could rebuild it. As for the other structures within the domain, Zhang Wuliang didn't place much importance on them. After all, any structure could be rebuilt. But the pet beast factory? There was undoubtedly only one of those. Moreover, after this worldwide assault, Zhang Wuliang realized his territory's defenses were still inadequate. To fully safeguard his entire domain, especially the safety of the pet beast factory, he must reinforce the defenses beyond their current state. He planned to thoroughly re-evaluate his territory's layout after this global assault concluded, constructing multiple layers of defensive zones to fortify and refine the defenses here. As dusk settled, a wave of exhaustion washed over Zhang Wuliang. He returned to his relatively undamaged house, lay down on his bed, and soon drifted off to sleep. However, Zhang Wuliang didn't sleep long. As the sky began to lighten, he awoke. After a night's rest, Zhang Wuliang felt much more refreshed. Alright, now that he was rested, it was time to get to work. He first headed to the pet beast factory to repair the damaged sections. After a night's work, the core areas of the pet beast factory were back to normal operation. Zhang Wuliang expended some materials to upgrade the defensive facilities surrounding the pet beast factory. This way, even if they encountered another world boss like the world devourer, the pet beast factory could hold out longer. After completing the repairs at the pet beast factory, Zhang Wuliang turned his attention to restoring other structures within the territory. During the battle, houses, walls, watchtowers, all these structures had suffered varying degrees of damage. However, such basic building materials were no longer a concern for him. He had already achieved freedom in this regard, possessing as much as he needed. After expending thousands of stones, timber, and vast quantities of iron ingots, Zhang Wuliang finally completed the restoration of all structures within his domain. After finishing, he took another look around his domain. While it couldn't compare to its state before the world boss attack, it was at least presentable now. With these tasks completed, the next step was a task that weighed heavily even on Zhang Wuliang. That was tallying the casualties among his pet beasts this time. During the initial stages of the battle against the World Devourer, Zhang Wuliang had deployed numerous pet beasts into the fray. Many of them were essentially sent to their deaths, sacrificed to buy Zhang Wuliang precious time. But now that it was over, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Each one had taken him considerable time to hatch, even if their stats weren't as impressive as his main pets. This tally left Zhang Wuliang feeling deeply pained. He had successfully hatched quite a few new pets during this period, some possessing promising potential and strength. Yet during the World Devourer's assault, the majority of these creatures had been killed or injured. What hurt Zhang Wuliang the most was the complete destruction of all the pet eggs stored in the pet factory. Due to the limited number of incubation tanks, Zhang Wuliang hadn't managed to hatch many of the eggs. Had he sold them on the trading market, they would have fetched a hefty sum. Now, with so many destroyed in one fell swoop, how could Zhang Wuliang not feel the sting? But heartache was one thing. In this world, nothing remained constant. Surviving this worldwide attack was already a stroke of luck. As for the fallen pets and shattered eggs, they were simply the price he paid for his survival. Zhang Wuliang calmed his emotions, suppressing the sting of loss. The greater the loss, the harder he would have to work afterward to make up for it. He first headed to the pet beast factory to begin incubating new pet beast eggs. Although all his previously stored pet beast eggs had been destroyed, Zhang Wuliang had managed to collect some new ones during this period. These eggs might not possess the same potential or strength as the previous ones, but there was no time to be choosy now. Zhang Wuliang activated all the incubation equipment in the factory, initiating a large-scale hatching operation. Though seemingly simple, this work proved incredibly time-consuming. By the time Zhang Wuliang finished, evening had fallen. He had no intention of working late into the night. Instead, he prepared dinner, ate, and went to bed early. Just then, Su Qing suddenly sent Zhang Wuliang another message. And it sounded like an absolute emergency. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, hurry over here. There are tons of people here. Seeing this message, Zhang Wuliang's mind went blank for a moment. A lot of people? What the hell? The exact size of the world they inhabited remained unknown to this day. But one thing was certain, without other means of assistance, it was highly unlikely anyone would ever encounter another soul in their lifetime. Hadn't Zhang Wuliang only met Su Qing because of the wormhole? So what was going on now? Su Qing encountered many people? If Su Qing hadn't lied. The thought sent a chill down Zhang Wuliang's spine. The very thing he feared most might finally come to pass. Once his territory was exposed, his most crucial pet beast factory would also face the risk of being targeted by scheming villains. He must go to Su Qing's side to see what was truly happening. Zhang Wuliang traversed the wormhole once more. By now, he had grown quite adept at traversing wormholes. Perhaps he had once felt a slight discomfort during the process. But after traversing them so many times, he had long since grown accustomed to it. Upon arriving at Su Qing's territory, Zhang Wuliang was immediately stunned by the scene before him. Within Su Qing's domain, numerous unfamiliar faces of beast masters had appeared. Chapter 106, A Massive Appearance of Beast Masters? They were gathered in small groups, chattering away about something. Amidst these beast masters, Su Qing was frantically trying to maintain order. Quiet down. Listen to me. Su Qing shouted loudly, but it had little effect. Master Zhang Wuliang really isn't interfering with me here. I've never even met Master Zhang Wuliang myself, so stop asking. Who on earth told you he was here with me? The beast tamers' voices were so loud they drowned out Su Qing's shouts. She shouted until her voice was nearly hoarse, but it made no difference. The moment she spotted Zhang Wuliang, her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Master Zhang Wuliang, you finally showed up. Su Qing hurried to Zhang Wuliang's side, her voice tinged with resignation. I have no idea what's going on with these people. They suddenly appeared in my territory, and they said. Su Qing hesitated, unsure how to continue. Zhang Wuliang frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the group of beast tamers. Though their individual strength wasn't formidable, their numbers were substantial. There were dozens of them. So many beast tamers suddenly appearing in Su Qing's territory, and acting as if they wouldn't rest until they saw her, was indeed rather peculiar. What else did they say? Zhang Wuliang asked Su Qing in a deep voice. Su Qing sighed. They also said they know the two of us teamed up to defeat the World Devourer. So they're certain you, big shot Zhang Wuliang, must be here with me. And it's not me they want to see, it's you. They won't leave until they meet you. Hearing this, Zhang Wuliang froze in surprise. He and Su Qing had teamed up to repel the World Devourer? Where did these people get that information? Fortunately, everyone had only communicated through the world chat channel, where selfies and such weren't shared. Thus, no one knew what Zhang Wuliang looked like, and for now, no one was bothering him. Yet some astute beast masters began to piece things together. After all, a man with such extravagant gear, far surpassing their own, coupled with his close proximity to Su Qing, it was only a matter of time before they realized the man beside her was Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang pulled Su Cheng aside and whispered, "What's going on? Why did all these people suddenly appear?" Su Cheng sighed in exasperation, knowing she couldn't hide the truth. They all came through those wormholes. Zhang Wuliang frowned. Wormholes? Su Cheng explained, these are the wormholes left behind when the World Devourer appeared earlier. These people all came through those wormholes. When the World Devourer appeared before, it did indeed leave behind a vast number of wormholes. These wormholes were interconnected, and no one knew where their ends truly led. Zhang Wuliang had been puzzled. His domain also contained numerous wormholes, yet no one had ever crossed over through them. But suddenly, Zhang Wuliang slapped his forehead in realization. During the battle against the World Devourer, he had deliberately mixed magma with water to form obsidian, sealing off a great many wormholes. Obsidian was incredibly hard, making it perfect for blocking wormholes. Precisely because these wormholes were sealed, others couldn't traverse them into Zhang Wuliang's domain. But Su Qing's situation was different. As a young woman whose strength wasn't particularly formidable, she naturally couldn't seal every wormhole like Zhang Wuliang had done. It was precisely because these wormholes remained unsealed that so many beast masters had passed through them into Su Qing's domain. Zhang Wuliang let out a soft sigh. This situation was entirely unforeseen. But since these people had already arrived, chasing them away was impossible. Zhang Wuliang still had to consider how to respond. Just then, one beastmaster noticed Zhang Wuliang and Su Cheng whispering together nearby. His expression instantly turned puzzled. He immediately shouted, "Look over there. Who is that guy? Why is Miss Su Cheng standing with him?" Hearing this, all the beastmasters present instinctively turned their gaze toward them. When they saw Zhang Wuliang, they froze for a moment before their faces lit up with excitement. Holy crap! This must be the legendary Zhang Wuliang we've been searching for, no doubt about it. Definitely. Just look at that gear. Who else could it be but Big Shot Zhang Wuliang? Big Shot Zhang Wuliang. Finally seeing the real deal. The beast tamers present were overcome with excitement. They began crowding around Zhang Wuliang. Seeing the beast masters closing in on him, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but frown. Su Qing was startled too. She instinctively grabbed Zhang Wuliang's arm and asked nervously, "Master Zhang Wuliang, what should we do?" Zhang Wuliang took a deep breath, his expression calm as he replied, "It's fine. Let's see what they want first." Before he finished speaking, the beast masters had already gathered before Zhang Wuliang. Their faces brimmed with excitement as they looked at him. "Master Zhang Wuliang, we've finally met you. Master Zhang Wuliang, you're truly incredible. To have defeated the World Devourer alongside Miss Su Qing. Master Zhang Wuliang, do you take apprentices? What do you think of me?" As the flattering words reached his ears, the frown on Zhang Wuliang's brow gradually relaxed. Thankfully, these people seemed to harbor no ill will toward him. But not everyone harbored goodwill toward Zhang Wuliang. Amidst the crowd, several figures watched him with flashes of envy in their eyes. They refused to believe Zhang Wuliang could repel the World Devourer. After all, he didn't look particularly old. How strong could he really be? They suspected there was something fishy about his victory over the World Devourer. Moreover, seeing how young he was, some inevitably harbored ulterior motives, assuming he would be easy prey. Regardless of his age, Zhang Wuliang had single-handedly defeated the world bosses during these recent global assaults. His strength was undeniable. They were convinced there must be a reason behind Zhang Wuliang's strength. And if they could seize that power from him, how strong could one person be? Two fists can't fight four hands. With so many of them, surely they could handle one Zhang Wuliang? Facing this chattering crowd, Zhang Wuliang spoke slowly, quiet. At his command, the crowd instinctively fell silent. Seeing all the beast masters fall silent, Zhang Wuliang finally spoke again. "I don't know how you all ended up here, but this is my territory. Your presence here will hinder its development." Although this was Su Qing's territory, it ultimately relied on Zhang Wuliang's protection. Thus, his words held no fault. Everyone present froze. Zhang Wuliang's words were a clear order to leave. Still, they understood his position. After all, who would welcome a group of strangers suddenly appearing in their domain? "Big brother Zhang Wuliang, we..." Someone tried to explain, but Zhang Wuliang cut them off. "No need for further words. Since you've entered my domain, I have a duty to protect your safety. However, you cannot interfere with the development of my territory. Therefore, you must leave immediately and return to your own territory through the wormhole." Zhang Wuliang's words were blunt and unapologetic. Not a single person present dared to argue. "Understood. We'll depart immediately." "Yes, we'll be on our way." Many turned and walked away immediately. They had no desire to cross Zhang Wuliang. Yet some still lingered, unwilling to leave. Chapter 107, Covet him? I'll teach you how to spell death. These individuals exchanged glances. A flash of greed flickered in their eyes. This greed was particularly intense. Though for so long, they had witnessed the legends of Zhang Wuliang in the world chat. The one who defeated every world boss. The master of Grand Master tier beasts. He was practically the world's foremost beast master. Each achievement undeniably demonstrated Zhang Wuliang's immense power. But even so, what difference did it make? They simply refused to believe Zhang Wuliang could truly be as formidable as the outside world claims. Even after all they'd been through, when you think about it, they'd only been in this world for a month or so. In such a short time, no matter how strong one was, how much could they possibly develop? At best, Zhang Wuliang was merely a notch above some of them. But if all of them united their strength right now to confront Zhang Wuliang, could so many of them really fail to take down a single Zhang Wuliang? Moreover, each of them knew full well that since Zhang Wuliang could defeat every world boss, his territory's resources were bound to be abundant. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated the most powerful master-tier pet beast at this stage? But if they could kill Zhang Wuliang right here and now, seize all his resources, then, from now on, everyone in the world chat would be the ones envying them. The thought alone allowed greed to consume their minds, leaving no room for other considerations. Some of them even began breathing heavily. In truth, the moment they accidentally stumbled upon Su Qing's territory and discovered she was with Zhang Wuliang, many had already begun plotting in secret. This moment presented their perfect opportunity. Zhang Wuliang had sensed their movements and couldn't help but frown slightly. Over time, Zhang Wuliang had cultivated an acute sense of vigilance. He had noticed them long ago and recognized their hostile intentions. "What are you still doing here? Do you expect me to invite you to stay for dinner?" Zhang Wuliang's words were icy cold. But since these men had already made up their minds, they weren't about to be dissuaded by a few words from Zhang Wuliang. "Hey, big shot Zhang Wuliang, dinner's not necessary. We're not beggars needing your handouts. If you're feeling generous, why not just hand over some of the goodies you got from taking down that world boss?" The man's blunt words only solidified Zhang Wuliang's suspicions. Moreover, the others behind him showed no sign of panic. Instead, they followed their leader, steadily closing in on Zhang Wuliang. Their intent was clear, to gang up on him and seize his resources. But Zhang Wuliang remained utterly unfazed, even dismissing them entirely. A sneer crossed his face. "And what if I refuse? Do you really think you could take it from me by force?" These individuals had initially hoped to save face by appearing accommodating. None wished to sever ties outright from the outset. However, Zhang Wuliang's words were undoubtedly a provocation, instantly stripping them of any pretense. Some of the hot-tempered ones even started cursing outright. "Damn it! Zhang Wuliang, let me tell you this, we went through a lot to get here today, and it's all for your good stuff. If you know what's good for you, hand it over now. Don't push us to fight you." Heh, no need to get so rough. After all, he is a master-level pet beast owner. Having a bit of temper is only natural. But even if he is a master-level pet beast owner, so what? There's plenty of us here. Taking down one master-level pet beast shouldn't be a problem, right? The others chimed in agreement. The air thickened with murderous intent. Were it not for their lingering apprehension toward Zhang Wuliang, they would have attacked immediately. Zhang Wuliang snorted in boredom and amusement. "Done with the charade, huh?" He gave them a cold glance before speaking slowly. "I'll give you 3 breaths to get the hell out of here. Otherwise, wherever you go, you'll leave your lives behind." Zhang Wuliang's words were nothing short of blunt. Arrogant. This arrogance was beyond belief. Zhang Wuliang's words ignited the crowd's fury completely, erasing any last shred of restraint. "Fine. If that's how you want it, then you're truly courting death. Looks like he really doesn't give a damn about us either. If that's the case, I don't think we need to hold back anymore. I say we shouldn't hold back any longer either. Let's just get this over with, brothers." Seeing how reckless these men were, Zhang Wuliang shook his head helplessly. He had given them a chance, but they hadn't known how to seize it. So those 6 words, "You've chosen your own path to death," Zhang Wuliang would return them to them exactly as spoken. The air thickened with the stench of gunpowder. Su Qing, watching from the sidelines, felt her heart clench with anxiety. She certainly didn't want these people to actually start fighting. She quickly interjected, "Don't fight. Don't forget, this is my territory. I know you're all powerful, but think about it, no matter how strong you are, you can't possibly be stronger than the world boss, right? Big shot Zhang Wuliang managed to drive off the world boss. You guys aren't his match either. Best not to cross him." Su Qing had intended to persuade them. But her tone was decidedly unpleasant. Her intention was to dissuade them from challenging big shot Zhang Wuliang. Knowing his strength, she was certain they'd come out on the losing end. But when Su Qing spoke, it only fueled their competitive spirit. "You little brat, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to us like that? Oomph. We might not be able to take down a world boss, but with all of us here, you think we can't handle you lot?" Zhang Wuliang shielded Su Qing behind him. He could see greed had completely clouded their judgment. To prevent Su Qing from getting caught in the crossfire, Zhang Wuliang suggested she stay out of the fray. "Fine. Since you insist on fighting, I'll give you a chance." Before Zhang Wuliang could finish his sentence, someone couldn't hold back and struck first. "I'll test you first." With a furious roar, the man unleashed his beast companion. A beast resembling a lion opened its gaping maw and lunged at Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang wasn't the least bit worried. In fact, he didn't even want to send out his own beast. This level of opponent wasn't even worth his pet's effort. He raised his right hand, and a long sword materialized in his grasp. With a swift motion, he swung it forward. Instantly, a sword chi tens of meters long roared forward. In the blink of an eye, the blade energy collided with the pet beast. Boom! Another deafening explosion erupted. The pet beast didn't even have time to react before being completely engulfed by the sword energy. In the blink of an eye, the beast was reduced to nothing but debris by the sword energy. The sheer power of that sword energy left everyone present utterly stunned. What they never could have imagined was, after all, their very survival depended on their pet beasts. In this world of pet beasts, their companions were their greatest reliance. Yet now, Zhang Wuliang had slain a pet beast without relying on his own. And that sword energy he just unleashed? Had they entered a cultivation realm? How could such a thing exist? Seeing the crowd suddenly wilt, Zhang Wuliang continued, "Anyone else want to take me on? Come at me all at once. I, Zhang Wuliang, will face you all one by one." This time, not a single person present dared to move. Many had witnessed Zhang Wuliang's power firsthand and knew they were no match for him. Zhang Wuliang thought this group would finally settle down, but immediately, a middle-aged man stepped forward. Don't be afraid of him. He's just bluffing. What's so impressive about killing an ordinary beast pet? With so many of us here, and so many powerful beasts, how could we possibly fail to take you down? Zhang Wuliang paused, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man, filled with amusement. Oh? Then tell me, what fate awaits me? Zhang Wuliang asked calmly. The man repeated his old refrain, "Zhang Wuliang, let me tell you this. There are so many of us, and each of us has a pet beast. If you really push us to the limit, we'll unleash our pet beasts together. Then, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to withstand it." Though the argument was trite, the middle-aged man's words still made everyone present perk up. Right. Their greatest advantage was their numbers. If they unleashed their pets together, no matter how powerful Zhang Wuliang was, he couldn't possibly withstand it. With that realization, everyone present unleashed their pets. Good. Good. Zhang Wuliang's expression darkened completely. These fools really don't know when to quit. Then none of you will live. The middle-aged man roared furiously, "Kill them all." At his roar, the pet beasts of everyone present charged toward Zhang Wuliang. There were over a dozen of these pets, most of them ferocious beasts that could easily overpower any ordinary pet under normal circumstances. Zhang Wuliang remained unperturbed. It seemed he was about to teach these people how to spell the word death. Zhang Wuliang did not move. Suddenly, a figure materialized behind him. A figure cloaked entirely in black robes, its features utterly obscured. Yet the aura emanating from him sent a chill down the spines of all present. The middle-aged man and his companions also noticed the figure, their expressions shifting slightly. They had no idea where this figure had materialized from, but the aura emanating from him made it clear to them that his strength was absolutely terrifying. Yet now, they had no retreat. They could only grit their teeth and press on. Don't panic. Stay calm. What are these ghostly things to us? The group still commanded their pet beasts to charge forward. But the figure in black robes was no pushover. With a flick of his right hand, a long blade materialized in his grasp, and he swung it forward with a mighty chop. Hum! A sudden, explosive ring of steel echoed through the air as razor-sharp blades of energy whistled toward the pet beasts. In the blink of an eye, the beasts were engulfed by the blade energy. Immediately followed by a dazzling flurry of blade energy, the bodies of these beasts exploded one after another, reduced to piles of shattered flesh. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen beasts were slaughtered by the figure in black robes. This terrifying spectacle sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen pet beasts were all slain by the opponent. What kind of power is this? Only now did they finally understand why Zhang Wuliang had been so confident. It turned out that such a formidable presence had been concealed right beside him all along. The thought that they had just moments ago considered confronting Zhang Wuliang sent a chill down their spines. Thankfully they hadn't actually made a move just now, otherwise, they would be the ones dead right now. At that moment, the figure in black robes slowly turned, fixing its gaze upon the assembled crowd. When they clearly saw the figure's face, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. It turned out that this black-robed figure wasn't human at all, it was a beast companion. This beast of burden looked extremely eerie, its entire body cloaked in black robes, its face covered by a hideous ghost mask, and its hand gripping a long, coldly gleaming blade. It radiated a chilling aura. This beast was none other than Zhang Wuliang's ghostly messenger. Hovering in midair like a specter, it fixed its blood-red eyes coldly upon everyone present. Those caught in its gaze felt a chill run down their spines, as if being stared down by a peerless beast of prey. They knew they stood no chance against this beast. To fight now would be nothing short of suicide. With that realization, they dared not linger a moment longer and turned to flee in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire crowd vanished without a trace. Not a single soul dared look back, for they knew turning back meant certain death. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wuliang's face twisted into a cold, contemptuous sneer. These people were truly cowards who bullied the weak and feared the strong. But Zhang Wuliang wasn't about to let them off so easily. Not a single one escapes. Eliminate them all. Zhang Wuliang coldly issued his command. As his voice faded, the Ghost Reaper moved. Its form transformed into a streak of black light, chasing after the fleeing figures. Its speed was blindingly fast, catching up to them in the blink of an eye. Ah! Amidst waves of agonized screams, the group fell one by one beneath the Ghost Reaper's blade, not a single survivor left. Within minutes, dozens of people were slaughtered by the Ghost Messenger. Su Qing stared at the sudden sea of corpses, a chill running down her spine. Chapter 108, More arrive, rules are set. Su Qing stood frozen in place, her body trembling slightly. Zhang Wuliang thought she'd been scared senseless again. But that shouldn't be the case after all, Su Qing had seen him slaughter before. Could it be she still wasn't prepared? Zhang Wuliang felt compelled to remind her, seizing the opportunity to teach Su Qing a lesson. Su Qing, you should know me. I don't provoke others unless provoked. But anyone who dares set foot on my territory don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Wuliang's gaze swept over Su Qing. Seeing her body tremble again, he softened his tone. Su Qing, what I'm about to say, I want you to remember deep in your heart. In this world, no, in this universe, resources are everything. And human hearts? They might be more terrifying than tigers, leopards, jackals, or wolves. Those people just now? For profit, they'd even turn on their own kind. To put it bluntly, they're nothing but a bunch of inhuman scum. If you were still the person you used to be, what do you think would become of you? Su Qing shuddered violently. She finally understood why Zhang Wuliang had always guarded against her. In this unfamiliar and brutal world, resources are everything. And human hearts? They might be more terrifying than tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves. Just now, those people dared to harm their own kind for profit. To put it bluntly, they're a bunch of inhuman scum. If she were still the person she used to be, her fate. No, more accurately, if Zhang Wuliang hadn't possessed extraordinary strength, his fate. The thought sent cold sweat trickling down Su Qing's back. After scavenging the area, the Ghost Messenger placed all the looted resources into Zhang Wuliang's backpack before silently returning to stand behind him, still as a statue. As if it hadn't just unleashed a bloodbath moments before. Zhang Wuliang turned to gaze at the corpses littering the ground, sinking back into deep thought. This group had come knocking, putting on quite a show. It confirmed the very fears he had harbored. Fortunately, these men weren't particularly strong. Thus, despite their numbers, they posed no real threat to Zhang Wuliang. Yet they had gotten one thing right. No matter how formidable Zhang Wuliang might be, he could never possibly be strong enough to fight 10, 1,000, or 10,000 alone. Zhang Wuliang's gaze swept once more over the dense cluster of wormholes nearby. These wormholes had all appeared after the cataclysmic changes in the heavens and earth. This wormhole served as the sole passage connecting this domain to the outside world. As long as this wormhole existed, people would forever be able to pass through it and enter this domain. Thus, his domain would inevitably be exposed sooner or later. Zhang Wuliang furrowed his brow, contemplating countermeasures. It seems I have no choice but to destroy the wormhole. Zhang Wuliang murmured. The thought barely formed before he dismissed it. While destroying the wormhole would prevent others from entering this territory, it would also completely isolate the domain from the outside world. That was not the outcome Zhang Wuliang desired. After all, though the territory was sizable, its resources were severely limited. To develop the territory, trade with the outside world was essential. How could he possibly trade with the outside world if the wormhole were destroyed? Moreover, Zhang Wuliang understood all too well. As the world changed, dangers would only multiply. Relying solely on his own strength, it would be difficult to protect this territory. Therefore, recruiting talent is the most urgent task. And these individuals could only be recruited from outside. At this thought, Zhang Wuliang's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he conceived a plan that would both preserve the wormhole and ensure the territory's security. That was to establish trials. Only those who passed the trials would be granted entry into this territory. This way, he could filter out those who were utterly loyal to him. Those seeking to take advantage of the situation would be shut out. With strict oversight, at least some of the ill-intentioned could be weeded out. As time passes, his influence will only grow stronger. By then, even if someone harbors treacherous thoughts, they won't amount to much. A faint smile touched Zhang Wuliang's lips at this thought. He turned to Su Qing and said calmly, Su Qing, your next task is to guard this wormhole and block anyone attempting to enter the territory. Su Qing froze. So this is what big shot Zhang Wuliang meant. For her to act as his gatekeeper? But this task is far too daunting, isn't it? Was Lord Zhang Wuliang truly entrusting such a crucial task to her? After all, this wormhole was the sole passage connecting the domain to the outside world. If she failed to guard it properly and allowed someone with ill intent to slip through, the consequences would be unimaginable. Especially if it's entrusted to Su Qing, whose abilities are rather limited. Su Qing's pet beast only possesses the ability to cloak itself, its actual combat prowess is negligible. Sweat beaded on Su Qing's palms as she looked up at Zhang Wuliang, her words stumbling out, Master Wuliang, I am afraid I won't be able to handle it. Zhang Wuliang offered a faint smile, gently patting Su Qing's shoulder. It's fine. Don't worry, I'm here, aren't I? I'll help you build this territory, and I'll teach you some life-saving skills. Hearing Zhang Wuliang's words, Su Qing finally exhaled in relief. With a big shot like Zhang Wuliang backing her, her confidence soared. But soon, another question crossed Su Qing's mind. Big shot Wuliang, how am I supposed to test them? Zhang Wuliang smiled faintly and said, you needn't worry about that. I'll give you a standard for testing them. Just test them according to that standard. Su Qing nodded, then realized her domain was only a basic territory, rated at level 2. While it could accommodate a considerable number of people, its defensive measures were far from perfect. To prevent those new beast masters from causing trouble, Su Qing needed to reinforce her domain properly. Only then could her domain serve as Zhang Wuliang's outpost, helping him ward off many risks. But fortifying the domain required substantial resources. The resources Su Qing had just acquired were dwindling after the recent battle. Moreover, she needed to cultivate her own pet beasts, making resources increasingly scarce. A look of concern crossed Su Qing's face, and Zhang Wuliang instantly saw through her thoughts. What's the matter? Worried about insufficient resources? Su Qing nodded. Zhang Wuliang laughed heartily. Don't worry about that. Didn't I tell you I'd help you? I may not have much, but I've got resources to spare. With that, Zhang Wuliang casually pulled out a pile of resources from his backpack. To Zhang Wuliang, these items weren't particularly useful anyway. Better to give them to Su Qing so she could use them to fortify her territory. Zhang Wuliang casually pulled out another large pile of resources from his backpack. Su Qing stared at Zhang Wuliang in utter astonishment. This much? Does big shot Zhang Wuliang have more resources than he can ever use? Su Qing was momentarily speechless. Zhang Wuliang smiled faintly and handed all the resources to Su Qing. But it wasn't over yet. Zhang Wuliang knew full well that even with all these resources, Su Qing probably wouldn't be able to figure it out. So he decided to go the extra mile. Over the next few days, Zhang Wuliang remained in Su Qing's territory, helping her fortify it. With Zhang Wuliang's assistance, Su Qing's territory underwent a dramatic transformation. Zhang Wuliang first helped Su Qing construct numerous traps throughout the territory. These traps came in many varieties: bear traps, spike pits, falling rocks, poison arrows. Each trap possessed immense destructive power. Once triggered, even seasoned wild pets would suffer a heavy blow. Su Qing stared at the traps in utter amazement. She had heard of other domains setting traps to defend against outsiders before. But those traps were crude, nothing more than simple pits or wooden spikes. Compared to the traps in Su Qing's territory, those were nothing more than child's play. Su Qing had never seen such a variety of traps before. She never imagined she'd one day possess such an array herself. With these traps, Su Qing's domain's defenses had been elevated by at least several tiers. Beyond the traps, Zhang Wuliang also helped Su Qing install surveillance systems around the territory. These devices could detect any movement near the borders. The moment someone approached, they would immediately sound an alarm. This allowed Su Qing to spot enemies early and prepare her defenses. In just a few short days, Su Qing's territory had been completely transformed, its defenses vastly strengthened. During this period, several individuals unexpectedly arrived at Su Qing's territory through wormholes. These individuals possessed considerable strength, with their pet beasts all boasting advanced potential and levels of 15 or higher. But Zhang Wuliang, standing beside Su Qing, scared them all away. Are you kidding? These individuals were well aware of just how terrifying Zhang Wuliang's strength was. If not for the advantage of numbers, who would dare challenge him in a one-on-one fight? With Zhang Wuliang present, how could they possibly dare enter Su Qing's territory? If they angered Zhang Wuliang, they'd be in for a world of trouble. In just a few short days, Su Qing's territory had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had its defenses been significantly strengthened, but its scale had also expanded considerably. Zhang Wuliang even helped Su Qing construct living facilities within the territory, making it feel more like a genuine home. Beyond Su Qing's domain, Zhang Wuliang hadn't neglected his own territory either. He had meticulously crafted the wormhole entrance connecting his domain to Su Qing's. This wormhole served as the sole passage connecting Zhang Wuliang's domain to the outside world. Although Zhang Wuliang wasn't worried about anyone sneaking into his territory. Just in case, Zhang Wuliang had deployed numerous traps and security devices at the wormhole entrance. These traps and security systems were even more formidable than those within Su Qing's domain. Even a seasoned wild beast would suffer severe injuries if it triggered these traps. Zhang Wuliang even stationed vigilant beasts around the wormhole perimeter. For instance, he instructed the Spider Queen to dig additional concealed burrows nearby. Should anyone approach the wormhole, the small spiders lurking within would immediately launch their attack. Beyond these measures, Zhang Wuliang also had fire iguanas patrol the vicinity. Fire lizards possessed extremely high vigilance. The slightest disturbance would instantly put them on alert. With these beasts patrolling the area, Zhang Wuliang could rest easy. With the strength of these pets, they could handle the vast majority of threats. This arrangement allowed Zhang Wuliang to focus on developing his abilities without distraction. Meanwhile, Su Qing focused daily on dealing with the beast masters who ventured into her territory. Interacting with these individuals, as per Zhang Wuliang's instructions, served to test their abilities and character. Su Qing was actually quite socially anxious and disliked interacting with strangers. Yet she willingly accepted this task assigned by Zhang Wuliang. Su Qing wouldn't call herself a saint, but she hoped that through her own efforts, the beast masters arriving here could unite to defend against external threats. She didn't want them fighting each other over petty gains, turning on one another. So she found the current situation quite satisfactory. As more people arrived, Su Qing gradually began to sense trouble brewing. Despite Zhang Wuliang's intimidating presence, no one had dared cause trouble within the territory so far. However, countless individuals begged Su Qing daily, desperate to meet the formidable figure known as Zhang Wuliang. These individuals all hoped to latch onto Zhang Wuliang's coattails to survive in this perilous world. Beyond those seeking an audience with Zhang Wuliang, another group pleaded with Su Qing for resources. This group possessed weaker abilities and lower-tier spirit beasts, making their survival in the wilderness exceptionally difficult. Having heard that Su Qing's territory held abundant resources, they flocked to beg for assistance. Faced with this crowd, Su Qing felt torn. She wasn't one to turn people away easily, but the resources within her domain were finite. If everyone came begging for resources, the domain supplies would inevitably be depleted. Moreover, Su Qing feared that once she set this precedent, even more people would come begging for resources in the future. Wouldn't that lead to chaos within the domain? Su Qing felt as if she were facing a crowd of beggars. This group came begging her daily, driving her to the brink of exhaustion. Su Qing had once tried discussing this matter with Zhang Wuliang. But Zhang Wuliang merely smiled faintly and said, "These matters, you should handle them yourself." Zhang Wuliang knew full well that as the population within the domain grew, governance would become increasingly troublesome. Su Qing's face immediately fell. Leave it to her to figure out? What good solution could she possibly come up with? Seeing Su Qing's troubled expression, Zhang Wuliang chuckled, "Alright, I'll help you figure something out." Su Qing's eyes lit up. "You really have a solution?" "Of course I do. Don't you know who I am?" Zhang Wuliang chuckled. In fact, he had already considered this issue before. "Actually, it's quite simple," he said. "You just need to establish some rules and enforce them strictly." "Rules?" Su Qing frowned slightly. "Exactly," Zhang Wuliang nodded. "For instance, you could stipulate that each person can only gather a certain amount of resources within the territory each day. Beyond that limit, no further gathering is permitted. That way, those who want more resources will have to go outside to find them. Moreover, you could stipulate that anyone wishing to gather resources within the territory must contribute to its development. For instance, you could allow people to earn contribution points by building defensive structures or patrolling the territory. And contribution points would be the only way to exchange for resources. This way, those seeking resources would have to put in some effort." Su Qing's eyes lit up upon hearing Zhang Wuliang's words. This is a brilliant solution. This approach would prevent trouble while motivating those seeking resources to work for them. With these rules in place, management would become much more straightforward. Chapter 109, Su Qing takes charge of management rules or rules. Zhang Wuliang explained everything to Su Qing in great detail. With a plan in mind, Su Qing immediately set about formulating the rules. Once refined and finalized, she carved a wooden plaque inscribed with all the regulations. She placed it at the entrance to her domain, ensuring every beastmaster who entered through the wormhole could see it. She made it abundantly clear. If anyone failed to abide by the rules, she would expel them immediately. All of this had been reviewed and approved by Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang was quite satisfied after reviewing them. However, he remained far from optimistic about the ultimate effectiveness of these measures. "Big brother Zhang Wuliang, is there anything else you're concerned about?" Su Qing could see what was troubling Zhang Wuliang. Truthfully, she felt uncertain herself. Seeing the frown on his face, she quickly asked, fearing potential complications down the line. Zhang Wuliang pondered briefly before turning back to Su Qing with a faint smile. "Nothing. Don't worry too much. Besides what we just discussed, I've thought of one more thing to arrange for you." When the beastmasters who had just passed through the wormhole arrived at the entrance to Su Qing's territory, they all noticed the wooden sign covered in new rules. Curiosity drew them closer to take a look. However, after actually reading the contents on the sign, many of them immediately turned grim. "What do you mean just in case? We worked hard to get here, why limit how much resources we can obtain?" "Exactly. Isn't trading supposed to be free? It's just like bartering in the marketplace. Why are you imposing all these demands?" Su Qing sat awkwardly on the small wooden table and chair she'd deliberately set up by the entrance. She had anticipated this backlash from the start. But now, with nearly everyone bellowing at her at the top of their lungs, it genuinely startled the socially awkward young girl. Especially since many of them clearly looked like the type you wouldn't want to mess with. She didn't possess the unflappable composure or formidable strength of a big shot like Zhang Wuliang. So Su Qing felt somewhat uneasy inside. But these people couldn't care less about that. Even though she was just a girl standing before them, they still bore a menacing look. You're going to give us an explanation today. What explanation? She should just burn that damn wooden plaque right now. Exactly. What's with all these stinking rules? They had come here seeking to barter with the powerful Zhang Wuliang or to gain his protection. Now Su Qing dared to restrict their access to resources, demanding they trade labor or other goods for what Master Zhang Wuliang had to offer. Who would be happy with that? It felt like they were being forced into labor. How was this any different from the pet beasts forced to labor within the territories of beast masters? The situation was escalating rapidly. Naturally, some individuals relished stirring up trouble, constantly fanning the flames. Or perhaps these individuals were simply opportunists looking to stir up trouble. After all, though Zhang Wuliang was powerful, he couldn't keep his eyes on this place at all times. While there was little to gain from the big shot Zhang Wuliang himself, the sight of Su Qing's territory with its gleaming new structures and visibly formidable traps made their mouths water. If they could get their hands on these things, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. Su Qing stood facing this crowd for a long while. She wasn't the type to raise her voice, and it took ages before anyone could barely make out her whisper-thin voice. I know you find it troublesome. But first, you must understand one thing, this is my territory. I know most of you are here for the big shot Zhang Wuliang, but if you want to stay here whether seeking help or trading goods, you all must abide by the rules of my territory. By the time Su Qing finished speaking, her voice cracked with newfound conviction. At least she felt she'd been incredibly brave. Yet her words had little effect. Immediately, someone shouted back, I don't care. I just want more resources. Yeah, we want more resources too. You little brat, think you can boss us around? Get lost. Go fetch big shot Zhang Wuliang. As the shouting grew louder, the atmosphere on the scene instantly turned tense. Even with her temperament, Su Qing couldn't tolerate this group causing trouble again and again. Moreover, she understood clearly. If she couldn't rein these people in, order within the territory would completely break down. I've made myself perfectly clear, rules are rules. If you refuse to follow them, don't expect to stay here. Su Qing's voice was equally loud. As the saying goes, anger makes one's voice sharp. She stared at the group, showing no sign of backing down. It proved the saying true. If the other party perceives you as weak, then no matter what you say, they'll dismiss it as mere cuteness. This was precisely the predicament Su Qing now faced. But these people had seriously underestimated Su Qing. They assumed she was just a woman, easy to push around. But in reality, several men immediately strode toward Su Qing. They clearly intended to use force, hoping to coerce Su Qing into submission and seize the resources within her territory. Yet as these men advanced toward her, Su Qing's expression remained unflinching. She appeared frail and delicate. But having established these rules, she was undoubtedly prepared. Just as they were about to lay a hand on Su Qing, a massive beast suddenly burst forth from the nearby bushes. Standing over 2 meters tall, it was covered in ice crystal armor. Its blood-red eyes, in particular, sent a chill down the spine. This was a pet beast specifically reserved for Su Qing by Zhang Wuliang, a level 39 ice spike beast. The ice spike beast charged into the crowd, its massive claws slashing down with brutal force. 2 sharp cracks echoed through the air. The 2 individuals at the very front had their arms severed clean off at the shoulder by the beast's claws, bones and all. Blood spurted wildly. The 2 men screamed in agony. They never imagined this seemingly delicate woman could pack such a punch. And this move played with such ruthless precision. Seeing the 2 severed arms on the ground and the 2 men writhing in agony, the crowd, which had been seething with anger moments ago, instantly fell silent and quieted down. Only then did they realize this woman was far from the fragile, helpless figure she appeared to be. Su Qing stared coldly at the crowd and declared, I've already made it clear, rules are rules. Since you refuse to abide by them, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 110, those 2 must be up to something. The crowd that had been shouting moments ago fell silent as chickens. They finally understood this woman was no pushover. If they pushed her too far, she wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Seeing the crowd settle down, Su Qing waved her hand, signaling the ice spike beast to retreat into the bushes. She, too, turned and walked into the territory. Only after Su Qing's figure vanished completely from sight did someone dare whisper under their breath, damn it, that woman is ruthless. Exactly. We're fellow humans, after all. How dare she treat us like this? Oomph. If you're not satisfied, go find big shot Zhang Wuliang. Ask him if he'd tolerate his woman treating you like this. Someone retorted sarcastically. At that remark, the murmuring crowd fell instantly silent. Though they harbored resentment toward Su Qing, none dared to complain to Zhang Wuliang. If they angered Zhang Wuliang and got kicked out, it would be a loss far greater than any gain. In the shadows, Zhang Wuliang watched Su Qing handle the entire situation and nodded with satisfaction. He had previously worried that this woman's personality was too weak to command respect from these people. Now it seemed he had overthought it. Su Qing had matured considerably, far more than when he first met her. While retaining her thoughtful nature, she had also learned to be ruthless when necessary. In this brutal world, relentless kindness only harms oneself. That Su Qing could recognize this so quickly and adapt accordingly. Such a woman was worthy of being his partner. Zhang Wuliang did not reveal himself but departed directly. The turmoil had temporarily subsided. Though some harbored resentment toward Su Qing, they dared not voice it openly. After all, they were well aware that with the backing of the formidable Zhang Wuliang, this woman was not someone they could afford to provoke. As for the new beastmasters arriving in this territory, Su Qing had also assigned them tasks. Some were tasked with constructing dwellings, others with reclaiming wasteland, and still others with scouting for resources. Though they were working for Su Qing, she did not shortchange them. They were provided with food, lodging, and wages. Of course, these provisions were ultimately funded by Zhang Wuliang. This puzzled everyone. Strange. If Zhang Wuliang is funding the resources, why is he building Su Qing's domain? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. Could it be that Su Qing and big shot Zhang Wuliang have? You mean that kind of relationship? Oh, I get it. You know what? It could totally be possible. People murmured curiously. But before they could finish, someone nearby covered their mouth. Shut up. Don't you want to live anymore? How dare you say such things? The person who had been speaking so freely immediately shrunk back, too afraid to continue. Though there was no proof, anyone with eyes could see that Su Qing and Zhang Wuliang shared an unusual bond. Otherwise, Zhang Wuliang wouldn't have gone to such lengths to help Su Qing. Yet everyone understood. In these chaotic times, though everyone was struggling to survive, they were still human with their own desires. Su Qing was a rare beauty, while Zhang Wuliang possessed both power and resources, not to mention his handsome looks. A man like that, no matter where he went, would inevitably attract women. It was only natural that something might develop between them. It was simply not something openly discussed. Su Qing, who happened to be passing by, initially considered stepping forward to clarify. But upon second thought, she realized that the more she tried to explain, the worse it would look. She decided to pretend she hadn't seen anything and quickly walked away. Besides, a faint blush spread across Su Qing's cheeks. Did she not mind others speculating about her relationship with Zhang Wuliang? At this thought, Su Qing's cheeks flushed slightly and she quickened her pace to leave. Even she couldn't quite articulate what she felt for Zhang Wuliang. At first, she had followed Zhang Wuliang seeking protection. After all, in these chaotic times, it was incredibly difficult for a woman to survive alone. But as she got to know him, Zhang Wuliang proved different from other men. Especially after he saved her multiple times and helped her, giving her that feeling of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. From that moment on, Su Qing harbored an unusual affection for Zhang Wuliang in her heart. Yet she knew her own abilities were mediocre, even a liability, and that she was unworthy of Zhang Wuliang. Therefore, she never revealed her feelings, merely keeping Zhang Wuliang planted in the deepest recesses of her heart. Now, hearing others speak of him this way, she found herself not angry, but strangely pleased. Su Qing quickened her pace and hurried away. But her bashful demeanor, as seen by the crowd, carried a different meaning entirely. Damn, did you see that? Su Qing's face turned red. Yeah, I got it on camera. I knew it. Su Qing must be hooking up with Zhang Wuliang. Otherwise, she wouldn't be making that face. Tisk, lucky Zhang Wuliang, he actually managed to snag such a gorgeous woman. Gossip is human nature. After everyone had thoroughly dissected Su Qing and Zhang Wuliang's relationship, the conversation shifted back to Zhang Wuliang himself. Come to think of it, we've been following Su Qing for so long, yet we've never actually seen the big shot Zhang Wuliang. Yeah, I'm curious, where exactly is big shot Zhang Wuliang's territory? Is it nearby? No way. There's only that one wormhole nearby. We checked it out before, it's just primeval forest, completely uninhabited. How could there be a territory there? Besides, given big shot Zhang Wuliang's status, his territory must be somewhere truly prosperous. A backwater like ours? Big shot Zhang Wuliang wouldn't give it a second glance. Some speculated about the location of Zhang Wuliang's domain, while others countered. Don't forget, just a couple days ago, someone went through that wormhole and lost their life. At this, the crowd fell silent. Only then did they recall that a few days prior, someone had indeed ventured into that wormhole, hoping to see what lay within. But once they went in, they never came back. Later, someone mustered the courage to search for them, only to find the person's corpse. Judging by the marks on the body, the person must have stumbled into some kind of trap and been killed outright. The trap was exceptionally vicious. After seeing the body, no one dared venture further into the unknown. Why would there be traps around that wormhole? Yeah, who in their right mind would set traps in a place like that? Unless someone deliberately set it up. Are you suggesting the other side of that wormhole is Zhang Wuliang's territory? The group suddenly understood, exchanging glances. It's highly likely. And to prevent anyone from entering, Lord Zhang Wuliang set up traps around it? At this suggestion, the way everyone looked at the speaker changed. Damn, bro, that's some wild thinking. I think it's highly likely. Otherwise, why would there be traps in that place? And don't forget, we've been following Su Qing for so long and never once seen Zhang Wuliang. Maybe big shot Zhang Wuliang lives right at the edge of that wormhole, we just don't know it. The more they talked, the more convincing it sounded. They gazed toward the wormhole, their eyes burning with fervor. Chapter 111, Trying to catch a chicken, only to lose a handful of rice. If that's true, does that mean we have a chance to enter Zhang Wuliang's territory? At that thought, everyone held their breath. What had they been following Su Qing for all this time? Wasn't it to find Zhang Wuliang's domain and reap some benefits? Now that the chance was right before them, how could they not be tempted? I think it's worth a try. We'll sneak over late tonight to check it out. Exactly. Be careful, though. We shouldn't trigger any traps. If we can just get inside Zhang Wuliang's territory, we'll be set for life. I heard Zhang Wuliang's territory is littered with treasures. Just grabbing a few would be enough to last us a lifetime. The group grew more and more excited as they talked. They seemed to have already forgotten that just 2 days ago, one of their comrades had died in that wormhole. In the face of immense profit, human greed expands without limit. Even their own lives become expendable. Alright, it's settled. We'll move out in the dead of night. Be careful, don't trigger any traps. Don't worry. With this many of us, we can handle any danger that comes our way. After finalizing their plans, the group dispersed. All that remained was to await the late-night operation. Late at night. The moonlight was dim, and it was pitch black. A dozen shadowy figures crept stealthily toward the wormhole. Daring not to turn on their lights, they could only rely on the faint moonlight to observe their surroundings. The wormhole was protected by a sturdy wall. The wall stood about 3 meters tall, topped with electric fencing. The security seemed extremely tight. Seeing this, the group couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. How are we supposed to get over a wall this high? Yeah, and there's electric wire on top. What if we get electrocuted? The group exchanged nervous glances, momentarily at a loss. Just then, one of them stepped forward. Don't forget what my innate talent is. Hearing this, all eyes turned to him. Your innate talent is slow ascension? Exactly. The man nodded. My talent allows me to slowly float through the air. Carrying you all over this wall won't be difficult at all. Hearing this, the group's eyes lit up. Right. How could we have forgotten you had this talent? Brother, we're counting on you this time. Once we enter Zhang Wuliang's territory, you'll be the one with the most credit. The man's face lit up with pride. No problem, no problem. We're all brothers here sharing blessings and facing hardships together. With that, he activated his ability, his body slowly rising into the air. Under everyone's gaze, he ascended to the top of the wall. Then he beckoned to the others. Come on up, I'll pull you over. The others immediately approached, and with his assistance, they all climbed to the top of the wall. Gazing at the wormhole before them, their faces flushed with excitement. It really is a wormhole. We found the right place. Then there's no doubt about it, the other side must be Zhang Wuliang's territory. Otherwise, they wouldn't have set up such a tight security perimeter here. We still need to be careful. If the other side really is Zhang Wuliang's territory, then this place. Shu, keep your voice down. Stop talking nonsense. If you're scared, you can go back now. The group leapt over the wall. After landing, they surveyed their surroundings. The area around the wormhole was completely empty, devoid of anything. It didn't seem like there was any danger either. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like those rumors were all lies. What danger could this place possibly hold? Now I get it. Maybe Zhang Wuliang spread those rumors on purpose to keep people away. Exactly. Let's not waste any more time, let's hurry into the wormhole. With that, the group began walking toward the wormhole. Just then. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of whistling sounds pierced the air. Countless steel pellets flew in from all directions. Damn it, it's a trap. The crowd's faces paled as they tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Screams erupted in rapid succession. The steel pellets poured down like a torrential rain upon the crowd. Some didn't even have time to scream before collapsing in pools of blood. The dozen or so people who had been full of life moments ago were instantly still. Only the one who had awakened the slow ascension talent, floating in midair, narrowly escaped the carnage. Hovering midair, he stared down at his fallen comrades, trembling with fear. What the hell is going on? What the hell is this? A rustling sound caught his attention. He whipped his head around. Emerging from the darkness was a colossal beast. Resembling a lizard, its body was covered in black scales that glinted with a sinister coldness under the moonlight. Its eyes, like blood-red lanterns, fixed intently on the man suspended in midair. A constant hissing sound emanated from its mouth. It looked utterly terrifying. The man was so terrified he nearly wet himself. Don't come any closer. He shouted while activating his innate ability, slowly drifting away. However, the pet beast's speed was astonishingly fast. With a sudden leap off the ground, it shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, lunging toward the man. The man let out a terrified scream. But it was utterly useless. In the next instant, the beast opened its gaping maw and sank its teeth viciously into the man's body. A bone-chilling crunch echoed through the air. The man's body was instantly torn in two by the beast. Blood spurted forth like a fountain. Soon, the screams ceased. His eyes bulged wide with terror, his final gaze fixed on the beast before his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. The beast swallowed the man whole, licked its lips with lingering satisfaction, then turned its gaze toward the corpses. Like ravenous wolves charging into a sheep pen, it began to devour them with frenzied abandon. Bones were crushed, flesh devoured. Before long, the dozen corpses were devoured clean by the beasts. Even the blood on the ground was licked clean. The beast belched contentedly before stretching out lazily, closing its eyes to digest its meal. At that moment, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was Zhang Wuliang. He approached the beast, gently stroking its head. The beast affectionately rubbed against the back of his hand. "Fire lizard, you've worked hard this time." Zhang Wuliang chuckled, then turned his gaze to the corpses littering the ground. "What rotten luck. I didn't invite you lot here, yet you insisted on coming to die. Isn't this like trying to steal a chicken only to lose a sack of rice?" Zhang Wuliang had naturally prepared for everything long ago. He knew that even with his simple defenses and barriers, it was still impossible to prevent some from discovering this wormhole. After all, under his warnings, Su Qing would never dare enter his territory without his knowledge. Henceforth, anyone daring to approach the wormhole and attempt to enter his domain through it would meet the same fate: death. Chapter 112, Still Underestimated. The fire iguana comfortably narrowed its eyes. Zhang Wuliang had nurtured the fire iguana for so long, investing vast resources. Now, the creature had evolved once more, gaining a new ability: flame laser. However, with enhanced abilities came a voracious appetite. Zhang Wuliang stared at the fire iguana as if it were a bottomless pit. He bent down to scavenge among the corpses. Though these were merely ordinary beast masters with limited resources, every little bit counted, nothing could be wasted. After stripping them clean of everything, Zhang Wuliang finally stood up. "Alright, fire lizard, these are all yours." At the command, the fire iguana perked up, opening its gaping maw to devour the feast. Zhang Wuliang reset the traps surrounding the wormhole. Each time these traps were wasted by others, Zhang Wuliang had to go back and set them up again. Once everything was in order, Zhang Wuliang returned to his territory. So far, the World Bulletin had yet to bring any new news: no information about new world boss raids, no appearance of new mines. The entire world seemed to have entered a brief period of peace. Yet Zhang Wuliang dared not relax for a moment. He sensed this was merely the calm before the storm. The world boss raids wouldn't stop here. Moreover, as time passed, those bosses would only grow stronger and more formidable. But there was one thing. Following the last worldwide assault, wild beasts had increased their raids on territories. Moreover, the wild beasts attacking now included more senior-level creatures. Other beastmasters in the world channel were all complaining bitterly about this. Damn it, this hellish world is getting harder to endure day by day. Yeah, ever since that last world raid, these wild pets have been getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, yesterday 2 veteran-level wild pets attacked my territory. My pets got injured, and even my cabin was destroyed. Holy crap, I got ambushed by 3 veteran-level wild pets yesterday. If I hadn't run fast, I'd be toast. When will this hellish life ever end? Zhang Wuliang watched the complaints and wails of other beast masters flooding the world channel, feeling utterly indifferent. What did the lives of others matter to him? If they still couldn't adapt to this dog-eat-dog world by now, that was the real tragedy. By then, Zhang Wuliang wouldn't need to look down on them, they wouldn't have the chance to see the world anymore. Just then, the ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Zhang Wuliang raised an eyebrow slightly and stepped outside. Looking out, he saw a vast, dark mass in the distance, another massive herd of wild pet beasts. Among these wild beasts, the lowest-tiered ones were the most numerous. Beyond them, a considerable number of elite-grade wild pets were also present. The most conspicuous were the 3 wild beasts standing at the very front. Their builds were noticeably larger than the others, and their auras were far more ferocious. All of them were veteran-grade wild pets. Zhang Wuliang narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze. 3 veteran-level wild pets had actually appeared this time? Over time, Zhang Wuliang had grown accustomed to this. Perhaps it was because his territory had grown increasingly powerful, making it easier to attract the attention of wild pet beast groups. Still, the appearance of 3 veteran-level beasts was somewhat unexpected. Could it be that, over time, the wild pet beast groups were also gradually growing stronger? A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Wuliang's eyes. Ah, whatever. No matter how many come, they'll all meet the same fate. With that thought, Zhang Wuliang immediately summoned the ghost messenger. With a flicker of ghostly light, the figure of the ghostly messenger slowly materialized. Its form now appeared more solid than before, its ghostly flames burning even more fiercely. Under Zhang Wuliang's cultivation, its power had grown considerably. Spotting Zhang Wuliang, the spectral messenger drifted over, circling affectionately around him. Zhang Wuliang reached out, gently touching the spectral messenger as he murmured, "Spectral messenger, prepare for battle." The spectral messenger emitted a low, mournful whimper, as if in response. Then, Zhang Wuliang led the ghost messenger out, ready to face the wild pet beasts. With Zhang Wuliang and the ghost messenger's current strength, the two of them alone were more than capable of handling the wild beast herd. The pack of wild beasts spotted Zhang Wuliang and immediately let out a series of deep growls, accelerating their charge. In the blink of an eye, they surged to the edge of Zhang Wuliang's territory. Zhang Wuliang stood at the edge of his territory, his expression cold as he watched the wild beasts. Just as the pack neared, the ghost messenger instantly split into three afterimages, each charging toward one of the three veteran-level wild pets. The ghost messenger was no longer what it once was. Not only had its power significantly increased, but it had also mastered a new skill. Phantom Clone manifest two clones possessing 50% of the original strength to fight alongside it. This newly mastered skill allowed the spectral messenger to project duplicates into battle. It was precisely because of this skill that the ghost messenger could simultaneously handle three veteran-level wild beasts. Three ghost messengers charged toward the three veteran-level wild beasts. The veteran-level wild beasts sensed the ghost messenger's formidable aura, letting out deep growls as they prepared for battle. In the blink of an eye, the ghost envoys collided with the three veteran-level wild beasts. A deafening roar instantly echoed throughout the entire territory. Zhang Wuliang stood by, observing the battle between the ghost messengers and the three veteran-level wild beasts. It must be said, these three veteran-level wild beasts were indeed formidable. Even in one-on-one combat, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Yet they faced the ghost messenger. The ghost messenger was not only immensely powerful but also moved with eerie agility and blinding speed. More importantly, it possessed three clones. Under the spectral messenger's relentless assault, the three veteran-level wild beasts quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Within mere minutes, their bodies were covered in wounds. They let out agonized roars, struggling to break free from the spectral messenger's attacks. Yet all their efforts proved futile. The spectral messenger offered them no chance whatsoever. After a few more minutes, the three veteran-level wild beasts finally collapsed, unable to endure any longer. A cloud of blood erupted from their bodies simultaneously, then they crashed heavily to the ground. Instant kill. Three veteran-level wild beasts, all instantly killed by the ghost messenger. Even Zhang Wuliang was taken aback. Damn, he didn't even have to lift a finger. Looks like he'd seriously underestimated the ghost messenger's power. Chapter 113, Big Shot Zhang Wuliang arrives. After dealing with these wild beasts, Zhang Wuliang traversed the wormhole and arrived at Su Qing's territory. Upon arrival, he witnessed a horde of wild pets attacking Su Qing's territory. Moreover, the scale of this wild pet beast horde was even larger than the one Zhang Wuliang had encountered in his own territory. He spotted 6 or 7 senior-tier wild pets alone. Countless lesser-tier nightlife beasts swarmed the area as well. This immediately sparked some doubts in Zhang Wuliang. Could it be that the size of these wild pet beast packs was related to the number of people within the territory? His own territory only had him, so the wild pet beast herd he encountered wasn't very large. In contrast, Su Qing's territory housed several people besides herself, resulting in larger wild pet beast groups. Despite this, Su Qing and her companions handled the encounters with relative ease. Strength in numbers meant each person could summon their own pet beast to fight. Zhang Wuliang watched from afar as Su Qing and the others had already summoned their pets, locked in fierce combat with the wild pet beast herd. Moreover, the traps Zhang Wuliang had set within Su Qing's territory proved immensely effective. As the wild beasts charged forward, they frequently triggered these traps. Some were impaled by massive spikes, others fell into deep pits, and still others were crushed by falling boulders. These traps caused considerable trouble for the wild pet beast horde and slowed their advance. It was precisely because of this that Su Qing and the others had managed to hold out until now. Yet despite the combined aid of numerous pet beasts and traps, Su Qing and her companions still appeared to be struggling. After all, the wild pet beast horde was overwhelmingly numerous, and several of them were seasoned-level beasts. These veteran-level beasts possessed formidable strength, making it difficult even for Su Qing's own pets to gain the upper hand against them. As time wore on, Su Qing and her companions gradually began to lose ground. Su Qing watched helplessly as the traps set up by Big Shot Zhang Wuliang within the territory were systematically destroyed by the wild pets. Some even charged recklessly, using their bodies to jam the traps and create openings for the beasts behind them to advance. This made resistance increasingly difficult, forcing the defensive line to retreat again and again. As the situation grew dire with some already being torn apart by beasts that had breached the defenses, the surrounding beast tamers panicked. After all, this territory wasn't even theirs to begin with. They were only guarding Su Qing's domain out of respect for the esteemed Zhang Wuliang, hoping for an opportunity to connect with him. Now that things were going south, many immediately started backing out. Damn it! There are so many wild pets, and they keep coming. How can we possibly hold them off? At this rate, we'll be swallowed whole by the wild pet horde. I'm outta here. This isn't my turf anyway. I'm bailing. Soon, several beast tamers threw in the towel. They recalled their pets and turned tail to flee. This abandonment of duty was no small matter. It tore a gaping hole in the defensive line. Don't leave. Hold on a little longer. Big Shot Zhang Wuliang might be back soon. Su Qing shouted urgently. Su Qing shouted urgently. But the beast tamers paid her no heed. They knew deep down they were no match for these wild beasts. Staying meant certain death. In the blink of an eye, the beast tamers vanished into the distance. Watching this unfold, a wave of despair washed over Su Qing. She knew that without these men, she and her single beast would not last 10 minutes in this territory. Su Qing, don't be foolish. Run with us. Better safe than sorry. The remaining beast masters, seeing Su Qing still hesitating, hurriedly urged her. No, I can't leave. Su Qing clenched her teeth and declared firmly. This is my territory. I will defend it. Seeing Su Qing's stubbornness, the beast tamers stopped trying to persuade her. Everyone had their own choices. Since Su Qing chose to stay and face certain death, there was no point in stopping her. So, these few beast masters recalled their pets and turned to flee. Only a handful of beast masters remained. These few had received considerable assistance from Su Qing recently. Their lives in their own territories had been difficult, but Su Qing and Zhang Wuliang had helped them greatly. So even in this dire situation, they were willing to stay and aid Su Qing. In an instant, only 2 beasts remained by Su Qing's side. Even with her own beast included, they had only 3 beasts. Yet they faced dozens of wild beasts. It was like trying to crack a nut with an egg or a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. Yet even so, Su Qing showed no sign of fear. She swung her long sword relentlessly, cutting down the wild pets charging at her. Her own pet beast fought like a madwoman, locked in a fierce struggle with the wild creatures. Yet the situation grew increasingly dire. The wild pets were too numerous, seemingly tireless and impervious to pain, relentlessly pressing their attack. On Su Qing's side, stamina was steadily draining. Their movements grew sluggish, their attacks increasingly feeble. Ah! Su Qing suddenly cried out in alarm. In a moment of carelessness, she was knocked to the ground by a wild beast. The beast opened its gaping maw, revealing rows of gleaming white fangs, and lunged for Su Qing's throat. Despair flashed in Su Qing's eyes. She knew evasion was impossible. At the critical moment, a dark shadow streaked across the sky. Moving with astonishing speed, it appeared before Su Qing in an instant. It opened its massive jaws and swallowed the wild pet beast whole, just as it was about to bite Su Qing. Stunned, Su Qing watched the scene unfold before her. She realized the dark figure was none other than Zhang Wuliang's pet beast, the Ghost Messenger. Ghost Messenger. Master Zhang Wuliang's beast. Su Qing gasped, her face lighting up with delight. The appearance of the Ghost Messenger meant that Zhang Wuliang had returned, didn't it? Sure enough, the moment the thought crossed Su Qing's mind, she saw Zhang Wuliang rushing over from the distance. Master Zhang Wuliang, you're finally here. Su Qing exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Wuliang nodded. Glancing at the situation before him, he instantly understood. He hadn't expected that just a quick trip outside would lead him back to encounter wild beasts attacking the city. Fortunately, he had returned in time to prevent any mishap befalling Su Qing. Ghost Messenger, this is yours. Zhang Wuliang declared, pointing at the wild beasts. The Ghost Messenger let out a low growl, radiating a powerful aura. It charged into the horde of wild pets, slaughtering them indiscriminately. The Ghost Messenger's power was immense. Even veteran-level wild beasts were no match for it. Like a black lightning bolt, it darted through the horde, claiming a life with every strike. Chapter 114, Kid, think you can still escape? In the blink of an eye, the spectral messenger had slain over a dozen wild beasts. The wild pets seemed utterly terrified by the spectral messenger and began scattering in all directions. But escape was impossible. The ghost messenger's speed was too swift. They couldn't possibly escape its relentless pursuit. Staring at the scattered corpses of wild pets littering the ground, Su Qing and the others felt a wave of disorientation wash over them. Moments ago, they had been struggling desperately for survival, yet in the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed completely. All of this was thanks to Zhang Wuliang. It was his ghost messengers who had saved them. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, you're incredible. Su Qing rushed excitedly to Zhang Wuliang's side. Zhang Wuliang, however, furrowed his brow, sensing something was off. The others were all exceptionally excited. With big shot Zhang Wuliang here, we can finally relax. Yeah, big shot Zhang Wuliang can even take down world bosses with ease. These wild beasts are nothing. Hee, having big shot Zhang Wuliang protect us feels absolutely amazing. Just as everyone thought they could rest easy, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The wild pets that had been scattering in all directions suddenly halted. They turned their bodies one after another, closing in on the ghost messengers once more. What's going on? Su Qing and the others froze, utterly bewildered. Zhang Wuliang frowned slightly, observing the wild beasts. It seems these wild beasts aren't going to let us off the hook. Zhang Wuliang said in a low voice. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the wild beasts launched their attack. They charged at the ghost messenger like mad beasts. Though the ghost envoys possessed formidable strength, they struggled against the overwhelming assault of so many wild beasts. It swung its claws relentlessly, sending one after another flying. Yet these wild beasts seemed oblivious to pain. After being knocked back, they scrambled to their feet and charged at the ghost messenger once more. Something's wrong with these wild pets. Zhang Wuliang's expression grew grave. He could see that the state of these wild pets was abnormal. Could they be under someone's control? Su Qing's face was equally filled with shock. Their behavior was nothing like that of ordinary wild pets. Their attacks were far too purposeful, and they seemed oblivious to pain or fatigue, driven only by a frenzied urge to attack. Zhang Wuliang had encountered this situation before. Back then, he had encountered a pack of beasts controlled by a beast king. Under the beast king's influence, those beasts had become utterly frenzied and sensitive to pain, immune to fatigue, driven solely by the urge to attack. Could these wild beasts also be under the beast king's control? Zhang Wuliang's heart tightened. If that were the case, it would spell trouble. The Beast King was an exceptionally powerful beast pet, possessing not only formidable strength but also considerable intelligence. They could control other beasts, turning them into puppets to fight for them. If these wild beasts were indeed under the Beast King's command, escaping their encirclement would be nearly impossible. Big brother Zhang Wuliang, what should we do? Su Qing watched the frenzied attacks of the wild beasts, panic rising within her. But against these pets controlled by the Beast King, she was utterly helpless. Zhang Wuliang glanced at the ghost messenger. Despite facing such overwhelming numbers, it showed no signs of being overwhelmed. This sight eased Zhang Wuliang's mind slightly. Su Qing, take the others and leave this place first. Zhang Wuliang said in a low voice. Su Qing froze, looking at Zhang Wuliang in confusion. Big brother Zhang Wuliang, what about you? Zhang Wuliang gestured toward the wild beasts. I'll stay behind to figure out what's going on with these creatures. Su Qing immediately grew anxious. Brother Zhang Wuliang, this is far too dangerous. You can't stay behind alone. Zhang Wuliang shook his head firmly. Your presence here will only distract me. You must leave now. Su Qing bit her lip. Though reluctant, she knew Zhang Wuliang had a point. She glanced at the frenzied wild pets attacking relentlessly, gritted her teeth, and led the others away. Zhang Wuliang could finally focus entirely on dealing with these wild pets. Their attacks grew increasingly fierce, proving challenging even for the ghost messengers. Zhang Wuliang noticed that several of those who had stood by him so resolutely moments ago had quietly slipped away. Truthfully, Zhang Wuliang hadn't counted on their help in the first place, nor did he need it. In the face of disaster, saving oneself was what anyone would do. Seems some people just can't be relied on. Zhang Wuliang sneered inwardly, unconcerned by their departure. On the contrary, those who chose to leave at such a moment only exposed their true nature. Henceforth, Zhang Wuliang would keep a wary eye on them. Right now, Zhang Wuliang was more concerned about these wild beasts. He had to figure out what was going on with these wild beasts, whether they were under the control of the Beast King. If so, he would have to find that Beast King swiftly and defeat it to completely escape the siege of these wild pets. Surveying the dense swarm of wild pets surrounding him, Zhang Wuliang gritted his teeth and soared into the sky atop his Firebird. From the aerial vantage point, he finally spotted the anomaly. At the very center of this swarm stood a colossal beast. Standing over 3 meters tall, it was covered in black scales that gave it an incredibly defensive appearance. A single horn protruded from its forehead, gleaming with a chilling light. It's the Beast King. Zhang Wuliang's pupils contracted sharply. He finally understood why these wild beasts had attacked with such frenzied ferocity. It was because the Beast King was controlling them. Zhang Wuliang fixed his gaze upon the Beast King, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. To break free from these wild beasts' encirclement, we must defeat that Beast King. Zhang Wuliang had already made up his mind. Mounted on the blazing sparrow bird, he soared toward the Beast King. The Beast King seemed to have spotted Zhang Wuliang as well. It let out a deep, low roar, and the surrounding wild pets charged toward him. Zhang Wuliang showed no fear. Riding the blazing sparrow bird, he deftly dodged in midair while commanding the ghost messenger to launch a fierce assault on the Beast King. The ghost messenger was immensely powerful, and under Zhang Wuliang's command, it became even more formidable. Swinging its sharp claws, it sent wave after wave of wild beasts flying, forging a bloody path through the swarm. Zhang Wuliang followed closely on the blazing sparrow, his gaze fixed on the Beast King. The Beast King seemed enraged. It let out a roar and began directing all the wild beasts to attack Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang let out a cold laugh. Well, since I've found you, do you really think you can escape now? Chapter 115, Charging Alone into the Beast Horde. Zhang Wuliang had already faced such a pack of wild beasts led by a Beast King once before. The best way to break free from their encirclement was to defeat the Beast King. The Beast King was the linchpin controlling these wild pets. Once defeated, the beasts would lose their command, descending into chaos, allowing them to break free from the encirclement. Mounted on the blazing sparrow bird, Zhang Wuliang charged left and right through the wild beast herd, moving as if through empty space. While dodging the attacks of the wild pets, he commanded the ghost messenger to close in on the Beast King. Not far away, on a hillside, Su Qing and the other beast masters stood watching the scene unfold from a distance. They watched as Zhang Wuliang single-handedly charged into the wild pet beasts, his figure nearly swallowed by the massive horde, and couldn't help but hold their breath in anxiety. Is big brother Zhang Wuliang going to be okay? Su Qing asked anxiously. The other beast tamers also wore worried expressions. They knew Zhang Wuliang was stronger than any of them, even ridiculously so. That senior-level beast alone was no joke. But facing such a vast horde of wild beasts, could he truly emerge unscathed? What's more, among this pack of wild pets were senior-level pets too. Their strengths were likely on par with each other. He'll be fine. Brother Zhang Wuliang's strength is unfathomable. If he dared to charge in alone, he must have confidence. Despite these words, none of them harbored any optimism about the situation. There were thousands upon thousands of wild beasts. When so many beasts unite, they become like a torrent of steel, their destructive power beyond imagination. They genuinely feared that one misstep could see Zhang Wuliang torn to shreds by these wild beasts. But he's alone, and there are so many wild beasts. Can he really handle it? Su Qing was undoubtedly the most worried among them. Should we go help him? A beast tamer hesitated before speaking. No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone retorted. Help? How exactly would you help? Haven't you seen how frenzied those wild pets are? Going over there would be suicide. Exactly. We'd only become a liability to Brother Zhang Wuliang. We might even end up putting him in danger. Sai, all we can do now is wait here and hope Master Zhang Wuliang returns safely. Going over there wouldn't just be useless, it would make them a liability to Zhang Wuliang. Su Qing couldn't just sit here waiting. She had to do something, anything that might help Zhang Wuliang, even if only a little. Suddenly, inspiration struck. She had an idea. Traps. Su Qing blurted out, "We can set a trap." The others froze, not yet comprehending. Traps? What kind of traps? Su Qing explained, "Remember? Zhang Wuliang set up numerous traps here earlier to deal with those wild beasts. While many were destroyed just now, some remain intact. We can utilize these traps to assist Zhang Wuliang." Their eyes lit up. They had almost forgotten about the traps altogether. "Alright, let's move fast," a beast master shouted. They rushed over to the intact traps and began adjusting their positions and angles. These traps had been set by Zhang Wuliang earlier, containing various mechanisms and hidden weapons. As soon as a wild beast approached, they would be triggered instantly. Almost. Su Qing clenched her fists, silently urging herself, "Hang on just a little longer. The traps will work soon." Just then, a wild beast accidentally triggered one of the traps. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed as the creature was struck by the trap's mechanism, letting out a piercing scream. Immediately after, more wild beasts triggered the traps, explosions and screams echoing in rapid succession. Though the traps weren't lethal to the wild beasts, they inflicted significant injuries and disrupted their formation. The others visibly perked up. This should ease the pressure on Big Brother Zhang Wuliang considerably. Exactly. We can't just stand by and watch. Everyone grew excited, as if they could already see the glimmer of victory. But just then, they suddenly realized the commotion from Zhang Wuliang's side seemed to have vanished. What's going on? Su Qing's expression darkened as she immediately scanned the direction of Zhang Wuliang. The pack of pet beasts, which had been engaged in fierce combat moments before, suddenly fell silent. The wild beasts no longer roared or scattered wildly. Zhang Wuliang's figure had vanished from the midst of the beasts. "Where's Big Brother Zhang Wuliang? Where did he go?" A pet tamer cried out in alarm. A sinking feeling gripped everyone's hearts as an ominous foreboding took hold. Could it be that Zhang Wuliang had been? They dared not think further. No, impossible. Big shot Zhang Wuliang defeated the world boss himself. How could anything happen to him? Su Qing bit her lip tightly. But he's gone now. How do we explain that? A beastmaster said bitterly. Maybe he's just been delayed by those wild pets and can't get out for now. Another beastmaster forced out an explanation. But this explanation felt rather feeble. Zhang Wuliang wasn't the sort to be easily held back. If he was trapped, the situation would only grow more perilous. Then, what should we do? A beastmaster asked in a trembling voice. Without Zhang Wuliang, they stood no chance against these wild beasts. Run! We run! One beastmaster suddenly shouted, turning and sprinting away. He didn't want to stay here any longer. It was far too dangerous. The other beastmasters wavered. Without Zhang Wuliang, they were no match for these wild beasts. Right. Let's run. If we don't run now, we'll all die here. The beast tamers echoed in agreement. Some turned and fled immediately. Wait! Su Qing shouted, trying to stop them. But her voice was drowned out by the sound of the beast masters fleeing. Don't run away. We still have a chance. We still have a chance. Su Qing cried out anxiously. The beast masters had completely lost their will to fight, their sole focus now on escaping this perilous place. Yet, at that very moment, a startling change occurred. The wild pets that had been roaming about suddenly froze in their tracks as if startled. Then, astonishingly, these wild beasts began scattering in all directions. Everyone froze in shock. Even the fleeing beastmasters halted in their tracks, staring wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. What's going on? Why did these wild pets suddenly run away? The beast tamers exchanged bewildered glances, none of them understanding what had transpired. Su Qing was equally bewildered, clueless about the situation. Yet deep within her heart, a faint, vague feeling stirred. She looked toward the direction where Zhang Wulian was. There, emerging from the pet beast herd, was Zhang Wulian, who had seemingly vanished moments before. Bloodstains stained his body, yet he appeared unharmed. Chapter 116, Paying the Collection Fee. Big shot Zhang Wulian. Su Qing exclaimed excitedly, immediately running toward Zhang Wulian. The other beast tamers reacted, shouting in unison. Big brother Zhang Wulian, we're so relieved you're safe. This is fantastic. We're saved. Zhang Wuliang smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. But these wild pets. Zhang Wuliang gestured behind him, where a massive wild beast lay sprawled. This beast was significantly larger than the others, radiating a powerful aura. Yet now, it lay motionless, its life force extinguished. The Beast King? A Beast Master exclaimed in shock. Zhang Wuliang had actually slain the Beast King. The Beast King was the leader of the entire beast pack, vastly more powerful than the other beasts. As long as the Beast King remained alive, the entire pack would not scatter. But now, with the Beast King slain by Zhang Wuliang, the wild beasts instantly lost their leader and fell into chaos. They sensed danger in the air, which is why they scattered and fled. Exactly. Damn, Zhang Wuliang really is the boss. No wonder someone who can take down a world boss makes short work of these pets. I was overthinking it before. I'm definitely following big shot Zhang Wuliang from now on. If he tells me to go east, I won't go west. After Zhang Wuliang defeated the Beast King, this bunch of opportunistic beast tamers immediately started sucking up to him. Zhang Wuliang paid no attention to their flattery. Despite the fact that many of them had only returned after the battle. During his battle with the Beast King, they contributed nothing but cowardice and betrayal. But Zhang Wuliang understood their selfish motives. In this brutal world, Zhang Wuliang never expected them to be particularly loyal. The fact that they hadn't stabbed him in the back at the critical moment was already commendable. Besides, Zhang Wuliang would still need them to work for him in the future. Now is not the time to relax. Zhang Wuliang gestured around him. The scattered wild beasts, though leaderless, still posed a threat. We need to eliminate these remaining wild beasts as quickly as possible to secure this area. The beast masters nodded in unison. Even though the Beast King had been slain, the wild pets still couldn't be underestimated. We'll go clear them out now. Yes, we must secure this area. The Beastmasters declared in unison, then set off in pursuit of the remaining wild beasts. This kind of cleanup operation was undoubtedly their favorite task. These wild pets were bound to hold valuable resources. Pet beast eggs, materials, and other precious resources. Moreover, even the strongest wild pets had been killed, so this expedition held little danger for them. Everyone could seize this opportunity to reap substantial rewards. Su Qing did not join the cleanup operation, choosing instead to remain by Zhang Wuliang's side. She had witnessed the horrifying scene of Zhang Wuliang being swallowed by the massive beast horde with her own eyes. Even though he seemed fine now, who could guarantee he wasn't just pushing through? Big brother Zhang Wuliang, are you truly alright? Su Qing couldn't help but ask. Zhang Wuliang smiled faintly. What could possibly be wrong with me? Don't worry, I'm fine. But Su Qing still felt uneasy. She scrutinized Zhang Wuliang from head to toe, trying to detect any signs of distress. Yet Zhang Wuliang appeared as usual, full of energy, with a rosy complexion, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. I'm truly fine. Zhang Wuliang said helplessly. Those pets may have been numerous, but they weren't particularly strong. I dealt with them easily. Su Qing scrutinized Zhang Wuliang from head to toe and finally spotted something amiss. You call this fine? Su Qing pointed to a wound on Zhang Wuliang's arm, her eyes instantly reddening. A gruesome wound gouged into his flesh, the result of being savagely torn by a wild beast. Though the bleeding had stopped, the wound still bore witness to the ferocity of the attack. I'm really fine. Zhang Wuliang shook his head with a smile, explaining, it's just a superficial wound. I've already given it some basic treatment. It'll heal quickly. But Su Qing's eyes grew redder. She could imagine the life or death struggle Zhang Wuliang had endured amidst the beast horde. Big brother Zhang Wuliang, you're so foolish. How could you face so many beasts alone? If something happened to you, Su Qing stopped mid-sentence. She realized her concern for Zhang Wuliang seemed a bit too obvious. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Zhang Wuliang merely smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. See? I'm fine. Zhang Wuliang took out a small white porcelain bottle, poured out some green ointment, and applied it evenly to the wound. The moment it touched his skin, a cool sensation washed over the wound, instantly easing the pain considerably. Moreover, the gruesome wound began healing at a visible pace. Within mere moments, the once horrifying gash had faded into nothing more than a faint white scar. Such miraculous healing speed stunned even Su Qing. What kind of medicine is this? How could it heal a wound this fast? Normally, this would take at least a month to recover. Zhang Wuliang smiled and explained. This is a special medicine I made myself. Pretty effective, huh? I stumbled upon a formula for it earlier and decided to try making some myself. Su Qing stared at the rapidly healing wound on Zhang Wuliang's arm, her heart filled with awe. Earlier, she'd been worried Zhang Wuliang might face complications from infection. Now seeing this, it seemed like pure worry for nothing. Su Qing's cheeks flushed a bit redder. She felt her earlier worries had been rather unnecessary. How could someone as powerful as Zhang Wuliang possibly be harmed by such a minor wound? Meanwhile, the other beast masters had finished clearing the battlefield and gathered around. Master Zhang Wuliang, we've cleared all the wild beasts. One beast master stepped forward and reported respectfully. Zhang Wuliang nodded. Very good. Thank you for your hard work. The beast tamers shook their heads in unison, insisting it was no trouble at all. They'd reaped plenty of benefits. What hardship was there? Many even found it thoroughly enjoyable. Bring on as many opportunities like this as possible. Seeing the excitement on everyone's faces, Zhang Wuliang's lips curved upward. Alright, if you're not tired, then there's no problem. In that case, please hand over your collection fees. At this, everyone froze. What did he mean by collection fees? Chapter 117, the 80-20 split. Weren't they supposed to receive rewards for hunting these wild pets? Why were they being asked to pay fees now? Su Qing also froze slightly. She looked at Zhang Wuliang and asked with some confusion, Big shot Zhang Wuliang, what does this mean? Zhang Wuliang explained, it's simple. This is my territory, and it was only because I killed the Beast King that you had the chance to hunt these wild pets. Therefore, you need to hand over a portion of your harvest as a collection fee. The group suddenly understood. Without Zhang Wuliang slaying the Beast King, they would likely have perished long ago at the jaws of these wild pets. Let alone hunting these wild pets for resources. Moreover, this area was indeed discovered by Zhang Wuliang first. They had every reason to compensate Zhang Wuliang for allowing them to hunt here. With this realization, none of them objected. After all, it was only fair. Zhang Wuliang continued, of course, I won't shortchange you either. I'll only take the majority of the resources you hand over, returning the rest to you. Moreover, you may continue hunting wild pet beasts here in the future without paying any fees. Hearing this, the group felt a slight sense of relief. They had feared Zhang Wuliang would take all the resources, but unexpectedly, he would leave them with some. Moreover, the prospect of continuing to hunt wild pet beasts here was undoubtedly welcome news. Big brother Zhang Wuliang, we have no objections. Exactly. That's only fair. Although the vast majority of people didn't say anything. However, some harbored discontent. One of the beast tamers couldn't help but speak up, Big shot Zhang Wuliang, this isn't exactly fair, is it? You never made it clear beforehand that you'd charge a collection fee. Now we've worked our asses off hunting these wild pets, and you want to take our money? Aren't you just treating us like suckers? These words immediately struck a chord with several others. Indeed, they hadn't heard anything about collection fees before. Zhang Wuliang's sudden demand caught them off guard. Zhang Wuliang remained unperturbed, replying calmly, my failure to clarify this beforehand was an oversight. But this is my territory, and I have the right to determine how fees are collected. If you're dissatisfied, you're free to leave. I won't stop you. Hearing this, the beast tamers who had been murmuring discontent fell silent. They had no desire to leave. Following the big shot Zhang Wuliang had already proven profitable. They were well aware of Zhang Wuliang's formidable strength. If they truly angered him, they knew they wouldn't fare well. With that realization, the disgruntled beast tamers swallowed their resentment and accepted Zhang Wuliang's proposal. Seeing no further objections, Zhang Wuliang nodded in satisfaction. His demand for collection fees wasn't born of genuine resource scarcity, but rather a desire to teach these beast tamers a lesson. He wanted them to understand that here, he, Zhang Wuliang, held the authority. Moreover, he wanted to gauge whether these beast tamers were truly worthy of his support. If they couldn't endure even this minor hardship, how could they ever accomplish anything significant in the future? Soon, the beast tamers handed over the wild pets they had hunted and the resources they had gathered. Zhang Wuliang scanned the offerings and found the haul quite substantial. True to his word, he kept the bulk of the resources and returned the remainder to the beast tamers. Though they received only a fraction of the resources, the beast tamers voiced no complaints. After all, escaping alive and securing some resources was already a favorable outcome. Of course, not everyone was willing to compromise. A small number of beast tamers still harbored resentment, unwilling to relinquish the resources they had worked so hard to obtain. Yet, when they met Zhang Wuliang's cold, indifferent gaze, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They had heard of Zhang Wuliang's reputation before a ruthless and merciless individual. Within his domain, many had vanished without a trace, and some had even met their end outside. Though no concrete evidence existed, everyone understood these incidents were inextricably linked to Zhang Wuliang. The thought that provoking Zhang Wuliang could lead to a similar fate instantly cowed the beast masters who had initially refused to compromise. They certainly didn't want to risk their lives for a mere handful of resources. With that realization, they gritted their teeth and surrendered their resources. Zhang Wuliang watched the departing figures of the beast tamers, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Among them, some harbored resentment toward him. But he didn't care. In this world of survival of the fittest, strength was all that mattered. As long as his strength was formidable enough, those who harbored resentment would dare not challenge him. Su Qing stood nearby, observing Zhang Wuliang's composed demeanor, and couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration. She realized she was beginning to find this man increasingly difficult to understand. He was clearly around her age, yet he acted with such seasoned expertise and decisive resolve. Moreover, his formidable strength was terrifyingly beyond her reach. 2 more days passed. Big shot Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang frowned slightly, eyeing the unfamiliar beast tamer who had suddenly approached him. What is it? The beast tamer glanced around before lowering his voice. I've discovered a treasure trove. Zhang Wuliang froze. What kind of treasure trove? The beast tamer continued, a treasure trove where many precious spirit herbs grow, and it's guarded by a senior-level beast pet. A veteran-level beast? A sharp gleam flashed in Zhang Wuliang's eyes. No wonder this beast tamer didn't dare keep it to himself and sought my partnership. Zhang Wuliang fixed the beast tamer with a piercing stare. Besides you, who else knows about this? The beastmaster hurriedly replied, I haven't told anyone else besides you. I've scouted the area and found no signs of others. Besides, I doubt anyone else could defeat that veteran-level beast. It's precisely because I know your capabilities that I dared approach you for this partnership. Zhang Wuliang relaxed, looking at the beastmaster. Tell me your plan. A flicker of delight crossed the beastmaster's eyes. You handle the fighting, I handle the navigation. As for the spoils, we split them 80-20, you take 80%, I take 20. How does that sound? An 80-20 split, Zhang Wuliang taking the lion's share, was fair enough. After all, Zhang Wuliang faced the greater risks while the beastmaster merely provided guidance. Without hesitation, Zhang Wuliang nodded. Agreed. Upon hearing Zhang Wuliang's agreement, the beastmaster urged, then let's not delay. Shall we depart now? Zhang Wuliang stood up. Lead the way. The beastmaster promptly took the lead, guiding Zhang Wuliang deeper into the wilderness. Su Qing hurried to follow. Though her abilities weren't strong, staying by Zhang Wuliang's side meant she could at least offer some assistance. Moreover, she was deeply curious about what kind of place this treasure land the beastmaster spoke of truly was. The beastmaster walked swiftly along the way, as if afraid Zhang Wuliang might change his mind. Chapter 118, The Winged Flying Pet with Unique Wings. After walking for about half an hour, the beastmaster suddenly stopped. Zhang Wuliang frowned. Why stop? The beastmaster pointed ahead excitedly. Look! Zhang Wuliang followed his gesture and saw a massive stone wall ahead, beyond which lay a vast plain. At the edge of the plain, a massive cave loomed, its surroundings shrouded in thick mist. Zhang Wuliang narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing something eerie about the place. Nevertheless, he hesitated not a moment. He instructed the beastmaster to lead the way as they slowly approached the cave. Su Qing followed behind them, her heart tightening with unease. She sensed that some unknown danger seemed to lurk here. Yet the thought of Zhang Wuliang's presence brought her some measure of reassurance. After walking for a while, they finally reached the cave's entrance. Zhang Wuliang peered inside and found it pitch black, only faintly discerning a pale green glow ahead. He motioned for the beastmaster to go first. After a moment's hesitation, the beastmaster immediately dashed inside. Su Qing hesitated for a moment before following the beastmaster inside. Zhang Wuliang brought up the rear, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings constantly, alert for any signs of danger. About 5 minutes into their journey, they suddenly felt the ground tremble slightly. Zhang Wuliang's eyes flashed as he swiftly pulled Su Qing back. The next second, a deafening roar erupted as a massive black shadow swept overhead. Zhang Wuliang's pupils contracted as he looked up. A colossal creature, its wingspan spanning 5 to 6 meters, circled overhead. This was a type of large flying pet beast they had never encountered before, possessing strength at least at the veteran level. Fortunately, Zhang Wuliang reacted swiftly, pulling Su Qing back in time to evade the beast's attack. Otherwise, they would likely have been struck by the creature. There really are some interesting beasts here, Zhang Wuliang muttered, his lips curling slightly. Ever since entering this cave, he'd sensed an inexplicable strangeness. And to be honest, he didn't entirely trust the beastmaster before him. He had never seen this man before, and the sudden request to lead him in search of some treasure inevitably raised Zhang Wuliang's suspicions. But now that a seasoned wild beast had actually appeared, Zhang Wuliang found himself trusting the beastmaster a bit more. It seemed he hadn't been lying. The beast tamer returned, cautiously eyeing Zhang Wuliang. What should we do now? Zhang Wuliang watched the beast circling overhead, seemingly unconcerned. He instructed the beastmaster, you distract the beast first. I'll strike while it's distracted. The beastmaster froze, clearly surprised that the formidable Zhang Wuliang would ask him to act. After a moment of awkward expression and inner struggle, he nodded. With a grimace, he crouched low and crept toward the beast, careful not to be spotted prematurely. Zhang Wuliang, meanwhile, quietly observed the beast. He noticed its wings were unusual, seemingly composed of a peculiar biological tissue that shimmered with a faint green glow. Zhang Wuliang immediately deduced that the pet beast's wings were likely crafted from some kind of biological material, which piqued his curiosity even further. He extended his hand and gestured to Su Qing, signaling her to come closer. Su Qing stood still for a moment, hesitating before quietly stepping beside Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang whispered to her, "I suspect this beast's wings are made from a special biological material. It seems that if we take down this beast, we could obtain some very unique materials." "What do you say? Do you want it?" Su Qing's eyes lit up. Of course she wanted it. Moreover, she had a hunch this biological material might be used to create new biological tissue. Without hesitation, she nodded. "Of course I want it." But after speaking, Su Qing realized that based on her understanding of big shot Zhang Wuliang, this man never did anything that put him at a disadvantage. Zhang Wuliang offering her this opportunity surely came with a price. This thought suddenly made Su Qing feel inexplicably uneasy. Zhang Wuliang offered a faint smile but said nothing further, merely gesturing for her to calm down. His gaze then shifted to the beast master before him. He watched as the man approached the beast. Suddenly, Zhang Wuliang noticed intricate patterns abruptly appearing on the beast's wings. These patterns shimmered with light. Clearly, the wings of this beast were far more precious than he had imagined. Yet disaster struck without warning. The beast's wings suddenly emitted a blinding green light, then flapped violently. A massive shockwave instantly blew the beastmaster away. Zhang Wuliang rushed forward, shielding Su Qing behind him. Holy crap! The beastmaster was sent tumbling head over heels. By the time he scrambled to his feet, utterly terrified, he dared not linger another moment. Shouting, "My life is forfeit," he turned and fled, abandoning Zhang Wuliang and Su Qing without a second thought, effectively selling them out. Zhang Wuliang shook his head. Such useless creatures were utterly unreliable. He made no attempt to stop him, instead focusing all his attention on the beast. At that moment, the green glow emanating from the beast grew increasingly intense, and the patterns on its wings became more distinct. Based on past experience, this signaled the beast was about to enter a special state. Such states typically granted the beast a tremendous surge in power. Moreover, Zhang Wuliang finally got a clear look at the creature's true form. It bore a resemblance to a bat, yet its head resembled that of a crocodile, large eyes, a long snout, and a small protrusion at the tip of its nose. Moreover, its wings weren't made of feathers but a unique biological tissue, densely covered with blood vessels that resembled a spider web. These vessels constantly flickered with the same green light Zhang Wuliang had been observing, intertwining with the surrounding glow. "It's definitely a fine specimen," Zhang Wuliang thought to himself. "I just wonder what its specific attributes are." He remained composed, patiently awaiting the beast's first attack once it entered its state. Once fully charged, its attack pattern would shift. Zhang Wuliang surmised it would likely generate powerful air currents by flapping its wings, creating an attack akin to ultrasonic waves. After all, with such unique wings, its attack method should be related to them. Sure enough, after entering its state, the beast didn't attack immediately. Instead, it flapped its wings once. Zhang Wuliang instantly felt a powerful gust of air bearing down on him. Chapter 119, New Pet Beast Materials. Zhang Wuliang scrambled back several steps, dodging the air current's impact. So its attack method is indeed sonic waves, Zhang Wuliang thought to himself. He scrutinized the beast once more, noticing its eyes and nostrils constantly flickering with light. Could this be how it determined its surroundings and the enemy's condition? With this thought, Zhang Wuliang hastily beckoned to the pet beast. He intended to test it up close and see what was going on. The beast clearly noticed his movement, its eyes and nose glowing even brighter. It immediately launched an attack. Instantly, intricate patterns appeared on its wings, emitting powerful ultrasonic waves that surged toward Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang deftly sidestepped, evading the assault once more. This was routine for Zhang Wuliang. Though his pet beast's power surpassed all others worldwide, he never neglected self-improvement for self-defense. With the pet beast factory running operations, the pet beasts managed everything within their territory, effectively freeing Zhang Wuliang's hands. He devoted most of his spare time to enhancing his physical prowess. Besides, consuming so much meat daily demanded an outlet for excess energy. In this world, becoming obese would inevitably bring countless inconveniences, even death. Thus, Zhang Wuliang dedicated specific time each day to rigorous training, running, push-ups, squats, executing each exercise with seamless fluidity. It was precisely this regimen that made Zhang Wuliang exceptionally agile, allowing him to evade attacks with effortless ease. Time and again, he evaded the pet beast's attacks, gradually discerning a pattern. Each time it attacked, the beast would first flap its wings, a motion that served to gather power. Once it reached a certain threshold, it would suddenly launch its assault. Zhang Wuliang exploited this opening, skillfully evading the strike. "You've got that boss-like vibe from video games, huh?" Despite the perilous situation, Zhang Wuliang still found room for banter. Even Su Qing, who had been trembling with fear behind him, couldn't help but admire his composure. After gauging the wild beast's approximate strength, Zhang Wuliang saw no point in prolonging the fight. He summoned his own pet, the ghostly messenger, deciding to let it claim the beast's experience points. The beast didn't flee either. Instead, it seemed to fixate on Zhang Wuliang as its prey, charging forward to attack him again. But this time, the ghostly messenger acted. A dense cloud of black mist erupted from its body, swiftly enveloping the beast. The black mist gradually expanded, completely enveloping the pet beast within its grasp. Corroded by the black mist, the pet beast let out a shrill, wretched howl. Its body slowly stiffened, its movements growing increasingly sluggish. The ghostly messenger seized the moment to draw his sword. Zhang Wuliang also took advantage of the opening, charging forward and unleashing a flurry of fierce strikes upon the beast. The beast struggled desperately to resist, but its body, ravaged by the black mist, offered only feeble resistance. Before long, it was slain by the combined efforts of Zhang Wuliang and the ghost messenger. Watching this series of events unfold, Su Qing stood beside them, utterly dumbfounded. This was a veteran-level beast. For a beastmaster of her level, facing a veteran-tier pet beast would likely mean certain death, even with 10 lives. But look at the big shot Zhang Wuliang. Working together with his pet beast, cutting down a veteran-level beast was as easy as slicing through butter. It seemed effortless. Zhang Wuliang couldn't care less about that. What truly captured his attention was the spoils of war. More precisely, the wings of this beast. He'd had his eye on them for ages, glistening and gleaming. They had to be something special. Zhang Wuliang didn't need the experience points from this beast, so he disassembled it without hesitation. With nimble hands, he carefully sliced the wings cleanly from the creature's body. Fortunately, disassembling it hadn't been too taxing, and the minimal damage to its frame meant all parts remained intact. With such a powerful beast, obtaining intact materials was no easy feat. Many subsequent materials Zhang Wuliang retrieved were incomplete, greatly diminishing their utility. This one was a stroke of luck, though beyond luck, his increasingly skilled handling played a key role. Look at this. Zhang Wuliang detached a wing from the beast's body, drawing Su Qing and the ghost messenger closer. Looks pretty impressive. In Zhang Wuliang's palm, light flickered across the wings like dazzling stars. Wings of the Yati bat beast, a novel pet creature biological material. Research on it existed long ago, but all relevant records have been lost over time. Bringing it to the Crystal Energy Technology Lab might yield results. Zhang Wuliang's eyes widened in astonishment. Crystal Energy Technology Lab. He hadn't expected this pet beast material to be connected to that place, though it was somewhat predictable. Not far from Zhang Wuliang's territory lay an abandoned Crystal Energy Technology Laboratory. He had retrieved quite a few valuable items from it back then, though they proved of little practical use later on, so the matter was eventually forgotten. Zhang Wuliang never returned. But that Crystal Energy Technology Lab was definitely functional. So, if he brought this item there, he could unlock more new recipes? This thought couldn't help but stir a small flicker of anticipation within Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang stowed his wings into his storage space and prepared to return to his domain with Su Qing and the spectral messenger. Su Qing, however, still remembered the beastmaster who had fled earlier and inquired, "By the way, what about that guy from earlier? It seems like he never came back." Zhang Wuliang hadn't intended to bring up this person, and casually remarked, "Who cares about that guy? Isn't it better that he ran away? If he's gone, we won't have to share anything with him." But the moment the words left his mouth, Zhang Wuliang suddenly furrowed his brow. He instinctively scanned his surroundings. Immediately, Zhang Wuliang realized that aside from that dangerous veteran-level beast, there was nothing else of value in this cave. The treasures promised by that beastmaster when he first brought Zhang here were nowhere to be found. In other words, this entire setup was the beastmaster's deception. He had deliberately lured Zhang Wuliang here. The realization sent a wave of tension coursing through Zhang Wuliang. Unaware of Zhang Wuliang's thoughts, Su Qing assumed his displeasure stemmed from failing to find anything worthwhile. She hurriedly comforted him, "It's okay. Now that we're stronger, even if there's nothing here, we can always go elsewhere." Su Qing was naturally delighted. But the next moment, shouts erupted from the cave entrance. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, are you still alive? Chapter 120, the ambush awaits. Someone was coming? Su Qing instinctively opened her mouth to respond. But the next second, Zhang Wuliang clamped his hand over Su Qing's mouth. Su Qing? She looked at Zhang Wuliang with utter confusion. Zhang Wuliang shook his head at her, then made a shushing gesture. Su Qing instantly understood. That beastmaster had just bolted, and now someone else was showing up, cautiously asking, "Is big shot Zhang Wuliang still alive?" Even a fool could tell these people weren't up to any good. Su Qing was so frightened she dared not even breathe. Zhang Wuliang's expression was utterly grave. He slowly released his grip on Su Qing, then rose to his feet. He gestured to Su Qing and the ghost messenger, signaling them to prepare for battle. Zhang Wuliang led Su Qing and the ghost messenger stealthily toward the cave entrance. Su Qing's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of her throat. Honestly, she hadn't felt this nervous even when battling a veteran-level pet beast earlier. Because Su Qing knew that with the formidable Zhang Wuliang by her side, she wouldn't face any danger. But now, they were facing a beastmaster. A beastmaster who played dirty tricks far more terrifying than any beast. Soon, voices echoed outside once more. "Master Zhang Wuliang, are you there? If you're still alive, answer us. We're coming in." The tone was thick with caution. Zhang Wuliang narrowed his eyes. Just as expected. This group was definitely working with that beastmaster from earlier. They deliberately let the guy lure himself here to fight to a standstill with a veteran-level beast. Then they'd reap the benefits. What a deep scheme. Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If he hadn't been powerful enough, he might have fallen victim here today. The thought sent a chill down his spine. He discreetly signaled to Su Qing and the ghostly messenger, urging them to strike first at the first opportunity. Outside the cave entrance, several beast masters were growing impatient with the wait. Could he have been killed by that beast? It's possible. That beast is a veteran-level pet. Even if we all attack together, we might not stand a chance against it, let alone him. But if he really is dead, how are we supposed to get his stuff? What loot? Once he's dead, his belongings become ownerless. We'll just go in and pick them up. The beast masters chattered among themselves. Finally, they seemed certain Zhang Wuliang was dead. The beast tamers exchanged nods, then quietly slipped into the cave. Go inside and check if that guy's really dead. What they didn't know was that at the cave entrance, Zhang Wuliang was hiding behind a nearby rock with Su Qing and the ghost messenger. Every move they made was under Zhang Wuliang's watchful eye. Zhang Wuliang narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, it was the accomplice of that beast tamer from earlier. The one sent in was none other than the beastmaster who had just sold out Zhang Wuliang and his group to escape. He shuffled in timidly, glancing nervously around as he walked, as if fearing something might leap out of the darkness. He must be dead. That beast was so powerful, he couldn't have survived. He muttered to himself as he walked. But the deeper he ventured, the more terrified he became. The thought of potentially seeing a corpse made him feel sick to his stomach. If these people weren't all stronger than him, he would have run away long ago. Finally, he reached the deepest part of the cave. But strangely, it was completely empty. Could they really be dead? He muttered under his breath. But the next second, a cold, icy voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Who are you looking for? Hearing the voice, the beast tamer's hair stood on end. He screamed and spun around violently. Then he saw Zhang Wuliang and the other two standing behind him. The beast tamer was scared out of his wits. His face drained of color as he pointed at Zhang Wuliang, unable to form a coherent sentence. Ghosts! 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 Zhang Wuliang! Su Qing! Ghost messenger! All three of them were speechless. Could this guy actually think they were dead? Zhang Wuliang felt like laughing and crying at the same time. Though he'd been angry at first, seeing the fool's pathetic state, he figured the guy wouldn't dare harm him. Zhang Wuliang let out a cold laugh before punching him squarely in the gut. Ah! The beast tamer let out a piercing scream, his body curling into a shrimp-like shape as he collapsed to the ground, wailing incessantly. Though Zhang Wuliang's punch wasn't fatal, it rendered him completely incapacitated. The reason he hadn't finished him off immediately was. Zhang Wuliang looked up. The beast tamers who had been standing at the cave entrance moments ago rushed over upon hearing their comrade's screams. Seeing Zhang Wuliang and his two companions standing inside the cave, shock spread across every beastmaster's face. You're still alive. Zhang Wuliang's expression instantly turned cold upon hearing this. Did you really want us dead? Only then did the beast tamers realize they had spoken out of turn. They exchanged glances, then their expressions twisted into vicious grimaces. Since none of you want us to live, then you won't live either. With that, they summoned their beasts, adopting a stance that screamed they wouldn't rest until Zhang Wuliang and his companions were dead. Zhang Wuliang narrowed his eyes. He noticed that these people's pets were quite powerful. Moreover, they had blocked the cave entrance and secured advantageous terrain. If a fight broke out, he'd have a hard time escaping. But expecting him to surrender without a fight? That was impossible. Zhang Wuliang sneered coldly. Heh, then you won't be leaving here alive. Fine. Let's see who ends up dead in the end. With that, they all commanded their beasts to attack. Upon receiving the command, the beasts lunged toward Zhang Wuliang and his companions. Beyond that, one beast opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of searing flames. The flames touched the surrounding dry branches and leaves, igniting them instantly. In mere seconds, the flames had completely sealed off the cave entrance. Seeing this, Zhang Wuliang's expression darkened instantly. He finally understood. These people weren't just after his belongings, they wanted him dead. Otherwise, they would never have used fire to seal the cave entrance. They intended to trap them inside and burn them alive. Zhang Wuliang narrowed his eyes, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. Since you're so eager to die, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. With that, Zhang Wuliang summoned his own beast companion. This beast was not large in stature, yet possessed formidable strength. The moment it appeared, the beastmaster's eyes widened in shock. This is the legendary. One by one, their eyes gleamed with greed. The moment Zhang Wuliang's beast appeared, the tamer's own pets immediately cowered. They stood frozen in place, as if ready to flee at any moment. Witnessing this, the beast tamers grew even more resentful. What are you standing around for? Attack him together now. They roared in anger, charging toward Zhang Wuliang one after another. But Zhang Wuliang's beast merely waved its paw lightly, sending all the beastmasters flying. Witnessing this, the beast tamers were even more horrified. How is this possible? His beast companion is this powerful. Terror spread across their faces as they turned to flee. But how could Zhang Wuliang let them escape? Chapter 121. Sorry, I can't let you go. Zhang Wuliang snorted coldly. At this point, he naturally felt no need to show mercy. Before Zhang Wuliang could issue a command, his beast companion had already understood his intent. In a flash, before the others could react, it had ended the lives of the two beast tamers who had charged forward. But that wasn't the end of it. To kill meant to eliminate every trace. The beast immediately pursued to eliminate the remaining men. But the beastmasters behind weren't pushovers. Seeing the danger, they all instantly ducked behind the fiery curtain the beast had just unleashed. Zhang Wuliang, however, showed no urgency in pursuing. To the others, this appeared as though Zhang Wuliang feared being scorched by the flames and thus refrained from reckless pursuit. Precisely because of this, they felt even more at ease, convinced they were now safe. The moment the situation improved, the group began taunting him again. Oomph, Zhang Wuliang. The cave entrance is sealed by flames now. You can't get out. Killing so many people made you look tough, but in the end, you're still going to be burned alive in here. Once you're dead, everything on your body is still ours. And we'll find your territory too, looting everything in it. They all watched Zhang Wuliang with malicious glee. Zhang Wuliang, however, paid no heed to their taunts. He merely muttered under his breath. So you haven't discovered the location of my domain yet? Guess you're not all that impressive after all. No wonder you picked on me in the end. The beastmasters could certainly hear Zhang Wuliang's words. After all, the space was cramped, every sound echoed clearly within the small cave. But they didn't seem to understand. They merely found his words peculiar, as if he were celebrating their failure to locate his territory. But even if they didn't understand, it didn't matter. They couldn't be bothered to overthink it, dismissing it as the ramblings of a dying man. Zhang Wuliang had spoken those words precisely to test these men. Now he could be certain they hadn't found his domain yet. He had genuinely feared they might have discovered it. If the beast factory were exposed, it would spell trouble for Zhang Wuliang. But now he could rest easy. Zhang Wuliang lifted his head to gaze at the raging fire at the cave entrance. The flames raged fiercely, and unlike ordinary fire, the flames emitted by this pet beast seemed to ignite the surrounding dust and ashes. They burned with astonishing speed, threatening to engulf the entire cave in no time. He immediately recalled his pet beast. The other beast tamers exchanged bewildered glances when they saw Zhang Wuliang recall his beast. What was Zhang Wuliang up to? Was he just waiting to die? Ha 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 ha. No offense, Zhang Wuliang, but what the hell are you doing? Pulling your beast back this early? You're trying to save your pet when you can barely save yourself? Put. What unexpected compassion. Well then, rest easy inside. We've picked out a nice burial spot for you. Zhang Wuliang shot them a dismissive glance before clapping his hands. Ice Spike Beast, these little flames shouldn't be a problem for you, right? As Zhang Wuliang's words fell, a pet beast covered entirely in ice crystals appeared before him. The moment it materialized, the surrounding temperature plummeted several degrees. The beastmasters frowned upon seeing the Ice Spike Beast. To them, this little creature seemed utterly incapable of swaying the situation. It didn't even look particularly powerful. But what happened next sent a chill down every one of their spines. The Ice Spike Beast opened its mouth and expelled a cloud of icy mist. The moment the mist touched the flames, it swiftly extinguished them. Moreover, the mist continued to spread relentlessly. In just under a minute, it extinguished the entire blaze at the cave entrance. The fire, it's gone? Now, the smile shifted to Zhang Wuliang's face. Well, everyone, what do you think now? Doesn't my Ice Spike Beast show remarkable talent in fire suppression? Yet in response to Zhang Wuliang's question, the beast tamers turned deathly pale, utterly speechless. They had believed the flames would reduce Zhang Wuliang to charcoal. But now it seemed their carefully laid trap meant nothing to Zhang Wuliang. Run! Seeing the Ice Spike Beast charging toward them, the group was terrified out of their wits and turned to flee. They sprinted frantically, glancing back over their shoulders, terrified that Zhang Wuliang would pursue them. But Zhang Wuliang did not pursue them, allowing them to breathe a slight sigh of relief. They dared not stop, terrified that Zhang Wuliang might suddenly appear before them. They raced on until they were far away, their strength nearly spent, before daring to stop. At that moment, everyone was gasping for breath, their eyes filled with the fear of death. This is bad. Not only did we fail to kill Zhang Wuliang, but we've completely antagonized him. I doubt he'll ever let us off the hook. At least he hasn't caught up yet, but if he tracks us down. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. They knew all too well what would happen if Zhang Wuliang caught them. Maybe we should hide for now and wait until things calm down. We have to run. Are we just going to wait around to be killed by Zhang Wuliang? Let's go through the wormhole now, return to our territory, and seal it off. If Zhang Wuliang can't get through, he won't be able to find us. The others agreed with this proposal. Alright, let's do it. Earlier, they had also learned how to seal wormholes. It just required a lot of materials. For resource-starved beastmasters like them, those materials weren't easy to come by. But survival demanded they push past such concerns. They had barely finished making their plans for what came next. Suddenly, a massive black shadow swept overhead and landed steadily before them. It was Zhang Wulian's ice spike beast. The sight of the ice spike beast sent the other beast tamers into a panic. How did it track us down? Zhang Wulian, riding the blazing sparrow bird, looked down on them from above. Weren't you trying to run? Why did you stop now? Upon seeing Zhang Wulian, the beast tamers collapsed to the ground, trembling with fear. Master Zhang Wulian, I'm sorry. I was just following orders. They forced me to do this. Bull. Master Zhang Wulian, don't listen to his nonsense. Master Zhang Wulian, please spare me. I swear I'll never show my face before you again. Desperate to save their lives, everyone begged Zhang Wulian incessantly. Zhang Wulian shook his head, his face still bearing that unsettling smile. Sorry, I can't let any of you go. Chapter 122, The Analysis Station in the Lab. Zhang Wulian waved his hand, and the beast masters were all killed. But Zhang Wulian's vengeance was far from over. He then commanded the ice spike beast to devour the pets of these beast masters. The agonized screams echoed for over half an hour before finally ceasing. But Zhang Wulian's vengeance was far from over. He pursued them with the ice spike beast in tow. Upon discovering the beastmasters had not fled far but were hiding instead, Zhang Wulian commanded the ice spike beast to spew a blast of icy mist. Under the icy mist, the men froze solid into blocks of ice. Zhang Wulian then tossed their frozen forms into the wormhole. The wormhole devoured the ice blocks, emitting a gurgling sound. Zhang Wulian smiled with satisfaction. He made his way back, accompanied by the ice spike beast. Now that enmity was sealed, vengeance must be exacted. With these scheming troublemakers gone, Su Qing's territory would be much more peaceful. During this period, Zhang Wulian helped Su Qing set up numerous additional traps throughout the territory. This was naturally to ensure her domain would be less vulnerable to future attacks by wild beasts. Moreover, with recent developments, the surroundings of Su Qing's territory underwent significant changes. The beast tamers who had previously explored this area due to Zhang Wulian's presence had all built small huts near Su Qing. After all, constantly traveling back and forth through the wormhole was inconvenient. And they weren't exactly little cuties either. Zhang Wulian had fortified Su Qing's territory to impregnable strength. Even the vast wild beast herds of the past couldn't breach her domain. Could there possibly be a safer place in this world than Su Qing's domain aside from the domain of the great Zhang Wulian himself? No matter how you looked at it, Su Qing's territory was undoubtedly far safer than their own shabby little domains. Thus, these beast tamers chose to establish their new home here. Su Qing and Zhang Wulian naturally welcomed them. As more and more people arrived, Su Qing's territory gradually grew livelier. Seeing these beast tamers gather here, Zhang Wulian suggested that Su Qing turn this place into a marketplace. After all, a marketplace provided a place for trade. And a trading venue was indispensable for beast masters. To cultivate their pets, these tamers needed various resources beyond just combat experience. Su Qing heeded Zhang Wulian's advice and established a marketplace nearby. The marketplace offered an abundance of goods. Stalls sold pet beast food, materials for pet beast cultivation, and everyday items for beast tamers. In short, whatever a beast master could conceive of, it could be found here. As the market grew increasingly bustling, more and more beast tamers gathered here. From afar, it resembled a thriving settlement. Su Qing gazed at the bustling market before her, feeling somewhat dazed. When she first arrived in this world, she had looked around and seen not a single soul. The entire world had only her pet beast to keep her company. Loneliness and danger were her only companions. Yet now, they had actually built a bustling marketplace here. People bustled to and fro, creating a scene brimming with vitality and energy. Su Qing stared, momentarily lost in thought. It's hard to believe how quickly everything has changed. I never thought I'd live to see other people again. I thought I'd die all alone. Now, looking around, it feels like we've somehow returned to the society of the past. As she spoke, Su Qing recalled the past and couldn't help but shiver. Zhang Wulian smiled. He, however, felt little such emotion. After all, from the very start of his arrival in this world, everything had unfolded smoothly. He'd barely encountered any setbacks. But Su Qing's reflection suddenly reminded Zhang Wulian of something. Truth be told, Zhang Wulian had often thought of that modern society he'd left behind. But it wasn't nostalgia. Rather, he had pondered countless times how to rebuild a modern society within this world. Yet now, Su Qing's words had reignited a glimmer of hope within him. Yet, upon thinking of modern society once more, Zhang Wulian suddenly remembered another matter. He still hadn't found time to study the unique biological material he had obtained earlier. He had always wanted to investigate what exactly this unique biological material could do. But he had been too busy helping Su Qing set up traps throughout the territory to remember it. Now that the territory traps were nearly complete and the marketplace officially built, their immediate tasks were concluded. Zhang Wulian finally had the time to head to the Crystal Energy Lab and analyze this peculiar biological material. Turning to Su Qing, Zhang Wulian said, "Su Qing, I'll head to the Crystal Energy Lab for a bit. Keep an eye on the territory and make sure those beast masters don't cause any trouble. Though Su Qing didn't know why Zhang Wuliang was going to the Crystal Energy Lab, she trusted he had his reasons. Leave it to me. I've got this covered. Zhang Wuliang nodded with satisfaction. With Su Qing here, he felt reassured. He turned and walked toward the Crystal Energy Lab. Zhang Wuliang was eager to discover what surprises this unique biomaterial might hold for him. He arrived at the abandoned Crystal Energy Lab. It remained unchanged. Only a few more traces of wild pets breaking in. It made sense. Ever since Zhang Wuliang opened the entrance to the Crystal Energy Lab, those wild pets could naturally wander in freely. But Zhang Wuliang didn't mind. After all, the wild pets in this area were no different from kittens in front of him. Zhang Wuliang couldn't be bothered with them, and they dared not make a move in his presence. This time, he walked straight into the Crystal Energy Laboratory. His purpose for coming here this time was, of course, to study the special biological material he had obtained earlier. He recalled the analysis console he'd discovered during his first visit here. That analysis station could break down the composition and functions of various biological materials. The only regret was that the workbench lacked the energy materials needed to activate it back then, so Zhang Wuliang had never been able to use it. Now, however, Zhang Wuliang was no longer short of energy materials. After all, he had hunted numerous wild beasts and acquired a considerable amount of usable energy materials. Among them were some high-quality energy materials. These energy materials were more than sufficient to activate the analysis platform. Zhang Wuliang placed the energy materials obtained from the wild pet beasts into the energy slots of the analysis platform. As the energy materials flowed in, the analysis platform slowly began to activate. It emitted a blinding light so intense that Zhang Wuliang could barely keep his eyes open. When the light finally faded, Zhang Wuliang squinted and looked at the analysis console. He saw the display screen reveal every detail about this unique biological material. Chapter 123, Building the Town. Yachty Bat Beast Wings, a novel pet beast biological material. Research on it existed long ago, but all relevant data has been lost over time. Bringing it to the Crystal Energy Technology Laboratory might yield results. After reading the information provided by the analysis console, Zhang Wuliang couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. Wasn't this analysis console supposed to directly decipher the composition and functions of biological materials? Why did it only provide such an ambiguous answer this time? And it suggested taking it to some Crystal Energy Technology Lab? Zhang Wuliang furrowed his brow slightly, then examined the analyzer more closely. Only then did he realize that this device could only analyze biomaterials already catalogued in its database. The biological material from the wings of this creature, known as the Yachty Bat Beast, had lost its associated records. Therefore, the analyzer couldn't directly determine its function. But the analysis console was, after all, a product of advanced technology from the past. Even with the data missing, it could detect that this was an entirely new material never before catalogued in the database. That was why it had suggested bringing the sample to the Crystal Energy Technology Laboratory. Only then did Zhang Wuliang understand. So that's how it was. It made sense. After all, this analysis platform was once a cutting-edge technological marvel. Given its age, it was only natural that some data had been lost over time. Zhang Wuliang felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to directly decipher the function of this biological material. But now it seemed he had gotten ahead of himself. Just then, the analysis console glowed once more. Immediately, the display screen showed new information. New biological material detected. Based on existing data, the following formulae have been analyzed. Formula 1, Batwing Glider. Formula 2, Dark Perception Potion. Proceed with crafting? Zhang Wuliang stared at the formula displayed on the analysis console, his eyes widening instantly as a look of delight spread across his face. He had assumed the analysis console would be useless since it couldn't determine the specific function of this new material. But he never imagined the analysis console would actually derive new crafting recipes based on this material. This was truly an unexpected delight. Zhang Wuliang quickly scanned the recipes provided by the analysis console. The Batwing Glider was a device that granted humans the ability to glide for short periods. The Dark Perception Potion, meanwhile, was a concoction that allowed pets to perceive their surroundings in darkness. Both items were quite valuable. If he could successfully craft them, they would undoubtedly provide Zhang Wuliang with considerable assistance. Yet at that moment, Zhang Wuliang's brow furrowed slightly. The materials required for crafting these two formulas were almost entirely beyond his reach. Although he had hunted numerous wild beasts recently and gathered quite a few materials, the materials required for these two recipes were exceptionally rare. The materials he currently possessed were simply insufficient. Zhang Wuliang sighed softly. Sigh, I have the recipes, but not enough materials. This is truly frustrating. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that with the recipes secured, he could gather the materials gradually, no need to rush. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. Zhang Wuliang wasn't in a rush for the immediate future. He could gather the ingredients gradually over time and eventually he would be able to make it. With this thought, Zhang Wuliang's mood lifted considerably. Immediately after, Zhang Wuliang left the Crystal Energy Lab and returned to his own territory. First, he harvested the resources his pets had earned through their recent work. After organizing them, he took these resources to Su Qing's territory. At that moment, Su Qing was busy working within her own territory. She had been occupied with developing her domain. She was building houses and fortifications, thoroughly engrossed in her work. Hearing the commotion outside her territory, Su Qing hurried out to investigate. When Su Qing saw the large pile of resources outside her territory, she froze for a moment. Then, a look of surprise and delight spread across her face. Wow, this much stuff? Who put all this here? Glancing around, Su Qing immediately spotted Zhang Wuliang nearby. At that moment, Zhang Wuliang was smiling warmly at Su Qing. The moment Su Qing saw Zhang Wuliang, she instantly understood who had sent these resources. Big brother Zhang Wuliang, did you send these resources? Thank you so much. Su Qing expressed her gratitude. After all, she didn't possess the same formidable abilities as big shot Zhang Wuliang, and resources in her territory had always been scarce. These resources were nothing short of a godsend for Su Qing. Zhang Wuliang rolled his eyes inwardly. Hold off on thanking me just yet. These resources aren't a gift for you. Su Qing was taken aback. Not for me? Then what's going on? Immediately after, she heard Zhang Wuliang continue. These resources are for building our town. Su Qing froze. Build the town? Wasn't this her territory? Where did this little town come from? Big shot Zhang Wuliang, what exactly do you mean by town? Zhang Wuliang explained. Well, I've been exploring around your territory and noticed quite a few unclaimed areas here. I believe we can fully utilize these areas to build a small town. This way, we can not only expand our territory but also accommodate more beast tamers in the future. After all, there's strength in numbers. After hearing Zhang Wuliang's explanation, Su Qing instantly grasped his meaning. It must be said, big shot Zhang Wuliang's idea was truly excellent. Building a town here would not only expand the territory but also accommodate more beast masters. This would also make her territory much safer. After all, there's strength in numbers. With that thought, Su Qing nodded in agreement. Master Zhang Wuliang, I think your idea is excellent. I agree. Seeing Su Qing's approval, Zhang Wuliang's face lit up with a smile. Alright, since you've agreed, let's get started on the construction as soon as possible. But Su Qing suddenly remembered something and her expression turned slightly worried. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, building the town is a good thing, but what? Zhang Wuliang inquired. Su Qing sighed and said. After the last attack by the pet beast herd, I realized these beast tamers aren't united. Many of them fled immediately after the incident, without a second thought for anyone else. If we build a town and something like that happens again, I'm afraid. Su Qing didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. She feared that if they built the town and faced danger again, these people would likely flee immediately, caring nothing for the town's fate. Zhang Wuliang also fell deep in thought. The issue Su Qing raised was indeed a major concern. After all, human nature is unpredictable. Nevertheless, Zhang Wuliang did not abandon his vision for the town. He replied calmly. I've already made plans for the issue you mentioned. Chapter 124, The End. You've already made plans? What kind of plans? Zhang Wuliang smiled faintly. My plan is simple. To retain people, you need nothing more than generous supplies and a good standard of living. With these in place, why would we fear a shortage of people? Why would we worry they'd leave? Su Qing's eyes lit up. Big brother Zhang Wuliang made perfect sense. With generous supplies and a good quality of life, who would want to leave? After all, this is a perilous alternate world. Danger lurked everywhere. If there were a safe, stable place to live, who would risk venturing out? But then Su Qing thought of another issue. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, supplies and living guarantees are indeed crucial. But what if we encounter a powerful pack of pet beasts attacking us? Zhang Wuliang smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I've already planned for that. Once we've established the town, we can deploy various defensive structures around it. That way, even if we face a powerful pet beast horde, we can hold out for a while. Moreover, we can organize patrols and guards. With these measures in place, the town's safety will be well taken care of. After hearing Zhang Wuliang's explanation, Su Qing felt completely reassured. Big shot Zhang Wuliang is truly formidable. If that's the case, then building the town will be completely problem-free. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, you're truly amazing. I'll follow your lead on everything. Alright, since you agree, let's get started on construction as soon as possible. However, building the town is just the first step. I have even greater plans. Su Qing froze. Bigger plans? What kind of plans? Zhang Wuliang's gaze grew profound. My plan is to rebuild modern society in this world and re-establish order. Su Qing froze upon hearing this. Rebuild modern society? Re-establish order? That plan seemed far too ambitious. Yet, upon careful reflection, Su Qing realized Zhang Wuliang's plan might not be impossible to achieve. After all, since the wormhole appeared, they had already gathered quite a few beast masters here. If they could build a small town here and develop it gradually, perhaps it really was possible to rebuild modern society and re-establish order. Moreover, Su Qing couldn't deny that she deeply missed the modern society she once knew. Life here was simply too harsh. Not only did they have to constantly guard against beast attacks, but they also struggled to secure food and supplies. How wonderful it would be to rebuild modern society and restore order. At this thought, Su Qing's gaze toward Zhang Wuliang grew fervent. Big shot Zhang Wuliang, I'm all in on your plan. Zhang Wuliang smiled faintly and patted Su Qing on the shoulder. Excellent. With your backing, my plan is certain to succeed. Su Qing nodded firmly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. In the days that followed, Zhang Wuliang began laying the groundwork for the town's construction. First, he led his men to erect a large stone monument at the entrance to Su Qing's territory. Engraved upon it were the bold characters, Beastmaster's Safe Zone. These words immediately piqued the curiosity of nearby Beastmasters. Beastmaster's Safe Zone? What on earth is that? Isn't this Su Qing's territory? Why has it become a Beastmaster's Safe Zone? Let's hear what big shot Zhang Wuliang has to say first. The Beastmasters murmured among themselves, all staring curiously at the inscription on the stone tablet. Zhang Wuliang stood to the side, a faint smile playing on his lips. This was precisely how he intended to capture the Beastmaster's attention. To build a town, people had to come first. If he couldn't even draw people here, how could he possibly build the town? Su Qing stood nearby, observing the beast tamer's reactions with a touch of unease. She didn't know if Zhang Wuliang's approach would actually work. Still, since big shot Zhang Wuliang had spoken, she had no choice but to trust him. After observing the beast tamer's murmurs for a moment, Zhang Wuliang stepped forward and declared loudly, "Beasts tamers, quiet down." His voice cut through the murmurs instantly. All eyes turned to him, curiosity evident as they awaited his next words. Zhang Wuliang surveyed the crowd, smiled faintly, and said, "Fellow Beastmasters, I trust you've all seen the inscription on this stone tablet. Indeed, this place shall henceforth be designated as the Beastmaster Safety Zone." Zhang Wuliang's words immediately caused an uproar among the Beastmasters. A Beastmaster Safe Zone? What does that mean? Does this mean this place will become a dedicated living area for Beastmasters? But is it safe here? Could we be attacked by pet beasts? The Beastmasters fired questions at him, all eyes fixed on Zhang Wuliang with curiosity. Zhang Wuliang raised his hand to silence the crowd. "Everyone, listen to me. The Beastmaster Safety Zone is a dedicated area for beasts and their handlers to live. Here, we will construct various defensive structures to withstand attacks from beast companions. Moreover, we will organize patrols and guards to ensure everyone's safety. Not only that, we will provide ample supplies and living support, allowing everyone here to live in peace and security." Zhang Wuliang's words immediately sparked longing among the Beastmasters. If that were the case, wouldn't this place be nothing short of paradise? However, Zhang Wuliang shifted his tone and added, "However, to live here, you must all abide by certain rules. After all, without rules, there can be no order." The beast tamers didn't object to this. They understood that without rules, chaos would inevitably ensue. Zhang Wuliang looked at the crowd and continued, "My requirement is simple, all private duels are strictly prohibited within the town. If anyone dares to engage in private combat within the town, don't blame me for being unkind. Moreover, everyone must work together diligently to build up our town. Only through everyone's hard work can our town grow stronger, and only then can we rebuild the order of modern society." When Zhang Wuliang finished speaking, all the beast masters present erupted in an uproar. They never imagined Zhang Wuliang would harbor such grand ambitions. Rebuild the order of modern society? Wasn't that idea far too bold? Yet, it must be said, the idea was undeniably thrilling. After all, who wouldn't want to return to a society characterized by order and civilization? In an instant, many beast masters found themselves moved by Zhang Wuliang's vision. "Big shot Zhang Wuliang, I'm all in on this idea." "Exactly. I'm in too. I'll do whatever it takes to rebuild the order of modern society." "Right. Let's work together, we'll make it happen." The beast masters voiced their support one after another, pledging their backing for Zhang Wuliang's plan. Seeing these beast masters moved by his vision, Zhang Wuliang felt more confident than ever. With their backing, he was confident he could build this place into a small town, gradually develop it, and re-establish the order of modern society. Su Qing stood nearby, watching the beast masters moved by Zhang Wuliang's vision, her heart swelling with excitement. In the days that followed, Zhang Wuliang began leading the beast masters in building the town. They first cleared a patch of land, then erected simple dwellings and defensive structures on the cleared area. Though rudimentary, these structures at least provided shelter from the elements and offered some defense against pet beast attacks. As the town took shape, more and more beast tamers were drawn to the project, joining the construction effort. Watching the town gradually take shape, Zhang Wuliang's mood improved day by day. Now he possessed the strength to protect himself and others. But surviving alone in this world held little meaning. Only now, with a semblance of the society he once knew, did life begin to feel like life. The future held promise. The end.